I am an investment tycoon with endless wealth. To experience a peaceful life, I married my childhood sweetheart and concealed my true identity. But my wife dragged me onto a loan-themed show for the 50,000 yuan prize money. She thought we were a poor couple struggling to save up for a car, so she tried every possible way. But she didn't know that my wealth had already surpassed that of a nation. When the show started and she dialed the number labeled Xiaoma in my contacts to borrow money, I was completely stunned. My name is Chen Feng, and at that time, I was in an ordinary off-road vehicle, with my head covered by a scarf. I couldn't help but ask my wife Mu Qian sitting beside me where she was taking me. Mu Qian, looking like she was hiding a secret, said nervously, "Oh, you'll know when you get there." The cameraman sitting in the passenger seat almost burst out laughing, probably holding it in for the sake of the show's effect. Only later did I realize that the car I was sitting in belonged to a wildly popular variety show called Do You Know Your Worth? I inexplicably became the civilian guest on the show. The show was a huge hit, and viewers in the live chat kept commenting, saying I had no idea I'd been set up, and even praised us for being such a good-looking couple. The content of the show was actually quite simple. The production team spent a lot of time scouting guests from all walks of life. Except for those in official careers, everyone else had a chance to be selected. After selecting 10 groups of guests, the first segment involved all families frantically borrowing money within an hour without revealing they were on the show. The borrowing targets are unrestricted. After obtaining the loans, the person who borrows the most advances to the next round, while families who fail can still receive a 50,000 yuan prize. This is why Mu Qian dragged me into the show. She thought that given our family's situation, borrowing 300,000 to 500,000 yuan would already be impressive, as past winners typically borrowed millions. And some even secured over 30 million yuan from wealthy connections to advance directly. She just wanted to get her hands on that 50,000 yuan prize money and take me away with her. She had no intention of entering the entertainment industry. Luo and I were childhood sweethearts, and we got married at the age of 23. She liked me when we were kids, but we drifted apart when I dropped out of college to work and she got into a prestigious university. At the 5-year class reunion, we met again. She confessed her feelings, and I didn't refuse, so we started dating. But adult marriage isn't that simple, it requires both families' approval. I have no family, so that's not an issue, but Mu Qian's parents disapprove of her marrying me, as I have no stable job and rely on her support. But Mu Qian didn't give up. She saved up to pay the down payment for a 60-square-meter apartment for me in Hangzhou. But her family believes that for marriage, I must have a house, a car, and savings. Mu Qian works in international trade and, by a stroke of luck, facilitated a major deal. The company awarded her a 150,000 yuan bonus, along with over half a year's salary. She saved over 200,000. But the car her family wants has to be a Mercedes-Benz, BMW, or Audi. The house is mortgaged, and they don't want to take out a loan for the car. She urgently needs 5.1 million yuan. So when the production team approached her, explained the rules and the 50,000 yuan prize money, she agreed. Moreover, the production team insisted on not telling me before the competition, so I was completely clueless as I was taken to the set. Chapter 1, dragged onto the TV show set. Where are you taking me? In an ordinary SUV, Chen Feng, with his head covered by a scarf, couldn't help but ask his wife sitting beside him. Upon his inquiry, his wife Mu Qian, as if hiding a secret, replied nervously, "Oh, you'll see when we get there." As she finished speaking, the cameraman sitting in the passenger seat almost burst out laughing, but he held it in for the sake of the show. At the same time, in the live broadcast studio, countless viewers left comments. "Ha, this husband has no idea what's in store for him." It has to be said, this couple's looks are absolutely stunning in this episode. I love it. If I could go back in time, I'd definitely go for this guy first. Ha, he has no idea he's already on the show. Oh, I see. At this moment, Chen Feng is riding in a car from a recently popular variety show. And his identity has transformed from an ordinary citizen to an unscripted guest on the show. The show is called Do You Know Your Worth? The show's content is simple but exactly what the audience loves to watch. First, the production team spends a significant amount of time selecting guests. Among these guests, there are people from all walks of life. There are business owners, workers in ordinary jobs, and social elites in high-end industries. Basically, except for those in political or government roles, everyone else has a chance to be selected for the show. Once the 10 groups of guests have been selected, the participants enter the first phase of the program. This phase involves all the families borrowing money using any means necessary within an hour. That's right, borrow money. However, while borrowing money, participants must not reveal what they are doing or that they are participating in the program. The people you borrow from can be anyone, family members, friends, classmates, or even your significant other. The show's producers will only judge how much money you can borrow within the hour. After borrowing the money, the person who borrows the most will automatically advance to the next round of the show. If you don't succeed, don't worry, the show will give each participating family a prize of 50,000 yuan. This is why Mu Qian dragged her husband into this show, which is as real as it gets. She knows that, given her family background, borrowing 3 or 50,000 yuan is already impressive. Compared to previous episodes, the first place winner in the first round borrowed several million yuan. In one episode, a wealthy individual even borrowed over 30 million yuan. When that episode aired, the audience was blown away. For ordinary people, let alone 30 million, even 3 million is an astronomical figure. So, in that episode, the wealthy individual advanced directly. In this situation, Mu Qian's thoughts were simple: as long as she could secure the program's 50,000 yuan prize money, she would leave this place with her husband. As for the show becoming famous, she didn't even dare to think about it. Although she knew she was very attractive, she didn't want to enter the entertainment industry, which was a murky and treacherous place. Speaking of Chen Feng and Mu Qian, the two were married at the age of 23, having known each other since childhood, considered childhood sweethearts. As children, Mu Qian had always liked Chen Feng, but after high school, Chen Feng dropped out to work, while she enrolled in a prestigious university. Thus, the two were forced to part ways. However, 5 years later, at a class reunion, she saw the man she had always loved again. Despite Chen Feng's struggles, she confessed her feelings. This time, Chen Feng did not refuse, and the two began dating. But in the adult world, marriage is no longer as simple as mutual affection at 17 or 18. To get married, both families had to give their consent. Chen Feng had no family, so this was not an issue for him. But Mu Qian had family. Though her parents weren't materialistic, they would never allow their precious daughter to marry a man with nothing to offer. Especially since this man has no steady job and spends his days lying around at home, relying on his daughter to support him. This is something parents simply cannot agree to. But her parents' objections didn't deter Mu Qian. Over the course of 2 years, she saved up a substantial amount of money and gave it to Chen Feng, enabling him to make a down payment on a 60-square-meter apartment in Hangzhou. With the house, she believed her parents wouldn't be able to object too strongly. However, after the house was settled, there were still issues like a car and savings. According to Mu Qian's family's perspective, marriage was not out of the question, but Chen Feng must have a house, a car, and savings. As for the dowry, the family didn't mind after all; it would eventually be used by the couple themselves, and if given to them, they would just return it to their daughter. Upon learning of her parents' demands, Mu Qian feared hurting Chen Feng's feelings, so she didn't mention a word and took everything upon herself. Fortunately, things took a turn for the better. She works in international trade, and through a stroke of luck, she secured a major deal, earning her a bonus of 150,000 yuan from the company. With the 150,000 yuan bonus and half a year's salary, she had saved over 200,000 yuan. With over 200,000 yuan, she could have bought a car, but she knew that the car her family wanted had to be a BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Audi. Since the house was already mortgaged, she couldn't afford to take out another loan for a car. Therefore, Mu Qian urgently needed 5.1 million yuan. With this money, she could definitely buy a BMW 3 Series, though it might be a bit modest for her family, it would still meet the basic requirements for marriage. For this reason, when the show's production team approached her, explained the rules of the game, and mentioned the 50,000 yuan prize, she agreed without hesitation. However, the production team also stated that she must not tell her husband about the competition beforehand, as they feared he might prepare in advance. That was the arrangement. Chen Feng arrived at the show's set completely clueless. Chapter 2: The World's Richest Man, Chen Feng. Back to Chen Feng. He had no idea about the situation his fiancée was facing. If he had known, he would have felt helpless at first, then couldn't help but laugh. Why? Because he wasn't a penniless beggar at all. In fact, his true identity is the world's hidden richest man. This wasn't just his imagination, it was the truth. At the age of 18, he awakened a system called God-tier investment. After obtaining the system, he could have easily gotten into college, but he chose to hand in a blank exam paper and go out into the world to make his own way. However, this was mistaken by others as him being too poor to afford an education. Thus, Chen Feng relied on the system's abilities. Began to make a name for himself in the business world. He started with small businesses. After gradually accumulating initial capital, he invested in the stock market. With the power of the divine investment system, he quickly amassed a fortune. Similarly, throughout his career, he accomplished one legendary feat after another, but to avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives, he always operated behind the scenes. For example, taking down a Wall Street titan. Alone, he took down the entire elite of Wall Street. Even when George Soros himself stepped in, he was soundly defeated. After dominating the financial sector, Chen Feng noticed that the industry was beginning to decline, with changes becoming too complex to navigate. As a result, he immediately invested in real estate when it was just emerging. Through his real estate ventures, he became the world's richest person by the age of 20. However, his wealth remained undisclosed. It remained hidden. And after becoming the richest man in the world, Chen Feng began to float in the air. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by an extravagant entourage. Even to eat a single meal, he went so far as to purchase a Michelin 3-star kitchen. To ensure no one disturbed him while sleeping, he purchased a hotel worth billions. When he went to Disneyland, he didn't want to wait in line, so he bought 70% of the Disney stock and ordered the park to be cleared, allowing him to enjoy it alone. His level of luxury was beyond imagination. Even some of the sons of China's wealthiest individuals, such as a certain Mr. Wang, upon hearing of his whereabouts, immediately changed their flight plans and refused to meet him under any circumstances. It's not that they're afraid of him, but rather that they feel ashamed of themselves. In internet slang, it's like Mr. Wang using his fortune to challenge Chen Feng's pocket money. But good times don't last forever. It wasn't that Chen Feng's business failed. On the contrary, his business grew larger and larger, and his accumulated wealth continued to grow. After playing around for a few years, Chen Feng realized that this lifestyle was too mundane. Every day, he was surrounded by hundreds of sycophants buzzing around him. He could have any woman he wanted, even just a glance would make her approach him that day. The allure of money was indeed powerful, driving countless people to madness. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. Chen Feng finally grew tired of this life. He felt that this life was only making him drift aimlessly. He didn't know what to do each day. Gradually, after another few days of seclusion, he made a major decision. He decided to return to a normal life. He acted swiftly, quickly wrapping up all his affairs and spending a significant amount of money to seal off his personal information. He completely left the business world and became an ordinary person in Xia Kingdom, as ordinary as they come. To ensure he never again came into contact with that hollow lifestyle, he directly froze all his wealth in various banks. Of course, it wasn't permanently frozen just for 5 years. He also worried that he might need a large sum of money in the future. After taking these precautions, he fully embraced his new life as an ordinary person. He reached out to old friends he hadn't seen in years and found a simple, relaxed job. Months later, at a class reunion, he encountered the woman he had always harbored feelings for. Years of ups and downs in the business world had almost made him forget about his childhood sweetheart. Upon seeing her again, he had no hesitation and was ready to confess his feelings. But to his surprise, she beat him to it and confessed her feelings first. After the confession, Chen Feng didn't think much of it and began living with her, struggling daily to make ends meet. In truth, for him, all he needed to do was make a phone call. No, not even that. He could simply go to the storage room where he kept his belongings and take out a small item, even just a bottle of wine, and the two of them could live a life of unparalleled elegance. But Chen Feng knew, if he really did that, then the rest of his life would be no different from the past. So he chose to remain silent. He would rather struggle alongside his wife, getting excited over a few hundred or a few $1,000s, than spend every day thinking about how to spend money. Most importantly, when he was at the height of his success, he had seen too many women. Those women were utterly hypocritical, and to make matters worse, they were all vying for money with endless schemes. Each one was a venomous beauty. One wrong move, and they use their venom to poison you, numbing your senses. In this situation, when he sought his childhood sweetheart, who knew he was poor but was still willing to endure hardships with him, this was an experience Chen Feng had never experienced before, so he hoped this feeling could last forever. This could also be considered his selfishness. Enough with the small talk. Soon, the car came to a stop. Chen Feng, wearing a headscarf, was supported by his wife as he took slow, steady steps. At the same time, the other 9 guests of this episode were also being supported by their wives and arrived at the program's venue together. When they arrived at the program venue, 10 couples stood on the stage. In front of them were thousands of audience members, but they all remained silent, waiting quietly. As for the live stream, it was even more chaotic. Chapter 3, What the Hell? Go Borrow Money? 6666. It was time for the most anticipated part of the show. This show is really well produced. To be honest, the first part of the show is the most exciting. While the later parts are also incredibly thrilling, this segment is the most authentic, capturing the full spectrum of human life. Yeah, but I still prefer the later segments of the show, they're more entertaining. Personally, I think the later parts of the show are more exciting, but the first segment is the most intriguing because every time it airs, countless unforeseen events occur. I still remember the guest from last time who was scolded by his friend when he asked to borrow money. But I think the most shocking part was in the 3rd episode, when the guest actually took out a payday loan and applied for an online loan. The live audience was utterly thrilled. The reason why the show Do You Really Know Your Worth has become so popular nationwide is simple: it's real, and utterly real. No one is following a script. Everything that happens to each person is random. There is no script at all. In this situation, when the show's guests find themselves in situations where they need to borrow money from others, all the hardships and struggles of life are laid bare for everyone to see. Some moments shock the audience, such as someone successfully borrowing several $1,000,000. There are moments that make the audience feel awkward, such as someone being criticized for asking to borrow money. There are moments that make viewers burst into laughter, such as turning to online loans for money. There are moments that excite the audience, such as borrowing money from a lover. In short, the appeal of this show goes far beyond just a few celebrities following a script and running around. Now, let's talk about the show's live broadcast. A well-known host from China took the stage. He then takes the microphone and addresses all the audience members. Welcome to all viewers at home, on-site audience members, and those watching the live stream to our show. Do you really know your own worth? Let's give a warm round of applause to the 10 family guests we've selected from the city today. As he finished speaking, a thunderous round of applause erupted. Countless screams and shouts echoed from the audience below. All the male guests, whose faces were covered with bandages, were helped by staff to remove the bandages. Upon seeing the stage before them, the 10 men were completely stunned. In their days, their first instinct was to look at their wives. The wives, however, were all too embarrassed to make eye contact. However, some families quickly adapted and shared a smile. Some families were still in a state of confusion. Among them was Chen Feng. Chen Feng stared blankly at his wife, not understanding what was happening. His wife dared not answer him directly. She whispered softly into his ear, "Honey, keep going. Whether you win or lose, there's a $5,000 prize. Your wife always believes you're the best. I'll go first." The mischievous wife finished speaking and immediately ran off. Chen Feng was left alone on the stage, feeling a bit lost. Alright, 10 male guests, don't be surprised. We're here for the show. Do you really know your worth? First, congratulations on being selected from the vast crowd by our program team. Enough chit-chat, let's get started. We're about to enter the first round. The borrowing money segment. This challenge lasts for 1 hour. During this time, you may call anyone, but while on the call, you must not reveal your location or give any hints. You must only use the usual methods you employ when borrowing money to ask the person to lend you money. After 1 hour, the person who has borrowed the most money will advance to the next round of the competition. If you advance, the prize money of 50,000 yuan will be doubled to 100,000 yuan. If you successfully complete the final episode of the challenge program, you will receive a prize of 10 million yuan. The show host seemed unfazed by this. He explained everything to the few people in just a few words. After explaining everything clearly, Chen Feng realized he had been tricked by his clueless wife. He had been tricked into participating in such a chaotic show. In the past, he would have left immediately because he didn't want to reveal his identity. But now he couldn't. Because his wife was cheering him on from below. Although he didn't know what had happened to his wife, he knew she wasn't the type to be greedy for money. If she were, she would never have married him. And now, to be lured here for a $5,000 prize, there must be something he doesn't know that has happened. After much deliberation, he decided to stand on the stage for a while. Anyway, he didn't want to expose himself. At worst, he could just stand there for a while, collect the 5,000 yuan, and fulfill his wife's wish. After the show, he would go find someone to give him the money and then pretend he won the lottery or something. This way, he could solve his wife's urgent need for money without revealing his identity. It was a win-win situation. Thinking this through, Chen Feng composed himself, no longer feeling any restraint or confusion. Time passed quickly. Soon, a large clock appeared on the screen behind the stage. The clock was counting down the time. It was a countdown. 59. 59. As the countdown continued, all the male guests realized that the first round had officially begun. Everyone picks up their phones and starts looking for someone to borrow money from. Only Chen Feng, however, picked up his phone but didn't make a single call, as if he were searching for someone. In reality, he was just stalling for time. Chapter 4, Friends named Shirma in the contact list. Hey, bro, it's me. Yeah, isn't it time for the kids to start school? I need to buy a school district property, but all my money is tied up in the stock market and won't be available for 3 days. Can you lend me some money? I'll pay you back in 3 days. Don't worry, it's just 3 days. Hey, Mr. Su, do you remember the project you mentioned last time? I've secured the bidding qualification, so I need to borrow some money for the deposit. If I win, I'll give you a big red envelope. If not, I'll return the full amount. Don't worry. Hey, Luopeng, do you have any money left? I want to buy a car for my child. Yes, don't worry about whether my child is over 18 or not. Just tell me if you can lend me the money. As the host finished speaking, the 9 male guests on stage started frantically making calls. After the first round of calls, only 4 out of the 9 guests managed to borrow money. The remaining 5 were unsuccessful. The 4 who did borrow money received amounts of 500,000, 300,000, 200,000, and 100,000 respectively. For them, after all, the show just asked them to borrow money. They weren't required to pay it back to anyone. Therefore, they felt bold enough to say, it was just a matter of misappropriating the funds. Take the person who borrowed 500,000 yuan, for example. He was clever and immediately claimed he was buying a house, not because he didn't have the money, but because he had invested it in the stock market. Once they say that, people will usually lend them the money, especially close friends. After all, it's just a matter of borrowing for a few days. If you won't even help out with something like that, can you really call them friends? Of course, the main reason is that this person has the means. In his 30s, he's a manager at a company with an annual salary of over 40,000, plus various benefits and perks, so earning 60,000 a year is no problem. Someone earning 600,000 yuan a year and borrowing money from friends to buy a house is definitely reliable. As for those who couldn't borrow the money, they're mostly ordinary people in society. Their annual salaries range from 80,000 to 200,000, and they're only between 25 and 30 years old. In this income bracket, it's extremely difficult to find friends willing to lend money. Moreover, at this age, who has savings? Everyone is short on cash. Therefore, don't even mention borrowing hundreds of thousands. Borrowing tens of thousands is impossible. However, they haven't given up. After all, this isn't something they're used to dealing with. Basically, 90% of people in the world can't borrow money when they ask, unless it's a matter of life or death. Otherwise, no one is willing to lend money. After the first round ended, a ranking list appeared below the countdown. Number 3 was in the lead, followed closely by number 5, with number 1 in third place and number 9 in fourth. Those who borrowed money were ranked in the last 6 positions. Time passed as these individuals went through their borrowing attempts. The audience watched with great interest. When everyone was borrowing money, their phones were on speaker and the calls were being broadcast in real time. Therefore, the audience did not focus their attention on those who borrowed money readily. Instead, everyone's attention was on those who were mocked and humiliated. For example, guest number 6. He called his friend. Before he could speak, his friend interrupted him. "Brother, you're my savior. Hurry up and lend me 50,000 yuan. I owe money from gambling and can't pay it back. If my wife finds out, I'm done for." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room erupted in laughter. Especially the people in the live stream, who were laughing so hard they were crying. "Ha, striking first, this move is unbeatable. 66666, I was the one asking you for money, and now you're asking me? That's amazing, that's hilarious. No wonder they say the show is real, it's as real as it gets. This move gets a perfect score from me." Under the laughter of the audience, the guest was helpless, but it wouldn't be right to ignore a friend in need. Plus, this friend had helped him out of a crisis multiple times before. If he chose to ignore him now, their friendship would be ruined. So, in front of countless viewers, he transferred 50,000 yuan to the other person. With that transfer, number 6 immediately became the last person on the list. Because his name now displayed a negative balance of 50,000. When the negative 5,000 appeared, the audience erupted in laughter. This was the first time in the show's 1-year history that a negative number had appeared, and the audience immediately started shouting 6,666 wildly. The guest looked utterly helpless, but thinking about the 50,000 yuan he would receive after the show, he relaxed and continued borrowing money. However, while the other 9 guests were all borrowing money, Chen Feng was still flipping through his contact list as if he knew what he was doing. The show's host quietly reminded Chen Feng's wife. "Madam, if your husband doesn't make a single call or borrow a single penny within an hour, we will not award the 50,000 yuan prize." When the host finished speaking, Mu Qian was speechless. She had brought her husband here specifically for the 50,000 yuan. Now they were telling her outright that the 5,000 yuan wasn't guaranteed, and she panicked immediately. But she didn't have time to argue with the program staff. After all, the show's rules weren't wrong. If someone just stood there, refusing to add any drama for the show while still wanting to take the 5,000 yuan and leave, the production team wouldn't allow that to happen. So, Mu Qian didn't even hesitate and walked straight onto the stage. Borrowing money is something that spouses are allowed to do together. The wives of the other 9 men were all on the sidelines making calls to borrow money or offering advice. Mu Qian didn't go up, mainly because she was afraid her husband would be upset, so she stayed hidden. But now that she heard the 50,000 yuan might be gone, she didn't have time to think. She walked straight onto the stage, stood next to Chen Feng, and said, "Honey, just make a call. Even if you borrow a few hundred or a few thousand, it's okay." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Feng was about to explain that he was looking for a friend, but his wife played a clever trick and directly tapped a contact named Xiao Ma in her phone book. Chapter 5, Hello, may I ask what you need from Mr. Ma? After his wife selected the number and dialed it, Chen Feng instinctively wanted to hang up. But the call had already connected, and hanging up would only draw the other person's attention. It might even make others think he was in danger, and if he did something reckless, he would definitely be exposed. Therefore, he could only let the call connect automatically. In Mu Qian's eyes, what kind of person could her husband possibly know? Although he works in a large corporation, his job is just that of an ordinary salesman. His monthly salary plus commission barely amounts to 6 or 7,000 yuan. In Hangzhou, where every inch of land is precious, 6 or 7,000 yuan isn't even enough to rent an apartment. So she didn't pay any attention to the contacts in her husband's phone. For example, this person named Xioma. Just looking at the name, you can tell he is probably an intern or a low-level employee at some company. Otherwise, her husband wouldn't have labeled him as Xiao Ma. As for the audience at the scene, since Chen Feng hadn't made any calls, so when his wife took the stage and directly selected someone named Xioma to call, everyone couldn't help but feel curious. Some bored audience members started speculating. Just by looking at the nickname, it's obvious they're new employees or just started at the company. People like that definitely don't have much money. They probably can't even afford to borrow money, let alone pay it back. Yes, I agree. I work as a technician at the company. I usually follow people around, fetching things and running errands. I label them all with notes like little something or other. Of course, if they could borrow a large sum, why would they settle for a $50,000 bonus? Didn't you see how his wife panicked and rushed up after the host reminded him? You guys, the more like this they are, the more interesting the story gets. Rich people borrowing money isn't worth watching. They're just putting on a show. Poor people borrowing money is more entertaining. You never know what's going to happen next. Amidst the audience's responses, the phone soon rang. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, the phone was answered. As soon as it was answered, a voice that was extremely gentle and pleasant came through. Hello, may I ask who is calling? What can I do for Mr. Ma? As the words fell, the entire audience and the live stream viewers were all stunned. What? Did I hear that correctly? Mr. Ma? Mr. Ma? Isn't this supposed to be Little Ma? Why is the person answering calling him Mr. Ma? I think I must have called some random company's boss. 6666, Mr. Ma is here? These days, anyone can be called Mr. Ma? The audience immediately assumed that the woman was referring to a CEO of a shell company. After all, if Chin Feng really knew any bosses, would he participate in this show for just 50,000 yuan? At the same time, Chin Feng heard that it was a woman answering the call and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His wife, however, looked puzzled. Could it be that she had called her husband's boss? If that were the case, that would be awkward. But why would her husband change the boss's contact name to Little Ma? This completely baffled her. If she had known it was her husband's boss, she would never have dared to call him. After all, if a boss hears that an employee's subordinate is calling to borrow money, the boss would definitely fire that employee. That's so embarrassing. Speaking of Chen Feng, he remained calm, directly addressing the person on the phone. Cough, cough. I'm a friend of your boss. We're having some cash flow issues and need to borrow some money from him. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone could react, the line went dead, leaving only the sound of a busy signal. Beep. Hearing the busy tone, the entire audience burst into laughter. After all that, he didn't even know the person at all. Not even close enough to borrow money from them? What a talent, what a talent. In this society, there are far too many such acquaintances. They might have met at work, sat together for a while, and exchanged phone numbers out of politeness, but in reality, these numbers are always on standby to be deleted. Clearly, everyone assumed that Chen Feng had called this number to reach someone he barely knew. That's why the audience burst into laughter. While laughing. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, there's a company that's one of the top in the country. This company is called Ali Mama. At that moment, outside the boardroom on the top floor of the company, a secretary dressed in a revealing outfit carefully placed her phone aside and waited quietly for her boss to finish the meeting. While waiting, the secretary looked at her phone and coldly remarked, "These days, there are so many scammers. I wonder how that scammer managed to get Mr. Ma's phone number." As she was complaining, a frail middle-aged man in the meeting suddenly didn't notice that his boss, who had been missing for years, had called him. And if he had known that Chen Feng had called him earlier and that his secretary had hung up the call, he would have been furious. No, he would be absolutely furious. Because the person who made that call was the benefactor who had brought him to his current position. He, Jack Ma, had the fortune to become the richest man in the country, and it was all thanks to his help. Without him, he would never have reached this height. Maybe he could have made it into the top 100 in the country on his own, but becoming the richest man in the country? Forget about it. However, his meeting will end in 20 minutes. There's still a chance. Chapter 6, A Rant from His Sister-in-Law. The scene where Jack Ma didn't receive the call had the audience laughing out loud, adding humor to the show and also relieving Chen Feng. If Jack Ma had actually answered the call, who knows what would have happened. But he was relieved. Mu Qian was truly panicking. If they couldn't settle the wedding this year, the only thing the two of them could do was elope. But a marriage not blessed by their families, would it really go smoothly? And now, the solution to their marriage problem lies in the next 50,000 yuan. Once they secure the 50,000 yuan, they can either pay in full for a BMW 3 Series or arrange a loan to buy a BMW 5 Series. She believed that under these circumstances, her parents would definitely have nothing more to say. Thinking about it, she realized she couldn't borrow the money from her husband. If she couldn't borrow the money, she wouldn't receive the prize money as required by the show's producers. She immediately turned to the host beside her and asked quickly, "As long as both spouses borrow the money, does it matter who borrows it?" Yes, the show is about a family, not an individual. The host didn't think much of it and answered directly. As soon as he answered, Mu Qian immediately grabbed her phone and started flipping through her contacts one by one. As she was flipping through the list, time ticked away. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. During this half hour, the rankings began to show new changes. First place, a loan of 3.74 million. Second place, 163,000 yuan borrowed. Third place, 1.2 million in loans. Fourth, fifth, and sixth places were fluctuating between 500,000 and 800,000. Seventh, eighth, and ninth places all borrowed around 300,000. As for Chen Feng, he remains at zero. For the show, the real focus isn't on how much money these people borrowed. Rather, it is through the act of borrowing money that the audience can see the capabilities possessed by people from different social classes. Those who can borrow several $1 million are definitely not ordinary people. It's not just a matter of creditworthiness. For example, even someone with an excellent credit rating might only be able to borrow a few $100,000 from a bank without any collateral. On the other hand, someone with poor credit but who does business in the tens of millions can easily secure a loan of several million from a bank, even if they're struggling. Observing the capabilities of people from different social classes is a fascinating aspect. Secondly, it's the part most viewers want to see: how difficult it is for the poor to borrow money. What challenges will they face? How much resistance they will face. This is also one of the highlights. Don't underestimate Chen Feng. Just because he hasn't borrowed a single penny yet, at least he hasn't lost face so far. Compare him to the other guests. Among the last few guests, those who managed to borrow money did so by asking their relatives. As for friends, they either got hung up on, deceived, or given the runaround. The so-called friendship and loyalty are exposed in full view at this moment. Especially one of the guests, who was scolded by his friend when he asked for a loan. Not only did he not get a single penny, but his friend also scolded him. This incident alone was enough to make the show a hit. Those who tried to borrow money from their families also faced challenges. While their parents were willing to lend them money, they vented their frustrations and helplessness over the phone. This made many of the guests look extremely embarrassed. If it weren't for the $5,000 prize, they would have left the show long ago. This is why the show offers each guest 50,000 yuan. They know that most of the guests who appear on stage will be mocked and humiliated. If they didn't offer some compensation, these guests would have left the stage long ago, and the show would have no meaning at all. Enough with the small talk. After struggling and hesitating for some time, Mu Qian finally decided to call someone. Having not called to borrow money for a long time, coupled with Mu Qian and Chen Feng's stunning looks that captivated the audience, any of their actions naturally drew the attention of countless viewers. Sure enough, when the phone displayed brother as the contact name, the audience was incredibly curious to know how this loan request would end. Ding! Beep! Beep! 3 rings sounded, and the phone was answered. A voice came through the line. "What's wrong, sis?" Upon hearing the voice, the audience began to analyze the situation. From the sound of it, she must have borrowed something. It's not hard to tell that he actually cares about his sister. I think this should work out. They might be able to borrow a few $1,000s. It seems like women have to step in after all. Men really have it tough when it comes to borrowing money. Under the audience's analysis, Mu Qian felt a bit embarrassed and hesitated before saying, "Brother, are you financially stable?" As soon as she finished speaking, a coughing fit erupted on the other end of the phone, as if something shameful were being discussed. "What are you coughing for? Do you think I'm deaf? Is it your good-for-nothing sister asking you for money again? What's going on? Do you think our family is an ATM machine? Last time she borrowed 50,000 from us, and not long after that, she borrowed another few thousand. She hasn't paid it back yet, and now she's asking you for more money? I'm telling you, Mu Qian, you're really something. Our old man is rich, isn't he? He spoils you the most, doesn't he? Why don't you go ask him for money instead of always coming to us? What did your brother ever do to deserve this? I'm telling you, Mu Hai, if you lend her any more money, I'll divorce you immediately. Is this ever going to end? Alright, stop talking. Your sister must have run into some trouble. As her older brother, who else should I help? Sister, don't worry. I'll call you back later." Beep. A sharp voice echoed throughout the entire program. The call ended abruptly, lasting less than 30 seconds. The audience members, after hearing those words, didn't smile at all. Instead, everyone felt embarrassed for Mu Qian. In the awkward silence, everyone couldn't help but exhale a breath of frustration. The reason they didn't laugh was simple. What was the difference between laughing at her and laughing at themselves? Chapter 7, Jack Ma, has anyone called me? After hanging up the phone, the scene was filled with sighs of disappointment. At the same time, Chen Feng, standing nearby, froze in shock. When did his fiancée borrow money from someone else? How could he not know? What had happened? Actually, this was all Chen Feng's fault. Although he didn't want to reveal his life as the richest man in the world and wanted to live an ordinary life, he hadn't considered that ordinary people also need money. You don't need to come up with hundreds of millions or tens of millions, but at least a few 100,000 should be manageable, right? What he didn't expect was that Chen Feng, having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, felt that if he was going to suffer, he might as well suffer completely. No need to settle for a few 100,000. It's like quitting smoking. Quit it all at once. Saying you'll quit one by one is just talk. His mindset isn't wrong. Accurately speaking, it's perfectly aligned with the life he desires. But for Mu Qian, this was extremely awkward. Mu Qian's family wasn't a materialistic, money-obsessed household. On the contrary, her family is quite wealthy. They're not big bosses or millionaires, but they're considered well off in their local city. They live in a villa worth several million, drive cars worth over $1 million, and have already prepared homes for their children. For her parents, as long as Mu Qian finds someone with ambition and a steady income, that's enough. In simple terms, someone who can support their daughter is sufficient. They don't ask for anything else. Such in-laws are considered fairly decent by domestic standards. But unfortunately, Mu Qian has chosen a husband who is incapable, lazy, and has neither a car nor a house. As parents, how could they possibly agree to this marriage? Of course, we must also mention Mu Qian herself. She had already decided that Chen Feng was a penniless man. She didn't arrange for her husband to meet her family, she only gave a brief introduction in front of her own family. If she had taken Chen Feng to meet her family, even if he wanted to keep a low profile, he would have made sure to provide basic necessities. For example, the company could promote him and give him a raise. Or the big boss might recognize his character and invite him to take on a managerial role. These arrangements, Chen Feng could handle with a single phone call. If his in-laws wanted him to earn a certain monthly income, he could make it happen. None of these are difficult matters. But for some reason, Mu Qian had never mentioned taking him to meet her parents. He assumed she wasn't in a hurry, so he didn't think much of it either. Thus, by a series of misunderstandings, Chen Feng was seen by his in-laws as an incompetent playboy. Enough with the small talk. The host, upon seeing this, immediately stepped forward. Such a situation where someone is rejected and scolded by their family is extremely rare. Especially the audience's reaction made him realize there was definitely something worth exploring here. So he quickly went up to interview Mu Qian. Ms. Mu, what was the reason you asked your family for money earlier? Upon hearing the host's words, especially seeing her husband's puzzled expression, Mu Qian didn't want to cause more pain or embarrass her husband, so she immediately said, I told my friends I was investing in a business, but I didn't have enough money, so I borrowed it from my brother. I never expected my sister-in-law would find out about this. I'm deeply sorry, deeply sorry. In truth, Mu Qian's heart was in agony. Often, the pain inflicted by family members is the most devastating to one's self-respect. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. There were only 20 minutes left until the deadline for borrowing the money. If she couldn't borrow the money within 20 minutes, she would lose the $5,000 bonus. So, Mu Qian didn't think twice and picked up the phone to start borrowing money again. Hello, Xiaoli, do you have any money? Hello, Ms. Su, it's Mu Qian. Is it convenient to ask you something? Ah, Qian, I'm really sorry. I just bought a pet dog recently, which cost me tens of thousands of dollars. I don't have any money left from my salary. Borrow money? No way, I just bought a bag and don't even have enough for myself. Qian, you're really naive. With your looks, you could easily find a rich second-generation heir. How did you end up having to borrow money to get by? Hey, let me finish speaking. Alright, let me think. Are you in a hurry? If you are, I can try borrowing from a friend. A few thousand should be manageable. What? Tens of thousands? No, Qian, even though your salary is a couple of thousand, don't forget you have a mortgage to pay. After paying the mortgage each month, you still need to eat and live. How can you possibly afford that? After a full 15 minutes, Mu Qian had gone through her entire contact list. But no one was willing to lend her money. Maybe she should make up an excuse. Or just refuse outright. Some even refused and lectured her. As a result, Mu Qian became the center of attention at the event. Countless people watched her humiliate herself over and over again. But Mu Qian didn't care. All she cared about was getting the money, winning the 50,000 yuan prize, buying a car with her husband, and having him take her home in style to marry her. With this thought in mind, she didn't care about any embarrassing situations she encountered. Chen Feng, standing nearby, felt both helpless and heartbroken. Though he didn't know why his wife was so determined to get the 5,000 yuan prize money, at that moment, as a man, seeing his wife humiliated and feeling nothing, he felt he wasn't worthy of being called a man. Thinking about it, he began to ponder how he could borrow the money without having to contact his old friends. He continued to ponder. Seeing that there were only 5 minutes left, Mu Qian finally, under the gaze of countless people, dialed her parents' phone number. As she dialed her parents' number, on the other side, at the headquarters of Ali Mama Group. At that moment, Jack Ma had just finished his meeting and approached his secretary. After taking the phone, he asked casually, "Did anyone call me?" Chapter 8, I'll give her everything she wants. At the program's site. When Mu Qian picked up her phone and opened her parents' number, everyone held their breath. Everyone wanted to see how this woman would borrow money. The call connected in just a few seconds. As soon as it was answered, a gentle voice came through. "Daughter, what's wrong?" Hearing the voice, Mu Qian's heart skipped a beat. It was her father. "Dad, Who's calling?" Just as Mu Qian was about to speak, a harsh voice came from beside her. Hearing the voice, Mu Qian's expression and movements both betrayed fear, as if she were terrified of the woman on the other end of the line. "It's Xiao Qian." Mu's father didn't think much of it and answered directly. What does that girl want? Didn't you two have a big fight last time? Did she realize she was wrong? If she did, tell her to come home. Though her tone was harsh, her words were filled with concern. Xiao Qian, what's the matter? Did you get into trouble outside? Mu's father knew his daughter's temperament. She would never call him unless something serious had happened, especially after the last incident. Dad, can you lend me some money? Mu Qian said earnestly. She really didn't want to call home. But there was no time to hesitate now. The final few minutes. If she didn't get the money, she wouldn't receive a single penny of the $5,000 bonus. So she mustered up the courage to make the call, her tone extremely strained as she asked for the money. Borrow money? What happened? How much do you need? Upon hearing his daughter ask for money, Mu's father immediately assumed something had happened to her and hurriedly asked. Just as Mu Qian was about to speak again, her mother's voice also rang out. Borrow money? I said, if you've run into trouble and need money, no matter how much it is, your mother will give it to you. But if it's to support that good-for-nothing guy, I'm telling you, I won't give you a single penny. I said, have you cut off contact with that man? Why are you being so stubborn? That man earns a few thousand a month, has no skills, no house, no car. You're risking everything for love. Your parents won't say anything, but you need to think about the future. Your parents don't necessarily want you to marry a rich man, but at least find someone with a house, a car, and some savings. That's not too much to ask, is it? When you have children, we're not saying they have to go to an elite school, but at least a normal bilingual school, right? Food, daily expenses, plus occasional trips and social gatherings where doesn't tea that require money? Plus, don't think I don't know you bought the house with all your savings and then lie to us saying it was bought by that good-looking guy. Why bother? Why go through all that trouble? After the mother finished speaking, the entire crowd erupted in chaos. Everyone thought this couple was a normal married couple. After all that, they weren't even married yet. And there is so much opposition from the family. Most importantly, the man was actually a playboy? The house and car were all bought by the woman? This left the audience speechless. Among those shocked, the most shocked of all was Chen Feng. He never would have imagined. His wife had been silently sacrificing so much for him. From their phone conversation, he could tell that his wife and parents had definitely had a disagreement. She just hadn't told him about it. Thinking of this, Chen Feng immediately wanted to explain, snatching the phone and speaking to the person on the other end. Auntie, I'm Mu Qian's boyfriend. My name is Chen Feng. But the other person didn't respond immediately. Instead, they fell silent. They hadn't expected the boyfriend to be right there, especially since their daughter had put the call on speakerphone. Auntie, I didn't know about what happened between Mu Qian and you. If I had known, I would never have let her suffer so much. I hope you can understand. But rest assured, from now on, I won't let her suffer even a bit, whether it's materially or emotionally. I, Chen Feng, am making this promise here. Whatever others have, she will have too. Whatever others don't have, she will have as well. Chen Feng wasn't just making empty promises. With his capabilities, even if Mu Qian asked for the moon, he would find a way to get it. But unfortunately, these words, when heard by the two elders, sounded like empty promises to a child. In fact, his in-laws, who already had a poor impression of him, were immediately enraged. Young man, don't talk so arrogantly. Since Mu Qian started living with you, our family has been struggling financially. Do you have any idea how difficult things have been? When she was living at home, I gave her tens of thousands of dollars in pocket money every month. Now that she is earning tens of thousands of dollars a month, she is giving it all to you, and you're still bragging like this? I'll tell you this, young man. Auntie didn't look down on you before, but after you said that, I truly look down on you. What qualifications do you have to give her what she wants? Your monthly salary of a few $1,000s? Or your lack of friends and connections? If you truly love her, please let her go and give her freedom. Uncle and aunt spoke one after the other. After they spoke, Mu Qian panicked and quickly snatched the phone, saying, Mom and Dad, I won't borrow it. I won't borrow it. After saying that, she was about to hang up. After the call was disconnected, a furious voice came from the other end. You little brat, I'm telling you, if you don't leave him, you'll never come home for the rest of your life. Even if you die on the streets, I won't give a damn about you. The voice was her mother's. In an instant, the scene became dramatic. Chapter 9, Jack Ma's Shocking Revelation. 6666. Fair-haired guy. These days, being good-looking really has its advantages. I instantly felt sorry for the girl. Sigh, as a woman, I admire her for being so willing to risk everything for love, but in situations like this, the outcome rarely ends well. I just don't get this guy. His own wife is like this, and he's still acting all high and mighty. Yeah, this guy is such a loser. Every family has its own problems. Why haven't I met such a good woman? If my wife were like this, I'd work during the day, deliver takeout in the evening, and wash dishes at night. In short, I'd never let this woman suffer even a bit. Brothers, at this moment, I believe in love. Millions of viewers in the livestream are now expressing their emotions because of Mu Qian's call. Some people are criticizing Chen Feng for not being very good. Some people are envious of Chen Feng for having such a wife. Some are speaking up for Mu Qian. But regardless, everyone envies the two of them. However, after Chen Feng saw this scene again, he began to regret it. No, to be precise, he began to blame himself. Compared to Mu Qian's love, his love seemed selfish. He had sacrificed his own happiness to live an ordinary life, yet he had forced a woman to endure humiliation and mistreatment in public for his sake. Thinking of this, Chen Feng could no longer endure it. In front of countless people, he immediately picked up his phone and began searching for a number in his contacts. The camera quickly shifted to his phone screen. But at that moment, everyone believed his efforts were in vain. It was simple: if he was really that powerful, why would he hide it? Meanwhile, on the screen behind the large stage, Chen Feng's phone contacts were visible to everyone. What's Little Wang, Little Ma, Gay Ma, Little Shi, Little Guy, Little Sua? In short, every name here has a little prefix. Not a single honorific title could be seen. This made the audience think he was extremely arrogant. Generally, when making friends, unless someone is a generation younger or in a subordinate position, you either use their name or add a respectful suffix like brother or sir. But Chen Feng's contact list is all little followed by names. It's unlikely that everyone he knows is his subordinate or junior. What the audience doesn't know is, for the people in his contact list, having Chen Feng save their phone number is an honor. After all, this man is the world's hidden billionaire, whose net worth is beyond imagination. His businesses span the globe. His industries are diverse, and he has invested in both profitable and unprofitable ventures. In fact, he personally monopolizes several energy projects in certain countries. In this context, what do these so-called millionaires, billionaires, and even the richest of the rich amount to in his eyes? With Chen Feng's capabilities, making them go bankrupt wouldn't require a single phone call, but it certainly wouldn't take long. Enough with the small talk. Just when everyone thought Chen Feng was merely struggling in vain, he found the person he had called earlier, whose name was noted as Xiao Ma. He dialed the number again. After 3 rings, the entire audience listened in, growing increasingly curious. Why is he calling this number again? Wasn't it rejected earlier? With confusion, the audience continued watching. But soon, the phone rang with a standard tone. Hello, the number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. This time, the entire audience burst into laughter. Meanwhile, on the other end, at that moment, Mr. Ma was sitting in his car, on his way to meet an important figure. This important figure held the key to the listing price of their group's financial division. It could be said that if he could satisfy the other party, his assets would increase by at least several billion. Although he always told others that he wasn't interested in money, he never specified how much money he wasn't interested in. A few billion or even tens of billions didn't interest him at all, but hundreds of billions or even thousands of billions were a different matter entirely. With so much money, it would be impossible to spend it all, but what he was concerned about was his reputation. A person lives only once. One must strive for something in life. He has been the richest person in the country, but he has never been the richest person in the world or Asia. So he wants to make the most of his remaining years, give it his all, and see if he can become the richest person in Asia or something. Just as he was lost in his dreams, the phone rang. The secretary holding his phone in the back seat glanced at the number and hung up decisively. Seeing her hang up, Mr. Ma grew angry. His phone calls were always from important figures. How dare a mere secretary hang up on him without permission? How could he not be angry? Xiao Shang, you didn't even answer the call before hanging up. Isn't that inappropriate? Mr. Ma was a refined gentleman who wouldn't explode in anger, but those words alone were enough to terrify the secretary, who hurriedly explained. Mr. Ma, this was a scam call. The caller said he wanted to borrow money. I don't think any of your friends would call you to borrow money. Even if they did, they'd come in person, not call. Plus, he was stuttering, so I hung up. I didn't expect the scammer to call again. After the secretary explained, Mr. Ma's expression eased slightly. But soon, he felt something was off. As the secretary had said, none of his friends would ask to borrow money over the phone. Even if they did, they would come in person, and the amount would certainly be significant. So why did he call? A scammer? No, his phone had been professionally screened. Genuine scammers or numbers that hadn't been approved wouldn't be able to call through. If the call came through, it must have been from someone he had communicated with before, and the system had automatically approved it. Thinking this, he immediately asked his secretary to hand him the phone. Upon receiving the phone, he glanced at the caller ID. He didn't think much of it at first, but when he saw it, he was completely shocked. Ma Zon's entire body froze, and he blurted out, "Holy!" Chapter 10, I want a little money? What? A billion? Why was Mr. Ma so shocked? Because the person whose number appeared on the caller ID was the one who had once led him to greatness. At the time, he had retired from the business world without leaving any messages, except for a phone number, which he told him to keep. That phone number is the one he is using now. As a result, he was able to detect it through the system and dial it directly. The secretary had no idea that this unlabeled phone number belonged to her boss's boss. Moreover, she had no idea that her boss's phone had an automatic spam call blocking feature. Thus, by accident, 2 incidents were triggered. At that moment, Chen Feng was completely baffled. The first time it was disconnected, it could be overlooked as the other party might not have known the details. But now, when he called back the second time, the call was hung up immediately, without even giving him a chance to speak. This left him utterly embarrassed. Especially with the crowd around him, everyone was murmuring in disbelief. Everyone started laughing wildly. Even Mu Qian, upon seeing this, felt so embarrassed she wanted to dig a 2-bedroom apartment out of the ground. However, she didn't join the others in mocking her husband. Instead, she clutched her husband's hand tightly. Then she said, "Honey, it's okay. Let's just treat this as a little fun. Whether we have money or not doesn't matter. As long as we're together." Hearing his wife's heartfelt words, Chen Feng also tightly held her hand, but he didn't respond. Instead, he whispered in her ear, "Wife, everything that happened before was my fault. But from now on, it won't happen again. There are many things I can't tell you all at once, but I'm giving you my first promise now. I'll make sure you win first place in this show and get the 10 million yuan prize." Although he didn't know much about the show, his wife had watched it before, and he had picked up some details while watching with her. The show was divided into several rounds, and they were currently in the first round. As long as they keep advancing and win first place, the prize money at the end of the show would be a full 10 million. "Honey, it's okay." Mu Chen didn't take it seriously in her eyes, her husband was just comforting her. Chen Feng saw this and didn't feel the need to say much more. However, at that very moment, as they faced the mockery of countless people, Chen Feng's phone suddenly rang. When the phone rang, the entire audience stopped laughing and turned to look. The caller ID showed it was Xiuma. It was the same person who had hung up on him earlier. Seeing that he was calling back, the audience couldn't help but grow suspicious. With skeptical expressions, everyone quietly gathered around. Chen Feng didn't hesitate and answered the call directly. As soon as he answered, a voice filled with tension came through. "Mr. Chen, is that you?" The trembling voice sounded as though a debtor had seen their creditor, trembling all over. Chen Feng didn't dwell on the past. In a cold tone, he said, "I don't have time to chat with you right now. Give me some money immediately. If I don't see it within 3 minutes, we'll settle all the accounts then. How much do you want?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Mr. Ma on the other end of the phone asked directly. "Just a little." Compared to others who borrow money, Chen Feng gave others the impression of issuing an order. After stating he wanted just a little, Chen Feng hung up the phone decisively. As soon as the call ended, the audience was left speechless. What kind of borrowing is this? Wait, were they even borrowing money just now? I feel like this is the boss asking an underling for money. Holy crap, this guy is so bold. How dare he talk to someone like that? This guy has no skills, but he sure knows how to act tough. If it weren't for the cheap clothes he's wearing, which look like they cost a few $dozen from a street vendor, you'd think he was talking to the boss of Ali Mama. Hey, you know what? That guy's voice actually sounded a bit like Mr. Ma. Pfft, are you kidding me? Borrowing money from Mr. Ma? You've lost your minds? The audience started commenting one after another, and some observant people noticed something off. But soon, reason told them they were idiots. Everyone now regarded Chen Feng as a pretentious fool. At the same time, in the multi-million-dollar Maybach, Ma Zong, who had been hung up on by Chen Feng, looked utterly panicked. He no longer had time to settle accounts with his secretary. Because Chen Feng's mission was the most important. Soon, he began to urgently ask, "Can you transfer the money to a friend of mine right now?" "Yes, how much?" The secretary, unaware of what was happening, hurriedly replied. He said a little isn't enough, his status wouldn't allow for a small amount. "Oh, I see, it's 1 billion. Right, we almost messed up the whole thing. Hurry up and transfer 1 billion to my friend." At that moment, Mr. Ma was in a panic, completely flustered, and had misunderstood the little bit Chen Feng wanted as 1 billion. However, when the secretary heard that it was 1 billion, she immediately said, "Mr. Ma, transferring over 1 billion requires at least 20 minutes, even at the fastest possible speed. Large transactions are strictly regulated by the state and cannot be processed like regular transfers that arrive instantly." So the secretary's reminder was timely. What? 20 minutes? Upon hearing this, Mr. Ma immediately panicked. The person on the phone had made it clear earlier that it would take no more than 3 minutes. Thinking about it, his mind raced. Finally, he looked at the phone displaying the incoming call and suddenly realized. Chapter 11, Payment Processed, 1 billion yuan. What solution could Mr. Ma come up with? It's simple. What does he do? Taobao? No, that was just what he used to make his fortune. Now, for Mr. Ma, the projects he's working on far exceed his previous Taobao business. And this project is Payment Pass. The emergence of Payment Pass has changed the world and transformed the domestic market. At the same time, thanks to this project, he has made a fortune. Now, Chen Feng needs to transfer the payment within 3 minutes. And he must do so within the allotted time. Relying on a bank is impossible, so he turned his attention to his own product. Especially since Chin Feng didn't provide his bank account number, so even if he transferred the money, he wouldn't know which account it would go into. That's the situation. With this in mind, he quickly called his company and reached the manager in charge of payments for the Payment Pass product. After the call connected, his urgent voice rang out, "Old Zhang, right now, immediately transfer 100 million yuan to this payment gateway account." Yes, that's correct, 100 million yuan. I know the daily limit for payment gateway is 1 million yuan, but have the technical team adjust it immediately. Yes, right now, immediately. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Hurry up, as fast as possible. If you're late, you're fired. When Mr. Ma called again, he had lost his usual composure and was shouting angrily. The deputy general manager, upon hearing this, was also panicking. Though he didn't know who this person was, he knew that this person must be someone of great importance. As a result, he immediately called the technician and began assigning tasks. Back at the program site, after an hour of chasing, the amount of money borrowed by the first-place contestant had already reached over 6 million. 6 million yuan was already considered an excellent result in previous episodes. The second to fifth places have borrowed 1 or 2 million. For an ordinary person to borrow such a large amount of money is already quite remarkable, especially considering the time limit of just 1 hour. The time constraint has significantly reduced everyone's opportunity to explain their situation. Normally, if you explain things properly, you can usually borrow the money. But Chen Feng? At this moment, he remains at the bottom of the list. Facing the last place result, he remains unfazed. Because he had already made the call earlier, there shouldn't be any issues. He believes that Xiaoma wouldn't dare to delay his affairs. Speaking of the program schedule, at this point, the time has reached the countdown phase. There were approximately 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining before the first segment of the program officially concluded. Also during the countdown, Mu Qian held her phone, her eyes beginning to well up with tears. She knew she had completely failed this time, not only failing to win the 50,000 yuan prize but also bringing dishonor upon her husband and facing the ridicule of everyone else. At that moment, she felt utterly useless, like a fool. She desperately wanted to borrow money at that moment, even if it was just 10,000 yuan. If she could borrow the money, get the 50,000 yuan prize, buy her husband a car, and regain some dignity at home, then the humiliation wouldn't matter. Unfortunately, a guest who couldn't borrow a single penny in history was born. Such a beautiful couple, yet they couldn't borrow a single penny. What a pity, what a pity. I thought they were champions, but it turned out they were just bronze. Sigh, I always thought they were the winners, but it turns out they're the losers. Life is so unpredictable, things you think will happen always turn out differently. When the audience saw the final minute, everyone felt sorry for Mu Qian. After enduring all the insults to make it to the show, not only did she get berated, but she also lost her chance to win the prize money. How could everyone not sigh in disappointment? Alright, everyone, the first segment of the show has been decided. There are only 10 seconds left until the end of the program. Let us all count down together in this final moment and shout. 10, 9, 8. As the show neared its conclusion, the host stepped forward to begin the countdown. Regarding Mu Qian and Chen Feng's situation, he wanted to help but was powerless to do so. After all, he was just a host, there was no way he could lend money to the other party himself. So, he could only continue with his work and begin the countdown. Time ticked by second. Just as the crowd was about to shout 3, 2, and was about to shout 1. Suddenly, Chen Feng's phone rang. Ding dong, your payment has been received. 100 million yuan. The sound wasn't very loud, but through the device's transmission, everyone in the venue and the live stream heard it. Upon hearing it, the crowd didn't continue the countdown but erupted into laughter. Why? Because what they heard was that the payment had been received for 1 yuan. Everyone automatically ignored the word billion. Therefore, the audience all believed that he had borrowed 1 yuan, not 100 million yuan. As the laughter erupted again, the host, still smiling, walked up to Chen Feng. As the host, he needed to start counting the numbers and then turn around to record them on the big screen. Chapter 12, Holy crap? 100 million? Not just the host. Even Chen Feng's wife, Mu Qian, who was standing beside him, unconsciously heard it and said 1 yuan. After borrowing for so long, they only managed to get 1 yuan. This was utterly ridiculous. There you go, everyone in the venue was laughing so hard tears were streaming down their faces. In the midst of the laughter, the host, upholding professional ethics, approached Chen Feng. He then said to Chen Feng, Mr. Chen, could you please show me the payment receipt? I need to have the backstage team verify it. As for Chen Feng, while others didn't hear clearly, he heard every word. When he heard that the payment had reached 100 million, he was completely stunned. 100 million? What the hell is going on here? He had only intended for the other party to take a few million. Even a little more, like 10 million, would have been fine. Why did they just transfer 100 million yuan? When he was complaining again, he didn't realize that it was all his own fault. He had previously asked for just a little bit, and given his net worth, a little bit is just a fraction of $1 billion, right? Can you blame old Ma? Old Ma never thought that the world's richest man would go on a variety show to compete with others over who borrowed more. This is no different from an emperor going to a beggar's den to compete with others over who made more money today. Enough said. After the host finished speaking, Chin Feng really wanted to refuse, but considering all his wife had done for him, if he were to hide his identity and humiliate the other party at this moment, he wouldn't be a man. With that in mind, he quickly pulled out his phone and handed it to the other person to check. Taking the phone, the host instinctively glanced at it. After glancing away, he was about to report back to everyone. Suddenly, he seemed to see a ghost and stared intently at the screen. It was as if there was something strange on the screen. For a full minute, the host didn't even blink. Wah go, wah go. What are you doing? Hurry up. What are you standing there for? While the host was still dumbfounded, the production team started frantically asking questions from behind. The director's confusion was shared by the live audience and the millions of viewers watching the live stream. It's just $1, how could you just stand there spacing out? What's going on here? Could it be that this guy has a lot of money in his account? Wait, what's going on with Hua Go? Why is he just standing there staring blankly? Could it be that this kid's phone has some earth-shattering secret? I think that's more likely. Shocking. In a money-lending show, they actually found someone who killed someone for money? Confused viewers began speculating wildly. Amidst everyone's speculation, Hua Go faced the camera, swallowed hard, and then stammered. Guess Chen Feng borrowed 1 billion yuan. Hua Ji's voice wasn't very loud. But the moment he finished speaking, everyone in the audience was stunned. What the hell? What? Wait, what did Hua Ge just say? 100 million yuan? Are you sure you didn't hear that wrong? We have no grudge against you, why are you treating us like fools? Host, are you treating us like idiots? We admit we're not the sharpest tools on the block, but we're definitely not idiots. 100 million? Are you kidding us? To be honest, the host's career is over. What is this host up to now? 100 million? Are you kidding me? Countless viewers were shocked and a wave of questions followed. You're joking. A guy who has been rejected by everyone can borrow 100 million? It's like a real estate agent selling villas explaining things to a beggar. It's completely impossible. Setting aside other factors, even if Chin Feng really has connections, influence, and friends who could lend him 100 million. What is Payment Pass? It's something everyone uses. For ordinary users, the monthly limit is 1 million. For merchants, the maximum daily transfer is around 500,000 yuan. Even if you withdraw it to a bank card, the daily limit is only 10,000 yuan. Any amount exceeding 100,000 yuan must be processed the next day or the following month. However, under these circumstances, how could Chin Feng possibly receive an income from a payment exceeding 1 million? Therefore, whether looking at the surface or using logic, no one believes that Chin Feng really borrowed 100 million. They would rather believe that Esau is riding a cloud to the west to fetch the scriptures than believe what the host said. Similarly, the production team and staff also did not believe it. In their disbelief, the program staff assumed the host had made a mistake and quickly sent 2 people on stage to assist him, while the director's voice was also heard over the speakers. Sorry, everyone. Hua Ge might not be in the best condition and made a mistake. We're sending new staff to verify the information right away. Chapter 13, The Secretary's Heartfelt Plea. As the production team finished speaking, the audience waited. Meanwhile, inside the luxury Maybach, Jack Ma, upon seeing the feedback from his subordinates confirming that 100 million had been transferred, slowly exhaled in relief. As he exhaled, his secretary, unaware of what had happened, asked in confusion. Mr. Ma, what's going on? Why are you so tense? As a secretary, she knew there were some things she shouldn't ask. But she couldn't resist her curiosity. She had been working for Jack Ma for only 2 or 3 years, and during that time, even when meeting with leaders from other countries, she had never seen her boss act so panicked. Yet here he was, panicking over someone she considered a fraud. What puzzled her most was that the person her boss was panicking over had actually come to borrow money? What on earth was going on? Speaking of old Ma. Hearing his secretary's words, the mindset of someone who had narrowly escaped death did not make him any more patient. He coldly stared at his secretary and said, "Earlier, I asked you if anyone had called me. You said no, right?" As old Ma finished speaking, the secretary felt a pang of anxiety. She had completely forgotten about that matter. Realizing this, she hurriedly explained, "Mr. Ma, it was my mistake. I didn't expect someone from an unknown number to call and ask to borrow money. They must be an important guest." As the secretary explained, she tried to defend herself and plead for mercy. But old Ma wasn't interested in such trivial matters. As she continued her explanation, old Ma turned to the driver and said, "Stop the car." As soon as he finished speaking, the driver quickly pulled over onto a highway. Once the car came to a stop, old Ma didn't hesitate and said, "You, get out." "Mr. Ma, I'm sorry, Mr. Ma, please forgive me this once. I beg you to forgive me this once." The secretary, hearing that the boss was about to kick her out of the car, knew this wasn't just a simple outburst of anger. This was a clear indication that she was being fired. As Mr. Ma's personal secretary, with an annual salary of $3 million, a company car, and a company-provided apartment, he was at the top of his industry. Especially since even the lowest official near the Prime Minister's door is still a seventh-rank official, working as his secretary meant he could command respect wherever he went. Even CEOs worth billions would address her as sister. And all of this was because of her status. But now, once old Ma kicks her out, not only will her high salary be gone, but all her connections and resources will be destroyed. What's even more terrifying is that she carries the label of being personally fired by Jack Ma. Once that label is attached, her future is effectively over. The world is vast, but the circle is small. This news will spread like wildfire, and under such circumstances, which company or organization would dare to hire her? For various reasons, the secretary was already sobbing uncontrollably, begging desperately. "You have 3 seconds to get out of the car. Don't make me lose my temper." However, Jack Ma, who had always appeared scholarly and composed, suddenly turned grim. If it weren't for Mr. Chen calling again, he would have almost made a serious mistake. Offending Mr. Chen would mean certain ruin for Jack Ma. And all of this was done by this secretary. How could Jack Ma not be furious? Mr. Ma told you to get out, and you still won't? Do you want me to do it myself?" Seeing the secretary still chattering on, the driver grew furious. At this point, he knew it was time to take credit. Sure enough, after the driver finished speaking, the female secretary could only get out of the car in tears. As soon as she got out, the Maybach roared off immediately, showing no mercy and leaving no room for regret. "Mr. Ma, what should we do with this person?" Inside the car, the driver suddenly asked. "From today onward, I don't want to see her again." As Jack Ma finished speaking, the driver knew that the secretary's future would be bleak. Don't underestimate her, she's not just losing a job, she's losing her future. You must understand that she has already entered a life of luxury. Once you get used to luxury, it's hard to go back to a simpler life. There's no need to think about it, she'll inevitably turn to illegal means to make money. In the end, her fate will be crime, and she'll end up in prison. It's not because she wants to commit crimes, but because she has no choice but to change in order to maintain her current lifestyle. As for Jack Ma, he no longer has the heart to attend meetings. All he can think about is how to calm Mr. Chen down. Regardless of whether it was the secretary's fault or not, he is primarily responsible for his actions earlier. Back to the program site. When the program staff came on stage and took Chen Feng's phone, they first glanced at it casually, just like the host. Then, like someone possessed, they stared intently at the screen. This frustrated the director so much he almost lost his temper. Just a few seconds later, several staff members, their faces filled with horror, answered the crowd with voices trembling with shock. "Guest Chen Feng. Borrowing 1 billion yuan at a time." As the words fell, the entire hall erupted in shock. If it was just the host who had poor eyesight, then surely the 4 or 5 staff members couldn't all have poor eyesight too. At that moment, with several people confirming the claim, the entire venue erupted in chaos, including the director and others backstage. Everyone was left speechless. Chapter 14, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm laying all my cards on the table, I'm the world's richest person. What does 1 billion mean? For ordinary people, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars are considered enormous sums of money. But when it comes to tens of millions, ordinary people start to feel it's out of reach. First, they have no access to such amounts, and second, they have never seen that much money in their lives. In their minds, anything involving tens of millions is a major project or the domain of some wealthy tycoon. As for the billion-dollar level, that's even more unimaginable. This amount of money is completely beyond their imagination. $100 million. They wouldn't even know what to do with it. You have to understand that for an ordinary person, if they were to suddenly come into $1 billion, the first thought would be to buy a car and a house. A house, even a villa, can be bought for 10 million unless it's in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. After buying a house, they buy a car. A car? Even if you got a Ferrari, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and a limousine, the total wouldn't even reach 10 million. In this situation, they wouldn't even know how to spend it. So, how powerful is the impact of 100 million on them? What is going on? Why is everyone talking about 100 million? The production team behind the scenes couldn't believe what they were seeing. 100 million? If you ask him to borrow $10,000, he'd already think that's pretty impressive. When the director was preparing to go up and check personally, the staff had the cameraman directly film Chen Feng's phone. At that moment, the payment page on Chen Feng's phone appeared before everyone's eyes. When they saw the balance showing 100 million, especially the 8 zeros following the 1, both the audience at the scene and those watching the livestream couldn't help but gasp in shock. Such a real amount right before their eyes made them doubt whether they were dreaming. However, there were still many skeptics. Sure enough, someone from the audience immediately spoke up. I said, the daily limit for Paytong is 1 million. Even if you're a company CEO, you can only transfer 10 million. I'd like to ask, how did this 100 million appear? As soon as the words were spoken, many others joined in, questioning the authenticity of the money. Yeah, 100 million? That's impossible. I said, are you taking us for fools? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. I don't believe the other party really borrowed 100 million. It's not just the audience who doesn't believe it. Even the staff members and the host standing nearby don't believe it. But whether you believe it or not, the balance on the payment app is right there. You can't fool anyone with that. At the same time, Chen Feng's wife, Mu Qian, also didn't believe it. She stared at her husband in disbelief, speechless, but her meaning was clear. Seeing his wife in this state, Chen Feng thought for a moment and decided he shouldn't keep it a secret anymore. So, looking at his wife, and in front of countless people, he said with utmost sincerity, honey, I've been keeping a secret from you for a long time. After much hesitation, I've decided to come clean with you. When he finished speaking, Mu Qian was completely stunned. She had no idea why her husband was suddenly saying such things. But he was so serious. Unconsciously, Mu Qian also looked at her husband seriously, wanting to know what secret he had been hiding from her. With that thought in mind, soon, Chen Feng spoke up. He took a deep breath and said, actually, I'm not some so-called penniless man. I'm the world's richest man. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying all my cards on the table. As he finished speaking, his wife had already braced herself, expecting him to claim he was a second-generation heir or something similar. But upon hearing him call himself the world's richest man, she was completely speechless. Along with her shock, the entire audience froze in shock. But, what the hell? Borrowing $1 billion and calling yourself the world's richest person? Then those who can come up with $2 billion must be universe-level billionaires? 66,666. Dr. Lee, the psychiatrist, hello, may I assist you with anything? For the sake of the show, they really dare to act like that. This is way too exaggerated. Forget it, this show isn't worth watching. It's just trying to fool everyone. I finally get it after all that, this person is just an actor. This must have been carefully planned by the production team. Finally, this show has resorted to a script. I thought it was completely authentic, but now it seems just like any other show they've started scripting it. I feel insulted by the show's producers. The production team is really funny. If it's just a performance, why not just say you're Bill Gates' boss? Everyone, I'll come clean, I'm actually the richest person in the universe. Sorry, I'm the richest person in the Milky Way. What has this director been through? Even in his dreams, he's so restrained? Just the world's richest person? The audience was initially stunned. But soon, they started bursting into laughter. Then, some of the smarter audience members immediately noticed something. This dramatic element, no matter how you look at it, seems like it was staged. It fits the formula of today's variety shows perfectly. First, they appear unremarkable, then they start making a big show of themselves, only to be humiliated. After being humiliated, they suddenly make a comeback. This instantly makes the show's impact unbeatable. Thinking about it, both the live audience and everyone watching the live stream believed this was a meticulously planned script. As a result, the audience didn't direct their anger at Chen Feng but instead started shouting that the script was terrible and the acting was poor. When this scene unfolded, the director and crew were completely baffled. When did they arrange the script? If they were going to arrange a script, they could have done it in the previous episodes. Why wait until now? But now, they were in a bind, unable to speak up despite their frustration. A black pot was suddenly and inexplicably thrown onto their heads. In this situation, the host is also helpless. But now the time has come, and the next program is about to air. Therefore, he has no time to think further. He immediately addressed all the viewers. He addressed everyone involved in the program and announced loudly. Now, I announce that the guests advancing to the next round of this program's first segment are Chen Feng and Mu Qian, the married couple. In the next round, they will receive a guaranteed prize of 200,000 yuan. If they succeed in advancing, the prize will be increased. Even if they fail, they will still receive 200,000 yuan. Chapter 15, I'm truly the world's richest person. The host announced the results of the competition. Under normal circumstances, no one would say anything. But this time, everyone had only 2 words on their minds. Those 2 words were guilty conscience. That's right, nervous. Are you kidding? You just claimed to be the world's richest person, the audience started to doubt you, and you just ended the show so abruptly? Shouldn't you at least explain yourself? Shouldn't you have thoroughly investigated it? And you didn't even bother to verify whether that 1 billion was real or not before wrapping things up? This completely goes against the show's purpose. However, what they don't know is that the production team isn't nervous, they just have other shows to air next. This isn't an online show that can stream live indefinitely. For a TV station, all programs are meticulously scheduled and no one can go over time. If it goes over time, they simply announce that the next episode will air soon. That's why this situation arose. Thinking about this, the audience became even more frustrated. However, despite their frustration, this also sparked the viewers' anticipation. Why? Because they were eager to see how the production team would explain it away next. They can't very well claim to be the world's richest person and then act like penniless beggars in the next few segments, can they? After all, the upcoming segments aren't something ordinary people can fake. Only those with genuine talent and substance have the qualifications to succeed. Thinking about this, the audience is already eagerly anticipating Chen Feng and his wife's next challenge. Meanwhile, back to Chen Feng. He had already been taken backstage by the production team. Upon arriving backstage, the director immediately approached Chen Feng and exclaimed, "What on earth were you doing causing such a commotion on the show? What world's richest man? You dare say that?" After the director finished speaking, Chen Feng was completely baffled. What did I do? He had only spoken the truth. Why are you all so worked up? What he didn't know was, while it seemed like the truth, the audience didn't believe it. And when they didn't believe it, everyone immediately blamed the production team instead of him. Out of nowhere, the production team ends up taking the blame. How could they not be angry? Mu Chen didn't know what had happened, but she knew that Chen Feng's nonsense would definitely cause some negative reactions. Thinking about her bonus, she hurriedly apologized. However, just at that moment, a staff member rushed over. After arriving, he whispered something into the director's ear. After hearing this, the director, who had been speechless moments ago, lit up like he'd just won $5 million, his face beaming with joy. Really? The director asked the staff member beside him with an expression of disbelief. Yes, in just 10 minutes, the number of subscribers in our livestream has increased by 3 million, and all the comments are saying they'll wait for the next episode to see how we'll handle this. The staff member replied swiftly. It turned out that the audience members had all transformed into Sherlock Holmes, driven by a relentless desire to uncover the truth, and began eagerly following the show. Their goal was simple, to expose the show's script and reveal that Chen Feng was nothing but a penniless man. To this end, the audience was incredibly enthusiastic. They broke the record for daily subscribers. Upon hearing this news, the director must have been thrilled. Whether it was staged or not, as long as the show was effective, that was all that mattered. After all, isn't that what they do, make shows with as many viewers as possible? It can be said that this was a happy accident that added a lot of highlights to the show. The director immediately began to scrutinize Chen Feng. It must be said that although he was dressed shabbily, his appearance clearly marked him as a second-generation wealthy individual. With a bit of careful grooming, he would undoubtedly exude an aristocratic aura. After watching, the director turned to Chen Feng and said, "Mr. Chen, please forgive my earlier excitement. Here's the thing, since you and your wife have passed the challenge, we would like you to participate in the next episode. However, during the show, our production team would like to collaborate with you, and we hope you'll agree." For Chen Feng, he had already prepared to come clean and didn't want to hide his wife. The first part of his reveal was to bring his wife along to win the show's grand prize, a promise he had made earlier. Even if the production team hadn't mentioned it, he would have agreed. As for the production team's request for cooperation, Chen Feng found it a bit odd, but instinctively assumed it meant informing them of the game rules in advance, so he didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. After agreeing, the director smiled broadly and personally escorted the two of them out. After leaving, Mu Qian remained completely bewildered. First, her husband had borrowed 1 billion. Then came the revelation that he was the richest man in the country. All these events left her feeling like her intelligence wasn't up to the task. When the two of them finally arrived home, Mu Qian suddenly seemed to figure it out. She looked at her husband and exclaimed excitedly, "I get it now. I figured it out. I knew you weren't someone who liked going out much, but today you were so cooperative about going on the show. It must be because the production team approached you beforehand. Then, to achieve the show's authentic effect, they had to deceive me first. If I had known beforehand, there would have been many inconsistencies. That's exactly it. Husband, I was so worried we wouldn't be able to borrow the money or win the prize, but it turns out you've been working with the show's production team all along. You even teamed up to deceive me. How could I have been so worried?" After Mu Qian finished speaking, Chen Feng stood frozen in place. He wanted to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. Having been in business for years, he knew that once someone was convinced of something, no amount of persuasion would change their mind. Rather than waste his breath arguing, it was better to resolve the issue with concrete actions. Therefore, he had already made up his mind. In the next phase, he went straight for the big move. He hadn't watched the show carefully, but he had done some research on it during his journey back. The first challenge is to borrow money, and the second is to leverage one's connections. In simple terms, gather all your friends together and then compare the combined net worth of everyone present. Of course, if someone couldn't make it, they could just record a video message. In the video, you must acknowledge that you are friends with the person, and this will be recorded. In this phase, Chen Feng has already decided who to call over. He doesn't believe that once these people show up, anyone will dare to question him. Chapter 16, The Pitiful Ones Who Live for Pleasure Until Death. The second phase will take place 5 days later. In other words, over the next 5 days, Chen Feng and his wife don't have to do anything, they just wait for the program's invitation. His wife didn't think much of it either. She had already taken leave from work in advance and would be able to take the rest of the time off after finishing her 3 days of work, waiting for the program crew's invitation. During this period, Chen Feng showed no unusual behavior. However, even though he was at home, Chen Feng did one thing: he unfroze his previously frozen assets. Previously, he had deposited all his assets into a Swiss bank account, freezing them to prevent himself from spending any money. But now, he no longer wanted to pretend, so the purpose of the freeze was no longer valid. He decided to simply unfreeze them. If an ordinary person wanted to change the bank's rules, it would be absolutely impossible. After all, once you've frozen the assets, they won't release them until the specified date. But who is Chen Feng? With a single word from him, the bank immediately submitted the unfrozen request. Others would need half a year or even a year to get their own money back. But he doesn't need that. According to the bank's pace, the amount of money involved is simply too large. Chen Feng's assets are also vast beyond measure. Therefore, it's not that the bank doesn't want to unfreeze the funds, but rather that settling this portion requires a massive amount of manpower to process and transfer the funds into the correct accounts, which takes a week. After a week, all the funds previously unfrozen would be returned to Chen Feng. Of course, this also involves the process of transferring overseas assets into the country. This process also requires certain procedures, but it's no big deal for Chen Feng. It's just a matter of waiting a couple more days. At this point, Chen Feng no longer cares. He just wanted to come clean and give his wife a happy life. Just as he had told his mother-in-law during their conversation. Whatever others have, his wife must have as well. Whatever others don't have, his wife must also have. Even the things his wife possesses, no one else can have. With this mindset, he naturally relaxed. As for the second segment of the show, Chen Feng was also prepared and decided to come clean. At that point, he wouldn't need to explain anything. Everyone would naturally know that he, Chen Feng, was the world's richest man. No need for further ado. As time passed, 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. Just as the second segment of the show was about to begin, a video suddenly went viral on a certain platform. As soon as the video was released, the view count skyrocketed, reaching 1 million likes in just one day. By the next day, which was the 4th day after Chen Feng participated in the show, the video had already topped the charts on the platform. The view count reached a staggering 6 million. The reason this video went viral is entirely due to the video's creator, who is a fake busting expert with over 2 million followers. Fake busting has emerged as a new profession in recent years. These professional fact-checkers spend their days exposing false claims for their audience. For example, they might expose a certain food product as tasteless or a certain item as low quality. In such cases, the fact-checkers gain popularity online by criticizing these products. With the increasing popularity of entertainment shows, the focus of these truth-seekers has expanded beyond food and products. They are now more inclined to target entertainment programs. For example, certain talent shows, such as The Voice and the like. Through these anti-counterfeiting programs, since entertainment shows naturally attract a large audience, as long as they are produced, regardless of quality, viewership will skyrocket. Take Chen Feng, for instance, who borrowed 1 billion yuan in front of countless people. Such a topic naturally becomes a hot topic, though it hasn't gone viral yet. However, a blogger on a certain platform, who goes by the name Professional Fact Checker, has edited and released a video titled Enjoying Life to the Death, The People Are Pitiful. In the video, the blogger begins to meticulously analyze Chen Feng's episode. He divides the program into 3 segments with great attention to detail. The first segment focuses on Chen Feng's behavior after the crowd took the stage. He didn't make any mistakes, but he dared not take out his phone to make a call. Here, the blogger analyzes that this is because he knows he is an actor. Everything was a scam, and at that moment, his mental burden was heavy, so he was a bit at a loss. But soon, the production team intentionally provoked his wife to get him into character, causing his unsuspecting wife to start calling family members to borrow money. Sure enough, after his wife completed a series of actions, Chen Feng was like a completely different person. The decisive decision to make the call. The shift in attitude was clearly prompted by some kind of hint. As soon as the topic was brought up, it immediately gained widespread approval from the audience. Everyone felt there was something fishy going on. After explaining this segment, the blogger continued with the second segment. With a cold, arrogant tone, he demanded the other party transfer money to him. Let me ask you, if an ordinary person were to borrow money, wouldn't they be groveling? Wouldn't they use a soft tone? Who would go to someone else to borrow money using a commanding tone? Clearly, this was also part of the show's script. However, they never anticipated that the actor they hired was so unprofessional. They couldn't even pull off this simple act, resulting in obvious flaws and inconsistencies. As for the third suspicious point, that's the payment of 100 million yuan has already been transferred. This is an outright insult to the eyes of countless viewers. Are you kidding me? When has Payment Pass ever been able to transfer 100 million yuan? Isn't this clearly treating people like fools? Moreover, after the 100 million appeared, the official authorities did not verify its authenticity. Instead, after Chin Feng revealed himself as the richest man, they hurriedly announced the end of the show. Clearly, they messed it up. At this point, the blogger directly played the edited footage for the audience to see. In the footage, the host was panicking, with one hand on the earpiece as if following someone's instructions. All signs point to it. Chen Feng is an actor. He was an actor brought in by the production team. It was all done for ratings. As the commentary reached its conclusion, the blogger spoke earnestly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an era of hedonism. To enhance the program's impact, they care not a whit about the consequences for ordinary people. A simple, ordinary person has been turned into a so-called world's richest man by the show. Under such circumstances, once the truth is exposed, he will have suffered a complete social death. From then on, he will be mockingly called Mr. Billionaire by everyone he meets, becoming a laughingstock for the entertainment masses. Perhaps he can endure it, or perhaps he cannot. But I know that once his fame fades, no one will mention him again. He will become a sacrificial pawn of the entertainment industry, forced to live out the rest of his life with the label of billionaire guy. I feel sympathy for him, but I know he doesn't deserve it. Because from the moment he agreed to collaborate with the program, he had already abandoned all dignity, willingly becoming a laughingstock for others to gossip about. This was his life choice, his own decision, and we have no right to interfere or manage it. All I can say is, I hope all entertainment programs can treat their audience like fools, but please don't so easily destroy someone's life. These words, combined with the previous commentary, immediately garnered widespread approval from countless viewers. In an instant, Chen Feng instantly became the object of sympathy and pity across the entire internet. Chapter 17, Meeting you is the luckiest thing that happened to me in this lifetime. As soon as the video was released, the view count and the number of people feeling sorry for him were simply countless. As for Chen Feng, he never would have imagined that one day he would become the pitiful figure in the eyes of the audience. And he didn't watch the video, but Mu Chen did. It all happened while she was at work. Suddenly, a colleague ran up to her and said, I always thought you were just keeping a sugar daddy, but now I know your husband actually loves you so much. Hearing this, Mu Qian was completely speechless. How could someone just come out and say that her husband loved her so much? Although she was quite pleased to hear such words, she knew there must be a reason behind it. Unable to resist, she couldn't help but ask. Under the other person's guidance, Mu Qian opened a certain website and quickly found the viral video. After a thorough explanation that lasted over half an hour, she couldn't help but believe everything in it. She had always suspected that her husband had been approached by the show's production team beforehand. Now, after this blogger's analysis, she was completely convinced. Especially after hearing the blogger's words, she finally realized how much her husband had sacrificed for her. Mu Qian's sacrifices were only within the home, unknown to others. But Chen Feng's sacrifice this time was putting his entire future reputation and life on the line. Think about it. In this era of rapid online information development, any interesting incident can become a meme among netizens. Once it becomes a meme, on the bright side, the person might gradually gain popularity and become an interesting figure in the eyes of the audience. But on the downside? Take Chen Feng, for example. When he revealed that he was the richest person, no one with a sound mind would believe him. In this situation, hasn't Chen Feng just become a joke? Especially since the show is still ongoing. As the subsequent episodes air, his husband's fame will only grow. For celebrities, growing fame is naturally a good thing. But for ordinary people, good fame is naturally a good thing. But a reputation that is seen as a joke is simply unbearable. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel moved. Her husband must definitely know about this. He must have known that he would become the laughingstock of others. But for the sake of the high bonus offered by the production team, he was willing to become the laughingstock of the world. Suddenly, tears welled up in Mu Qian's beautiful eyes. Soon, after work, she made the decision to leave work earlier than ever before. She left promptly, whereas in the past she would have stayed until 8 o'clock, just to earn an extra 3,000 yuan. But now, she just wanted to go home early to see her husband. 6:40 p.m. Mu Qian took a taxi and returned home. As soon as she entered the door, Chen Feng was leaning against the sofa, quietly reading a book. When he heard the door open, he was a bit puzzled, as his wife shouldn't have come back so early at this hour. And when he turned around and saw his wife, he was even more puzzled. However, before he could speak, his wife threw herself into his arms. 2 streams of hot tears flowed down her face. Seeing his wife's dejected expression, Chen Feng immediately assumed she had been wronged, and his anger flared up instantly. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Facing his question, Mu Qian shook her head and said in a choked voice, Dear husband, thank you so much. Thank you for being such a loving man. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Hearing his wife's heartfelt confession, Chen Feng was speechless. Why are you saying this out of the blue? Soon, after calming his wife down, Through her account, he finally understood. After watching the video of the fake busting king on a certain platform again, Chen Feng felt a headache coming on. What on earth is going on? Does no one believe me when I tell the truth? He really wanted to ask someone why he didn't deserve the title of billionaire. If he weren't afraid of scaring his wife, he would have taken her straight to a Swiss bank or introduced her to his old friends. But that's just wishful thinking. Seeing how deeply his wife had misunderstood him, he had made up his mind. He would simply have someone come over when the show started tomorrow. By then, he believed that once this person arrived, no one would question him. His wife would also believe him. With that in mind, he comforted his wife and didn't rush to explain. As the richest man in the country, he had experienced far too many storms in his life to ever rush into anything. He remained calm and composed in all situations. But ironically, this calm and composed demeanor was interpreted by his wife as indifference. This scene made Mu Qian feel even more guilty. Chapter 18, One Friend is Enough. The next morning, as a ray of light fell on the windowsill. At the same time, she also expressed her own thoughts, which were that she hoped Chen Feng would stop participating in this program. Everything should end here. She was worried that Chen Feng would end up making a fool of himself just to win the prize money. But Chen Feng not only refused, he also swore that he would definitely help her win the $1 million prize. Hearing this, Mu Qian became even more convinced that he must be connected to the show's production team. In other words, he had already been pre-selected as the first-place winner by the show's production team. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but regret it. If she had known this would happen, she would have rather worked harder herself than let her husband go after that money. But now that it had come to this, regret was useless. As for Chen Feng, after waking up, before they had even finished washing up, the show's production team was already waiting at the door. Mu Qian, who had answered the phone, immediately hurried up, applied a quick, light makeup, and went downstairs with Chen Feng. Upon arriving at the bottom of the residential complex, the production crew enthusiastically ushered them into a black Mercedes-Benz SUV. After the car started, the director of the production team spoke up. Mr. Chen, Ms. Mu, the second round of the competition is about networking. Let me explain it briefly to both of you. What we mean by networking is that all contestants who advance to the second round must invite 5 friends to the venue. Of course, if they can't make it to the venue, they can prove it through a VCR video, as long as the person is willing to help the guest film it, which proves they are good friends. After filming, these individuals must also provide information about their financial status, and the total amount will be calculated. The total wealth of the 5 friends combined will serve as the competition data. Of course, celebrity friends will also appear during the process. Due to privacy concerns, celebrities are directly categorized into tiers. Third-tier celebrities are valued at 10 million, second tier at 50 million, first tier at 100 million, and top tier at 300 million. Public officials are also included, with county-level officials valued at 1 million, city-level officials at 10 million, and provincial-level officials at 100 million. If they are department heads, a discount is applied. For example, a bureau head is valued at 5 million. A brief introduction. Chen Feng and Mu Qian now understood the rules of the competition. Upon hearing this, Mu Qian felt a bit troubled. Her friends, at most, are worth over $1 million. Even if she were to bring out her department manager, that person would only be worth 5 million. Compared to that, it was simply embarrassing. However, she quickly dismissed her concerns. After all, her husband was on the same side as the production team. Just then, the director suddenly spoke up. However, this episode of the show had been modified. However, when the director spoke, Chen Feng, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke up. He asked with a puzzled expression, "Do we really need 5 friends? Can't just one do?" Chen Feng intended to confront his wife, but he didn't want to involve too many people. It wasn't that he wanted to hide anything, it was because he knew that once he got in touch with those old friends, he wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life afterward. Back then, choosing to live an ordinary life was 3/10 due to these people. From the moment he woke up, the calls from these people came one after another. After finishing one call, before he could hang up, the next one would come in. Moreover, none of these calls were trivial matters, each required his final decision. In this situation, if he had informed all his friends at once, no, even if he had informed just a few, he believed that his friends would start calling him every few days from then on. At that point, his life would truly become unbearable. Therefore, when he heard the program's request for 5 friends, he couldn't help but ask. When asked, the director instinctively replied, "Of course not. The minimum is 1 friend, and the maximum is 5. Because if you don't call anyone, that's basically admitting defeat. But if you do call, you can't exceed 5, otherwise the crowd will get too chaotic on set." For the director, others might not know, but he certainly did. The seemingly ordinary person in front of him was undoubtedly a big shot. Why? Because the 100 million yuan loan is real. It wasn't arranged by the production team. But after their previous encounter, he discovered that even the person's own wife didn't know where the money came from, so he concluded that Chen Feng must have some secret he couldn't reveal. Everyone has their own secrets, and the director is no exception, so he doesn't want to pry into it. In this situation, the director is worried that Chen Feng might cause problems in the second round. He wasn't worried that Chen Feng didn't know the big shots. Rather, he was worried that Chen Feng wouldn't want to reveal his true cards. What if his job was working for some wealthy tycoons? That's not impossible. These days, there are countless wealthy individuals who keep a low profile. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover, and the sea cannot be measured by a bucket. With that in mind, the director's idea was simple. He decided to help Chen Feng resolve the issue directly to avoid any awkwardness. Using his directorial status, a few phone calls were enough to connect with several individuals worth over 100 million, even billions. With these 5 people on board, Chen Feng couldn't guarantee first place, but a spot in the top 3 was a sure thing. Making it into the top 3 would mean successfully advancing to the second round. The reason the director is so eager to help Chen Feng isn't because he's a good person, but because he's recognized Chen Feng's current impact on the show. After all, the previous episode aired and it went viral nationwide. The buzz around it was off the charts. Therefore, he must do everything in his power to ensure Chen Feng makes it to the finals. Once he makes it to the finals, the buzz will only grow, and the show's ratings will skyrocket. If the show's ratings go up, the advertising fees will skyrocket. As for whether the audience criticizes him, understands him, or even insults him, he no longer cares. After 5 days of buzz, the story of borrowing 1 billion yuan and revealing his status as the richest man has already gone viral, becoming a hot news topic. In this situation, the show's ratings skyrocketed. The subsequent 4 episodes each saw a 40-50% increase in viewership compared to the previous ones. This was a phenomenon he had never anticipated. Having tasted success, the director wasn't foolish. He knew that as long as he could keep Chen Feng on the show and keep him filming, the program would have more and more highlights. At that moment, he finally understood why so many reality shows, which are clearly scripted, are so popular. After all, that's exactly what the audience wants to see. However, just as he was about to speak, Chen Feng cut him off with a single sentence. "Alright, I only need to bring one friend." As soon as the words left his mouth, the director was momentarily speechless. He really wanted to tell Chen Feng that the second part wasn't as simple as he imagined. To be precise, the second round of this episode had already been changed and wasn't as simple as before. The rules for this episode have been changed. The new format is more authentic and directly prevents the guests from preparing in advance. However, just as he was about to explain, the car had already arrived at the entrance of the television station. Upon arriving at the entrance, the director wanted to say something but held back. He was afraid someone might be listening. If someone were to film it, it would be impossible to clear his name. So, he could only have the staff escort the two to the green room and then start figuring out how to resolve the issue. In his eyes, he had to ensure that Chen Feng made it to the finals. Only then would the show's ratings stay high. Chapter 19, Rules Change, Guests with Pale Faces. Exactly 10 a.m. The stage was already set up. The next phase of the show was about to begin. The show, titled Do You Really Know Your Worth, is essentially a large-scale alternative talent competition. Like most talent shows, it starts with auditions. The auditions involve participants borrowing large sums of money to qualify. Once the selection is complete, the participants move on to the second phase. This is where participants compete based on their connections. In this phase, 10 groups of guests compete, and the top 3 from each group advance to the next round. Once advanced, the third phase begins. The prize money continues to increase, all the way up to the final stage, where the grand prize of 10 million is awarded. As for the third stage, it's not a competition among 3 people. The production team will directly select 7 participants. Those who are directly selected by the production team to enter the third round are all extraordinary individuals with extensive connections and influence. In short, winning the championship is by no means an easy task. Enough chit-chat. As the stage setup is completed, Chen Feng and Mu Qian had already arrived at the venue. At that moment, the remaining 9 groups of guests also arrived. These individuals are the champions of the first round of this entire episode. The lowest amount borrowed was several million, while the highest exceeded 100 million. Chen Feng ranked among the top 3 in this group but not first. But why would these people, who could borrow so much money, participate in this program? The reason is simple. Don't they have to repay the loans? But the prize money given by the show doesn't need to be repaid. It's like someone who earns 5 million a year, or runs their own company and makes several million a year borrowing tens of millions. Wouldn't be too hard for them, right? For such people, all they need to do is borrow some money from friends, then they can get a guaranteed prize of 200,000 yuan, appear on TV, and gain some fame. What's the harm in that? Moreover, what if they advance to the third round? The prize money at that point would be $1 million. All it takes is a few days of effort to get $1 million for free. Even someone earning millions a year would be willing to do it. After all, who would turn down more money? Of course, there are also hidden big shots in the program. For example, in the earlier episodes, there was a participant worth billions who joined the competition. He was even more extravagant than Chen Feng, borrowing 500 million in just 1 hour. At the time, many people started wondering why someone who could borrow 500 million would participate in this show? For 10 million? The answer was clearly no. After the person finished participating in the show, someone dug up the truth. It turned out that this businessman was facing major issues with his projects. So he intentionally participated in the show to showcase his financial strength and extensive connections. Through the program's coverage, his project's funding shortage was quickly resolved. The project proceeded smoothly, and in the end, his friend made money, he made money, and everyone became wealthy. This can be considered a form of commercial hype. It's similar to how some wealthy individuals in China spend a fortune to invite stock market gurus to dinner. Is it really just about having a meal? No, the real purpose is to let others know that they dined with a stock market guru. Similarly, these people pretend to be randomly selected by the production team and are then forced to showcase their abilities. In reality, it's all for the investors to see, to show them that they have money and influence. In this way, they don't need to make any calls. They just need to leak a little information, telling the outside world that they have profitable projects, and plenty of people will be willing to invest their money to collaborate with them. Now, back to the stage. The host has already arrived on stage. As he walked onto the stage, he couldn't help but glance at Chen Feng a few times. Over the past few days, he had been online and was aware of the various doubts the audience had about Chen Feng. But others don't know he does. Chen Feng wasn't even part of the show's lineup. It's all because of his formidable strength. Thinking about this, especially knowing that he was a big shot, the host hurriedly greeted Chen Feng politely. After doing all that, he stood in the center of the stage, facing the camera. Soon, the audience began to arrive one after another. Within less than 10 minutes, over 1,000 audience members were already seated. The time had reached 10:30, and the show officially began. As the countdown began, the host began speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of selection, the program has reached its second phase, the networking showdown. It must be said that this episode is truly a gathering of hidden talents. First, there was the delivery guy who borrowed 30 million, then the financial genius who brought out 200 million, and finally, the ordinary-looking Mr. Chin who pulled off an upset victory with 100 million. After rigorous selection, the second round is no walk in the park. This second phase is all about networking and social skills. As we all know, every successful person is surrounded by other successful people, and the richer someone is, the richer their friends tend to be. Therefore, this round is all about comparing the connections of the 10 guests present. However, as in previous episodes, the host explained the rules of the game one by one. But when he reached the end, the host suddenly flashes a mysterious smile. It felt as though some cunning plan had been successfully executed. He teased the audience before revealing the answer. However, due to certain reasons, the rules for this episode will be changed. The change is that, to prove that the friends invited by the guests are true friends, each guest will receive a card with the names of some items written on it. These items could be a packet of formula, a toy, or a street snack. After receiving the card, the guests can freely search for their 5 friends and collect one item from each of them to bring to the show. If they succeed, that person will be included in the guest's network. If the person fails to obtain the item or arrives late, they will be deemed invalid and not considered the guest's friend. After the host explained the rules, before the audience could react, the 9 guests on stage were already stunned. It's simple. Anyone who has watched this show knows the rules of the second round. So they had already contacted some wealthy friends and had them record a video clip. Some even went as far as finding distant relatives they hadn't seen in years, begging and pleading to get a video. Today, they were all prepared, each with the mindset of showcasing their billion-dollar net worth. But now, here we are. The show's producers have suddenly changed the rules. Instead of just needing a video, they now have to come to the scene and follow instructions to obtain an item. Isn't this torture? You have to understand, they already did them a huge favor by letting them record a VCR. Now you want them to go out and buy something for you? Do you really think they'll agree? A CEO worth billions would lower themselves to buy something just to help you win a few million in prize money? This is utterly ridiculous and impossible to achieve. So, the guests on site all looked unhappy. Because once this setup is in place, all their work over the past few days would have been for nothing. But when their faces turned pale, the audience became incredibly excited and thrilled. Because this setup is what makes it feel real. These rules allow everyone to see their true connections. What do you mean by connections? Connections are people who are willing to help you, that's what connections are. Does a connection that can't help you with anything count as a connection? That's just called knowing someone. If knowing someone counts as connections, how many people has Li Jiaqing met in his entire life? Wouldn't that make him connected to countless people? That's completely unreasonable. Therefore, the last-minute change in the show's rules directly boosted the audience's interest. Chapter 20, Holy crap, make my Yun Yun run errands. Front row, everyone. Here he comes. We've waited 4 episodes, and finally Chen Feng is here. Ha, the richest guy is here. Front row, watch the richest guy. Next up is the billionaire's performance time. I wonder what kind of surprises the richest guy will bring us. As for the audience, as soon as they logged in, their first priority wasn't the show. They immediately started making jokes about Chen Feng. Because of the last time he exposed himself, everyone online now thinks he's another crazy person. At the same time, Chen Feng has earned a new nickname, the billionaire brother. While the audience was busy making jokes, the director behind the scenes at the program's production team was thrilled. As soon as the show aired, the viewership skyrocketed. In previous episodes, the number of viewers for the second segment was around 20 million, but now it has surged to over 40 million, with a steady rise toward 50 million. If everything goes smoothly, today's live stream viewership alone could reach 60 to 70 million, and even break through 80 million. Meanwhile, the show's ratings are skyrocketing. It had skyrocketed from 2,174 to 3,571. Under normal circumstances, at this time, even a big-budget TV drama would only have a rating of around 253. For a variety show with relatively low production costs, achieving a rating of 3 is already quite impressive. But now, it's already broken through the 3 million mark and heading toward 4 million. At this rate of growth, reaching 5 isn't impossible. This is absolutely fantastic news for the entire production team. Therefore, this has also made the director even more convinced of one thing: they must keep Chen Feng. Meanwhile, after the host announced the new rules for the second round, the audience immediately started sending comments. This rule is great. Yes, I think the production team should have changed the rules earlier. In the previous episodes, where were the friends? They just filmed a VCR. If they really wanted to film a VCR, someone earning a monthly salary of 3,000 could hire someone worth over 100 million to do it. That's right. Who doesn't have a relative worth over $1 billion? Even if they don't, asking them to help film a video isn't that difficult. Agreed, this is exactly what needs to be done. What does it mean to be friends? It's only friends who are willing to help you out. Support the show producers. Today's episode is finally worth watching. For millions of viewers, the rules of the previous episodes were too simple and lacking in substance. Are you kidding? Just filming a video or getting someone to appear on the show is considered having connections? That's completely unreasonable. The newly revised rules are finally worth watching. Take a look. As soon as the host finished speaking, the guests looked as lifeless as wilted eggplants, one after another. Out of the 9 guests, the official 5 spots were all used for video clips. In other words, the guests they actually invited to the venue each only brought one person. 3 of them even had 5 so-called friends film their VCR segments. Now, these pre-recorded videos have no use whatsoever. But the show had already begun. Whether it's for the sake of face or the prize money, they can't just sit idly by. And so, as the host counted down and shouted start, a countdown appeared again on the screen. The guests remained calm. 6 guests, under the camera's lens, made their way to the backstage area and located the friends they had been invited to bring. They then began to explain earnestly and handed out their cards, instructing the others to go to the supermarket or elsewhere to purchase the items needed by the production team. These invited friends weren't exactly millionaires, but they were definitely well off. Upon hearing this request, they were all reluctant to comply. 2 of them turned and walked away immediately, showing no regard for the guests. The remaining 4, whether out of consideration for their friends or for other reasons, eventually went alone, though with obvious displeasure on their faces. After dealing with the invited friends, the 9 guests began making calls. They approached the matter with a try-it-and-see attitude, reaching out to billionaires listed in their contact lists. Under the live stream, embarrassing scenes kept popping up. What? You want me to go to a baby store to buy diapers for you? Are you out of your mind? Or should I just buy you a supermarket? Am I crazy? Didn't you start the joke? I make hundreds of thousands an hour, and you want me to go buy some paintings near your elementary school? Huh, you really opened my eyes. Wait, are we that close? Don't joke like this again, or I'll block your number. I can't believe it. As a tenant, you have the nerve to ask me, your landlord, who pays you rent every month, to drop everything and run errands for you? Hello, the number you dialed is currently busy. Get lost. Wait, did I hear that right? Oh, you want me to buy something for you, right? And deliver it to you? Yeah, okay. One awkward scene after another unfolded on the show. Out of 9 guests, only 2 got a yes on their first call, while the remaining 7 were all rejected. Not only were they rejected, but they were also humiliated in various ways. The 7 guests looked worse than ever, each one more embarrassed than the last, as if they had swallowed a fly. If it weren't for the contract they signed, which prohibited them from leaving midway or damaging the show's image, they would have slapped the show's producer hard. The first round of borrowing money was already humiliating. This second segment made them even more humiliated. No, it was humiliating to the core. This was absolutely unforgivable. The few of them wished they could dig out a 2-bedroom apartment with their feet and bury their heads inside, never to emerge again. In just 5 minutes, the show's impact was maximized. The audience was laughing so hard they couldn't stop. Some with a low laugh threshold were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt, holding their bellies and crying tears. At that moment, Chen Feng picked up the phone. He had already made arrangements with Ma Yun before the show began. However, he hadn't anticipated that the show's rules would be changed at the last minute. At that moment, he also understood why the director had kept explaining on the car ride that it wasn't as simple as he had imagined. It was this. Nevertheless, he didn't care at all. In front of everyone, he dialed Ma Yun's phone number. At that moment, Ma Yun had already been waiting at the company. As soon as she heard Chen Feng's call, she hurriedly answered it nervously. Hello, Mr. Chen. Ma Yun, there's something I need you to do right now. Mr. Chen, please speak. Go to the city center, then buy a box of sesame candy from the century-old sesame candy shop and deliver it to the city television station. All right. After a brief conversation, Chen Feng hung up the phone. Just as he hung up, he noticed that the entire room had fallen into an eerie silence. His wife was staring at him with wide eyes. The audience was no different. The guests had put down their phones and were staring at him like statues. After about 10 seconds, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted from somewhere. Immediately afterward, the entire venue erupted in thunderous laughter. Ha! Did I hear that correctly? Ha! Did he just tell Ma Yun to do something? Chapter 21. If you call Ma Yun, I'll eat 3 pounds of dung. Everyone seemed to have made a secret pact. They all burst into laughter in unison. And beneath the laughter, the audience's reaction was extremely intense. This is it. This is the moment. My perspective was too narrow. I thought the richest man in the world was just bringing a few celebrities to make an appearance, but he actually brought Ma Yun over. At first I thought I heard wrong, but after seeing everyone else say the same thing, I realized, wow, it wasn't me hearing wrong. The billionaire is just so good at bragging. What do you mean bragging? The best actor isn't bragging, that's acting. I'm speechless, I'm completely speechless. The richest guy, what can I do? The director told me to act like this. Director, sorry, she's a new actor. Please forgive her. Ma Yun, now micro merchants are riding my coattails, but you, a crappy show, are doing the same? I'm Ma Yun, a person of some standing. Don't I deserve some dignity? Clearly, no one in the entire venue believed that Chen Feng had just been on the phone with Ma Yun, including his wife. But Chen Feng didn't care at all. He sat on the sofa prepared on stage, calmly watching the audience below laughing so hard they were about to fall over. There was not a trace of embarrassment or panic in his eyes. He looked as though he were watching a bunch of clowns. This confident demeanor, in the eyes of the audience, only served to highlight their own lack of confidence. The other guests on stage, upon seeing this, all turned their attention to Chen Feng. One of them, who was quite close to Chen Feng, didn't hesitate to raise his thumb and say, "Bro, I really admire you. After bragging like that, you can still sit here so calmly. If it were me, I'd have already run away." After the man finished speaking, his wife couldn't help but chime in, her thick northeastern accent ringing out. "Oh my goodness, big brother, where did you learn to act like that? I should go check it out too. I was just about to start a live stream and was wondering where to go for some training." The audience burst into laughter once again at the guest's words. Chen Feng remained indifferent, ignoring everything around him. Someone who has become the world's richest man, even with the help of a system, has a generosity and maturity that these people can't compare to. Some things are better left unexplained. Rather than act like a clown and try to explain, it's better to wait until the truth comes out, and then the difference will be clear. Backstage, several staff members stared blankly at their director. Then they whispered, "Director, where did you find this actor? How can he be so full of himself? Was this script your idea? If it was, how are we going to cover this up? With our skills, we couldn't even afford a Ma Yun from Pinduoduo." Facing his subordinates' words, the director was on the verge of tears. He wished so badly that the actor was someone he had hired himself. If he had hired them, they would definitely listen to him. But unfortunately, this person wasn't someone he had hired. However, explaining all this now was pointless. The only option now was to smooth things over. As for what Chen Feng mentioned about Ma Yun, he didn't believe a word of it. If you, Chen Feng, really know Ma Yun, would you really participate in this crappy show for a few $1,000s in prize money? If you really know Ma Yun, why would you ask to borrow $1 billion? Who would believe that? But no matter what Chen Feng is blowing smoke about or what he's on, the other party is now the show's savior. If he gets eliminated, the show's appeal would drop by half instantly. This show is his ticket to a promotion. If the ratings break 5% and the live stream hits 8 million or even 10 million viewers, he'd be guaranteed a promotion and a raise. So he can't let Chen Feng act so recklessly. For this reason, he furrowed his brows and began to ponder, searching for a solution. After a few minutes, he suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly slapped someone else's thigh, exclaiming, "I've got it. Oh my gosh, you big director. Why did you slap my thigh if you thought of a solution?" The staff member whose thigh was suddenly slapped winced in pain and cried out, "I'm just afraid of pain." The director replied instinctively upon hearing the other person's cries. "What are you saying? I'm speechless." The person who was slapped heard this and was speechless, immediately venting his frustration. Back in the live stream, After Chen Feng instructed the so-called Ma Yun Yun, the topic kept flowing, with discussions, mostly complaints. Amid the complaints, joke tellers started logging in one after another, each beginning to play with the memes. The richest man furrowed his brows, thinking about who to target next. The richest guy is so unfair. Why did he call Ma Yun Yun? What about me, Ma Huatan? Am I not good enough to be seen? Ma Huatan declared, I refuse to accept this. Wangshi, does that mean I have no status if I'm asked to go shopping? Richest guy. Wang Jianlin, thank goodness the richest guy didn't ask me to go shopping, otherwise, I'd have to delay earning a few small goals. Dong Dajie, only calling Ma Yun Yun? Is he looking down on us women? Lei Jun, sigh, if you don't love me, you don't love me. Back when I was running errands, you called me Little Lei Lei, but now when it's time for the show, you call Ma Yun Yun. You've forgotten your love. Under the endless jokes, a few innocent people couldn't help but speak up. You mocking people, aren't you afraid he'll actually call out Ma Yun Yun? Don't say that. Look at this person's demeanor. I feel like that phone call was real. I listened carefully to the phone call again. You know what? It really does sound like Ma Yun Yun's voice. As these words were spoken, the netizens, who couldn't find any humor in it, immediately pounced on a few people and started bombarding them. No way, are there really idiots like this nowadays? Idiots aren't scary. What's scary is when idiots are still naive. A few of you who slipped through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education, please read more books. I can't believe such a small livestream has two geniuses like this. Shocking. The livestream has uncovered hidden geniuses. No joke, if he can really summon Ma Yun Yun, I'll stand on my head and eat 3 pounds of dung. Give me some beans, I'll double up. Wait, I'll super double. 3 pounds? If the neighbors see that, they'll think we can't afford it. 3 pounds each, I said. We'll all die laughing because of you idiots. Chapter 22, Holy crap? Ma Yun Yun is here? Ali Mama Group. Ma Yun Yun, who had already prepared to drive to the TV station, immediately told her new secretary after receiving Chen Feng's call, get a car ready. I need to go to the city center. Ms. Ma, there is an international entrepreneurship conference you need to attend. If you go to the city center now, you'll definitely miss the meeting. The secretary whispered to her. As the leading internet giant in the country, Ma Yun Yun had countless tasks to handle every day. It's impossible for her to have a day where she's not busy from dawn till dusk. Therefore, when he heard his boss change his plans and head straight to the city center, the secretary couldn't help but remind him. Cancel all subsequent appointments and arrange a vehicle immediately. For Ma Yun Yun, a mere conference was insignificant. Chen Feng's matter was the most important. Under his stern voice, the secretary didn't hesitate and immediately arranged a vehicle. Although she was newly appointed, she had previously worked as a secretary at Ali Mama, so she was well aware of how her predecessor had lost her job. As a result, she dared not speak out and simply followed the boss's instructions. That's how it was. In less than 5 minutes, a Rolls-Royce pulled up at the entrance of the building. Ma Yun Yun quickly got in and immediately gave the driver the destination. The driver didn't hesitate and immediately headed toward the city center. As he departed, a small entertainment company also received a call. The call came from the director of the production team. Alright, don't worry, no problem, it's just a small matter. It should take about 10 minutes, no problem. The entertainment company's boss listened to the phone call, behaving extremely obediently, as if a mouse had heard a cat's meow. After another 5 minutes of communication. After hanging up, the boss immediately called his secretary over. The secretary arrived, and he asked directly, is the artist Xiaoma at the company? Yes, boss, what's the matter? The secretary didn't know why the boss was asking about this out of the blue, but he answered without hesitation. Alright, have him go to the city center immediately and buy some traditional pastries from a century-old shop. Once he's done, send him to the city TV station, someone is waiting there. Got it. The secretary nodded quickly and began assigning the task. Soon, an artist who bore a striking resemblance to Ma Yun Yun, accompanied by the company's team, arrived at the city center in a Mercedes-Benz worth over $1 million. It turned out that the clueless director, realizing that Chen Feng was bragging, immediately thought of the solution, find a fake Ma Yun Yun. In this day and age, there are countless fake celebrities. Especially those imitating the fake Jay Chou, there are even more of them. To be honest, while these counterfeit artists may not impress the general public, in some underdeveloped counties or cities, their impact is far more significant than hiring influencers. A single performance can attract a huge crowd and generate significant profits. In this situation, entertainment companies specializing in scouting counterfeit celebrities have emerged. As Ma Dad's fame and popularity continue to grow, some individuals who resemble him in appearance and build have also caught the attention of these entertainment companies. They are signed at extremely low prices and then exploited to the fullest extent of their value. Just as the anti-counterfeiting blogger mentioned Chen Feng, these individuals entertain the masses but never receive any respect, as they are seen by everyone as objects of mockery. However, for these knockoff artists, they simply don't care. While others mock them as clowns, they mock the ordinary people who can't afford to buy a house. Although the prices they are signed for are extremely low, even at those rates, it's still far more than the monthly wages of ordinary people. At least 3 or 5,000 a month. Some who look even more alike earn monthly salaries of 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. In this situation, what does it matter if they're mocked? But enough of that. The Pinduoduo version of my Yunyun's company is located near the city center, so it only took about 15 minutes to arrive at the century-old Sesame candy shop. Upon arriving, several photographers secretly emerged, their cameras fixed on the counterfeit Ma Yunyun walking out from under a Mercedes-Benz. This Ma Yunyun was also extremely arrogant. 7 or 8 burly men in black cleared a path for him, and he walked like the real Ma Yunyun, smiling confidently and occasionally waving at the people around him. Some people who didn't know the truth instinctively thought he was the real Ma Yunyun and started taking out their phones to film him. Even those who had been waiting in line in front of him immediately stepped aside, allowing this Pinduoduo version of Ma Yunyun to go first. However, it didn't take long for people to notice something was off. Although he resembled Ma Yunyun, there was a world of difference between resemblance and reality. Sure enough, people started laughing. I thought it was really my dad, and I was going to ask him to help me pay off my Huabei, but it turned out to be an imposter. I'm speechless. I even made way for him, thinking I'd met a big shot. Don't mention it. I'm already dead to society. Just now, I was so excited that I went around telling my classmates about it, saying I met my dad and even shook his hand. Now, I really want to crawl into a hole and bury myself. These days, you don't have to worry about fake celebrities, just fake CEOs. That's hilarious. I really thought it was my dad. As everyone was discussing it, several photographers had already recorded the entire scene, and the footage was quickly transmitted to the program's live broadcast. Not long after, what was once just a stage with a countdown timer suddenly displayed scenes from a century-old store. Countless people gathered around, each holding their phones and snapping photos frantically. Soon, Ma Yunyun's profile appeared on the screen. Upon seeing this scene, the entire audience was instantly stunned. Chapter 23, The Artist Xiao Ma. It's no wonder the audience was shocked. This was truly hard to believe. Who is Ma Yunyun? The top leader of China's internet industry. Such a figure is like the moon in the sky, something to be admired from afar but never approached. Yet now, he's been invited by an ordinary person who doesn't even look impressive. This situation is no different from a commoner bragging and summoning the emperor to save face. That's why the audience is so shocked. Speaking of Chen Feng, seeing the audience in such shock, he couldn't help but glance backward. When he saw Ma Yunyun appear on the screen, he instinctively realized that this Ma Yunyun was not the one he knew. Although the person's features and build were similar, those shifty, sly eyes were completely different from the deep, wise, and energetic Ma Yunyun he remembered. Just as he was puzzled, the audience also noticed something amiss. Soon, as the camera zoomed in, the figure of this Ma Yunyun became increasingly clear. As the clarity improved, laughter erupted instantly. Is this really Ma Yunyun? Holy crap, I was really shocked just now. I really thought it was Ma Yunyun, but it turned out to be the artist Xiao Ma after all. I recognize this person. He used to be from the same village as me. Because he looks like Ma Yunyun, he was signed by some trashy entertainment company and now frequently appears in short videos with the artist Aoba Nyo to ride their coattails. 666666, I almost thought I was going to eat S. Thank you for sparing my life. Thanks for not making me eat. The richest guy is indeed wise, it's indeed Ma Yunyun, just with artist added in front. This move puts the richest guy on the 5th level. Sudden chaos, it caught me off guard. Artist Little Ma is making a fiery debut. That's right. The audience quickly realized that this so-called Ma Yunyun was actually the artist Ma Yunyun, not the real Ma Yunyun at all. So, after the dramatic scene unfolded, they burst into laughter, laughing so hard they were bending over. But it wasn't just the audience who were confused. Take Chen Feng, for example. He was also completely confused. He had clearly been talking on the phone with Ma Yunyun, so how had he suddenly become the artist Little Ma? With a puzzled expression, he wanted to make a call to inquire, but at that moment, his wife Mu Qian spoke up. What's going on? Does the director really need to do this? Making you look so embarrassing? Hearing his wife's displeasure, Chen Feng smiled indifferently and said, It's okay, Xiao Ma should be here soon. Though he didn't know what was happening, Chen Feng believed that the other party would never dare to refuse his orders. Moreover, he quickly recalled the director's hesitant expression earlier. He immediately guessed that the fake Ma Yunyun might have been arranged by him. However, he knew that the audience would believe the fake horse sound was someone else's doing, not his, so he saw no point in explaining. He decided to remain calm, sitting on the sofa and doing nothing. At the same time, in the city center, the real Ma Yunyun had already arrived, but upon seeing the crowded scene outside through the car window, he realized that waiting in line like this would definitely delay his boss's business. Xiao Su, get out and buy it quickly. If you have to queue, just give them the money directly. For Ma Yunyun, there's nothing that money can't fix if there is, it's just more money. As soon as he finished speaking, his secretary nodded quickly and got out of the car, running over. To be my union's secretary, one must not only possess extensive knowledge and capabilities but also have an attractive appearance and figure. As she walked into the crowd, she immediately became the center of attention. Especially in her professional OL attire, she was the object of everyone's fantasies. The secretary didn't think twice. Looking at the long line, she spoke up, "Those in front, can you move aside? 1,000 per person." As soon as she finished speaking, some customers immediately started to curse. "Who do you think you are? We're just trying to help everyone out. Move aside, move aside. I'm not doing this for $1,000. It's because the girl is buying for herself, she must have an urgent matter." At first, the customers were annoyed by the request to move. But when they heard it was 1,000 yuan per person, what else could they say? Just move aside. It happened quickly. What would have been at least an hour-long queue was resolved in just a few minutes. The secretary got what he needed and, under the gaze of countless people, walked toward a Rolls-Royce worth millions. No wonder he's so rich he drives a Rolls-Royce. Indeed, being beautiful always gets you into luxury cars. In my next life, I'll be a woman, no need to struggle, just be good looking. Ah, money really is great. Under the envious glances of the crowd, the Rolls-Royce quickly made its way toward the TV station. Chapter 24, The Two Horses Gather. About 30 minutes later. At this point, the other 9 guests on the show were also giving it their all. In their quest to secure a spot in the top 3, they were willing to throw all their dignity to the wind. With their net worth in the billions, they no longer cared about their reputation, others simply viewed them as fools. Only 2 or 3 had brought along guests worth 3 or 400 million. The remaining 6 or 7 had called in people worth tens of millions. Of course, this net worth of several hundred million doesn't just include cash, it also includes the value of their properties, cars, stocks, and any other assets they own. According to their plans. In this situation, the outcome is already decided. Those who can summon someone worth over 100 million are essentially guaranteed victory. They don't have much hope either. Therefore, a few guests simply called in a few millionaire friends to save face. Since they can't compete for the top 3 anyway, it's better to accept the $200,000 prize and leave gracefully than to struggle and lose face. With that in mind, soon, the stage was gradually filled with many guest friends. After taking the items the production team needed, they handed them over and followed the production team backstage to settle their assets. In this internet age, anything can be checked. Once information is logged, you can find out how many properties you own, how many vehicles are registered under your name, how much savings you have, everything is accessible. Therefore, the production team wasn't worried about these people faking anything. After all, no one would go through the trouble of transferring their car, house, or stocks into someone else's name just to help a friend, right? That's how it is. After about 40 minutes of the program, a set of data appeared on the screen. The first guest calculated a network wealth of 17 million. The second guest was found to have 12E in social capital wealth. The third guest calculated their network wealth at 0.84E. The top 3 figures were truly staggering. Unlike previous episodes, this program didn't just require a single VCR segment. In previous episodes, the VCR segment was like a battle of the gods, with chaos and chaos. What with CEOs of listed companies, the richest person in a city, and overseas financial tycoons. In short, there was nothing you couldn't see, only what you couldn't imagine. In one episode, a legendary superstar even appeared, directly adding 10 billion to the guest's net worth. At that time, the rankings in the second segment were all in the tens of billions, with even 100 billion appearing. But this time, even though the first place was only a few billion, but the value is high. Because the friends they invited were there to help them out. Those who can help with such minor tasks are definitely considered friends, though not necessarily close confidants. Under such circumstances, breaking the 100 million mark still proves that the guests on this episode have some real clout. Speaking of when the show reached the 50-minute mark, outside the TV station, a Mercedes had already arrived. The audience wasn't paying attention to the other 9 guests, everyone was constantly sending messages. How boring. I really want to see our artist Shoma. Shocking. The production team went all out, even shedding tears, to bring in my union's younger brother, Ma Xiaoyun. I'm really looking forward to the arrival of the artist Xiao Ma. I can't wait to see Little Ma arrive. The production team really went all out this time. I know that Little Ma's appearance fee is $5,000 per appearance. 5,000 yuan? The production team sure is well funded. Actually, I think instead of calling him Little Ma, they should call him Artist Alan, he looks more like him. Go ahead and mock him, but just wait until our artist Xiao Ma arrives and shuts you all up. Endless mockery rolls through the comments, like a snowstorm on the screen, causing laughter to erupt like thunder. Similarly, the director watching the comments couldn't help but feel helpless. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. This Chen Feng is really toxic. Why not just make up a random corporate executive? I could have the staff work together to cover it up, and no one would ever bother to investigate. After venting, the staff members beside him also felt a headache coming on. This Chen Feng is just too heartless. Director, here they come. Just as they were venting their frustrations together, a staff member suddenly ran over, shouting urgently. After shouting, the director immediately gave orders. All right, send someone to fetch it immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, several staff members immediately headed to the entrance of the city television station. A few minutes later, a Mercedes pulled up and the artist Shoma, accompanied by staff members, headed to the program's filming location. However, a few minutes later, a Rolls-Royce drove directly into the television station. Soon after, Jack Ma, surrounded by bodyguards, entered the city television station. Under normal circumstances, his arrival would have drawn the attention of countless people. However, today, because the imposter Ma Yun-yun had arrived first, when the staff saw Ma Yun-yun, they initially thought she was the artist Xiao Ma, paying no attention to Jack Ma. Some staff members even casually remarked, "Isn't that artist Xiao Ma? Go to the 14th floor for the program recording. The director has been waiting for you for a long time. And by the way, I'm not talking about you. Why make such a big fuss? Wouldn't it be better to save some money? How much does your company make from him in a month?" The staff, seeing the Rolls-Royce and the bodyguards, instinctively thought it was fake, so they couldn't help but vent their frustration. Facing the complaints, Ma Yun-yun found it odd. His secretary and bodyguards were about to scold them, but he stopped them. "Let us get down to business first." Ma Yun-yun didn't beat around the bush. After speaking, he headed to the elevator waiting area and then proceeded to the 14th floor program recording site. Chapter 25. This seems to be the real Ma Dad. At the program venue, the second segment had already been going on for a full 50 minutes. The other 9 guests had already completed their tasks. All their friends had also arrived. Only Chen Feng remained. Just as everyone was eagerly awaiting the next move. Suddenly, the host seemed to receive some kind of signal. He immediately pressed his earpiece, walked onto the stage, and then addressed the audience. "Please welcome Mr. Ma Yun-yun, a friend of the guest Chen Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, deafening welcome music blared from the speakers. The lights dimmed, and soon a beam of light shone on the backstage entrance. Soon, a man who bore a striking resemblance to Ma Yun-yun emerged, accompanied by several so-called bodyguards, wearing a smile on his face. After stepping out, the artist Xiao Ma waved his hands toward the people on stage. There was not a trace of awkwardness. As he approached the stage, the audience burst into laughter at that moment. 66,666. "Ha, Ma Yun-yun, you really have a smooth voice. You're amazing, my richest guy. Billionaire brother, the production team has to pay more. To be honest, I really admire the richest guy. If it were me, I'd want to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. To be honest, as an audience member, I'm already so embarrassed right now." As long as you're not embarrassed, then it's someone else's embarrassment. Every single audience member there was laughing so hard they couldn't stop. At the beginning, Chen Feng claimed to have invited Ma Yun-yun. No one believed him, but whether they believed it or not, they were still shocked. But when they found out that the so-called Ma Yun-yun was actually the entertainer Xiao Ma, everyone shifted from shock to watching a joke. As for the entertainer Xiao Ma, he didn't care at all about the audience's mockery. On the contrary, he acted as if he had finally gotten the chance to appear on stage, greeting everyone. At the same time, Xiao Ma took the microphone from the host and, holding a piece of pastry candy in his hand, said, "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Ma, the entertainer. I'm here today mainly to support my friend Chen Feng. Thank you all." After finishing his words, he bowed properly, then walked over to Chen Feng and handed him the pastry. In the director's eyes, regardless, he had to first make up for the boasts Chen Feng had made earlier. Only after doing that could he proceed with the next steps. At that moment, he had already arranged for 5 businessmen. They would pose as Chen Feng's friends, ensuring they would pass the first 3 rounds smoothly. As for the artist Xiao Ma, it can be said that Chen Feng arranged it as a last-minute addition with the production team to entertain the audience. I'm sure the audience won't have any major objections. However, just as the director was feeling self-important, Chen Feng spoke up at that moment. He calmly looked at the artist Xiao Ma, who was holding some pastries. After glancing at him, he shook his head and then addressed everyone present. "Sorry, I don't know him. He's not a friend I invited." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted into chaos, murmuring and speculating on his behalf. "It's a disaster. Ha, the richest man said the director needs to pay more. The richest guy, with your measly budget, you expect me to make such a fool of myself? There's a show to watch. The amateur guest refuses to accept the production team's arbitrary arrangements and storms off in anger. To be honest, if I were the billionaire, I'd immediately curse the production team and leave. Yeah, that's so insulting. But I really want to ask, who wrote this brain-dead script? What a brain-dead script. Why make the rich guy ask for Ma Yun-yun, only to have an imposter show up? This is just embarrassing." In response to Chen Feng's words, the audience's thoughts are clear. Chen Feng is furious. After the video by the fakebuster, Chen Feng has become, in the eyes of the public, someone ruined by the entertainment industry. Calling him a pitiable person is spot on. And now, with such a strong reaction, it's clear he can't take it anymore. But they never considered that the person Chen Feng had brought in was the real Ma In-yoon. Thus, they ended up filling in the blanks on their own. At that moment, the director was filled with hatred, thinking, this Chen Feng is always causing trouble. However, he had already made arrangements and immediately began speaking to the host. A few minutes later, the host hurried over to smooth things over. Everyone, this artist, Xiaoma, is a little surprised we arranged with Mr. Chen for the show. The purpose is to entertain everyone. Now, please welcome Mr. Chen Feng's true friend. After the host finished speaking, the audience showed no reaction at all, as they had already anticipated this would happen. However, just as the host finished speaking, suddenly the curtain behind the stage was pulled aside by several burly men in black. After being pulled aside, a familiar figure quickly appeared before everyone. What's going on with this production team? They've brought in another artist, Xiaoma? Well, the production team just won't stop. They've invited another artist named Xiaoma again. Another Xiaoma? 666666. This show production team is on another level, bringing in another Xiaoma. After the curtain opened, the man who walked out was none other than Ma In-yoon, the internet tycoon invited by Chen Feng. However, since the previous artist Xiaoma was already there, the audience instinctively assumed that Ma In-yoon was also the artist Xiaoma. Speaking of Ma In-yoon, after arriving on stage, he first glanced at the bewildered audience. Then his gaze immediately fixed on Chen Feng. Upon seeing his boss whom he hadn't seen in years, he was so excited that he rushed up without caring about his appearance. Once on stage, he didn't care about anything else. Holding the pastry in his hand, he bowed respectfully to Chen Feng and said, Mr. Chen, the items you requested have been purchased. As he finished speaking, Ma In-yoon couldn't help but glance at the dazed artist Xiaoma standing beside her. At the same time, the audience quickly noticed something was amiss. Wait. Something's wrong. This seems to be the real deal. Chapter 26, the entire internet is buzzing, a real one has arrived. Although, nowadays, some entertainment companies go to extreme lengths for views, creating all sorts of fake celebrities. But with knockoffs, you can tell the difference if you look closely. When the real thing appears, audiences can also tell the difference with a bit of attention. The later arrival of Ma In-yoon initially led everyone to believe it was fake. However, as people watched more closely, they began to notice something amiss. Firstly, whether it was her expression or appearance, she was completely identical to the Ma In-yoon who frequently appeared on TV. Most importantly, there was that scholarly merchant aura. It was like a blow from a higher dimension, making people feel an unprecedented pressure the more they looked. Just as the audience was in shock, Ma In-yoon's secretary walked onto the stage. She was equally stunned. She had cancelled so many appointments and bought a box of pastries, thinking her boss was craving something sweet. But when she realized her boss had done all that just to give something to this unassuming young man, she was speechless. However, being stunned was one thing. Seeing the fake impersonator on stage pretending to be her boss as the secretary, she naturally had to step in to remove him. Because this is a serious insult to your boss. Sir, I don't know where you came from or who sent you here. Please leave immediately. Your current behavior has severely damaged the image of our CEO, Mr. Ma. If you don't want to be sued by Ali Mama, return to your normal life immediately. If you continue to deceive others for food and drink in this manner, we will see you in court. The secretary's voice was firm and resolute, her eyes filled with disdain. As a top-tier secretary in the country, she was accustomed to attending various important events, and her demeanor was not something ordinary people could match. Here it comes. When she finished speaking, Fake Ma In first froze, then hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. After speaking, he bowed respectfully and fled in a hurry. At the same time, the secretary whispered something to the bodyguard. After finishing her words, the bodyguard nodded and followed the group impersonating Ma In-yoon as they left. Clearly, this matter couldn't possibly end so simply. It wasn't about what to do with them, but at least they couldn't continue to use this image to deceive others and live off their lies. As for the audience at the scene and the viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing this scene, after a few minutes of careful identification, everyone finally recognized that the Ma In-yoon who had arrived this time was not an imposter, she was the real deal. Instantly, the entire venue erupted into chaos. Everyone was utterly stunned, staring at the scene on stage. This included the 9 guests on stage, as well as the program directors and crew. They were all completely baffled, having no idea why Ma In-yoon had actually shown up. But they couldn't figure it out. The audience's reaction was intense. Holy crap! Ma In-yoon. Actually, I recognized my father at first glance. My dad is still so handsome. Damn, that's so cool. Is the richest guy really that invincible? Thinking back to the beginning, it feels like we were a bunch of clowns mocking a master. I'm bowing down. My mom asked me why I was kneeling on the keyboard. I don't believe it, unless he can make me not have to pay back my Huabei loan. Yeah, I don't believe it either, unless he can help me pay off my WeChat Pay loans. Yeah, I don't believe it either, unless they can help me pay off my baoyao. Me too, unless someone can help me pay off 360. The person above, are you out of your mind? WeChat loan is from WeChat, what does it have to do with Ma Yun? Wow, the person above is a pro at scamming loans. But what does baoyao and 360 have to do with Ma Yun? The audience was in awe. Chen Feng stood up at this moment. After taking the pastry from the other person's hand, he nodded at him. Although Ma Zong didn't know why his boss was on this small program, he dared not ask. He hadn't worked with his boss for very long, but he knew that his boss did everything for a reason. Therefore, after Chen Feng nodded, he didn't say a word, just nodded back, then led his team away without saying a single word or doing anything else. They came and went in a hurry. It was as if they had come just to make an appearance. Soon, under the gaze of countless onlookers, Ma Yun left the scene. Meanwhile, the director, though utterly shocked, instinctively dispatched a cameraman to follow them. Though the cameraman felt terrified, he obeyed the director's orders, shouldered the camera, and immediately began running to keep up. Following behind. The countdown behind the stage also became part of the footage. Everyone witnessed as Ma Yun's team led the group all the way to the entrance of the city television station. Next, they watched him get into the Rolls-Royce. Upon seeing the Rolls-Royce, someone spoke up. This car is the Rolls-Royce Dragon Year Limited Edition. It was personally customized by Mr. Ma on his 48th birthday. He even posted it on his social media, and it was later exposed by the media. The price of this car is a whopping 30 million yuan. Don't even mention the Dragon Year Limited Edition, just look at the license plate, Hangzhou 88888. That license plate alone is worth tens of millions. This is truly Mr. Ma's style. This is eye-opening. A small program actually brought Mr. Ma here in person. I'm impressed. Chapter 27, Come, feed the young masters some trash. After Ma Yun's vehicle was exposed, no one at the scene doubted Ma Yun's identity anymore. With the doubts about her identity dispelled, everyone turned their attention back to Chen Feng at the program site. In other words, the richest man really called over the big shot Ma Yun? Holy crap, someone who can casually call over the boss like that must have some serious connections. Mr. Billionaire, I was young and ignorant, and I offended you in the past. Please forgive me. I was just a kid and didn't know any better. I hope the richest guy can forgive me. If you feel you haven't had enough, I'll slap myself a few times. Bronze mocking the king. I thought he was just a bronze-level player, but he turned out to be the ultimate champion. After countless sighs, some idle netizens suddenly started stirring up trouble. Hey, wait, I think someone mentioned earlier that if the richest guy calls in Ma Yun, he'll stand on his head and eat 3 pounds of dung. I'll vouch for it, I'll tag this guy for everyone. Only loves a Kali, bro, come out and eat the dung. I also followed a few people who said they'd eat. My Uzi is the strongest. Bro, come out and double it. I'm the leader, don't shoot. I remember you said super double. Why are all the people who said they'd swallow dung gone now? Nonsense, shouldn't you pull first before swallowing feces? Stop talking, guys, I'll eat it. I haven't eaten enough in the past few days, I can't go, can any of you share some with me? Stop eating. Don't eat anymore. The septic tank is almost dry. Come on, feed the masters some. Regardless of the reason, Chen Feng summoned Jack Ma with a wave of his hand. With that kind of ability, he is definitely no ordinary person. Of course, as for his status as the world's richest man, everyone just ignores it. If he really is the world's richest man, why would he come on this show? Let me ask you, wouldn't the world's richest man be standing on the top floor of the tallest building in the world, holding a glass of wine that could sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars, looking down on the masses below? Enough chit-chat. As Ma Yun made her entrance, his wife Mu Qian stood frozen in place, completely speechless. She had no idea what was going on. But her rational mind told her that all of this was fake. What kind of man is her husband? Doesn't she know him by now? If he were truly the richest man in the country and on such friendly terms with Ma Yun, how could he possibly live in a 60 square meter apartment? With this thought in mind, she quickly shifted her gaze to the director in the distance. At that moment, the director remained calm, as if nothing had ever happened, appearing utterly composed. But it was this very composure that led his wife to mistakenly believe that the director was involved in the matter. Speaking of the director, he wasn't calm at all, he was so scared he had frozen in place, unable to move. When he first heard Chen Feng ask Ma Yun to bring him something, he couldn't help but vent his frustration, even going so far as to hire a fake Ma Yun to save face. But he never expected that they actually brought the real Ma Yun over, and she treated him with the utmost respect. It was like a scene straight out of a dream. So he realized that his show had unexpectedly found a super low-key big shot. But by now, the show was already nearing its end. Although the host was equally shocked, the staff didn't give him time to react, immediately informing him that there were only 3 minutes left. As a result, the host stood on stage and began announcing the results of the competition. Surprise! Shock! Who would have thought that we would see Mr. Ma Yun, the leader of China's internet industry, on stage? This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Alright, everyone, let us return to the program together. There's no need to elaborate on the importance of connections these days. Mr. Chen Feng secured the championship of the second round with an overwhelming victory. Let's congratulate him. His prize money has doubled to 1 million, meaning that regardless of whether they advance to the next round or not, this group of guests will each receive a cash reward of 1 million. The host finished speaking, leading the applause. At the same time, all the audience members began to clap wildly. Under the applause, Chen Feng and his wife directly left the stage of the show. As for the remaining 9 guests, they stood there dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. As the show came to a complete end and the audience began to leave, the other 2 guests who had advanced to the next round immediately approached the staff and began making their requests one by one. Their request was simple. Could they be spared? They didn't want to continue participating in the show. The reason was also simple. With Chen Feng here, they would all end up as mere supporting actors. Not only that, but if they were to challenge the next round, it would be incredibly embarrassing. It might even lead to a huge embarrassment. It's like a person earning 10,000 a month competing in a wealth contest with someone who earns peanuts. What else could it be but courting disaster? When the show's staff heard this request, they all looked uneasy. If they agree, there won't be anyone left on the show. But if we don't, they've already made such a request. Thinking about it, they couldn't help but turn their gaze toward the director. After all, the director had the final say. Alright, I'll agree, but the prize money can't be 1 million, it'll have to be halved. After the director spoke, the few people looked reluctant, but ultimately, considering the humiliating scenes they had endured, they agreed. After all, those who made it to the third round weren't exactly famous, but they had achieved some success. To throw away their dignity for a measly 50,000? It wasn't worth it at all. Chapter 28, You've been hiding this from me all along. After receiving the 50,000 yuan bonus from the production team, the guests left one by one. Originally, with their meticulous preparations, they had at least hoped to showcase their wealth and connections. But now, Chen Feng had even brought out Ma Yun. If they stayed in the show, they'd be humiliating themselves. Damn it. Being on the same show as such a powerhouse, if other friends saw it, wouldn't they be humiliated to death? Even Ma Dad has been brought out who dares to compete? Don't look at others who've brought in connections worth hundreds of millions in front of Ma Dad, they're all just poor people. Who is Ma Yun? The founder of the Ali Mama Group, worth trillions, those small business owners can't even compare, okay? If I stay on this show, I won't be a supporting actor, I'll be dog. After Chen Feng left, only the director and a group of staff members were left standing there dumbfounded. Director, you're amazing. You even managed to get Ma Yun on the show? One staff member praised the director. When Ma Yun arrived on the show, many staff members backstage believed it was all the director's doing. After all, Chen Feng looked like an ordinary person, and the production team had also investigated his background. He was just an employee of a small company. They couldn't believe someone of his status could have been invited to work with Ma Yun, let alone speaking to Ma Yun in a commanding tone on the show. They were more convinced that this was all part of the director's pre-arranged script. You're so impressive, but I have the ability to be a director here? The director of the show was also in a state of shock, unable to calm down for a long time. He did indeed hire a Ma Yun, but the one he hired was a genuine artist named Xiao Ma. Aside from bearing a striking resemblance to Ma Yun in facial features, there was no other connection between the two. Director, I understand. We won't reveal this. I didn't expect you to be so clever, director. First you brought in a fake one, then a real one. The show's going to be a hit. The director truly lives up to his title. Our show's popularity is going to skyrocket in the next few days. It's already trending on social media. Hearing the staff's praise, the director had a million things he wanted to say but didn't dare to. However, deep down, the director was extremely excited. Who cares who Ma Yun was brought in by? As long as the show is a hit, that's all that matters. On the way home, Chen Feng remained calm, while Mu Qian beside him was filled with surprise. Before participating in this program, Mu Qian's goal was simply to win the $5,000 reward. But now, not only had she smoothly passed the first round, she had even passed the second round with flying colors, and even came in first place. This was something Mu Qian had never even dared to imagine before participating in the show. Husband, be honest, did you already coordinate with the show's production team beforehand? Mu Qian stared at Chen Feng, her eyes gleaming with a hint of cunning. In Mu Qian's view, Chen Feng could never have invited someone as influential as Ma Yun. If that's the case, there's only one possibility: this is all just a gimmick by the show's production team. Facing Mu Qian's inquiry, Chen Feng replied with utmost seriousness, no need for coordination. Ma Yun is just one of my many friends. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Mu Qian touched his forehead and muttered to herself, you're not feverish, you're just too immersed in the role. Chen Feng watched Mu Qian's actions and had no words to respond. However, it was precisely Mu Qian's down-to-earth nature that made Chen Feng adore her. At that moment, Mu Qian puckered her lips and frowned, saying, husband, why are you keeping everything from me? Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. Had he been exposed? Indeed, facing his lifelong partner, he shouldn't have kept his past hidden from her. That was a lack of trust. This made Chen Feng feel guilty. He looked at Mu Qian seriously and said, "Wife, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept this from you." Actually, before Chen Feng could finish, Mu Qian cleverly interrupted, "Was it because the production team approached you before me and arranged everything? You even kept that from me?" But it was pretty exciting. I never thought we'd make it to the third round. Even if we fail, we'll still get $1 million prize." Seeing Mu Qian's excited expression, all the emotions Chen Feng had been building up vanished instantly. "Are you that good at filling in the blanks? The truth is completely different, okay?" Sigh. Chen Feng took a deep breath and said, "Honey, the truth is, I really am the world's richest man." Mu Qian looked at Chen Feng with a hint of sadness and said, "Husband, I truly love you. I don't care about money. Money can be earned over time. As long as we work hard together, that's all that matters. I really am the world's richest man. I'm not lying to you." Chen Feng decided to be honest, not wanting to hide anything from Mu Qian. He wanted to give her a better life and didn't want to stress over such a small amount of money every day. Seeing Chen Feng lost in his delusions, Mu Qian sighed helplessly. "If you say you're the world's richest man, then fine. Show me a few billion, and I'll believe you." A few billion. In Chen Feng's eyes, it was really just a small amount of money. However, his funds had just been unfrozen, and transferring them back to the country would take some time. He simply couldn't come up with the money right now. Otherwise, forget about a few hundred billion, even a few trillion or a few 10 trillion, Chen Feng could easily come up with. Don't ask. Just say your family runs a printing press. This will take some time. Chen Feng said helplessly. Mu Qian replied seriously, "All right, I believe you. You're the world's richest man. What do you want to eat today? I'll go to the supermarket and buy groceries for you." Chen Feng. You actually believe me? Your expression clearly shows you don't believe me at all. Chen Feng could only smile helplessly and didn't bother to argue further. Anyway, Chen Feng isn't in a hurry, and the money isn't going anywhere. Chapter 29, the entire internet is in shock, trending on hot searches. 2 days later. The show Do You Really Know Your Worth? Cut through the numerous trending topics and climbed to the top spot. Normally, a show without any celebrity guests would have almost no chance of making it onto the trending list. Yet now, it had firmly secured the top spot. All of this can be attributed to the appearance of Ma Yun. Many netizens initially viewed the show with a great deal of skepticism. After all, since she rose to fame, Ma Yun has rarely appeared on any shows, let alone an entertainment program. Moreover, her overly respectful demeanor during the show only reinforced the impression that it was all staged. What a trashy show, resorting to such fake nonsense. Is this show trying to showcase the lowest level of intelligence? Ma Yun personally went to run errands for your production team? What are you thinking? This is hilarious. First they bring in an artist named Xioma, then a high-quality impersonator of Xioma. The show's producers really know how to play the game. An internet tycoon coming to your show as a guest? You're riding this trend a bit too hard. If that's really Ma Yun, I'll eat 3 pounds of dung on the spot. Ma Yun, Dad, come out and explain this. Meanwhile, International Financial Tower. Ma Yun was sitting at her desk when her secretary knocked and walked in. "Mr. Ma, you're trending on social media. Do you need the PR department to handle it?" Ma Yun rubbed his head and asked, "Is it because of yesterday's show?" Recalling her encounter with Chen Feng yesterday, Ma Yun felt a surge of excitement. The boss who had been absent for so long had reappeared, making Ma Yun realize that she must cling to him once again. Because Ma Yun was well aware that all her current achievements meant nothing in Chen Feng's eyes. "Yes, Mr. Ma, the trending topic has already affected your image and that of the Ali Mama group," the secretary said. Actually, the PR department could have handled this on their own. However, based on Ma Yun's attitude yesterday, the secretary was unsure and came to seek instructions. "No need to handle it," Ma Yun said. "Not handle it?" The secretary was taken aback. Such negative news is something large companies tend to avoid at all costs. "If I said not to handle it, then don't handle it. Go out," Ma Yun said impatiently. Handling news about Chen Feng? That's asking for trouble. If it weren't for fear of provoking Chen Feng's displeasure, Ma Yun would have poured oil on the fire and made Chen Feng go viral across the entire internet. Why did Chen Feng participate in the program? For money? Come on, Chen Feng has enough money to buy countless Ali Mamas. Besides money, of course it's for fame. However, this is different from Chen Feng's previous low-key style, which is why Ma Yun can't figure out his true intentions and dares not act on her own, fearing it might upset him. Ma Yun didn't clarify the situation, which gave some gossip-hungry netizens something to latch onto. After all, neither party has spoken up, so the doubts surrounding the matter remain open to interpretation. This person must be a super big shot, even Ma Yun can be invited, yet he remains so low-key. Trolls, shut your mouths. The video is right there, can't you see it? That's the real Ma Yun. This show is so explosive. A super big shot has appeared. Even Ma In-yoon is so respectful. We're begging for this big shot's real identity. This is going to go viral. Which big shot has the time to appear on a show like this? Many netizens are speculating about Chen Feng's identity. After all, the show has already aired, and many people saw the scene where Ma In-yoon respectfully presented something. All of this seems pretty genuine, it can't be faked. Plus, Ma In-yoon hasn't come forward to clarify, which further proves the authenticity of the incident. It's fake. Absolutely fake. Either the production team paid a fortune to hire someone to create a buzz. A bunch of idiots actually fell for it. This is all just the production team trying to fool you. Can't you see such obvious publicity stunts? Idiots. Given Ma In-yoon's net worth, would she stoop so low as to appear on this show for a little money? Report this show. They're deceiving the audience. The way they're acting is disgusting. Don't even mention Ma In-yoon. The production team would be lucky to get a second-rate celebrity. Online discussions are heated, with opinions divided into two camps. One camp believes the show is just hyping things up, and Chen Feng is just an actor hired by the production team. The other camp believes that Chen Feng is truly a major figure. However, it's clear that the latter group has fewer supporters. After all, Chen Feng looks very young, and from any angle, he doesn't seem like someone with money or power. Additionally, during the first segment, Mu Qian's embarrassment when borrowing money made everyone aware of Chen Feng's family circumstances. The woman of a big shot can't even borrow a few $1,000s? Isn't that a joke? If it weren't for Chen Feng's last-minute intervention and securing a loan of 100 million, he would have been eliminated long ago. Moreover, the authenticity of that 100 million is highly questionable. Who knows if it's just a trick by the production team? These days, many shows are like that. Once there's a sensational moment, they'll blow it out of proportion. For example, there was a talent show recently where a group of young contestants were desperately trying to stand out on the show. But there was one young contestant who was deliberately underperforming, seemingly trying to get eliminated. It immediately went viral. The show's producers capitalized on this, forcing the young man who wanted to go home to stay on the show and eliminating one contestant after another. Is it because this young person is strong? Of course not. It's because this young person had buzz. As long as he was on the show, he would bring in views. Therefore, the production team would never eliminate this young contestant. Similarly, Chen Feng is currently at the peak of his popularity. Would the production team eliminate him? Absolutely not. They would even go to extreme lengths to ensure Chen Feng wins the competition. Does professional integrity matter? Compared to traffic, it's nothing. It is precisely because of such reasons that many viewers doubt the authenticity of the show. They believe it's all scripted by the production team, planned out long ago. A commoner big shot, bring in Ma In-yoon to lend a hand. This immediately went viral on the hot search list. Chapter 30, on the business acumen of the big shots. The show has remained at the top of the trending charts for a long time. The day before the third segment of the show began, a video went viral on a certain platform. It was still the same video posted by the fake busting king. This time, it was even more professional, and upon release, it immediately garnered over 100 million views. The title of the video was On the Business Acumen of the Big Shots. Clicking on the video, a man wearing a mask appeared on the screen. The blogger immediately began discussing the second segment of the program. This time, it is still divided into 3 stages. The first stage involves the show suddenly changing the rules of the game. In previous episodes, the production team had never altered the rules before. This change was clearly premeditated. First, they increased the difficulty of the game to make it more entertaining. Judging from the awkward situations faced by other guests, the production team's strategy was highly successful, infusing the show with more dramatic elements rather than the usual display of wealth, which had already caused viewer fatigue. This also set the stage for future episodes. The second phase involves Chen Feng's attitude when calling Ma In-yoon. According to the blogger's analysis, Chen Feng clearly received instructions from the production team on how to speak to Ma In-yoon. After all, when inviting someone to appear on a show and asking them to run errands, would you use such a commanding tone? This is just adding more sensationalism to the show to attract viewers. And since the target is Ma In-yoon, it's even less likely to be a last-minute decision. After all, in today's business world, while Ma In-yoon may not be a super powerful figure, she is certainly a well-respected and influential individual. Even if there were super powerful figures with higher net worth than Ma In-yoon, they would never use such a commanding tone when speaking to her. Clearly, all of this is scripted. The third stage is the authenticity of Ma In-yoon. According to the blogger, the Ma In-yoon who appeared on the show is the real Ma In-yoon. Whether it's her appearance or her vehicle, there's no doubt that she's the real Ma In-yoon. But if she is the real Ma In-yoon, why would she appear on such a program? The blogger also revealed that Ali Mama Finance will be listed soon, and Ma In-yoon's participation in the show is to ride the show's popularity. A year ago, Lee Yan-hong, the founder of internet giant Xiandu, was doused with a bottle of mineral water at a product conference. This incident caused countless people to search for the incident, thereby making the product known to countless people. Without spending a single penny, it directly trended on social media. After the product was launched, due to the previous buzz, many investors followed suit and invested in the product, causing the stock price to rise sharply. Combining the two, the blogger analyzed that Ma Yun appeared on the show to boost the popularity of her product. The blogger also stated at the end of the video, "Ladies and gentlemen, this program has become a stage for the elite to conduct their business. When you become interested in this topic, you have already fallen into the trap and become the big players' pawns." The saddest part of this entire incident is the contestant Chen Feng, who believed himself to be a big shot on the show, but was nothing more than a clown. He failed to recognize his true position, and once the show's spotlight fades, he will inevitably become an ordinary person, blending into the crowd. The biggest beneficiaries of this incident may be the program producers or Ma Yun, but it certainly won't be Chen Feng. A few words have once again thrust Chen Feng into the spotlight. The blogger is amazing. Their analysis makes perfect sense. This production team is truly despicable, manipulating ordinary people like puppets. As expected, it's all about riding the wave of popularity. Otherwise, how could the production team have managed to get Ma Yun's father on the show? It's really Ma Yun? I regret not going to the scene to recognize her. Ma Yun's father is also jumping on the bandwagon. My youth is over. Blogger, you're wrong. Chen Feng can still win the prize money. Even if he was arranged by the production team, it's not a loss. Holy crap, it seems like that's the case. Chen Feng got $1,000,000 for free. I'd even be willing to play the clown. The clown is actually me. I'm not even as good as a clown. Netizens are commenting wildly below, giving the blogger likes. But in the end, these netizens realized that Chen Feng, whom they had pitted, was actually the biggest winner. Just by acting out a scene with the show's production team, he could earn $1,000,000 bonus. Making money is just too easy. The netizens were jealous. But as the person involved, Chen Feng didn't care at all about the so-called prize money. He appeared on the show solely to fulfill Mu Qian's wish. Otherwise, no amount of money would have convinced him to participate in such a thing. 1,000,000 yuan, is that a lot? In the afternoon. Sure enough, Aili Mama's financial product was also launched on the same day. The news of the listing made it to the trending topics without any advertising expenses. This also indirectly confirmed the authenticity of the previous fake-busting blogger's video. After all, such a coincidence is unlikely. Ma Yun just appeared on a show, and as soon as she topped the trending list, she immediately launched a new product. This move was truly impressive. Is this the business acumen of a big shot? I'm truly impressed. Damn it, hurry up and invest. The stock price is bound to rise, let's make a quick buck. 66.66, I'm impressed. I'm putting all my savings into this. Until the market closes. The stock price of this financial product skyrocketed by 500%. That's an incredibly alarming figure. Under normal circumstances, even if it were to rise further, it wouldn't be this extreme. However, the program's popularity combined with the words of a fraud-busting blogger made many retail investors smell money. They rushed to follow suit. This caused the stock price to surge sharply, far exceeding expectations. Chen Feng was unaware at the time that his offhand remark would have such a butterfly effect. Chapter 31, The Longest Road is the Program's Tactics. Aili Mama Financial went public. It was like a bomb dropping into water, creating a massive splash. Some netizens who had been observing the situation remained skeptical, believing it was all part of the production team's script. How could such a coincidence happen? Ma Yun had just appeared on the show and trended on social media, and now a product is launching. Any normal person can tell there's more to it than meets the eye. Backstage manipulation. Backstage manipulation. The production team is treating us viewers like monkeys. Do they really think an ordinary person could get a big shot like Ma Yun to appear on the show? They're delusional. The show producers will stop at nothing for ratings. Chen Feng is just a clown, a complete actor. If this is true, I'll drink water upside down. Damn it, a show with so much nonsense. I'm done with this. The entire internet is filled with criticism of the production team. After all, anyone with eyes can see it's just a show. This is basically an industry-wide unwritten rule. If it hadn't been exposed, people would just watch it for a laugh. But once it's exposed, they deserve to be criticized. Given the current situation, it's clearly the latter. A bunch of ants, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. How could it possibly be real? Watching the show is just for fun. Why take it so seriously? What evidence do you have that this was staged by the production team? You probably don't know that on the streets of Beijing, you might bump into an elderly person who was a retired official from some government agency. You can't judge a book by its cover. These days, there are so many keyboard warriors. You say it's all staged, show us the evidence. Without evidence, you just rant online. If you're so brave, face them in real life. At that moment, in the production team of the show, Do You Know Your Worth?, the director couldn't help but laugh at the online backlash. It's gone viral, it's gone viral, it's completely gone viral. The director, seeing his show top the trending charts, was thrilled. After all, the show had been running for several episodes, but it had always been lackluster, neither hot nor cold, basically on par with a third-rate show. But now, thanks to Chen Feng, the entire internet knows about the show. Don't let the criticism from the show's critics fool you. What does this mean? It means the show is a hit. If it weren't popular, keyboard warriors wouldn't bother wasting their energy bashing people. Director, with so many people criticizing you, why are you still smiling so happily? A staff member beside him smirked and said, "What do you know? Hurry up and post a Weibo saying this show is 100% real, with no fake elements whatsoever. Also mention that the third round of challenges starts tomorrow. Use this buzz to make the show famous." After saying that, the director looked at Chen Feng's profile, his small eyes filled with confusion. Is this really just an ordinary person? Even Ma Yun was invited, and her attitude was so respectful. This made the director realize that he had definitely stumbled upon a gem. Whether his show becomes a hit or not depends entirely on how well Chen Feng performs. Do you know your worth? Absolutely real, no script. The program's statement was posted on Weibo, and netizens immediately began commenting below. Please, have some dignity, there's no script? Is this show really this tacky? Wait until the third round of challenges, I'll see how the production team handles it then. Absolutely real? Director, come out and explain what happened with Ma Yun. I'm waiting for the show to expose itself. This show is doomed. Hiring actors and refusing to admit it. What a great example for the entertainment industry. The third round is bound to be a bust. After all, the third round is known as the demon mirror of this show. On Weibo, a prominent influencer also issued a statement. This show has had issues with casting actors before. Even in the second round, before the rules were changed, there were reports of contestants using software to edit videos of celebrities and pass them off as their friends' guest appearances. Additionally, this Weibo influencer also released a video. The video shows a contestant playing a VCR of a popular A-list celebrity during the show. It was later revealed that the video was actually recorded by the celebrity years ago, and the one shown on the show was identical, except that the voice had been completely synthesized. After the incident was exposed, the contestant openly admitted that it was the show's production team who had instructed them to do so for sensational purposes. Instantly, the comments section of the Weibo post was flooded with onlookers. Do you know your own value, show producers? Come out and explain yourselves. Does a small show have so many tricks up its sleeve? This is ridiculous. Can someone explain whether Ma Yun was actually present at the scene? Was her voice also computer synthesized? Has technology advanced that far now? I'm waiting for the third episode. This is a big scandal. I don't believe the production team can keep this up. The longest road I've ever walked is the show's tricks. I actually thought it was real, but it turns out it's fake. If you're capable, just live stream the recording process instead of faking it and editing it later. Overnight, the online backlash was overwhelmingly negative. Meanwhile, the production team is oblivious to the outside world, focused solely on making the show. Besides the duo of Chen Feng and Mu Qian, other production teams across the country were recording other contestants. In the third round of challenges, 10 guest groups will compete, and the ultimate winner will receive an even more generous prize. The base prize is 1 million, but if you make it to the fourth round, that has 2 million in prize money. This motivated many contestants to give it their all and showcase their unique talents. Chapter 32, Sir, your rental is up. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng has been living a leisurely life these past few days. But Mu Qian is feeling a bit anxious. Today was the day of the third round of the show. Do you know your worth? The show was a series of challenges, with rewards increasing each time a participant advanced. Reaching the third round guarantees a minimum prize of 1 million, which has already surpassed Mu Qian's initial goal. If she could win the third round, the prize money would increase further. Thinking about this, Mu Qian couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing Mu Qian so excited, Chen Feng comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, I'll help you win the prize money." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Mu Qian gave him a wise look and said, "Husband, tell me the truth. Do you really have some secret deal with the show's production team?" Seeing Chen Feng so confident, Mu Qian couldn't help but feel that he was hiding something. However, what she didn't know was that Chen Feng's confidence came from within himself, not from any other factors. Secret? I told you, but you wouldn't believe me, Chen Feng said helplessly. Recalling his earlier confession, Chen Feng didn't want to explain further. Even if I explain, you won't believe me. It's better to wait until the funds from abroad are transferred to the country and then prove my identity. Just then, Mu Qian's phone rang. Mu Qian turned on the speaker, and soon the director's voice came through the phone. Ms. Mu, today we will begin the third round of challenges. This challenge has a special twist. We will conduct a live interview of your family, which is why we didn't notify you in advance to prevent any attempts at fraud. This segment tests one's lifestyle and taste. As we all know, one's lifestyle can reveal their character and cultural background. This time, we have invited 5 professionals from the industry to come to your home for evaluation, and a final score will be determined. If the score meets the criteria, you will advance to the next round of the challenge. However, if the score is too low, you will be eliminated immediately. Ms. Mu, our production team is currently on our way to your home. If you feel there are any private matters you would prefer not to discuss during the interview, you may decline. However, in that case, we will only be able to offer you the base bonus. On the other end of the phone, the director's voice came through. This made Mu Qian panic, and she said, "I agree to the interview, but can you give me some time to tidy up?" However, the director on the other end of the phone said, "To ensure the authenticity of the program, we have already arrived at your doorstep. Please open the door. Ms. Mu, please rest assured that any private matters will not be broadcast live." Beep. The call ended, and there was a knock on the door. Dong. Sure enough, as the director had said, they had already arrived at the front door. At the same time, at another live broadcast location, the program crew arrived at a large villa. The villa covered an area of 300 or 400 square meters, with luxurious decorations, clearly a very high-end villa. When the staff rang the doorbell, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie emerged from the villa. "You're finally here. Hurry up. I have a business deal worth tens of millions to discuss at noon. Don't waste any time." The middle-aged man glanced at his watch in a pretentious manner, its sparkling face catching the light. "All right, Mr. Su Jiayin, we'll just conduct a brief interview. We won't take up too much of your time," the staff member said with a smile. They immediately set up the live streaming equipment and entered the villa. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers were stunned by Su Jiayin's demeanor. "Holy crap, what a rich guy. He's talking about a deal worth tens of millions right off the bat. Didn't you notice? The watch on his wrist is the latest model from Patek Philippe, worth millions. Damn, it's so shiny, who couldn't see it? The camera even zoomed in on it. That's what I call quality of life. Compared to him, I'm just a loser. I'm so jealous. If I could ever live in that mansion, my life would be worth it." At that moment, staff members entered the villa, snapping photos left and right, while several professionals surrounded them, appraising various precious items. Su Jusin stood aside, watching calmly, but her words were filled with urgency. "Is it done yet? I have things to do." The staff felt awkward and could only say, "Mr. Su, we'll be done soon. After all, our program needs to thoroughly assess your lifestyle to ensure the authenticity of the show. All right, just hurry up a bit." Su Jiayin was growing impatient. Just then, a person dressed like a real estate agent walked into the villa. As soon as he entered, the agent shouted, "Mr. Su, what's going on? We were supposed to be looking at the house, why did you bring so many people? Viewing the property?" Everyone froze in shock. The staff looked even more confused. "After all this time interviewing, so this house isn't even yours, is it? Mr. Su, what's going on here?" The staff member looked at Su Jiayin with a suspicious expression. Su Jiayin, however, was trembling slightly and spoke in a panicked tone, "I'm just here to look at the house. It's going to be mine soon." The real estate agent, however, was blunt. "What are you bragging about? I just checked your credit history. You owe over 1 million yuan, and your company went bankrupt a year ago. What are you trying to pull? You've wasted my time running around for days." Everyone was stunned. "Ha, impressive, impressive. So you're just a deadbeat debtor. Is the show's script this elaborate?" Using the pretext of house hunting to complete the third challenge, the show's effect was explosive. Turns out he's just a fake rich guy. I was so jealous of him earlier. I knew it. Which rich person would be bored enough to join this show? Live streaming is better. After changing the rules, the production team couldn't react in time. If they went back to the old format, this segment would probably have been cut. Chapter 33, Made in China, You Can Trust It. Guys, did you see the other live stream? The contestant actually used the pretext of showing off his house to deceive the show's producers into thinking it was his own place. That's so scandalous. What a mess. Using a live stream to record the show really brings out all kinds of weirdos. The production team is amazing. They're tired of watching actors pretend to be rich all the time. This is much more entertaining. It feels like this is turning into a fake busting show. I hope this contestant doesn't get exposed. He seems to have a lot of antiques at home. In the live stream, a scene is being played. In the room, there are various antique items that look quite old and have a strong sense of history. The contestants were also speaking confidently in front of the camera. I come from a family where my ancestors for 18 generations have loved collecting antiques. These antiques were passed down from my parents and are extremely valuable. I also enjoy collecting antiques in my spare time, it's my hobby. Though they're just small, inexpensive trinkets, they all have a certain historical charm. Collecting is truly a sign of good taste in life. The production team has capitalized on this, promoting it extensively. It seems that Mr. Jiang has good taste. Let's take a closer look at these antiques. The host signals the experts to begin the appraisal. A blue and white porcelain piece from the Republican era. Modern marble finger rings. Jade Buddha made by Shinong Factory. These are all valuable pieces. The host was about to praise them when he suddenly sensed something was off. What the heck? What on earth are these things that just came out? Not a single antique? So they're all modern crafts? Ha, this is hilarious. It's a total disaster. The Manhwa porcelain from the Republican era might be worth a few $dozen, but this guy probably bought it on Taobao, right? You're a professional, I didn't expect you to even know which factory produced it. Are you blind? Didn't you see the factory name written under the Jade Buddha's base? 66666, this guy must be an idiot, he can't even tell that? Don't overthink it. This is just the contestant's strategy. If the quality isn't good, they make up for it with quantity. This contestant clearly didn't expect the professional to be so knowledgeable. They immediately spotted the counterfeit items. He, however, replied solemnly, well, people make mistakes sometimes. Take a look at this Shang Dynasty 4 goat square tripod vase passed down from my great-grandfather. It's priceless. He then took out a box, opened it, and inside was a small, rusty tripod. At first glance, it seemed somewhat interesting. Several professionals were immediately intrigued, carefully picking up the small tripod and examining it from all angles. This piece has a Shang Dynasty style. If it's genuine, it's worth a fortune. Wait, the rust is peeling off. One of the experts lifted the small tripod. He brushed away the rust and examined it closely, revealing several English words. Made in Daxia. Damn it! The expert couldn't help but swear. After looking at it for so long, it's actually made in China. The camera was also perfectly positioned to zoom in on the bottom of the small tripod. Holy! This is amazing. There's even a product designed to deceive foreigners. This contestant is amazing they managed to get their hands on this. Ha, this is hilarious, made in China. The counterfeiting technology is really impressive, I almost believed it. God damn it, after all that, this guy is just a collector of modern crafts. Suddenly, I feel like all the contestants this episode are going to fail. I need to go check out Chen Feng. He even brought out Ma Yun Yun. Let's see how far he can go. At that moment, outside Chen Feng's house, the production crew had already set up their live streaming equipment. They had started streaming as soon as they arrived at Chen Feng's house. In the live stream, the number of viewers had reached hundreds of thousands. Due to the previous episode's massive popularity, many people had started paying attention to this show. The live stream was filled with comments. No way, no way. The super rich guy's house is just a regular apartment in a residential complex? Ha, in the previous episodes, anyone who made it to the third round was living in a luxurious villa. Don't exaggerate. Since the show didn't give prior notice, there were quite a few embarrassing moments. Some people who looked so put together on the show actually lived in remote rural areas. Chen Feng, who managed to invite Ma Yun Yun, must not have much better taste in living standards, at most a middle-class family. Middle-class family? You didn't watch the first round, did you? Chen Feng's wife almost fell out with her family over borrowing a few $1,000s. That's definitely not a middle-class family. The fake-busting blogger was right. Chen Feng is just an ordinary person. There aren't that many low-key big shots in this world. The production team probably sensed the online backlash and decided not to script this in advance, planning to abandon Chen Feng instead. That's right. Chen Feng currently lives in an ordinary apartment, 100 square meters, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, with nothing special about it. This apartment was actually purchased by Mu Qian under Chen Feng's name to silence her family's constant criticism. The mortgage alone will take 30 years to pay off. There's no glamour on the surface behind the scenes, it's all hardship. However, the good news is that although Mu Qian bought the house, the renovation was entirely handled by Chen Feng. From laying tiles and roofing to selecting home decor items, Chen Feng took care of everything, which alleviated some of Mu Qian's stress. Most importantly, before buying the house, Mu Qian had said she paid for it in full, wanting to give herself and Chen Feng a small home, which is why Chen Feng wanted to decorate it so carefully. Because Chen Feng doesn't like ordinary decorations and has some special requirements. Standing outside the door, the director felt a bit anxious. Normally, he should have coordinated with Chen Feng beforehand and come up with some tricks or gimmicks. However, after learning that Chen Feng had the ability to bring Ma Yun Yun over, the director didn't bother wasting his energy on that. Big shot, whether the show becomes a hit depends on how cool you are. The director thought to himself. At that moment, the door opened, and Mu Qian appeared in front of the camera. Seeing so many people outside the door, Mu Qian was momentarily at a loss, but she still politely said, "Everyone, please come in." Soon, numerous staff members entered the room. Chapter 34, The Final Day. Mr. Chen, Ms. Mu, let me introduce you to these 5 professionals we've invited: Chen Han, Yu Hao, Jiang Meng, Wang Dongnan, and Li Jiren. They have expertise in this field and will serve as the judges for this round, evaluating your lifestyle and taste. We hope you won't mind. The host pointed to the 5 people walking out from the back and said. The 5 were dressed simply yet elegantly, exuding an air of success in the business world. 2 women and 3 men, each with a slightly arrogant expression, seemed uninterested in their surroundings. The host then addressed the camera. Audience members, I'm sure you're all eager to begin. Let us now follow the judges' cameras as they explore the lifestyle of Chen Feng, the friend of Ma Yun Yun. As the camera moved, every detail of Chen Feng's home was captured on livestream. This is too ordinary. It's no different from my home. No way, this is his lifestyle? He's friends with my Yun? Are you kidding me? The production team is in trouble. I thought it was a wealthy family, but it's just an ordinary household. Actually, the painting on the wall is pretty nice. To be honest, I still think the last episode's nouveau riche family had better taste. Even their spoons were made of gold, it was so blinding I couldn't see. Boring and unoriginal. It feels like everything before this was just the production team putting on a show. In the live stream, viewers started mocking Chen Feng's home layout. What defines lifestyle taste? It's all about food, drink, housing, transportation, and some artistic elements. First, ordinary people eat grains and vegetables, simple meals, while those with taste can turn eating into an art form. Second, drinking, ordinary people drink mineral water or soft drinks, while those with a refined lifestyle drink coffee, and the more upscale ones opt for 1982 Lafite. Then there's housing. The better the house and the more stylish the decor, the higher the living standards, and vice versa. Finally, transportation, ordinary people drive cars costing less than $100,000, or even electric vehicles, while those with a high standard of living drive luxury cars. Even their bicycles are worth tens of thousands of dollars. As for artistic items, antiques, famous paintings, or rare collectibles, possessing even one of these is considered a sign of good taste. In summary, having money means having a high standard of living, while lacking money means lacking a high standard of living. At least, that's the prevailing value system today. It's like comparing someone wearing cheap, off-the-rack clothes to someone wearing a Louis Vuitton bag. Who would you say has better taste? Obviously, it's the latter. After all, taste in life also requires some external adornments. These walls are made of wood. Once it rains or blows, the wood will rot completely. And these sofas and chairs, are they from your grandfather's time in the Qing dynasty? My 80-year-old grandfather wouldn't even sit on these chairs. The cabinets are filled with all sorts of knockoff goods. What taste? Yu Hao glanced around the house and couldn't help but shake his head. At that moment, a crisp voice came from the side. Look, doesn't this resemble that famous painting that disappeared over a century ago, depicting the final days of the world? Instantly, the sound drew everyone's attention. Jiang Meng, what are you thinking? The last day of the world is said to have been destroyed in the First World War. How could it be hanging here? It must be a fake. Yu Hao, standing nearby, merely glanced at it briefly before responding. The last day was painted by the renowned artist Vincent van Gogh over a century ago and was already famous worldwide. Even the former Queen of England once hung this masterpiece in her palace, making it extremely rare. However, after enduring countless wars, this painting has been lost to the world, and it is said to have been destroyed long ago. How could it possibly appear here now? Who would believe it? After all, this work is something that belongs in a museum. A forgery? Could it be something the production team hung up just to enhance Chen Feng's lifestyle and avoid looking too bad? Ha, hanging up a fake painting, that's just slapping yourself in the face. I'll bet the production team has already set up this place in advance. This is all scripted. There will probably be more forgeries later, but luckily these judges are pretty tough. They just came from another livestream where some idiot was holding a bronze tripod, insisting it was an ancient artifact from the Shang dynasty, only to have it revealed that the bottom was engraved with "Made in Daxia." In the livestream, the viewers were all very familiar with this scene. These are all part of the show's routine. People just watch for entertainment. At that moment, Chen Feng, sitting on the sofa, suddenly spoke up. Fake, do you have any proof? This painting left a deep impression on Chen Feng. Back when Chen Feng was at the height of his power, he nearly drove the renowned Rothschild family into bankruptcy. In the end, the family apologized to Chen Feng and gave him many valuable items. This painting was one of them. Given the Rothschild family's influence, Chen Feng believed they wouldn't dare to deceive him with a fake. Moreover, those items had all been authenticated by professionals, completely ruling out the possibility of counterfeits. Not a fake? Are you joking? If it's not a fake, do you know how much this painting is worth? At least $100 million. Yu Hao chuckled lightly. Indeed, if the genuine article were to appear on the market, there would definitely be someone willing to pay $100 million for it. But if someone truly owned the genuine article, would they still be living in a 100-square-meter apartment? So Yu Hao didn't even bother to confirm it, he simply declared the painting a fake. Chen Feng spoke calmly. You call it fake without even appraising it. It seems your skills aren't that great after all. Actually, Chen Feng didn't feel like speaking up, but seeing Mu Qian looking rather awkward beside him, he couldn't bring himself to be too harsh. At that moment, Jiang Meng, who had been intently studying the painting, suddenly exclaimed, this painting seems to be the genuine article. Chapter 35, Pretending to be an emperor and demanding $1 billion. The real thing? Are you kidding me? If it weren't for Yu Hao's earlier words, hearing the term authentic piece might not have meant much to anyone. But just now, Yu Hao said an authentic piece is worth $100 million, which left everyone stunned. If it's worth $100 million, why would it be displayed here? Holy crap, this girl is a great actress, she makes it sound so real. If it's worth $100 million, why is it just hanging here? Is the production team treating us like fools? I don't get it. What exactly is this end of the world thing they're talking about? Impressive, the production team has a whole set of tricks up their sleeve, but this is way too exaggerated. If this is the real thing, I'll eat my own feces on livestream. The viewers in the livestream heard Jiang Meng scream and started mocking her. They treat something worth tens of thousands of dollars like it's just for show. But with something worth hundreds of millions right in front of them, no one dared to believe it. Inside the room, Mu Qian stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. An authentic piece? No way. Mu Qian vaguely remembered that when Chen Feng brought the painting back, it had been carelessly packed in a shipping box, mixed in with the packages she had bought, looking very casual. But if it's the real thing, how could it be so carelessly handled? At that moment, Jiang Meng took out a magnifying glass and examined the surface of the painting carefully. It must be the real thing. This is Van Gogh's painting style, with the entire piece exuding a sense of compassion and awareness of suffering, and the colors are bold and exaggerated. The painting paper is made of 3 layers of laminated paper, effectively protecting the integrity of the artwork. Although the paper has yellowed slightly, it is authentic to the era of its creation. Most importantly, look at the sun. Normally, it wouldn't have any shadows, but because Van Gogh's obsession with color led him to create such intense shadows in this area, a forgery wouldn't have this flaw. This final apocalyptic scene has an 80% chance of being authentic. Jiang Meng's words left many people confused. However, the other professional judges understood what he meant. Especially Yu Hao, who leaned in to take a closer look and found it exactly as Jiang Meng had described. Yanjing. Antique Street. In an old shop, an elderly man over 80 was preparing to leave. Suddenly, a sound came from inside the shop. This final painting of the apocalypse has an 80% chance of being authentic. Upon hearing this, the old man stopped in his tracks. He immediately thought to himself, the last days? Genuine? Are you kidding me? That thing wasn't it supposed to be kept in a foreign family's private collection? He then walked into the shop and saw the shop assistant watching a live stream during working hours. Sir, you're here. I didn't mean to. The shop assistant, upon seeing the old man, quickly withdrew his hand, intending to turn off the phone. Getting caught playing on your phone during work hours, who wouldn't panic? Wait, hand over the phone. The old man hurriedly stopped him. The shop assistant was flustered but handed over the phone. The old man picked up the phone and saw several people gathered around a large oil painting on the screen. It was indeed the end of the world. The old man became interested and stared intently at the painting on the screen, examining it closely. Sir, are you also interested in this program? The clerk, seeing the old man engrossed in the livestream, couldn't help but ask curiously. The old man didn't respond but continued to examine the painting. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. He noticed a small mark in the bottom right corner of the painting, a symbol known to very few people. Xiaonan, what program is this? I need to contact the program's producer. The old man said excitedly to the shop assistant. Do you know your own worth? Xiaonan hurriedly said. What? The old man nearly grabbed his walking stick to hit him. What do you mean, do you know your value? I'm the president of the Yanjiang Antique Association, how could I not know my own worth? Sir, please don't misunderstand. I meant that the name of the show is Do You Know Your Worth? It took little Nan a while to explain it to the old man. And he told the old man that the livestream could send messages at any time, but to send a prominent message, you needed a certain membership level. Charge me enough to become an emperor, then tell the show that I'll pay 100 million for this painting. The old man said. Really? This painting doesn't even look like the real thing. Little Nan hesitated. The old man hit Xiaonan with his walking stick and said, Do you know or do I? Yes. Welcome to the live stream. Zhang Muchuan, the master of the Yanjing Yanyin Pavilion, has topped up to the emperor level in this live stream. Zhang Muyu, I am willing to spend 100 million to acquire this painting. If you're interested, I can transfer the funds immediately. Zhang Muyu's chat messages floated directly above the live stream. Instantly, all the players in the live stream were stunned. Jiang Muyu? I remember him. He's been in the news several times and is reportedly the president of the Antique Association. Holy crap, is this painting real? Someone is actually offering 100 million to buy it? The real thing? I don't believe it. This is definitely a plant by the production team. This production team has some serious connections. First there was Ma Yun, now Jiang Muyu. They can bring in any plant they want. Speaking of which, does Jiang Muyu have any companies going public? Wow, Chen Feng must have been really lucky. Someone actually bought that painting. I don't believe it. It's all fake. The live stream is exploding. No one dares to believe it's real. Meanwhile, at Chen Feng's home, the program host also saw the comments in the live stream and walked up to the other judges, saying, This must be the real thing. An old gentleman named Jiang Muyu from Beijing is willing to pay 100 million to acquire it. What? Yu Hao's hands, which were examining the oil painting, trembled slightly, unable to believe it. Jiang Muyu's fame may not be known to the general public, but in the antique world, he is an absolute authority. Unless the old man had made a mistake, there was no way he would offer 100 million to acquire it. At that moment, Yu Hao was sweating profusely. Chapter 36, 10 million. If that's not enough, I'll add more. If it is enough, consider it never said. The genuine article? Mu Qian, who had overheard the news, felt a flush rise to her cheeks and her eyes filled with disbelief. She had heard it clearly just now. If it's the genuine article, this painting could fetch 1 billion. However, Mu Qian quickly turned her gaze to the program director beside her. At that moment, the director showed no surprise but instead raised the corners of his mouth as if he had known this would be the outcome all along. Script? At that moment, Mu Qian finally understood what was going on. Everything was scripted by the production team. The painting was fake, the professionals were fake, and the audience in the livestream were fake. When all these fakes came together, the painting became real. Husband, why didn't you tell me sooner? I was so nervous. Approaching Chen Feng, Mu Qian whispered in a playful tone. Chen Feng thought Mu Qian had discovered he hadn't lied earlier, so he replied calmly, it's just a painting. I can confidently say that most famous paintings in the world today are fake. Because the originals have all been acquired by me and are stored in my warehouse. The Chen Feng of the past, after becoming the world's richest man, had no more ambitions. For a time, he developed a whim and began collecting paintings. Any painting that caught Chen Feng's eye would be willingly handed over by its owner, who dared not offend him. This led to a corner of Chen Feng's warehouse being filled with numerous famous paintings. The ones circulating openly today are mostly forgeries, though they are quite well made. Alright, they're all genuine. Now I don't have to worry anymore. Seeing Chen Feng start his antics again, Mu Qian brushed him off. However, Mu Qian was certain of one thing, all of this was carefully orchestrated by the production team, creating a sensation to attract the audience's attention. At that moment, the host took advantage of the experts examining the painting and approached Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, where did you obtain this painting titled The Last Day? Facing the camera, Jiang Chen remained calm and replied, it was given to me by the Rothschild family. What? The host was taken aback. The Rothschild family? From abroad? Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Holy crap, this script is way over the top. The director must not have put any thought into it. The Rothschilds, a prestigious British family with a history spanning hundreds of years, reportedly with assets so vast they could rival a nation's wealth. Is Chen Feng going to claim that the head of the Rothschild family is also his friend? This contestant is really bold, saying anything and everything. Impressive, impressive. The actor said that without blushing, and I almost believed him. No one believes what Chen Feng is saying. After all, Ma Yun was invited here, so there's some room for maneuvering. But the Rothschild family is truly a very mysterious clan. The host gave up on continuing the interview with Chen Feng. In the host's view, Chen Feng was just blowing smoke. Meanwhile, in the live stream, several large rockets were being sent. It was Jiang Muyu. Host, ask them if they're selling this painting. Jiang Muyu's comments were prominently displayed at the top of the screen. The staff noticed and informed the host. Immediately, the host approached Mu Qian. Ms. Mu, someone is willing to pay 100 million to purchase this painting. Would you and your husband be willing to sell it? The host asked. Upon hearing this, Mu Qian fell silent for a moment. No one told me about this script. How should I proceed? 100 million for this painting? Are you kidding me? It must be fake. This is all the production team's script. Cough. Mu Qian awkwardly smiled and said, sorry, my husband and I both really like this painting, so we're not considering selling it right now. Sell? That's just scamming people. And after learning that all of this was scripted, Mu Qian also realized that she had to play her part. Playing the role of a wealthy person, playing the part of someone with a high standard of living. This was the only way to advance to the fourth round and secure more prize money. Not selling it for 100 million? You must be a fool. Is this the usual trick? How could a fake painting possibly sell? How much did Jiang Muyu's old man get paid to come here and act as a plant for this show? This production team really went all out to make everything look real, hiring so many actors. A painting worth 100 million is just hanging here so casually. No one would believe it. Let alone the live viewers. On the other side, Yanjing, Yanyun Pavilion. Xiaonan, the assistant, whispered cautiously to Jiang Muyu beside him. The boss and the others seem to think you're a plant. A plant? Jiang Muyu heard this and his beard bristled with anger. I didn't see wrong. This is the genuine article. Keep bidding. I'm willing to pay 200 million to acquire it. Ask them if they're willing. The painting The Last Day of the World was worth at least 500 million in Jiang Muyu's eyes. Because this painting was shrouded in many legends and stories. Sir, there's no need. If this continues, you might really end up being the show's plant. Xiao Nan's fingers trembled. 200 million? He had never seen that much money in his entire life. Stop wasting time. I must acquire this painting today. Jiang Muyu declared confidently. Meanwhile, the shop assistant, Xiao Nan, trembled as he sent out Jiang Muyu's words. Instantly, the live stream exploded. Holy crap, 200 million? Has this old man lost his mind? This is going to be trending tomorrow. A painting priced at 200 million? That's more profitable than a robbery. The production team is playing it way too big. They're willing to sacrifice their integrity for a gimmick. Can it get any more fake? Who would believe this? I'll bid 10 billion. If that's not enough, I'll add more. If it is, consider it never said. This was a perfectly normal live stream, and now it's turned into an auction house. Chapter 37, they're acting so convincingly. Yanjing, West Suburb. In a standalone villa, an elderly man was sitting on the sofa, watching TV. Suddenly, as he changed channels, he saw a painting appear on the TV screen. Instantly, the old man's eyes widened, and he stood up from the sofa. His gaze immediately fixated on the bottom right corner of the painting. The signature was hidden in the shadows. It was the genuine article. The elderly man was thrilled. The old man was an avid collector of paintings, came from a wealthy family, and was a billionaire, a true hidden tycoon. In his home, there were various famous paintings, but they were all forgeries. It wasn't that he lacked the means to acquire genuine pieces. 5 years ago, a mysterious man purchased all the world's famous paintings, leaving only forgeries of some renowned works today. This final painting of the apocalypse, though long lost, was well known within their circle. The last day of the world had once been in the possession of the Third Labour Party, who, to showcase their achievements, carved a symbol representing their faction in the bottom right corner of the painting. Is this a live stream? The old man furrowed his brows and called his secretary to assist him in contacting the host. Soon, the tall secretary entered the live broadcast studio. Mr. Chin, this is a live broadcast of a program, and the subject is an ordinary family. However, we just received word that Mr. Jiang Muyu from Beijing has already offered 200 million in the live stream to acquire this painting. Upon hearing this, Qin Long grew anxious and said, "Quick, bid 300 million, no, 500 million to acquire this painting." Qin Long's words left the secretary speechless. Why spend 500 million on a painting? There are so many other things you could buy. However, the secretary remained respectful and said, "Mr. Qin, 500 million is already beyond the value of this painting. If we buy it, we might incur a loss. We'll take the loss. We must acquire this painting." Qin Long looked extremely excited. Others might not know, but he did. After what happened 5 years ago, countless masterpieces had been lost to the world, all acquired by the same person. Even the genuine Tang Bohu painting he had treasured had to be reluctantly parted with. At the time, Qin Long didn't want to sell it. But could he really refuse? A single word from someone else, and you'd have nothing. So, when Qin Long saw an authentic masterpiece this time, he couldn't wait to acquire it. Welcome to the live stream where Qin Long of Longting Group has upgraded to the Emperor level. A message floated across the top of the live stream, surprising everyone. This live stream was just a temporary setup by the production team, unlike the permanent channels of big streamers on platforms. Therefore, it was uncommon for viewers to make donations, let alone purchase membership cards. Yet now, 2 people had actually upgraded to the Emperor level in this live stream, which required a minimum donation of 5 million yuan. Longting Group's Qin Long, 500 million, I'm willing to buy this painting. The moment those words were spoken, the entire live stream exploded. Holy crap, another big shot? They're offering 500 million outright. Longting Group, such a familiar name. I just looked it up, they have 5 companies listed in the Fortune 500. That's incredible. 66666, 500 million for a painting? They must be out of their minds. Impressive, so generous. The show producers are getting more and more daring, bringing in another actor. Yan Yun Pavilion. Zhang Muchuan saw the message in the live stream and panicked. Old Qin has also noticed and wants to compete with me, this won't do. Shaonan, keep bidding. Little Nan, the assistant, looked at his phone with no hope left, acting like an emotionless comment machine. 500 million. You're actually raising the price again. Why not use that money to give me a raise instead? At that moment, Chen Feng's home. The staff were all in a daze. They had all seen the messages in the live stream. They simply couldn't imagine that a painting could sell for such an exorbitant price. The host had secretly approached the director and whispered, "Director, keep it low-key. How am I supposed to host this? Director? What the heck? Do I have the connections to bring in these 2 legends? One is worth billions, the other is worth tens of billions. If I could afford to hire them as extras, would I be a TV director?" At that moment, the director had 1,000 curses on his lips, but didn't know if he should say them. However, the director is even more certain that Chen Feng is definitely a big shot. Having a painting worth hundreds of millions hanging in his house, does that sound like something an ordinary person could do? Being able to call and summon Ma Yun Yun, a big shot, at will, could an ordinary person do that? At this point, the director didn't call him out, because he knew very well that Chen Feng was the guarantee of his show's ratings. If he exposed him, what would Chen Feng do? The big shot's eccentricity. The director couldn't figure out why such a big shot would agree to participate in such a small show. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Xin Long and Jiang Muchuan were bidding against each other, driving the value of the painting up to 800 million, which was already an astronomical price. However, the viewers in the live stream were watching it like a performance, unfazed. After the initial shock, they had grown accustomed to it. Keep going, you're really putting on a good show. Stop with the 800 million, just shout 100 billion. That's more exciting. This isn't just actors putting on a show. There's no bidding like this. Are they treating us like monkeys? I've learned something new. This is the first time I've seen a production team use such a clumsy gimmick to create a sensation. Amazing, truly amazing. I almost thought I'd walked into some big shot auction house. In the hearts of all the viewers, Xin Long and Jiang Muyu have already been labeled as actors. After all, everything that happened was simply too unbelievable. The Real owner says they're not for sale, yet the two of you are bidding away as if it's a party. If you say it's not acting, only a fool would believe you. Chapter 38. Don't rich people just wear something and throw it away? Yu Hao's hands were trembling at that moment. After some deliberation, he found no evidence of forgery in the final moments. Both the painting style and the paper quality were authentic. This was indeed a genuine work by Van Gogh. Van Gogh. He was one of the most accomplished painters of the modern era. The fact that his genuine work appeared here was truly awe-inspiring. This piece could easily be a museum's crown jewel. Yet it's hanging in the living room of an apartment. Everyone, have you finished the appraisal? The host walked over and asked. Yu Hao remained silent, but Jiang Mang, standing beside him, excitedly interjected, "All right, this painting is indeed a genuine work by Van Gogh." The host continued, "Mr. Chen Feng and his wife have such refined taste in their living arrangements, they actually have a genuine Van Gogh hanging in their living room." As he spoke, the host's hands were trembling. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, his emotions were running wild. A painting worth hundreds of millions was right before his eyes. Anyone would be thrilled. What kind of lifestyle is this? This is beyond the realm of the wealthy. If this painting is genuine, just this one piece alone would be enough to crush all the other contestants. This year's contestants are all quite talented. Look at these professionals, some of them were even criticizing others earlier, but now they're all silent. It has a plot and good acting. This show is still worth watching. Wow, is Chen Feng the boss's illegitimate son? The entire production team is here acting alongside him. In the live stream, viewers are all complaining. However, this hasn't affected the live stream's popularity at all. In fact, it surged to several million views, which is on par with some top-tier streamers. At that moment, the host stood in front of the camera and said, "I believe all of you have already seen some of the decorations in Chen Feng's living room. Let's head to other areas now." After speaking, the host led the camera into the bedroom. The bedroom was still very tidy. While everyone was outside earlier, Mu Qian had tidied up and hidden some private items. "Ms. Mu, would you mind if we open the wardrobe?" the host asked. "No, that's fine. The wardrobe contains only outerwear, there's nothing inappropriate inside." After receiving permission, the host said to the camera, "Viewers, the most direct way to judge a person's lifestyle is by their sense of style. Let's take a look at the styles of clothing in the wardrobe." The host then opened the wardrobe. Suddenly, one by one, the clothes were neatly hung inside the wardrobe, filling it completely. However, they were folded neatly, so it didn't look too messy, just very bulky. Is this family so poor they can't afford a bigger wardrobe? If it doesn't fit, just throw it away. You wouldn't be too attached to all these clothes, would you? They're probably all cheap knockoffs, costing only a few dollars each. To be honest, 20 years ago, when my family was so poor we couldn't even afford food, we had this many clothes. This is revealing. Wealthy individuals wouldn't store clothes like this, they'd just wear one and discard it. In the live stream, the audience, seeing the wardrobe stuffed with clothes, started mocking the show as if they found a weakness. Indeed, there were at least hundreds of clothes in the wardrobe. A young couple having so many clothes can only prove one thing: they can't bear to throw them away. The host turned to Mu Qian and asked, "Ms. Mu, how did you end up with so many clothes?" Mu Qian replied awkwardly, "These are all bought by my husband. They're all in good condition, so they've accumulated over time." At home, Mu Qian isn't really into shopping. When she first started dating Chen Feng, Mu Qian tried to save money by living frugally with him, even wearing the same few pieces of clothing for an entire month. After Chen Feng found out, he threw away all of Mu Qian's old clothes and started bringing new ones home from time to time. Mu Qian was deeply moved by this gesture. "Did your husband buy these? May I ask where your husband usually buys them?" the host asked. "My husband said some were bought during a 10% off sale at the mall, some were company benefits, and some were bought on Taobao." Mu Qian wasn't lying when he brought these clothes back. Chen Feng had indeed used those reasons. After all, at that time, Chen Feng only wanted to live an ordinary life. At that moment, Chen Feng, standing nearby, heard this and felt a bit helpless. "A 10% discount at the mall? Does your mall ever offer such a low discount? Company benefits? I've been working here for so long, have you ever seen me get a raise of even a single dollar? Did you get it from Taobao? Have you ever received a package from me? In fact, Chen Feng knows exactly where these clothes come from. Most of the clothes here come from small workshops. These so-called small workshops are like the private tailors of the Queen of England or the limited edition pieces for various luxury brands around the world. To avoid arousing Mu Qian's suspicion, none of these clothes have any logos. Otherwise, if the house were filled with clothes from brands like LV and Gucci, given the family's previous financial circumstances when they were pretending to be poor, it would definitely arouse Mu Qian's suspicion. What Chen Feng didn't expect was that Mu Qian had believed this for so many years. Moreover, Mu Qian hasn't discarded a single piece of clothing he brought back. After all, these were the finest crafts in the world, and wearing them was undoubtedly more comfortable than any other clothes. This is why the entire wardrobe is now overflowing with clothes. Chapter 39, Exclusive Supplies for the Sun Never Sets Royal Family. Ha, this is hilarious. The beauty just exposed herself. Department store sales, company gifts, and stuff from Taobao, so all these clothes are just mass-produced items? I thought she had such good taste, but it's probably just on par with mine. I'm speechless. There's a painting worth tens of millions hanging in the living room, but the wardrobe is filled with cheap knockoffs. This must have been something the production team didn't anticipate. They prepared so much, but in the end, they couldn't outdo their own team. I don't believe the production team can cover this up this time. In the live stream, the audience burst into laughter upon hearing Mu Qian's words. The previous scene was a bit exaggerated, but it still had some logic to it. At least the script was flawless. But now, facing Mu Qian's self-revelation, this is highly entertaining. At this point, the host was also a bit awkward. He hadn't expected Mu Qian to be so direct. How the hell am I supposed to respond to this? Just a moment ago, she was so confident in the living room, but now she's facing this situation. The twist is too big. Not only would the audience find it hard to accept, but even he himself couldn't accept it. Just then, one of the professionals, Chen Han, suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment, there's something wrong with this dress. Chen Han is a fashion expert with millions of followers on Weibo. He has studied global fashion magazines in depth on a daily basis. He has a deep understanding of this field. Just moments ago, Chen Han was dismissively looking at the clothes in the wardrobe when he suddenly noticed a peculiar detail on a black jacket hanging inside. Ms. Mu, may I take this garment out to take a closer look? Chen Han asked Mu Qian politely. Sure. Mu Qian didn't refuse. After obtaining Mu Qian's permission, Chen Han carefully took out the black coat and immediately noticed a dark red rose pattern on the collar. She gasped. Chen Han took a deep breath, her eyes filled with shock. It's really that emblem. Ms. Mu, may I ask where this coat came from? Chen Han's attitude was now extremely polite, and his previous arrogance had vanished completely. Mu Qian looked at the jacket, recalled, and said, It seems like my husband bought it 3 months ago on Taobao. Upon hearing Mu Qian's words, Chen Han couldn't believe it. Could you really buy clothes from the British royal family on Taobao? If it's available, she'll buy as many as she can get. The rose emblem on the collar was a symbol of status. Not long ago, she had seen a fashion magazine featuring clothing exclusively supplied to the British royal family, and every piece had a dark red rose emblem on the collar. Previously, Chen Han had also doubted whether the garment she held was an authentic piece. But after examining it closely and feeling the fabric, she was certain it was the real thing. Ordinary factories simply couldn't produce such meticulously crafted garments. Is there something wrong with this garment? The host asked Chen Han curiously. Chen Han took a deep breath and said seriously, This garment is a special item supplied to the British royal family. Its value is incalculable. If it were sold on the market, each piece would be worth at least several $1 million. Host? Staff? Director? Mu Qian? Several million yuan per piece? What kind of curse have they been under to say such a thing? Did I see that wrong? The host cautiously glanced at the director, his eyes conveying a certain meaning. Is this the actor you hired? The director noticed the host's subtle glance and immediately returned it. Invite you to hell. If I were hiring actors, would I hire someone this unprofessional? The director was also deeply shocked inside. This Chen Han was clearly not an actor but a fashion blogger hired by the production team. In other words, what Chen Han said wasn't a lie, it was the truth. A dress costing millions. What kind of divine contestant did this show manage to bring in? There's no way I could have mistaken it. I have some knowledge of the clothing supplied exclusively to the British royal family, and this garment is indeed authentic. Chen Han said confidently. Finally, is this the twist the director was aiming for? I knew there would be such a scene. If there's no twist, how could we justify all the pretentiousness earlier? This actor seems unprofessional. A dress worth $1 million? Made of gold? What's the rush? It's just a dress worth a few million. There's probably something even more shocking coming up. I get the routine. How could this happen? The Chen Han I've been following actually went to the show to be an actor? This is ruining her career. Chen Han, how much did you get paid by the show? The live stream audience is going wild. I thought it was going to be a disaster, but this is an incredible twist. A single outfit costs millions, that entire wardrobe must be worth billions. Plus, Chen Han isn't just some small-time blogger, she's a Weibo influencer with millions of followers, so she already has a built-in audience. While some people are skeptical, there's still a small group who choose to believe Chen Han. Stop bashing her. What evidence do you have to say this is all staged? Exactly, Miss Chen Han wouldn't stoop to acting for a few measly dollars. This family might just be some hidden billionaires. A bunch of hicks. I just looked it up, and the special order clothes for the British royal family do indeed have a small rose at the collar. The fans who strongly supported Chen Han were quickly drowned out by the chorus of voices. Just kidding. Even if they're rich, so what? Have you ever seen a wealthy person wearing $1 million outfit? Moreover, the so-called special order clothing for the British royal family isn't about money anymore, it's a symbol of status. Even leaders of some small countries probably don't have the qualifications to wear such clothes. Those who can afford it are all major global influencers. Chapter 40, I really don't want to hide it anymore. Amidst the constant arguments in the live stream. In a dormitory of an international school, a muscular young man was engrossed in watching a live stream on his phone. This international school is renowned worldwide, attracting princes and princesses from many countries to study abroad and experience the culture of Xiagua. Henry, look, it's the clothes from your hometown. The muscular young man walked over to the bed across the room. On the bed lay a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with sharp features and a distinctly Western aura. Xiaorui, what's that outfit? Henry spoke Mandarin with a heavy accent, his eyes filled with confusion. Xiaorui laughed, aren't you a prince of the British royal family? The show said there's a special garment from the British royal family. Despite his roommate being a prince, Xiaorui wasn't overly formal. Prince Henry didn't have the aristocratic demeanor of a prince, instead, he was very down-to-earth. No way! Henry exclaimed. As a prince, he was well aware of what the term exclusive to the British royal family signified. It meant that only members of the royal family could wear it, and it was never sold to the public. Even if some celebrities requested it, the royal family would refuse. However, when Henry saw the outfit on his phone screen, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This outfit is pretty stylish." Suddenly, Henry seemed to think of something and jumped off the bed. For him. For him. Henry clearly remembered that 3 years ago, an Eastern man had visited the Sun Never Sets Empire, and the Queen had received him with the highest honors of the royal family. From that day onward, the royal family of the Sun Never Sets Empire ordered the royal tailors to create a custom-made Eastern-style garment every month and send it out. And this particular garment, he had seen it 3 months ago when he returned home, so he had not forgotten it. Is it him? Our hero, Little Neza? Xiaorui was completely baffled, unsure why Henry was singing so excitedly. Could it be that after spending so much time in Xia Kingdom, he had been influenced by Xia culture? No, that's not what I meant. The clothes are real. Henry explained it all to Xiaorui, and finally Xiaorui understood what he meant. You mean the owner of this garment is the world's richest man, someone even the royal family dares not offend? Xiaorui asked in astonishment. Henry nodded. This left Xiaorui deeply shocked. Even someone whom the royal family dares not offend has appeared on a domestic TV show. This was truly surreal. Moreover, judging from the comments in the livestream, it seemed like everyone was saying it was fake. However, Xiaorui chose to believe Henry. After all, a prince from the British royal family is far more reliable than these keyboard warriors. Chen Feng's home. Chen Han was still in shock when he suddenly seemed to think of something and asked Chen Feng, "Mr. Chen, did you really buy all these clothes on Taobao?" Chen Feng, caught off guard, didn't bother to hide it and simply said, "No." Upon hearing this, Chen Han's eyes lit up, and she asked, "Then where did they come from?" Chen Feng answered honestly, 3 years ago, the British royal family asked me for a favor. I helped them out, and as a token of their gratitude, they send me a special edition garment from their collection every month." Since he had already decided to reveal the fact that he was the world's richest man, Chen Feng saw no point in hiding it anymore. However, after Chen Feng finished speaking, the entire room fell into complete silence. Chen Han didn't know how to respond. If you said you had a friend who could get you this kind of clothing, that would be better. Now you're saying you helped the British royal family out, and as a token of their gratitude, they send you a piece of clothing every month. Who the hell would believe that? You can't just make up stories like that, can you? You know the British royal family is an ancient royal family. What could they possibly need from you? Even Ma Yun wouldn't have that kind of status. Ha, you've really taken the bragging too far. Chen Feng has really gotten into character. I'm scared out of my wits. The British royal family is begging you? It's more plausible to say the entire earth is yours. Case closed. This contestant might have Korean blood in them. Sorry, I'm about to start bashing this person. This contestant really doesn't know when to stop. Hey, is this the emergency hotline? There's someone showing off here. Wake up, stop living in your own world. If you don't understand, just ask. Is the British royal family really that pathetic? At that moment, the host snapped out of his daze and said, "Mr. Chen is truly humorous." Meanwhile, Mu Qian stood awkwardly in place, unable to speak. She had always thought Chen Feng was the type to keep a low profile, but he was so explosive the moment he opened his mouth. Honey, go rest outside for a bit. You're too tired. I'll handle this here. Mu Qian escorted Chen Feng out of the room, afraid he might say something else inappropriate. If we accidentally offend the production team, we won't stand a chance of advancing to the next round. Chen Feng. Upon entering the living room, Chen Feng felt a wave of helplessness. Is it really that hard to be honest? He had hidden his true identity all along just to live a low-key life. But after seeing Mu Qian's hard work and efforts, Chen Feng only wanted to give her the best life possible so she wouldn't have to work so hard every day. But every time he tried to be honest, he was misunderstood. Chen Feng took out his phone and checked the funds he had just unfrozen, which were still in the settlement process and would take a few days to clear. Once the funds are transferred back to the country, everything can be explained clearly. On the other side, everyone else had also come to their senses. Chen Han carefully hung the clothes in the wardrobe, afraid of getting them dirty. A single piece of clothing costing over 1,000,000 yuan, if it were damaged, she might have to compensate for it with everything she owned. At that moment, Mu Qian said, "My husband works too hard. You all continue. You can take out the clothes in the wardrobe and have a look." Really? Hearing Mu Qian's words, Chen Han's eyes lit up. Even a single piece of clothing was specially made for the British royal family, so the others must be equally valuable. This was extremely tempting for Chen Han, who had always loved fashionable clothing. Of course, they're all worthless clothes. Don't worry. Mu Qian glanced at the program staff and felt extremely excited inside. With so many people cooperating with her, this round was definitely in the bag. Chapter 41, The Real Global Limited Edition. Ha, cheap clothes, so pretentious. Even the royal family's exclusive supply has arrived, and they're still worthless. Beautiful lady, don't be shy. You can speak more boldly, we're all used to it. I'll bet you anything, once this blogger sees this, there'll be a wardrobe full of designer labels. The production team needs to step up their game. There's not even a single LV item. How are they supposed to film this? Is the budget insufficient? That's too small-minded. Does LV even deserve a spot in this wardrobe? Who do you think you are? In the live stream, the audience erupted in mockery. In their eyes, everything that just happened was just an act. After all, a dress worth millions is almost unimaginable to the average person. A single garment is worth an entire house. What are you bragging about? It's not really surprising that the audience would think that way. Everything in the true elite circles is beyond imagination and cannot be measured by money. Ordinary people simply have no way of understanding such things. At that moment, inside the room, Chen Han took out one piece of clothing after another from the wardrobe and laid them out on the bed. These garments were exquisitely crafted, but aside from decorative lines and patterns, there was no logo anywhere on them. Chen Han was carefully touching and examining them. If it weren't for the meticulous craftsmanship, they would look no different from ordinary clothes at first glance. But Chen Han didn't see it that way. From the material alone, these were undoubtedly all high-quality pieces. Feeling the pressure, Chen Han even took out his phone to look up some professional knowledge. After a long while, Chen Han could only say, "I can't estimate the value of these clothes, but I can guarantee that each one is worth at least 5 figures. The host was taken aback for a moment before regaining his composure and saying, "It seems these clothes are quite valuable. Not less than 5 figures means each piece is worth over 10,000? Goodness gracious. Please tone it down a bit. Hundreds of garments? That means the value of all the garments in this cabinet is in the millions, or even tens of millions? Not less than 5 figures? I think you're blowing it out of proportion. This is such a divine show. I love watching this kind of serious bragging. Unbelievable. These clothes don't even have a logo. They're clearly not from any big brand. I just feel like these clothes are all flashy on the outside, but the material probably only costs 5 cents. The live stream viewers are going wild with criticism. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in Shanghai, a stunningly beautiful woman sat up on the bed, and her phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. If anyone were there, they would instantly recognize her as the current hottest A-list actress, Tang Shiriying. When Tang Shiriying tapped on the notification and entered the livestream, she was jolted awake by the sight of the clothes. A limited edition LV dress? Burberry's latest custom-made spring collection? A Gucci trench coat designed by top designer Lauren? As a professional actress, Tang Shiriying is well-versed in these luxury brands. Every time she attended a program, sponsors would provide clothing for the celebrities. Tang Shiriying has long coveted these outfits, but she has never been able to obtain them, as they are custom-made limited editions, available only to international-level celebrities. Although Tang Shiriying is very popular, her fame is limited to within China. Is this a fashion show? Tang Shiriying was filled with confusion. However, she soon found out that it was actually an entertainment show. And these clothes were actually everyday items that people wore and discarded. Excited, Tang Shiriying logged into her account and posted a comment, "These are all limited edition clothes. Can I add you as a friend and ask how to buy them?" As a top-tier celebrity, the live streaming platform had already granted special permissions to Tang Shiriying's account. The comment immediately stood out among the many others. Holy crap, it's Tang Shiriying. Tang Shiriying actually showed up. Limited edition clothes? How the hell can you tell? Maybe Tang Shiriying was also hired as a plant. Who on earth is the production team that managed to bring Tang Shiriying on board? Tang Shiriying, I want to add you as a friend. I could have these clothes made by any factory. Tang Shiriying, don't get fooled. These clothes are all bought on Taobao. It has to be said, Tang Shiriying's popularity is still very high. Her appearance alone has excited many netizens. At that moment, Tang Shiriying, lying in bed, watched the comments and felt her mindset crumbling. Limited edition luxury items bought on Taobao? Who would believe that? At the same time, Tang Shiriying found a few of her close friends on WeChat and asked them to enter the live stream to see if she had made a mistake. In an instant, several popular celebrities entered the live stream. Xiao Weilan, oh my gosh, it's really a limited edition outfit and it's globally limited to no more than 5 pieces. Zhou Xiaotian, I didn't see wrong. It's really the same. I saw something similar at a fashion week a few days ago. Wu Shan, are these all treasures? I can't believe I saw so many limited edition outfits at once, many of which are designed by top international designers. When Tang Shiriying's friend saw the clothes in the live stream, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This left many viewers speechless. No way? Are these clothes really limited edition? There's not even a logo. How can you tell? It doesn't feel like it's staged. After all, the production team wouldn't have the resources to invite so many celebrities as plants. So, is this contestant really a hidden millionaire? No way, was that painting earlier also real? I don't believe it. Who would live in such a commodity apartment? If it's real, the clothes alone could buy a big villa. Many viewers couldn't believe it but didn't know how to criticize it. After all, so many popular female celebrities came out to support the show. Unless they're all plants. Chapter 42, I can assure you with confidence. At that moment, Chen Han also learned from the host what a few female celebrities had said. Suddenly, he felt like a light bulb had gone off in his head. I get it. Chen Han suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look at Chen Han. What did you figure out? They were all very curious about what these clothes were all about. After all, they didn't look like luxury items. Beside him, Mu Qian was also curiously looking at Chen Han. She wears these clothes every day, and aside from being a bit more comfortable than her other clothes, she hasn't noticed anything particularly special about them. Most importantly, in her eyes, Chen Feng wasn't very wealthy, so the clothes he bought should all be quite ordinary. Given that, she was curious to hear what Chen Han would say. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Han felt a bit embarrassed and spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, these clothes weren't mass-produced on a factory assembly line. They were designed by top designers from luxury brands and produced in limited quantities. Therefore, these clothes bear some resemblance to luxury brands but don't have logos on them. After all, such limited edition clothes are typically obtained by the wealthy and powerful, who don't like their clothes to have logos on them. Therefore, logos weren't included in the original design. Chen Han's explanation made everyone understand. To put it another way, at fashion shows, do the models walking the runway wear clothes with logos on them? Of course not. Adding a logo is merely to indicate the brand, and it has little to do with the product's aesthetics. It might even detract from it. The distinction is that luxury items with logos are expensive, while those without logos are even more valuable. Boasting is all talk. The more you say, the more convincing you sound. If it weren't for a few celebrities holding the fort earlier, you would have been criticized harshly. Although what you're saying makes sense, I still think you're putting on a show. You say it's true, but who would believe you? I could just pick any piece of clothing and claim it was designed by a famous designer worth billions. No one would buy it anyway. Exactly, if you're so confident, show us the receipt. Sure enough, the live stream is full of trolls who always find something to criticize. After all, there will always be people who can't stand seeing others do better than them. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Xiangshu and Erxia in the country, a woman dressed in a professional outfit was staring intently at the screen of her phone. Her hands quickly flipped through the documents on the desk. Finally, the documents came to a stop on an image. The image showed a black and white striped sweater, and it was identical to the garment on the screen. It's real. Yao Nana's face betrayed her shock. She was the Asia-Pacific director of Xiangshu and responsible for all product operations across Asia. The sweater in the document was one that Yao Nana remembered clearly. It was designed by the most talented international designer at Xiangshu Group last month, and it was extremely innovative. The moment Yao Nana saw it, she fell in love with it and believed it could become the hottest fashion trend. She immediately requested headquarters to mass-produce and release it. However, to Yao Nana's surprise, the request was rejected by headquarters. The reason for the rejection was that the sweater was a limited edition custom-made piece exclusively for the CEO of the fragrance group, with only one piece produced. Upon hearing this reason, Yao Nana was almost speechless. A dress designed by top international designers over several months was made exclusively for one person. That's just absurd. Moreover, Yao Nana knew nothing about this mysterious boss. Yao Nana only knew one thing: 3 years ago, during a global economic crisis, many luxury brands suffered heavy losses, and the Shangshuaner Group was even on the brink of bankruptcy. But at the most critical moment, a mysterious figure stepped in and took over the entire Shangshuaner Group, helping it weather the storm. Could the mysterious boss of the sweater be the contestant on this show? An unbelievable thought crossed Yao Nana's mind. Instantly, Yao Nana felt a chill run down her spine. At that moment, Yao Nana also noticed the live chat comments in the streaming room. Is this a performance? Try acting it out for me? That sweater was a global limited edition, with only one piece available. The production team must have gone to great lengths to obtain it. Yao Nana wasn't convinced and immediately sent a comment: I'm the Asia Pacific director of Shangshuaner. I can assure you that, regardless of other clothes, that black and white sweater is a limited edition piece from Shangshuaner. There's only one in the world, and it's definitely authentic. Its value is priceless. After sending it, Yao Nana felt a sense of relief. She was defending her boss, and if her boss found out, she was sure to be praised for her work. However, she was soon overwhelmed by the comments. I am Taro Ultraman from the M78 Nebula. I can assure you that a group of monsters will invade Earth tomorrow. Send me $1 each, and I will protect you. How did another fragrant child director show up? The production team really knows how to find actors. Please, someone with a brain write the script. If you're the director, then I'm the CEO. You don't even have platform verification, are you just some random account? Stop trying to justify it. Unless you can show proof. At that moment, Chen Feng was at home. The director was also monitoring the livestream, watching Yao Nana's comments, and was also startled. A globally limited edition garment, specially crafted by a luxury brand. Its value is almost unimaginable. This made the director even more curious about Chen Feng's true identity. Since the first challenge began, Chen Feng had been like a treasure trove. The deeper they dug, the more astonishing things emerged. Others thought the show was scripted, but the director knew it was all real. A script? Are you kidding? As a director, do you think I wouldn't know if there's a script? Cast actors? If that were exposed, wouldn't the show be ruined? So even though the show has been running for years, the production team rarely gets involved. It's all up to the contestants to improvise. Unless something unexpected happens. Chapter 43. This is my professional ethics. I need to be paid more. On camera. Chen Han carefully folded the clothes and placed them one by one into the wardrobe. Although Chen Han doesn't know the true value of these clothes, she understands their preciousness. Just one piece of clothing specially made for the British royal family was worth a fortune. Looking at the packed wardrobe, Chen Han couldn't help but feel deeply moved. A single wardrobe might be worth more than her entire fortune. Everyone, have you finished your appraisals? What do you think of the contestants' daily attire? The host asked the experts. Perfect, flawless. Even some big celebrities might not own these items. Chen Han said confidently. The host looked at the other professionals. They didn't say much. With outfits costing millions, what else can one say? Could one say they lack taste in life? Seeing that they didn't say anything, the host turned to the camera and said, Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that Chen Fengmu and Xian are quite fashionable when it comes to clothing. All the outfits are limited editions, as you can all see. Next. Wait a moment. Just then, a voice rang out. One of the professionals stepped forward, speaking with righteous indignation. I can't record this anymore. If this continues, your program will tarnish my reputation. Everyone present froze and turned to look at Huang Dongnan. Huang Dongnan opened the wardrobe, pointed at the Sunset Royal Family exclusive garment, and shouted, This piece of trash is worth over $1 million? Where did you see that? Are you deceiving the audience? Or do you think they're idiots? And the other clothes in this wardrobe, each one a limited edition, don't you have any conscience? Do you think I can't find a factory to make something better than these? What's even more outrageous is the painting hanging outside. You're asking for over $100 million for it? I'm sorry, but my intelligence feels insulted by this show. I've decided to stop recording. Everyone present was speechless, staring in disbelief at Huang Dongnan. Brother, this is a live broadcast, not a pre-recorded show. Although many people knew the truth, no one dared to speak up. After all, they were just doing their jobs. Acting is acting, and they get paid anyway. But now, with those words, aren't you basically ruining the show's livelihood? This is proof that the production team has been faking it all along. Holy crap, this is explosive. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. Is this exposing the truth? That's impressive. I feel like my intelligence has been insulted. Indeed, a painting worth tens of millions, a piece of clothing worth millions. Do you think this is the home of a poor Arab sheik? I seem to recognize this person. He's an expert on some antiques appraisal show and seems to be pretty well known. In the live stream, Huang Dongnan's fierce counterattack got all the viewers excited. After all, live self-disclosure isn't that uncommon. At that moment, the show's director panicked and rushed over, pulling Huang Dongnan aside and asking, Mr. Huang, what's going on? I invited you to the show and gave you a $5,000 fee. Taking someone's money and doing their bidding is the rule. How can you take the money and then ruin your own livelihood? Huang Dongnan replied directly, Director, it's not that I'm not giving you face, it's your production team that's not giving me face. This place is full of fakes. If I don't speak up now, I'll be torn apart after the live stream ends. Huang Dongnan had a point. After all, the show had already been mocked by thousands of people for being a staged performance, and if he kept praising everything as genuine on the show, his reputation would indeed be ruined. Mr. Huang, it's not that I'm betraying you. The items in this room, to be honest, are all genuine. The director said seriously. Stop pulling my leg here. You're still trying to deceive me at this point. Huang Dongnan clearly didn't believe him. In an ordinary apartment, there are items worth tens of millions of dollars. Are you the fool or am I the fool? Any reasonable person would find this unreasonable who would believe it? The director, seeing Huang Dongnan's firm attitude, realized that convincing him was nearly impossible. After all, the director knew deep down that this was utterly absurd. So the director directly asked Huang Dongnan, Mr. Huang, what do you want in order to continue participating in the program recording? Hearing this, Huang Dongnan smiled and said, the others must have been paid to speak well of you. Since you're going to tarnish my professional ethics, you'll have to pay more. Instantly, the director cursed under his breath. This was clearly just an outright demand for money. However, at this point, the director had no choice but to give in. After all, if Huang Dongnan refused to participate in the live broadcast, the audience would definitely accuse the production team of fraud. At it. The director gritted his teeth and agreed to Huang Dongnan's demand. 5,000, non-negotiable. Huang Dongnan held up 5 fingers. Alright. 5,000, that's not a small amount. But the director wasn't too concerned at the moment, as the show's viewership was still rising steadily. If it continued at this rate, the ratings were sure to break all records. Meanwhile, Huang Dongnan, having received the payment, walked back to the camera with a composed expression. The host asked beside him, Mr. Huang, why did you say that just now? Cough. Huang Dongnan cleared his throat and said, I apologize to all the viewers and staff. I was too rash just now. I lacked sufficient understanding of those aspects, so I misunderstood. Please don't take it to heart. Taking money and doing someone a favor. In this regard, Huang Dongnan was quite savvy. The host smiled awkwardly and said, specialization is key. Mr. Huang is an antique expert, so that's understandable. Misunderstanding? Your expression just now was a misunderstanding? It was clearly intentional troublemaking, wasn't it? Even a fool could see that. And just now, he left with the director probably to engage in some under-the-table dealings. Chapter 44, There's something wrong with this antique. Sure, is that you? Holy crap, the twist came so fast. Is it the power of money? This production team is a criminal organization. Look at how they brainwashed the expert. Impressive. What a misunderstanding. Didn't they just say everything was fake earlier? The live stream viewers saw Huang Dongnan's inconsistent statements and immediately figured out what was going on. After all, this isn't a pre-recorded show, it's live, so they can't fake it. It's clear that Huang Dongnan was bribed, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a reversal. At that moment, Mu Qian stood by, muttering to herself, the production team is amazing. They spent money but didn't expose us. In Mu Qian's understanding, what Huang Dongnan had just said was most likely true. After all, it was indeed the case. On ordinary days, when Mu Qian looked at the paintings in the living room, she hadn't noticed anything unusual. The clothes she wore every day also had nothing special about them. But under the program staff's flattery, one became a painting worth hundreds of millions, and the other became a limited edition outfit worth millions. This was something Mu Qian dared not even imagine. If the clothes were really that valuable, why would she need to borrow money from here and there? Selling just one piece would solve all her problems. However, Mu Qian knew the truth. It's all fake, all part of the show's script. After all, her husband didn't seem like a super-rich second-generation heir in the years they'd spent together. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like there was a misunderstanding earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Let us take a look at the other decorations in the room. The host, trembling with fear, led the camera out of the room and into a study. As soon as they entered the study, a faint, ancient fragrance filled the air. Those who caught the scent couldn't help but pause, feeling a sense of comfort. The study was also very simply decorated, with a desk on which sat a computer for work, and beside it, an antique incense burner from which wafted a faint trail of smoke. Beside the desk stood a row of bookshelves. The bookshelves contained no books, but instead held various small trinkets that resembled antiques. It was an ordinary study, with nothing particularly striking or remarkable about it. The host then turned to Mu Qian and asked, Ms. Mu, are all the antiques in this study your husband's collection? Yes, my husband sometimes brings some back from antique markets and places them on the shelves. I accidentally broke a vase last time, and I haven't had a chance to clean up the pieces yet. Mu Qian pointed to a pile of shards in the corner. Mu Qian wasn't familiar with antiques. Chen Feng would occasionally bring some back from the antique market and place them here as decorations. A few days ago, while cleaning, Mu Qian accidentally broke a vase. In her eyes, it wasn't a big deal. After all, it's just a matter of spending a few dozen dollars to buy another one for decoration. Did your husband say anything about breaking it? Huang Dongnan walked over to the pile of shards, looking left and right. No, my husband said we could just buy another one later. Mu Qian said very seriously. Buy another one? Huang Dongnan heard this and lost all interest in continuing the appraisal. Antiques are like that. If they're real, you wouldn't feel bad about breaking them. Buy another one? Do you think antiques are as common as cabbages? Isn't it just another modern craft item? Is this another self-incrimination? I thought you'd say it was a family heirloom, but it's just a fake bought from an antique market. Don't say any more. I'm starting to get excited. Excited? Excited about what? I'm looking forward to seeing how the show will handle this. The audience perked up upon hearing Mu Qian's words. Now their purpose for watching the show was no longer pure. They were particularly curious about how the production team would hype up the value of these antiques. No need for appraisal. Huang Dongnan stood up, picked up a fragment from the ground, and began to speak eloquently. Judging by the color of the patterns, this is at least Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Moreover, there are numerous inscriptions carved on it. If authentic, it would be worth at least tens of millions. However, Tang Dynasty artifacts with inscriptions are extremely rare, each one of immense significance and priceless value. Those who understand, understand. A priceless antique on a bookshelf? Even if it's broken, no one would care. This is obviously a fake, even a fool could tell. What's going on? No twist? It's a disaster. The production team has encountered an expert who won't bow to money. Good job, Mr. Huang. I wonder what the production team will do now. Stop complaining. The production team had already made up their minds. The other contestants in the same round weren't that extreme. Just the boasts they made earlier were enough to get this pair through to the next round. So, this setback doesn't really matter. Meanwhile, at the largest antique shop in the Yanjing antique market, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, a young man wearing glasses stared intently at his phone screen. The color and patterns resemble those of an antique that disappeared 3 years ago. After saying that, the young man pressed the pause button, took out a magnifying glass, and examined the fragment in Huang Dongnan's hand. For an antique enthusiast, the young man was truly dedicated. Soon, a corner of the fragment revealed an inconspicuous character, causing the young man's eyes to widen. Wait a moment. Official kiln. Tang Dynasty official kiln. Add to that the intricate patterns and colors. Modern craftsmanship simply couldn't replicate this. As a young aristocrat who has been collecting antiques for generations, he fully understands the value of this so-called modern craftsmanship. Whether it's genuine or not, it's enough to shake the entire antique world. If it's genuine, this broken antique would be a tremendous loss to the antique world. If it's fake, mastering this technique could allow one to perfectly replicate any antique. Most importantly, this antique reminded him of a piece that disappeared 3 years ago. Tang Dynasty 3-color glazed pottery. Chapter 45. It's real. Absolutely real. Tang Dynasty 3-color glazed pottery. Among many antiques, this is a very precious artifact. 3 years ago, in a world-class museum of the British Empire, a collection item that shocked the world was exhibited. It was a Tang Dynasty 3-color glazed pottery piece, with exquisite craftsmanship that surpassed everyone's expectations. Additionally, there were numerous inscriptions on the vessel, making it even more invaluable. It is rumored to have been looted during the Sun Never Sets Empire's invasions of various countries. The exhibition of this Tang tri-colored pottery piece sparked intense anger among many people from the Xia Kingdom, because it was a cultural relic that had been lost from the Xia Kingdom. At the time, some patriotic individuals even offered a 10-digit sum to purchase it, but the Sun Never Sets Empire refused outright. However, the exhibition lasted only 3 days before the museum announced that it needed repairs and closed its doors. When the museum reopened, the Tang tri-colored pottery had already vanished. The museum claimed it had been purchased by a mysterious individual, without providing any further details. This left many antique enthusiasts deeply disappointed. In the antique shop, Shang Guanhao stared at the fragments on the screen, and the more he looked, the more he felt that the broken antique in the corner resembled the missing Tang tri-colored pottery. He had seen it with his own eyes at the museum, and his memory of it was vivid. Such a precious antique had been shattered. If this were true, it would be a terrible waste. Moreover, an antique worth billions was simply left lying around in such a study? Which wealthy individual could afford such extravagance? After all, other antique collectors would protect their pieces worth millions with great care. Thinking about this, Shang Guanhao logged into his live streaming platform account and upgraded his account to the highest level. Then he posted a comment. Everyone, I'm from the Yanjiang Antique Appraisal Studio. This broken vase might be a Tang Sankai, and it's an exquisite piece among Tang Sankai. Instantly, Shang Guanhao's comment appeared at the top of all the comments in a prominent position. This left many viewers speechless. What? Tang Sankai? You're saying that pile of junk in the corner is an antique? I'm not well read, don't try to fool me. Are antiques just left on bookshelves like that? Such a large vase must be worth at least a few million, right? Mom, I'm speechless. This show is too scripted. Another plant has appeared. Please, just be human. Don't treat the audience like fools. Bro, snap out of it. That's just something from the antique market. $100 each, buy one get one free. In an instant, the comments turned ridiculous. No one believed it was genuine Tang tricolored pottery. After all, if it were a genuine Tang Sankai, who would just leave it here, let alone break it? Meanwhile, Huang Dongnan held the broken pieces in his hands, frozen in place. The host had just mentioned Shang Guanhao's words, which completely shattered his belief. However, he knew he had to start playing along with the production team. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel right about taking the $5,000. From the appearance alone, it was undoubtedly Tang Sankai. However, antique appraisal isn't that simple. I might need professional equipment to authenticate it. Huang Dongnan began to defend himself. Although he was an antique expert, his actual professional skills were not very high. In the antique world, he was just a newcomer, and his appearance on TV shows was due to connections. Let alone whether this is genuine Tang Sankai, even if it were fake, he wouldn't be able to determine its authenticity. However, his preconceived notion led him to believe that the fragments on the ground were not genuine Tang tricolored ware. Big shot, if you've been kidnapped, just blink your eyes. Isn't this just blatant lying? This must be the production team's delaying tactic, making an antique expert say such dishonest things. That's completely unprofessional. Appraisal instruments? If I were there, I'd bring a set over myself. The audience doesn't believe the show's tricks anymore. This scene is familiar to them, but Huang Dongnan is just more outspoken. If he were like the previous so-called experts, he would have already praised those fragments in the corner to the skies. However, what they didn't know was that Huang Dongnan wasn't exaggerating, he simply couldn't identify it with his skills. At that moment, the director outside the door perked up, quickly pulled out his phone, and made a call. Hey, old Zhang, you're near XXXXXX, right? Send someone over with an antique appraisal kit. Give them a hand. 5 minutes, right? Alright, I'll treat you to dinner next time. After hanging up, the director couldn't help but smile to himself. Antiques. If we can authenticate it on the show, the ratings will skyrocket. As for its authenticity, the director wasn't the least bit concerned. Would a big shot like that have a fake in their house? Everyone, take a look. Is this a genuine Tang tricolored pottery piece? At this point, Huang Dongnan turned to other experts for their opinions. The others rolled their eyes and muttered under their breath. Who the hell is the antique expert here? We're not good at this, okay? Yu Hao spoke up directly, don't waste time. It's real. Let's move on to the appraisal phase. The others? Yu Hao's mindset was already quite calm. He had originally thought he was here to showcase his professional knowledge. But it turned out to be all part of the show's script. A painting worth hundreds of millions, a cabinet full of limited edition clothes, and now they've even pulled out a Tang tricolored pottery piece. This made Yu Hao want to wrap things up and leave as soon as possible. At this moment, Huang Dongnan was at a loss for words. Brother? Are you serious? You didn't even look and just assumed it was real? This is better acting than I could ever do. The host stepped in to smooth things over, saying, it seems the experts have good taste. Since that's the case, then we. Wait a moment. Before the host could finish speaking, the director walked in with a young man who was carrying a bunch of equipment. Mr. Huang, weren't you going to inspect the equipment? Here, I brought it for you. The director said. Huang Dongnan's body froze in place. The other staff members also looked at the director with shocked expressions. Damn it. Just act it out. Did they really bring the real thing? Chapter 46, this antique is actually real? Ha, this director is really something. He actually brought in authentication equipment. Do you think there's a chance the Tang tricolored pottery is real, the clothes are real, and the painting is real too? Don't say it, but there's actually a possibility. Otherwise, why would the director go to such lengths? There's also another possibility, the expert was completely bought off by the production team. If this antique is real, I'll eat my own words live on stream. I'm a bit confused now. What's really going on here? Faced with the director's bizarre maneuvers, the audience is completely baffled. After all, in their eyes, the antique is definitely fake. If it were authenticated, wouldn't that be like admitting defeat? Huang Dongnan is just as confused. He had only come to the show to make some quick money and had never encountered such a situation before. After all, the contestants on this show mostly collect counterfeit antiques. Would someone who actually owns genuine antiques bother to participate in such an entertainment show? Would the big shots really have that much free time? If the director is setting me up, don't blame me for being ruthless. At that moment, Huang Dongnan decided to take this seriously. Otherwise, if he really went along with the director's wishes and acted here, his future career would be ruined. $5,000. Forget it. After coming to this realization, a huge weight lifted off Huang Dongnan's shoulders. Meanwhile, the host, setting the tone for the segment, said matter-of-factly, since the authentication equipment has already arrived, let's have our expert appraiser determine the authenticity of these antiques. Mu Qian also looked puzzled, like a curious child. Could this really be genuine? Could her husband really have found something valuable at the antique market? Cough. Huang Dongnan gave an awkward smile and said, alright, I'll give it a proper appraisal. After speaking, Huang Dongnan took the appraisal equipment and began crouching in the corner, examining some vase fragments. Although Huang Dongnan wasn't very skilled, he had seen a lot in his time. He couldn't authenticate genuine items, but he was quite skilled at identifying fakes. In his mind, he began to review the characteristics of fake antiques. If he could find any of these characteristics on the fragments, he could expose the show's true intentions. However, after a long time, sweat began to form on Huang Dongnan's forehead, and he still couldn't find any flaws on the fragments. This can't be right. A shocking thought crossed Huang Dongnan's mind. These fragments were genuine antique fragments. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Huang Dongnan's hands trembled as he held the fragments. Are you kidding me? These fragments, discarded in the corner as trash, you're telling me they're genuine Tang tricolored pottery? As an antique expert, Huang Dongnan naturally knew how precious Tang tricolored pottery was. Even the most ordinary Tang Sankai antique is worth at least a few $100,000. These fragments before him, if pieced together, could at least form a vase measuring 30 or 40 centimeters in diameter. Plus the text on the vase, that would at least multiply its value several times over. If it were intact, it could fetch at least 10 million or more at auction. Mr. Huang, have these antiques been authenticated yet? Are they genuine or counterfeit? The host stepped forward and asked. Mr. Huang Dongnan trembled as he said, authentic. If it were complete, it would be priceless. No one knew the immense shock Huang Dongnan was experiencing inside. If he were lying, perhaps he wouldn't be so shaken. But it was the truth. Holy crap, big brother, just lie if you're lying. Don't tremble like that. Really? Are you joking? Sure enough, you've been bought by the production team. I'm also into collecting antiques, and these fragments don't look fake at all. The owner of this place seems to have some connections. I knew the ending all along, but I'm still a bit confused. The viewers in the live stream, after hearing Huang Dongnan's response, all felt it wasn't real. Except for a few viewers who are particularly fond of antiques and felt something was off. At that moment, Mu Qian also looked at Huang Dongnan in astonishment. Is this real? Mu Qian definitely didn't believe it, but in the end, reason prevailed. Sure enough, the production team had already scripted this. As Chen Feng's wife, even Mu Qian didn't believe it, let alone others. At this point, the host, aiming to build up the atmosphere, asked, Mr. Huang, as far as I know, Tang Sankai antiques should be quite valuable, right? Huang Dongnan, upon hearing this, said with a pained expression, this is definitely a national treasure level antique. If it were intact, it would be worth at least 10 million. But now that it's broken, even if it's repaired using advanced techniques, it would only be worth around $1 million. $1 million for these fragments? That's madness. I'm sorry, I'm not well read and ignorant. Is there any expert on antique artifacts who can confirm if this is genuine? Is this the world of the elite? A pile of fragments is worth so much? Don't pretend. The female owner doesn't even look the slightest bit upset. If I had broken such a valuable antique, I'd cry for 3 days and 3 nights. At that moment, Huang Dongnan turned to Mu Qian and asked, hello, ma'am, I'm willing to buy these fragments for $10,000. Would you be willing to sell them to me? Huang Dongnan, who had come to his senses, realized this was a huge business opportunity. Don't underestimate this broken Tang Dynasty 3-color vase, its potential value is still extremely high. Reselling it could easily net tens of thousands. And even if it's a mistake, losing 10,000 ISNT, that bad, just grit your teeth and bear it. What? 10,000? I can't decide that. You'll have to ask my husband. Mu Qian was taken aback by Huang Dongnan's question. If you hadn't asked me that, I might have thrown all this away as trash tomorrow. Hearing Mu Qian's words, Huang Dongnan's eyes lit up, and he walked toward the living room. Chapter 47, The Last Tang Tricolored Pottery of the Tang Dynasty. In the living room, Chen Feng was boredly playing with his phone. As for the live broadcast, Chen Feng had no interest whatsoever. He didn't believe a word he was saying, so why get involved? However, Chen Feng soon noticed that everyone who had been streaming live from the study had rushed into the living room. Mr. Chen, hello. May I ask if you would be willing to sell me the pile of antique fragments in your study? I'll offer 10,000 for them. Huang Dongnan asked Chen Feng politely. Antique fragments? Upon hearing Huang Dongnan's question, Chen Feng remembered. A few days ago, Mu Qian seemed to have broken a vase, but Chen Feng hadn't given it much thought. No, I won't sell them. Chen Feng refused decisively. 10,000? Even though it's just fragments, 10,000 might not even cover the cost. Chen Feng had a vague memory of that vase. That year, his assets were already enough to rival a nation's wealth. Coincidentally, the vase was on display at the Museum of the British Empire. Chen Feng didn't pay much attention to it at first. However, the British Empire seemed to have grown arrogant, using the vase to boast about its past misdeeds. This made Chen Feng a bit angry. After all, Chen Feng was a citizen of Xia Kingdom. So Chen Feng directly utilized his massive funds to form an alliance and launch a coordinated attack on the industries of the Sun Never Sets Empire. Within just 2 days, the economy of the Sun Never Sets Empire began to decline. This left the British Empire with no choice but to send envoys to contact Chen Feng, hoping he would cease his actions. Chen Feng's response was straightforward: he only wanted the vase. Upon hearing this, the Empire of the Eternal Sun immediately handed over the vase, which appeared on Chen Feng's desk the next day. Thus, it is evident how precious this vase is. Of course, this value is only significant to outsiders. In Chen Feng's private collection, the vase is just an ordinary item. 10,000 and not even selling it? That's acting way too convincing. Holy crap, Chen Feng's aura is pretty intense. It seems like he really doesn't care about the $10,000. I suddenly started to believe that Chen Feng is a big shot. For someone like him, 10,000 is just an insult. Regardless, I still don't believe it. This must be a script the production team prepared in advance. Oh my god, I saw that painting again. I specifically looked it up earlier, and it seems like it's actually quite valuable. The audience had mixed reactions after hearing Chen Feng's response. Once is acting, twice is acting, 3 times is still acting? Some viewers are already beginning to believe that all of this is real. After all, no matter how skilled the production team is, they can't possibly treat the audience like fools from start to finish, can they? Do they even want to produce the next season? Meanwhile, Yanjing, the antique appraisal studio. Shang Guanhao watched the livestream, a dismissive smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he glanced at Huang Dongnan. 10,000 to buy this pile of fragments? This person must be trying to get a bargain. Just as Shang Guanhao was engrossed in the livestream, an old man appeared behind him. Xiao Hao, stop loafing around and mind the shop. What are you looking at? This startled Shang Guanhao, who was sitting on the chair. He then excitedly turned to the elderly man behind him and said, "Grandfather, look, is this Tang San Kai authentic?" After saying that, Shang Guanhao showed the elderly man the screenshot he had just taken. Tang San Kai? Could it be from a newly unearthed tomb? Shang Guanwen put on his reading glasses and examined the phone closely. Immediately, a look of shock appeared in Shang Guanwen's eyes. "Xiao Hao, where did you get this photo?" Shang Guanwen asked excitedly. Shang Guanhao swiped the screen and returned to the livestream, then explained everything to Shang Guanwen. After listening to Shang Guanhao's explanation, Shang Guanwen sighed deeply and said, "What a tragedy. This antique is broken." Seeing Guan Wendao's reaction, someone nearby couldn't help but ask, "Grandfather, it's indeed a pity, but it's not that big of a deal, is it?" Indeed, Tang San Kai is precious, but many have been unearthed in recent years. In fact, their antique appraisal shop already has several pieces of Tang San Kai in its collection. Slap. Shang Guanwen slapped Shang Guanhao on the head and said seriously, "You don't know what you're talking about. If it was the antique that was displayed by the British Empire 3 years ago, the loss would be enormous. You should know that the golden age of Tang San Kai was during the prosperous Tang dynasty, when this type of porcelain first gained popularity and was of the highest quality. After mass production began, it became more commonplace. This Tang San Kai vase, however, is undoubtedly a masterpiece from the peak of its era. It features numerous inscriptions detailing its history, making it the last and most exquisite example of its kind, and thus even more valuable." Upon hearing this, Shang Guanhao was speechless. He had no idea there was such a story behind it. Shang Guanwen, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Quick, make an offer 10 million to acquire those fragments. Remember, be polite. The person who owns this antique is no ordinary individual." Shang Guanhao didn't hesitate and quickly sent a message. "I'm from the Yanjing Antique Appraisal Studio. I'm willing to offer 10 million to acquire those antique fragments. If possible, feel free to contact me at any time." The message was sent, and many viewers were stunned. Is this another plant? What a shill. I just looked it up. The Antique Appraisal Studio is a well-established antique shop with a great reputation. Would someone like that really be a shill for the show? Holy crap, is this real? Damn it, 10 million for some fragments? Is the world of the wealthy really this terrifying? Suddenly, I feel like these so-called antique experts are pretty shady. They actually wanted to buy these fragments for just 100,000 yuan. Chen Feng is so lucky to have bought a genuine antique at the antique market, even though it's broken. At that moment, many viewers believed the story was true. After all, the Antique Appraisal Studio is quite famous in China. A century-old establishment like that wouldn't possibly agree to be a plant for a small TV show. In other words, this 10 million yuan acquisition is real. Chapter 48, 10 million is an insult. 10 million acquisition? When Huang Dongnan heard the news, he was taken aback. He never imagined that the broken Tang San Kai vase could be worth so much money. This made him deeply regretful, as according to what Mu Qian had said earlier, these fragments were almost going to be thrown away as trash. If he had known, he wouldn't have mentioned it was real. Maybe he could have gotten a bargain. Huang Dongnan felt a pang of regret. In his view, it was all his fault that others had set their sights on this pile of junk. Little did he know that those who truly understood such things could discern its authenticity at a glance. In the living room, the others were also in a state of shock. When Huang Dongnan had mentioned earlier that he wanted to spend 10 million to acquire these antique fragments, they had already found it surprising. But now, someone was willing to pay 10 million for it. It was simply unbelievable. Among the experts, Jiang Meng cautiously asked, "Are these fragments really worth that much?" She was well versed in paintings but had little knowledge of antiques. It wasn't just her, the others felt the same way. At that moment, the host realized what was happening and approached Mu Qian, asking, "Ms. Mu, someone in the livestream is willing to spend 10 million to acquire those fragments. Are you interested? This isn't for the show. It's not for the show. Not for the show." The host repeated the important words 3 times in her mind, trying to stay calm. After all, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation while hosting this show. She could sense that this time it might be real, not something scripted by the production team. Plus, the production team couldn't have hired someone like this to act. After all, if Ma Yun had appeared, that would have made sense. After all, Ma Yun is a public figure, and appearing on such a show could boost her popularity and make her company more well known to the public. But what is the Antique Appraisal Studio? It's a place that buys and sells antiques, considered one of the top establishments in a small circle. Such a place doesn't need to appear on a show to ride the wave of popularity. They don't need the approval of ordinary people. In fact, appearing on the show as a plant could even tarnish their reputation. Is that true? Mu Qian faced the host's question with great confusion. Because from the eyes of the others present, she could see shock. It didn't seem like acting at all. If she really had such acting skills, she'd definitely be Oscar-worthy. For a moment, Mu Qian was completely overwhelmed by this unexpected windfall. Mu Qian could only turn her gaze toward Chen Feng. At that moment, Chen Feng remained completely composed, showing no signs of surprise over the 10 million. After all, Chen Feng had no reason to be surprised. 10 million yuan was no different from a single yuan in Chen Feng's eyes. If Chen Feng wanted to, he could easily earn that amount with just a flick of his wrist. The antique appraisal shop? Tell them, we're not selling. Chen Feng spoke calmly into the camera. Instantly, the live stream exploded with reactions. Holy crap! That's way too pretentious, not even selling it for 10 million. He's taking this too far. He doesn't even value money anymore. This is terrifying. Who is this Chen Feng? There's no information about him online. Don't listen to him. It's all an act. No one would turn down $1 million handed to them on a silver platter. That's so cool. If I could pull off something like that one day, I wouldn't have to worry about finding a wife. The audience just can't figure out why Chen Feng wouldn't sell it for 10 million. What they don't understand is that, in Chen Feng's eyes, $1 million isn't even worth mentioning. If Chen Feng wanted to, he could give away these antique fragments for free. But if Chen Feng doesn't want to, he wouldn't sell them for 100 million either. He'd rather throw them in the trash. Spending money to buy them would be an insult to himself. At that moment, at the antique appraisal shop, Shangguan Hao and Shangguan Wen heard Chen Feng's words coming from the phone and both froze. Is Grandpa a bit off his rocker? He won T sell it for 10 million? It's just a pile of antique fragments. Shangguan Hao, being young and headstrong, felt a bit resentful. Shangguan Wen, however, glanced around nervously and said thoughtfully, "It seems I was too hasty. Someone who could obtain something called Tang San Kai wouldn't care about 10 million. Let's not push it." Shangguan Wen had been in the business world for years and had seen all kinds of wealthy people. Some wealthy individuals are like that. Once they have enough money, they no longer value it. For such people, measuring value with money is simply unrealistic. If you insist on it, you'll only end up offending them. Husband, you won't sell it for 10 million? Have you lost your mind? Mu Qian approached Chen Feng and whispered softly. At that moment, Mu Qian even felt that everything that had just happened seemed like a performance. After all, 1 million yuan for free, how could she not sell it? Chen Feng sighed helplessly. 10 million isn't anything. Just wait a few more days, and you'll see how rich your husband really is. Chen Feng estimated that in a few days, his funds should be settled and his account would be filled with countless zeros. In fact, under Chen Feng's name were numerous companies, all of which he fully owned. However, the funds were all held in overseas bank accounts designated by Chen Feng and couldn't be directly accessed. Otherwise, the amount of liquid assets Chen Feng could use would be an astronomical figure. Husband, you didn't get rich like this, did you? Be honest, did you collude with the show's production team beforehand? Mu Qian no longer believed Chen Feng at this point. If Chen Feng was really as wealthy as he claimed, she hadn't seen any signs of his wealth since they started dating. With a monthly salary of a few $1,000s, life was ordinary and unremarkable. On the other side, Huang Dongnan, seeing his plan to snag a bargain fall through, immediately thought of the other antiques in the study. Suddenly, he came up with a plan and said, "Everyone, the antique fragment we just saw might have been something Mr. Chen accidentally picked up at the antique market. Let's go check the other antiques in the study to see if they're real." After saying that, Huang Dongnan led everyone back into the study. Meanwhile, Huang Dongnan's eyes scanned the other antiques on the bookshelf, filled with greed. Chapter 49, Fake. All of it is fake. Inside the study. Upon entering, everyone looked at the pile of fragments in the corner and could no longer gaze at them with a calm expression. These fragments were actually worth 10 million. Immediately, everyone turned their gaze toward the other antiques on the bookshelf. On the bookshelf were 15 items, each with a unique shape. At first glance, they indeed gave off an antique vibe. If it had been before, they might have taken notice, assuming they were just some trinkets the owner had collected. However, after learning that the pile of antique fragments was worth 10 million, their minds were filled with immense curiosity. If the antiques on the bookshelf were all genuine, the value would be astronomical. At that moment, Huang Dongnan took down a porcelain horse from the bookshelf. Compared to the antique fragments, the craftsmanship of this porcelain horse was quite crude. However, the overall design of the porcelain horse was highly dynamic, with a more realistic style, especially in the decoration of the horse's harness, which emphasized its grandeur in vibrant colors. To put it simply, it doesn't look very good, but its expression is truly remarkable. Huang Dongnan's hands trembled slightly as he held the porcelain horse, for he was well aware that it might very well be a precious antique. He began the appraisal process, handling the equipment with casual precision. After a moment, his brows furrowed, and he declared, "This antique is poorly crafted, with traces of modern craftsmanship. It is likely a forgery." Hearing this, the others sighed in relief. After all, if it were genuine, the bookshelf would be too extraordinary for them to accept. The host remarked from the side, "It seems that Mr. Chen's antique purchases from the flea market aren't all genuine." This was to be expected. Viewers, be cautious when buying antiques outside. Meanwhile, Huang Dongnan was secretly delighted. As long as this item could be confirmed as a fake, he would have a good chance of acquiring it at a low price. This was a tactic he had mastered. In the past, when he participated in antique appraisal shows, he would appraise the antiques brought by others as fakes. After the show ended, he would buy the antiques at a low price. He would then resell them, making a fortune. Though this trick was unscrupulous, it was undeniably profitable. I told you so. That antique vase was just a lucky find. This is one real and one fake, isn't that the show's gimmick? Luckily, it's fake. If it were real, that bookshelf would be worth over 100 million. Fakes, fakes. But finding one genuine item was still surprising. If they had sold those fragments earlier, they would have become millionaires overnight. The viewers in the live stream, upon learning it was fake, all showed expressions of "I knew it." They just assumed Chin Feng was lucky to have found a genuine antique at the antique market. If the entire bookshelf were genuine antiques, that would be truly mind-blowing. Meanwhile, Shang Guanwen stared at the porcelain horse on the live stream, his brows furrowed. From the outside, the porcelain horse seemed fine and looked like an antique from the Western Jin dynasty. However, since he wasn't there in person, he couldn't make a definitive judgment. Moreover, Huang Dongnan was openly recognized as an antique expert, and if he had identified it as a fake, it was likely accurate. Could it really just be the homeowner's good luck? Shang Guanwen thought to himself. However, this thought was quickly dismissed by Shang Guanwen. Someone who wouldn't sell those fragments for 10 million wouldn't just be lucky. More importantly, that Tang Dynasty 3-color glazed pottery artifact could never have ended up in the antique market. In Chen Feng's study. After placing the porcelain horse down, Huang Dongnan took down 2 more antiques from the bookshelf and examined them one by one. Huang Dongnan examined them with great care, leaving no detail unnoticed. After completing the appraisal of the last antique, Huang Dongnan arrived at a shocking conclusion. Every single antique on the bookshelf was genuine. From the bronzeware of the Xia and Shang dynasties to the ordinary antiques of the Ming dynasty, every single piece was genuine. Of course, it was not impossible that Huang Dongnan had made a mistake in his appraisal, but at least he had not found any traces of modern craftsmanship on these antiques, and there was at least a 90% chance that they were genuine. If they were all genuine, their value would start at least at 10 billion. Huang Dongnan was shaken to the core, his heart racing with excitement. 10 billion. This was an astronomical sum for Huang Dongnan. After all these years of scamming and cheating, he had only managed to accumulate a few million in assets. Compared to 10 billion, it was nothing. With a mix of excitement and caution, Huang Dongnan said solemnly, "All of the items have been authenticated. The remaining antiques are all counterfeits." As he finished speaking, no one was surprised. Finding a bargain once is normal, but finding a bargain over a dozen times is definitely not normal. So the remaining antiques being counterfeit wasn't surprising. However, Mu Qian, standing nearby, was somewhat surprised. She thought to herself, fakes? According to the script, shouldn't they all be real? Mu Qian was still completely immersed in the belief that all of this was part of the show's script. After all, Chen Feng hadn't sold those antique fragments, which could prove everything. Otherwise, who wouldn't sell a pile of junk for 10 million? I knew it, that Tang tricolored vase was just a bargain find. What a stroke of luck. But the fake items that will come next will prove that the owner of this house is just like that previous antique collector who got burned. They're both passing off inferior goods as genuine. YISNT, the production team, continuing the show. I was waiting for the antique expert to say these were all genuine. No twists at all, not as good as before. Bad review. This time, the audience found it utterly boring. A predictable show with nothing much to offer. Though the pretentiousness in previous episodes was over the top, at least there was some substance to it. But now, it's just plain boring. Chapter 50, I'll take all these fakes. Are they all fake? That shouldn't be possible. The show's director was surprised by Hwang Dongnan's appraisal results. In his view, someone like Chen Feng, a super-rich tycoon, wouldn't possibly have fakes in his home. After all, a single painting outside is worth hundreds of millions, and he couldn't even afford a few million for an antique? Even if he made a mistake, it couldn't possibly be all of them. Although the director had his doubts, he didn't show it. After all, this episode had been a huge success. Previously, the show had only attracted a few thousand viewers, but this time, the number of simultaneous online viewers exceeded 1 million. At that moment, in the study, the host was also preparing for the final wrap-up, saying, "The value of antiques is hard to measure. Though many antiques have counterfeits, counterfeits also have aesthetic value and reflect the contestants' taste in life." As noon approached, the program was nearing its conclusion. Just as the host was about to invite other experts to evaluate Chen Feng and Mu Qian's lifestyle, Hwang Dongnan suddenly spoke up, "Wait a moment. I have a favor to ask of Ms. Mu." This caught Mu Qian off guard, and she replied in confusion, "What is it?" Hwang Dongnan replied earnestly, "I'm planning to start an antique appraisal training class, and I noticed that Ms. Mu has so many counterfeit items at home. I was wondering if she could sell them to me for teaching purposes." A training class? What a load of nonsense. All Hwang Dongnan could think about was how to get his hands on those antiques. From previous experiences, Hwang Dongnan had already realized that trying to buy them with money would be extremely difficult. Now, he could only resort to other means to deceive them. What? Sell them to you? Mu Qian was taken aback. He hadn't expected Hwang Dongnan to make such a request. Seeing Mu Qian hesitate, Hwang Dongnan pressed his advantage and said, "Ms. Mu, rest assured, my price is absolutely fair. Though these are forgeries, the craftsmanship is still quite good and has significant reference value. I'm willing to pay 5,000. When he uttered that number, Hwang Dongnan couldn't help but smile inwardly. 5,000 wasn't even a fraction of what these antiques were worth. If he could pull this off, it would be a surefire profit. Upon hearing 5,000, Mu Qian hesitated, as these antiques had been appraised by Chen Feng when he brought them back. The most expensive one was only 800 yuan, and now being able to sell them for 5,000 was already a huge surprise. Most importantly, Mu Qian could feel that this was the real deal. Unlike that antique vase before. 10 million? That was clearly just a performance, right? At that moment, the viewers in the live stream began to speak up. Holy crap, these fakes are worth 5,000? This antique expert must be an idiot. Expert, I have some fakes at home too. Sell them to you for 10,000. Everyone knows they're fakes, yet they still buy them? That's just asking to be scammed. This expert must not be very bright. Why not just buy fakes at the antique market? You can get them for a few $1,000s. In the audience's eyes, counterfeits aren't worth much at all. With modern craftsmanship, some counterfeits are simply not worth much. For just a few $100s, you can make an antique that's more intricate than ancient craftsmanship. If you find that too much trouble, just take a stroll through an antique market. 9 times out of 10, everything there is a fake, and you can buy them effortlessly. And they're both good quality and affordable. If Hwang Dongnan were to see these comments, he would certainly look down on them. Fakes? This is a whole bookshelf of genuine antiques, you know. If you were to auction these off at an auction house, some pieces would start at several $1,000,000. Some of the finest pieces could even fetch over 100 million. At this point, the host asked with a puzzled expression, "Mr. Hwang, these are the contestants' personal belongings. You can discuss this with the owners privately after the show." The host, who was eager to wrap up the show, didn't want to waste any more time. However, Hwang Dongnan hurriedly said, "It's okay, it won't take any more time." End of the program? Hwang Dongnan didn't believe he'd be able to buy these antiques smoothly after the show ended. Moreover, if he were to buy the antiques in front of so many people, even if it were exposed in the future, he would have evidence that Chen Feng and Mu Qian had voluntarily sold them to him. Everything was in place. All he needed was Mu Qian's nod. However, Mu Qian was also torn on the spot. In her view, if she sold them, she would definitely make a profit. At worst, she could buy some more later to decorate her home. But at that moment, Mu Qian hesitated and said, "Ask my husband. If he agrees to sell, then we'll sell." Hearing this, Hwang Dongnan grew anxious. Your husband? Your husband wouldn't even sell those fragments on the ground for 10 million. How could such a weirdo expect to sell these intact antiques for just 50,000 yuan? Immediately, Hwang Dongnan said, "Ms. Mu, you know your husband's personality. You should make the decision yourself. I really like these antiques. Let me add another 10,000 yuan, and I'll take them all." In truth, Hwang Dongnan would have gladly added several million to buy these antiques outright. But to avoid arousing suspicion, he could only pretend to be reluctant. He's beyond help. You're actually offering more money for some counterfeit items. I've seen people haggle over prices, but I've never seen anyone offer more to buy something. Expert, show some pride. They're just counterfeits. Come to me, and I'll give you $100 each, with plenty to go around. This has completely changed my perception of counterfeit items. Is the male owner mentally unstable? He wouldn't sell those fragments for 10 million before, and now even the expert dares not ask. I just feel something's off here. What if these antiques are all real? Bull. Have you ever seen anyone display antiques in such an ordinary bookshelf? Netizens were sharing their opinions in the comments section. Most agreed that paying $6,000 for these counterfeits was a complete waste of money. However, a small number of viewers found Hwang Dongnan's behavior somewhat peculiar. After all, who would willingly be a sucker? Chapter 51. If you've got the guts, just smash it. I'll go ask my husband. Mu Qian couldn't make up her mind and found Chen Feng sitting on the living room sofa playing with his phone. She whispered, "Husband, the expert said we should spend $6,000 to buy the antique you bought from the flea market. Should we sell it?" Chen Feng? 6,000? For my entire bookshelf of antiques? At that moment, Chen Feng was speechless, feeling both annoyed and amused. Others might not know, but Chen Feng himself was well aware that the antiques on his bookshelf were genuine, not counterfeits. In fact, he had spent a significant amount of money to acquire a few of them. Not for sale, Chen Feng said to Mu Qian. This made Mu Qian widen her eyes in surprise and said angrily, "Honey, all the books on this bookshelf are fakes. When you bought them, you only spent less than 5,000 yuan in total. Why won't you sell them? And this doesn't look like an act. Someone really wants to buy them." Mu Qian had thought Chen Feng would agree, but to her surprise, he refused. Thinking about all the hardships she had endured because of money since being with Chen Feng, Mu Qian's eyes began to well up with tears. Chen Feng saw this and felt a pang of sympathy. He said, "Silly girl, those aren't fakes. They're genuine antiques, each one worth a fortune. Are you sure you want to sell them for 6,000? What? They're not fakes? How could that be?" Hearing Chen Feng's words, Mu Qian was stunned and couldn't believe it. At that moment, the others in the study also came out. Hwang Dongnan wore a professional smile and said to Chen Feng, "Mr. Chen, I genuinely want to buy these counterfeits. As long as you agree, I'll pay immediately either by bank transfer or cash." Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, and the expression in his gaze was enough to make anyone feel immense pressure. Especially Hwang Dongnan, who couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat under Chen Feng's direct gaze. The others also sensed the change in Chen Feng's demeanor and looked utterly bewildered. "Are you an antique expert?" Chen Feng asked calmly. Hwang Dongnan forced himself to speak, despite his nervousness. "Yes, I have certificates to prove my credentials." "Oh." Chen Feng then asked, "You said the antiques on my bookshelf are all fakes?" At this point, Hwang Dongnan felt even more uneasy. He feared that Chen Feng would expose him on the spot, which would be utterly humiliating. He could only say, "That's correct. Although the craftsmanship is excellent, they can only be considered top-notch forgeries. That's why I'm willing to buy them." Chen Feng didn't say anything, but stared directly at Hwang Dongnan, which put immense pressure on him. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the audience gasped in astonishment when they saw Chen Feng. "Holy crap, this guy's got something special. I can feel his sharpness even through the screen. This scene looks like the police interrogating a criminal. Compared to that, the expert looks so unprofessional. Could this antique be real?" Looking at Chen Feng's demeanor, he seems to have real confidence. If it's real, then Hwang Dongnan must be thinking about snatching a bargain. Swindler. Authentic items being appraised as fakes, then buying them up yourself, is that how it works? Fake? Do you believe me when I say one word could ruin your career in the antique business? Chen Feng didn't get angry, he remained calm. Such a minor figure isn't worth Chen Feng's anger. At that moment, Hwang Dongnan was also under immense pressure, knowing he had no way out, so he said, "You're threatening me? You bought a fake and now you don't want anyone to say anything?" Others nearby noticed the tense atmosphere. The host stepped forward and said, "Business is business, but kindness remains. Since Mr. Chen refuses to sell, Mr. Huang should not insist." This was a live broadcast. If anything were to happen in front of the audience, the production team would be in a bind. Chen Feng remained silent, stood up, and walked slowly to the study. He took down a uniquely shaped cup from the bookshelf. He approached Hwang Dongnan and said calmly, "You've heard of this beast-headed agate cup, haven't you? You claim it's a fake?" Hwang Dongnan remained stubborn, "Of course not. If this antique were genuine, it would be priceless. How could it possibly be here? Admit it's real? How could that be?" He had already made his claims, and admitting it was real now would be like slapping himself in the face. Moreover, if his little schemes were exposed, which antique appraisal show would dare to invite him again? Chen Feng smiled without saying a word, then placed the animal-headed agate cup in Hwang Dongnan's hand and said, "If this is a fake, you can just smash it. You don't have to pay a single penny in compensation, and all the antiques in the study are yours. If it's genuine, you can compensate me at the appraised value." Hwang Dongnan heard this and his whole body trembled, with sweat breaking out on his palms. He had already appraised the animal-headed agate cup earlier, and it showed no signs of modern craftsmanship. From the patterns and craftsmanship, it was clearly a Tang Dynasty antique. If it was genuine, the beast-headed agate cup was worth at least 10 million. Smash it? That would be the end of him. The viewers in the livestream were also fed up with Chen Feng's arrogance and began to speak out. Smash it! Chen Feng is too arrogant. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to hold back. This is too cool. Although Chen Feng loves to brag, this move is pretty impressive. I feel like the antique expert is trembling all over. If that beast-headed agate cup is real, the antique expert might have to sell everything he owns. This is so intense. They're actually going head-to-head on the show. This definitely isn't scripted. Mu Qian stood beside Chen Feng, looking curiously at Huang Dongnan. She had thought Chen Feng was acting impulsively, but after seeing Huang Dongnan freeze in place, she grew suspicious. They dare not even break the fake? Could it be real? Suddenly, Mu Qian felt she couldn't figure out Chen Feng anymore. No, it was the dynamics between Chen Feng and the production team that she couldn't figure out. Is the script all interconnected like a chain? Chapter 52, I suspect you're a Tomb Raider. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Huang Dongnan, which left Huang Dongnan extremely embarrassed. He held the animal-headed agate cup in his hands, dared not drop it, but if he didn't, wouldn't he be the laughingstock of everyone? Chen Feng, seeing this, merely smiled, took the animal-headed agate cup, and spoke slowly. This animal-headed agate cup was purchased by me 4 years ago at the Sui auction house for 120 million. You call this a fake? Back when Chen Feng was at the height of his glory, he was a regular at major auction houses around the world, having acquired numerous antiques, and this beast-headed agate cup was merely one of them. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Huang Dongnan's face turned pale. As an antique expert, Huang Dongnan knew exactly what the Sui auction house represented. It was the largest auction house in Eagle Country, where many national treasures were auctioned off. The fact that Chen Feng could speak so confidently about these details clearly meant he wasn't lying. His little tricks had clearly been seen through by Chen Feng. In the live stream. What? 120 million? This guy is starting to put on a show again. Buying this little thing for over 100 million? He must have lost his mind. Holy crap! I just checked, and Sui's auction house did indeed sell an identical beast-headed agate cup 4 years ago, but the buyer's name wasn't disclosed. Damn! This must be a real big shot, so wealthy. Don't get too excited yet. Haven't you noticed? This is probably just the show's tactic. They create a mysterious person, then find something unverifiable on an international scale to hype it up. That way, no one can prove the show is fake. That's possible. Otherwise, someone who can afford to spend 120 million on an antique wouldn't live in such a place. Enough said, the antique expert is intimidated. Pretending to be cool isn't Chen Feng's style. For a time, the audience was divided in their opinions of Chen Feng. Some people believe it's all real and that Chen Feng is a hidden big shot. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many precious items in his home, which is hard to explain. Most importantly, the famous paintings from before and the antique items now have well-known figures who have offered prices for them, which indirectly proves that all of this is highly likely to be true. However, most people still believe it's all fake, just a clever ploy by the show's producers. A mysterious big shot participating in an entertainment show? A mysterious big shot living in such a place? And cooperating with the production team to act? Are mysterious big shots really that worthless? They believe it's all orchestrated by the production team, otherwise it's too far-fetched to be believed. However, none of this matters to Chen Feng. At that moment, Chen Feng was in the living room, looking at Huang Dongnan and coldly saying, "You're just trying to say this is a fake so you can buy it at a low price. Do you really think everyone is a fool?" Chen Feng had already seen through Huang Dongnan's true intentions. If this were abroad, someone like Huang Dongnan would have already been finished. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the others also realized what was going on, and their gazes toward Huang Dongnan grew peculiar. Mr. Huang, is it as Mr. Chen said?" the host asked Huang Dongnan. Meanwhile, several professionals nearby also chimed in. No wonder they spent $6,000 to acquire such counterfeit items. This tactic seems familiar. I think I saw something like this in the news. It's shocking that someone would resort to such unethical behavior. What a hypocrite. I never would have expected someone like him to act this way. Huang Dongnan's face turned ashen, unsure of how to defend himself. Are you saying it's all a lie? How could that be? If Chen Feng were serious, he could bring in a professional appraisal agency, and I'd be finished even faster. At this point, Huang Dongnan could only grit his teeth and say, "Maybe I made a mistake in the appraisal." After saying this, Huang Dongnan felt extremely humiliated. Appraisal error? A dozen antique pieces all misidentified? What kind of professional expertise is that? Is this antique expert really that incompetent? An antique expert? Put. Even though it's just an act, this antique expert is really annoying. Damn it, I had someone appraise an antique a few days ago, and they said it was a fake. Did I get scammed? This isn't an entertainment show, it's an educational program. The facts show that these antique experts are full of hot air. Viewers are venting their frustration. Fortunately, Huang Dongnan couldn't see the comments at that moment, otherwise, he would have been furious. However, Huang Dongnan must have realized by now that his reputation has plummeted. Just then, Huang Dongnan suddenly had an idea. Chen Feng, I have reason to suspect you're a tomb raider or a thief. You have so many precious antiques in your home. Do you have proper documentation for them? Moreover, some of them are national treasures. Buying and selling such antiques is a crime. I noticed something was off earlier and deliberately called them fakes. Since you've admitted they're genuine, what else can you say? Biting back was the only option Huang Dongnan could think of. In Huang Dongnan's view, Chen Feng spending 120 million at an auction house to buy these antiques was pure bragging. If he were really that impressive, why would he participate in the program? Therefore, Huang Dongnan was certain that Chen Feng's antiques were obtained through illicit means. This twist left the livestream audience completely baffled. The expert's words seemed to make a bit of sense. Holy crap, are experts this clever? They actually used this method to get information out of him. This expert has really outdone me. Is that even allowed? Don't say any more. This expert is disgusting. It's clearly just smearing others to salvage their own reputation. I just looked it up. Illegally buying and selling national treasure level antiques can result in a minimum sentence of 5 years. That's too sensational. Did Chen Feng get himself into trouble on the show? Impressive, the show is catching Tomb Raiders live. Chapter 53, I've called the police. You're in trouble. The show's director is panicking right now. He never expected something like this to happen. If this were a pre-recorded show, they could have easily covered it up. But this is a live broadcast. In the live stream, hundreds of thousands of viewers were watching. If things got out of hand, his show would likely be implicated as well. Selling antique artifacts. If taken seriously, this could be a serious crime. The director approached Huang Dongnan and whispered, Huang Go, let's call it a day. Don't make a scene. Huang Dongnan ignored him. Forget it? If we let it go, wouldn't that prove we're faking it? How could we continue in this line of work afterward? We can't let such petty thieves off the hook. Huang Dongnan was now brimming with confidence. Better dead than dishonored, he thought. Chen Feng's life or death meant nothing to him. In fact, he could even gain fame from this incident, and his value would rise accordingly. Of course, all of this hinged on the fact that Chen Feng's money was ill-gotten. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, the person involved, remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. However, Mu Qian, standing beside him, was visibly nervous and gripped Chen Feng's hand tightly. What's going on, honey? Mu Qian never imagined that simply appearing on a show would turn her husband into a tomb raider and a thief. This worried Mu Qian greatly. Chen Feng comforted her, don't worry, everything will be fine. Then, Chen Feng glared at Huang Dongnan with a fierce expression and coldly said, are you looking for trouble? Chen Feng sensed Mu Qian's worry, which made him angry. For Chen Feng, Mu Qian was everything to him. He couldn't bear to see her suffer any injustice. You dare to be so arrogant? Your antique has an unclear origin. Once it's investigated, you'll be looking at years in prison. And even if they were your own, national treasures like these must be handed over to the state. Yet you've been hoarding them privately. I'm calling the Antique Bureau right now. After saying that, Huang Dongnan pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Holy crap, he's serious. This is going to be interesting. He actually made the call. This might end with the contestant getting arrested. This doesn't look staged. Holy crap, this is intense. I never thought I'd see something like this. This will probably be the headline news tomorrow. The viewers in the live stream were all excited by this scene. It's none of their business, so they're staying out of it. What they care about more is whether all of this is real or not. Antique Cultural Relics Bureau. This was a very laid-back department, where employees mostly sat in the office all day. Wang Gang was the director of the Antique Cultural Relics Bureau, but his phone suddenly rang. Answering the call, Huang Dongnan's voice came through the phone. Huang Dongnan, Director Wang, it's me, Huang Dongnan. I need to report something. At the location of XXXXX, someone is illegally storing over a dozen national treasure-level antiques. They are suspected to be tomb raiders or thieves. Please send people over immediately. Upon hearing this news, Wang Gang sat up straight in his chair. Wang Gang, are you sure it's true? Don't lie to me. Several dozen antique artifacts aren't something to joke about. Over a dozen antiques? And they're national treasures? This was hard for Wang Gang to believe. Huang Dongnan, it's true. Come over immediately. This is no small matter. After hanging up the phone, Wang Gang became excited. A dozen national treasure-level antiques. If he could recover them, he would definitely be promoted. This would be a major achievement. Immediately, Wang Gang notified his subordinates and prepared to head to Chen Feng's home. However, after thinking it over, Wang Gang decided to notify the Criminal Investigation Bureau to coordinate the operation. With so many antiques hidden away, if there were any weapons involved, the Cultural Relics Bureau wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Immediately, the Criminal Investigation Bureau also sprang into action. At that moment, at Chen Feng's residence, Huang Dongnan hung up the phone, looking smug. Just wait. I've already reported you to the Antique Bureau. You'll be arrested soon. With so many antiques involved, and as the whistleblower, although he wouldn't receive any substantial reward, his fame would certainly spread throughout the antique world. Not only would he cover up his previous dirty tricks, but he could also vent his anger. A 2-for-1 deal. This made Huang Dongnan feel incredibly satisfied. Seeing Huang Dongnan speak with such confidence, everyone else felt a sudden headache. He really called. This is going to cause a big stir. The most important thing is that this is live streaming. Who knows how many people are watching? There's no way to cover it up now. Mr. Huang, is this really necessary? Perhaps Mr. Chen just got lucky and bought genuine items from the antique market. The host tried to smooth things over and speak on Chen Feng's behalf. Most importantly, he also disapproved of Huang Dongnan's actions. He had deliberately misappraised the value of the antique to buy it at a low price, and after being exposed, he actually turned around and blamed others. Such behavior is intolerable to anyone. Good luck? Is that divine intervention? He must be up to something. Huang Dongnan said confidently. Ha, this host is really funny. Is this supposed to be luck? Buying back a dozen genuine antiques from the antique market is more exaggerated than winning the lottery. I also feel something's off. How could an ordinary family have so many antiques? Are they really from legitimate sources? They claim they bought them from an auction house, but that's probably just an excuse. Don't rush. Once the experts from the Antique Bureau arrive, everything will be clarified. The viewers in the live stream were all as curious as children, eagerly waiting. Meanwhile, Chen Feng didn't say much. He just pulled out his phone. He dialed a number. Chapter 54, Alarming the Higher-Ups. Somewhere. The area was heavily guarded, with an entire army stationed nearby. Any suspicious individuals approaching would be subjected to strict questioning. Because this was the most important place in Xia Kingdom. Those living inside were all current or retired high-ranking officials of the Xia Kingdom. The appearance of any individual from this area in the outside world would cause a major commotion. Therefore, for their safety, this location has been specially designated as a retirement community. At that moment, within the designated area, 2 elderly men with snow-white hair sat facing each other, with a chessboard before them. If any high-ranking officials from the Xia Kingdom were present, they would undoubtedly recognize these 2 elders. Li Xiaohe and Long Zhenghua. These 2 were once the pillars of the Xia Kingdom, enjoying immense prestige. Just then, Li Xiaohe's phone rang. Li Xiaohe glanced at it, and his expression immediately changed. Long Zhenghua, who was across from him, clearly sensed something was wrong and asked, "Old Li, what's going on? Who's calling?" Long Zhenghua knew his old partner well. Even if the sky were falling, he wouldn't show any emotion. And this call had indeed caused Li Xiaohe's expression to change. Li Xiaohe said solemnly, "It's him calling." Him? Long Zhenghua looked puzzled. However, when he saw the name in the phone's contact list, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Sigh. Long Zhenghua asked, "Isn't he supposed to be gone? Why is he suddenly calling you?" Li Xiaohe shook his head and said, "I don't know. Back then, I gave him my contact information and told him that if he ever encountered any trouble in Xia Kingdom, he could contact me anytime." Mentioning this, Li Xiaohe's expression turned nostalgic. 7 years ago, an 18-year-old boy first made a name for himself on the international stage. With only 10,000 yuan as his initial capital, he managed to make $1 million in the treacherous stock market. He then seemed to have divine assistance, taking down financial tycoons, going head-to-head with Wall Street elites, and eventually becoming the world's richest man, with no capitalists daring to challenge him. Later, the global financial crisis erupted, devastating industries across the board and causing immense losses. Yet it was that same young man who, in such dire times, invested in the real estate industry, helping Xia Nation quickly recover its economy. After the financial crisis subsided, his assets, already the world's largest, multiplied several times over. In the era of global trade, the young man became a sharp sword for Xia Nation, clearing away obstacles in his path. While achieving his own success, he also helped stabilize Xia Nation's turbulent economy and market. It can be said that as long as that young man was alive, Xia's economy would never collapse. In this era dominated by the economy, that young man was a godlike figure. Li Xiaohe had the opportunity to interact with the young man on several occasions during his tenure, and the memories remain vivid. However, 2 years ago, the young man retired from the public eye and vanished, leaving Li Xiaohe deeply concerned that this might lead to an economic crisis. Fortunately, it seems Li Xiaohe had overthought it. The young man had made careful arrangements, ensuring that everything continued to function smoothly after his departure, though no miracles occurred. And this young man was none other than Chen Feng. Li Xiaohe answered the call, and a voice came through the phone. "Mr. Li, I'm in trouble and need your help, but I don't want to make a big deal out of it. It's best to handle it discreetly." Trouble? Li Xiaohe had no idea what kind of trouble could be so serious that the person on the other end of the phone would call it trouble. "A terrorist organization came to your house? Have you caused the Eagle Nation's economy to decline for 20 years? Did you get a foreign princess pregnant and don't want to take responsibility? What kind of trouble? Li Xiaohua asked with great concern. Regardless, Li Xiaohua was well aware that the person on the other end of the phone must be protected at all costs. After all, in today's global landscape, the economy is the most important thing. And Chen Feng's position in the economy was completely unshakable. I have some antique items in my collection, and someone reported me to the Antique Bureau. I don't want to deal with the authorities. The words spoken on the other end of the phone left Li Xiaohua speechless. Such a minor matter and they're calling me? Beside him, Long Jinghua saw Li Xiaohua's expression and thought something major had happened. He hurriedly asked, "Old Li, what's going on? Was the other side attacked by armed forces? Should I call and have the Long Yuan army deploy? We can definitely bring them back safely. Don't act impulsively. It's just a minor matter." Li Xiaohua immediately stopped Long Jinghua. A military unit for an antique bureau? Are you kidding me? The Long Yuan army is a force that strikes fear into the hearts of armies around the world, you know? At that moment, Li Xiaohua also sensed something was amiss and asked into the phone, "You've concealed your identity, are you just an ordinary person now?" Li Xiaohua was a wise man and quickly deduced Chen Feng's situation. After all, someone who once dominated the scene is now being held back by a small department. It's clear he's hiding his true identity. Otherwise, who would dare to cross Chen Feng? Moreover, Chen Feng had specifically mentioned the need for discretion. This only further confirmed his suspicion. "Yes, I am indeed an ordinary person now, but it's only for a few days," Chen Feng said over the phone. A few days? Li Xiaohua heard another meaning in Chen Feng's words. Could it be that the former financial genius is about to make a comeback? This is indeed good news. Recently, although Xiaogui has been growing stronger economically, it hasn't made any significant progress and is developing very slowly. If Chen Feng were to reappear, the situation would certainly be different. However, Li Xiaohua also knew that Chen Feng must be in a hurry to call him, so he didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he said, "Leave it to me. Give me your current address and identity, and I'll handle it." Matters within Xia Kingdom are no big deal for Li Xiaohua. A single phone call is all it takes to resolve them. XXXX, Chen Feng. At home. Chen Feng hung up the phone, feeling no lingering concerns. Chen Feng was well aware of Li Xiaohua's influence within Xia Kingdom. As long as Li Xiaohu got involved, there was almost nothing that couldn't be handled. Originally, Chen Feng didn't need to bother Li Xiaohua with this matter, but when faced with official authority, he felt it was best to let the authorities handle it. Otherwise, if he asked others for help, it wouldn't be proper. Of course, the main reason was to inform Li Xiaohua that he was returning. At that moment, seeing Chen Feng make a call, Huang Dongnan mocked him without a care. "Making a call? Do you think anyone can help you now?" Huang Dongnan was well aware that if this had happened in private, there were countless ways to resolve the matter. But now, in this environment, a live broadcast watched by tens of thousands of people, with everyone watching trying to pull off any tricks was simply impossible. After all, the media wasn't something to be taken lightly. If they tried any underhanded tactics, they'd likely end up on the front pages of major news outlets the next day. Facing Huang Dongnan's mockery, Chen Feng didn't bother to respond and simply closed his eyes to rest. Although Huang Dongnan's words were well chosen, I can't help but feel like he is just a clown. It seems Chen Feng is confident. I bet that phone call was to call for backup. Sigh, calling for backup in broad daylight? That's way too disrespectful to the Xia Kingdom's official authorities. Damn, he's so full of himself. Now he's just closing his eyes and resting. Does he really have that much confidence? Production team, if you dare to cut the live stream, I'll block you right now. I want to see whose connections are stronger in the end. The audience in the live stream were all watching with great curiosity. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers in the live stream was about to break the 1 million mark, which was almost a miracle for a small live program. The director watched everything unfold and couldn't help but smile broadly. Turn off the live stream? There was no way he would ever turn off the live stream. The only thing the director was worried about was whether this situation would escalate into something much worse. The Antique Appraisal Studio. Shangguan Wen and Shangguan Hao, the two old men, watched the unexpected turn of events on the live stream and both looked surprised. Grave robbers? Thieves? Are you kidding me? Grandfather, what's going on here? It's clearly that so-called antique expert framing someone. Shangguan Hao said indignantly. As someone who has been in the antique business for years, he could immediately recognize Huang Dongnan's tactics, and such methods were truly despicable. Compared to Shangguan Hao's excitement, Shangguan Wen was much more composed, speaking with a hint of concern. In our line of work, the last thing we want is to get involved with the Antique Bureau. After all, few of us can guarantee that our goods are completely clean. If things turn out the way that expert said, this person might really end up getting arrested. Indeed, in the antique business, one often acquires old artifacts from private collectors. If any of these items are national treasures, and they are not handed over upon discovery, it could constitute the crime of buying and selling antiques. What should we do then? Shangguan Hao said with concern. Shang Guanwen sighed helplessly. We can only see how deep his connections are based on the call he made. Yanjing. The Criminal Punishment Bureau. This is the highest authority overseeing the entire city of Yanjing. Zhao Yan was sitting in his office handling documents. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the landline phone in the office rang. Who could be calling at this hour? Zhao Yan thought for a moment and picked up the phone. Soon, Zhao Yan's expression turned serious. Yes, I understand. I'll handle it immediately. As the director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, Zhao Yan appeared extremely respectful at that moment. If anyone recognized him here, they would be utterly shocked. Someone of Zhao Yan's stature had never before adopted such a demeanor. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yan immediately dialed the next number. What? Your Chief Wang is out? And he even brought along people from the Criminal Investigation Bureau? Hurry up! Get him back here immediately. Zhao Yan's face darkened. He had already been informed about the situation involving Chen Feng, though he didn't know the specifics. Still, he was deeply anxious. This was a task personally assigned by higher-ups. If he couldn't even handle such a minor matter, it would be a major blow to his reputation. Normally, even if someone was arrested, he could always get them out. But this time, they specifically required a low-key resolution, with no major commotion allowed, which made the task significantly more challenging. After much deliberation, Zhao Yan directly called the director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Criminal Investigation Bureau. Su Juanhao looked at the number on his phone and felt puzzled. Old Zhao, what's got you calling me? On the other end of the line, Zhao Yan's urgent voice came through. Old Su, did anyone from your department just go out with people from the Antique and Martial Arts Bureau? The Antique Bureau? Su Juanhao remembered and said, that's right, old Zhao, you're well informed. This is a major case over 10 national treasure-level antiques. This time, we might be bringing back a big fish. On the other end of the line, Zhao Yan was completely baffled. Big fish? Could it be the person Li Lao mentioned earlier? Someone with connections to Mr. Li can't be just any ordinary criminal. If they catch him, old Li might even come out of retirement in anger. Don't arrest him. Bring him back immediately. Zhao Yan hurriedly said into the phone to Su Juanhao. Withdraw? Su Juanhao looked completely bewildered and asked, Old Zhao, you're known for your impartiality. Why are you doing this time? This is an order from above. Don't ask questions. If you disturb that person, you'll be in big trouble. Don't come crying to me later. Zhao Yan hung up the phone in anger. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't make sense. He decided to call a driver and head toward the destination himself. Meanwhile, Su Juanhao was a bit confused. In his impression, Zhao Yan wasn't the type to lose his temper like this. And this was an order from above. If he made a mistake, he dared not imagine the consequences. Su Juanhao picked up the phone and called the captain of the team that had just left. Chapter 55, Hoarding Antiques? Arrest them first. On the streets of Yanjing, several official vehicles were driving along, with the Criminal Investigation Bureau's insignia plastered on both sides. In the lead vehicle, Wang Gang was seated inside, accompanied by Yang Delong, a senior captain of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, dressed in uniform. In the car, Wang Gang spoke confidently, saying, Yang Captain, this isn't just any ordinary case. There are over a dozen national treasure-level antiques involved. If we can solve this case, it will be a major achievement. From Huangdongnan, Wang Gang had already learned the details of the case and was extremely excited. There was an 80% chance that this was the real deal. Moreover, there was a broken Tang Dynasty 3-color glazed vase at the scene, which had been appraised at a staggering price of tens of millions. This is no small matter. $1 million antique being shattered at the very least, that's destruction of cultural relics, and getting arrested and sentenced to a few years would be lenient. Old Wang, is this information reliable? Don't let it turn out to be false once we arrive. That would be a disgrace for the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Yan Delong still couldn't quite believe it. After all, there were over a dozen national treasure-level antiques, whose value was incalculable. If someone truly possessed them, they would hide them away. Why would they openly expose them? Don't worry, we'll find out once we get there. Wang Gang was confident, as if he could already see his career advancing further. Soon, the vehicle entered the residential complex where Chen Feng was located. Beep 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 beep. The sound echoed through the neighborhood, drawing the attention of many elderly residents, who looked over with puzzled expressions. What's going on? Someone must have done something wrong in our neighborhood? It must be Wang Dogwa's son. He's always hanging around outside, bringing different women home every day. This time he must have gotten into trouble. Could it be that there's been a murder in our neighborhood? If that's the case, the property values here will plummet. Such a big commotion. There are 4 or 5 cars. It must be a major case. Let's go take a look and see whose family is in trouble. People from the neighborhood have all gathered around. Meanwhile, inside Chen Feng's home, Wang Dongnan heard the commotion outside and his expression grew arrogant. You're as good as dead. The Criminal Investigation Bureau is here. Don't even think about escaping. A petty person who has come into power is exactly what Huang Dongnan is like. The others frowned at Huang Dongnan, their eyes filled with disdain. Such a person is truly despicable. Mu Qian, however, grew panicked. She had no idea that all of this was actually happening. This isn't part of the show's script, and Huang Dongnan isn't an actor. After all, even the Criminal Investigation Bureau had arrived. How could it be fake? Unless the production team had enough influence to mobilize official resources. But that was clearly impossible. What should we do, dear? Mu Qian asked Chen Feng anxiously. But Chen Feng remained calm, whispering to Mu Qian, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Chen Feng was well aware that the call he had made would definitely resolve the situation. If he couldn't even handle something this minor, it would be almost impossible. Seeing Chen Feng so calm, Mu Qian was about to burst into tears. How could it be okay? If these antiques are real, you'll definitely go to jail. Mu Qian wasn't very knowledgeable about antiques, but she knew that buying and selling them was a very serious matter. There have been many news reports about people being sentenced to prison for buying and selling antiques. And she had actually broken one. That's at least 5 years in prison. Thinking about it, Mu Qian's tears were about to spill over. Chen Feng saw this and felt both helpless and sympathetic. He could only whisper comfortingly, "Don't worry, these antiques are all fake. We won't get arrested." It was heartbreaking. Having to admit that his own things were fake left Chen Feng feeling helpless. Because Chen Feng knew very well that at this moment, if he told Mu Qian about his immense power, she would never believe him. Only by saying the antiques were fake would Mu Qian believe him. After all, in Mu Qian's eyes, these antiques had never been real. Otherwise, if she found out that she had broken a vase worth over 100 million, she might faint on the spot. Fake? Upon hearing this news, Mu Qian's eyes lit up. If they were fake, then there would be no issues between her and Chen Feng. It's all that so-called antique expert's fault for scaring me. This made Mu Qian look at Huang Dongnan with a hint of disdain. Beep beep beep. The Criminal Investigation Bureau really came? This isn't a show, is it? Even the Criminal Investigation Bureau is here. Who dares to impersonate the Criminal Investigation Bureau? They might end up sending the entire production crew to jail. This is shocking. I never expected them to go this far. Will the contestants really be arrested this time? I'm speechless. So illegally collecting antiques is actually a crime? I better throw away the Qing Dynasty era nightpot I have at home. Late Qing Dynasty? That's modern times. Just throw it away. Maybe it'll be considered an antique in a few hundred years. I don't even think this show is an entertainment program anymore, it's a criminal investigation show. Waiting for the contestants to be arrested. The live stream viewers are just there for the spectacle, and they're all curious onlookers. In their eyes, everything they're seeing today is too realistic, it doesn't even feel like a show. Layers of intrigue, gripping the heart. If this were a regular live stream, they would already switch to the dance section to watch the girls. But now, countless viewers are watching from start to finish. Thud. 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 The sound of footsteps echoes densely from the stairwell outside. This startled the staff members inside Chen Feng's home. One after another, criminal investigators in uniform entered Chen Feng's home, totaling over a dozen people. Their presence immediately made the atmosphere in the room grow tense. When Huang Dongnan saw the man leading the group, he rushed forward and said in a fawning tone, "Director Wang, you finally arrived." Wang Gang surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on Chen Feng, who was sitting in a chair. In Chen Feng's hands was the very same animal-headed agate cup he had just taken out of the study. Wang Gang was immediately stunned. Wang Gang had far more experience than Huang Dongnan and had seen countless national treasures. Upon seeing the animal-headed agate cup, Wang Gang could tell immediately that it was the real thing. "You, hand over that thing in your hand." Wang Gang adopted a commanding posture and ordered Chen Feng directly. Chen Feng glanced at Wang Gang with disdain and didn't bother to respond. Chen Feng's attitude infuriated Wang Gang, who immediately snapped, "You're illegally hoarding antiques, and you dare to act so brazenly? Antiques, especially valuable ones, require complex procedures for private collection. Otherwise, it's considered illegal possession." And Wang Gang was familiar with almost all the registered private collections. As for the animal-headed agate cup in Chen Feng's hands, Wang Gang had no recollection of it. Therefore, Wang Gang was certain that the antique in Chen Feng's possession was definitely of dubious origin. Since it's of unknown origin, it's easy to handle. At this point, Chen Feng still ignored Wang Gang. Where there's a will, there's a way. Moreover, the most important point was that the antiques Chen Feng had collected had indeed not been approved by any official authority. After all, when Chen Feng purchased them, which department would dare to cause trouble for him? Even the higher-ups turned a blind eye. This Chen Feng is too arrogant. Even with official authorities present, he remains unfazed. Could it be that Chen Feng has something to back him up? After all, he seemed to have made a phone call earlier. What good is a phone call? Can he really pull strings in broad daylight? Today, we're probably going to get arrested. Even Jesus coming won't help. I'm telling you. This is getting exciting. The audience watched Chen Feng remain calm and composed, filled with curiosity. How much confidence does he have to remain so composed in such a situation? This doesn't look like someone about to be arrested. If he didn't say anything, one might think he was some big shot taking a break, with the other Criminal Investigation Bureau officers acting as his bodyguards. Chen Feng, don't resist in vain. Confess and be lenient, resist and face harsher consequences. Huang Dongnan looked at Chen Feng's arrogant posture and couldn't help but feel angry. After all, if it weren't for Chen Feng's refusal, all those precious antiques might have been bought back for a song. He even nearly exposed his true intentions. Beside him, Wang Gang saw that Chen Feng was unyielding and directly turned to Yang Delong beside him. Young team leader, it's up to you. Using force wasn't the specialty of the Antiquities Bureau. That's why they always call in the Criminal Investigation Bureau when handling such matters. All right. Yang Delong didn't refuse and ordered his men, go, restrain him first. Immediately, 2 Criminal Investigation Bureau officers approached Chen Feng. At that moment, Chen Feng finally spoke up. Do you have a search warrant? This question caught the Criminal Investigation Bureau officers off guard. Yang Delong was the first to recover, saying, we already have evidence of your crimes. Wait a moment. Chen Feng cut Yang Delong off and said, evidence of a crime? What crime have I committed? And this is my house. You entered without permission, which constitutes trespassing. Chen Feng's words left the Criminal Investigation Bureau officers speechless. Trespassing? Is that even a thing? In the past, when they carried out their missions, as soon as they appeared, people either fled or tried to justify themselves. They had countless methods to take suspects into custody. But encountering someone as calm and composed as Chen Feng was a real headache. For example, when dealing with a lawyer suspect, they had to prepare thoroughly and follow all regulations strictly, otherwise they risked being criticized using legal arguments. This time, however, they clearly hadn't prepared adequately. They even showed up lightly armed, following Wang Gang and his team to make the arrest. The question of what crime he had committed was causing Yang Delong a headache. Indeed, he only knew to follow Wang Gang to make the arrest and hadn't yet understood what Chen Feng had done wrong. However, Yang Delong didn't bother with the formalities and simply said, regardless of what crime you've committed, once we've arrested you, you'll naturally. Before Yang Delong could finish, one of his men hurriedly stopped him from continuing. This left Yang Delong looking puzzled. The subordinate pointed to a nearby location. Yang Delong looked up and saw a camera pointed at him, while the nearby staff members also stared at him in shock. What the hell? Journalists? Live broadcast? At that moment, Yang Delong nearly cursed under his breath. What he had just said might have been acceptable when no one was around, but saying it in front of everyone was completely inappropriate. Holy crap, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division must be a complete idiot. What's so natural about that? Just speak up. Did they torture you after arresting you? I'm scared, the captain is going to be furious. How am I supposed to dare to enter the Criminal Investigation Bureau in the future? Get used to it. Are we supposed to be gentle with criminals? The scene fell silent, and Yang Delong wasn't so arrogant anymore. After all, under the cameras, he dared not act freely. Yang Delong said, this is how the Criminal Investigation Bureau operates. You're leaking information. Take that thing away immediately. Suddenly, the program staff were all dumbfounded. This is our live broadcast, you know. It was you who broke in without permission, and now you're blaming us? At this point, Wang Gang couldn't hold back anymore and said, we received a report that you were illegally buying and selling national treasure-level antiques. This is a serious offense that warrants an investigation. We're arresting you. This is standard procedure. If you have nothing to hide, you'll be released within 24 hours. Hearing this, Yang Delong also perked up and chimed in, that's right. Take him back for questioning. If there's nothing wrong, we'll let you go. Instantly, Mu Qian, who was standing beside Chen Feng, was on the verge of tears. However, Chen Feng remained calm, pulling out his phone to make another call. Ding! Just then, Yang Delong's phone rang. Chapter 56, The Sky is Falling. Criminal Investigation Bureau Headquarters. In the director's office, Su Juanhao called Yang Delong. Are you with the Antiques Bureau arresting someone? The previous call from Zhao Yan had made Su Juanhao realize that the person they were trying to arrest this time must be someone of extraordinary importance. After all, Zhao Yan was the highest-ranking official in the Yanjiang Administrative Bureau, renowned for his impartiality and decisive action. Moreover, from Zhao Yan's call, Su Juanhao learned that this was an order from higher up. The higher-ups. This news came as a shock to the slow-witted Su Juanhao. So Su Juanhao was now extremely anxious. On the other end of the line, Yang Delong received Su Juanhao's call and was also greatly surprised. That's right, I'm currently at the scene and have mostly got things under control. Yang Delong reported the situation at the scene truthfully. Meanwhile, Su Juanhao was sweating profusely. What? Under control? Do you know what kind of entity you're dealing with? Immediately, Su Juanhao shouted into the phone, withdraw the team. Withdraw immediately. Release the person, or else you'll be suspended. On the other end, Yang Delong heard Su Juanhao's furious shout and froze for a moment. Release them? After finally catching the culprit red-handed, he actually wants to release them? This filled Yang Delong with immense confusion. Could this person be related to Su Juanhao in some way? However, in front of everyone, using his authority for personal gain would leave Yang Delong in a difficult position. So Yang Delong whispered into the phone, Director Su, this man has serious issues, and he's showing contempt for the Criminal Investigation Bureau. If we release him, how will we do our jobs in the future? Upon hearing Yang Delong's words, Su Juanhao wished he could appear before Yang Delong right then and there to slap him hard across the face. This matter had already been reported to higher-ups, and it was no small matter. If we don't release him, my position is in jeopardy. Stop wasting time. If you keep talking, you're out. Release him immediately, or else you'll face disciplinary action. After hanging up the phone, Su Juanhao sat in his chair, furious. Ding! At that moment, the phone rang again. Su Juanhao angrily picked up the phone, ready to yell, but when he saw the caller ID, he was puzzled. It was an unfamiliar number. Nevertheless, Su Juanhao answered the call and said, "Who is this?" Su Juanhao's tone was still hostile, but when he heard the voice on the other end, he nearly dropped the phone in shock. This is Li Xiuhe. Li Xiuhe, once the most powerful figure in Xia Kingdom, a name that was well known to Su Juanhao. Su Juanhao immediately adopted a respectful tone and said, "Mr. Li, how did you find the time to call me?" On the other end of the line, Li Xiuhe said, "You have 3 minutes to handle the matter at the Antique Cultural Relics Bureau and arrest the people there. Interrogate them thoroughly." After speaking, Li Xiuhe hung up the phone. Su Juanhao collapsed into his chair, still in shock. Sure enough, this matter had caught the attention of higher-ups. Su Juanhao felt afraid and cursed the people from the Antique Military Bureau in his heart. How dare they offend that person? It was like asking for death. Soon, Su Juanhao snapped out of it and dialed Yang Delong's number again. Chen Feng's home. Yang Delong put down the phone, feeling speechless. What kind of situation was this? He had come out to carry out a mission and ended up getting scolded by his superior. He glanced at Chen Feng, feeling puzzled. How could such an ordinary person know Su Juanhao? Though he was dissatisfied, Yang Delong still said, "Let's wrap it up." He couldn't disobey Su Juanhao's orders after all. Su Juanhao could easily have him fired with just one word. Yang Delong's order to stand down left Wang Gang stunned. Weren't they just about to arrest someone? Why suddenly call off the operation now? Yang team leader, wait a moment. What does this mean? Why are we leaving so suddenly? Wang Gang urgently said to Yang Delong. If the Criminal Investigation Bureau leaves, the Antique Cultural Relics Bureau has no authority to enforce the law. That means this trip will be for nothing. Yang Delong, filled with anger with no outlet, directly said to Wang Gang, "The Criminal Investigation Bureau handles its own affairs. You have no say in this. From now on, don't call us the Criminal Investigation Team for such matters." With that, he turned to leave. Wang Gang instinctively sensed that it was because of the phone call Yang Delong had just received. At that moment, Huang Dongnan stepped forward and said sternly, "Captain Yang, how can the Criminal Investigation Bureau act this way? This person is illegally possessing antiques. He should be arrested. You can't abuse your power for personal gain." Huang Dongnan grew impatient. He couldn't stand seeing Chen Feng do well. After all, Chen Feng had nearly ruined him, and Huang Dongnan was well aware that if they could confiscate these antiques this time, he would certainly get a share of the spoils. But if Yang Delong left and they couldn't hold Chen Feng accountable, all their efforts would be in vain. Not only would he gain nothing, but he'd also end up with a bad reputation. Yang Delong looked at Huang Dongnan, who had stepped forward, with a hostile gaze. With such a heavy burden on his shoulders, he couldn't leave and he couldn't stay. Caught in the middle, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the live stream was in an uproar. What's going on here? The Criminal Investigation Bureau is leaving? Holy crap, Chen Feng is so badass. He managed to handle the Criminal Investigation Bureau with just one phone call. This is hilarious. The antique expert is desperate and lashing out in anger. Shocking. What is Chen Feng's true identity? Even the Criminal Investigation Bureau dares not touch him. It feels like Chen Feng is about to make a comeback against all odds. No wonder he's been so calm all along. Is this how the big shots operate? The audience was utterly baffled when they saw the Criminal Investigation Bureau not arresting Chen Feng. After all, the Criminal Investigation Bureau had already prepared to arrest Chen Feng, but after receiving a phone call, they all left. This left them utterly baffled. At the scene, Mu Qian witnessed the sudden turn of events and couldn't help but ask Chen Feng, "Honey, what's going on?" Chen Feng remained calm and said, "Perhaps they had a change of heart." Chen Feng didn't want to explain further to Mu Qian, as he had already experienced such situations before. Would explaining even make a difference? If it were useful, you should have already believed that you were the richest person in the world, right? Most importantly, Chen Feng didn't want Mu Qian to get too involved in these scheming affairs. Chen Feng only wants to give Mu Qian a happy life. Ding! Just then, Yang Delong's phone rang again as he was about to leave. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted to Yang Delong. Yang Delong picked up his phone, glanced at the screen, and his expression betrayed some dissatisfaction. Director Su, is there anything else? I'll leave immediately with the team. Although his face showed dissatisfaction, Yang Delong's tone remained very respectful. But the next moment, the words from the other end of the phone left Yang Delong speechless with shock. Wait before leaving. Arrest everyone from the Antique and Cultural Relics Bureau and bring them back for questioning. Arrest the people from the Antique Bureau? This left Yang Delong completely baffled. Although the incident was caused by the people from the Antique Martial Arts Bureau, it didn't seem necessary to arrest them. Moreover, the Antique Martial Arts Bureau is an official government agency. Arresting them like this is indeed somewhat inappropriate. This doesn't seem right. If we arrest them, might there be any issues? Yang Delong said. Su Juanhao's voice came again, saying, shut up. Just arrest them. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Su Juanhao was well aware that the higher-ups wanted to arrest the people from the Antique and Martial Arts Bureau, and this was a done deal. There wouldn't be any issues. At that moment, Yang Delong, though unclear about the situation, obeyed orders and said, all right, I'll bring them back shortly. After hanging up the phone, Yang Delong took a deep breath and looked toward the people from the Antique and Martial Arts Bureau. Wang Gang also heard Yang Delong's words and thought there might be a turning point. Young team leader, hurry up and arrest them. This will count as your contribution. Wang Gang pointed at Chen Feng, who remained calm and composed. This made everyone on the scene grow concerned. Were they still going to arrest him? The program staff looked at Chen Feng with sympathetic expressions. Yang Delong, upon hearing Wang Gang's words, looked utterly speechless. Are you telling me to hurry up and arrest him? If that's the case, then I won't hesitate. Immediately, Yang Delong waved his hand and ordered the dozen or so men behind him, arrest everyone from the Antique Bureau. The atmosphere on the scene fell into complete silence. Even the Criminal Investigation Bureau officers looked puzzled. Are you kidding? Arrest the people from the Antique Bureau? Captain, did you get the wrong information? A subordinate whispered to Yang Delong. Yang Delong replied, no mistake. We're arresting someone from the Antiques and Cultural Relics Bureau. After saying that, Yang Delong sighed in relief. If we have to arrest them, so be it. I'm just following orders. Staying here is torture. Yang team leader. What are you doing? You're not arresting the criminals, you're arresting our people? Wang Gang exclaimed angrily. He never expected that the Criminal Investigation Bureau would arrest their people from the Antique and Martial Arts Bureau. This was almost unprecedented. The Antique Martial Arts Bureau has falsely accused others. After our investigation, there are serious corruption issues within the Bureau. Arrest them all and take them back for interrogation. Yang Delong didn't care what the Antique and Martial Arts Bureau thought. Anyway, Yang Delong and Wang Gang weren't close, and they belonged to different departments. At that moment, Wang Gang, upon hearing Yang Delong's words, felt extremely bad. Having been in office for many years, accepting bribes under the table was a common occurrence for him, though it was usually difficult to trace, and no one would bother to investigate him. Moreover, he had already spent a significant amount of money to grease the wheels, ensuring that nothing would go wrong. But if the Criminal Investigation Bureau really decided to dig deep and investigate him, he was finished. Thinking of this, Wang Gang grew fearful and said, Yang Delong, what evidence do you have? Without evidence, you have no right to arrest us. Take him away. Yang Delong couldn't be bothered to listen to Wang Gang's nonsense. As long as he took the man back, his mission would be complete, and the rest was none of his business. Standing nearby, Huang Dongnan saw the sudden turn of events and couldn't help but say, Captain Yang, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Humph. Seeing Huang Dongnan speak, Yang Delong's eyes lit up and said, it was you who reported this, wasn't it? Bring him back too. Huang Dongnan? In Huang Dongnan's mind, there were 1,000 curses he didn't know if he should utter. He never expected that just one sentence would land him in trouble. He wished he had never spoken up. Captain Yang, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. No matter how much Huang Dongnan tried to defend himself, he couldn't change the fact that he was being taken away. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were utterly shocked. What is going on? The people from the Antique Cultural Relics Bureau were arrested? Am I seeing this correctly? This is more exaggerated than the soap opera plots in TV dramas. Holy crap, this is a major plot twist. They came to arrest Chen Feng, but ended up getting themselves arrested instead. 666666, this antique expert is really unlucky. He wasn't even noticed earlier, but he had to speak up. He deserves to be arrested. I need to expose this. The Antique Bureau is despicable. I work in the antique market and they've been extorting money from us every month. If we don't pay, they'll seal our shops. Is that really happening? The Antique Bureau should have been shut down long ago. There are many official professional antique institutions in the country that do a much better job than the Antique Bureau. The Antique Bureau is a relic from last century. It's way behind the times. This time, it's probably going to be shut down. Chen Feng is amazing, he actually brought down an official department. Chapter 57, all of this, just to keep him from getting angry. On a state-of-the-art laptop, the live broadcast of the program Do You Know Your Worth was playing. Li Xiaohua and Long Zhonghua, two elderly men in their 70s, were watching the live stream with great interest. Chen Feng's presence is as imposing as ever. I never expected to see him again, and under these circumstances. Li Xiaohua sighed. Exactly, I never thought he would go experience the life of an ordinary person. He's living it up. Long Zhonghua chimed in from the side. The life of an ordinary person is something they also greatly envy. Let's not disturb him. After Li Xiaohua finished speaking, a hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes as he said, if anyone is looking for trouble, we'll do our best to help them out of it. At that moment, Li Xiaohua's aura no longer resembled that of an elderly man in his twilight years, but rather that of a powerful figure who held life and death in his hands. By his side, Long Zhonghua spoke with equally imposing authority. On the territory of the Xia Kingdom, no one dare touch him. Chen Feng's home. The atmosphere was eerily quiet and strange. The staff members looked at Chen Feng with puzzled expressions. Earlier, they had all assumed that Chen Feng was going to be arrested, but they never expected the outcome to be like this. Not only was Chen Feng unharmed, but even Huang Dongnan and the people from the Antique Bureau had been arrested. This is way too out of this world. As for the rumors online that this was all scripted by the production team, the staff present knew better. This is a script? Try to arrange for official personnel to be involved in the show if you dare? The show would probably be taken off the air the next day. The only person who might still remain calm is Chen Feng. Chen Feng has seen this kind of situation countless times before. Not only the local Criminal Investigation Bureau, but even Interpol has tried to arrest Chen Feng more than once. The most memorable incident for Chen Feng was when he single-handedly defeated the elite of Wall Street. The Eagle Nation couldn't tolerate someone causing trouble on their turf, even dispatching the Black Eagle Special Forces. However, Chen Feng didn't even show his face. He simply issued a statement promising to destroy Eagle Nation's economy within a week. The Eagle Nation dared not utter a single word and surrendered immediately. In fact, faced with the situation at the Criminal Investigation Bureau, Chen Feng could have easily made a single phone call to have everyone punished, but he chose not to. Instead, he resolved the matter in the most low-key manner possible. Because Chen Feng knew that if he acted too conspicuously, he would inevitably be recognized by those who had known him in the past. At that point, he would likely have to retreat into the shadows again and could no longer enjoy such a peaceful life. After all, Chen Feng not only has friends but also enemies. Everyone, the sudden situation just now was something we didn't anticipate. Since it's already over, let us continue with the rest of the program. The hostess' mental state was better. He quickly composed himself and addressed the camera. He still has the composure to host the show. Impressive. Chen Feng is undoubtedly the highest-rated player in this round. I'm starting to believe that the painting in the living room is worth over 100 million. Chen Feng is just too mysterious. Who was it who said this was all scripted by the production team? Come forward and take the blame. You've got me all confused now. Damn it, I still don't believe it. Unless it's reported on the news tomorrow, this is just too unbelievable. Exactly, we weren't there. Who knows if it's real or not? Maybe the production team really dared to pull off such a big show. Director, come out and prove it. Swear on your future happiness that this is all true. Goodness, I felt like I watched a blockbuster movie this morning. The live stream is buzzing with excitement. Some people believe it's all real, but a large portion still think it's fake. After all, no official institution has come forward to make a statement. At that moment, the program director, crouched in the corner watching the live stream on his phone, couldn't help but shiver. Damn it! What proof do I have? Should I just come out and say that everything is true? He didn't have the guts to do that. Because he had no idea what Chen Feng's attitude was. If he came forward and said all of this was true, and angered Chen Feng, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? So he could only keep quiet. On the other side, the host was conducting the scoring phase of this round of the challenge. The third round of the challenge requires 5 professionals to score the contestants' lifestyle preferences, with a total score of 50 points. The contestant with the highest score would advance to the 4th round. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. Soon, all 4 professionals gave perfect scores. Why 4? Because the 5th professional had already been taken away. This situation had never happened before on this show. Of course, this was the best possible outcome, as things could have gone much worse. The contestant could have been arrested as well. After compiling the data, the host announced on camera, "Next, I announce that the guests advancing to the next round of this program are Chen Feng and Mu Qian, who received a perfect score of 50 points. In the next round, the minimum prize money will be 1 million. If they pass the challenge in advance, the prize money will increase further. Even if they fail, they will still receive 1 million in prize money." The results were announced, and no one had any objections. The only point of confusion was how the 4 professionals could have given a score of 50 points. Clearly, the host had added it themselves. This also made the host feel a bit uneasy when announcing the results. However, no one questioned the result. After all, compared to the other guests, Chen Feng and Mu Qian were simply outstanding. Others might have a few million at home, but their lifestyle is nothing special. But here, it's different. A single painting was worth over 100 million. How could anyone compare? And there's a bookshelf full of precious antiques, any one of which could be worth more than someone else's entire fortune. 50 points? Haha, did they include the antique expert in that score? I'll bet that antique expert would give it a 0 if he were here. Wow, has Chen Feng advanced to the next round? I can't wait for the 4th round challenge. Looking at it this way, the 4th round will be worth watching. Even the most powerful big shots will have a tough time in the 4th round. No exaggeration, even if the world's richest person were in the 4th round, they might not be as good as a street thug. Can't wait, I think the 4th round is in 3 days, I'll be watching. Love it. I just wonder if there's a script for the 4th round. That would make it less interesting. I remember that the 4th round challenges in the past didn't have any of that fake stuff. After all, the 4th round is all about authenticity. The audience in the livestream has completely changed their attitude compared to before. At first, they were complaining, but now they're praising it. After all, even the Criminal Investigation Bureau has appeared, which has greatly piqued the audience's curiosity and desire for the unusual. Yan Jing. Criminal Investigation Bureau. Under the coercion of Li Delong, Wang Gang entered an interrogation room. Facing such an environment, Wang Gang was filled with fear. Not long ago, he would only dream of being in such a place during his nightmares, but now he was here simply because he had been arrested. The injustice he felt welled up inside him, and he didn't know where to vent it. Li Delong, you better let me go, or else I'll definitely report you. Wang Gang dared not let the Criminal Investigation Bureau investigate him, as his background wasn't entirely clean. He could only hope that Li Delong would release him. As you wish. Just make sure you can get out of here. Li Delong said indifferently. After all, arresting these people from the Cultural Relics Bureau was all Su Juanhao's orders. He was just following orders. Moreover, Li Delong could sense that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Damn it, what do you mean? Hearing Li Delong's words, Wang Gang's mental defenses began to crumble. Can't get out? Could it be that his embezzlement had really been exposed? Just then, a man walked into the interrogation room. Seeing this man, Wang Gang felt a surge of fear, for the man before him was none other than Su Juanhao, the director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau of Yanjiang. Director Su, what have I done to deserve this? Why have you arrested me? Wang Gang still clung to a sliver of hope. However, Su Juanhao spoke calmly, blame yourself for provoking the wrong people. We are currently investigating the evidence of your embezzlement. You won't be leaving here for the rest of your life. After speaking, Su Juanhao left the room immediately. Su Juanhao was also deeply puzzled, as he had just received orders from higher-ups to thoroughly investigate Wang Gang of the Antique Bureau. Generally speaking, higher-ups wouldn't bother with such minor matters. Yet now, they were placing such importance on it. Could it be because of the person the Antique Cultural and Martial Arts Bureau is trying to arrest? Su Juanhao felt a chill run down his spine. To dismantle the head of an entire department over one person, how absurd. Fortunately, he had acted quickly and prevented his subordinates from making further mistakes. Otherwise, Su Juanhao even wondered if the person being interrogated right now was himself. In the interrogation room, Wang Gang's eyes were filled with despair. Had he provoked the wrong person? Who the hell had he offended? Suddenly, a figure flashed through Wang Gang's mind. It was him. The person he was supposed to arrest today. At that moment, Wang Gang finally understood what was going on. A person who has collected over a dozen antique pieces could be an illegal antique dealer in Tomb Raider? It was likely a high-ranking figure operating in the shadows. Otherwise, how could the Criminal Investigation Bureau take this so seriously and arrest him without following proper procedures? After all, according to normal procedures, he wouldn't have been brought to the Criminal Investigation Bureau like this. Instantly, Wang Gang came to hate someone deeply. Huang Dongnan. I thought it was a golden opportunity to make a quick buck, but instead I've landed myself in a situation with no way out. At the same time, in the interrogation room next to Wang Gang, Huang Dongnan sat on the chair with a terrified expression on his face. Huang Dongnan, an antique expert, had previously sold a national treasure-level antique for 3 million yuan a year ago, constituting the crime of trafficking in antiques. On an antique appraisal show, you deceived others into handing over their antiques, buying them cheaply and selling them at a high price, constituting fraud. 3 days ago, he engaged in an improper relationship with a prostitute at the Imperial Footbath City, constituting the crime of soliciting a prostitute. One by one, the interrogator revealed these incidents, causing Huang Dongnan to break down. Is the Criminal Investigation Bureau really this terrifying? What did I do that they found out about? This is ridiculous. One charge after another is being piled on, and Huang Dongnan instantly felt like his life was over. Why did I have to be so mouthy and speak up? It's too late to regret it now. Before long, on Su Juanhao's desk, there were already stacks of documents. Everyone involved in this matter had been thoroughly investigated. Everyone was caught, not a single one escaped. Actually, with the manpower of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, it would normally take some time to gather this kind of information. But when orders came down from above, all departments were ordered to cooperate fully. Within just 1 hour, they had gathered all the evidence of these individuals' past crimes. Except for 1 or 2 staff members from the Antiquities and Cultural Relics Bureau with clean backgrounds, everyone else was sent to prison. This left Su Juanhao feeling deeply shaken. All because of one person, the authorities had almost mobilized all of the official resources of Xia Nation. How utterly abnormal was that? What's more, this was done discreetly, without alerting the outside world, which was even more astonishing. We must never offend this person in the future. Su Juanhao looked at a document on the table and said. And the name of that document was Chen Feng. Yanjing Administrative Headquarters. Zhao Yan looked at the handling results sent by Su Juanhao and finally sighed in relief. Everyone has been investigated. This should prevent that person from getting angry, right? If anyone who had participated in this matter had heard those words, they would have been utterly shocked. Almost the entire Antique Bureau had been dismantled, all just to prevent one person from getting angry? At that moment, as the person involved in the matter, Chen Feng was sitting comfortably at home, completely unfazed by everything that had just happened. Chapter 58. The entire internet is abuzz, cheering for the boss. Chen Feng's home. After announcing the results of the third round, the production team left immediately. Chen Feng now only needed to wait for the fourth round of challenges. At that moment, Mu Qian's heart was still in turmoil. The previous live broadcast had left Mu Qian trembling with fear. Such a good show, and her husband had almost been arrested. Husband, what's going on? Were those just you and the production team colluding beforehand? Mu Qian asked Chen Feng with a lingering sense of fear. Mu Qian had countless questions swirling in her mind. Is the painting in the living room really worth over 100 million? Are those ordinary-looking clothes in the wardrobe really limited edition pieces? Are the antiques on the bookshelves in the study all genuine? And the vase she had accidentally broken a few days ago, was that also an antique? Chen Feng noticed Mu Qian's doubts, smiled, and said, I told you I'm the world's richest man, and you still don't believe me? At the age of 18, I left school to go into business. In just 5 years, I accumulated enough wealth to become the world's richest man. All these things in the house are genuine, not a single one is a fake. From now on, I can give you any life you desire and will never let you suffer the slightest injustice. After saying this, Chen Feng felt a sense of relief. During the time he had spent with Mu Qian, Chen Feng felt that he had wronged her greatly for his own selfish desires. Moreover, Chen Feng could sense that Mu Qian's feelings for him were genuine. Now that everything was out in the open, it was only natural. At that moment, Mu Qian heard these words, her eyes filled with emotion and a touch of sadness. Mu Qian's eyes welled up with tears as she choked out, Husband, I'm with you not because of your wealth, but because I love you as a person. Being with you is the life I want. We'll work hard together to achieve your dreams. Chen Feng looked at Mu Qian, feeling deeply moved, but still frustrated. So after all that, you think I was just lying? Being the world's richest man is my dream? That dream has already come true, hasn't it? Honey, I'm not joking with you. I really am very wealthy. Chen Feng said earnestly. I know. After we finish the show, we'll each get at least 2 million in prize money. Then we'll have a car, enough money for our wedding, and we can even go on a honeymoon. Mu Qian wiped away her tears and said happily. Chen Feng. Never mind, no need to explain. The funds that had been unfrozen were already being transferred in large amounts to China. Once the review process in China was completed, everything would be clarified. Otherwise, with the money I have now, I can't produce any evidence that would convince Mu Qian. Sell off antiques? Borrow money from others? There's no need to rush, I'll just wait a few more days. At this moment, online, videos related to the program's content were also spreading like wildfire. However, none of the videos show the final scene with the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Any videos containing that footage have been blocked by an unknown force and cannot be shared. Even so, the live broadcast content alone is already enough to shock ordinary people. A painting worth hundreds of millions? This production team sure knows how to spin a story. I'm sick of it. Who would actually air such a cliché TV show script? Shocking. A man was found to have hidden over a dozen national treasure-level antiques in his home, involving the Antique Bureau and the Beijing Criminal Investigation Bureau. The one above, forget it. The Antique Bureau is already over. The showmanship is too obvious. If someone this wealthy were real, wouldn't they be living in a seaside mansion with a view of the ocean and flowers in bloom, spanning thousands of square meters? Please stop the show, the other guests are crying in the bathroom. Pay homage to the big shot. Netizens are going wild with criticism in the comments. After all, only a few 100,000 viewers watched the live stream at the time, which is very small compared to the hundreds of millions of netizens. This led to many people not seeing the later scenes where Chen Feng truly showcased his abilities, which were all edited out by the official team. From the beginning, it was nothing but staged performances. At this point, a professional fact-checker from a certain platform stepped in, spent a day editing the footage, and finally produced a video. Upon release, it garnered over 100 million views, received over 1 million likes, and immediately topped the platform's most popular videos. In the video, the fakebuster thoroughly analyzed some of the details from the video. In the video, the blogger first played the first scene, which was the painting The Last Day of the World. At the same time, they found an article from the 1990s by an authoritative scholar, which stated that the last day of the world had disappeared nearly a century ago and had been destroyed during World War I. This added credibility to the blogger's claims. Many netizens who saw this were immediately enlightened. A painting that had been destroyed appearing intact here, who would believe that? After some analysis, they directly labeled the painting as a forgery. Next came the second clip, showing the clothes inside the wardrobe. The blogger directly stated that these were special garments reserved for the royal family of the British Empire. Though extremely valuable, they were only permitted for royal family members to wear, symbolizing their status. Except for those with close ties to the royal family of the Sun Never Sets Empire, even billionaires on the Forbes list couldn't buy them. Given that, how could such garments appear in an ordinary household? Even if Chen Feng were a hidden billionaire, he wouldn't qualify to own such attire. This explanation resonated with many netizens. Meanwhile, the blogger also pointed out other garments in the wardrobe, stating that while global luxury brands do have limited edition items, these are typically sold out through pre-orders long before they become available to the general public. Assuming Chen Feng really has money, he still wouldn't be able to snag every limited edition item every time. Unless those luxury brands are all owned by his family. But is that even possible? Therefore, all the luxury items featured in the show are fake. As for the blogger in the final segment of the antique video, he even revealed a mocking smile. With over a dozen national treasure-level antiques, what are they waiting for to hand them over? Waiting to be arrested? And the only reason Chen Feng got away with it is because these are all fakes. They're all props from the show's production team. Such impossible events appearing on the show prove that they are indeed impossible. In other words, all of this is just a gimmick by the production team. It's all done to generate buzz and make the show go viral. The blogger also stated at the end of the video, this kind of lowbrow program should be boycotted. To hype up the show and deceive the audience, this has already lost the spirit of an entertainer. While entertainment is important, there should still be a moral baseline. Don't treat the audience like fools. If this trend continues, viewers will no longer be able to see anything authentic on TV. All we will see are the production team's repeated fabrications for the sake of sensationalism. The video ends here, with the topic of the production team's fraud directly trending on the hot search list. Many people are condemning the production team. Only a small portion of viewers who actually watch the live broadcast know that all of this is very likely true. Otherwise, why would the entire segment have been censored online? Something's fishy. Unfortunately, among the countless netizens, their numbers are insignificant. At the same time, over a dozen luxury brands worldwide released statements simultaneously. Chania, the Chania clothing featured in the program Do You Know Your Worth, are indeed limited edition pieces from my brand, with only one piece available globally. Armel, the Armel clothing featured in the program Do You Know Your Worth, are indeed limited edition pieces from our brand, with only one piece available worldwide. Burberry, the Burberry clothing featured in the program Do You Know Your Worth, are indeed limited edition pieces from our brand, with only one piece available globally. Versace, Hermes. These luxury brands seem to have coordinated their messaging, as all the copy is identical. This has left many netizens stunned. What about the counterfeit goods they were supposed to be? Holy crap! How is this possible? Even the official accounts have come out. Are they just trying to ride the trend here? With so many limited edition items, how could they possibly be real? Global limited edition of one piece? Are they joking here? I don't believe it. I feel like these luxury brands are just trying to ride the trend. Where are the professional counterfeit hunters? Come out and analyze what's going on here. At that moment, the professional fraud busters were staring at their computers, seeing that over a dozen luxury brands were all rallying behind Chen Feng, leaving them speechless. They had just criticized those clothes as fake in a video, but now they were completely exposed by the official sources. The professional fraud busters are starting to question their own lives. Meanwhile, in a video conference, the CEOs of these luxury brands were all present. These individuals, with a single decision, can dictate the global trends of the luxury goods industry. There was no doubt about it, this was their mysterious boss. The CEO of Shangshuaner spoke up. Who would have thought that the mysterious boss was hiding among ordinary people? NV. It's been 2 years. The boss has been missing for 2 years. I almost thought the boss was gone for good. Should we try to get in touch with the boss? Let's not. The boss said before leaving that we shouldn't look for him and that the company should continue operating normally. Then we won't. Let's keep issuing statements and support our boss. Yanjing. Antique Association. A dozen or so elderly men with white hair gathered together. Before them was a large screen displaying Chen Feng's bookshelf. Each antique was carefully placed on the shelf, drawing the elders' close attention. This porcelain horse must be a burial artifact from the Jin dynasty, there is no doubt about it. It is even recorded in historical texts. That bronze tripod is undoubtedly an antique from the Warring States period, with exquisite craftsmanship and intricate patterns, bearing the hallmark of Warring States-era artifacts. The agate in glass cup was exceptionally well preserved, one of the best preserved antiques today, and had even been used by the imperial family. What a pity the Tang Dynasty 3-color glazed vase had inscriptions on it, making its collection value incalculable, but it was unfortunately shattered. This is truly awe-inspiring. Each of these pieces is enough to shake the entire antique world. The elderly collectors spoke one after another, their hearts filled with excitement. Though they hadn't seen the actual items yet, they could already discern their value from the photos and videos. After all, they are the leading authorities in the antique world of Xia Kingdom, and among them is even an internationally renowned expert in antique research. Such a lineup is enough to astonish many people. Don't get too excited just yet. The owners of these antiques have a bit of a temper. I once offered 10 million to acquire those fragments, but they refused. Shang Guanwen spoke up. No way, we must obtain these antiques for research. If we lose them again, it would be a great loss to historical heritage. That's right. We'll pay them a visit another day. I'm sure they won't refuse. If necessary, we can pool our resources. A few billion should be manageable. I don't believe he won't sell. These old men clearly weren't giving up. Seeing this, Shang Guanwen didn't bother to persuade them further. Meanwhile, in Shang Guanwen's mind, he was murmuring to himself. Someone who could make the Criminal Investigation Bureau back down with just a phone call wouldn't care about money, would they? Moreover, after the incident, Shang Guanwen had used his connections to inquire about the situation. The response he received was that there was nothing to report. Given Shang Guanwen's status, even some high-ranking officials wouldn't dare to disrespect him. Yet in this matter, he was met with a cold shoulder. It was as if an invisible hand was pulling the strings behind the scenes. This only made Shang Guanwen even more curious about Chen Feng's true identity. Chapter 59, the fourth round of Challenges Survival Game. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 o'clock in the morning. The show's staff were already waiting downstairs. Chen Feng and Mu Qian, who had already prepared everything, arrived downstairs. A Mercedes-Benz SUV was parked below. Standing beside the car was the show's director. Upon seeing Chen Feng and Mu Qian, the director greeted them enthusiastically. Normally, it was the staff who would greet the guests, but this time the director had come personally, which showed how much he valued them. Chen Feng and Mu Qian didn't hesitate and got into the Mercedes-Benz van. After getting in, the car drove off toward the distance. Inside the car, the director began to explain. Mr. Chen, Ms. Mu, this fourth round of the competition is a survival challenge. As the name suggests, it involves surviving in an unfamiliar environment. To put it simply, this is a 1-week survival challenge. The production team will provide each guest with an initial budget of 1,000 yuan. The guests must use this money to survive for 1 week. Our production team will film the entire process and will not provide any assistance. This round does not prohibit guests from seeking external assistance, but economic assistance is not allowed. Otherwise, it will be considered a forfeit. At the end, we will score each participant. Whoever can live the best life with only 1,000 yuan will receive a higher score. After the director's explanation, Chen Feng and Mu Qian understood the rules of the fourth round. However, Mu Qian raised a question: aren't outside assistance not allowed in previous rounds? Why has the rule changed this time? In recent days, Mu Qian had also watched previous episodes of the show. In the past, the guests were placed in an unfamiliar city and had to survive using only the 1,000 yuan they were given. Whoever gives up first is eliminated, and the last one standing is the ultimate winner. There was once a contestant who, in order to stay in the show, slept in a bridge tunnel for 27 days, surviving on the simplest of foods, and outlasted all the other contestants. But this time, they could actually receive external assistance. The director smiled slightly and said, Ms. Mu, the rules have been changed this time, and the cities the guests are heading to are different. Different? Mu Qian paused for a moment and asked, what's different? The director explained, this time, the production team has selected the challenge locations for the guests. It's in the capital of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, the Foggy City. A Mercedes-Benz business vehicle sped along the road and eventually arrived at the international airport. There, 4 identical Mercedes-Benz business vehicles were already parked. These were the other contestants. Mu Qian got out of the car and looked at the international airport in the distance, still finding it hard to believe. Going to Flower City to record a program must be so luxurious. However, what Mu Qian found regrettable was that in this round of challenges, only Chen Feng could participate, as the other guests were also alone. At that moment, the host walked over, followed by staff members, who were conducting a live broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, the final group of guests has finally arrived at the airport. I will now introduce the guests for this round of the challenge. As he spoke, the host had already walked up to Chen Feng. The first guest is someone you all know well, the champion from the previous round, Chen Feng. The camera focused on Chen Feng, causing the live stream viewers to erupt in excitement. Wow, it's really Chen Feng. This challenge is actually taking place in Flower City. I'm so jealous. Is it too late to sign up now? This is a free trip, and there's even a cash prize. This round of challenges is definitely over for Chen Feng. Going to Fog City, where he doesn't know anyone or anything, with only 1,000 yuan on him, he'll probably be back in 2 days. Don't mention it, Chen Feng's cold expression is kind of handsome. I came here specifically to see how Chen Feng will show off. Why hasn't the 4th round of the challenge started yet? I hope the production team didn't script this well, otherwise it'll be boring. Waiting to see how Chen Feng survives. In the live stream, there are already over 1 million viewers watching. This is all thanks to the show's production team being trending on social media for the past 3 days, which has made many netizens aware of the show. More netizens are curious about whether the previous rounds were rigged by the production team. After all, this incident has sparked a nationwide frenzy. If it hadn't avoided touching on some sensitive issues, the show might have been cancelled long ago. After introducing Chen Feng, the host moved on to the other guests. These guests all appeared relatively young, with none over 30 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jiang Bo, a senior executive from Jiangcheng Lao Ganyi Group. Lao Gan Di, the taste is excellent. Lao Gan Di lasts forever, one bottle for generations. Thank you to Lao Gan Di Group for their generous support of this program. The host read the advertisement script without any hesitation. This left the live stream viewers completely baffled. Holy crap, are they really inserting an advertisement so blatantly? This production team is completely out of their minds. This is so annoying. I came here to watch a challenge, not an advertisement. Open up, old dad, see through everything. The Godfather Group is amazing. They're writing the trend so well. I'm impressed. Are all the other guests here just here to advertise too? At that moment, Zhang Cheng, inside the old Godfather Group headquarters. The group's chairman watched the live stream with a smile. In recent years, old Godfather Group's product sales have been steadily declining. Originally, they had never advertised before, but they took advantage of the program's popularity and spent a little money to bring their assets into the program. This buzz was well worth the advertising investment. The chairman of Lao Gan Di Group watched the flying comments and felt at ease. After all, if they had advertised on other platforms, they wouldn't know how much it would have cost. But by investing in the program, they only needed 2 million. Plus, with 7 consecutive days of uninterrupted promotion, it was a surefire profit. At that moment, the host walked toward the next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Yu Chengming, a senior executive from Sufei Group. Sufei, ultra deep sleep, ultra thin design you can toss and turn at night and still sleep soundly. For women, it's all about endless fun, ultra thoughtful, and free-spirited. With me, you'll have the time of your life. Instantly, the live stream exploded upon hearing the ad copy. Put. The production team, are you trying to be so cool? Unbearable to watch, even Sufei is here? What else can the production team not do? So embarrassing, the host can actually read it out so seriously. I'm impressed. This production team is really playing it cool. Is this really a challenge show? Isn't it just an entertainment program? It's an entertainment show, just presented as a challenge game. I'm curious to see what the next guest is all about. The host then walked toward the next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Li Yu, a senior executive from the Greedy Play Lanyu Group. Hello everyone, I'm Jia Hui. If you're my brother, come and cut me. The host calmly recites the advertisement, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Damn it, it's this company. Ha, if you're a brother, come cut me. Can you bring the director out so I can cut him too? I can't take it anymore. This is the brand new version that hasn't been touched up yet. Try it for 3 minutes, and you'll be hooked like me. If you love this game, host, you didn't finish the ad copy. Is the budget insufficient? Even game ads are showing up. How many ads has the production team taken? And next, the host introduced the final guest. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Zhou Jia, a senior executive from Huirin Shinbao Group. Huirin Shinbao, it's good for you and good for your husband. Since my husband started drinking Huirin Shinbao, I can't get out of bed for 3 days. No one knows how the host managed to read such an embarrassing ad line. The comments are going wild. Ha, that's hilarious. The host is about to crack up. If it's really true that you can't get out of bed for 3 days, I'll buy a whole box no matter what. Is this really a health supplement advertisement? It sounds more like a drug promotion. This is the most absurd show I've ever seen. So Chen Feng is the only guest, and the others are just there to advertise? Don't say that, this seems too disadvantageous for Chen Feng. After all, these companies are all big corporations with connections overseas. To promote their products effectively, they must be trying to make a name for themselves on this show. Now that I think about it, the rules have changed this time, allowing for off-site assistance. Unless Chen Feng is also a big shot abroad, he might end up being the one to accompany the prince in his studies. Are you underestimating my brother Feng? I dare bet he can last at least 3 days. Ha, with these rules, survival skills are one thing, but networking is equally important. After all, even if you're rich, if you don't have any connections, it's hard to survive. Speaking of which, how is Chen Feng's English? Those executives must have prepared in advance, they probably all speak English. If Chen Feng goes to the United Kingdom and doesn't know English, that would be awkward, he wouldn't even be able to communicate. At that moment, the director watched the host finish reading the advertisement, feeling awkward. But there was nothing to be done about it. Originally, the director had planned to randomly invite a few guests to participate in the show. But these groups approached the director, offering to invest in the production. This made the director agree without hesitation. After all, hiring other guests would require the production team to cover the costs, but allowing these companies to join the production team not only saved money but also generated revenue. How could one possibly refuse such a good deal? At worst, it would just be a bit embarrassing. When it comes to shame versus making money, the director clearly chose the latter. Most importantly, these companies are all influential ones. Once their guests join the show, they also add a lot of entertainment value to the program. Estimating that the time was about right, the director stepped forward and said, "Our flight is at 9 a.m. Hurry up and board the plane. If we miss the flight, we might have to delay the schedule. However, I must remind all guests that once you land, the survival game officially begins. The production team will no longer be responsible for you, but there will be dedicated staff members following the live stream. If you wish to withdraw from the challenge, you may inform the staff directly." After the director finished speaking, everyone also headed toward the interior of the airport. "Honey, if you go there and can't handle it, let's just give up. We'll still get 2 million, which is enough." By Qin Feng's side, Mu Qian handed him his ID card and passport, whispering softly. In Mu Qian's view, this challenge was a bit difficult. In a bustling international metropolis like Fog City, where prices are much higher than in China, a mere 1,000 yuan wouldn't last long. Plus, being in an unfamiliar place, they wouldn't be able to get any outside help. "Don't worry, I'm pretty familiar with that place." Chen Feng comforted her. Actually, Chen Feng could have declined to participate in this challenge, but he knew that for Mu Qian, participating in this challenge represented her aspirations for the future. To fulfill Mu Qian's wish, Chen Feng chose to participate. As for the Fog City, Chen Feng was indeed very familiar with it. It is the heart of the sun never sets empire, and in every field, it stands at the pinnacle. Chen Feng had visited the Fog City on multiple occasions, but each time, the financial elites of the city would tremble in fear. After all, Chen Feng's influence at that time was unparalleled. In fact, Chen Feng had even plunged the Sun Never Sets empire into an economic crisis for personal gain. Had he not stopped in time, the empire's economy might have collapsed entirely. After bidding farewell to Mu Qian, Chen Feng followed the production crew into the airport. After collecting their tickets, the group swiped their IDs, passed through security, and entered the waiting hall. Soon, they boarded the flight bound for Fog City. Chapter 60: The Divine Arrival Shakes the Sun Never Sets Empire. The Empire of the Rising Sun. Buckingham Palace. In the Queen's private chambers, a young blonde woman in her 20s was asleep. Ding! At that moment, a urgent ringtone sounded from the bedside, startling Queen Elizabeth IV awake. What could be happening at this hour? Queen Elizabeth IV looked at the phone in a daze, unsure of what was happening. As the current Queen of the British Empire, Elizabeth IV still seemed somewhat inexperienced. However, there was nothing she could do about it. The previous Queen, Elizabeth III, was in poor health and had no choice but to pass the throne to her, the sole heir to the royal family. Elizabeth IV picked up the phone and heard a familiar voice on the other end. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister William has an urgent matter to discuss with you." It was the royal butler. And the Prime Minister he mentioned was none other than William Alexander, the current Prime Minister of the British Empire. "Uncle William is looking for me?" This snapped Elizabeth IV back to reality, and she immediately said, "Hold on, I'll get up right away." After dressing and grooming herself, Elizabeth left her bedroom and arrived at the entrance of Buckingham Palace, where the Queen's carriage was already waiting. Before long, the car had arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. This left Elizabeth IV feeling extremely anxious, unsure of what had transpired. Upon entering the Prime Minister's residence, several high-ranking officials of the British Empire had already gathered there. Sitting at the head of the table was William. Upon seeing Elizabeth IV, William said, "Elizabeth, in 10 hours, you may need to go to the airport to meet someone." Upon hearing this, Elizabeth was somewhat surprised. As the Queen of the British Empire, Elizabeth was merely a symbolic head of state, but her symbolic significance within the empire was immense, making her more of a spiritual leader with an extremely high status. Yet now she was being asked to personally greet someone, which seemed highly unusual. "Prime Minister William, could it be that the Prime Minister of a major power is suddenly coming to our empire?" Elizabeth asked curiously. The Queen personally greeting someone at the airport was an event that had almost never occurred in the history of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. "No, but you should have seen this person before." William shook his head and handed a photo to Elizabeth IV. When Elizabeth IV saw the person in the photo, she exclaimed in shock, "It's him. It's that devil." Elizabeth IV vaguely remembered that the man in the photo had once visited Buckingham Palace. At that time, Elizabeth IV was not yet queen and had been learning how to rule the British Empire by the side of Elizabeth III. When the devil arrived, Queen Elizabeth III received him with the highest honors of the royal family. In the end, the devil took away many of the royal family's treasures, even the crown that symbolized the queen. Had it not been for the crown's immense symbolic significance, it might have been taken as well. From that day onward, Elizabeth IV often heard Elizabeth III whispering about this person in her ear, warning her never to offend him. This left a deep impression on the young mind of Elizabeth IV. Indeed, it was him. His name was Chen Feng. William immediately said, "We have just received word that he boarded a flight from Xia Kingdom to Fog City. He should arrive at Fog City International Airport in about 10 hours. Therefore, you must go to the airport to greet him personally as a sign of our sincerity." As he spoke these words, William felt deeply resentful. However, William was well aware of what Chen Feng represented. After Chen Feng left the Empire of the Rising Sun, the Empire's Security Bureau had already secretly compiled information on him. Therefore, when Chen Feng swiped his ID card to enter the airport and head to Fog City, the Security Bureau had already been informed and immediately notified William. William was unaware of Chen Feng's purpose for coming to the Empire of the Eternal Sun, but he dared not take it lightly. After all, with Chen Feng's capabilities, he could bring the Sun Never Sets Empire's economy to its knees in no time. Chen Feng. Elizabeth IV murmured the name softly, then looked up and said, "Prime Minister William, I understand. We have 10 hours left. Make preparations." "All right. If he makes any unusual moves, inform me immediately," William said. Immediately, the entire Empire of the Sun Never Sets began to bustle with activity because of Chen Feng alone. Malaysia Airlines Flight H338. This was a flight from Yenjing to the Fog City. Chen Feng and his group were on this flight. On the plane, the production team was briefing the guests on some important matters. "Once you arrive in Fog City, you may move around freely, but you must not leave the city. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee your safety. Overseas is different from domestic areas. There are many street gangs here. Don't assume that having the backing of a group allows you to act recklessly. Illegal activities are strictly prohibited. We will be live streaming the entire event, and staff will remind you when necessary. Indeed, the public safety conditions abroad are not as good as in China. Fortunately, the United Kingdom is still relatively safe, as private citizens are not allowed to possess firearms, unlike in the United States, where there is a real risk of encountering danger." "Director, we understand all that, but we want to know if staying at a friend's house would violate the rules." Li Yu, a senior executive from Greedy Moon, asked. The director glanced at Li Yu and said, "It doesn't violate the rules, but you cannot accept financial assistance from friends." The director wasn't stupid, he knew exactly what was going on. These connected individuals had already arranged everything. Afterward, they won't starve to death. But the director wasn't very concerned, as the focus of this program was still on Chen Feng. The director had seen countless people, but when he looked at Chen Feng, he couldn't figure out his identity at all. His home was filled with countless precious items, and a single phone call could have the Criminal Investigation Bureau raid the Antique Bureau. Could such a person be an ordinary person? The director cautiously asked Chen Feng, "Mr. Chen, do you have any friends in the British Empire? Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage in this round of challenges." "No," Chen Feng replied simply. "Friends? The people of the Sun Never Sets Empire must hate me to death. When I shifted the focus of our economic strategy to the Sun Never Sets Empire, it caused their GDP to plummet that year. If it weren't for the fact that all the cabbage had already been harvested, the Empire of the Eternal Sun would have fared even worse." However, Chen Feng wasn't worried about encountering any trouble after arriving in the Sun Never Sets Empire. After all, as long as the people of the Sun Never Sets Empire weren't foolish, they wouldn't dare to harm him. Otherwise, the British Empire's economy would be completely declared bankrupt. No friends? Chen Feng, you can't even survive a day in the Fog City, yet you think you're as invincible as you're portrayed online? At that moment, Yu Changming, a senior executive from Su Fei Group, spoke up mockingly. Yu Changming was the city-wide agent for Su Fei Group, and at just 28 years old, he already had a fortune of millions. He was arrogant and looked down on ordinary people like Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, are all the things in your house and those online videos real?" Zhou Jia, who was standing nearby, also asked curiously. Everyone else turned their gaze toward Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng didn't bother to respond, he simply closed his eyes and began to rest. Yu Changming, seeing Chen Feng's attitude, laughed and said, "Director, this is all scripted by your production team, right? I have to admit, it really looks convincing." Yu Changming's attitude was the same as most people online, he didn't believe it either. However, it was clear that he hadn't watched the livestream, otherwise, he wouldn't have thought that way. After all, the videos online were edited versions. The director furrowed his brows and said, "It's not scripted. It's all real. Mr. Yu, you should start thinking about how you'll survive once you get off the plane." In previous episodes, there have been conflicts between guests, but they were few and far between. Moreover, the production team actually hopes for such conflicts, as they make the show more entertaining. However, facing Chen Feng, the director was genuinely afraid that Chen Feng would get angry, which could ruin the show and result in significant losses. "I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm curious to see how the production team will handle this connected person once we arrive in the Foggy City." Yu Changming smiled and said nothing more. Fog City time. 1 p.m. The peaceful international airport was suddenly disrupted by a fleet of black Bentleys entering the airport premises. Once the vehicles came to a stop, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman stepped out of the car, surrounded by royal guards. Instantly, many tourists' eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness gracious, it's the Queen of the British Empire. Holy crap, is this the Queen who just ascended the throne 2 years ago? She's so beautiful. What is the Queen doing here? Is she here to catch a flight? This is way too extravagant. We've actually seen the living Queen. Quick, take a photo. Does the Queen need to come to the airport by plane? Shouldn't she be taking a private jet? This setup feels like a royal welcome. You must be dreaming. Having the Queen personally greet someone at the airport? Even the Prime Minister of another country wouldn't have that privilege. Inside the airport, people are buzzing with excitement. Countless tourists are crowding around the windows, watching the scenes inside the airport. This was a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle for the tourists. Hundreds of Imperial Guards stood in formation, each standing straight and solemn, a sight to behold. The Imperial Guards of the Sun Never Sets Empire are a distinctive feature of the empire, wearing red tight-fitting short jackets and bearskin hats commemorating war victories. This attire embodies the characteristics of the 19th century and carries a strong historical aura. Before them stood Elizabeth IV, the current Queen of the Sun Never Sets Empire. At that moment, Queen Elizabeth IV felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. She had no idea how to respond to Chen Feng's arrival, and such a situation occurring to the Queen was clearly highly inappropriate. However, the high-ranking officials of the British Empire were well aware that the man about to arrive possessed the power to sway the course of world events. Perhaps his military strength was not even on par with that of a small country, but his economic might was undeniably formidable. Over the past 10 hours, Elizabeth IV had spent all her time learning everything she could about Chen Feng, except for a brief nap. The more she learned, the more alarmed Elizabeth IV became. In the 21st century, the economic lifeline determines the fate of a nation. And the economic lifeline of the entire world is now in Chen Feng's hands. It might seem exaggerated, but it is no exaggeration to say so. In the past, the Eagle Nation had attempted to confront Chen Feng head-on, even going so far as to amend certain laws, all in an effort to prevent Chen Feng from infiltrating their economy. Yet Chen Feng always managed to find a way to leave the Eagle Nation powerless to respond. Unless all foreign investments were banned, there was no way to stop Chen Feng's invasion. However, such a move would effectively amount to closing the country off from the world, a cost the Eagle Nation cannot afford. In the end, even a powerhouse like the Eagle Nation had no choice but to compromise. Upon learning this, Elizabeth IV grew even more awestruck by Chen Feng's mystery. Such a terrifying existence is truly intimidating. A few years ago, it could be said that the economies of all nations were shrouded in shadow. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly arrived in the British Empire, leaving the entire empire speculating about his intentions. Boom! At that moment, the distant roar of an airplane could be heard. A Boeing aircraft was slowly landing on the runway. At that moment, Queen Elizabeth IV grew tense. Chapter 61, the entire network is in an uproar, the Queen personally greets the arrival. The plane came to a stop. The production team immediately began live streaming. Dear viewers, all members of our production team and the 5 guests have successfully arrived in the Foggy City. Once we stepped off the plane, this round of the game challenge officially began. The host said into the camera. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, many netizens were waiting by their computers. It's been over 10 hours, did you crawl there? Goodness, it's already past 9 o'clock at night here, is it still daytime where you are? Hurry up, I want to see our Fonga show off. I just thought about it after landing, the guests might have a hard time getting to the city center. If they take a taxi, they'd probably have to spend half of their 1,000 yuan cash. What's the Foggy City like? The time difference between Fog City and Yenji is 7 hours. That means it's 2 p.m. in Fog City, but in Yenji, it's already 9 p.m. Through the airplane window, you can see the bright sun outside. Everyone is waiting for the cabin door to open, but after waiting for quite some time, the door still hasn't opened. This made many passengers impatient. Flight attendant. What's going on? Why aren't you opening the door? Someone shouted. At that moment, the aircraft's public address system came on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received notice that the cabin doors will be opened in 5 minutes. Please remain seated and wait patiently. Ladies and gentlemen. The people inside the cabin heard the announcement and stopped making noise, instead waiting quietly. Suddenly, someone pointed out the window and shouted, "Look outside. There are so many soldiers." This caused many people to look out the window. "Goodness me, it's the Royal Guard," exclaimed a person from the British Empire in English. "Is it really her? Has Her Majesty the Queen arrived? Why are the Royal Guards here? Could it be to meet some important figure?" For a moment, the people from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets on the plane became somewhat excited. Other foreign tourists were unaware, but they were well informed. The Royal Guards are the private armed forces of the British royal family, serving the royal family for life. Such a large-scale deployment could only mean that the queen was traveling. While everyone inside the cabin was curious about what was happening outside, Chen Feng furrowed his brows. Had they been discovered? Chen Feng thought to himself. Before arriving in Fog City, Chen Feng had already prepared for the possibility of being discovered. After all, if he were to survive in Fog City, any use of identification would be easily detected by the city's security system. Exposing himself was only a matter of time. What Chen Feng hadn't anticipated was that he'd been discovered before even stepping off the plane. However, Chen Feng remained completely unfazed. He had made up his mind to stay. Soon, the cabin door opened. One by one, the passengers disembarked. However, when they saw the scene outside, they were all startled. Over 100 royal guards stood beside the plane, standing tall and straight, staring ahead. And at the very front of these royal guards stood Elizabeth IV. Goodness, am I seeing this correctly? It's the Queen of the British Empire. How is that possible? Is the Queen here to greet the passengers? How terrifying. How could Her Majesty the Queen possibly come to greet us personally? Is there a Prime Minister from some country on this plane? Many passengers were left speechless. Meanwhile, the flight attendant was maintaining order and said, "Passengers, please move this way." At that moment, the flight attendants were also deeply shocked. They had just received word that there was a very important person on board. The delayed opening of the cabin door was to allow Queen Elizabeth IV to arrive and make preparations. One by one, the passengers who were not important were guided by the flight attendants to another area. Soon, the members of the production crew began to exit the cabin one after another. Suddenly, the production crew was taken aback. Ladies and gentlemen, there may be some unexpected circumstances today. Up ahead are the royal guards of the British Empire, and at the very front of those guards should be the current Queen of the British Empire. The host introduced with a trembling voice. It's the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Empire? She's so young? Li Yu remarked from the side. This is something you only see on TV. I never thought I'd see it in real life. At the same time, countless viewers in the live stream were also stunned. Holy crap, she was greeted by the Queen as soon as she stepped off the plane? Is the service in the Sun Never Sets Empire really that good now? They even sent someone to greet her personally? Bull, the Queen's status is extremely prestigious in the British Empire. Even the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom doesn't have that privilege. You're too young. I remember hearing news a few years ago about the Queen being replaced and I thought it was fake news. I've made up my mind. I'm leaving today for the Foggy City to experience what it's like to be greeted by the Queen. The Queen of the United Kingdom is not only a mysterious figure within the United Kingdom but also globally. Yet now we can see her live on TV. It's truly astonishing. At that moment, the program crew, guided by the flight attendants, were preparing to board the nearby shuttle bus. But just then, a figure suddenly walked over. Instantly, the air froze. Everyone's gaze turned toward Elizabeth IV. Your Majesty, is there something you need? The flight attendant asked Queen Elizabeth IV in English, sounding a bit surprised. However, Elizabeth IV ignored her and instead looked toward Chen Feng in the crowd. This face, Elizabeth IV had seen countless times in photos, so she would never forget it. Chen Feng? Elizabeth IV asked Chen Feng. Compared to the shock of others, everyone in the production team was truly stunned. What's going on? The Queen of the British Empire is asking Chen Feng right off the bat? This is way too over the top. In their eyes, Chen Feng was a very low-key person who didn't say much even on the plane. But as soon as they arrived in the Foggy City, even the Queen came personally. Is this really happening? Chen Feng looked at Elizabeth IV and recognized her. He spoke English fluently. Are you Elizabeth IV? Chen Feng remembered that he had once visited Buckingham Palace before, and at that time, the Queen of the British Empire was not the Elizabeth IV before him, but Elizabeth III. This Elizabeth IV was the royal princess who had once accompanied Elizabeth III. That's correct. Elizabeth IV stepped forward, extended her hand to Chen Feng in a friendly manner, and said, "Mr. Chen, I welcome you on behalf of the British Empire." Chen Feng did not refuse. After shaking hands with Elizabeth IV, he let go. However, this scene caused a stir among the viewers in the live stream. Holy crap! What's going on? The Queen is here to greet Chen Feng? Did I see that correctly? The Queen of the British Empire actually shook hands with Chen Feng. My worldview has been shattered. Who is this Chen Feng to have the Queen personally greet him at the airport? This is too much. This can't be a plant from the production team, can it? Who the hell did they hire? The Queen of the British Empire as a plant? Are you a god? And there are idiots saying Chen Feng is an actor? I don't believe it. This is definitely computer-generated editing. It can't be real. The Queen of the British Empire personally greeting him at the airport. What does that even mean? Even some heads of state don't have that kind of privilege. This single scene alone has completely shattered all the previous rumors questioning Chen Feng's identity. The Queen is an actor? This is probably the biggest joke of the century. Not only the director of this show, but even if the entire TV network were to kneel at the gates of Buckingham Palace, Queen Elizabeth IV wouldn't bother to acknowledge them. Meanwhile, in Xia Kingdom, Mu Qian was working overtime at the company, handling her tasks. Although she had already secured a guaranteed prize of 2 million yuan after participating in the show, Mu Qian hadn't given up on working hard. Qian, look quickly. Your husband. Your husband. Just then, one of Mu Qian's colleagues excitedly held up her phone and shouted at Mu Qian. This reminded Mu Qian that her husband should have already arrived in Fog City by now. Had he already landed and started the live stream? Curious, she looked at her colleague's phone. Suddenly, Mu Qian was stunned. On the screen, Chen Feng was chatting with a blonde foreign woman. Normally, any woman would be furious upon seeing such a scene. But Mu Qian also noticed the comments from the netizens. The Queen of the United Kingdom personally greeted her at the airport? Mu Qian froze. In that moment, Mu Qian suddenly believed what Chen Feng had told her. He was the world's richest man. But all of this still felt like a dream to Mu Qian. She looked down at her work and suddenly felt uninspired. At that moment, at the airport, Queen Elizabeth IV was addressing Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, to express the warmth of our empire, I will personally oversee your upcoming itinerary. Being personally received by the Queen would have been a great honor for anyone else. However, Chen Feng remained calm, as he knew this was a form of surveillance. He estimated that any suspicious movements on his part would immediately be reported to the high-ranking officials of the British Empire. Alright, but I'm currently recording a program and need to bring a staff member along for the live broadcast. Is that okay? Chen Feng agreed, but he did not forget about the program. After all, he had come to the Sun Never Sets Empire for the show. Moreover, Chen Feng knew that Mu Qian was definitely watching the show, and through the live broadcast, she could also get a glimpse into his life. Recording a show? Mr. Chen really is in a good mood. Elizabeth IV glanced at the staff members behind Chen Feng, carrying large bags, and was taken aback. A figure who controlled the global economy was actually doing a show? That was simply unimaginable. However, Elizabeth IV didn't ask any further questions and agreed to Chen Feng's request. Chen Feng turned back and said to the director, "Have a staff member follow me. This doesn't violate the game rules, does it?" "No, it doesn't." The director nodded hurriedly. "Damn it, even the Queen is here to greet us. What's the big deal if it's against the rules? As long as you're willing, you can make the rules however you like." This was the first time the director felt fear and dread toward Chen Feng's identity. "Director, I can't do it. My legs are shaking and I'm scared." A crew member who was originally responsible for following Chen Feng spoke to the director. Indeed, who could remain calm in such a situation? The director, seeing this, felt a headache coming on. He suddenly turned to the host and said, "Xiao Rui, you take over following Mr. Chen. Once we're back in the country, you'll definitely get a promotion and a raise, and as a woman, you'll find it more convenient." "Zhang Yiru? What's going on? I'm just a host, okay? And following Chen Feng around means getting up close and personal with the Queen of the British Empire?" This made Zhang Yiru both afraid and excited. Chen Feng couldn't care less who was following him. After confirming the selection, he directly addressed Elizabeth IV, "Let's go." Instantly, under the envious glances of everyone present, Chen Feng and Zhang Yiru got into a black Bentley and drove away from the airport. Chapter 62, The Gap Between People is Too Great. Inside the car, Zhang Yiru was extremely nervous, sitting alone in the back seat, holding her live streaming equipment and filming everything around her. Fortunately, Elizabeth IV had her own vehicle, otherwise, if they had been in the same car, Zhang Yiru might have been too scared to speak. Even now, she felt a bit nervous. She was just a recent graduate from a media university who had landed a job as a host at a small, unpopular TV show thanks to her family connections. Moreover, the program didn't have very high requirements for hosts, which is why she was able to secure the position. However, as the show gained popularity, she felt immense pressure. Nevertheless, she persevered in order to quickly grow into an outstanding host. However, instead of hosting the show from the control room, she had become a camera operator, and the subject she was following was shrouded in mystery. "Mr. Chen, where are we going?" Zhang Yiru asked Chen Feng nervously. Normally, camera crew members aren't supposed to ask about the guests' schedules, but Zhang Yiru just couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. "I don't know," Chen Feng replied. Indeed, Chen Feng had no idea where Elizabeth IV was taking him. However, Chen Feng didn't mind, as his goal was simply to stay here for 7 days. As for surviving 7 days with the 1,000 yuan given by the production team, that was basically asking for trouble. After the production team revised the game rules for the 4th round, Chen Feng had already realized this wasn't a simple survival game. What was needed was for the guests to demonstrate their connections and ability to get by in this foggy city. Otherwise, 1,000 yuan in the foggy city for a week might only be enough to sleep on the streets, unless one could find a kind-hearted person to take them in. After all, this is the economic hub of the Sun Never Sets Empire, where prices are exorbitantly high. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were all curious about the relationship between Chen Feng and Elizabeth IV. I'm so jealous. Others arrive in the foggy city and the queen personally picks them up, even arranging transportation. I'm genuinely jealous of the big shot. I even went out of my way to check the news of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, and it turns out the queen really did greet him at the airport. Who is Chen Feng? There's no information about him online. I can feel the production team's malicious intent. This is clearly a show-off, not a survival program. From what I can tell, out of the 5 guests, the other 4 all have their own cars. What's even more outrageous is that one of the cars is completely covered in ads, from the inside to the outside. Is that really necessary? The last one, though, didn't have any ads, but it's even more outrageous the Queen of the British Empire personally picked him up. This show is too real. I no longer doubt that the production team is fabricating things. If they have the ability to bring the Queen of the United Kingdom as an actor, I'll eat my own feces upside down. At this point, the audience no longer doubts Chen Feng's identity. After all, having the Queen of the British Empire personally pick someone up at the airport is an honor few people in the world could ever hope to receive. Even if the production team claims the Queen of the British Empire was an actor they hired, few would believe it. This is too ridiculous. The only possibility is that it's because of Chen Feng. This has sparked immense curiosity among the audience about Chen Feng's true identity. Outside the car window, the bustling scenery of the foggy city unfolded. Skyscrapers lined both sides of the streets, showcasing the unique charm of the foggy city. Royal guards led the way ahead, ensuring a smooth passage along the route. Many people from the British Empire stopped to look on with curiosity. After all, the Queen rarely ventures out of Buckingham Palace. After about half an hour, the vehicles came to a stop outside a lavishly decorated hotel. The Halson Hotel, one of the most luxurious hotels in the foggy city and a 5-star establishment. The hotel's overall design exuded historical charm. After the vehicle came to a stop, a royal guard politely opened the door, and Chen Feng stepped out with composure. Zhang Yiru, sitting in the back seat, stepped out of the car with a nervous expression. This was the first time in her life she had experienced such service, with people surrounding her from all sides. It was truly extravagant. Up ahead, Queen Elizabeth IV had also arrived at the hotel entrance. Your Majesty, the 2 presidential suites you requested are ready. He is the hotel's owner, Colin. This billionaire tycoon now appeared surprisingly respectful. Elizabeth IV pointed toward Chen Feng and said to Colin, "These 2 are my distinguished guests. Make sure they are well taken care of." Understood. Then, Elizabeth IV walked up to Chen Feng and said, "Mr. Chen, you must be tired from the flight. Please rest at the hotel first. I will come to pick you up later for dinner." Chen Feng replied. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiru was so nervous that her hands were trembling. The viewers in the live stream were envious beyond words. Damn, I'm so jealous. The Queen of the United Kingdom actually invited us to dinner? That's so awesome. They're staying at a 5-star hotel for free, and even the host has their own room. Big shot. Do you need someone to carry your bags? It's confirmed Chen Feng is definitely a big shot. He might even be the only son of some reclusive tycoon. Please introduce me. I want the Queen's contact information. Contact information? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you really think the Queen of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets is an ordinary person? You'll probably be investigated the next day. At that moment, in a cheap hotel near the airport. The rest of the production crew had already set up all the equipment and were watching 5 live streams in the room. Earlier, out of fear, the staff who dared not follow had seen Zhang Yiru follow Chen Feng into the 5-star hotel and now regretted it deeply. Director, is it too late for me to regret this now? The director, however, was cursing beside him, "You idiot. Even if you were there, I'd replace you in a heartbeat." At this point, the director was completely stunned by Chen Feng's background. Even the Queen of the Never-Setting Empire had personally invited him to dinner. This was akin to Warren Buffett inviting an unknown business owner to dinner. It's said that inviting Buffett to dinner costs tens of millions, and while the Queen of the Never-Setting Sun Empire isn't as wealthy as Buffett, it would still cost tens of millions. And it's even in such high demand that there's no market price. Yet now, it was the Queen who was going out of her way to invite him. In such a setting, Zhang Yiru was clearly the more appropriate choice to attend, as she was the only woman in the production team. As the show's popularity continued to soar, the director was over the moon. What was originally just a survival game for an ordinary show has now risen to the level of the Queen of the British Empire. It's probably more impressive than any show in the country. Without hesitation, the director immediately changed the name of Chen Feng's livestream. The Queen of the Empire That Never Sleeps Dinner, Live. Instantly, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. Holy crap, this show is way too over the top. They even changed the live stream's name. The attempt to ride the trend is too obvious. You have to admit, Chen Feng is still too cool. YYDS, today I finally get to see what a high-class person's dinner is like. This is so flashy. Will the show get censored? This show is too realistic. The guests are already staying in 5-star hotels. Foggy City. In an ordinary hotel room. Yu Changming looked around the room and couldn't help but curse the company under his breath. I'm here on a business trip, and they make me stay in such a ordinary place. Yu Changming didn't say it out loud. After all, the camera crew was still nearby, and if he had spoken up, he feared he would be fired on the spot. But what really drove Yu Changming to the brink of collapse was Su Fei Group was going to extreme lengths for advertising. The walls of the room were covered with a large poster of Su Fei, featuring a former female celebrity holding a sanitary pad. What's even more excessive is that there are 2 large packs of sanitary napkins on the bedside table, clearly used for advertising purposes without holding back. What the hell? I'm a grown man, what the hell am I supposed to do with this stuff in my room? Are they for me to use? Don't tell me the CEO of the company actually thought of this. If they did that, they'd probably end up trending on social media tomorrow. But that's too embarrassing, and the risk is too high. If the wind blows the wrong way, we'll be torn to shreds. So Yu Changming narrowly escaped this disaster. At that moment, Yu Changming's heart was shattered. Meanwhile, Yu Changming thought of Chen Feng and curiously took out his phone, entering the live streaming platform. Upon entering, he didn't see Chen Feng, only a luxurious room of 200 or 300 square meters, with someone giving a tour. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the presidential suite prepared for us by the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Empire. I'm so surprised. I never expected that even I, just an entourage member, could stay in such a luxurious room. The Queen is so generous. This is the first time in my life I've stayed in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. Our guests have just arrived and need to rest, so I'll give you all a live tour of the presidential suite. Yu Changming? Presidential suite? Even a staff member from the production team has their own presidential suite to stay in. You're staying in this doghouse? People really can't be compared to each other. This only deepened Yu Changming's resentment towards Su Fei Group. Meanwhile, the cameraman filming nearby saw the livestream on Yu Changming's phone, their eyes filled with envy. Feeling the cameraman's gaze, Yu Changming shot them a disdainful look. Did your production team give you activity funds? Why don't you open a place next door? Yu Changming said. Camera crew. Is that all Su Fei Group has? Bad review. Meanwhile, in Yu Changming's livestream, although there weren't as many viewers as in Chen Feng's livestream, there were still some viewers. The audience immediately started mocking him. Is this all there is? Compared to the neighboring livestream, this is so pitiful. I used to think Chen Feng was just tagging along with the prince, but now I realize my vision was too narrow. This is hilarious. What kind of people are in this room? The ads are way too direct. This is ridiculous. Is Su Fei Group trying to make their executives sleep with sanitary pads? This is so pitiful. Compared to a 5-star hotel's presidential suite, this place is like a doghouse. The other 3 guests are in a similar situation to Yu Changming's side. After all, they're participating in this show without getting any prize money. Their main goal is to promote their company's products. They just aren't as embarrassing as Yu Changming. At the Lao Ganyi Group's side, Jiang Bo's room is filled with bottles of Lao Ganyi. It seems like Jiang Bo will be having diarrhea for days after eating all that. At the Huiring Shinbao Group, Zhou Jie's room is filled with bottles of Huiring Shinbao. This stuff makes men tear up in pain just looking at it. The one having the most fun was Li Yu from the Greedy Play Lanyu Group. The room they prepared was directly transformed into an esports hotel. There were 5 computers set up, and they even went out of their way to hire 4 people from Xiaogui to accompany Li Yu in playing games. When the camera crew followed Li Yu here, they initially thought they had entered an illegal internet cafe. Upon entering the room, the hired staff even delivered their lines. One-click equipment recycling, autoplay throughout. One hit, 99,999 damage, level up instantly in 1 second. Mom! I got the paralysis ring. You don't have to worry about me starving to death in the never-setting empire anymore. Play Greedy Moon with me, and one day the entire Sun Never Sets empire will be your empire. The ad copy was so compelling that the viewers in the livestream were all stunned. Holy crap, does the Greedy Play Lanyu Group hire people? The benefits are too good to be true. Damn, will this livestream keep showing this guy playing the game for the next 7 days? Is this a survival game? It's basically a giveaway. Chen Feng's livestream is way better. This livestream is going to turn into a black internet cafe. I'm out of here. If I keep watching, I'll become a gaming addict. Chapter 63, I have no interests in the Empire of the Rising Sun. Fog City time. 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky outside had already grown dark. In Fog City, it was already dark by around 5 or 6 o'clock. But the entire city was still brightly lit. Evening is the time when people indulge their desires and relax. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Halson Hotel, Chen Feng sat in his chair, staring blankly out the window. Dawn. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Feng stood up, opened the door, and saw a royal guard standing respectfully at the entrance of the room. Mr. Chen, Her Majesty the Queen has prepared dinner. Please join us. The royal guard said. Chen Feng stepped out of the room. Zhang Yiru, who was in the adjacent room, also emerged with the live streaming equipment, invited by the royal guard. Seeing the live streaming equipment in Zhang Yiru's hands, Chen Feng did not resist but stood naturally in front of the camera. Because Chen Feng knew that through the live streaming equipment, Mu Qian on the other side of the ocean would be able to see him. Soon, Chen Feng and Zhang Yiru were led by the royal guards and got into the car. Buckingham Palace. The residence of the Queen of the British Empire. Just a few blocks away from the Halson Hotel. As the vehicles entered Buckingham Palace, the buildings illuminated by lights resembled a castle. It felt as though one had been transported back to the 19th century British Empire, creating a truly evocative atmosphere. This place is off limits to the general public. Soon, the vehicle came to a stop in front of a massive building. As Chen Feng stepped out, he could see Queen Elizabeth IV standing at the entrance, dressed in a white evening gown, looking like a princess straight out of a Disney fairy tale. Her appearance was far more stunning than that of many top-tier actresses. However, Chen Feng remained calm and composed, showing no signs of emotion. Any beauty, after 100 years, is nothing more than a skeleton. When Zhang Yiru stepped out of the car and saw Elizabeth IV, she was utterly captivated. She's so beautiful. Zhang Yiru couldn't help but praise. Those sharing the same feelings as Zhang Yiru were the viewers in the live stream. There are actually such beautiful women in this world. Holy crap, this queen is exactly our type. She's the epitome of foreign beauty. Haven't you seen the news? This current queen of the British Empire is hailed as the most beautiful queen in hundreds of years. The most important thing is that the queen is so young. If she weren't the only one in the royal family eligible to inherit the throne, she probably wouldn't have become queen, as her credentials are too lacking. Forget about qualifications, all I want to know is the queen's contact information. I'm so jealous. Chen Feng actually got invited by the queen and had dinner with her. At that moment, Elizabeth IV slowly walked toward Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, the banquet is ready. Please come in. Immediately, Elizabeth led the way, with Chen Feng and Zhang Yiru following closely behind, entering the banquet hall. As soon as they entered, Zhang Yiru was stunned by the opulence of the banquet hall. The walls were adorned with gold and precious stones, and various famous paintings were displayed on the walls, with numerous antique artifacts arranged around them. At the center of the banquet hall hung a massive crystal chandelier, of immense value, making the entire banquet hall appear even more grand and elegant. After taking their seats, a dozen or so waiters entered from the side, carrying trays of exquisite dishes, which they placed on the tables. Before long, there were a total of 28 dishes on the table. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiru saw the scene and her eyes widened in astonishment. There were only 3 people eating, yet there were so many dishes. Is this what life is like for the wealthy? Such a waste. But Elizabeth IV, sitting at the head of the table, didn't see it that way. She had specially invited a top chef specializing in Chinese cuisine to prepare the meal, also that Chen Feng could eat comfortably. Impressive. This is what a true aristocratic banquet looks like. This table must cost at least 100 or 80,000, right? That's nothing. The scale is too small. It's not just a few 100,000. Just having the chance to dine with the Queen of the British Empire is worth at least $1 million, and it's not even something you can buy with money. Big shot, can we take the leftovers home? I envy the host, this is the pinnacle of freeloading. The viewers in the live stream are all envious of such a luxurious dinner. After all, ordinary people rarely get to see such a scene. The production team broadcasting this live is giving them a chance to broaden their horizons. At that moment, Elizabeth IV turned to Chen Feng and asked, Mr. Chen, what brings you to the British Empire this time? You didn't give us any prior notice, leaving us unprepared. This was Elizabeth IV's true purpose, to understand Chen Feng's intentions. After all, Chen Feng was like a ticking time bomb for the sun never sets empire. If Chen Feng were to take any economic actions against the empire of the rising sun, its economy simply couldn't withstand it. I'm here to participate in a live broadcast for a domestic program. There's nothing else I need to do here. Chen Feng said calmly. Elizabeth IV was taken aback. Participate in a program? Elizabeth IV glanced at Zhang Yiru, who was standing beside Chen Feng, and fell deep in thought. Originally, Elizabeth had assumed that Zhang Yiru was Chen Feng's secretary or something of the sort, but she never imagined that Chen Feng would go on a TV show. In Elizabeth IV's eyes, this was simply impossible. Chen Feng, who controlled the global economy, would go on a TV show? After all, even someone of Elizabeth IV's stature rarely appeared in public, let alone on live TV, always maintaining an air of mystery. Mr. Chen, are you really just here to host the live show? Elizabeth IV asked, still finding it hard to believe. Rest assured, I have no ambitions toward the current British Empire. Chen Feng knew what Elizabeth IV was worried about. However, it was true that Chen Feng had no intentions toward the British Empire. Years ago, the British Empire had already been thoroughly taken over by Chen Feng. Oil companies, Weifeng Bank, Aliscan Pharmaceutical Company, and other globally renowned enterprises. In each of these companies, Chen Feng holds at least a 50% stake. While he didn't fully control the companies, he was essentially in control. In the vast sun never sets empire, Chen Feng at least owned 20% of its industries. Don't underestimate that 20%, it's an incredibly terrifying figure. It's beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiru listened to Chen Feng's conversation with Elizabeth IV, completely baffled. What does it mean to have no plans for the British Empire? Does having thoughts mean you can do something about it? Speaking to the Queen of the Sun never sets empire like that, won't you be dragged out and executed? However, after hearing Chen Feng's words, Elizabeth IV felt a sense of relief. Since that's the case, let's start eating. Over the next few days, I'll take Mr. Chen to enjoy the scenery of the foggy city, Elizabeth IV said enthusiastically. After speaking, Elizabeth IV instructed the attendant beside her to hand Chen Feng and Zhang Yiru specially prepared chopsticks. When Zhang Yiru received the chopsticks, her eyes widened in astonishment. Pure gold? Is the royal family this extravagant? The viewers in the live stream were also flooding the chat with comments. 666666, Chen Feng is so confident, even when he talks. He just casually mentioned that he has no plans for the Empire of the Rising Sun. But the most shocking part is that the Queen didn't even get angry. Suddenly, I realized that when Chen Feng had my Yun Yun run errands during the second challenge, it wasn't just for show, this is the real deal. That's so cool. The Queen's escort? What kind of divine treatment is this? A lavish feast for the elite, even the chopsticks are made of pure gold. Is there anything more outrageous than this? No exaggeration, if I were there, I'd steal the chopsticks just to take them home. This is blatant wealth flaunting. I'm jealous. If I keep watching, I might develop a condition where I die from being poor. Thanks to the production team for letting us experience the life of the upper class. Shanghai's Qin Gongzi, I feel inadequate. Who can tell me what this person's status is? How could he dine with the Queen of the British Empire? Wanxiang Wang Gongzi, I'm speechless. My scalp is tingling. Is there really such a wealthy second-generation heir in Xia Kingdom? Dining with the Queen and streaming it live? That's impressive. Holy crap, even Qin Gongzi and Wang Gongzi are jealous? Chen Feng is way too cool, and his identity is so mysterious. The audience was filled with envy. Not only that, but many famous rich second-generation members from Xia Kingdom also entered the livestream. These rich second-generation individuals also commented on the livestream content with a mix of admiration and reverence. After all, dining with the Queen of the Empire of the Sun never sets isn't something that can be achieved simply by being wealthy. Let alone having the Queen of the Sun never sets empire treat you to a meal. At the same time, in an ordinary hotel room in the Fog City, Yu Chengming was eating dinner sent by someone connected to the Sufei group, while his phone played the content from Chen Feng's livestream. Suddenly, the meat in his bowl didn't taste as good anymore. Others who had come to the Fog City were enjoying such a luxurious feast, while he was eating fast food here. The treatment was like night and day. Xiaoguo, how did your production team manage to invite such a big shot? Could it be that your production team arranged this? Driven by jealousy, Yu Chengming couldn't help but ask the cameraman beside him, Xiaoguo. Xiaoguo? The production team arranged it? Come on, we all know how much weight the production team carries. This time, being able to come to Fog City was also because the show went viral and the station allocated extra funds. Otherwise, this round of challenges would have just been done by finding any remote city in the country. And Xiaoguo was also feeling quite frustrated. He had originally thought that coming to the Fog City would allow him to enjoy the scenery and take a little trip around the city under the guise of work. But now it looks like he'll be stuck in the hotel for the next 7 days, following the sanitary napkins. This is pure torture. The Empire of the Sun never sets. The Prime Minister's office. A group of high-ranking officials from the Empire of the Sun never sets were watching a large screen in front of them. The screen displayed the scene from the banquet hall of Buckingham Palace, where Chen Feng and Elizabeth IV were having a conversation, which was being played clearly. Not bad. The British Empire had installed surveillance cameras directly inside the banquet hall to monitor Chen Feng's every move. Such meticulous precautions would undoubtedly shock anyone else who found out. Prime Minister, I don't think Chen Feng's intentions are that simple. He's probably using this program as a cover to hide his true motives. The Chancellor said. The others agreed. After all, for someone of Chen Feng's status to participate in an ordinary program is simply too hard to fathom. We must monitor him closely and not allow such an unstable element to roam freely in our country. That's right. Why not just arrest him outright? That would solve the problem once and for all. That's a good idea. Keep him firmly under our control. As long as we can make him work for us, within a few years, the economy of our empire will surge forward and surpass the Eagle Nation. Many high-ranking officials have expressed their opinions. However, the Prime Minister of the Sun never sets empire, William, sitting at the head of the table, frowned and firmly rejected the idea. We cannot do this. If we do, within a week, our economy will suffer a devastating backlash and collapse. For now, we can only have Her Majesty the Queen monitor him. William was well aware that Chen Feng must not be touched. Given Chen Feng's influence, regardless of whether there are people loyal to him within the empire, if he were arrested, the entire empire would plunge into chaos. This would only lead to mutual destruction. This made him dare not take such a risk. After all, even the Eagle Nation dares not do this, let alone the British Empire. No one knew that within the Prime Minister's mansion, many high-ranking officials of the Sun Never Sets Empire were struggling desperately over Chen Feng alone. As the person involved, Chen Feng was enjoying a leisurely dinner at Buckingham Palace, completely unconcerned about his situation. Meanwhile, in the British Empire, some people had learned of Chen Feng's arrival. Chapter 64, That man is the true master here. The Foggy City. The Financial District. This was the most bustling area of the Fog City and the true financial hub of the entire Sun Never Sets Empire. In fact, it was regarded as the global financial center on a worldwide scale. After all, the Empire of the Eternal Sun was once the strongest nation in the world a century ago. Even now, despite its decline, it remains a mighty force. The area is filled with skyscrapers. Even at night, the streets are bustling with traffic and people. Every office building is brightly lit, with lights staying on all night long. Inside the WK Tower, WK Group's CEO, Ebel, sat in his office, watching a live stream on his computer, his expression one of shock. An hour earlier, Ebel had seen a news report. The Queen of the British Empire had personally gone to the airport to greet someone. At first, Ebel didn't take it seriously, assuming it was fake news. After all, the Queen's status was so exalted that even if a head of state from another country arrived, it would likely be a high-ranking official who went to greet them. The Queen greeting someone at the airport? Are you kidding me? However, soon, more and more such news reports began to surface, piquing Abu's curiosity. It wasn't until a live streaming platform from Xia Kingdom revealed that the Queen had dined with someone that curious Abu directly logged onto the platform to watch. What he saw left him speechless. The Queen was indeed the Queen, but the other man in the livestream was someone Abu couldn't believe his eyes. He had only seen this man once, but that single encounter had left a deep impression on Abu. At that time, WK Group was the leading conglomerate in the country. However, the arrival of this man plunged the entire WK Group into crisis, causing its stock prices to plummet and nearly driving the company to the brink of bankruptcy. By the time Ebel realized what was happening, the entire group had already been taken over by someone else. Yet this man simply stepped back, leaving WK Group under Abu's control, though its true owner had already changed their name. It was him he had actually come to the Fog City. Eber opened a video conference on his computer. The others in the meeting were CEOs of major corporations in the financial district. Ebel, why did you suddenly call this video conference? Georgeson, the CEO of YG Oil, asked in the video. Although YG Oil is not well known to the general public internationally, it is undoubtedly a terrifying company, almost a pillar of the British Empire. Ebel didn't beat around the bush, he simply played the video from his phone. Instantly, everyone fell silent, the atmosphere becoming oppressively tense. At that moment, Ebel said, "Everyone, I'm sure you all recognize this person. He was once known as the god of finance. Those of you here are, to varying degrees, his subordinates. I was wondering if we should take the time to pay him a visit. Otherwise, if he holds us accountable, none of us will fare well." Indeed, the big boss had arrived. Even if we didn't bring gifts, at least we should pay our respects and greet him. Without some kind of gesture, how could we possibly justify our absence? Why reappear after disappearing for 2 years? A voice filled with resentment rang out. It was Su Weiya, the founder of Hui Feng Group. Hui Feng Group is a major overseas enterprise of the Sun Never Sets Empire, once holding a significant presence in Xiangdao, Xia Kingdom. Su Weiya, this is not the time for impulsive actions. You are no match for him. Do you really want to provoke him? Aber spoke up. Ebel was well aware that everyone in the video conference was deeply dissatisfied with Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng had turned their assets into his own, leaving them as nothing but failures. But no matter how much they resented him, if Chen Feng wanted to, he could easily bring down their companies. Has a single person from Xia country really conquered all of you? Once I get the chance, I'll definitely take back everything that belongs to me. Suvia said angrily. However, although everyone supported him in their hearts, they still followed Ebel's advice and prepared to pay a visit to Chen Feng. The next day. Halcyon Hotel, Presidential Suite. Chen Feng awoke from his sleep, having just finished washing up, when he heard a knock on the door. Chen Feng opened the door to find a royal guard standing there. "Mr. Chen, Her Majesty the Queen is waiting for you downstairs. She plans to take Mr. Chen Feng on a tour of the Sun Never Sets Museum today," the royal guard said respectfully. "Alright, I'll get ready," Chen Feng replied. Upon returning to his room, Chen Feng was utterly speechless. He had only come to the Fog City for a short visit, yet the Sun Never Sets Empire was monitoring him so closely. Chen Feng had no doubt that there were hidden surveillance cameras in his room. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for someone to knock on his door the moment he got out of bed. Despite his frustration, Chen Feng did not refuse Elizabeth IV's invitation. After all, he had come to the Fog City openly and honestly, so being under surveillance was only to be expected. Soon, Chen Feng had packed his things and stepped out the door, only to find Zhang Yiru waiting outside as well. "Chen Feng. Not only is the official government of the British Empire monitoring me, but the TV crew is also filming and live streaming everything I do. Fortunately, Chen Feng had already prepared himself mentally for this. After deciding to come clean, Chen Feng realized that the peaceful life he once had was gone forever. He suspected that upon returning to Xia Kingdom, the Xia Kingdom authorities would also send people to monitor him. Unless he completely changes his identity, he is effectively exposed. Upon arriving at the hotel lobby downstairs, Chen Feng immediately spotted Elizabeth IV sitting elegantly on the sofa, surrounded by numerous royal guards. Not far away, there were also several journalists from the British Empire and some onlookers. After all, the Queen of the British Empire's travels were highly noteworthy. Upon seeing Chen Feng, the journalists all looked surprised. Is that him? The Queen has been waiting here for over 10 minutes. Could it be for this man? How could it be an Eastern man? Where did he get such influence to make the Queen wait here? Have you heard? The Queen personally greeted him at the airport yesterday just to meet this Eastern man. Who knows who this Eastern man is? Could he be some kind of leader? Meanwhile, in Chen Feng's live stream, many viewers had already gathered to wait for the broadcast. Is Chen Feng now a big star abroad? There are so many journalists just because he stepped out. You don't know, but yesterday the British Empire went crazy. The Queen personally greeted him at the airport, and the media over there are all scrambling for information. Recently, Chen Feng has been in the spotlight, even making headlines in foreign media. So jealous. Today, Chen Feng is going to go sightseeing with the Queen. This treatment is unbelievable. The production team really hit the jackpot by inviting such an amazing guest. I think they should rename this game segment. Survival game should be changed to My Queen and I's Daily Life. Your Majesty, I hope the media in your country won't report on me. I don't want to appear in any news, Chen Feng said to Elizabeth IV. Looking around at the media reporters, Chen Feng knew that if he didn't stop this, he might become famous worldwide the next day. At that point, everyone would be coming after him, which would be a huge hassle. Chen Feng was also thinking about spending some quality time with Mu Qian after the show ended. If he were to expose himself now, his former subordinates would likely call him non-stop, leaving him overwhelmed. Elizabeth heard Chen Feng's words and paused for a moment before saying, "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. These news reports will only circulate within the United Kingdom and won't reach the international stage. After all, in our country, freedom of speech is still very much respected." All right. Chen Feng thought about it and decided that this was the best they could do. After all, it's extremely difficult to restrict something from spreading domestically. The sun never sets empire probably doesn't have many people who recognize me, Chen Feng thought. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the media outside suddenly became restless. Outside the Halson Hotel, one luxury car after another pulled up. From these luxury vehicles, one after another, prominent figures from the sun never sets empire came into view. Oh my goodness, it's Ebel, the CEO of WK Group. That's George Sun, the CEO of YG Petroleum. How did he end up here? Is he here to pay a visit to the Queen? The CEO of Tesco Group, Haberla, is here too. And Suevaya, the CEO of Hui Feng Group. What's going on here? These are all the elite of the financial district. Why did they all suddenly come here together? Could they all have been invited by Her Majesty the Queen? Only she has that kind of influence. The journalists from the British media are quite knowledgeable. They recognize almost everyone outside the hotel. After all, these are all celebrities who frequently appear in major news outlets, familiar to everyone. However, what puzzles them is why these financial elites would suddenly gather together and appear in this place. As they entered the hotel, a look of surprise flashed across Elizabeth IV's eyes. However, she quickly shifted her gaze to Chen Feng and wore a complex expression. It was him. They were all here because of him. At that moment, in Chen Feng's livestream, the viewers saw these financial elites and looked puzzled. Who are these people? Foreigners all look the same, I can't tell them apart. Where's the royal translator? Can someone explain what those journalists are babbling about? These people aren't here with good intentions. They look like they're here to cause trouble. Could they be here because they can't stand seeing Chen Feng flirting with the Queen and are looking for a fight? Although the audience could see the voices, the sounds they heard were all in English. Most of the audience are patriotic citizens who can't understand the English, so only a few can follow along. Zhang Yiru also saw the comments. With her English proficiency at the 6th level, she quietly translated for everyone. Everyone, these are all CEOs of major corporations. For example, the one with blonde hair and a checkered shirt is the CEO of YG Petroleum, George Senator. The one over there is. Zhang Yiru's whispered translation left the entire livestream audience in shock. What is going on here? Doesn't that mean that the combined net worth of these people exceeds 1 trillion? Terrifying. Are there really so many financial tycoons here? What the heck is Lugo? Is it that impressive? Lugo is one of the world's top 3 retail companies, even more impressive than the shopping mall near your house. To be honest, even after the host finished translating, I still didn't understand. Was the Lugo mentioned earlier the same one that took down Quaibo? That's Luico, not Lugo. Don't say any more. Even though I don't understand, I know we should boycott Lugo. Damn it, and that CEO of Huifeng Group aiding and abetting the oppressors, persecuting our Xia people. Turns out they're all a bunch of wealthy locals. Just as everyone was discussing it, under everyone's watchful eyes, these financial elites approached Chen Feng. Boss! 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 Suddenly, the repeated cries of boss left everyone present speechless. Are you kidding me? So many financial elites, yet they're all calling one person boss? Wait, aren't you all bosses yourselves? Only Elizabeth IV sat calmly on the sofa. Because she knew that these financial elites hadn't made a mistake. During the crisis in the British Empire a few years ago, Chen Feng had already taken the opportunity to acquire over half of the shares in these companies, so calling him the boss is no exaggeration. Meanwhile, in Chen Feng's livestream, all the viewers were stunned. Though they didn't understand English. But the word boss was easy enough to understand. Chapter 65. Are you selling this museum? Boss? Did I hear that right? These big shots are calling Chen Feng boss? Host, come explain this. Do foreigners have some misunderstanding about the term boss? Unacceptable. These big shots, whose combined net worth is in the trillions, are calling Chen Feng boss? This isn't a joke, is it? To be honest, Ma Yun might not even rank in the top 3 in terms of net worth among these people. Is Chen Feng the real boss behind the scenes, secretly controlling everything? The live stream viewers were all shocked. If Elizabeth had personally greeted him at the airport or even invited Chen Feng to dinner, that could be accepted, as it could be interpreted as a friendship between the two. But now, it's a dozen financial elites from the United Kingdom calling Chen Feng boss. This is something they can't accept. These are the CEOs of major corporations, some even from the top ranks of the Fortune 500. How terrifying is that? Doesn't that mean Chen Feng's net worth is at least $1 trillion? Why isn't Chen Feng's name on the Forbes billionaires list? This is something they simply cannot comprehend. If Chen Feng were to explain it, he would only have 2 words. Unworthy. Indeed, given Chen Feng's net worth, the Forbes billionaires list isn't even worthy of mentioning his name. The wealth Chen Feng possesses isn't just beyond the imagination of ordinary people, it's even beyond the imagination of the wealthy. The lobby of the Halson Hotel. Journalists and onlookers were all stunned into silence. The financial elite they had just been praising was now addressing a stranger from the East as boss. They even briefly doubted their own ears. But clearly, they had heard correctly. Eber spoke up, "Boss, you've been gone for 2 years. I never expected you to come to the Fog City. You should have told us sooner so we could have arranged a proper welcome for you." At that moment, Ebel showed no trace of the arrogance one might expect from the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Instead, he appeared extremely respectful. This left everyone present utterly shocked. Is this the CEO of WK Group? Such respect for an Eastern person angered some of the media reporters present. In the Western mindset, there is an inherent sense of pride and confidence, believing themselves superior to Easterners and taking pride in it. Yet now, he was so humble. Eber is being too dramatic. I must report his behavior and have WK Group deal with him. What kind of status does this Eastern person have that he can get over a dozen financial elites to come meet him personally? This isn't an exaggeration. After all, the Queen personally greeted him at the airport. His status must be extremely high, and the authorities have likely already tacitly approved it. Could what these financial elites are saying be true? This young Eastern man is their boss. It all feels too fake. I've never heard of these companies being acquired before, and there's no information about this Eastern man online. The media are going crazy taking photos. While they may harbor animosity toward Easterners, they wouldn't miss out on such a major news story. Meanwhile, Elizabeth IV heard what the journalists were saying and felt a pang of sadness. Back then, this was a humiliating chapter in the history of the British Empire. These companies were once part of the British Empire, but after being hit hard by Chen Feng, they never recovered. In the end, almost all of them were acquired by Chen Feng's group. Even those that weren't acquired had a significant portion of their shares taken over by Chen Feng. Such a humiliating chapter in history was something the British Empire's official authorities would never allow the general public to know about. Otherwise, who knows what protests might erupt. At that moment, Chen Feng faced these financial elites with a calm expression and said, "Well, I came to Fog City in a hurry this time, so I didn't notify you. Don't mind me, just go about your business." Chen Feng looked at these financial elites and felt a bit headache. Chen Feng recalled that during the initial acquisition, there were some who greatly admired him. They would use the pretext of reporting work to constantly bother him, making dozens of calls every day. During that period, Chen Feng had no peace at all, which was also one of the reasons why he later chose to retire. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. Those connected by interests are ultimately unreliable. Now that he had reappeared before them, he was bound to return to the same kind of life he had before. But Chen Feng wasn't particularly eager to do so. After all, the money he had earned was more than enough for 10 lifetimes. There was no need to keep striving. "Mr. Chen, I've prepared the financial reports for the past 2 years, as well as the group's 5-year plan. When can you find time to review them?" Boss, the group made a profit of 65.8 billion US dollars last year, an increase of 5% compared to the previous year. The total profit for the previous year was. Mr. Chen, the Eagle country is putting pressure on our group's products. If this continues, the group may also suffer losses this year. When these financial elites met Chen Feng, some of them opened up and started asking him questions one after another. Zhang Yiru was diligently translating. This left the viewers in the live stream completely baffled. What the heck? These big shots are actually reporting to Chen Feng? My goodness, a profit of over 60 billion US dollars? What does that even mean? Do they have a printing press at home? Could Chen Feng really be the mastermind behind these big shots? Stop translating, this is breaking my heart. At this point, Chen Feng no longer wanted to bother with these people. Do as you please. No need to report to me. I have to accompany Her Majesty the Queen to tour the Fog City shortly. Chen Feng directly invoked Queen Elizabeth IV. The others, seeing this, didn't say anything else and all greeted Elizabeth IV. The title of Queen of the British Empire still held great weight in the British Empire. At that moment, Elizabeth IV was at a loss for words. These financial elites are clearly here for you, aren't they? Who told you to acquire most of these corporations? Visiting the Foggy City? Should I accompany you on the tour? However, Elizabeth IV was still very satisfied with Chen Feng's performance. At least, judging from Chen Feng's attitude toward these financial elites, his visit to the Fog City indeed had no other purpose. If Chen Feng had actually started talking to these financial elites, she would have been truly concerned. After dismissing these financial elites, Chen Feng and Zhang Yiru directly boarded the vehicle prepared by Elizabeth IV and headed to the Sun Never Sets Museum. The Sun Never Sets Museum. One of the world's 4 great museums. However, this museum is a source of shame for the people of Xia. The former Sun Never Sets Empire was once extremely powerful, invading countless nations and plundering numerous ancient artifacts. Inside the museum, the most famous artifacts are not those of the host country, but rather those from Xia and the Pyramid Kingdom. And these artifacts were all looted by the Sun Never Sets Empire through various means. Therefore, many people from the Xia Kingdom harbor deep resentment toward the Sun Never Sets Museum. At this moment, the entire Sun Never Sets Museum was utterly silent. There were originally many tourists, but due to the presence of Elizabeth IV, the entire museum had been reserved. As soon as Chen Feng got out of the car, he could see a massive building, the Sun Never Sets Museum. Under the guidance of a museum staff member, Chen Feng and the others directly entered the Sun Never Sets Museum. Before them was a long corridor, with precious paintings hanging on the walls. Though these paintings were not as valuable as the last day of the world in Chen Feng's family, they would still fetch at least $1 million if auctioned on the open market. This is the gallery. Beyond this lies the main hall, where you can take your time to admire the paintings. The staff member provided detailed explanations of the origin of each painting. Chen Feng was also examining them closely. Although Chen Feng had visited the Fog City before, he had never been to the Sun Never Sets Museum. Therefore, he was filled with immense curiosity. Meanwhile, Zhang Yiru was exhausted and parched. While the staff explained, she had to translate everything into Chinese for the live stream audience. By the end, Zhang Yiru was so exhausted that she gave up on providing detailed translations. This is Picasso's painting, titled Rehearsal. This is Raphael's painting, The Baptism of Christ. This is Leonardo da Vinci's painting, The Creation of Adam. The viewers in the live stream were speechless upon hearing Zhang Yiru's translation. Hostess, could you please translate more carefully? Other staff members took at least 2 or 3 minutes to translate a single line, and you finished it in a second? 66666, you're the most irresponsible translator I've ever seen. Bad review. The Sun Never Sets Museum is really wealthy, all the paintings on the walls are masterpieces. The Queen is so generous. She even rented out the entire museum just to visit it. Seeing the comments, Zhang Yiru felt utterly helpless. I can barely manage a rough translation. Do you expect me to translate every single word? Do you think I'm a god? I'm just a host, okay? Although I'm currently a FollowCam crew member, theoretically speaking, I'm not responsible for translation. But I just happened to end up with Chen Feng, this oddball. Zhang Yiru also found out that the other 4 guests' camera crew members are all staying in the hotel, not even coming out to hang around, just lying around collecting their paychecks. Only I have to follow Chen Feng around all day. And he also has to take on the translation work. The painting in front of us is one of our museum's most treasured pieces, The Admonitions of the Court Ladies. It was created by a very famous painter from the Xia dynasty, over 1,700 years ago. Up ahead, a display case appeared, containing a painting that had already turned yellow. Upon seeing the painting, Chen Feng's expression changed. This was clearly a national treasure looted by the Sun Never Sets Empire during their invasion of the Xia Kingdom, yet it was now being displayed in a foreign land. This made Chen Feng feel extremely uneasy. The live stream was in an uproar. Holy crap, that Admonitions of the Court Ladies painting. The Sun Never Sets Empire has no shame. This is clearly a national treasure of our Xia Kingdom. This is a humiliating chapter in our history. The Xia Kingdom government has attempted to reclaim this painting on multiple occasions, but all efforts have been rejected by the Sun Never Sets Empire. It's not just this painting. Inside the Sun Never Sets Museum, there are at least 10,000 artifacts. It's said that a significant portion of the treasures from the Dunhuan Mogeo caves were deceitfully taken by those imperialist powers and are now housed in the Sun Never Sets Museum. I feel that the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Empire brought Chen Feng here with ulterior motives. It's nothing but blatant showboating. It's like a bunch of thieves. Is anyone organizing a trip to the Sun Never Sets Museum to steal antiques? Seeing one's own country's antiques in a museum of another nation. This has left the audience deeply angered. But they can only vent their frustration in the comments section. At that moment, Chen Feng spoke to Queen Elizabeth IV, Your Majesty. Chen Feng's sudden outburst startled Elizabeth IV. Immediately, Elizabeth heard a statement that left her speechless. Is this museum for sale? Name your price. Elizabeth IV. How arrogant. How dare you ask such a question? If it were anyone else, Elizabeth IV would have lost her temper immediately. You must know that the Sun Never Sets Museum holds immense significance for the Sun Never Sets Empire and is a source of pride for the empire. It documents the glorious history of the once mighty empire of the Sun Never Sets. This isn't about money anymore, it's about face. Mr. Chen, you're really joking. Our museum does not sell any of its collections to the public. Elizabeth IV said this with a friendly smile on her face. Chen Feng, however, fell into deep thought. After a long pause, Chen Feng spoke calmly, You will sell it. Upon hearing this, Elizabeth IV suddenly felt bad. What does that mean? Forced sale? This was something Elizabeth IV found utterly unimaginable. However, upon considering Chen Feng's status, Elizabeth IV couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Meanwhile, the conversation between Chen Feng and Elizabeth was being translated into the livestream by Zhang Yiru. Instantly, the show's impact was explosive. Chapter 66, At a Single Command, Economic Sanctions Against the Empire That Never Sleeps. Has Chen Feng always been this arrogant? Holy crap, how could you even ask that? That's utterly insane. How dare you ask if the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Empire is selling the Sun Never Sets Museum? Isn't that a blatant provocation? According to online data, the Sun Never Sets Museum has over 8 million artifacts. If each artifact is valued at 1 million, that's 8 trillion. Even the world's richest person doesn't have that much money, let alone the fact that many artifacts are worth more than 1 million, and some are even worth billions. The entire Sun Never Sets Museum, when roughly calculated, is probably worth tens of trillions. Tens of trillions of dollars. With my monthly salary of 3,000, I'd have to work from the Jurassic period until now and still couldn't afford the Never Setting Sun Museum. Don't even think about it. Even if you had the money, the Sun Never Sets Empire wouldn't sell it. Impressive, so ruthless. I bet the Queen is completely speechless right now. Who wouldn't be confused in this situation? The live stream was buzzing with excitement. Although they were all patriotic individuals, none of them had ever imagined that a powerful figure would dare to approach the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Empire and ask to buy the Sun Never Sets Museum. After all, internationally, the Sun Never Sets Empire has always praised this museum highly. How could they possibly sell it so easily? At the same time, Elizabeth IV hadn't even had time to process Chen Feng's words when she heard his voice again. I only want the antiques from Xia Kingdom. I won't buy anything from other countries. Chen Feng understood that trying to buy the entire Sun Never Sets Museum was an unrealistic endeavor. Without a legitimate reason, what would that make him any different from the British Empire? Both are plundering others' wealth. But if he only wanted the antiques from Xia Kingdom, then there was a reason. As for the money to buy the Sun Never Sets Museum, it wasn't even on Chen Feng's radar. Hundreds of trillions? That's not even money. Even Chen Feng wouldn't have to spend much. He could keep exploiting the British Empire, reaping its resources, and the trillions would come back quickly. Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry, but these antiques are precious treasures of our nation. We wouldn't sell them lightly, let alone buy tens of thousands of pieces at once. Queen Elizabeth IV felt uneasy upon hearing Chen Feng's words. The ancient artifacts from Xia Kingdom constitute a massive collection within their museum, and they are the most precious treasures they possess. It was impossible to simply hand these over to Chen Feng based on his words alone. This matter had already escalated to a national issue, not a personal one. Elizabeth IV now deeply regretted bringing Chen Feng to the museum. If she had known he had such terrifying intentions, she never would have brought him along. No one could have anticipated that Chen Feng would be so direct. At that moment, Chen Feng said, Don't regret it now. Keep exploring. After speaking, Chen Feng took out his phone and sent a text message to an unfamiliar number. Immediately suspend all cooperation with the British Empire and impose an economic blockade on the British Empire. At that moment, deep in the Pacific Ocean lies a hidden island. Surrounded by mountains, the island resembled a pristine forest, devoid of human presence. However, these mountains had been completely hollowed out, with luxurious facilities constructed inside. A man in his late 40s stood in this hidden base, staring at the messages on his phone, his expression solemn. "Is this a warning for the empire of the rising sun?" the man muttered to himself. He then began operating the computer, sending messages to locations around the globe. Eagle Nation, Wall Street. Sophia was sipping tea in her office. As a billionaire worth hundreds of billions, she was the top-ranked billionaire on the wealth list. However, no one knew that behind his glamorous facade, his company had already been taken over by others. Ding dong. At that moment, a chat window popped up on Sophie's computer. The content of the chat left Sophie speechless. However, Sophie didn't hesitate for a moment and started making calls one after another. Finally, he reached an agreement with the Sun Never Sets empire to gradually sell off its stocks and bonds. Sophia didn't know what was happening, but she could sense that this was a conspiracy targeting the Sun Never Sets empire. It wasn't just Sophie. At that moment, business tycoons and financial giants around the world had all received a message targeting the Sun Never Sets empire. If anyone else had sent this message, they would have dismissed it as nonsense. But this time, the sender was their behind-the-scenes boss, a truly terrifying entity. In the blink of an eye, both openly and covertly, actions targeting the British Empire began to spread across the globe. The Suez Canal. This is a bustling trade route, with countless ships passing through it every day. At that moment, a massive Sun Never Sets empire cruise ship was preparing to enter the Suez Canal. But just then, officials from the Pyramid Nation intercepted the cruise ship. "What's going on? Why are you stopping our ship?" the captain angrily scolded the staff. The staff replied, "There is a new regulation. Ships from the Sun Never Sets empire are not permitted to enter the Suez Canal." Upon hearing this, the captain grew anxious, as bypassing the Suez Canal would mean taking a detour that would add at least another week to their journey. "Brother, I'm not going to the Sun Never Sets empire. This ship is rented from the Sun Never Sets empire." The captain secretly slipped a stack of cash to the staff member. However, the staff refused. "Don't try that. Any vessel associated with the British Empire is prohibited from entering the Suez Canal." Actually, the staff members also wanted to accept the bribe. But with such a large ship, even if they wanted to use a backdoor, they couldn't do it quietly. That day, dozens of ships from the Sun Never Sets empire were anchored outside the Suez Canal. Stock exchanges around the world. All the stock traders were plunged into a state of panic. Within just an hour, over a dozen stocks had plummeted by nearly half, which was a massive disaster for investors. Many had lost everything. Some professional stock managers had already noticed that the stocks plummeting in value were all from companies of the British Empire. Those holding stocks of the British Empire rushed to sell them off. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in an atmosphere of hostility toward the British Empire. At that moment, in the United Kingdom, at the Prime Minister's residence, William urgently convened a national security meeting. Countless high-ranking officials of the Sun Never Sets empire gathered at the Prime Minister's office. "Prime Minister, it's bad news. Trade orders from other countries have been cancelled by nearly half. Prime Minister, the stock market is in turmoil, and over 100 small and medium-sized enterprises have declared bankruptcy. Prime Minister, our ships in the Pacific are being refused entry by all ports and are now adrift at sea." Prime Minister. One piece of news after another reached William's ears, sending a chill down his spine. It was as if, upon waking up, the entire world had turned against the British Empire. If this situation continues, the British Empire might regress to a primitive society. After all, this is the age of global trade, and every country relies on importing and exporting goods. If trade were to be disrupted, the economy would essentially collapse. Moreover, it wasn't just the real economy that was being hit, even the stock market had suffered severe blows. It can be said that in just 1 hour, the Sun Never Sets empire has lost hundreds of billions of dollars. At that moment, William's mind turned to one person. Chen Feng. Only he could possess such terrifying power. But Elizabeth IV is with Chen Feng, isn't she? How could he have time to orchestrate such a massive operation? This prompted William to immediately call Elizabeth IV. On the other side, Elizabeth IV was still strolling through the Sunrise Museum with Chen Feng. Seeing that Chen Feng hadn't mentioned acquiring the Sun Never Sets Museum again along the way, Elizabeth IV also breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Just then, the phone rang. Elizabeth IV picked up the phone, glanced at it, and looked puzzled, but she still answered the call. "Prime Minister William, is there something wrong? All I heard was William asking over the phone, 'Your Majesty, is Chen Feng by your side?'" Elizabeth IV glanced at Chen Feng beside her and said, "He is with me. I am accompanying Mr. Chen on a tour of the Museum of the Sun Never Sets." At that moment, Elizabeth IV felt that William was acting a bit odd. After all, the Prime Minister's office was already aware of her schedule, so there was no need to ask her again. On the other side, William was plunged into confusion. Being by Elizabeth IV's side, there was simply no time to plan such an event. After all, if something like this had actually happened, Elizabeth IV would have reported it to him immediately. Could it have been planned in advance? "Your Majesty, is there anything unusual about Chen Feng?" William asked again. Suddenly, Elizabeth IV seemed to think of something, stepped away from the others, and said into the phone, "Prime Minister, Chin Feng just suggested acquiring the Sun Never Sets Museum." William perked up upon hearing this. "Did you refuse?" "Of course I refused." Immediately, Elizabeth IV asked again, "Prime Minister William, why did you suddenly ask about this?" On the other side, William fell into deep thought. He finally understood why the British Empire had suddenly become the target of the entire world. The cause was that someone wanted to acquire the Sun Never Sets Museum. This left William in a dilemma. If Chin Feng only wanted one or two items from the museum's collection, even if they were priceless, William would have handed them over without hesitation. But Chin Feng wanted the entire museum. The Sun Never Sets Empire was facing economic sanctions from multiple global powers. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Chin Feng's doing. Why don't you ask Chin Feng if he's willing to sit down and talk? William said to Elizabeth IV with a sigh. This left Elizabeth IV speechless. He finally understood what Chin Feng had meant when he said, "You will sell it." It turned out that Chin Feng had never given up and had already begun taking action. After hanging up the phone, Elizabeth IV's mind was in turmoil for a long time. Being able to stroll through a museum while still controlling the situation outside, that's just too much. Approaching Chin Feng, Elizabeth IV asked cautiously, "Mr. Chen, our Prime Minister wishes to speak with you." This made Zhang Yiru, who was standing nearby, pause in surprise. Not only is the Queen of the British Empire accompanying him, but now the Prime Minister has even come personally. Terrifying. "For sale?" Chen Feng said calmly. Chen Feng knew that the text message he had sent earlier had already fulfilled his mission. This was the source of Chen Feng's confidence. Chen Feng possessed a secret base which harbored immense power and served as his personal domain. It was precisely because of this that no country dared to use force against Chen Feng. Such an act would provoke an unrelenting and ruthless retaliation. "Mr. Chen, the details still need to be clarified." Elizabeth IV wanted to explain further, but Chen Feng interrupted her. "If you're not selling, there's no point in talking. Keep looking around, I have plenty of time." Chen Feng waved his hand and walked forward. Indeed, Chen Feng wasn't in a hurry at all. Although he had also suffered significant losses, compared to the losses of the British Empire, his losses were still minimal. Moreover, his losses were merely a change in the numbers of his assets, while the losses of the British Empire might result in an increasing number of unemployed people. Therefore, Chen Feng could afford to wait, but the British Empire couldn't. Elizabeth IV bit her lip, her face showing a hint of resentment. Facing such a domineering Chen Feng, she was being ignored by a young man for the first time in her life. This scene was also live-streamed by Zhang Yiru. Instantly, many were shocked. Chapter 67, A Single Man Forces a Nation to Surrender. Xia Kingdom, a certain location. Li Xiaohua and Long Zhenghua, two elderly gentlemen, enjoyed watching the program's livestream whenever they had nothing to do. At that moment, a computer was placed in front of them, displaying the livestream from the production team. Li Xiaohua said with a smile, "Chen Feng, that young man, has suddenly appeared in the Sun Never Sets Empire. I never expected the Queen to personally accompany him." It seems the Sun Never Sets Empire was truly intimidated by Chen Feng back then. They were still quite concerned about Chen Feng's movements. Especially after learning that Chen Feng was living so comfortably in the Sun Never Sets Empire, they felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, even if the Xia Kingdom had sent official representatives, they might not have received such high treatment. Oldly, are the young people nowadays really this capable? They actually want to buy the Sun Never Sets Museum? Beside him, Long Zhenghua was highly interested in Chen Feng's plan to purchase the Sun Never Sets Museum. As a citizen of Xia, Long Zhenghua was well aware that the museum contained many artifacts of great value to Xia. If everything goes smoothly, even if he can't buy the Sun Never Sets Museum, he should be able to bring back the Xia dynasty artifacts. Li Xiaohua said calmly. He had just received news that the Sun Never Sets Empire was currently facing terrifying economic sanctions. Except for a small portion of trade that remained unaffected, most trade had come to a standstill. Especially in the stock market, it had plummeted to an all-time low, far more terrifying than the financial crisis. There was no doubt that the Sun Never Sets Empire would come to a standstill today. As for tomorrow, it all depends on the attitude of the Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets Empire. In fact, if it were merely economic sanctions, the Sun Never Sets Empire would not have sold the Sun Never Sets Museum to a citizen of Xia. However, Chen Feng's independence gives him the qualifications to do so. Chen Feng has no official ties to any country, he represents only himself, a purely pragmatic businessman. Therefore, the Sun Never Sets Empire is highly likely to sell the antique to Chen Feng. However, the antique cannot be purchased in the name of Xia, but only in the name of Chen Feng personally. The reputation of an individual has surpassed that of a nation. How terrifying that is. Li Xiaohua thought about this and felt extremely headache. Chen Feng is indeed a citizen of the Xia Kingdom and has always been helping it, but when he is abroad, he can never act under the banner of the Xia Kingdom. After all, such actions involve official matters, which would complicate things greatly. The Empire of the Setting Sun. The Prime Minister's Mansion. Upon hearing the news relayed by Elizabeth IV, William immediately realized that he must make a decision. It was clear that Chen Feng had set his sights on the ancient artifacts in the Sun Never Sets Museum. These antiques are of immense value to the British Empire. However, while antiques are precious, they cannot be eaten. Under the pressure brought by Chen Feng, the Sun Never Sets Empire had already suffered heavy losses in just a few hours. Such economic sanctions left no room for maneuver. Even facing war, William had never felt such helplessness. Immediately, William informed Elizabeth IV over the phone. Sell. The Sun Never Sets Museum. Chen Feng leisurely admired the antiques inside the museum. At that moment, Elizabeth IV also hung up William's call, approached Chen Feng with a complex expression, and said, "The Prime Minister has agreed, but we need to discuss it in person. We must go to the presidential palace." Elizabeth IV's mood was complicated. She knew how difficult it had been for William to make such a decision. Just as when Chen Feng had visited Buckingham Palace, her grandmother, Elizabeth III, had been unable to refuse Chen Feng's request. The consequences of refusal were too great to bear. "All right, let's go now." Chen Feng wasn't the least bit surprised by this outcome and was as if he had already anticipated it. Immediately, Elizabeth IV lost all desire to continue exploring and left the Museum of the Sun Never Sets with Chen Feng. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast studio, all the viewers were stunned. What is going on? The Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets Empire agreed to sell the Sun Never Sets Museum? Translator, my IQ isn't that high, but don't just translate that to confuse people. Tens of trillions? Are you kidding me? Tell me, Chen Feng can come up with that much money? Then Chen Feng should already be the richest person in the world. Is this about money? This is about face, you know. Is Chen Feng a high-ranking official from the Xia Kingdom? Did he come to the never-setting empire under the guise of the TV show just to handle this matter? Otherwise, where would he get tens of trillions of dollars? Bro, you're thinking too small. Even if he had that much money, he wouldn't spend it on these flashy antiques. What's really going on here? Are they saying something different from what we're understanding? Regarding the Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets Empire agreeing to sell the Sun Never Sets Museum, all netizens are filled with a sense of disbelief. It's not just because of the astronomical price, but more importantly, the official attitude of the Sun Never Sets Empire. After all, there was once a wealthy individual who offered twice the market price to acquire a single antique from the museum, but the offer was rejected. It can be said that once something enters the Sun Never Sets Museum, it's never coming out again. Yet now, Chen Feng not only wants the Sun Never Sets Empire to return it, but to return everything. This is utterly absurd. Is Chen Feng that influential? No way, I refuse. The Sun Never Sets Museum is the pride of the Sun Never Sets Empire. How can it be sold? If all else fails, just send someone to arrest him. I don't believe he'll dare to disobey. That's right, just use force. No matter how rich he is, can he possibly withstand the anger of an entire nation? Inside the Prime Minister's office, high-ranking officials were engaged in heated debate. Upon learning that Chen Feng intended to acquire the Sun Never Sets Museum, they were furious. The Sun Never Sets Empire had never suffered such humiliation in all its years. Quiet down. At that moment, William spoke up. Besides that, do any of you have a better plan to deal with this economic crisis? William's words left them all speechless. This time, Chen Feng's actions were swift, and everyone was well aware that the Sun Never Sets Empire was being destroyed by an economic attack. The extent of this destruction was no less than that of a nuclear strike. Companies were going bankrupt, workers were losing their jobs, stock prices were plummeting, and trade was being disrupted. All of this unfolded like a chain reaction, leaving people completely overwhelmed. Though these high-ranking officials were all elites, they were utterly helpless in the face of such a situation. Prime Minister, I believe we cannot allow him to act recklessly this time. Otherwise, we will face the same threat next time, and that would only make us a laughingstock to other nations. Someone spoke up. A laughingstock? William remains silent. Which other country hasn't been threatened by Chen Feng? Even a superpower like Eagle Nation had to compromise. What's the harm in compromising once more? It's better than having the national economy completely collapse, isn't it? As for dealing with Chen Feng, William had considered it, but he dared not act on it. If he did, it would truly be a case of sink or swim. At that point, the national economy would collapse, and the people would likely be reduced to eating leaves. That wouldn't just be a matter of a museum that never closes, it would be a matter of survival for the entire nation. Such consequences are something William cannot afford to bear. If any of you can resolve the economic issues, I am open to your suggestions. However, I must tell you that, at most, we have 1 week before our country will face the loss of millions of jobs, and the entire society will plunge into chaos. So, what will you choose? William's words left everyone speechless. Millions of people losing their jobs, social order collapsing, the entire British Empire would be plunged into chaos. When considering this, selling the Sun Never Sets Museum doesn't seem so unbearable. However, the higher-ups here are deeply concerned. The root of this incident was, in fact, just one person. For one person to threaten an entire nation was simply too terrifying. Looking back at world history, there seems to be no such person. Of course, the main reason is that the global economy has developed rapidly, and controlling the economy is equivalent to controlling a nation's lifeline. Unless everyone else is willing to return to a primitive lifestyle, even if Chen Feng possesses two systems, he might not be able to threaten them. However, that is clearly impossible. Soon, the Prime Minister's residence fell into silence. In the silence, a guard entered the Prime Minister's mansion. "Prime Minister, Her Majesty the Queen has arrived," the guard said. "Let them in," William said. The guard withdrew. At the entrance of the Prime Minister's office, Elizabeth IV, Chen Feng, and Zhang Yirou had just stepped out of the car. Zhang Yirou looked extremely nervous. This was the heart of the British Empire, the center of power, and he had never imagined in his life that he would one day step foot inside. Just then, a guard informed them they could enter, but another guard stopped Zhang Yirou and said, "Ma'am, no recording devices are allowed inside." What? Zhang Yirou was taken aback. Indeed, such an important place does not allow photography. Not to mention the Prime Minister's residence. Even in smaller military camps, taking a single photo could result in arrest on espionage charges. What's going on? Is there something secret inside the Prime Minister's residence? If that's the case, I'd better not go in, Chen Feng said calmly from the side. Although Chen Feng wasn't interested in the live broadcast, he believed that allowing domestic viewers to learn about the Sun Never Sets Empire returning ancient artifacts that once belonged to their own country was a meaningful endeavor. Let them in. Beside him, Elizabeth IV dismissed the guards. All the high-ranking officials of the British Empire were waiting inside for Chen Feng. If he didn't go in, that would be disastrous. As for the live broadcast, in Elizabeth IV's view, it was either Chen Feng giving the British Empire a warning or ensuring his own safety. Chen Feng is so awesome. Is he really streaming live from the most mysterious part of the British Empire? 66666. The production team really outdid themselves this time, live streaming the Prime Minister's mansion of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. This must be the first time in history. He's still so arrogant. In another country, only Chen Feng can pull that off. Don't forget, Chen Feng went to the Prime Minister's mansion to acquire the Sun Never Sets Museum. According to the translator, the Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets Empire has already agreed. I'd call Chen Feng the strongest man. Have you heard? All the stocks of companies related to the Sun Never Sets Empire have plummeted, and many people have lost everything and are considering suicide. Do you think the Sun Never Sets Empire was threatened, which is why they agreed to sell the Sun Never Sets Museum? Impossible. Are you suggesting that Chen Feng alone could threaten an entire nation? That's not what I meant. There might be a terrifying force behind Chen Feng. In the live stream, viewers have started discussing the international situation. The actions taken against the British Empire had already been discovered by many people. The most obvious evidence is that all stocks of companies affiliated with the Sun Never Sets Empire have suffered a terrifying plunge. This is almost impossible to happen. Some observant individuals drew connections to Chen Feng's situation, which is why they were so shocked. However, most people still didn't believe it. After all, Chen Feng has always been under the spotlight, and no one has ever seen him take any concrete actions. He has merely made some bold statements. Could a mere display of arrogance really cause such a blow to the British Empire? It's sheer nonsense. More people believe that behind Chen Feng lies a terrifying organization capable of influencing the world. And Chen Feng's existence is likely just a puppet being pushed into the spotlight. However, what they don't know is Chen Feng is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 68. Of course not. Public opinion turns against him. The Empire of the Setting Sun. The Prime Minister's mansion. When Chen Feng entered the main hall, he found that many high-ranking officials of the Sun Never Sets Empire had already gathered there. The top leaders of all departments were gathered together. This scene would make anyone unaware of the situation think that some kind of national-level meeting was being convened. Chen Feng's arrival drew everyone's attention to him. Many people's eyes betrayed their hostility. Indeed, if a stranger came into your home acting arrogantly and domineeringly, would you be happy? However, Chen Feng ignored them all, sitting calmly on a chair. Zhang Yirou? Beside him, Zhang Yirou was far from calm, his palms sweating nervously. Although he had hosted programs and met many successful entrepreneurs before, the situation now was different. The people in front of him were all renowned figures in the British Empire. Even the top journalists in the country would be flustered in this situation. Let alone someone like Chen Feng, who simply sat down on any available chair. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were also utterly shocked. Goodness, if all these people were to get into trouble, the Sun Never Sets Empire might collapse. Could that be the Prime Minister of the British Empire? I've seen him on TV before, but I never expected to see him in a live stream today. Chen Feng is so impressive. It feels like he's right at home here, so casual. I'm speechless. Translator, can you translate what they're saying later? Even in front of all these big shots, Chen Feng remains so composed. They wouldn't dare to film this in a TV drama. Amazing. From today onward, Chen Feng is my idol. These are all big shots from various countries, figures who frequently appear in international news. Yet here they are, appearing in a live stream. Although most of the audience couldn't recognize them all, they were still deeply impressed. Zhang Yiru watched the comments and stood quietly behind Chen Feng. Sit? Don't even think about it. Zhang Yiru didn't have the courage yet. She didn't even dare to translate. In such a solemn setting, even breathing had to be done with utmost caution. At that moment, William stood up and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Chen, it is an honor for us that you have come to our empire of the sun never sets." There was not a trace of anger on William's face. It was as if Chen Feng wasn't he the one who had imposed economic sanctions on the sun never sets empire. William then said, "We have heard that Mr. Chen has a passion for collecting antiques and wishes to acquire the Sun Never Sets Museum. However, as you are aware, many of the artifacts in this museum hold great symbolic significance for our Sun Never Sets empire." Though William had already conceded in his heart, he still had to put on a show of reluctance on the surface. Otherwise, the face of the Sun Never Sets empire would be completely lost. Chen Feng, upon hearing this, replied calmly, "The antiques from Xia Kingdom don't hold much significance for you, do they?" Chen Feng was well aware that acquiring everything inside the Sun Never Sets museum was virtually impossible. After all, besides the ancient artifacts from the Xia Kingdom, the museum also housed numerous artifacts from the British Empire itself. It wouldn't make sense to buy the Sun Never Sets empire's antiques as well, would it? Those items weren't particularly interesting to Chen Feng either. That's easy to arrange. William smiled and asked, "Mr. Chen, are you purchasing them on your own behalf or on behalf of the Xia Kingdom?" "Of course, I'm doing it myself." Chen Feng is indeed wealthy, but he simply doesn't want to see his country's antiques left in a foreign land. As for acquiring them on behalf of Xia Kingdom, I doubt Xia Kingdom would agree. After all, this isn't a small sum. With that money, they could develop the economy and technology, and strengthen their military power. Only someone like Chen Feng, who has more money than he knows what to do with, would buy these antiques. That's good. Seeing Chen Feng say this, William pulled out a list of statistics and said, "We've compiled the numbers. There are a total of 8,123,653 ancient artifacts from Xia Kingdom in the Sun Never Sets Museum, with a total value of 320,300 billion. Since Mr. Chen is so sincere, let us drop a zero that's 32 trillion in total." Upon hearing this figure, Zhang Yiru, standing behind Chen Feng, couldn't stay calm. What the hell? Is this even a business negotiation? Billions are thrown around so casually. This must be the largest transaction amount in global history. At that moment, in the live stream, although there was no translator for Zhang Yiru, there were still many people who were fluent in English. My goodness, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom just said he's willing to sell over 8 million artifacts from the British Museum to Chen Feng for 32 trillion, rounding off the 300 billion. Big shot, are you kidding me? 32 trillion? That's more than the GDP of the global superpower, the United Kingdom, in 1 or 2 years. Holy crap, the rounded off amount alone is more than I could earn in 10 lifetimes. Terrifying. Is this the world of the big shots? I thought the British Empire was being generous, willing to sell back our ancient artifacts, but it turns out they're just asking for an exorbitant price. Mind-blowing. This is probably tomorrow's headline news? Does Chen Feng have enough money to buy all that? Is the British Empire trying to buy us out with money? Countless viewers are in shock. After all, most viewers only make 5,000 or 6,000 a month. Hearing about a $1 trillion deal is hard to believe. Most importantly, 32 trillion is truly an astronomical figure. Some small countries might not even have that much money even if they pooled all their resources. At this point, Chen Feng heard the price and immediately said, "Alright, I will transfer the money into the treasury account of the British Empire. I will come to the British Empire to transport the ancient artifacts of Xia Kingdom." 32 trillion. To others, it was an astronomical sum, but for Chen Feng, while it was a lot, it wasn't enough to cripple him. In the past, Chen Feng had acquired numerous corporations across the globe. Without exaggeration, at least half of the Fortune 500 companies were under Chen Feng's name, and this did not include some state-owned enterprises that had not participated in the acquisitions. Chen Feng's own liquid assets amount to at least several trillion. Chen Feng himself has not calculated this figure precisely. Moreover, the 32 trillion given to the British Empire may have a portion allocated to compensate for the losses caused by Chen Feng. In the end, the forces under Chen Feng's control will also profit from this. Therefore, the 32 trillion is of no concern to Chen Feng. At that moment, William had a contract drafted, and Chen Feng signed his name. A transaction worth 32 million was thus completed. The money will be transferred within 3 days, so I won't linger here any longer. After speaking, Chen Feng departed directly, while Zhang Yiru followed silently behind. Elizabeth IV also followed closely behind. After all, she was responsible for monitoring Chen Feng's movements, otherwise, she feared he might cause more trouble. In the afternoon, under Elizabeth IV's guidance, Chen Feng visited a scenic spot. During this time, the official government of the British Empire released a news report that shook the world. Out of humanitarian considerations and to ensure the proper preservation of precious antiques, the Sun Never Sets Empire was willing to sell the Xia Kingdom's antiques to the Xia people, and the transaction had been completed. In the news report, the British Empire detailed various matters. For instance, the Xia dynasty antiques should return to their rightful place. They praised their own selfless spirit throughout, without revealing any hint of being forced into this decision. Upon seeing this news, people in the Sun Never Sets Empire felt confusion and anger, but ultimately refrained from staging any protests, thereby maintaining the official authority of the Sun Never Sets Empire. Otherwise, once the truth were revealed, countless citizens of the Sun Never Sets Empire would likely protest. After all, compromising with people from other countries is something that would be forever branded as a disgrace. All information about Chen Feng was sealed off, and no one knew that it was all his doing. Even within the Xia Kingdom, the news was tightly controlled, and no major media outlets reported on it. Only those who watched the live stream were aware of the situation. This has made the show's director overjoyed. In just one day, the peak viewership had already nearly reached 10 million. This level of appeal is something no top-tier celebrity could match. In the evening, on the way back to the hotel, Chen Feng sat in the passenger seat, completely unfazed by the fact that he had spent 32 trillion that day. For Chen Feng, it was all about whether something was worth it, not whether it was expensive. At that moment, Zhang Yiru sat in the back seat and cautiously asked, "Mr. Chen, you bought the ancient artifacts from the Summer Kingdom at the Sun Never Sets Museum. Will you hand them over to the state after returning to the country?" In fact, he had wanted to ask this question, but dared not voice it aloud. It was simply because, throughout the day, the viewers in the livestream had been extremely curious about this matter. After all, antiques are of great importance to the Xia Kingdom. Although Chen Feng had purchased them, there were precedents in history. For example, there have been many national treasures that were purchased by Xia Guozhou people and then handed over to the state. Hand over? Of course not, Chen Feng said. In Chen Feng's mind, these antiques were all purchased by him, so why should he hand them over? Moreover, Chen Feng already had plans for these antiques. He planned to set up a free museum in Xia Kingdom and display the antiques there. Although the antiques were his own, they would only be exhibited in Xia. This way, it would also avoid a lot of trouble. Zhang Yiru was taken aback by Chen Feng's response. Upon further thought, Chen Feng's words made sense. After all, Chen Feng had spent a fortune to buy them back himself. Why hand them over? Moreover, it prevents the ancient artifact from being lost overseas and becoming a source of shame. This was an act of patriotism. However, in the live stream, many viewers began to feel confused. What does Chen Feng mean by not handing it over? Damn it, he's making money off us Xia people and doesn't even know how to give back. Fans turned against him, never expecting Chen Feng to be this kind of person. I always thought you would hand it over and have been cheering for you all along. Now, this is it? I've turned against you. I hope you never return to Xiagua. Xiagua doesn't welcome you. Refuse to let such unpatriotic individuals return to the country. Unfollowed. There are many extreme individuals online. Among them, there are also those who envy Chen Feng. They immediately became keyboard warriors, flooding the livestream with comments. In no time, the entire livestream was overrun by these keyboard warriors. The atmosphere in the livestream began to feel off. At this point, the show's director also noticed what was happening. Seeing the abusive comments, he was immediately overwhelmed. How could they have asked such a question? This was trouble. The director saw many comments taking advantage of the momentum to criticize Chen Feng and vent their frustration at the production team. They called the production team a heartless program for inviting someone who doesn't love their country as a guest. If this trend continued, the show would likely be cancelled soon. Indeed, this is how it works in Xiagua. A show might be doing well, but if a guest has any negative news, the entire show will be overhauled. The simplest and most brutal way to rectify the situation is to cut all the guests' footage from the show. But how can they edit their own show? This is a live broadcast, for crying out loud. Broadcast the entire show with a black screen? This left the director at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, it's currently the early hours of the morning in Xiagua, so there are only a few 100,000 viewers online. The director just hopes that by the time the show airs tomorrow, no one will start spreading rumors about this. On the other side, Zhang Yiru, sitting in the car, watched the live stream's chat and her expression changed. She had just asked a really stupid question. If this trend gains momentum, Chen Feng might become the first guest she's ever ruined in her career. Mr. Chen. Zhang Yiru didn't hide anything and told Chen Feng everything that had happened in the live stream. Chen Feng listened and replied with a faint smile, "I don't love my country? Never mind, it's better this way." Chen Feng didn't want to explain and even hoped things would just fizzle out. If no one was paying attention to him, he could at least have some peace and quiet for a while. As for being slandered, Chen Feng didn't care much. After all, he would never have any connection with these online trolls. Let others talk about others, he would focus on living the life others envied. Chapter 69, Everything he done was more than anyone else. Xia Gua. Online, there was a sea of criticism. All because of Chen Feng's refusal to hand it over. This was originally a trivial matter, as Chen Feng had purchased them entirely with his own strength from the Sun Never Sets Empire, and he held full ownership rights. However, some netizens were overly idealistic, insisting that Chen Feng should hand over all the antiques to the state. Of course, there were also those who were intentionally slandering Chen Feng. After all, those who stand out are bound to be targeted. Recently, Chen Feng's popularity in the country has surpassed that of countless popular celebrities. If it weren't for the strict online regulation by the Xia Kingdom government, Chen Feng's name would already be household. On the day following the incident, a short video quickly went viral on a certain platform, capitalizing on the buzz. Within just one night, the view count had already reached over 100 million. The creator of this short video was none other than a professional fraud exposer who had previously slandered Chen Feng on multiple occasions. The previous 2 short videos that backfired and gained popularity by riding the wave of the incident had given this professional fraud investigator a taste of success. Therefore, as soon as the incident began to gain traction, the professional fraud investigator worked tirelessly through the night to produce more short videos. Mysterious forces manipulating the world. An attention-grabbing video title. Upon opening the video, the blogger begins by saying, "In this world, there are many unknown entities, much like the mysterious dark web, spread across the globe yet unknown to the average person." Then the blogger immediately gets to the point, discussing the 4th round of the Do You Know Your Worth game. First, they mention that Chen Feng was personally greeted by the Queen of the British Empire upon landing. The blogger immediately lists the Queen's status and position within the Sun Never Sets Empire, emphasizing her exceptionally exalted status. Not even Chen Feng, let alone anyone from the Xia Kingdom, has ever received such treatment. Yet, Chen Feng receives such treatment. Is it because he is an unknown wealthy individual from Xia Kingdom? Even if he were wealthy, he would never receive such attention from the Sun Never Sets Empire. There is only one possibility: Chen Feng is not just a citizen of Xia Kingdom, there is a mysterious identity behind him. This theory was widely accepted by netizens. After all that, the scene in the hotel lobby unfolds. A dozen financial elites from the Sun Never Sets Empire were so respectful toward Chen Feng, even addressing him as boss. This is worth examining. Additionally, the blogger exposed the identity of one of them, who turned out to be the CEO of the Sun Never Sets Petroleum Company. It is important to note that this is one of the most important companies in the British Empire, yet even its CEO refers to Chen Feng as boss. The underlying implications here are highly. The blogger directly stated that Chen Feng's identity is highly unusual and is likely a self-orchestrated farce by the British Empire. Finally, the blogger directly addressed Chen Feng's purchase of antiques from the Sun Never Sets Museum for 32 billion. While wealthy individuals may possess such financial resources, however, to pay $32 billion in one go, there is no one in the entire world with such terrifying financial resources. Only major powers could achieve such a feat. Therefore, the blogger directly analyzes that Chen Feng is likely a representative of a mysterious power, and his existence serves to represent this mysterious power in the outside world. At the end of the video, the blogger seriously stated, "Viewers, what you see and understand may only be the tip of the iceberg in this world. Chen Feng is special because he is the spokesperson for a mysterious force." This also explains why Chen Feng refuses to hand over the antiques, as he has never considered himself a citizen of Xia Kingdom, or rather, the mysterious force behind him controls everything. Chen Feng is merely a puppet with no real power, simply following orders. So, family members, please stop holding any expectations for Chen Feng. He is no longer himself, he is merely a puppet controlled by others. As soon as the video was released, many netizens commented below. 66666, the blogger's analysis makes sense. I also think Chen Feng is just a puppet. I always said that someone who can come up with 32 trillion yuan? I doubt even the top 100 richest people in the world could come up with that much money. Chen Feng is aiding and abetting the wicked. As a citizen of Xia Nation, he is actually helping others risk their lives. Let's all boycott Chen Feng. Such a person is scum. The public outcry is enough to make any celebrity tremble in fear. If this happened to them, they'd probably be blacklisted immediately. Meanwhile, in a certain part of Xia Kingdom, 2 elderly men were reading online comments. Damn it, how dare they speak of Chen Feng like that? There must be foreign spies stirring up trouble. I'll contact the security department immediately and track him down through the internet. Long Jinghua, known for his hot temper, spoke up immediately. Meanwhile, Li Xiuhua remained calm, though his eyes were filled with anger. Chen Feng isn't patriotic? Are you kidding me? The economy of Xiaogui is booming, and Chen Feng has played a significant role in that. Li Xiuhua spoke calmly, don't act impulsively. Let me think of a way. With so many voices against him, if this continues, Chen Feng might become the enemy of the entire nation. If that were to happen, Li Xiuhua truly feared that Chen Feng might leave Xia Kingdom, which would result in immense losses for the country. Suddenly, Li Xiuhua made a decision and said, "Old dragon, I think the government should start making public statements. What should we declare? That Chen Feng is one of us?" Long Jingui was puzzled. In Long Jinguo's view, an official public statement would indeed have some effect. Such a declaration would directly undermine the plots targeting Qin Feng. After all, the official authority of Xia Kingdom is still very authoritative. That's not enough, Li Xiao said. Long Jingui was puzzled. Li Xiao continued, by making Qin Feng's files public, the world will understand that Qin Feng's contributions to Xia are far beyond what some old artifacts can measure. Qin Feng's files are the highest level of classified information in Xia Kingdom. Except for a few rare individuals, no one else is qualified to access this file. It records all the things Qin Feng did for the Xia Kingdom after he became famous. Alright, but didn't we say that Qin Feng would no longer be using a pseudonym after some time? We can use this opportunity to demonstrate the Xia Kingdom's stance. Long Jingui did not object. Li Xiaohai had everything planned out and released part of Qin Feng's file in the official news. In March 2018, during the global financial crisis, Qin Feng safeguarded Xia's economic security, ensuring that Xia was unaffected. In May 2018, Eagle Nation imposed trade sanctions on Xia Nation. Qin Feng personally traveled to Eagle Nation to negotiate with them. In October 2018, a major earthquake struck Tianyun City, affecting over 300,000 people. Qin Feng personally donated 1 billion yuan worth of essential supplies. In January 2019. In February 2019. One after another, stories about Qin Feng's heroic deeds were revealed. The entire internet was abuzz. Holy crap, the authorities are issuing statements. This time Qin Feng is definitely finished. Wait, something's off about this statement. Are we seeing this correctly? Qin Feng actually did all of this? I don't believe it. This must be fake. During the global financial crisis, Xiaguo wasn't affected at all, and it's all because of Qin Feng? Does he really have that much influence? The official statement has been released. There shouldn't be any fabrication involved, right? I'm shocked. I checked the news source, and it's definitely official, not some fake marketing news. Trolls, shut up. Even the official authorities can't stand it anymore. How dare you say Qin Feng isn't patriotic? Every time the country needs him, Qin Feng has always stepped up. Damn it, some old-timers are making you go crazy. Is that necessary? Those who criticize Qin Feng, come forward and show me what contributions you've made to the country. I don't think Qin Feng did anything wrong. He bought the antiques with his own money. Why does he have to hand them over? At least he didn't let them be lost overseas, which is already enough. What a bunch of hypocrites. As soon as the official statement was released, the entire internet exploded. Those records of achievements speak volumes about what Qin Feng has done for Xiaguo over the years. Any one of these achievements is something ordinary people can only look up to. This instantly silenced all the online trolls. After all, Qin Feng's contributions are real. Moreover, even the authorities did not condemn Qin Feng for not handing over the records. If they continued to criticize him, it would be like the emperor not being in a hurry but the eunuch was. In fact, their constant incitement might even lead to them being investigated the next day. Suddenly, the internet was filled with praise for Qin Feng. I was wrong. I actually criticized Qin Feng in the livestream yesterday. Qin Feng is truly amazing. He did so much without saying a word and remained so humble. This time, if the authorities hadn't stepped in, we would have misunderstood Qin Feng. To be honest, patriotism isn't just about spouting empty words online. Without actual actions, it's no different from talking the talk without walking the walk. I stand with Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the empire of the rising sun, Fog City. Inside the Halson Hotel. Qin Feng had just woken up from his sleep and hadn't even had a moment to rest when he heard knocking at the door. Sure enough, it was the royal guards. It seemed that as long as he was in the Fog City, he wouldn't have a moment to spare. Qin Feng did not refuse Elizabeth IV's invitation. After all, he was still on foreign soil. Moreover, he was still participating in a live broadcast. If he stayed in the room all day, what would he broadcast? Himself sleeping all day? That would be truly embarrassing. At that moment, in an ordinary hotel room, Yu Chengming was staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. 2 days. He hadn't left the room for a single step in the entire 2 days. All he did was play with his phone, and he was on the verge of developing autism. However, Yu Chengming had no other choice. If he wanted to go out for a walk, he would need to call the group headquarters for permission. After all, the purpose of his trip wasn't tourism, it was to promote the company's products. Yes, he had been stuck in a room filled with sanitary pads all day, and from time to time, he had to follow the company's instructions, hold a sanitary pad in front of the camera, and recite a highly embarrassing advertisement. This made Yu Chengming feel that his trip to London had been a deep insult. And when he was bored, watching Qin Feng's livestream, he could see Qin Feng either wandering around here or there, and he even had a queen accompanying him. It was like two different worlds, two completely different experiences. On the other side, Qin Feng had packed his things and walked downstairs with Zhang Yiru. Sure enough, in the hotel lobby, Elizabeth IV was sitting quietly on the sofa, waiting for Qin Feng's arrival. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Elizabeth IV did not let yesterday's incident affect her mood. In fact, there was even a hint of an unusual expression in her eyes. Mr. Chen, since you came to Fog City this time without making any friends, there happens to be a gathering of the nobility in Fog City today. Let me take you along. Elizabeth IV said enthusiastically. A gathering? Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, all right. Chen Feng didn't feel much about the gathering, but since Elizabeth IV had invited him, he didn't feel like refusing. Compared to wandering around outside, it was better to find a spot to sit and rest during the gathering. After all, shopping with women was too terrifying. He had already experienced that deeply when he was with Mu Qian. All right, let's go. Upon hearing Chen Feng's agreement, Elizabeth IV's face also lit up with a smile. The group got into the car and drove off into the distance. Chapter 70, This is My Time. Dracula's Castle. An ancient castle located on the outskirts of the mist-shrouded city, it has a history of over 400 years and is a historically significant structure. Once upon a time, the castle was owned by a Count of the Sun Never Sets Empire, a hereditary title that conferred immense prestige. Even today, the owner of Dracula Castle is still a count, though only in name. Nevertheless, he holds significant prestige within the upper echelons of the Sun Never Sets Empire. When Chen Feng arrived here with Elizabeth IV, there were already over a dozen luxury cars parked inside the castle. From afar, the castle appears majestic, with a moat stretching several kilometers around its perimeter, exuding grandeur. The castle was constructed from sturdy granite, having withstood centuries of wind and rain without a single crack, which is why it has been preserved to this day. This is simply breathtaking. By Chen Feng's side, Zhang Yiru gazed at the castle before her and couldn't help but utter words of admiration. Such a castle, which one would typically only see in movies, now stood before her. No girl could resist such temptation. Who among women doesn't have a dream of being a princess? This is far more enticing than any two-bedroom apartment in the city center. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were also filled with awe. Holy crap! This is a real castle. The Sun Never Sets Empire really is full of rich people. I'm so jealous. Why are you showing me this? I can't even afford a bathroom in a downtown apartment, and you're showing me a castle. Is there a princess here? Hurry up and show us what Western princesses look like. If you want to see a princess, go to a KTV and pay for it. As long as you have money, the princess will definitely take good care of you. I finally get it. This game segment is all about showing off wealth. I've been watching Chen Feng the Big Shot show off for the past 2 days. If this is considered a survival game, I don't deserve to live. To be honest, Chen Feng has already lost the game. Yesterday, he spent 32 trillion on a bunch of antiques, which has already exceeded the show's budget. The audience no longer views this round of the game as a survival game. After all, staying in 5-star hotels every day and having a queen as a companion when you go out, can that really be called survival? Could the production team's $1,000 really afford all this? However, saying that Chen Feng violated the rules isn't entirely wrong. After all, he spent 32 trillion yesterday, which is explicitly prohibited by the rules. However, the show has already completely deviated from its original purpose with Chen Feng. The most important thing is that the ratings have remained consistently high, so who cares if the rules were broken? This show has already topped the domestic variety show rankings yesterday, leaving other variety shows far behind. At that moment, Chen Feng got out of the car and followed Elizabeth IV into Dracula's castle. Your Majesty, you finally arrived. Who is this? As soon as they entered the castle, they saw a young man walking straight toward them. The young man appeared to be in his late 20s, with blonde hair and dressed in casual attire. He had a distinctly Western appearance and was quite handsome. If he were in China, he could easily become a celebrity overnight. Anthony, this is a friend of mine from the East named Chen Feng, and the one beside him is Chen Feng's attendant. Queen Elizabeth IV introduced the young man before her. She then introduced Chen Feng. This is the master of Dracula Castle, Anthony, who has inherited his family's count title. He is the host of this gathering. Chen Feng replied calmly. As for this so-called earl, Chen Feng didn't feel much about it. These were relics of the old era. In the present age, they weren't particularly significant, only some old-fashioned people still adhered to such titles. Is the status of the Queen of the British Empire high? She's still by Chen Feng's side, serving him faithfully. However, Zhang Yiru, standing nearby, was deeply shocked. A count a title one would only see in novels was now standing before her in the flesh. As an ordinary person, Zhang Yiru couldn't help but feel her heart race and dared not look directly at Anthony. Easterners? Anthony's expression was not particularly warm. He coldly said, Your Majesty, there are many nobles present at this gathering. Bringing an Eastern person along, is that appropriate? As a Western nobleman, Anthony looked down on Easterners from the bottom of his heart. If the person hadn't been brought by Elizabeth IV, Anthony would have already dismissed him. However, Elizabeth IV responded directly, What's inappropriate about that? As my status, am I not allowed to bring a friend to a gathering? If you find it inappropriate, then I'll leave. Of course not, please come in. Upon hearing Elizabeth IV speak, Anthony immediately changed his tone. In his eyes, Elizabeth IV's status was still very important. How dare these Westerners look down on Chen Feng, the big shot? If I were there, I'd slap him across the face and ask him if he could come up with 32 trillion. How handsome? Are all people from the British Empire this handsome? And he has even a count, perfectly matching the image of my white knight in armor. Get lost, you fangirl. What's so great about a count? Even the queen is now obediently following Chen Feng the boss around. A count? He's not even worthy of tying Chen Feng the boss's shoes. How can Chen Feng put up with this? If I were treated like that, I'd turn around and leave immediately. Is this a gathering of nobles from the British Empire? It feels so high class. In the live stream, there are already viewers translating the dialogue between Elizabeth IV and Anthony. This has made many viewers very angry. After all, Western nobles look down on Easterners like this. No one would be happy about that. However, at this moment, Chen Feng ignored Anthony. In Chen Feng's eyes, Anthony was nothing more than a clown. Soon, under Anthony's lead, everyone entered Dracula's castle. Inside the castle, there were various modern facilities, all exquisitely designed. At the center, there was even a huge swimming pool, with many men and women already playing in it. Upon seeing Elizabeth IV arrive, many people gathered around to greet her. Chen Feng, however, directly found a quiet spot and sat down. Elizabeth IV had also wanted to follow, but she was detained by some young nobles and had to engage in polite conversation. As for Zhang Yiru, he acted as an unfeeling camera, following Chen Feng everywhere. Finally, when Elizabeth IV managed to escape the young nobles, she sat down beside Chen Feng. "Mr. Chen, why aren't you going to play? Isn't it boring sitting here?" Elizabeth IV asked curiously. "Forget it," Chen Feng refused directly. "As the world's richest man, playing with a bunch of kids here would be too embarrassing." Moreover, Chen Feng was well aware that these Western nobles looked down on Easterners, and he couldn't fit into such a circle. Most importantly, he was being live streamed the entire time. Whatever he did, who knew how many viewers would see it? Even Mu Qian and Xiaoguo would see everything clearly. Therefore, for Chen Feng, sitting still was more comfortable. That's such a pity. I thought Mr. Chen would enjoy such a gathering. Elizabeth IV said regretfully. At this gathering, it was indeed like paradise for men. In the pool, there were many blonde beauties, some of whom were not nobles but models hired by Anthony to entertain the guests. If you set your sights on someone, you could even take them back to your room for some fun. After all, there are plenty of rooms in Dracula's castle. From this alone, one could see how open-minded Westerners were. Just then, Anthony walked over from a distance. "Your Majesty, why are you spending all your time with an Eastern man? Queen Elizabeth III will be displeased," Anthony said. Queen Elizabeth IV replied, "That's none of your business. It's my freedom. Being able to spend time with Mr. Chen is an honor for me." Is Elizabeth III displeased? Indeed, she is quite displeased. However, this dissatisfaction is tinged with deep fear. Elizabeth IV was well aware that the British royal family, in the true sense of the word, was no match for Chen Feng. Your Majesty, you are tarnishing the honor of the royal family." Upon hearing Elizabeth IV's words, Anthony grew angry and directly addressed Chen Feng, who was standing nearby. "Leave this place. This is not where you belong." "Oh?" Chen Feng replied calmly, "Do you really think that being a count gives you the right to act so brazenly?" "Earl?" In Chen Feng's understanding, a count was not the highest noble title in the British Empire. Above the earl were the marquis and the duke. When Chen Feng had visited the Sun Never Sets Empire before, many marquises, and even dukes, had come to pay their respects, hoping that Chen Feng would spare their families. A mere earl was indeed nothing special. A count is a nobleman of the Sun Never Sets Empire, and you, an Eastern man, no matter how much wealth you possess, the queen is not someone you can covet. Anthony glared at Chen Feng with a cold stare, brimming with pride. Upon hearing Anthony's words, Chen Feng didn't even bother to respond. Indeed, money cannot buy everything, but having an abundance of it does grant a certain degree of freedom. If Chen Feng were willing, he could easily have the Sun Never Sets Empire grant him a dukedom, but he simply didn't deem it worthy. If he became a duke, wouldn't he become a subject of the Sun Never Sets Empire, a subordinate of the queen? That would be too much of a loss. Anthony, shut up. Do you know how much trouble this will bring to your family? At that moment, Elizabeth IV stood by Chen Feng's side and scolded Anthony. However, Elizabeth IV clearly did not intend to stop him. Otherwise, she could have invoked her status as queen to silence Anthony completely. Elizabeth IV's rebuke made Anthony's eyes turn red, and he said in disbelief, "Your Majesty, how can you defend an Eastern man? You know, I don't say another word. Apologize to Mr. Chen, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened," Elizabeth IV said. "Apologize?" Anthony said angrily, "I am a count. How can I apologize to an Eastern man? This is impossible." The commotion drew the attention of many people at the gathering. However, they did not approach but instead watched from a distance. After all, Elizabeth IV was present, and they dared not offend the Queen of the British Empire. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers were thrilled to see Chen Feng and Anthony appear on screen. A mere count dares to offend Chen Feng, the great lord? What a show of power! Holy crap, even a count is so arrogant? Didn't you see that even your queen dares not act recklessly in front of Chen Feng the big shot? This guy must not have seen the rumors, but it's no wonder the British Empire has censored many news reports about Chen Feng, the big shot, to avoid losing face. I think this Earl is doomed. Gentlemen, times have changed. Do you still think we're in the Middle Ages? If nobles are useful, why do they need money? Chen Feng the Great has nothing but money, he can just smash these nobles to pieces with it. The viewers in the live stream have already had enough of Anthony's arrogant attitude. In ancient times, a British nobleman would indeed be considered of noble birth. But what era are we in now? The 21st century. In this era, money and technology reign supreme. Feudal traditions have long been obsolete. What is Chen Feng's advantage? He has more money than he can spend. Therefore, this is Chen Feng's era. Chapter 71, The Duke, I'm sorry, I'm a failure. Dracula's Castle. Everyone present, except for Chen Feng and Zhang Yiru, were all from the Sun Never Sets Empire. Compared to Chen Feng's composure, Zhang Yiru appeared rather flustered. She hadn't expected Chen Feng to get into a conflict with others. Although she also found this Anthony utterly despicable, this was, after all, someone else's territory. At that moment, Chen Feng said, "No need for an apology. Since you think your noble title is so prestigious, I'll strip you of it." Indeed, in Chen Feng's eyes, Anthony's apology was unnecessary. Anthony's mistake was a fundamental one. Deep down, he looked down on all Easterners. Given that, stripping Anthony of his noble title was the best punishment. Ha! Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Anthony burst into a laugh, then pointed at Chen Feng and said, "With you? You dare to strip me of my noble title? Who do you think you are?" Anthony was a hereditary earl, having inherited his title from his ancestors, and his status was extremely prestigious. Even though he was only a count, no one, not even a marquis or a duke, could easily strip him of his noble title. The only one with the authority to do so was the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Empire. However, even if the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Empire were to do so, she would undoubtedly face opposition from other nobles. After all, in this era, the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Empire's power isn't as great as one might imagine. In the distance, other nobles heard Chen Feng's words and began to discuss them among themselves. Who is this Eastern man? He dares to strip Anthony of his noble title. How dare he be so arrogant? Does he think he can order us nobles around just because he's the Queen's friend? A mere Eastern man dares to act so arrogantly in our Sun Never Sets Empire. He must not want to live anymore. Let's see how Her Majesty the Queen handles him. Don't think that just because he's the Queen's friend, he can defy the nobles of the British Empire. He should be grateful to be living in this era. Otherwise, his words alone would have been enough to sentence him to death. As the nobles murmured among themselves, Elizabeth IV hesitated for a moment. At this moment, she must take a firm stance and resolve the matter. Elizabeth IV spoke up, "Anthony, you dare to insult my honored guest. As the Queen of the British Empire, I strip you of your noble title." Instantly, the surrounding area fell into complete silence. Anthony stood frozen in place, unable to believe that Elizabeth IV would dare to do such a thing. Even Chen Feng, standing nearby, was taken aback. Elizabeth IV had dared to defy a noble of the British Empire for her sake. After all, if this were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly shock the entire empire of the Sun Never Sets. "Your Majesty, you cannot do this. You have stripped me of my noble title for the sake of an Eastern man." Anthony's tone was filled with anger. Elizabeth IV, however, remained calm and said, "I am the Queen of the British Empire. I can do as I please. You have no say in the matter." At that moment, Elizabeth IV was utterly resolute. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were shocked to see Elizabeth IV standing by Chen Feng's side. Holy crap, the Queen of the British Empire is actually stripping account of his title for Chen Feng? That's so cool. Suddenly, I feel like the Queen of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets might have something going on with Chen Feng. This is so satisfying. That count must be completely stunned. Is Chen Feng really that powerful in the British Empire that he won't get beaten up? This isn't a survival game, it's probably the survival game for the big shots of the British Empire. Anyone who dares to offend Chen Feng is doomed. This Queen of the British Empire is so awesome. Meanwhile, a luxurious sports car drove into Dracula Castle. A middle-aged man stepped out of the car, followed by two bodyguards. Some servants in the castle saw the middle-aged man and respectfully shouted, "Duke Sino." If any noble heard that name, they would be stunned. In the current Sun Never Sets Empire, there are only 3 nobles with the title of Duke, and Sino is one of them. A duke is not merely a title. Every duke in the Empire of the Eternal Sun possesses vast estates and businesses spanning every sector. They are truly hidden billionaires, with wealth that even surpasses that of the wealthy on the billionaire list. After all, as nobles, dukes generally prefer to stay out of the public eye. Soon, Zino arrived at Dracula Castle and saw many people by the pool. So many people, are they having a gathering? Zino thought to himself, then shouted in that direction, "Anthony." Sino had come specifically for Anthony. In terms of status, Zino was Anthony's uncle, and marriages between nobles were very common, with many nobles being related by blood. This time, he had come to introduce a wife to Anthony. After all, although Anthony had achieved little in his career, the title of hereditary earl was still highly desirable, which made him quite sought after in high society. Basically, as long as the sun never sets Empire's royal family remains in power or Anthony has no heirs, the hereditary title of earl can be passed down for generations. Zino's arrival caused many nobles present to be delighted. It's Duke Zino. The queen is in trouble now. Duke Zino is Anthony's uncle. He certainly won't stand idly by and let this situation escalate. This queen is too arrogant. She lacks the maturity and composure of her predecessor. She actually stripped Anthony of his hereditary title for a man from Xia. Who can blame Her Majesty the Queen? She's only 25 years old, inexperienced, and must have been deceived by this Eastern man. We must punish this Eastern man severely. Meanwhile, Anthony, who had been in a foul mood moments ago, heard Duke Zino's call and his face lit up with joy. Your Majesty, we can pretend that what just happened never happened. If you continue to favor this Eastern man, I doubt the other nobles will agree. After dropping a harsh remark, Anthony walked directly towards Zino. Meanwhile, Elizabeth IV was feeling a bit panicked. The Duchess of Zino is well aware of her influence within the Empire of the Eternal Sun. If it were the former queen, she might have been able to exert some influence. But she lacks the necessary credentials. Though she bears the title of Queen of the Sun Never Sets, she holds little real authority. On the other side, Anthony approached Zino and respectfully called out, "Uncle." Seeing his nephew, Duke Zino smiled and said, "It seems I arrived at an inopportune time. I didn't expect so many guests at your home today, and it appears the queen has also arrived." "Uncle, you can come any time." After paying a compliment, Anthony suddenly spoke up, "Uncle, the queen brought an insolent Eastern man today who doesn't even acknowledge our nobility." Anthony wasn't the type to wait 10 years to seek revenge. He usually settled scores on the spot. An Eastern man? He dares to look down on the nobles of the British Empire? Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'll go take a look." In Zino's view, this so-called Eastern man was likely a wealthy individual from the Xia kingdom, and since he had been personally brought here by Elizabeth IV, his status must be quite high. However, Zino wasn't the least bit worried. He wasn't just a Duke of the Sun Never Sets Empire, his net worth was also considerable on a global scale. What's on some wealthy list? They're not even worthy of tying his shoes. Soon, Zino approached. At that moment, Elizabeth IV stood there, looking a bit nervous. Although her status was higher than Zino's, in terms of experience, she was far inferior to him. Especially in this era, the influence of the royal family had plummeted to its lowest point. However, when Zino approached, his expression changed, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He looked at Chen Feng, and his entire body froze in place as if struck by lightning. This situation left everyone around them bewildered. "Chen Feng, sir," Zino said, her voice trembling. The face of Chen Feng was one that Zino would never forget for the rest of his life. He vaguely recalled that when Chen Feng first arrived at the Sun Never Sets Empire, the first thing he did was to massacre the empire's nobility. This so-called massacre was an economic plunder. At that time, the three great dukes of the Sun Never Sets Empire, along with countless marquises and earls, had assets spread across the globe, forming a massive power. However, in less than a month, the assets of these nobles had shrunk by 90%, all due to Chen Feng alone. In the end, the nobles could no longer withstand the pressure. Led by the three dukes, they represented the nobility of the Sun Never Sets Empire and submitted to Chen Feng, begging him to spare them. Otherwise, the nobles of the once mighty empire might have become nothing more than a hollow shell. For these proud nobles to bow down to a young man in his early 20s was a humiliation beyond imagination. Now, Zino never imagined that he would encounter Chen Feng in such a situation. What did Duke Zino call this Eastern man? Sir, did I hear that correctly? That's impossible. It must be a misunderstanding. Duke Zino is one of the wealthiest individuals in the world, of noble birth. Even the prime ministers of smaller nations would treat him with respect. What qualifications does this Eastern man have to deserve such treatment from Duke Zino? Duke Zino, this Eastern man is too arrogant. He dared to deceive Her Majesty the Queen and had her strip Anthony of his hereditary earldom. Exactly, we must not let this Eastern man get away with this. Not far away, some nobles gathered to watch the commotion were cheering for Duke Zino. This left Duke Hino feeling extremely embarrassed. Dealing with Chen Feng? That's suicide. Zino was well aware of how terrifying Chen Feng was, a single individual capable of destroying the nobility of the Sun Never Sets Empire. Moreover, the nobles had not yet recovered from the disaster several years ago. If the same thing were to happen again, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe. Zino? At that moment, Chen Feng's mind flashed back to that name. He seemed to have seen such a person before, but hadn't given it much thought. Lord Chen Feng, it's me. I didn't expect you to arrive at Dracula Castle. I should have informed you sooner. Duke Zino ignored the stares of others and spoke with great enthusiasm. Chen Feng in him? No way. Don't mention noble honor. I'm sorry, I'm a worthless fool. At that moment, everyone realized that Sino seemed to be serious. A Duke of the Sun never sets empire, the pinnacle of nobility, was bowing and scraping before a commoner from Xia Kingdom. It was utterly unbelievable. This left the viewers in the live stream speechless. Though they didn't know Sino's identity on the screen, some well-informed viewers revealed his true status. A Duke of the never-setting Sun Empire. Holy crap, is a Duke really showing such respect to Chen Feng, the big shot? Chen Feng once did some truly heinous things in the Sun never sets empire. This is hilarious. Is this the reinforcements the Count just brought in? They don't look that impressive either. The Sun never sets empire doesn't even have a single capable fighter. He too I always thought Chen Feng was already pretty badass, but I never imagined his badassery had reached such heights. This scene feels familiar. The financial elites from last time were the same. It's as if all the big shots in the Sun never sets empire know Chen Feng. The Prime Minister of the Sun never sets empire woke up to find that the entire empire now bears the surname Chen. I think Chen Feng has the power to make that happen. That's too small-minded. Maybe one day, the entire world will belong to Chen Feng. The audience in the live stream was daydreaming. But what they don't realize is that if the world truly is decided by economics, then this isn't impossible. Chapter 72, The Man Who Makes the Entire Empire's Nobility Tremble. It's over, everything is over. Anthony stood there motionless, his heart as cold as ice. He never imagined that, with the queen on one side and his duke uncle on the other, they would all be so respectful in front of Chen Feng. This was truly terrifying. He could sense that Chen Feng's background was terrifying beyond imagination. At that moment, Anthony knew clearly that he was finished. Offending such a powerful figure was no longer a matter of whether he could keep his title, it was a matter of whether he could keep his life. While Anthony trembled with fear, Elizabeth IV stared wide-eyed at Chen Feng. Elizabeth IV never imagined that Chen Feng could be so terrifying. Not only had he subdued the entire royal family, but even the high nobles of the British Empire had been completely subdued by Chen Feng. As queen, Elizabeth IV was well aware of how difficult these nobles were to handle. Bringing Chen Feng to this gathering, Elizabeth IV had already anticipated conflicts, but she did not intervene. Instead, she intended to use the conflict between Chen Feng and the nobles as an opportunity to discipline them properly. Even if things escalated, she had the Prime Minister's office as her backing. In this era, the power of the Prime Minister's office far surpassed that of these nobles. She had believed her plan was flawless, but she never anticipated Duke Sino's sudden visit. What she never anticipated was that Duke Sino would show such respect toward Chen Feng. The hospitality of the nobles of the Sun never sets empire leaves much to be desired. Facing Duke Hino, Chen Feng spoke calmly. Indeed, Chen Feng instinctively did not want to interact with these nobles, he saw them as nothing more than fodder. Once they're ripe, just cut them down, that's their only value in Chen Feng's eyes. At that moment, Duke Sino heard Chen Feng's words and his expression changed slightly. He shouted, "Anthony, come here immediately." In the distance, Anthony heard Zino shout and trembled as he approached. He knew that the time had come for his judgment. Uncle Anthony looked at Zino with a hopeful expression. However, Zino spoke firmly, "What uncle? I have no such nephew. How dare you offend Lord Chen Feng? Do you know how much trouble this will bring to your family?" Fortunately, the Sun Never Sets Empire did not have the tradition of punishing 9 generations of a family. Otherwise, Zino truly feared that Chen Feng might involve him because of Anthony's actions. Behind Chen Feng, Zhang Yiru had already moved away from the crowd and began translating in real time for the audience. In the live stream, the viewers burst into laughter upon hearing Zino's words. "Ha, that's hilarious. The Duke's reaction is way too real. A real-life example of sacrificing family for the greater good. The Duke handled it all himself, cutting all ties with the Count. Goodness, is this how quickly nobles change their faces? Impressive. I knew Chen Feng wouldn't be in trouble. Those nobles from the Sun Never Sets Empire probably aren't even a match for Chen Feng alone. The Queen is indeed wise to stand by Chen Feng's side." Being able to witness the true nature of these so-called nobles in the livestream has left many viewers feeling both intrigued and amused. After all, in everyday life, these viewers have no contact with the nobility of the British Empire. It's like in China, where ordinary people have no access to the descendants of ancient noble families. Their social status is already completely different from that of ordinary people. Now, they can see the true faces of the nobles. On the other side, Zino harshly scolded Anthony. Meanwhile, Elizabeth IV remarked, "Duke Zino, enough. Mr. Chen has already stripped him of his noble title. That is sufficient." Seeing these nobles, Elizabeth wasn't very comfortable and didn't want to engage with them. Moreover, in reality, the royal family had lost the power to govern these nobles. They were merely titles now. "Your Majesty, please, without my title, I will have nothing." Anthony realized at that moment that he was truly finished. The ancestral title of Earl was about to be lost here. There would be no more privileges, and even his former friends would look down on him. Elizabeth IV ignored Anthony and turned her gaze toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng spoke calmly, "Let's go." With that, he walked straight toward the exit of Dracula's castle. Chen Feng was also deeply frustrated. He had merely wanted to find a place to rest, yet he had ended up entangled in so many complications. After Chen Feng and the others left, the atmosphere inside Dracula's castle grew oppressive. Anthony slumped on the ground, looking dejected and utterly defeated. Zino, however, was staring in the direction Chen Feng had left, deep in thought. The other nobles approached cautiously and asked Zino, "Duke Zino, who was that Eastern man earlier? Why does even you, a duke? And why did the queen follow his every word?" "Duke Zino, Anthony has lost his noble title. This will certainly arouse the suspicion of many nobles, especially those with hereditary titles. Won't this make us nobles live in constant fear? Duke Zino, I don't understand why an Eastern man can act so brazenly on our territory." These young nobles are all deeply puzzled. In their eyes, the nobles of the Sun Never Sets Empire are already among the most prestigious beings in the world, at least more prestigious than ordinary people. Each of them possesses wealth that could last several lifetimes, and they are born into a life that ordinary people can only dream of. Yet despite this, they actually fear an Eastern man, which leaves them utterly baffled. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Duke Zino sighed. At that moment, Duke Zino seemed to have aged a decade, speaking with a solemn tone, "All of this is for the survival of our Sun Never Sets nobility." Instantly, the young nobles were all shocked. To fear, or even flatter, an Eastern person, was that really for survival? If it hadn't been coming from the mouth of a duke, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. Then, Duke Zino continued, "You should all be aware of the crisis a few years ago that nearly left our noble families bankrupt, right?" Many of the young nobles nodded. Though they didn't know the details of the crisis, during that time, they often saw their parents scrambling to borrow money. All the nobles of the Sun Never Sets Empire were on the brink of becoming penniless. They only knew that the estates owned by their noble families were nearly all bankrupt. Some nobles even began selling valuable antiques from their homes to make ends meet. At that moment, Duke Zino paused for a moment before speaking. The instigator of that crisis was the Eastern man who just spoke. After arriving in the Empire of the Setting Sun, he launched an economic attack on all the groups within the empire. Not only did our nobles suffer, but the entire empire was dealt a severe blow. That Eastern man was like a god, bringing the entire Sun Never Sets Empire's economy to a standstill. Especially us nobles, the government was too busy dealing with its own problems to help us, so we suffered heavy losses and had no choice but to surrender to that man. The three of us, the three dukes, along with over a dozen marquises, paid him a personal visit, relinquishing our greatest interests, and only then was the crisis finally resolved. Therefore, you can offend the Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets Empire, but under no circumstances should you offend this Eastern man. Duke Zino's words left the young nobles present in shock. They never imagined such a thing could happen. After all, the nobles of the Sun Never Sets Empire are far more powerful in secret than the overtly wealthy tycoons. Centuries of accumulation have made their wealth greater than that of some entire nations. Yet, because of one man, they had no choice but to surrender. How utterly shocking. When they looked at Anthony again, their eyes were filled with pity. Why provoke anyone else when you could provoke such a terrifying entity? No wonder Her Majesty the Queen sided with that Eastern man. It was all because of this reason. Duke Zino did not linger here. After leaving Dracula Castle, he went straight to find the other two dukes. Chen Feng's reappearance today had already made a decision in Duke Zino's heart. "Mr. Chen, I apologize for the inconvenience today." Queen Elizabeth IV escorted Chen Feng to the hotel entrance and said to him, "Is the prestige of your royal family so low among the nobility?" Chen Feng asked. In Chen Feng's view, the nobles of the never-setting empire did not hold Queen Elizabeth IV in particularly high regard. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have occurred today. In the past, the Queen was an absolute authority. No one, not even a minor earl, would dare to defy her. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Elizabeth IV replied with a touch of embarrassment, "Mr. Chen, you know that the era of the royal family has passed. Although I am the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Empire, I am merely a figurehead. The nobles below me have long since ceased to obey the royal family's commands. The nobles have their own estates, and we in the royal family are often powerless to act against their will." The former Elizabeth IV once greatly desired the power of the Queen. But once she actually ascended the throne, she realized that reality was cruel. The seemingly noble royal family has long been firmly controlled by the government, to the point where they even rely on government support each year to cover their daily expenses. As for the nobility, while their status is not as exalted as the Queen's, they are still under official control, though not as completely as the Queen. Therefore, the nobility had their own estates and networks. If the government were to disappear, Elizabeth IV had no doubt that she would become a puppet of the nobility. "So, did you deliberately bring me to this gathering today to suppress these nobles?" Chen Feng asked calmly. Chen Feng had long since seen through Elizabeth IV's schemes. But Chen Feng didn't care much, as these so-called nobles were nothing in his eyes. Moreover, having been in the Fog City for so long, it was Elizabeth IV who had been following him all along, so Chen Feng didn't bother to dwell on it. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Elizabeth IV grew slightly flustered and hurriedly said, "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I did have some personal motives. Before Elizabeth IV could say more, she was interrupted by Chen Feng. These are all minor matters. I still have 5 days to stay here, so you should decide where to go. After saying that, Chen Feng directly led her back to the hotel. Watching Chen Feng leave, Elizabeth IV felt a bit relieved. She hadn't expected him to hold it against her. If the people of the British Empire found out that their revered queen was so subservient, it might shatter their worldview. At that moment, in the live stream, the audience watched everything that had just happened and felt even more admiration for Chen Feng. Awesome! Chen Feng, the boss. It feels like the queen of the British Empire has fallen under Chen Feng's charm. Mind-blowing. The queen of the British Empire is so subservient, and it's all because of Chen Feng, the boss. Holy crap, I think Chen Feng would make an excellent diplomat. No matter which country he goes to, the leaders of that country would have to kneel before him. Can a person really be this amazing? From officials to nobles, it feels like everyone is afraid of Chen Feng. I finally understand that Chen Feng was not acting in the previous episodes, he was actually being too modest. Ma Yunyun's father not kneeling directly before Chen Feng was a major breach of etiquette. Over the past 2 days, what viewers have seen and heard in Chen Feng's livestream has completely shattered their perceptions. However, what they don't know is that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 73, we are willing to acknowledge you as our master. The Empire of the Eternal Sun. Fog City. Today marks the 7th day Chen Feng has spent in the Empire of the Setting Sun. During these days, Elizabeth IV has taken Chen Feng to explore every corner of the foggy city. Such treatment could be considered the highest honor. However, the general public is unaware of Chen Feng's existence, as the official authorities of the Sun Never Sets Empire have completely sealed off all information regarding him. On one hand, this was at Chen Feng's request, as he did not wish to draw too much attention to himself. If the common people were to learn of his existence, it might propel him directly into the spotlight of this era. On the other hand, the British Empire did not want to reveal Chen Feng's existence, as it was a humiliating chapter in their history. If it were made public, it could severely damage the official authority. Considering these two factors, although Chen Feng's actions were highly publicized, they only circulated among the upper echelons of the British Empire. As for other nations, there is not even a single piece of information about Chen Feng. At this moment, at the entrance of the Halson Hotel, Elizabeth IV gazed at Chen Feng with reluctance. She knew that Chen Feng was leaving today. Mr. Chen, please visit the Sun Never Sets Empire often in the future, Elizabeth IV said. After spending these days with Chen Feng, Elizabeth IV's feelings toward him had changed. This was exactly what the saying meant: if you can't resist, then enjoy it. At the Prime Minister's residence, William heard Elizabeth IV's words through the live broadcast and his face turned dark. Come often in the future? Do you know how anxious I've been these past 7 days since Chen Feng arrived? Do you know that although Chen Feng didn't forcefully take anything, the 32 trillion he paid actually left us in the red? Over the past few days, the wealth plundered by Chen Feng from various industries of the British Empire in secret has already exceeded 33 trillion. If this continues, the entire British Empire might end up under Chen's control. If Chen Feng were willing, he could collapse the Sun Never Sets Empire's economy in an instant, without even needing external forces. All he'd have to do is take back all the groups he controls. But one can't resort to military force to suppress this, can one? Although this would be highly effective, it would lead to a nationwide economic collapse. Better to live in misery than die honorably. At least the entire Sun Never Sets Empire is still developing steadily and orderly. The only problem is that most of the benefits have been taken by Chen Feng. Therefore, William was eager for Chen Feng to leave as soon as possible and stop meddling in the affairs of the Sun Never Sets Empire. We'll have another chance someday, Chen Feng said. Compared to the British Empire, Chen Feng still preferred Xiagua. Soon, Elizabeth IV escorted Chen Feng and Zhang Yiru to the Foggy City International Airport. At the same time, Eagle Nation, Wall Street, Empire State Building. Here gathered all the financial elites of Eagle Nation, and it was now the world's financial hub. At that moment, in a conference room on the top floor of the Empire State Building, dozens of people were gathered for a meeting. The sole purpose of the meeting is to discuss how to defeat Chen Feng. Ordinary people are unaware of Chen Feng's presence, but the financial elites here already knew of his reappearance when he took on the British Empire. Therefore, these individuals have gathered here with the sole purpose of confronting Chen Feng. Years ago, Chen Feng single-handedly defeated all the financial elites on Wall Street, a humiliating chapter in their history. Over the years, they had been constantly plotting revenge, devising numerous plans. However, Chen Feng's disappearance left them without a target. Now that Chen Feng has reappeared, they have decided to stake everything on this one chance. Otherwise, they fear they will spend the rest of their lives living in Chen Feng's shadow. Everyone, Chen Feng has appeared in the Empire of the Rising Sun. His reappearance likely means he will act again. This time, we must defeat him. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s sat at the head of the table and spoke. This man was none other than Fred, the current finance minister of Eagle Nation. Even the government has gotten involved, which shows that the Eagle Nation is serious this time. Minister, rest assured. 3 years ago, it was because he acted too quickly, leaving us no time to react. This time, we are well prepared and will definitely defeat him. That's right. He's just one man, he's no match for all the financial elites of Wall Street. We will make him suffer a humiliating defeat and make him pay for everything he has done. I can't wait. The economy of Eagle Nation must not fall into others' hands. If necessary, we can resort to military force. I don't believe Xiaoguo will dare to protect him. We can fabricate any charge and imprison him to serve our country. The financial elites are all shouting in unison. They've completely forgotten how they were defeated by Chen Feng in the past. Fred calmed everyone down and said, "We have learned that he is participating in a program. We can join the program and defeat him openly. Then the whole world will know how powerful Eagle Nation is." Fred had already learned about Chen Feng's participation in the show, so he already had a plan in mind. That plan is to participate in the show and defeat Chen Feng in a fair and open manner. In that case, the entire world would know of the Eagle Nation's strength. After all, many countries around the world live in Chen Feng's shadow, and the British Empire is a cautionary tale. If the Eagle Nation can defeat Chen Feng, it will solidify its position as the global superpower. However, they dare not confront Chen Feng militarily. If they were to lose an economic war against him, even if they were to capture Chen Feng, the Eagle Nation would undoubtedly plunge into a state of chaos. Fog City International Airport. Chen Feng was unaware of the situation in the Eagle Nation, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In the realm of economics, with the system at his disposal, Chen Feng had never backed down. At that moment, the program staff and other guests had all gathered at the international airport. However, compared to Chen Feng, they looked much more exhausted. Especially the other guests, who felt even more bitter and angry when they saw Chen Feng looking so radiant. Among the guests, only Li Yu felt relatively at ease. At the hotel, Lan Yu, who had been working non-stop for 7 days and nights, was accompanied by a few friends. The other 3 guests, however, were much worse off, having spent 7 days in their rooms filming commercials. Finally, they managed to apply to go out for a while, only to discover that the program's budget of 1,000 yuan wasn't enough to cover anything. Indeed, overseas expenses are no joke. 1,000 yuan wouldn't even cover a decent meal or a few purchases. If they really had to rely on that 1,000 yuan, it would truly be a survival game. At this point, Zhang Yiru resumed her role as host, standing in front of the camera and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this round of the game has basically come to an end. Our production team has also scored all the guests. I believe everyone has seen how the guests managed to survive over the past few days in the livestream. This time, our production team has also taken into account the online voting we conducted earlier and considered various factors to score the guests. Zhang Bo scored 75 points, Yu Chengming 70 points, Zhou Jie 77 points, and Li Yu 80 points. And the champion of this round, without a doubt, is Chen Feng, with a final score of." At this point, Zhang Yiru paused for a moment before continuing. "Thank you to Su Fei Group for sponsoring our program, thank you to Tanwan Lanyue Group for sponsoring our program, thank you to Laogan D Group for sponsoring our program, and thank you to Huirin Shinbao Group for sponsoring our program." The audience in the live stream were speechless. They were actually running ads at this point. Recording ads can be understood, but doing it live? If this were any other show, people would have switched channels long ago. However, Zhang Yiru didn't waste any time and announced directly, "The winner of this round of the survival game challenge is Chen Feng, who scored 100 points and has successfully advanced to the 5th round of the game. The guaranteed prize money is 5 million yuan. If he wins the 5th round, he will receive our program's grand prize of 10 million yuan. The viewers in the live stream had already anticipated this outcome. U1S1, if Chen Feng hadn't won this round, I'd definitely report this show for being rigged. Survival game? Please change the name. Chen Feng's life is more luxurious than that of a tycoon. What kind of survival is this? The production team, is the 5 million yuan guaranteed prize a slap in the face to Chen Feng? Need actors? I'll sign up first. I just want to meet Chen Feng, the big shot. The 5th round challenge is a piece of cake for Chen Feng, right? Which contestant can even compare to him? Will Chen Feng participate in the 5th round? If Chen Feng doesn't participate in the show, I'll have nothing to dream about every day." No one is surprised that Chen Feng is the champion. This survival game is nothing but a gimmick. Nevertheless, the audience still watches it with great interest. After all, the daily life of a super elite is something that those who haven't seen it with their own eyes or experienced it firsthand can't even dream about. Spending 32 trillion to buy ancient artifacts from the Sun Never Sets Museum. Financial elites are all his underlings. The nobles of the Sun Never Sets empire bowed low and dared not act recklessly. Having a queen as a constant companion throughout the entire journey is simply unimaginable. Yet Chen Feng managed to pull it off, and it was these bigwigs who came to fawn over him, with not a hint of insincerity. After this episode, although Chen Feng didn't make it onto any wealth rankings, in the hearts of those watching the show, he was undoubtedly the number one. Over the course of 7 days, Chen Feng's name dominated the trending charts, with no one able to rival his popularity. The total number of viewers in the program's livestream also broke the 100 million mark. This is a peak that no other program in the country has ever reached. With an hour left before the show, the production team didn't rush into the waiting room but instead started having each guest share their highlights of the show and answer questions from the audience. Chen Feng declined to participate in this segment, but the other 4 guests, in an effort to promote their own businesses, had no choice but to cater to the audience in front of the cameras. At that moment, dozens of black luxury cars drove up in the distance, creating a spectacular scene. This caused the interviewers to stop their interviews and look toward the black luxury cars. They initially assumed it was some VIP arriving, but the cars drove straight toward the crowd and stopped in front of Chen Feng. Viewers in the live stream also witnessed this scene and were stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the British Empire, seeing that Chen Feng was leaving, had come specially to see him off? It doesn't seem likely. Could it be that the people from the Sun Never Sets Empire think Chen Feng is too arrogant and want to arrest him? What a luxurious convoy. All Bentleys, each worth at least 10 million. This must be a high-ranking official traveling. I never expected Chen Feng, the big shot, to have such a grand send-off when leaving the Fog City. The big shot truly lives up to his reputation. The people in the cars have all gotten out. Holy crap, it looks like that Duke from before. Numerous people are getting out of these black vehicles. At the front was none other than the Duke of Sino, and standing beside him were 2 other dukes from the nobility of the Sun Never Sets Empire. Behind them were numerous other nobles of the Sun Never Sets Empire, each exuding an imposing presence. From marquises to barons, there were around 30 or 40 people in total. These individuals undoubtedly represented the noble power of the Sun Never Sets Empire. Even the 3 dukes at the front were of extraordinary status. If the 3 of them were to unite, they would be a force capable of overthrowing the monarchy in the ancient days of the Sun Never Sets Empire. Duke Zino stepped forward, bowed 90 degrees to Chen Feng, and spoke. "We are willing to acknowledge you as our lord and become your vassals, swearing allegiance to you alone from this day forward." As soon as he finished speaking, the other nobles bowed in unison. At that moment, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone was utterly stunned. So many nobles of the Sun Never Sets Empire were bowing to an Eastern man. This was an utterly unimaginable occurrence. In history, only the emperors of the Sun Never Sets Empire had ever been granted such an honor. Chapter 74. If you can bankrupt my family, I'll admit defeat. Fog City. Outside the international airport. Some 30 or 40 nobles of the British Empire were kneeling before Chen Feng, leaving many in awe. However, Duke Zino and the others were utterly sincere. After meeting Chen Feng that day, Duke Zino immediately sought out the other 2 dukes and summoned the other nobles. After several days of discussion, they finally made an incredibly difficult decision. To submit to Chen Feng. Such a decision had never occurred in the history of the Sun Never Sets Empire. After all, these nobles represented the face of the Sun Never Sets Empire. If they were to submit to the imperial family of the Sun Never Sets Empire, that would be understandable. But submitting to an Eastern man was tantamount to betraying the royal family. In the past, such an act would have certainly led to the annihilation of their entire clan. But in the present day, that was clearly impossible. Even the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Empire is constantly by Chen Feng's side. Their submission now seems less unacceptable. After all, the strong prevail, and they are merely adapting to the situation. Moreover, though these nobles appear to live in splendor, they are constantly under the control of the authorities and do not enjoy true freedom. Furthermore, the domestic situation is completely under Chen Feng's control, and even the official authorities of the Sun Never Sets Empire have no way to intervene. In critical situations, they might even sacrifice their own noble interests. To preserve themselves, submitting to Chen Feng is undoubtedly an excellent choice. Firstly, the official authorities of the Sun Never Sets Empire dare not easily target these nobles, as they must fear Chen Feng's potential retaliation. Second, with Chen Feng as their powerful backer, they wouldn't have to worry about anyone targeting them. Thirdly, judging from Chen Feng's previous style of handling matters, he does not impose many restrictions on the forces under his command, so their freedom will not be restricted. With so many advantages, it is no wonder they chose to submit to Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng was also surprised to see these nobles submit, but he wasn't overly shocked. There had been precedents before, such as the royal family of the Fairy Tale Kingdom, which had already submitted to Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng had been highly prominent on the global stage, and the Fairy Tale Kingdom had suffered economic invasion from him. To prevent their economy from collapsing, the royal family of the Fairy Tale Kingdom chose to submit. Alright, since you have chosen to submit, I will have someone communicate with you. From today onward, you must obey my orders. Similarly, if you encounter any difficulties, I will assist you in resolving them. Chen Feng said. Chen Feng naturally couldn't handle everything personally, otherwise, he would be exhausted. However, Chen Feng had cultivated his own forces. For instance, the economic attack he launched against the Sun Never Sets Empire recently required only a single order to mobilize all available forces and deal a severe blow to the empire. That was the true terror of Chen Feng. Duke Zino spoke respectfully, Mr. Chen, rest assured. From now on, we nobles will be at your disposal. Upon hearing Chen Feng's agreement, Duke Zino also sighed in relief. He had feared that Chen Feng would refuse their submission, as that would leave him in a very awkward position. On one hand, he would not have boarded Chen Feng's ship, and on the other, he would have betrayed the Sun Never Sets Empire's royal family, leaving him no choice but to survive in a precarious state. But now, things were different. He no longer had to worry about anyone targeting him. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were all stunned. Holy crap, is this real? They actually made a noble of the Sun Never Sets Empire submit. If the Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets Empire hears this news, he'll be furious. His own people have defected to the enemy. Ha, Chen Feng is so powerful. He subdued the nobles of the British Empire without breaking a sweat. If this continues, the entire British Empire might fall under Chen Feng's authority. Terrifying. Chen Feng is so awesome, voice-breaking. I wonder when the royal family of the Sun Never Sets Empire will surrender. Judging by the attitude of the Queen, it might not be long now. Participating in a show and casually subduing a bunch of big shots, is that the charm of Chen Feng? Damn it, I'm a guy, and I'm almost falling in love with Chen Feng. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's residence, William watched the live broadcast, grinding his teeth in anger. He hated these nobles with every fiber of his being. Their submission to Chen Feng was no different from slapping the face of the British Empire. However, now that things had come to this, William could only rage in frustration. He simply had no way to deal with Chen Feng. Now, the only thing he could do was to seal off all information. This would minimize the impact of the incident. Otherwise, the ordinary citizens back home would likely blame the government for its incompetence. If it spreads worldwide, the face of the British Empire would be utterly disgraced. William would never allow such a thing to happen. In the blink of an eye, all major media outlets in the British Empire were subjected to official censorship. After dispatching these nobles, the program crew entered the airport. On the plane, the other guests who had been so arrogant earlier were now silent, no longer speaking. On the flight here, they had been very arrogant, even looking down on Chen Feng. But now, they couldn't even dream of associating with him. After all, they were merely managers of a company, slightly better off than ordinary people, but compared to Chen Feng, they were worlds apart. However, on the production crew's side, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Zhang Yiru was recounting her experiences of being by Chen Feng's side, which left many staff members envious. It can be said that in this program, Zhang Yiru is undoubtedly one of the winners. Over the course of 7 days, she stayed in 5-star hotels every night, enjoyed high-end cuisine, and explored various locations daily. It was like living the life of a wealthy individual. This left some staff members who were too afraid to follow along feeling deeply regretful. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was meditating with his eyes closed. Returning to China. This holds significant meaning for Chen Feng. Chen Feng knew that during his time in the British Empire, Mu Qian must have believed in his identity. He had finally come clean. Moreover, while in the Sun Never Sets Empire, Chen Feng had frequently engaged in lengthy phone conversations with Mu Qian, and he missed her deeply. If the people in the Sun Never Sets Empire who knew him found out about this, they would be utterly astonished. Moreover, they had no idea that Chen Feng had secretly married someone during the 2 years he had been missing. Over 10 hours later, Chen Feng and the others finally returned to Yanjing. It was already midnight. Under the escort of the production team's vehicles, Chen Feng returned to his own home. Upon opening the door, he saw Mu Qian lying on the sofa in her pajamas, sound asleep, looking like a sleeping kitten, utterly adorable. Clearly, Mu Qian had been waiting for him to return, and seeing this scene, Chen Feng felt deeply moved. Chen Feng embraced Mu Qian, intending to carry her to the bedroom to sleep. But just as his hand touched Mu Qian, she suddenly woke up. Seeing it was Chen Feng, Mu Qian's eyes immediately filled with joy. "Husband, you're finally back." Mu Qian clung tightly to Chen Feng, refusing to let go. Chen Feng patted Mu Qian on the back and comforted her. "Honey, did you watch the show these past few days? I told you I'm the world's richest man. I didn't lie to you, did I?" Seeing Mu Qian in this state, Chen Feng felt he owed her so much. Over the past 2 years with Mu Qian, due to his selfishness, he had hardly helped her at all. On the contrary, Mu Qian had to deal with strained relations with her family because of him, bearing immense pressure. At that moment, Mu Qian heard Chen Feng's words, pushed him away, and said angrily, "Why did you lie to me? You've been lying to me for so long. If it weren't for this show, I would have been kept in the dark all this time." On the first day Chen Feng left for the Sun Never Sets Empire, Mu Qian had already believed that Chen Feng's claim of being the world's richest man was true. Otherwise, the Queen of the Sun Never Sets Empire wouldn't have personally greeted him at the airport. Moreover, in the days that followed, Chen Feng lived a life that Mu Qian could never have imagined. This left Mu Qian both thrilled and furious. "Didn't I tell you? I'm the world's richest man. You didn't believe me yourself. Don't worry, my wife. From today onward, I will ensure you live the best private life possible. You'll never have to borrow money from others again over something as trivial as $5,000. You can buy any car you want, and you can even hold a perfect wedding again. Whatever others have, you must have too. Chen Feng whispered these words to Mu Qian with great sincerity. Chen Feng's words caused Mu Qian's long-suppressed feelings of injustice to well up and spill over into tears. Husband, I'm with you not because of how much money you have. I borrowed money to buy a car so that my parents could look up to you. Otherwise, having such a small family with you would already be very happy. Indeed, Mu Qian and Chen Feng were together not because of money. After all, when Chen Feng was hiding his true circumstances, he was practically penniless. Given Mu Qian's circumstances, she could have easily found someone 100 times better off than Chen Feng at that time. But Mu Qian didn't choose any of them, she chose Chen Feng. Soon, Mu Qian seemed to remember something and asked, Husband, is the painting in our living room really worth over 100 million? Yes, if we were to auction it off, it would be worth at least 500 million, Chen Feng replied after a moment's thought. Hearing this, Mu Qian was stunned. She had always thought her family was penniless, but never imagined that a single painting in their home was worth over 100 million. This made Mu Qian think of how she had begged others for a few $1,000s, which now seemed like a joke. If she hadn't kept it a secret from Chen Feng, perhaps he would have already resolved the issue. What about the vase I broke last time? Mu Qian stammered. Probably worth over 100 million too, but it was meant to be, Chen Feng said. Chen Feng later remembered that the vase was an unlucky item. He didn't know much about antiques either, but he just thought the vase was beautiful, so he kept it at home. It wasn't until the director of the show mentioned it on the plane that Chen Feng finally realized. Honey, am I being too wasteful? Mu Qian didn't care about fate or destiny. Thinking about breaking an antique worth tens of millions, she felt deeply heartbroken. Wasteful? Chen Feng smiled and said, Go ahead and waste as much as you want. Whatever you waste, I can earn back. Chen Feng had more than enough confidence. Such an antique, even if Mu Qian broke one every day, it might not even match what Chen Feng earns in a single day. So Chen Feng didn't care at all. If you can squander the entire family fortune, then I, Chen Feng, will admit defeat. Honey, I'm tired and want to sleep. Mu Qian suddenly said to Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't say a word and carried Mu Qian back to the room. At the same time, Yanjing International Airport. A dozen or so people from Eagle Country set foot on this land. Chapter 75, The Challenge from the Financial Elite of Eagle Country. Yanjing. Manhwa Television Station. This is the television station where the program Do You Know Your Worth is produced. A man from Eagle Country walked directly into the television station. Hello, sir. May I ask who you are looking for? The receptionist stopped the Eagle Nation man. The Eagle Country man spoke fluent Chinese and said, Is the station manager here? Here's my business card. After speaking, the British man handed over a business card. The business card was entirely in Chinese, clearly indicating that the Eagle Nation national had prepared thoroughly for his visit. International advisor of the Eagle Country's finance department, Bruz? The front desk attendant looked at the name on the business card and was completely taken aback. Eagle Nation's finance department? Although the front desk attendant wasn't very familiar with this so-called Eagle Country Finance Department, the name alone sounded impressive. The receptionist asked Bruz to step aside and rest while she contacted the station manager. Soon, the internal phone connected. Hello? The station manager's voice came through the phone. Station manager, this is the front desk. There's an international consultant claiming to be from the Eagle Nation Treasury Department looking for you. The front desk clerk reported the situation truthfully. At that moment, the station manager, who was in his office, was taken aback. What the heck? Eagle Country's finance department? This has to be a joke, right? Eagle Country is on the other side of the globe. Receptionist, do you even want to keep your job? Are you calling to mess with me? The station manager clearly didn't believe it. However, the front desk lady said with a look of genuine distress, Manager, I'm not joking. There really is someone from Eagle Country here, and they specifically said they came to find you. The station manager said, have him come to my office. The station manager hung up the phone. Although he didn't really believe it, he didn't take it seriously. However, soon after, there was a knock on the door, and an Eagle Country national walked straight into the office. Upon seeing the Eagle Country man, the station manager furrowed his brows and asked, Who are you? What do you want with me? I am an international consultant for the Ministry of Finance of Eagle Country. We would like to collaborate with your television program, Do You Know Your Worth, and have our representatives participate in the 5th round of the challenge game? Bruz made his intentions clear right away. Their purpose in coming here is to defeat Chen Feng in a fair and square competition. Participate in the program? The station director was taken aback upon hearing the news. As the station director, he knew that the show was currently very popular, so much so that the entire Manhwa television station had gained fame because of it. However, since it was unclear whether Chen Feng would participate in the 5th round, he was also torn. After all, the delegation from the Sun Never Sets Empire had made everyone aware of Chen Feng's capabilities. If they continued to invite him, there was no guarantee that Chen Feng would agree to participate. But even if Chen Feng didn't participate, he would find other popular celebrities to fill in. However, now that a representative from Eagle Nation has come knocking, claiming that their person wants to participate, the station director instinctively wants to refuse. Our show already has a fixed lineup, and having someone join at this point wouldn't be appropriate. The station director refused. But Bruz had already anticipated the station director's response and calmly said, "We've come with sincerity. Having a dozen Wall Street financial elites participate in your 5th round of the game will definitely be a major highlight. Additionally, we'll release a news statement publicly challenging Chen Feng, and before participating in the program, we'll provide your television station with $10 million in funding." Hearing this, the station director couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Wall Street financial elites? Publicly challenge Chen Feng? And directly giving the TV station $10 million, this made the station director tempted. After all, if Wall Street financial elites were to participate in the 5th round of challenges, it would undoubtedly be highly entertaining. After some thought, the station director said, "I appreciate your sincerity, but we're not sure if Chen Feng will participate in the 5th round of the challenge. If the guest chooses not to participate in the competition, the production team has no other options. At most, we'll just withhold the $5 million guaranteed prize money." But would Chen Feng care about $5 million? At this point, Bruz spoke confidently, "Don't worry, he'll participate." At the same time, the Eagle Nation's official authorities released a news article. Wall Street financial elites head to Xia Nation to challenge the financial god of Xia Nation. The news listed the over 10 financial elites participating in the challenge, all of whom were heavyweights in the financial industry. Their fame in Eagle Nation was comparable to that of Ma Yun Yun in Xia Nation. Additionally, the news report painted Chen Feng in a very negative light. It claims that Chen Feng has launched economic attacks against numerous countries worldwide, causing severe economic damage to many nations and leading to countless people going bankrupt, losing their jobs, and even committing suicide. He was labeled as a cancer on the world, accused of using every underhanded method to amass wealth. Numerous examples were cited to discredit Chen Feng. They even portray themselves as messengers of justice, challenging Chen Feng to uphold world peace. Upon its release, this news immediately sparked outrage among Eagle Nation netizens. Eradicate evil. Such people should be arrested. I never thought someone could be more powerful than our Wall Street financial elites, even if they resorted to underhanded methods to win. I support the Wall Street financial elites. This so-called financial god from Xia Nation is nothing but a joke. It turns out that the financial crisis a few years ago was caused by this person. This time, our Eagle Nation will definitely emerge victorious. Just a financial god blown up by hype. Compared to the bystanders in Eagle Nation, some of the bigwigs in Eagle Nation are deeply concerned. A few years ago, they experienced Chen Feng's tactics firsthand. Had it not been for the Eagle Nation government intervening and compromising at the last moment, perhaps Wall Street would have had to change its name by now. Nevertheless, their losses were still enormous. Now, led by the Eagle Nation government, a challenge has been issued against that man. If they win, the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads will disappear. If they lose, they will inevitably face the retribution of the financial deity. In the end, it will be the Eagle Nation's companies that suffer the most. Xia Kingdom. Countless netizens also saw the news about the Eagle Nation online. Instantly, the masses were outraged. The Eagle Nation is just licking the ground here, spewing nonsense, yet claiming to uphold world peace? Ha ha. The Eagle Nation is the real threat to world peace, constantly causing trouble in other countries, and now they dare to come to our Xia Nation to stir up trouble. The financial god, could that be referring to Chen Feng, the big shot? No wonder Chen Feng is so wealthy. I never imagined he had done so many things that could shock the world. There's no need to panic. Chen Feng was able to defeat the financial elites of Wall Street years ago, so he'll definitely win this time too. For a time, the internet was flooded with support for Chen Feng. After all, this has now become a matter of national honor. If Chen Feng loses, perhaps the Eagle Nation will humiliate the Summer Nation severely. At that moment, at home, Chen Feng and Mu Qian had just woken up and were unaware of what was happening outside. Originally, Chen Feng had planned to go back to Mu Qian's hometown with her in a few days to confront her parents head-on. But just then, Mu Qian's phone rang. It was a call from the show's director, likely regarding the 5th round of challenges. "Honey, are you participating?" Mu Qian asked after glancing at the phone. If it had been before, Mu Qian would have insisted that Chen Feng participate. After all, participating guaranteed a minimum prize of $5 million, and there was even a chance to win the final prize of $10 million. However, after learning that Chen Feng was the world's richest man, Mu Qian no longer felt the need to pressure him to participate. Any item they could find at home and sell would probably be worth more than that prize money. "Let's not participate. We can use the time to prepare for the wedding. If we participate in the show, it would waste too much time," Chen Feng said. Indeed, Chen Feng was currently focused on his life with Mu Qian. As for external matters, Chen Feng would ignore them if possible. Moreover, now that he had exposed his identity in Xia Kingdom and the Sun Never Sets Empire, it wouldn't be long before trouble started knocking on his door. By then, there wouldn't be any time left. Mu Qian picked up the phone beside him. "Hello? On the other end of the line, the director's voice came through. Is this Ms. Mu? The 5th round of challenges is in 3 days. May I ask? I'm sorry, director, but my husband and I don't want to participate in the 5th round of the challenge. Let's just consider us withdrawn. Before the director could finish, Mu Qian refused directly. This left the director on the other end of the line momentarily speechless. He hurriedly said, Ms. Mu, please hold on. This 5th round of challenges is a bit special. A group of people from Eagle Country have arrived, specifically to meet Mr. Chen. If Mr. Chen doesn't participate, it might affect his reputation. Moreover, this matter has become very popular online. We hope you and Mr. Chen will give it serious consideration. The director's words made Mu Qian hesitate. Especially after hearing that it might affect Chen Feng's reputation, Mu Qian couldn't make up her mind. She then said into the phone, let me discuss this with my husband first. I'll get back to you later. She then hung up the phone. Opening the news, she indeed saw numerous articles about Chen Feng. Eagle Nation's Wall Street Financial Elite Challenge. Xia Nation's Financial God. The financial god of Xia Nation is Chen Feng, a guest on the show. Do you know your worth? The elite showdown between Eagle Nation and Xia Nation. Who will emerge victorious? One news headline after another appeared before Mu Qian's eyes, making her realize the seriousness of the situation. Her husband is actually the financial god? And there are even people from Eagle Nation coming to challenge her husband. Immediately, Mu Qian handed her phone to Chen Feng and said, honey, the news says there are Eagle Country people challenging you, and the director just called and said the same thing. Ha? Chen Feng looked at the news on his phone with a puzzled expression. After a long while, Chen Feng said, it seems I have no choice but to participate in this show. Tell the director that I will participate in this program. If it were for any other reason, Chen Feng could have easily chosen not to participate. But this time, the situation is different. The Eagle Kingdom's official announcement of this matter was so high profile. If he were to avoid it, his reputation on the international stage would likely be tarnished. Moreover, the Eagle Nation's official authorities will certainly use this as an opportunity for extensive propaganda, with far-reaching consequences. Not only would Chen Feng's reputation be damaged, but even Xia's reputation could be tarnished. Therefore, this is effectively forcing him to participate, and he has no choice but to comply. Moreover, given how extensively the Eagle Nation has prepared for this, they must have made thorough preparations and would never set a trap for themselves. However, Chen Feng is not overly concerned. When Chen Feng dealt with the financial elites of Eagle Nation's Wall Street, he did so with ease. Had it not been for the Eagle Nation's official intervention to compromise, those so-called financial elites would have been reduced to bankruptcy by Chen Feng long ago. Despite this, Chen Feng had still gained significant benefits in Eagle Country, inflicting heavy losses on this global superpower. Now that Eagle Nation has returned with renewed vigor, seeking to restore its reputation, Chen Feng naturally has no qualms about delivering another blow to Eagle Nation. If it were a matter of brute force, Chen Feng would undoubtedly surrender without hesitation. However, when it comes to economics, Chen Feng has never feared anyone. With the system at his disposal, he can easily outmaneuver anyone in economic investment. The only thing to be cautious about is Eagle Nation resorting to underhanded tactics. At that moment, after receiving Mu Qian's call, the director also became excited. Chen Feng agreeing to participate in the show meant that this thrilling showdown could easily boost the program's popularity and keep it trending on social media. Especially since this challenge might be a national-level competition, even the government would be closely monitoring it. This elevates the show's status to a whole new level. The director didn't hesitate and immediately began preparing the plan for the 5th round of challenges. 3 days later, the 5th round of challenges began. The production team didn't have much time left. Chapter 76, Is the Financial God Really That Powerful? Xia Kingdom. A group of high-ranking officials gathered for a meeting, all of whom were prominent figures in Xia Kingdom. The arrival of Eagle Nation in Xia Nation had put everyone on edge. After all, the Eagle Nation's visit to Xia was not made with peaceful intentions. Even the press releases they issued were filled with hostility. This was no longer a matter of personal grudges, it had escalated to a matter of national honor between the two countries. A high-ranking official from Xia Kingdom stated, the Eagle Kingdom's representatives have clearly come prepared. We must intervene, otherwise, if the so-called financial god were to lose, Xia Kingdom would suffer a severe blow to its international reputation. In his view, the Eagle Nation had brought over a dozen financial elites from Wall Street, forming a formidable contingent. Even in the global superpower that is Eagle Nation, they are undoubtedly among the absolute elite. Xia Yang, you were recently promoted and don't know much about Chen Feng. Go back and research his background. I think we can sit back and watch these so-called elites slink away in defeat. An older senior official with some experience spoke up. Those who had witnessed Chen Feng's unparalleled dominance on the global stage a few years ago were well aware of how terrifying he was. At that time, Chen Feng had no support from Xiagua and relied solely on his own strength to cause global economic turmoil, forcing many countries to submit. Now, with just a dozen or so Wall Street financial elites, they're not even worth looking at. However, no matter how powerful one person may be, they cannot possibly take on so many, especially since the Eagle Nation has come prepared. Who knows what underhanded tactics they have up their sleeves? The man known as Little Yang spoke up in defiance. Indeed, from an outsider's perspective, this was clearly an unequal challenge. There is also the unpredictable factor of the Eagle Nation's official involvement. The Eagle Nation has come prepared and is being so high profile. There must be something fishy going on. We must win, we cannot lose. Otherwise, our country's reputation on the international stage will suffer greatly. Let's get in touch with Chen Feng. In times of crisis, our Xia Kingdom should support him. At the meeting, many high-ranking officials from Xia Kingdom believed that the Eagle Kingdom's representatives were harboring ulterior motives. After all, as the global hegemon, the Eagle Nation wouldn't dig its own grave. At that moment, a middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table spoke up, "We won't get involved in this matter. Chen Feng's capabilities are well known to all, and besides, the Eagle Nation has come here openly and honestly. If we resort to underhanded tactics, wouldn't that be unbecoming of a great nation? Of course, if the Eagle Nation is indeed plotting something, we will not stand idly by. At the same time, we should arrange for people to protect Chen Feng's safety. Better safe than sorry." As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, no one in the room dared to object. He was the ultimate decision maker, the others were merely offering their opinions. 3 days passed quickly. Chen Feng spent the entire 3 days at home with Mu Qian, paying no attention to what was happening outside. The challenge from the Eagle Nation did not faze Chen Feng. In Chen Feng's eyes, they were nothing more than a bunch of clowns. Ding! The phone rang. Mu Qian picked up her phone and saw it was the director of the show. She answered the call, and the director's voice came through the phone. "Ms. Mu, today we will be conducting the 5th and final challenge of this program. Due to the special nature of this round, we will adopt the interview format from the 4th round and conduct it live. This segment will test the guest's ability to make money. This challenge will last for 1 month. Each guest will start with $1 million. Within that month, whoever can earn the most money using their initial funds will win. We will have professionals oversee the entire process to ensure there is no cheating. Any participant found cheating will be immediately disqualified from the challenge. $1 million is a substantial amount of money for the average person. The objective of this round is straightforward: to make money. If one were to think like an average person, depositing the money into a money market fund would be the most conventional approach to managing finances. After all, you can earn over $3,000 in a month. Those with some financial acumen might invest all the money in funds, which carry lower risk but higher returns. If the investment could increase by 10% in a month, that would be a guaranteed profit of 100,000 yuan. However, for the guests in this round, such returns are merely peanuts. After all, on one side is Chen Feng, dubbed the god of finance, and on the other are Wall Street financial elites. A one-fold return in a month might even be considered too little. The main issue is that the 1 million yuan amount is too small, leaving too much room for manipulation. After the director finished explaining the rules for the 5th round, it wasn't long before the show's staff arrived at Chen Feng's building. This time, Mu Qian did not accompany him, fearing it might affect Chen Feng's performance. Guomao Center Conference Hall. This is one of the more upscale venues in Beijing, often chosen by major corporations for their conferences. At that moment, the production team had transformed the venue into the opening ceremony site for the 5th round of challenges. Inside the venue, besides the staff, there were also many curious onlookers who had come to watch. When Chen Feng arrived, the representatives from Eagle Country were already waiting inside the venue. Immediately, the Eagle Nation representatives turned their gaze toward Chen Feng. Their expressions were filled with a challenging demeanor. They had never even seen Chen Feng before. They had been soundly defeated, and this was the first time they had truly seen Chen Feng's true form. Especially when they saw how young he was, they were taken aback. In their minds, someone with Chen Feng's strength must be at least middle-aged, but the reality was far from what they had imagined. Chen Feng was not only young but also possessed such remarkable financial talent, which only intensified their desire to defeat him. Together, they were nearly 500 or 600 years old. If they couldn't even match someone who looked like he was in his 30s, then there was truly no point in living. Meanwhile, Chen Feng paid no attention to the gazes of the Eagle Country people. Under the guidance of the staff, he walked straight to his seat and sat down. Wow, Chen Feng is so young. He looks so handsome, he's my idol. This time, I feel like Chen Feng is in trouble. The Eagle Nation has 15 people, and I checked they're all financial elites from the Eagle Nation, the cream of the crop. The British don't play fair. They're sending 15 people to challenge Chen Feng alone? That's not fair. I think the Eagle Country people are just cowards. They're too scared to come with so few people. They're even releasing news to hype it up. If they lose this time, they'll be so embarrassed they won't know where to hide. Go Chen Feng. Chen Feng will win. Inside the venue, the audience was engaged in lively discussions while cheering for Chen Feng. The noise was deafening. The representative from Eagle Nation, Bruz, had a grim expression on his face but said little. After all, they were on enemy territory, so being treated with such cold indifference was only to be expected. As long as they could defeat Chen Feng, the one standing triumphantly in the end would be the Eagle Nation. At that moment, the host walked onto the stage. Thank you all for joining us at the live broadcast of the 5th round of our show. Do you know your worth? This round, we have invited financial elites from Wall Street in Eagle Nation. They will be the guests of our 5th round challenge and will face off against Mr. Chen Feng, the winner of the previous round, to determine the ultimate victor. As you may already know from our official website, the guests from Eagle Nation will be treated as guests and will each receive $1 million as starting capital. This challenge will last for 1 month, and the participant who earns the most funds will emerge as the ultimate winner. Audience members can look forward to the outcome. This challenge will be broadcast live by our program team. Interested viewers can tune in to the live stream to watch. Following that, the host announced the competition rules on stage, which brought the atmosphere in the venue to a fever pitch. Meanwhile, viewers in the live streaming room were also watching this scene. Holy crap! $1 million in starting capital? This show is so generous. Go Chen Feng! I heard people are already placing bets on some websites. I'm betting on Chen Feng to win. This is too tense. Unless Chen Feng is a god, he might not be able to beat those British people. Don't boost others' morale and undermine your own. Chen Feng's awesomeness is beyond your understanding. Otherwise, why would the British be so cautious in challenging Chen Feng? This challenge is just about investing and buying. If it were me, I'd just go to the lottery store and buy a ticket. $2 for 5 million. If I lose, I don't lose anything, and if I win, I make a fortune. Damn those Eagle Country people. They should just surrender and save themselves the embarrassment of losing badly. I think these big shots will definitely choose to buy stocks. After all, that's where the real profits are. Investing in real industries would probably take months to break even. I'm a bit excited. Some British people abroad are also watching the live stream through various means. This has turned into a showdown between the geniuses of the two countries. Is Chen Feng really that strong? The British are taking him so seriously, and he's up against 15 financial elites. The odds are stacked against him. Although the viewers in the live stream aren't on site, they're still cheering for Chen Feng from afar. However, many are also filled with concern. At that moment, inside the venue, Bruz, accompanied by his financial elite, walked toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng simply sat in his chair, ignoring them. Seeing Chen Feng's arrogant attitude, Bruz's face darkened, and he said, "Chen Feng, you're going to lose badly this time. We'll take back everything we've lost." Chen Feng replied calmly, "You people from Eagle Nation are still as arrogant as ever. How is your internet industry faring now?" In the past, although Chen Feng hadn't completely destroyed the entire Eagle Nation, especially its real economy, which had survived thanks to the nation's economic rescue efforts, it hadn't suffered too much damage. However, in the internet sector, they were utterly defeated. Companies like Apple, Google, Microsoft, and Amazon. Chen Feng held over 50% of their shares. This is an extremely terrifying figure. Just these groups alone could make Chen Feng's net worth reach the level of hundreds of billions. Even if he didn't have full control, a single thought from Chen Feng could send these corporations into irreparable ruin. This has been a long-standing pain point for the Eagle Nation. However, it is clear that they cannot afford to let go of these companies, as they generate massive tax revenues and countless job opportunities for the country. Therefore, they can only stand by and let Chen Feng continue to exploit these companies, with the majority of the profits flowing into his own pockets. You think so? We'll get it back eventually. Bruz was left speechless by Chen Feng's words. He could only utter a threat and leave in silence. Behind them, there were 15 staff members following closely, which was a massive workload for the production team. This also led to complaints from many staff members. On Chen Feng's side, there was also a staff member filming the live stream, and Chen Feng didn't mind. The next segment was the guests' freeform performance time. From now until a month from now, the production team will not interfere with the guests' behavior, but will prevent contestants from cheating. Therefore, not only are live streams required, but the guests are also equipped with surveillance devices and listening devices, though these are not made public. This also protects the guests' privacy to a large extent. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for a staff member to be filming while the guests are using the restroom or showering. That would be awkward. At this point, Chen Feng did not rush to invest but returned directly to his home. On the other side, the 15 financial elites from Eagle Country had arrived at a rented venue and began their busy operations. Chapter 77, The Fortune of Xia Nation, The Glory of the Nation. A dozen computers were arranged in the room. The people from Eagle Country were all quickly operating the computers. For this challenge, Eagle Nation had made thorough preparations. These financial elites, of course, would never resort to conventional methods to make money. That would be too slow. Entering the stock market is the fastest way to make money. Based on the stock market's daily price limit, one could potentially earn up to 10 times their investment in a single day. However, such high gains are rare in the stock market. But these financial elites are not ordinary people. After careful calculations, they directly selected a stock and invested their entire initial capital of 1 million. The live stream viewers were stunned by this scene. Is this how stock trading is done? Investing all your capital at once? If you lose, wouldn't you have to go back home? That's way too bold. Aren't they afraid of losing money? Financial elites are truly financial elites. Do you think they spent all that time doing math problems? Impressive. Is this how the big shots operate? Can you reveal which stocks were purchased? I want to follow suit and make some quick money. To protect privacy, the computer screens of the British people in the livestream were blurred out. Viewers can only see the British people operating the computers but cannot see any specific details. Otherwise, if some viewers following the livestream were to follow their trades, the entire stock market would likely experience significant fluctuations. To prevent this, the production team decided to block certain information. However, viewers aren't completely in the dark. The program's live streaming crew, under the guidance of professionals, will share some data in the livestream and record the guest's profit status. On the other side, Chen Feng quickly returned home, leaving Mu Qian looking stunned. The show is over already? Husband, why did you come back so quickly? Mu Qian asked. This time, she had assumed Chen Feng would need at least a month. After all, the director had said that this round of challenges would take a month, but she never expected him to return in just a couple of hours. Yeah, this round was pretty easy, so I can stay home and spend more time with you, Chen Feng said. Although Chen Feng had returned home, the filming crew continued to stream live. They tried to keep the live stream going without disrupting Chen Feng's normal life. However, at that moment, many viewers in Chen Feng's livestream were speechless at his relaxed demeanor. Holy crap, Chen Feng, the big shot, while everyone else is working their asses off, you're here showing off your love. Oh no, Chen Feng must have given up. But giving up is a wise choice after all. The Eagle Nation doesn't play fair, sending 15 financial elites at once. It's clearly bullying the underdog. You don't understand. Chen Feng is confident. He doesn't even bother with these Eagle Country contestants. Winning the championship in the void, that's the true strength of a master. I feel sorry for the Eagle Country people next door. While they're taking the competition seriously, Chen Feng is just relaxing at home, not even considering them as opponents. True champions always strategize behind the scenes and turn the tide in the final moments. Are you saying we have to wait until the last day for Chen Feng to show his true colors? The viewers in the livestream are a bit confused by Chen Feng's composure. After all, this round of challenges is different from previous ones. This time, the British have made a bold declaration of war, and it's a matter of honor. They can't afford to take it lightly. If they lose, who knows how many trolls will emerge to bring Chen Feng down from his pedestal. Yet Chen Feng remains unfazed, leaving many baffled. 5 p.m. It is the final trading hour of the stock market. In the live stream of the Eagle Nation community, after analysis by professionals, a piece of data appeared in the live stream. Today's stock price rose by 10 points, resulting in a total profit of 100,000. This figure immediately shocked countless netizens. Those who have ever invested in stocks know exactly what a 10-point increase in a single day means. It's a direct price limit up. Those who bought this stock have definitely made a fortune. The financial elites who made profits in the stock market today have seen their gains skyrocket. This is even more impressive than some big names in the investment industry. If this trend continues, these financial elites could potentially turn an initial investment of 1 million into 10 times that amount. Of course, it's not to say that these financial elites are that amazing. It's just that $1 million is too easy to manipulate in the stock market. If it were 10 billion, even these financial elites wouldn't dare to bet everything on it. The viewers in the live stream were stunned by what these financial elites were saying. Are you kidding me? It just went up 10 points? Big shot, can you share which stock you bought so I can follow your lead? How can we even compare? At this rate, wouldn't we be able to double the initial investment in just 5 days? It seems these British people are well prepared. There must be some underhanded dealings involved. Otherwise, even the legendary investor Warren Buffett wouldn't be so impressive. Don't you feel it? There must be the British government secretly manipulating the market. With their nature, they wouldn't let themselves lose face on the international stage. Underhanded dealings. Underhanded dealings. Many people are still just watching. If this kind of return only happens for 1 day, that is still understandable. But if this continues for the next 29 days, even a blind person would know something is wrong. Otherwise, if they really had such ability, they wouldn't need to be called Wall Street financial elites. They'd be gods. Even stock market legends like Warren Buffett would have to step aside. On the other side, Chen Feng learned the results from the staff and wasn't the least bit worried. All of this was within Chen Feng's expectations. If they didn't even have this much ability, they wouldn't dare to challenge themselves so boldly. A 10% daily return was something Chen Feng could achieve with ease, and even more if he wanted to. However, the entire global market didn't have enough profits for Chen Feng to reap. After all, Chen Feng's assets were in the hundreds of trillions, and 10% of that was 10 trillion. Which country could withstand such exploitation? Even a superpower like the United States wouldn't be able to withstand it for long. Honey, are you really not afraid of losing? That night, lying in bed, Mu Qian asked with concern. She understood the importance of this challenge and was also worried for Chen Feng. Chen Feng remained calm and said, "Don't worry. Investing in stocks is just the most basic form of investment. We have other things to do tomorrow, so we can put the challenge on hold for now." The ancient artifacts from Xia Kingdom purchased in the British Empire are already on their way back. Chen Feng still needed to handle them. After all, such a large collection of antiques is of immense value, and Chen Feng wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't handle it personally. Additionally, Chen Feng has contacted the authorities to coordinate the arrangements for these antiques. Everything needs to be handled personally. Of course, Chen Feng does have people under his command, but he can sense that his high-profile appearance has already drawn significant attention from others. He'd rather keep his cards close to his chest and not reveal his true capabilities unless absolutely necessary, so that he could use them to his advantage at a critical moment. The next day, early in the morning, as soon as the stock market opened, the financial elites of Eagle Country's Wall Street began their operations. They selected a particular stock and purchased it outright. At the same time, in the United States, within the five-star building, the Minister of Finance, Smithson, was overseeing the operations of his subordinates. Following the preset plan, they slowly drove the stock price up to the daily price limit. Smithson looked at the data on his computer and smiled. Following their high-profile declaration of war against Chen Feng, they had already made thorough preparations on their side. The financial elites on the other side had purchased shares in smaller listed companies, which were then manipulated by professionals at the five-star building to drive up the stock price and maximize profits. The next day, they would bring the stock price back down, allowing them to reap another round of profits. In this way, as long as they were in the stock market, they were virtually invincible. Moreover, they had devised countless contingency plans to handle any unexpected situations. While they may refer to a dozen financial elites, in reality, Chen Feng is facing the entire Eagle Nation. Xia Nation. The official authorities in Beijing. Several financial experts were monitoring the stock market's fluctuations, searching for any abnormal activity. Meanwhile, the Minister of Finance of Xiagua asked, "Gentlemen, have you noticed anything unusual? Eagle Nation must be secretly manipulating the situation. We must take action." The Xia Kingdom's official authorities are also taking this challenge extremely seriously. The Xia Kingdom authorities have directly tasked the finance minister with overseeing the matter, as it concerns the honor of the nation. There are 3 stocks with abnormal data, but we have no way to control them in the short term. At most, we can take advantage of the situation to buy stocks and make a profit. That's correct. Unless we hold a significant stake in the stock and sell it off, we cannot stop Eagle Nation's malicious manipulation. The best course of action now is to have Chen Feng replicate the strategy and find a way to overtake them. Several financial experts remarked. Indeed, facing a superpower like the Eagle Nation, with its robust economic strength, the other side is fully capable of dragging this out indefinitely. Now, the only crucial factor is whether Chen Feng can emerge victorious. However, at that moment, Chen Feng was heading toward a massive conference hall with Mu Qian. This venue was temporarily cleared out, with everything inside already removed. Almost all the experts in ancient artifacts from Xia Kingdom have been summoned here, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Because today, over 8 million pieces of ancient artifacts belonging to Xia Kingdom, which were transported back from the United Kingdom, will arrive here. This holds immense significance for Xia Kingdom. Once upon a time, these antiques had been lost overseas for various reasons, becoming one of the greatest tragedies in Xia Kingdom's history. The Xia Kingdom has made numerous efforts to repatriate these artifacts, but the attitude of the British Empire has been resolute, refusing to return them. As for purchasing them back, that was simply out of the question. Such a massive expenditure would place an enormous burden on the Xia Kingdom. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to develop other things? However, today, all these antiques have been successfully repatriated to the country, sparking immense excitement throughout Xia Kingdom. Numerous news media outlets have flocked to the scene to witness this historic moment. Inside the venue, a group of journalists were interviewing some elderly antique experts. "Professor Yen, what are your thoughts on the return of these antiques?" Professor Yen, facing the journalists' questions, spoke with great emotion. "This is a blessing for our country and a source of pride. The return of these antiques will undoubtedly fill the gaps in our nation's history." The reporter then asked again, "Professor Yen, what is your opinion on the buyer, Chen Feng, refusing to hand over the antiques?" This question immediately drew everyone's attention. This topic had already sparked intense online debates. Many people believed that Chen Feng's behavior was highly inappropriate. After all, there had been precedents where wealthy merchants had purchased precious antiques from abroad and handed them over to the state. Now that Chen Feng had refused to hand them over, many people found it hard to accept. Had it not been for the official commendation of Chen Feng's previous contributions, he might have been criticized beyond recognition. At this point, Professor Yen remained calm and stated, "Everyone, I would like to clarify that Mr. Chen has voluntarily spent a significant amount of money to purchase these antiques from the Sun Never Sets Museum and transport them back to Xia Kingdom. This is already a great fortune for our country, and there is no need for moral coercion. Furthermore, Mr. Chen has entrusted us with the responsibility of safeguarding these antiques. He will also invest heavily in building a large museum to exhibit them, which will be open to the public free of charge in the future. Professor Yan's words left everyone speechless, unsure of how to respond. Because all of this proves that Chen Feng has done everything perfectly, leaving them with no room to criticize. Does that mean refusing to hand them over is unpatriotic? That seems a bit of a stretch. At that moment, the sound of a truck's engine could be heard outside the venue. Chapter 78, No rush, let them enjoy themselves first. Outside the venue. One after another, heavy-duty trucks arrived from the distance, numbering nearly 100. Such a luxurious convoy drew the attention of many onlookers. However, what was truly shocking was that military vehicles were escorting the heavy trucks, inspiring a sense of respect in everyone present. This time, to transport these antiques, the Xia Kingdom had directly mobilized all nearby military forces for escort, clearly demonstrating how highly they valued this mission. Meanwhile, a taxi arrived at the venue entrance before the heavy trucks. Brother, what's going on here? There are even military vehicles. The taxi driver sat in the driver's seat, looking flustered. Anyone would be startled by this scene. Chen Feng sat in the back seat and said, nothing. How much is the fare? Looking out the window at all the heavy trucks, Chen Feng's face broke into a smile. Over 8 million pieces of antiques have finally returned. After paying the fare, Chen Feng and Mu Qian got out of the car, accompanied by the program cruise cameraman. When the scene appeared on the live stream, all the viewers were stunned. Holy crap, what's going on here? So many trucks, and even military vehicles escorting them? That's impressive. I get it now. These are all the antiques Chen Feng brought back from the United Kingdom. No wonder they needed so many trucks, over 8 million pieces. That's worth 32 trillion yuan. What the heck? Instead of competing properly with those British people, Chen Feng is showing off these old antiques here? If he loses to the British, that would be a huge embarrassment. Impressive, impressive. Chen Feng really brought honor to the nation by actually bringing all these antiques back. I heard Chen Feng didn't hand them over. What's so great about that? He's just being selfish. Don't try to sugarcoat it. Chen Feng is just a ruthless capitalist. He's probably using this opportunity to expand his fishing fleet and then sell it publicly, letting the government take the hit. In the live stream, many viewers were posting comments. Some admire Chen Feng, while others are specifically bashing him. However, the heat was extremely intense. Currently, the number of viewers in Chen Feng's livestream has already surpassed 10 million. Consider how many people enjoy watching live streams. This level of popularity has completely outshone some top-tier streamers. Some big streamers have even started slacking off, simply streaming the live feed from Chen Feng's stream and still getting high viewership. At that moment, outside the venue, Chen Feng's appearance caught everyone's attention, and journalists immediately began to swarm toward him. Just then, all the vehicles came to a complete stop, and soldiers began to get out. Among them, a man with stars on his shoulders walked forward. This caused the journalists to stop in their tracks. Mr. Chen, I am Commander Long Tian from the Yanjiang Command Headquarters. I am in full charge of this antique escort mission. Is there anything we can assist you with? Long Tian saluted Chen Feng and spoke. Chen Feng replied calmly, no need. Proceed according to your plan. Regarding matters related to antiques, Chen Feng was not very knowledgeable and preferred to leave it to the authorities. When he purchased these antiques, Chen Feng had already made up his mind. After all, Chen Feng knew he couldn't properly safeguard these antiques. After all, these antiques weren't like modern paintings hanging on the walls of a house. They were ancient artifacts, some dating back thousands of years. Without professional expertise, proper preservation was simply impossible. Collaborating with the authorities was the only solution. Soon, after obtaining Chen Feng's permission, Long Tian immediately ordered his soldiers to set up a perimeter around the area. The antique experts who had been waiting inside the venue all came out. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. As the rear compartment of a heavy-duty truck opened, it was filled with bubble wrap and foam, all to prevent damage to the antiques. There were even specialized facilities for preserving antiques. The transportation costs alone amounted to several $1 million. However, compared to the value of the antiques, this was insignificant. With the assistance of staff, the antique experts began unloading the antiques from the truck. One by one, the precious antiques were revealed to the world. Many journalists rushed forward, snapping photos of the antiques frantically. This is a Han Dynasty bronze artifact, and it's still so well preserved. And this, a milky white jade pendant, it must have belonged to some ancient nobleman. It's so precious. Goodness, so many well-preserved antiques. This is undoubtedly a major archaeological discovery. In the past, when these artifacts were at the Sunrise Museum, they strictly prohibited our country's antique experts from studying them. Finally, we can hold our heads high. Seeing the antiques being carried out one by one left many antique experts and journalists in awe. They weren't unfamiliar with antiques, they'd seen them displayed in museums before, but the significance of these pieces was extraordinary. Moreover, there were over 8 million pieces. How many ancient tombs would need to be excavated to uncover such a vast collection? Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already made contact with the authorities. "Mr. Chen, do you have any special requirements for these antiques?" The official representative was an elderly professor with deep expertise in antiques, yet he was surprisingly polite toward Chen Feng. "No requirements. You may proceed as you see fit." Chen Feng indeed had no other requirements, as these antiques were not as important to him as he had imagined. If Mr. Chen were willing, he could even purchase all the antiques from around the world. "Alright, Mr. Chen, here is the detailed contract. You agree to entrust this batch of antiques to the Xia Kingdom government for a period of 100 years, and you will bear all other expenses related to these antiques. However, you will retain the absolute right to use them. Mr. Chen, please sign the contract and it will take effect immediately." The old professor handed over 2 contracts that had been prepared in advance and said to Chen Feng. Chen Feng was very straightforward and signed his name on the contract immediately. At that moment, Chen Feng could be said to have handed over all 8 million pieces of antiques to the Xia Kingdom government. However, Chen Feng still retained the right to dispose of these antiques as he saw fit. For example, if Chen Feng wanted to take any of the antiques home to display, even the Xia Kingdom government would have no right to interfere. Seeing Chen Feng sign his name, the old professor expressed his deep gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your contribution to our archaeological endeavors. Over 8 million pieces of antiques." At that moment, the old professor was deeply moved. Not only the old professor, but many others who heard the news also felt great admiration for Chen Feng's actions. In the live stream. "Holy crap, is Chen Feng really that cool?" Although he didn't hand them over, he entrusted them all to the authorities. According to a journalist friend of mine, Chen Feng plans to build a large museum and open it to the public for free. 66666, is Chen Feng's charitable work really that successful? To be honest, I still don't understand why Chen Feng didn't hand over these antiques. Stop talking about antiques. The people from the neighboring country are working hard to make money, while Chen Feng is just hanging around here. It's making me anxious. Is Chen Feng really participating in a challenge show? It feels like this has almost become his live streaming channel for daily life. Meanwhile, in a huge room, Bruz was watching Chen Feng on the live stream, a smirk on his lips. At this critical moment, you're still not taking it seriously. You'll pay the price in a month. Bruz still felt some anger toward Chen Feng for not taking their challenge seriously. He felt that they had been completely ignored by Chen Feng. However, thinking that this was a challenge involving the honor of 2 nations, Bruz felt a little better. He couldn't wait for 2 months to pass and see Chen Feng's humiliating defeat. The other financial elites were also watching Chen Feng in the livestream, feeling a bit relieved, but some were also worried. Could Chen Feng possibly have some hidden cards up his sleeve? Since he first entered the scene, he had never lost a single match, let alone this one. There must be some kind of scheme at play. Even if we're currently ahead, we can't afford to let our guard down. It's only the second day, there's still plenty of time. I don't believe he has any more tricks up his sleeve. Do you think Chen Feng might be bluffing? After all, he has used every trick in the book to bring down the economies of other countries. Many people were filled with anxiety. Ordinary people only see Chen Feng's ease, but the smart ones can see the unparalleled confidence he exudes. Such composure can only prove one thing: he has more than enough strength to win. He doesn't even bother to acknowledge these financial elites. The discussions among the British viewers in the livestream are translated by the program staff and broadcast in real time to the livestream. Ha, they're overthinking it. Chen Feng has probably given up. You're outnumbering him by more than 10 to 1, that's clearly just cheating. Winning that way wouldn't be honorable. Chen Feng is busy contributing to the nation. What about you guys? Ha, these British people really have an active imagination. I bet Chen Feng doesn't even bother to compete with them. Eagle country people are only good at talking big. Even if they win, so what? Chen Feng, as long as I don't compete, I'll never lose. Brothers, we must help Chen Feng take down these Eagle country people. Even if we lose, we can't lose the momentum. The audience is mocking these British people. But they also know that if things keep going this way, Chen Feng's chances of winning are really slim. At that moment, Chen Feng, Mu Qian, and the crew members following them boarded a taxi and left the venue. The work on the antiques at the venue will take a considerable amount of time. With over 8 million antique items, even without considering meticulous handling, it would require a large number of people to complete the task in 2 or 3 days. If done properly, it would take at least a week. As for categorizing and classifying them, that would likely take several months to complete. Unlike in the British Empire, where all they needed to do was pack the antiques into boxes and load them onto trucks, which could be done in a day or 2. In the car, Mu Qian looked at Chen Feng with a puzzled expression and asked, "Husband, what about the challenge you have with the production team?" Mu Qian was still very concerned about the challenge faced by the Eagle Nation, as she was well aware that losing the challenge would undoubtedly have a significant negative impact on Chen Feng. Upon hearing Mu Qian's words, Chen Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's only the second day. Let them have some fun first." Indeed, it was only the second day. However, once one knew the true stakes of this competition, no one would think so lightly of it. After all, this was a challenge from 15 financial elites representing the Eagle Nation's official delegation, all of whom were top-tier experts in their fields. Don't even mention a day or two, even half a day could have a huge impact. The viewers in the live stream were stunned by Chen Feng's words. Has Chen Feng always spoken so arrogantly? Bro, you're new here and don't know the situation. Chen Feng being this modest by not directly calling those Eagle Nation people useless is already pretty low-key. 66666. If the British heard that, they'd probably be furious. God damn it, the next day, those Eagle country people were desperate to make one day count as two, afraid there wouldn't be enough time. Don't mention it, those Eagle country people's moves are really sick. They buy a stock, and it hits the daily limit in half a day. Then they sell it and buy another one, which starts rising again. It's too fake. There is definitely something fishy going on. Those Eagle country people are doing this because they're afraid Chen Feng will surpass them. Chen Feng's confidence gave the viewers in the live stream immense confidence. Earlier, they were worried that Chen Feng had given up, but once he spoke, they understood. Chen Feng hasn't given up, he simply doesn't even bother to acknowledge those British traitors. This confidence has excited many of Chen Feng's supporters. They are eagerly awaiting Chen Feng's performance. Chapter 79, Antiques are also an investment. For 7 consecutive days, Chen Feng stayed at home with Mu Qian, wandering here and there, as if he had already put the challenge completely out of his mind. At that moment, Chen Feng was taking Mu Qian to explore the Sanlitun Taikuli area. The paparazzi following behind them were already at a loss for words. A whole week. He finally got a taste of what it meant to live like the wealthy. To make up for his previous shortcomings toward Mu Qian, Chen Feng spent almost every day taking her shopping, exploring every bustling area in Beijing. Chen Feng was carrying large bags, while Mu Qian held an ice cream cone, enjoying it thoroughly. The viewers in the live stream were already at a loss for words. Chen Feng, please be a decent person and start making money. The neighbors have already made tens of millions. If this continues, you're doomed. I get it now. Chen Feng was just bluffing earlier. He was just showing off. We were all fooled. I have money, but I don't want to make it. Sigh, I'm just playing around. A bunch of idiots. Chen Feng can spend 32 trillion on antiques, why would he care about some British people who aren't worth anything? To be honest, watching those British people operate feels like watching a monkey show, there's no joy in it. It's just updating the money-making data every day. Seeing Chen Feng still just eating and shopping, the audience no longer expects him to defeat these British financial elites. After all, on the other side, they started with 1 million and multiplied it by tenfold in just 1 week. They constantly move between different stocks, acting like a human harvest machine. Anyone with eyes could see something fishy was going on, but there was no concrete evidence. Such a huge gap is even hard for a god to bridge. Ding! Just then, Chen Feng's phone rang while he was out shopping. This caught Chen Feng off guard, as he knew only a few people had his phone number. Picking up the phone, Chen Feng looked at it. A familiar contact name appeared in his view. Mr. Li, what's the matter? Chen Feng asked after answering the call. On the other end of the line, Li Xiuhua spoke earnestly. Chen Feng, this time the Eagle Nation has come to provoke us. They may have some ulterior motive. If you lose, there might be even bigger troubles ahead. Li Xiuhua was deeply helpless. He had great confidence in Chen Feng and had originally intended not to make this call. However, seeing that Chen Feng wasn't taking things seriously at all, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Upon hearing Li Xiuhua's words, Chen Feng furrowed his brows and asked, Mr. Li, what do you mean by greater trouble? Li Xiuhua did not elaborate, but said, that is unclear at the moment, but what you must do now is not let those Wall Street financial elites from the Eagle Nation defeat you. Otherwise, some countries you have offended in the past may take advantage of the situation to align themselves with the Eagle Nation and cause trouble. At that point, if it's just an economic war, that is still manageable. But if the Eagle Nation resorts to military force, the situation could become complicated. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng fell silent for a moment. Chen Feng had first-hand experience with the United States as a tough nut to crack. If things escalated to that point, the Eagle Nation might indeed resort to military force to resolve the issue. Therefore, the Chen Feng of the past had never pushed the Eagle Nation to the brink, as doing so would result in mutual destruction, with the Eagle Nation being the ultimate loser. Don't worry, these so-called financial elites are no match for me. Chen Feng hung up the phone and turned to Mu Qian beside him, saying, I'll be pretty busy these days, so I won't be able to accompany you shopping. Alright, go ahead. Mu Qian fully understood Chen Feng, as she was well aware that he had important matters to attend to. After all, online comments had already started criticizing Chen Feng for being a slacker and not taking challenges seriously. Mu Qian had tried to persuade Chen Feng several times to take things seriously, saying that once someone becomes wealthy, they shouldn't get arrogant. But when Mu Qian thought about it, Chen Feng had always been rich, hadn't he? At that moment, the viewers in the live stream heard that Chen Feng was finally taking it seriously and immediately started mocking him. Chen Feng, why not just give up? You're already a week behind, what's the point of competing? I can already predict that Chen Feng will be humiliated by the British. It's too painful to watch. Everyone else has tens of millions in funds, but Chen Feng only has the initial 1 million. For fairness, I think all the money the British have earned should be wiped out, otherwise it's not fair at all. Are you all paid trolls hired by the British? It's clear that Chen Feng hasn't even watched the livestream. He can't see any of the audience's mockery. And even if he did know, he wouldn't care. Lose? Chen Feng has never had such intentions. The next day, as soon as Chen Feng woke up, he went straight out the door. Chen Feng didn't go to manipulate stocks like the Eagle country people. In Chen Feng's view, such a way of making money was too low end. Of course, this was when he only had $1 million. If he had several $billion, that would be a different story. Investing is a science. Ordinary people who invest in mutual funds can achieve consistent returns over the long term, though there is risk involved. However, compared to other financial products, the risk is significantly lower. The middle class begins to focus on stocks and even invest in real industries. At a higher level, the simplest and most direct approach is to invest in real estate or the real estate industry. However, with only $1 million, it's clearly not enough to do much, and the return cycle is quite long. It's better to follow the British and invest in stocks. Meanwhile, Chen Feng also had his own thoughts. The Yanjing antique market. When Chen Feng arrived here, the viewers in the livestream were all shocked. What the heck is this? Isn't he here to make money? Why is he at the antique market? 66666. Is Chen Feng planning to buy antiques for investment? This is ridiculous. Everyone knows that 98% of the items in the antique market are fake. Coming here is just asking to get scammed. No way, no way. There's no way someone actually thinks they're an expert just because they bought a bunch of antiques, right? Don't say that. Chen Feng the big shot still has some sense. Buying antiques is still an investment. If he really manages to snag a bargain, he might soon surpass those British people in terms of capital. Snag a bargain? If that were possible, I'd give you my head as a nightpot. So the audience can't figure out why Chen Feng would come to the antique market. Indeed, antiques can be considered an investment. But antiques are riskier than anything else. Even some antique experts can make mistakes. Let alone ordinary people. Out of all the antique markets across the country each year, finding one or two people who manage to snag a bargain is already considered pretty good. Unless Chen Feng is a true antique expert, coming to this antique market is just asking to get ripped off. However, it was clear that Chen Feng had no experience in this area. Yet at this moment, Chen Feng remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of fear. Upon entering the antique market, there were quite a few people around. Both sides of the stalls had people spreading out old cloths, covered with various small trinkets. These trinkets were intricately crafted, with simple, ancient designs that exuded an authentic antique charm. Young man, first time at the antique market? Come take a look at my stuff. These are all old items I just brought in from the countryside. I won't rip you off. As soon as Chen Feng stepped into the antique market, a friendly vendor greeted him. The cameramen following behind him were using hidden live streaming equipment to stay discreet, so outsiders would rarely notice them. Chen Feng glanced at the vendor and walked over to his stall. In truth, Chen Feng was well aware that vendors like this were almost always selling counterfeit items. They were targeting people who didn't know much about antiques. Unlike those with real expertise, who simply wait for customers to come to them. They wouldn't go around soliciting customers. That's too embarrassing. Young man, take a look at this. This jade ring was once worn by Emperor Qianlong. I bought it from the descendant of a fallen Manchu nobleman during the Qing dynasty for a hefty sum. Just the jade ring alone cost me 10,000 yuan. I see you and I have a connection. I'll sell it to you for 15,000. You can resell it and make at least a few $100,000. If it weren't for my financial situation, I wouldn't part with it. The vendor pulled out a jade ring and showed it to Chen Feng. The jade ring was a mix of colors, clearly a low-quality imitation. If placed in a tourist attraction, it might still pass as a souvenir. But in this antique market, it was no different from trash. Through the live streaming equipment of the cameraman, the viewers in the live stream also saw this scene and burst into laughter. Ha, that's hilarious. A jade ring used by Emperor Qianlong? Are they trying to fool kids? Bro, I've got a toilet seat cover supposedly used by the Qianlong Emperor. Only 100 yuan, free shipping with SF Express. Anyone interested? If you don't understand, just ask. Has the antique market always been so brazenly deceiving people? This is like rubbing our intelligence on the ground. Don't talk nonsense. It's a case of one willing to sell and one willing to buy. Dealing in antiques is risky. Everyone can make a mistake sometimes. This is a mistake? Only someone blind would buy this. Give me 10 yuan and I can make an identical jade ring for you. Chen Feng, the big shot, is just wasting his time. What could he possibly gain from coming to the antique market? At that moment, a row of data appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. Jade ring. Material, Hatian jade. Year, 2018. Price, 150,000. Return on investment, 150,000. This is the ability granted to Chen Feng by the system. No matter what it is, Chen Feng can see its investment return rate. This is why Chen Feng was able to achieve the position of the world's richest person in such a short time. Let me give you an example. If Chen Feng wants to buy a stock, he can see the ROI it will bring him, and this will not be affected by any external factors. For instance, if Chen Feng were to buy a stock now, even if his competitors used every possible means to undermine him, his returns would remain unaffected. In other words, Chen Feng is virtually unbeatable in the investment world. Otherwise, how could a high school dropout who never even graduated from college become the world's richest person in such a short time? It's something you couldn't even dream of in your wildest imagination. The jade ring before him has an investment return rate of 1,500%, but it's negative. In other words, the true value of this jade ring might only be $100. That's really shady. Selling something worth 100 yuan for 150,000 yuan is only possible in the antique business. Clearly, Chen Feng isn't going to be foolish enough to buy this jade ring. Money doesn't grow on trees. Chen Feng ignored the vendor's offer and instead looked at the other antiques on the stall. Bronze sword. Material, steel. Year, 2018. Price, 600,000. Return on investment, 5,000. Ceramic bowl. Material, kaolin. Year, 2018. Price, 120,000. Return on investment, 24,000. After examining several antique items at the stall, Chen Feng was disappointed with the items being sold there. Every single item had a negative return on investment that was simply too exaggerated. Anyone who buys these would almost certainly be ripped off. No wonder the stall doesn't open for a year and then closes for the rest of the year. Just scam one fool, and you could go a whole year without working and still earn the same annual salary as an average person. Scam 2 people, and you could go buy a car at a 4S store. If you scam 3 people, well, you can start looking at where to buy a house. This kind of high-profit business has attracted many people to the antique market to take advantage of the situation. Brother, if you don't like this jade ring, that's fine. If there's anything else on my stall you like, I can give you the lowest price. The vendor saw that Chen Feng wasn't interested in the jade ring on his hand but was looking around the stall and thought his business might be ruined. After all, to scam someone, you not only need to deceive them but also need them to have the financial means to be scammed. Chen Feng ignored the vendor and was about to leave when he suddenly spotted a tiger-shaped trinket. Qin Huang tiger seal. Material, bronze. Year, 214 BCE. Price, 200,000. Return on investment, 50,000. Chapter 80, The Qin Emperor's Tiger Seal emerges. The Qin Emperor's Tiger Seal. When Chen Feng saw this object, his eyes lit up. Although Chen Feng wasn't very knowledgeable about antiques, the words Qin Emperor were very familiar to him. In history, aside from Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who else dared to claim the title of emperor? In other words, this Qin Emperor's tiger seal was the very token used by Emperor Qin Shi Huang to command troops, making it of immense historical significance. Moreover, Chen Feng could faintly make out characters engraved on the tiger's back, making it even more valuable. However, the appearance of the Qin Huang tiger seal was far from impressive. It was entirely bronze-colored, with green rust stains scattered across its surface, making it resemble an old, neglected piece of copper rather than a valuable antique. It did not resemble the kind of precious antique one might expect. Otherwise, the vendor wouldn't have placed such a valuable antique on such an ordinary stall. Moreover, what does a 50,000% return on investment even mean? If you were to spend 200,000 to buy this Qin Emperor's tiger seal, you could resell it for 100 million, a price difference of 500 times. That's pure profit. Immediately, Chen Feng didn't rush to buy the Qin Emperor's tiger seal. Vendors who set up stalls in this antique market were all shrewd and cunning. If someone were genuinely desperate to buy an item, it would only arouse the vendor's suspicion. All the items on your stall are fakes, aren't you just here to scam people? Chen Feng said calmly to the vendor. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the vendor didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed but laughed. Brother, what do you mean by that? Everything on my stall is carefully collected antique items, guaranteed authentic. Genuine? You guarantee they're fake? A normal person wouldn't fall for this. Only someone who doesn't know much would get tricked. The jade ring on your hand is from 2018, right? I bet you didn't pay more than $100 for it. You probably have 10 or 8 of these at home. And you call that genuine? Chen Feng said calmly. The vendor was startled by Chen Feng's words. Chen Feng was completely correct. This jade ring was indeed the same as Chen Feng described. He had bought it at a jade market for only 99 yuan wholesale. He had bought dozens of them at the time and kept them at home to sell to unsuspecting customers. Not to mention selling it for 150,000 yuan. Even if he could sell it for 1,000 yuan, he would have sold it. After all, it was a surefire profit. Brother, you know your stuff. I won't try to fool you. But some of the items on this stall are indeed from the countryside, and I haven't lied to you about that. The vendor took back the jade ring and stopped trying to sell it. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were all speechless. Holy crap, a jade ring that was wholesale for 100 yuan is being priced at 150,000 yuan? That's way too ridiculous. I thought this jade ring was worth at least a few hundred, maybe even 1,000, but I never expected it to be worth less than 100. The tricks in the antique market are way too deep. They're blatantly deceiving people. If someone actually buys this and takes it home, they'll probably cry for 3 days and 3 nights. Forget it, I'll never set foot in an antique market again in my life. If you want to buy genuine items, you should go to those established antique shops. At these small stalls, it's almost impossible to find anything authentic. I didn't expect Chen Feng, the big shot, to have such an eye for antiques. He could tell the age and value of the item at a glance. That's impressive. A jade ring that wasn't even worth 100 yuan was priced at 15,000. That really shows how deep the waters are in the antique market. This left some viewers who had never been to an antique market before wide-eyed. Actually, such incidents are not uncommon in the antique market. After all, the value of antiques isn't very transparent. The asking price is entirely up to the seller. At that moment, Chen Feng turned to the vendor and said, "I don't need this jade ring, but I'd like to buy a few items from your stall to take a look." After saying that, Chen Feng picked up a bronze sword from the stall. The bronze sword was covered in rust, appearing to be an old antique, but it was actually a modern replica. Then, Chen Feng selected a few more well-made replicas from the stall and secretly mixed in the Qin Emperor's tiger token he had just obtained. "These all look pretty good. How much are they all together?" Chen Feng asked. The stall owner looked at them, his eyes sparkling, and said, "Brother, you have a good eye. These are all old items I collected from the countryside. They're said to have been unearthed from a tomb. They're definitely authentic. Since you really like them, I'll give you a fixed price of 10,000. This time, the vendor didn't ask for an exorbitant price. After all, from what had happened earlier, Chen Feng seemed like someone who knew his stuff. Most importantly, the few items Chen Feng had selected were ones he couldn't authenticate, and he had no idea if they were genuine or not. In his view, he had only spent a few $100s to collect these items from the countryside, so selling them for 10,000 was already a good deal. However, Chen Feng didn't say a word. He simply quietly named a figure. 5,000. Cutting the price in half like that, such a bold bargaining tactic would be considered half a success in other places. But in this antique market, Chen Feng, don't act impulsively. These scrap metal pieces aren't even worth 1,000 yuan, and you're spending 5,000? This is bad. Chen Feng hasn't even made any money yet, and he's already starting to spend it. Does he really think he can find a genuine antique? It's all our fault. We've been bashing Chen Feng online every day, causing him to lose his senses and become overly eager to win. Spending 5,000 on this junk? This is going to be a stain on his resume for life. Shocking. The once wealthiest man in the country has been swindled by an antique dealer, a sign of his impending downfall. The audience has no idea that Chen Feng's real target is the Qin Emperor's tiger seal. At least in their eyes, Chen Feng's behavior is utterly foolish. After all, no one would spend 50,000 yuan on so-called antiques from a street stall. At that moment, the vendor, who had been somewhat disappointed by Chen Feng's haggling, immediately agreed when he heard the price deal. Although he had cut the price in half, it was still a huge profit for the vendor. Selling something he bought for a few hundred yuan for 50,000 yuan was more than enough for the vendor, who now regarded Chen Feng as a naive fool who didn't know any better. Chen Feng turned to the camera crew behind him and asked, "I bought these antiques using the show's initial budget. If they sell for a high price, does that count as my profit?" Chen Feng wanted to clarify this. After all, Li Xiuhai had personally called yesterday, and Chen Feng wouldn't let those British people come out on top. The camera crew hesitated for a moment before answering, "Sure." The rules were clear: use the initial funding of 1 million to make as much money as possible, as long as it wasn't illegal. Buying antiques is at most a bit of a shortcut, but it's not illegal. Immediately, Chen Feng struck a deal with the vendor and transferred 5,000 over. At that moment, the audience was all frustrated. The richest man's diary. Today is the first day I've seriously tried to make money. Today's earnings, 50,000. Feeling sorry for Chen Feng, the big shot. He's being taken advantage of and still counting the money for them. I don't get it. Has Chen Feng lost his mind? Could there really be genuine antiques among this junk? I don't understand the world of the big shots. They can spend money recklessly all the time, but now is not the time. If the British win, Chen Feng will be the one blamed. Maybe he's gotten used to being rich. Now he's so poor he can only use 1 million, and it's barely enough. What the hell is he talking about being poor with only 1 million? I don't even have $100 to my name. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz business car drove up from outside the antique market. As it passed by Chen Feng, the car came to a stop. An elderly man got out of the car, looking excited. The surrounding vendors, upon seeing the old man, all looked at him with respect. Shangguan Lao Yezi. This old man was none other than Shangguan. Back then, Shangguan had tried to buy the painting from Chen Feng's livestream for a hefty sum, but Chen Feng had refused. "Mr. Chen, I never expected you to come to the antique market." Shangguan greeted Chen Feng excitedly. His antique appraisal shop was located deep within the antique market, and upon entering, he caught sight of Chen Feng at a glance. This made Shang Guanwen extremely excited. Previously, Shang Guanwen had wanted to contact Chen Feng to take a look at the antiques in his home. However, Chen Feng had gone to the Sun Never Sets Empire, so the matter was put on hold. Finally, after Chen Feng returned from the Sun Never Sets Empire, news came that over 8 million pieces of antiques had been transported back from there. Shang Guanwen had just returned from the venue. "Who are you?" Chen Feng looked at Shang Guanwen with some confusion, as he did not recognize him. Shang Guanwen spoke politely, "Mr. Chen, I am the owner of an antique shop. I once saw you in a live stream and have long admired you. I had planned to pay you a visit, but I never expected to meet you here." "Oh. So you're a fan. Then there's nothing else to discuss." Seeing Chen Feng's cold demeanor, Shang Guanwen didn't get angry but asked, "Mr. Chen, what brings you to this antique street?" Suddenly, Shang Guanwen noticed the item in Chen Feng's hand and said to the vendor, "Selling counterfeit goods is one thing, but selling them to Mr. Chen? Do you want to continue working in the antique market?" The stall owner, hearing Shang Guanwen's words, grew fearful. Shang Guanwen was someone he knew. In this antique market, Shang Guanwen held an extremely high status and was on friendly terms with some well-known antique experts in the country. Such a figure was not someone he could afford to offend. "Mr. Shangguan, I was blind to your true worth. I will return the money to Mr. Chen immediately." The stall owner was visibly shaken and immediately tried to refund the money. However, he was stopped by Chen Feng, who was standing nearby. "No need to return it," Chen Feng said calmly. "Return the money? Aren't you cutting off my livelihood?" The Qin Emperor's tiger token worth hundreds of millions would have to be returned to someone else. "Mr. Chen, this..." Seeing Chen Feng's response, Shang Guanwen didn't dare to say much more. He knew very well that most of the antique dealers in this area were scammers, making a living by buying old items for a few dollars and then selling them at inflated prices to unsuspecting buyers. Some even go as far as passing off modern crafts as antiques and selling them to unsuspecting buyers. This was something that really bothered Shang Guanwen. However, such matters involve too much at stake and affect too many people to be eradicated completely. One could only turn a blind eye. Fortunately, people nowadays aren't easily fooled, and few fall victim to such scams. Shang Guanwen then said, "Mr. Chen, may I take a look at the items you purchased? If they are counterfeit, I am willing to help you recover your losses." Shang Guanwen's enthusiasm made Chen Feng feel a bit uneasy, but he still handed over the items he had just purchased. After all, he had purchased the Qin Huanghu Fu, and if he wanted to sell it, he would need to have it appraised by a professional institution. Since there was a free laborer available, why not take advantage of it? Plus, with the live stream recording everything, it would prove he hadn't faked anything. Shang Guanwen took the items Chen Feng handed him and began examining each one carefully. In truth, Shang Guanwen was also curious to know how Chen Feng had suddenly decided to buy antiques at such a small stall. Could there be something genuine? Shang Guanwen didn't think Chen Feng was the type to be easily fooled. A bronze sword? The traces of forgery are too obvious. It's clearly a modern replica. The blue and white porcelain bowl had a Yuan dynasty seal on the bottom, but the craftsmanship was too intricate. Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain didn't have such intricate craftsmanship. It was likely produced on a modern assembly line. This one is also fake. 4 antique items in a row, and Shang Guanwen could tell they were fake without any professional equipment. Keep in mind that Chen Feng had only purchased 5 antiques in total. When Shang Guanwen saw the Qin Emperor's tiger seal, his brows furrowed. This Qin Huanghu Fu, from its appearance, seemed more fake than the other 4 antiques. However, when Shang Guanwen saw the text on the tiger's back, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The symbol of the military, heaven is the emperor, earth is the soldier. All soldiers of the Qin realm who see this symbol must respect it, light the beacon fires, raise the smoke signals, and go to war. As a leading expert in the field of antiques, Shang Guanwen had studied ancient texts extensively, so he was able to recognize the characters on the tiger's back. The Qin Emperor's tiger symbol. Shang Guanwen couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Chapter 81: Eagle Nation's Doubts, Dishonorable Tricks. The Qin Emperor's tiger symbol? What's that? Is it that impressive? Could Chen Feng have really stumbled upon a valuable artifact? I recognize this old man. He's the owner of the Antique Appraisal Pavilion and reportedly a member of the Antique Association. Seeing the old man's expression, the item Chen Feng bought seems to be quite valuable. The Qin Emperor's tiger seal? Could it be the tiger seal from the Qin dynasty? Holy crap, that's what a tiger token looks like? I'm not well educated, so don't try to fool me here. It's said that someone once collected a pair of tiger tokens from the Warring States period and Wen Ti sold them for hundreds of millions. When the viewers in the live stream heard Shang Guanwen mention the Qin Emperor's tiger seal, question marks popped up in their heads. In their minds, they didn't know much about tiger tokens. They only knew that it was an ancient military token used by generals to dispatch troops. As for its value, they knew nothing about it. At that moment, Shang Guanwen held the Qin Emperor's tiger seal in his hands trembling slightly. Others were unaware of the value of the Qin Emperor's tiger symbol, but Shang Guanwen was well aware of its significance. Most importantly, this Qin Emperor's tiger seal was very likely once held in the hands of Emperor Qin Shi Huang himself. This is the genuine Qin Emperor's tiger seal. The text engraved on its tiger-shaped back clearly records its purpose. Shang Guanwen spoke tremblingly. Heaven is the emperor, earth is the army. The soldiers of Qin, upon seeing this token, must obey it. Just this one sentence alone caused the value of the Qin Emperor's tiger seal to skyrocket beyond measure. Other tiger symbols on Earth were either used to mobilize an army or to mobilize soldiers from a specific region, more akin to traditional tiger symbols. But this Qin Emperor's tiger token is different. In history, the Qin Emperor's tiger seal was held by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, granting him the authority to mobilize all soldiers across the entire Qin Empire. In other words, whoever possessed this tiger token effectively controlled the entire Qin army. The significance of this is self-evident. It is truly terrifying. Is this thing very valuable, old Master Shang Guan? Beside him, the vendor noticed Shang Guanwen's excitement and felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something was amiss. Earlier, he had thought he was making a profit, but now he no longer believed that. If this were a genuine antique sold for $5,000, he'd be crying his eyes out. Shang Guanwen glanced at the vendor and said hesitantly, "This Qin Emperor's tiger seal isn't the real one. Otherwise, it wouldn't be made of bronze." Upon hearing Shang Guanwen's words, the stall owner sighed in relief. Since it wasn't a genuine Qin Emperor's tiger seal, he didn't feel too bad about it. But then Shang Guanwen added, "Although this Qin Emperor's tiger seal isn't a genuine one, it must be an antique from the Qin dynasty. The tiger's back is inscribed with small seal script characters, and besides the characters, there are some ancient patterns. Modern people would need to understand these to replicate it." If there are no surprises, this Qin Emperor's tiger token was used by Emperor Qin Shi Huang for sacrificial rituals to the heavens. Its significance is no less than that of a genuine tiger token. Its estimated value is around 100 million. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Such a small tiger token is worth 100 million? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Beside him, the vendor heard the last sentence and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A Qin Emperor's tiger token worth 100 million yuan had been sold by him for just 5,000 yuan. At that moment, the vendor regretted it so much he wanted to die. However, the transaction had already been completed, and the Qin Emperor's tiger token no longer belonged to him. Moreover, there were so many people watching around. Even if he wanted to back out, there was no way he could. Holy crap! 100 million? Are you kidding me? I specifically looked it up earlier, and the Qin Emperor's tiger seal is indeed worth that much. After all, it was once used by Emperor Qin Shi Huang to command the imperial troops, and its value is immeasurable. Luckily, this was just an offering, not the real thing. The real one is probably still in the Qin Emperor's mausoleum. If it were the real one, it would probably start at 10 digits. Chen Feng is so awesome. Turns out we've been the fools all along. Who dares to call Chen Feng a fool now? Spending 50,000 yuan to buy a Qin Emperor's tiger seal worth 100 million yuan, this is an absolute comeback. I just took a look at the live stream next door. After working hard for a week, they've only made 35.2 million. Compared to Chen Feng, there's still a bit of a gap. Ha, I knew Chen Feng was so confident he must have seen everything coming. Do you think this might be a setup with actors hired by Chen Feng? I feel like the British side won't acknowledge it. It's possible. After all, antiques are so vague in value, the British definitely won't acknowledge it. In the livestream, the audience was utterly shocked after seeing Chen Feng spend 50,000 yuan to buy an antique worth over 100 million yuan. They had originally thought Chen Feng had been scammed, but never expected such a stunning reversal. If it's true, that would completely overtake the Eagle country's efforts for an entire week. Of course, that's assuming the British acknowledge it. Moreover, some viewers found the previous scene highly suspicious. Walking into an antique market and randomly finding a stall where you can buy an antique worth 100 million yuan? The odds of that happening are probably no better than finding a needle in a haystack, right? Setting up a precious antique in advance and then pretending to buy it yourself makes everything seem plausible. Such a coincidence is hard to believe. At that moment, Bruz watched the live stream of Chen Feng's broadcast and sneered disdainfully, using such a cheap trick? I doubt the antique is even real. Seeing the scene in the live stream, Bruz instinctively felt it was fake. This tactic seemed extremely fake to them. It was just a matter of hiring a few actors. Immediately, Bruz dialed the official phone number of Eagle Country and reported the situation. The other party responded swiftly. Antique market. Chen Feng retrieved the Qin Emperor's tiger seal without batting an eye at the astonishment of the crowd. In Chen Feng's eyes, this was merely a minor demonstration of his abilities. Being able to recognize the value of any investment put Chen Feng in an unbeatable position from the start. It could be said that no matter what business Chen Feng engaged in, he could always make a profit without any losses. This is why Chen Feng was able to accumulate wealth that shocked the world in such a short time. High risk? No panic. Chen Feng fears no risks. Although Chun Fong has become much more low-key nowadays, the covert networks he has established are gradually eroding the global economy. If it weren't for the fear of being too ruthless, which could lead to countries resorting to desperate counterattacks, Chun Fong might have already controlled 90% of the world's wealth before he went into seclusion. Ding! At that moment, the phone of the person following him rang. The cameraman answered the call and, looking troubled, said to Chun Fong, "Mr. Chen, the director just called. They said that the Eagle Nation is sending their antique experts to authenticate the authenticity of this antique." Clearly, Eagle Country had learned of the news and acted swiftly. Chen Fong remained calm and said, "All right, have them send someone over." Chen Fong was well aware of Eagle Country's ulterior motives. However, Chen Fong didn't care, as the Qin Emperor's tiger token in his possession was genuine and not a fake. He looked down on such fraudulent practices. Soon, Chen Fong left the antique market and headed to the television station's conference room to wait for the experts sent by the Eagle Nation. There were also some notary officials present. Before long, a foreigner walked into the conference room. The foreigner was dressed in a sharp suit, with a slick-back hairstyle, his hair shiny and well-groomed. "Mr. Chen, hello. I am Tom, the representative from Eagle Country. I am here to authenticate the antique you recently purchased from the antique market." As he spoke, Tom glanced at the Qin Emperor's tiger seal on the table. Tom was a well-known antique expert in Eagle Country, and since he happened to be in Yanjing, he was directly invited by Eagle Country. In truth, Tom's expertise in Xia Kingdom antiques was not particularly profound, but he had been tasked by Eagle Nation with a specific mission. Regardless of the authenticity of the antique, the final conclusion must be that it was a fake. The Eagle Nation's intentions were simple: they wanted the result, not the truth. Even if the Qin Emperor's tiger seal were genuine, it must be declared fake. As long as a preconceived impression is created, the mission is considered complete. Afterward, Chen Fong would have to spend a long time trying to reverse this impression. By the time the one-month challenge period ended, even if the antique turned out to be genuine and of great value, it would be too late. Tom stepped forward, holding the Qin Emperor's tiger seal in his hands. With years of experience in antiques, Tom immediately sensed that the Qin Emperor's tiger seal was no ordinary artifact. If he had discovered such an antique under normal circumstances, Tom would have examined it carefully. However, despite his initial positive impression of the Qin Emperor's tiger seal, he didn't want to show it too obviously. After pretending to study the Qin Emperor's tiger seal for a while, Tom said confidently, "Mr. Chen, I'm afraid I have to tell you that this antique is a fake." As soon as Tom finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream were all in an uproar. What the heck? It's a fake? Oh no, this is bad. He got caught with a fake by his enemy. This is bad. This is a live stream. If it's a fake, does that mean everything that happened at the antique market was just an act? I don't believe it. Even if Chen Fong is acting, he wouldn't use a fake, right? Facts speak louder than words. I just checked, and Tom is a well-known antique expert from the UK. He wouldn't lie, would he? We're doomed. Chen Fong is going to be publicly humiliated. Fake. This left many viewers in disbelief. After all, in their eyes, Chen Fong had no reason to use a fake to deceive people. However, they couldn't refute the appraisal of an antique expert. At that moment, Chen Fong remained calm, looking at Tom and asking, "Are you speaking on your own behalf or on behalf of Eagle Country?" Tom, upon hearing Chen Feng's question, replied with a mocking expression, "Regardless of who I represent, this is definitely a fake. Are you threatening me?" Tom wasn't afraid of Chen Feng's threats. He had already received an official promise from the Eagle Nation. Once the matter was settled, he would not only receive a generous reward from the Eagle Nation but also be protected by it. If you're representing the Eagle Nation, it only proves that the Eagle Nation's methods are too despicable. And if you're representing yourself, then you're unworthy of being an antique expert. Chen Fong remained calm, his expression tinged with a hint of mockery. Chen Fong was fully aware that the Qin Emperor's tiger seal was undoubtedly genuine. Yet the man before him, Tom, was so certain that the Qin Emperor's tiger seal was a forgery. There were only two possibilities. First, Tom is a fraud who has stolen someone else's reputation. The second possibility was that Tom had been instructed by the Eagle Nation to smear his own reputation. However, it was clear that the latter was the more likely scenario. What do you mean? Are you accusing me of intentionally slandering you? Or are you implying that my expertise is inferior to yours? You're just putting on a show to win the challenge. Using such methods is truly despicable, Tom said with righteous indignation. The other notaries present remained silent, with some in deep contemplation. Now it seems that Tom has a point. The Qin Emperor's tiger seal was too ethereal and vague, with very few historical records, only mentioned in some obscure historical texts. This has led many experts in ancient artifacts to have never heard of the Qin Emperor's tiger seal. Impressive. You British really will stop at nothing to win. Chen Fong didn't get angry. After finishing his words, he clapped his hands, and the door to the meeting room opened. Several people walked in from outside. These individuals hailed from all corners of the globe, their status surpassing even Tom's, and they all shared a common profession: antique experts. Originally, Chen Feng had found it quite challenging to gather so many experts in such a short time. However, it so happened that 8 million antique artifacts had been transported back to Xia Kingdom, attracting the attention of countless antique experts who rushed to the scene. This is why Chen Feng was able to gather so many antique experts. At that moment, Tom's face turned pale upon seeing these people arrive. Chapter 82: The Conspiracy Unveiled, The Shamelessness of Eagle Nation. Inside the meeting room, top antique experts from various countries entered the room, causing Tom's face to turn dark. Each of these individuals held a prominent position in the global archaeological community. Now gathered together, Tom felt completely at a loss. Tom was well aware that if these experts were to authenticate the Qin Emperor's tiger token, they would undoubtedly uncover his lie, and his reputation would be ruined. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Tom's back. He regretted taking on this job, feeling as though he had thrown himself into a pit of fire. He had thought that, as the only antique expert present, he could say whatever he wanted. But now? 13? This was going to be the end of him. At that moment, Chen Feng remained calm and composed as he turned to Tom and said in a steady voice, "Speak up. Who sent you here?" Chen Feng had already anticipated this situation. Given Eagle Nation's character, they would certainly resort to underhanded tactics. As a superpower, they would never hesitate to use any means necessary to achieve their goals. However, it was clear that Chen Feng had already prepared for this. With so many antique experts present, a single Tom couldn't stir up much trouble. "Don't slander me, these people must be in cahoots with you." Though Tom felt a bit afraid, he clenched his teeth and refused to back down. After all, if he admitted to forgery, not only would his reputation be ruined, but the British side might also hold him responsible. "Tom, I never expected you to resort to such underhanded tactics. It's a disgrace to the field of archaeology. How much did they pay you to stir up trouble here?" "Ha, slander you? Just wait until I finish appraising this antique, and then you'll see if I'm slandering you or not. We're the top antique experts from all over the world. We don't need to slander you. If you say we're colluding, you'll have to compensate us, unless you're representing the Eagle Nation." When faced with Tom, these antique experts didn't give him any face. After all, they haven't been bought off by the Eagle Nation. Moreover, to study the precious antiques brought back from the Sun Never Sets Museum, one must obtain Chen Feng's approval. Therefore, at this critical juncture, they won't collude with the Eagle Nation to slander Chen Feng. Most importantly, they are seasoned antique experts in this field, having dedicated their lives to the antique industry. Such old-fashioned people wouldn't abandon their moral principles for some temptations. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were also filled with confusion. What the heck? I feel like the antique experts Eagle Country brought in are suspicious. Did he just identify the fake item just to challenge the victory and slander Chen Feng, the big shot? It's possible. After all, what wouldn't the British do? That's despicable. I almost believed it. Thank goodness Chen Feng invited so many antique experts, otherwise, buying a fake would have become a reality. Shameful. Using such underhanded tactics, I knew Chen Feng must have bought a fake. Now that he's been exposed in public, I wonder what face the Eagle Nation has left to continue the competition. As the audience buzzed with speculation, the antique experts Chen Feng had invited turned their attention to the antique on the conference table. The Qin Emperor's tiger seal was still somewhat unfamiliar to these foreign antique experts. However, these experts were highly knowledgeable and had some understanding of Xia dynasty history. After all, there are many Xia dynasty antiques circulating around the world. While the antique experts were carefully appraising the items, Tom, standing nearby, was extremely flustered. What should he do? Stand here and wait to die? Tom knew that if he continued to wait like this, he was doomed. Without hesitation, Tom found a corner and dialed a number. "Hello, the situation is a bit unusual. Chen Feng has invited over a dozen antique experts from around the world. I've already authenticated the antique and it should be genuine." Tom quickly explained the current situation over the phone. The person on the other end of the line remained silent for a moment before speaking, questioned the authenticity of these antique experts. "Under no circumstances should you admit to the transaction between us. Otherwise, the truth will come out, and you know the consequences." After saying that, the person on the other end hung up. This left Tom stunned in his spot. What does that mean? Are you telling me to go up against 13 top antique experts alone? This isn't a joke, is it? However, Tom had no choice but to comply. If he revealed the identity of the person behind him, he feared he might not even know how he would die. Soon, after nearly an hour of agonizing waiting, Tom felt as though he were awaiting execution. Finally, one by one, the antique experts reluctantly put down the Qin Emperor's tiger token in their hands, with a hint of reluctance in their eyes. At that moment, one of the experts said, "After our appraisal, this antique is from over 2,000 years ago, during the Qin dynasty. It is not a fake but an authentic piece. Due to its uniqueness, its market value should be around 100 million. As the words fell, everyone turned to look at Tom, their expressions filled with mockery. "Mr. Tom, please explain." The show's director coldly asked Tom. Allowing Tom to blatantly forge an artifact is a dereliction of duty on the part of the production team. If Tom had succeeded in slandering Chen Feng, the entire production team would be criticized to death afterward. Tom looked around at everyone staring at him, feeling scared, but he shouted loudly, "You're all in cahoots. You're all slandering me. Once I leave, I'll expose your fraudulent behavior." Tom bit back, leaving everyone speechless. At this point, they're still trying to hold on? Tom's words directly enraged the antique experts from those countries. Nonsense. I'm from France. By slandering me, you're slandering France. That's right, accusing us of forgery? Don't you fear that our countries will pursue this further? By slandering us like this, you'll have no place in the archaeological community of any country from now on. Tom, with just that statement, I'll sue you for defamation. The antique experts were all extremely angry. Their words made Tom a little afraid. He's just an antique expert with no real power. If he really offends the countries behind these people, he might as well give up his career. However, thinking about the Eagle Nation's promise, he felt slightly reassured. Just then, the conference room door opened and an Eagle Nation representative walked in, none other than Mr. Bruz, the representative from Eagle Nation. Mr. Bruz, they've all colluded together. These are clearly fakes, yet they claim they're genuine. Upon seeing Bruz, Tom rushed over as if he had seen a savior. But Bruz gave Tom a disdainful glance and then addressed everyone present. "Everyone, I apologize. We just received word that this man, Tom, is a fraud and lacks the qualifications to authenticate antiques. We approached him out of negligence on our part." These words left everyone stunned. How could you say such a thing? Even a blind person could tell you hired an actor. Tom froze, stammering, "Mr. Bruz, what's going on?" He hadn't expected that Bruz hadn't come to help him, but to distance himself from him. This left Tom feeling utterly betrayed, as if he had been abandoned by the British. He desperately wanted to shout the truth to everyone, but he dared not. After all, once the words were out, the Eagle Nation authorities would certainly not let him off the hook. "Get out of here! How dare you deceive us? We'll settle this with you later," Bruz said angrily to Tom. In truth, Bruz was also worried that Tom might betray the Eagle Nation, which would put him in a very awkward position. Sometimes, as long as you don't speak it aloud, even if everyone knows the truth, what does it matter? In the live stream, professional translators were translating their words, allowing all the viewers to understand what was happening. Holy crap, this is such a severe distortion of the facts. Who would believe that Tom is an actor hired by Eagle Nation? If the financial elites on Wall Street lose, will the Eagle Nation government say it's just Wall Street acting on its own, with no connection to the government? That's highly possible. This blame shifting is way too obvious. The dirty tricks failed, now they're just shifting the blame. Suddenly, that antique expert from earlier seems so pitiful, just discarded so ruthlessly. I've only ever heard about this online before, but seeing it happen live is still shocking. A superpower, and this is all they've got? As expected, the ultimate winner is still Chen Feng, the big boss. A value of 100 million, that's more than what those British financial elites could earn by working their asses off for a week. Having overtaken them, I feel like Chen Feng the big shot will become a slacker again. At that moment, Chen Feng couldn't care less about the farce unfolding before him. After all, it didn't harm his interests, and it only left the Eagle Nation side scrambling. Just as Chen Feng was about to leave, Bruz suddenly spoke up, "Everyone, I think the challenges in this 5th round of the game are a bit too lenient." These words immediately drew everyone's attention. Everyone knew that Bruz was looking for an excuse. Bruz continued, "Antiques are too vague in value. It's like having an ordinary stone, and someone else is willing to pay $1 million for it. Does that make the stone worth $1 million? Without a clear price point, I don't think these antiques can be considered the funds we've earned in this round of the challenge. Otherwise, Mr. Chen Feng could simply buy another antique, have others bid on it, or even stage a performance himself." Suddenly, Bruz's words angered some of the Xia people present. What does that mean? Can't afford to lose? After finally earning 1 billion, are you now going to renege on the deal? The director stepped forward and said, "There was no such rule before the challenge began. Now you're bringing it up at the last minute, that's not fair." Upon hearing this, Bruz laughed and said, "We thought your Xia Kingdom program should be more rigorous and wouldn't have such oversights. We didn't expect this." This time, Bruz had come prepared and made thorough arrangements in advance. "No matter what you say, you can't let Chen Feng's antique purchase today count. Otherwise, wouldn't all their efforts over the past few days have been in vain? Moreover, the outcome of the competition would become highly uncertain. What they want isn't possibility, it's certainty. Shameful. Absolutely shameful. This is clearly targeting Chen Feng, the big shot. We absolutely cannot agree. Otherwise, the 1 billion Chen Feng earned wouldn't count?" Suddenly, I understand how shameless the people of Eagle Country are, so underhanded. Backroom deals. Backroom deals. They manipulate stocks behind the scenes and don't say a word, but they can't stand seeing others make money? Really, they stop at nothing to win. I can't stand it anymore. If we can't buy antiques anymore, does that mean Chen Feng will have to start trading stocks too? But we're already a week behind. The viewers in the live stream were furious after hearing what Bruz said. Earlier, they might have thought the Eagle Nation was here to compete seriously, but they never expected that this was just the beginning, already resorting to underhanded tactics. They're practically on par with the people from the Stick Nation. They're also very worried that the 100 million Chin Fong just earned 1T be counted as legitimate earnings. At that moment, Chen Fong remained calm and said, "Alright, but how can you guarantee that you won't use the same excuse in the future?" Bruz heard Chen Feng's words and immediately perked up. Rest assured, antiques are difficult to appraise. Mr. Chen, as long as there's no fraud involved, we'll never question it. As long as this matter is resolved, Bruz would consider his mission accomplished. Moreover, the Eagle Nation had also suffered a loss this time and had already prepared to secretly send people to track Chen Fong to prevent such opportunities from arising again. Alright. Chen Fong put away the Qin Emperor's tiger seal and left the place, choosing not to continue arguing with Bruz. This time, Chen Fong wanted the other party to admit defeat wholeheartedly, to lose completely. Otherwise, if there were any disputes, the Eagle Nation might find a reason to claim victory in the end. Chapter 83, Sweeping the Jade Carving Workshop. The antique scandal had left many spectators furious. After all, the situation had already turned in their favor, yet the Eagle Nation was refusing to concede. This was unacceptable to many, who took to the internet to vent their frustration at the Eagle Nation. What the hell? That's way too underhanded. They won't even count the antique Chen Fong bought as part of the profits. Chen Fong bought himself nothing but loneliness? I think the Eagle Country people are just sore losers. They're even resorting to cheating. I'm truly impressed. They went through all that trouble, even sending people to frame Chen Fong, clearly not wanting him to win. To be fair, Chen Fong is still the real deal. He didn't even bother to take it seriously and just agreed. It's like seeing Chen Feng's confidence again. To be honest, even if Chen Fong let them have an advantage, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. I think Chen Fong is completely confident and unfazed. The trash from Eagle Country can only rage in frustration. Richest Man's Diary, today's income, 50,000. The audience is now fully supporting Chen Fong. If before they had merely viewed this challenge as an entertainment program, the subtle influence of recent days has made them realize that this challenge is equivalent to a showdown between Xia and Eagle nations. The honor of the nation is on the line in this challenge, and it's being displayed in all its glory. Especially on some foreign online platforms, many Eagle Country citizens are mocking Xia Country for overestimating its capabilities. This has left many Xia people deeply outraged. However, they have no grounds for retaliation, as Chen Fong has not made any significant moves in recent days. Every day, he was just accompanying Mu Qian on shopping and dining trips. Rarely, Chen Fong managed to acquire an antique worth 100 million, only to have it fraudulently claimed by the British. However, this has become a means to mock the British. For a time, the entire internet was flooded with news about the Eagle Nation's fraudulent activities. However, the Eagle Nation didn't bother to respond. First, this was happening on Xia's internet, and such comments were rare in Eagle Country, so there was no need to pay attention. Second, they had indeed engaged in fraud and dared not get entangled in this matter further. Even that so-called antique expert named Tom had been quietly removed from the public eye by the Eagle Nation's official authorities, to prevent him from turning against them and smearing the Eagle Nation's reputation. The next day, in a small car heading toward the outskirts of Beijing, Chen Fong was sitting in the back seat. Yesterday's events didn't faze Chen Fong much. He didn't care if they tried to shift the blame, he simply didn't care. There are many ways to make money, and there are many ways to make money quickly. It doesn't necessarily have to be by buying antiques. Moreover, antiques are too easy to forge and are likely to arouse suspicion, possibly even intentional deception. Therefore, Chen Fong had chosen a different investment method today. Mr. Chen, why did you suddenly decide to go gambling today? And at a gambling site run by the Eagle Nation? In the front seat were Shang Guanwen and his grandson, Shang Guanhao. Today, Shang Guanwen visited Chen Fong to take a look at the antiques in Chen Feng's home and the Qin Emperor's tiger token that Chen Fong had just acquired yesterday. They happened to run into Chen Fong as he was about to leave, so they offered to drive him. Investment, after all. Since antiques aren't working out, why not try jade gambling? It's still a form of investment. Chen Fong said calmly. Jade gambling and antiques are similar in that, with the system, Chen Fong could see the investment return rate. The saying one cut to heaven, one cut to hell holds no weight in Chen Feng's mind. As long as Chen Fong is willing, every cut can be heaven. Moreover, he specifically chose a jade gambling house run by British people this time, both to shut them up and for other purposes. This way, no one could accuse him of putting on a show. Mr. Chen, I've heard from a friend that this jade stone gambling house is pretty good. The quality of the raw stones is excellent, supposedly brought from a jade mine in northern Myanmar by British people. Many people have gambled on them and gotten good jade, though the prices are a bit high. Shang Guanhao, who was driving, spoke up. As a second-generation wealthy individual from Yanjing, Shang Guanhao had heard of such places before. Even if he hadn't been there himself, he'd heard his friends talk about it. No problem. Chen Fong said casually. With only 950,000 yuan left in his initial funds, it was more than enough for Chen Feng. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were all a bit confused. Ever since Chen Feng left home this morning, they had a big question on their minds. Chen Feng is going to gamble on Jade? Chen Feng, the big shot, don't joke around. You're actually going to gamble on Jade, and at a Jade gambling house run by the Eagle Nation people? Isn't this just handing the Eagles a gift on a silver platter? I'm sure the Eagles will find some underhanded tricks to play behind the scenes once they find out. Don't say that, I completely trust Chen Feng, the big shot. This time, he's definitely going to come back with a big haul. Gambling on Jade is way too risky. This stuff isn't like antiques that can be appraised. Those raw stones look just like ordinary rocks, who knows if there's any jade inside? Apparently, even with today's technology, it's hard to detect if there's jade inside the raw stones. It's pure luck. Although the risks are high, I believe in Chen Feng. People still have a lot of faith in Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng has achieved so many impossible feats. For example, going to an antique market to buy antiques. Could an ordinary person buy an antique worth $100 million on their first try? But Chen Feng did it. 10 o'clock. Chen Feng arrived at his destination by car. Before him stood a massive building, lavishly decorated. At the entrance, dozens of luxury cars were parked, and the area was bustling with people. Even in this suburban area, it was a thriving place. In fact, this area is specifically designated for Jade Stone gambling. In addition to the Jade gambling houses run by Eagle Country nationals, there were also many others operated by different groups. The presence of these gambling houses had made the area extremely bustling. The crowd was mostly made up of gamblers who were passionate about Jade gambling. Mr. Chen, we've arrived. This Jack Jade Stone gambling house is one of the largest Jade Stone gambling houses in this area, operated by Eagle Country nationals. Shangguan Hao parked the car at the entrance of Jack's Jade gambling shop. Everyone got out of the car, and a staff member immediately greeted them enthusiastically. Gentlemen, are you here to gamble on Jade? The attendant asked enthusiastically. Yes, we'll go in on our own. Shangguan Hao said to the attendant. After speaking, everyone walked straight into Jack's Jade cutting shop. As soon as they entered the gambling den, the surrounding area was filled with chaotic noise. In the center of the first floor, the space was arranged like a garden, with variously shaped stones displayed everywhere. In front of each stone was a price tag indicating its value. Around them, gamblers were examining the stones and discussing their merits. Among them, a significant portion were jade merchants who either gambled on stones or purchased them for resale. For example, if someone gambles on a stone and discovers a high-quality piece of jade, antique dealers will immediately offer to buy it, polish it, and resell it for several times the original price. Another group consists of wealthy businessmen who come here for the thrill of gambling on stones, seeking a new experience and the excitement of the gamble. These individuals are the main customers of the gambling hall. These individuals are generally very generous with their money but have little to no experience in gambling on jade, resulting in them losing 9 out of 10 times and rarely making a profit. As for the remaining small group, they are simply here out of curiosity, observing the process, which also indirectly helps to boost the popularity of the gambling house. Mr. Chen, should we find someone knowledgeable to guide us? Shangguan asked Chen Feng from the side. Jade gambling is a skill that requires technical expertise. Some master gamblers can determine whether a raw stone contains jade simply by examining its surface. Moreover, antiques and jade gambling are completely different concepts. Someone who understands antiques doesn't necessarily understand gemstone gambling. Therefore, Shangguan didn't have much faith in Chen Feng. No need. Chen Feng refused and walked straight toward a piece of stone. Price, 50,000. The stone in front of him was no bigger than a fist and didn't look much different from an ordinary stone. However, on one side of the stone, there was a crack, and a faint green color could be seen through it. Brother, this stone is no ordinary stone. The green color emerging from the crack suggests it might be jade, and if mined, it would be worth far more than 50,000. As Chen Feng stopped in front of the raw stone, a young man darted out from beside him and said to Chen Feng, "Not just 5,000? Why don't you buy it then?" At that moment, Shangguan Hao stepped forward and retorted directly. The man hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't have that much money, otherwise, I would have bought it already." After saying that, the man walked away. Shangguan Hao said, "Mr. Chen, this person is probably a shill working for this Jade Stone gambling house, specifically there to trick people into buying raw stones. Such people exist in every Jade Stone gambling house. These scammers will praise the raw stones to the skies, and some people who can't resist the temptation might fall for their tricks and end up buying the stones." Boom. Chen Feng paid no attention and silently activated the system's ability. A list of data appeared before his eyes. Raw stone. Origin, Yenjing. Quality, poor. Price, 50,000. Return on investment, 5 million. Seeing this investment return rate, I thought I must have misread it. A negative 5 million% return on investment is terrifying enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. So this raw stone priced at 50,000 is actually worthless. It's clearly a counterfeit product. Moreover, the marked place of origin is Yanjiang, which further confirms Chen Feng's suspicion. Chen Feng had never heard of any jade mines in Yanjiang. It's clear that this raw stone was probably just a random rock picked up by the jade gambling shop and shaped to look like a raw stone. Can raw stones be counterfeited too? Chen Feng couldn't help but ask. Beside him, Shang Guanwen said, the jade gambling business is even more shady than the antique trade. Faking raw jade isn't impossible, but most jade gambling shops wouldn't use such methods. If they were discovered, it would ruin their reputation. Indeed, the cost of counterfeiting raw stones isn't very high. Anyone with a little technical skill can easily fake it. However, once such counterfeit raw stones are discovered, it would severely damage the reputation of the gambling shop. Generally, only small-time gambling shops resort to such methods to defraud people. After all, these raw stones have an appealing appearance and are easily noticed by buyers. But unfortunately, it's precisely those who don't understand that fall for it. Those who truly know raw stones can immediately tell they're fake. Upon hearing Shang Guanwen's words, Chen Feng didn't say much and instead turned his attention to the other raw stones on this level. After about half an hour, Chen Feng quickly scanned all the raw stones on the floor. However, this left Chen Feng deeply disappointed. The raw stones on this floor were all of very poor quality. The highest return on investment was no more than 500. Nevertheless, adhering to his principle of not letting anything slip through, Chen Feng purchased all the raw stones on the first floor with an ROI of 10 or higher. Sweeping through the entire gemstone gambling house was Chen Feng's objective. This was also why Chen Feng was so determined to come to the gemstone gambling hall run by the Eagle Nation people. At that moment, the staff members following Chen Feng around the gemstone gambling hall were also extremely surprised. Sir, are you going to take all these raw stones? Are you going to take them back or open them here? The staff asked. Just cut them open. Chen Feng said calmly. Chen Feng spent a total of 70,000 yuan to purchase 8 raw stones, with the most expensive one costing 30,000 yuan and the cheapest 2,000 yuan. Such a bold move immediately drew the attention of all the gamblers in the jade carving workshop. Holy crap, buying 8 raw stones at once? This guy is going to lose a fortune. That raw stone is full of holes, how could there be jade inside? This guy is just buying it for fun, right? With that kind of money, he should go to other jade gambling houses. Jack's Jade Gambling House is notorious for being dishonest, having sold many counterfeit items as genuine ones. He must not have been through enough in life to gamble like this. The gamblers weren't impressed by Chen Feng buying 8 raw stones at once. After all, gambling on jade is no joke, one must be cautious to the extreme. Even if you want to buy a single raw stone, you'd probably have to find someone to inspect it first. As for buying 8 raw stones at once, that's probably just gambling on luck. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were also utterly shocked by Chen Feng's actions. Chapter 84, The Jade Stone Workshop is in an uproar. All goods are shipped. What the heck? Is this really gambling on jade, or just restocking inventory? Is gemstone gambling really this reckless? Holy crap, Chen Feng, don't act impulsively. Spending 70,000 like that leaves only 25,000 left. This is a high-stakes gamble. If he loses, this challenge is as good as over. Trying to turn things around with 250,000 is probably as good as dreaming. I believe in Chen Feng, the big shot. In the livestream, the audience was utterly shocked by Chen Feng's actions. Others gamble on jade by buying 1 raw stone at a time, but Chen Feng bought 8 outright. Under normal circumstances, no one would think there's anything wrong with that. After all, Chen Feng has plenty of money and can afford to lose it. But this is a challenge. If he loses, he might end up losing to the British. This was hard for many viewers to accept. By Chen Feng's side, Shang Guanwen also expressed his concerns. Mr. Chen, shouldn't you consider it? No need. Chen Feng remained calm. Chen Feng had already calculated it. The 8 raw stones were worth a total of 700,000 yuan. Based on the return on investment, his total profit should be 80%, which is 560,000 yuan. Though it's not much, Chen Feng had no other choice. It wasn't that Chen Feng couldn't earn more, but that on the first floor of Jack's Jade Stone Shop, this was the maximum profit he could achieve. This truly revealed how ruthless Jack's Jade Stone Shop was. Despite the vast space on the first floor, the total value of the raw stones was in the tens of millions, yet their true value was less than $1 million. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, the group arrived at a massive machine. This machine was specifically designed for cutting raw stones, and customers who had purchased raw stones here would choose to have them cut here. The staff handed the 8 raw stones Chen Feng had purchased to the cutting master, who got straight to work. Amid the piercing noise of the machine, the surface of 1 raw stone was swiftly cut open. This made the onlookers nearby grow tense. As for Chen Feng, the person involved, he remained remarkably calm. After all, Chen Feng had already known the outcome. It's green! It's green! Holy crap, what incredible luck! The first raw stone turned out to be green, which means we've already recouped our investment. Indeed, cutting out green means there must be jade inside. That's amazing. Will the remaining 7 raw stones also yield jade? Impossible. If all 8 raw stones turn out to be valuable, I'll eat these stone chips right here. The customers gathered around began to discuss excitedly. Sure enough, after all the debris was removed, a palm-sized piece of jade emerged, looking incredibly exquisite. "Brother, I'll take this piece of jade. $10,000, will you sell it?" A jade merchant walked up and addressed Chen Feng. 10,000? The price of this raw stone was just 20,000, with a return on investment of 500%, which is exactly the right price. Deal. Chen Feng didn't hesitate and sold the jade stone. Chen Feng had a principle: once the price reached the required return on investment, he would sell it immediately. After all, the highest value was already there. 2,000 becoming 10,000, this is just too lucky. Indeed, gambling on jade can lead to wealth. Now I'm tempted to buy a couple of raw stones to cut open and see what's inside. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Chen Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Buying on this floor? You'll lose your shirt. The best raw stones have already been picked out by myself. Buying here now would be a surefire loss. Soon, the second piece of raw stone was cut open again. A flash of green light appeared. Green. The third raw stone. Green. The fourth raw stone. Green has appeared. The eighth raw stone was cut open, revealing another piece of jade. At that moment, all the guests around were so shocked they couldn't speak. 8 raw stones in a row, all yielding jade. A 100% success rate. This left everyone completely speechless. From their previous mockery, they now only had respect for Chen Feng. This guy is the real deal. You see, in their eyes, they had never seen anyone buy several raw stones at once and have every single one yield jade. Even some jade gambling masters might not be able to do that. Holy crap, all 8 raw stones turned out to be jade. This is definitely a big shot. This isn't just a jade gambling master with such a high accuracy rate, he must have picked out all the good raw stones on this floor. This is a clean sweep. This young guy is too fierce. Jack's jade gambling shop is in trouble today. Thank you, master. I've been looking at a piece of raw stone for almost 3 days, thinking there was something inside, but now it's still there. I can confirm it's just a worthless stone. That's incredible. This young man must be the heir to a jade gambling family. 8 out of 8 pieces sold. Even ordinary jade gambling masters don't have that kind of skill. Chen Feng revealed the jade, and this made the surrounding customers realize one thing. This young man is definitely a terrifying force in disguise. Moreover, Chen Feng has effectively cleared the way for everyone else. The ones he picked were all good, so the remaining ones must all be defective. The staff at the jade carving workshop saw this and quietly left, clearly going to report what had happened. Meanwhile, Chen Feng sold all the jade he had just extracted to the surrounding jade merchants. With an initial investment of 700,000, he ended up making 1,260,000. In just 1 hour, he achieved over a 50% return on investment, a truly lucrative profit. Though it couldn't compare to buying an antique, it was still quite substantial. At least it was faster than making money through stock trading. In the stock market, even if you have exceptional skills, a daily return of 20% or 30% is considered the maximum, and that's after going through various complex operations. Moreover, the larger the capital, the harder it is to manage. Even the financial elites in the UK are only maintaining daily returns of 20% or less, and that's with the support of the UK government. Otherwise, their returns would be even lower. Therefore, Chen Feng didn't follow the British example of entering the stock market to trade stocks. The returns are slow, the payoff is low, and it's completely worthless. If the Eagle Country people knew this, their mindset would probably collapse. At that moment, among the crowd of guests, a man was watching Chen Feng with a peculiar expression. He then sneaked into a corner and made a call. Chapter 85. Eagle Country. 5-star building. In a special department, the minister of the Eagle Nation's Security Bureau, Saras, was working in his office. Recently, Silas had been assigned a task to take full responsibility for matters related to Xia Kingdom, with the primary focus on assisting Bruz in winning the challenge against Chen Feng. In Saras's view, this was a case of making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, the primary focus of the Eagle Nation Security Department has always been safeguarding national security and investigating international terrorist organizations. Now, they were being tasked with serving a challenge within a TV show. However, when Saras saw Chen Feng's appearance in the files, he was utterly shocked. He clearly remembered that Chen Feng had once topped the Eagle Nation Security Department's secret most wanted list, and the entire Eagle Nation had been eager to eliminate him. However, Chen Feng had disappeared, and the manhunt eventually came to nothing. Now, Chen Feng's reappearance made Saras realize that this mission might not be as straightforward as he had imagined. Ding! The phone on the desk rang, and Saras answered it immediately. Director, Chen Feng has arrived at a jade carving shop and has already made a significant profit. The person on the other end of the line reported the situation at Chen Feng's location. This person was sent by the security department to track Chen Feng, with the sole purpose of monitoring his movements and reporting back in real time. Jade Stone Gambling? And it's at a Jade Stone gambling house owned by our Eagle Nation people? Upon hearing this, Silas pondered for a moment and said, "Don't let him keep making money. Otherwise, those useless men under Bruz might lose again." Follow Chen Feng and buy whatever he buys before he does. Don't let him have it too easily. After hanging up the phone, Saras felt it wasn't entirely secure, so he decided to investigate the Jade gambling house personally and contact its owner. However, he did not make the decision to shut down the shop directly, as that would be too obvious a sign of defeat. The issue needed to be resolved, but it had to be handled discreetly. On the other side, at Jack's Jade Stone shop, Chen Feng had already entered the second floor of the Jade Stone gambling house. The shop had a total of 5 floors. The first floor was filled with scrap materials of little value, meant to lure unsuspecting customers. Those who truly understood jade gambling would head to the upper floors. The raw stones there are extracted from the core areas of jade mines, making them more likely to contain jade. When Chen Feng arrived on the second floor, there were significantly fewer customers compared to the first floor. Some customers who wanted to follow from the first floor were stopped by staff members. Access to the second floor requires certain qualifications. However, Chen Feng, due to his remarkable performance on the first floor, was not stopped by the staff. Mr. Chen, the prices of the raw stones here are very high, and the risks are also quite significant. Shang Wanwen said to Chen Feng. He knew Chen Feng didn't have much money, so he wanted to give him a heads up. However, considering Chen Feng's performance on the first floor, Shang Wanwen felt his warning might be unnecessary. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Chen Feng didn't seem like a novice. He appeared to have a deep understanding of the gemstone trade. A newbie could buy 8 raw stones in a row and sell them all? Chen Feng didn't say much and immediately began selecting stones on the second floor. After a quick round, Chen Feng had only spent about 10 minutes and had already examined all the raw stones. Sure enough, the raw stones on the second floor were of much higher quality and also very expensive. On the first level, the most expensive raw stone was only 1 million, but on the second level, the most expensive one was nearly 3 million, and there were several pieces priced at over 1 million. This time, Chen Feng directly selected a raw stone the size of a soccer ball, with a rough and uneven surface, and it didn't look particularly appealing at first glance. This piece of raw stone was priced at 1 million, but the return on investment was 560. Cut this one open right away. Chen Feng instructed the staff. The staff at the jade cutting workshop didn't hesitate. After Chen Feng paid, they immediately took the raw stone and headed to the machine for cutting. Some nearby customers, seeing this unfamiliar face choose a raw stone worth 1 million yuan right off the bat, were all quite surprised. Young man, this raw stone isn't worth that price. You'll definitely lose money if you buy it. Impulsive. Young people are too impulsive. This raw stone was once examined by a jade gambling master, and even if there is jade inside, it definitely isn't worth this price, unless the jade is of the highest quality. $1 million raw stone would be lucky to recoup half the cost. If you take it home to polish it yourself and sell it, you wouldn't lose money, but it's just too much trouble. It's said that this young man bought 8 raw stones on the first floor, and every single one of them turned out to be valuable. He made a fortune. How is that possible? Did we misjudge him? Is this young man a jade gambling master? When they heard about Chen Feng's achievements on the first floor, they were all shocked. After all, in their eyes, this was simply impossible. 1 raw stone might be luck, but 8 raw stones? That's definitely not luck. This made them even more interested in the raw stone Chen Feng had purchased. Soon, the cutting work began at the machine. With the first cut, the edge of the raw stone immediately revealed a deep green color. Holy crap, it's green! Could the entire raw stone be jade? Seeing this, everyone lost their composure. A piece of jade the size of a soccer ball, who knows how much it's worth? As the person involved, Chen Feng remained completely calm, showing no signs of surprise. Soon, when the entire raw stone was cut open, the green glow left everyone speechless. The jade inside was half the size of a football. Its value was sure to skyrocket several times over. Young man, I'm willing to pay 3 million for this piece of jade. A jade merchant made an offer directly. Actually, such a large piece of jade could have fetched an even higher price, but everyone present was an expert in jade and could see that this piece had numerous large cracks and contained a significant amount of impurities. If it weren't for these flaws, this piece of jade could easily fetch tens of millions. I'll offer 4 million. I've never seen such a large piece of jade before. Though the quality isn't great, the quantity is substantial, so it's still a good deal. Someone else bid again from the side. This scene left everyone in the live stream speechless. Holy crap, is Chen Feng really that amazing? He can just pick any raw stone and turn it into jade? His luck is off the charts. I feel like the British are going to cause trouble again. If Chen Feng keeps gambling on jade like this, he'll overtake them in no time. Chen Feng is truly amazing. He doesn't trade stocks or buy shares, yet he can make a fortune from gambling on jade. As expected, the rich just get richer. In such a short time, Chen Feng has already earned more than I could in my entire life. I must ask Chen Feng to be my mentor. This money-making speed is insane. Protect our Chen Feng, be careful of the British sabotage. In the live stream, the audience began to worry. After all, there's a precedent. If the Eagle Country people renege on their promises again, it might really come to blows. After all, there was no room for fraud this time. Raw stones, before being cut open, cannot be determined to contain jade or not. Moreover, this was done in a gemstone gambling house run by the Eagle Nation, leaving them with no grounds to refute the claim. Inside the gemstone gambling house, Chen Feng sold the jade he had just cut open to a jade merchant for 5,600,000 yuan. At that moment, Chen Feng held over $6 million in his hands. And the speed at which he made this money was truly astonishing. It's important to note that before arriving at the jade gambling house, he only had 950,000. Now, with the funds in hand, Chen Feng immediately purchased all the high-return raw stones on the second floor. This left everyone astonished. They never expected Chen Feng to be so reckless, investing all the money he had just earned into the venture. However, upon considering Chen Feng's abilities, they understood. This young man was determined to ruin the jade stone workshop. If all these raw stones were sold, the remaining ones in the second floor might not even sell. That's incredible. This is way more impressive than any jade gambling master I've ever seen. I've never seen anyone gamble on jade like this before. I think we're here to gamble on jade, but he is here to stock up. This is way too over the top. The owner of the jade stone gambling shop is going to cry. If he doesn't show up soon, he might end up bankrupt. The main issue is that this young man is moving too quickly. The jade gambling shop hasn't even had time to react. Generally speaking, when someone skilled at gambling on stones comes to the gambling house, they would show mercy, unless they have a personal grudge. Otherwise, they wouldn't gamble like Chen Feng. He is picking out all the good raw stones in one go. Anyone with an eye for quality can tell that the remaining stones are worthless. This would cause the entire jade stone gambling house's business to plummet. So, in such situations, the owner of the jade stone gambling house would usually step in to ask the master gambler to show mercy and settle the matter peacefully. As for closing down, that's highly unlikely. Running a business means making a living. If they stop doing business altogether, it might stop the losses, but it would certainly make them a laughingstock in the industry. At that moment, Chen Feng had 10 raw stones in front of him, with the most expensive one costing him 2 million. The staff members looked at the 10 raw stones and trembled inwardly. They had already informed the boss, but the boss said he was on his way back. However, in their eyes, if things continued like this, it would only be a matter of 1 or 2 hours before Chen Feng swept the entire jade carving shop. What's the point of coming back then? Just waiting to go bankrupt? Hurry up and cut them. What are you all standing around for? If you can't afford to play, just close shop. Don't be such a sore loser. Jade gambling is all about luck. We've lost at least 10 million here over the years. Don't waste time. Let's see how good this kid really is. I don't believe all 10 pieces of raw stone will sell. Hurry up. The surrounding customers are all urging him on. They also want to know if Chen Feng is really that skilled, able to sell all 10 pieces of raw stone. This is an utterly unbelievable thing in their eyes. After all, gemstone gambling relies on luck, and this has already surpassed the realm of luck. The staff at the jade cutting workshop, hearing the urging from those around them, didn't waste any time and immediately had the master cutter start cutting the raw jade. After all, if they lost money, it wouldn't be their loss. Let whoever cares, care. Suddenly, under the control of the machine, the first piece of raw stone was cut open, revealing a vibrant green glow. This excited the surrounding customers. Sure enough, it was a good find. At that moment, Bruz and a group of financial elites were gathered around watching Chen Feng's livestream, each feeling deeply frustrated. This money-making speed, how can we compete? Chen Feng isn't playing by the rules at all. These financial elites had their worldview completely shattered. In their view, making money should be about getting into finance for quick profits, right? But what on earth is gambling on jade? In just a short while, the funds have already multiplied several times over, faster than their own earning speeds. If it weren't for the fact that the antique was banned, they'd even doubt that they could earn as much in a month as Chen Feng could by randomly picking up a few antiques. Are these even human beings? Is the gap between me and the world's richest man just that I only know how to trade stocks? We should have set the rules before the challenge that we could only make money through stock trading. Otherwise, we'll never win. Or should we also try gambling on jade? Seeing Chen Feng effortlessly make money in the livestream, these financial elites suddenly felt that making money through stock trading wasn't so appealing anymore. Meanwhile, as the team leader, Bruz also furrowed his brows. They had anticipated everything, but they never expected Chen Feng to go gambling on jade. This completely caught them off guard. Damn it, hasn't the Eagle Nation made a move yet? Bruz was well aware that the Eagle Nation authorities would never stand idly by while Chen Feng continued on this path. Otherwise, they might as well just surrender. After all, once the funds involved in stock trading reach the hundreds of millions, it becomes extremely difficult to manipulate them for profit. Unless they break it up into smaller amounts, but that would require too many people. Therefore, their profit-making speed is undoubtedly far inferior to Chen Feng's. Chapter 86, The Eagle Nation really can't afford to play this game. Jack's Jade Carving Workshop. The 10 raw stones Chen Feng had just selected had already been completely cut open, and 10 sizable jade stones were laid out on a table. The vibrant colors had left the surrounding customers numb. All sold. All 10 raw stones were sold, a probability so astonishing it was considered a miracle. At that moment, no one doubted Chen Feng's skills. Meanwhile, the staff standing nearby had turned pale. Although they weren't the ones losing money, the jade carving shop had suffered such a huge loss, and their commissions were now out of the question. Moreover, if Chen Feng continued to gamble, they might even lose their jobs. Brother, I'll take this piece of jade for 5 million. Brother, I'll take this one for 350,000. I'll take that one for 2 million. Everyone, give me some face and don't bid against me. Damn, this luck is too good. Selling these jade stones could easily net 5 or 6 times the price. Around them, other jade merchants were also bidding aggressively. This also solved Chen Feng's cash flow problem. In this jade gambling house, there's no shortage of jade merchants looking to buy jade. In an instant, all the jade Chen Feng had just uncovered was snapped up. The raw stones he had purchased for over 5 million yuan were now worth 3,250,000 yuan after the sale. When this number appeared on the live stream screen, all the viewers were stunned. Holy crap! Who can tell me what time Chen Feng left today? It's only been a few hours. Is making money really that easy? I feel like I'm not even from the same world as Chen Feng. This is insane. 95,000 turned into 3,250,000 in just 1 or 2 hours. Even the world's richest person doesn't make money that fast. I get it now. I'm going to gamble on jade tomorrow. If I can make 100,000, I'll be satisfied. This is too much. How are we ordinary people supposed to live like this? I'll never earn that much money in my entire life. Comparing people is so frustrating. This is ridiculous. British people should just surrender. It'll only take an hour for us to overtake them. I've figured it out. Stock trading has no future. Buying antiques or gambling on jade is the way to go. Before Chen Feng arrived at the jade gambling house, no one could have imagined how quickly he would make money. 95,000 turned into 3,250,000 in just a couple of hours, that's almost breaking everyone's records. This is even more profitable than real estate speculation. However, everyone knows that only Chen Feng is this extraordinary. If anyone else were in his place, they'd probably go bankrupt the moment they stepped into the jade stone gambling house. After all, not everyone is that skilled. At that moment, Chen Feng showed no signs of excitement, as if he hadn't made the money himself, and walked straight toward the 3rd floor. For a moment, all the customers in the jade stone gambling house were filled with excitement. Though they weren't the ones gambling, witnessing such a spectacle was still thrilling. After all, it had been years since anyone had swept through the entire jade stone gambling house like this. Among the crowd, an eagle countryman pushed his way to the front, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam. The 3rd floor. There weren't as many raw stones here as in the first 2 layers, but each one was at least the size of a soccer ball. Clearly, the quality of the raw stones here was far superior to those on other floors. This time, Chen Feng began to browse around this level just as he had before. In no time, Chen Feng had a clear understanding of the investment return rate of all the raw stones on this level. After making a full circuit, Chen Feng stood before a piece of raw stone and said, "This one." Before Chen Feng could finish speaking, a voice rang out from the crowd. "I'll take this raw stone." Upon hearing the voice, Chen Feng furrowed his brows. A man from Eagle Country stepped forward and addressed the staff, "I'll take this raw stone." This scene caused everyone present to frown. Especially some of the older, more experienced elders spoke up. "Don't you know you're not supposed to when others are gambling on stones?" Indeed, everyone knew how skilled Chen Feng was at gambling on stones. However, even so, no one had ever dared token Feng's raw stone, as that would be completely against the rules. However, the Eagle Nation man spoke directly. "What? I can't buy this raw stone either?" This Eagle Nation man was named Duru, a member of the Eagle Nation's security department. He had received orders to do whatever it took to buy any raw stone Chen Feng purchased, no matter the cost, to cause trouble. "Young man, do you know what rules mean? This is our Xia Kingdom's territory. You're disrupting the rules by snatching it like this." An elderly man couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. But Durua replied arrogantly, "Rules? Ask the staff if I can buy it or not." After speaking, Duro gave the staff a nod. The staff member immediately understood. Earlier, he had received instructions from his boss, who had informed him that this Eagle Countryman was one of their own. Thus, the staff member said, "In our jade gambling shop, everyone is welcome to participate. There's no such thing as first come, first served." Clearly, the staff member was siding with Duru. This scene caused an uproar among the viewers in the live stream. What the hell is this gemstone gambling shop? They're starting to cheat. Society. I knew it. Chen Feng, the big shot, couldn't possibly have it so smooth. I never thought the Eagle Country people would start causing trouble now. This is clearly just playing tricks here. This Eagle Country person must be part of the Jade Gambling Workshop. How the hell are we supposed to play this game? This is way too underhanded. This is insane. They actually pulled this move, blatantly trying to screw over Chen Feng. I'm reporting this Jade Gambling House. They can't handle it. First they wouldn't let Chen Feng buy antiques, now they won't even let him gamble on Jade. The viewers in the live stream aren't idiots, they can see right through the British guy's tricks and are venting their frustration in the chat. However, their complaints won't make any difference. After all, this is someone else's jade gambling shop. Third floor hall. Everyone was seething with anger. Chen Feng also furrowed his brows slightly. This Eagle Country person suddenly appeared out of nowhere, he must be here to cause trouble. Can't you Eagle Country people afford to play? Chen Feng asked Du Rus quietly. Upon hearing this, Duru replied calmly, are you going to buy or not? If not, get out of the way. At that moment, Duru felt a sense of satisfaction. He was well aware that this challenge was of great importance to the Eagle Nation. Seeing Chen Feng making money so brazenly earlier had left him feeling deeply resentful. Now he finally felt relieved. I'll offer 1 million for this raw stone, Chen Feng quoted directly. I'll offer 2 million. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Du Rusi immediately followed suit. This enraged everyone. The price of this raw stone was only 50,000, and Chen Feng doubling the price had already exceeded everyone's expectations. However, Bruz immediately matched the 2 million price, making it clear to everyone that he had no intention of letting Chen Feng continue bidding on the raw stone. That's too much. Do you guys at the jade shop even want to do business anymore? This is clearly just trying to prevent others from buying the raw jade. Exactly. Others have already offered 1 million, and you're openly raising the price. If you have the guts, just buy it and cut it open right here. We won't say a word. You're trying to get something for nothing, intentionally squeezing people out. Shameful. I'll never come back to this gemstone shop again. This is ridiculous. Your tactics are way too underhanded. This behavior is truly disgusting. I never thought this jade stone shop couldn't afford to lose. The guests around him were all taking Chen Feng's side. After all, Du Rusi's behavior was too blatant in raising the price. The anger of the customers left the staff standing by in a panic. Are these Eagle Country people idiots? Raising the price like this will probably drive away all the customers from this jade carving shop in the future. The staff members muttered to themselves. Indeed, even if it's just an act, it should at least be convincing. Someone like Du Rusi was treating everyone around him like fools. Dolrus can just walk away, but the jade shop can't. If this continues, the jade stone shop will likely go out of business. Sorry, sir, he didn't mean it. But since he offered 2 million, if no one else bids, the raw stone goes to him. Though he was dissatisfied, the staff members still sided with Du Lu. At this point, Chen Feng did not bid further. The return on investment for this raw stone is only 300%, meaning the final profit would be 1.5 million. If bought for 1 million, only 50,000 would be made, but at 2 million, he would have to cover the difference. Chen Feng wasn't about to make such a foolish purchase. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't continue bidding, the staff member beside him asked Du Rusi, Sir, would you like to have it cut open now or take it back? Take it back. Dulus wasn't foolish either, he was just here as a decoy. If he had actually bought it, he would have lost money. Amidst the chorus of insults, Du Luo took the raw stone with a clear conscience. Once this matter is settled, he can simply return it to the jade gambling house. Mr. Chen, these British people clearly don't want you to continue gambling on jade. Why don't we go to another jade gambling house? Shang Wanwen said to Chen Feng. No need. Chen Feng understood that if he went to another jade gambling house, these British gamblers would likely resort to any means necessary to smear him in order to secure victory. Only within this jade gambling house could he prove his innocence. Go to the 5th floor. Chen Feng didn't hesitate and headed straight for the 5th floor. The others, unaware of the reason, followed Chen Feng out of curiosity. The 5th floor. This was the most important place in the jade carving workshop. The raw stones here were extremely valuable, each worth at least 1 million. It was said that they were all transported here from a precious jade mine. However, few people gambled on jade here, as the losses could be enormous if one lost. What's the point of coming here? That foreigner from the Eagle Country wouldn't let this young man buy any more raw stones. The raw stones on the 5th floor are truly remarkable. It is said that a year ago, someone spent 5 million here on a single raw stone, which was then cut into a piece of jade worth 30 million. What's the point of having good raw stones? I heard that this jade gambling house has many fake raw stones, just to trick people into spending money. Generally, no one comes to the 5th floor. Sigh, I thought this young man could clean out this gambling den, but it turns out they can't handle it. After this incident, I doubt anyone will come back to this jade gambling den run by the Eagle Country people to gamble on jade stones. Some onlookers were chatting animatedly. However, Chen Feng wasn't affected and began to wander around the 5th floor. By his side, Duro followed closely, not giving Chen Feng any opportunity. After a full circuit, Chen Feng did indeed discover several excellent raw stones, some with investment returns exceeding 1000%. If he could purchase them, he would definitely make 50 million. However, Chen Feng was well aware that the Eagle Country people would definitely get involved. Suddenly, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. His gaze locked onto an unremarkable fist-sized raw stone. Though it appeared to be scrap material, its investment return rate left Chen Feng stunned. Raw stone. Origin, Northern Myanmar. Quality, top grade. Price, 100,000. Return on investment, 10,000. A return rate of 10,000%. In other words, this raw stone could yield a raw stone worth 100 million. This left Chen Feng somewhat astonished. Because the raw stone was only about the size of a fist. Based on previous experience, even if there were such a large piece of jade, its value would only be a few million. However, according to the system's estimation, it was actually worth 100 million. This must be because the jade inside is of the highest quality, otherwise, such a high return on investment would be impossible. Without hesitation, Chen Feng declared, "I'll take this raw stone." Sure enough, before Chen Feng could finish speaking, Du Rusi blurted out, 2 million. This left the surrounding guests speechless. Such a piece of scrap raw material could actually be worth so much. It was clearly a scam. They assumed Chen Feng couldn't stand being pushed aside and was just randomly picking a rough stone here. Chapter 87, The Ultimate Imperial Red Jade. 5 million. Chen Feng quoted another price, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Such a small raw stone, even if it contained precious jade, wouldn't be worth much. 2 or 3 million might already be the ceiling. However, Chen Feng's continued bidding made everyone feel that he was acting impulsively. The viewers in the live stream were also getting anxious. Oh no, Chen Feng is at it again. Is this worth 5 million? Don't be impulsive. Those are British people, they don't care how much you bid. If you keep raising the price like this, the British might suddenly back out and we'll be in trouble. Damn it, those Eagle Country people are so despicable. At this time, Chen Feng might have already overtaken them. Damn it, if it were me, I'd go to another jade gambling house. They'd definitely give face and not cause trouble like this. No, if we go to other jade gambling shops, the Eagle Country people might accuse Chen Feng of cheating, and then jade gambling might be banned altogether. If I were Chen Feng, I'd just quit. It's obvious these British people can't handle it. At that moment, Dulles smiled broadly and said, "I'll bid 8 million. Continuing to raise the price like this was quite satisfying. After all, although he was part of the Eagle Nation Security Department, his monthly salary was only a couple of 100,000. If he were really asked to buy the raw stones at this price, he wouldn't dare. 10 million. Chen Feng remained unfazed and raised the bid again. Chen Feng was gambling, betting that they were trying to rip him off. Indeed, given the value of this raw stone, bidding up to 10 million was already completely overpriced. If these British people were smart, they would stop bidding once the price reached a certain height. In that case, he could potentially purchase the raw stone at a very high price. If the raw stone wasn't actually worth that much, he'd be taking a huge loss, and that's exactly what these British people would want to see. However, what they don't know is that this raw stone contains extremely high quality jade. 15 million. Duras continued bidding and then said to Chen Feng, "Give up. You can't get this raw stone. If you're capable, keep raising the price." Chen Feng didn't respond but immediately blurted out a price, 235 million. This was all the money Chen Feng had left. If there was nothing of value inside the raw stone, Chen Feng could simply abandon the challenge. After all, he had already lost all his initial capital, so there was no point in continuing. At that moment, everyone felt sorry for Chen Feng. "Young man, don't act impulsively. This raw stone isn't worth that price at all. Even if you buy it, you'll be losing money." "That's right. Even if jade is found inside, it won't be worth much. If you can recoup 10% of the investment, that would already be considered a good outcome. Sigh, young and headstrong. Why get into a fight with these scoundrels? Just don't come back to this jade gambling house in the future." What a loss. If that foreigner hadn't raised the price, this young man would have lost at least 20 million. I'll never come to this jade shop again. They're big and bully their customers, and they're even run by foreigners. They're just out to rip people off. The surrounding customers were all upset. The staff at the jade stone shop were also helpless. When faced with such a situation, they could only accept their misfortune. It seems this jade shop won't be able to survive in this area anymore. At that moment, Du Rusi wanted to raise the price, but suddenly a voice rang out. "Let him buy it. Our shop can afford to lose the money." A man from Eagle Country hurriedly pushed through the crowd and walked in. "Mr. Boss, you're finally back." The staff immediately greeted him. This Eagle Country man was none other than Jack, the owner of Jack's Jade Stone Shop. At that moment, Jack was also in a fix. On his way here, he had received numerous phone calls. The callers were all prominent figures in Eagle Country, leaving Jack with no choice but to comply. Just moments ago, he had received another call, instructing him to purchase that raw stone for Chen Feng, which led to this scene. 5-star building. Sarah's looked at the screen and smiled slightly. Spending 23.5 million on a rough stone worth only 1 million. Let's see how you turn this around now. Though Sarah's knew nothing about gemstone gambling, he was well aware that buying a raw stone for 20 times its value was a clear loss. Even if gemstone gambling is highly profitable, under these circumstances, there was no way to make a profit. Therefore, when he saw Chen Feng acting so impulsively, he immediately called Jack. He was well aware that Chen Feng only had $2 or $3 million in funds. If this venture failed, it would be much harder to turn things around. As for how much the Eagle Nation values Chen Feng, Silas was well aware of that. Although Chen Feng had become much more low-key recently, his global influence remained immense. If they could defeat Chen Feng in plain sight, his reputation would suffer greatly. At that point, by leveraging the power of a superpower, they could completely eliminate Chen Feng's global operations. Eagle Nation would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to solidify its position and even make its global influence even more formidable. Of course, all of this hinges on defeating Chen Feng. Otherwise, the nations that have been wronged by Chen Feng would dare not resist him. And with just the strength of one country, the Eagle Nation clearly lacks the power to bring down Chen Feng. At this moment, Jack's Jade Carving Workshop, 5th floor. Jack's arrival prevented Durs from continuing to bid higher. This allowed Chen Feng to successfully purchase the raw stone. However, he had to pay over 20 times the original price, which, in others' eyes, was an absolutely unprofitable deal. By Chen Feng's side, Shang Guanwen reminded him, "Mr. Chen, let's go. They're definitely setting us up. Even if we don't buy it, it doesn't matter." Shang Guanwen couldn't stand it anymore. If it were him, he might have walked away immediately when Duruwa started causing trouble. No problem. Chen Feng remained completely calm. After paying the money, he directly told the staff, "Cut it open." At that moment, everyone thought Chen Feng had lost his mind. Spending over 2 million on such a small raw stone? No one with a shred of common sense would do that. Of course, they didn't know that Chen Feng could see the investment return rate of this raw stone. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spoken that way. After all, a 100,000% return on investment was enough to shock everyone. The staff didn't hesitate and took the raw stone directly to the cutting machine. At that moment, Jack approached Chen Feng and said amicably, "Friend, I apologize for the inconvenience. From now on, whenever you come here to gamble on stones, I'll give you a 10% discount." As a businessman, Jack was well aware of Chen Feng's value. This time, it was because the Eagle Nation's official authorities had intervened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to offend Chen Feng like that. Chen Feng ignored Jack. He didn't have much regard for Eagle Country people. At least, all the Eagle Country people Chen Feng had encountered were ruthless individuals who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Soon, the cutting master began his work. Stone chips flew off the surface of the raw stone, scattering everywhere. Within the stone, a faint red glow began to appear. What's going on? It's not green, it's red. Could it be chicken bloodstone? Some top-quality chicken bloodstones can fetch around 10,000 yuan. A piece of chicken bloodstone in this raw stone should weigh around 500 or 600 grams. Holy crap, is my luck this good? It's top-grade chicken bloodstone, though it's only worth 4 or 5 million. Almost made a fortune, but after spending over 2 million, I still lost a lot. This young man is too stubborn. He must have recognized that this raw stone was extraordinary, yet he was still outwitted by the jade gambling shop. This is truly rare. Raw stones containing chicken bloodstone in a jade mine are very uncommon. The other customers who saw the red color beneath the raw stone all looked stunned. Chicken bloodstone is also considered a precious gemstone. In the market, some top-quality pieces can fetch tens of thousands of dollars per gram, yet they remain scarce and in high demand. However, they also knew that Chen Feng had still lost out. Such a large piece of chicken bloodstone, even if sold entirely, would only fetch 4 or 5 million yuan at most, far from covering the costs. However, as the outer layers of the raw stone were slowly removed, everyone's expressions grew solemn. While the red color inside the raw stone resembled chicken bloodstone, when the entire piece of jade was cut out, no one spoke. The entire piece of jade was crystal clear, with faint stone patterns on its surface, naturally formed and exquisitely beautiful. Moreover, the jade was uniformly bright red yet had a translucent quality, resembling jadeite. Could this be the rare imperial red jadeite? Someone whispered. This left everyone in awe. Typically, jade is green, and even high-quality jade of this size would fetch at least several $1,000,000. Red jade, however, is an exceptional variety of jade, known as imperial jade. Such an imperial red jadeite is extremely rare, even on a global scale. Each piece, while not worth a fortune, is still incredibly precious. Beside him, Jack's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing as he stammered, "How is this possible? How could such a rare emperor's red jade be found in this scrap?" As a member of the jade gambling industry, Jack was well aware of how precious this imperial red jade was. The piece before him was worth at least 8 or 9 million, possibly even over 10 million. "Brother, I'll offer 8 million, I want this red jadeite." A jade merchant stepped forward and declared. Such a massive piece of top-grade imperial red jade would captivate anyone who laid eyes on it. Such an exquisite red jadeite is undoubtedly the largest piece of emperor red jadeite in the world. "I'll offer 85 million. Another jade merchant stepped forward to bid. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were all stunned. What the hell is going on? Isn't Chen Feng the big shot getting ripped off? Now it feels like Chen Feng is the one making a killing. Holy crap, Chen Feng is amazing. I almost thought he was done for. I just looked it up, top grade imperial red jade fetches tens of thousands per gram. Such a large piece of top-grade imperial red jadeite has completely turned the tables for Chen Feng. Ha, those British people must be crying their eyes out in the bathroom. No one could have imagined that Chen Feng could, in such a dire situation, end up uncovering a piece of jade worth nearly 100 million. This completely overturned everyone's expectations. In the end, Chen Feng sold the top-grade imperial red jade to a jade merchant for 100 million. $100 million instantly propelled Chen Feng's earnings past those of the financial elites of Eagle Country. Damn it! We shouldn't have let him buy that raw stone. Bros watched the live stream on his computer, filled with anger. Around him, the other financial elites had already grown numb. Another 100 million. The last antique was also 100 million. If they could make $1 billion a day, there'd be no point in them struggling here. What's the point of playing this game? Making money through stock trading can't possibly beat Chen Feng, can it? Bruz, if it comes down to it, let's just surrender. If we keep this up, we're definitely going to lose. That's right, we only made over 3 million in a week, but he made 100 million in just one day. He didn't even try to compete with us in the financial sector, we couldn't stop him at all. It's utterly shameless to win this way, it's not a fair victory. A sense of frustration began to rise among these financial elites. The others were already considered quite good. In just 1 week, starting with $1 million, they made over 30 million. That's an astonishing achievement. But compared to Chen Feng, it pales in comparison. They finally understood why Chen Feng hadn't bothered to take the challenge seriously from the start. He simply didn't think much of them. It was like that before, it's like that now, and it might be like that in the future. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Bruz comforted them and began making calls. Chapter 88, The King Arrives, the Eagle Nation Trembles. Chen Feng's victory was not earned fairly. His unconventional methods of making money are unacceptable. Eagle Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs statement: gambling on jade is an unauthorized form of financial trade and lacks fairness. This is a financial showdown, please address it head-on. The next day, a wave of attacks from a fishing boat flooded the online platforms of Eagle Nation and Xia Nation. Articles were published on major websites. The articles were filled with criticism of Chen Feng. In everyone's view, making money is about financial activities, while Chen Feng's activities, such as buying antiques and gambling on jade, are considered side hustles. It was like taking your principal to a casino to gamble while it was technically your own money. It wasn't earned through genuine skill or effort. Indeed, Chen Feng's actions were nothing but shortcuts and tricks, failing to demonstrate true ability. Many British hired online trolls also began attacking Chen Feng online. Chen Feng doesn't deserve to be called the god of finance. He's a disgrace to our country. What should have been a fair challenge has turned into a farce. It's not real at all, it's all actors. Does our Xia kingdom really have no one with true ability? This is the sorrow of our Xia kingdom. How dare he compare himself to the British? Why not face them head-on in a fair challenge? I feel like Chen Feng is just a clown, with a powerful capital force pulling the strings behind the scenes. I've watched the live stream for several days. Chen Feng is no different from ordinary people. A financial god? Does he have that much free time? This challenge is nothing but a farce. They know they can't match the Eagle Nation, so they're just causing chaos here. I can't stand it anymore. The comments from the paid online commentators are extremely biased. They do whatever they're paid to do, with no moral boundaries, distorting the truth online. Any loophole they find, they'll amplify it endlessly, escalating it to the highest level. In no time, the internet was flooded with countless conspiracy theories. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was at home with Mu Qian, completely unconcerned about what was happening outside. At Chen Feng's level, such words no longer had any effect on him. If Chen Feng were willing, he could easily spend money to reverse the online discourse. However, there was no point in doing so. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng didn't continue making money. For him, spending time with Mu Qian and living a simple life was far more important than making money. If it weren't for Eagle Nation provoking him this time, Chen Feng might have been able to live a peaceful life. At this point, 23 days had already passed since the challenge began, leaving only 1 week remaining. The financial elites from Eagle Nation had already made 10 billion, which was an incredibly terrifying figure. On Chen Feng's side, the funds were still stuck at 1 billion, with no signs of improvement. That day, Chen Feng didn't bring Mu Qian along and went out alone. Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream became excited. Holy crap, is Chen Feng finally going to make his move? Damn it, I've been watching Chen Feng and his wife show off their love for half a month. Chen Feng, if you don't step up, the neighboring livestream is about to break the internet. They made 100 million in less than a month, and it feels like we're not even in the same world. What is Chen Feng planning to do this time? Hopefully not gambling on jade again. That LL just get him flamed by the online trolls. To be fair, those online trolls haven't stopped for the past half month, and I have to admire their persistence. Who cares about them? As long as Chen Feng can earn over 10 billion, those British people will probably be crying their eyes out. To be honest, even though Chen Feng has been inactive for so many days, I'm not worried at all. I just feel that Chen Feng can turn the tables and come out on top. Half a month has been incredibly agonizing for everyone. Chen Feng has been showing off his love life at home every day, which has left many viewers feeling frustrated. Especially when they see those British financial elites making tens of millions every day, it's even worse. On the other side. At that moment, Chen Feng got into a taxi and headed straight for the international airport. This scene left everyone baffled, unsure of what Chen Feng was up to. It wasn't until Chen Feng and his staff boarded the flight to Eagle Country that everyone was stunned. On the plane, Chen Feng closed his eyes and rested, his mind calm and still. Over the past few days, Chen Feng was well aware of the situation outside. He had seen the online rumors about the fishing boat and understood Eagle Country's tactics. It was simply to pressure him into not buying antiques or gambling on jade under the fishing boat's influence. In reality, even if Chen Feng were to do those things, the Eagle Nation would have no real recourse at most. They could verbally criticize him. But in the end, the victory would still belong to Chen Feng. Chen Feng was well aware of this, so he chose not to act on it. Finance? From today onward, the economy of Eagle Nation will be under my control. Chen Feng thought to himself. Indeed, Chen Feng had already decided to manipulate the entire Eagle Nation's economy at his whim. Otherwise, Chen Feng wouldn't have gone to Eagle Country in the first place. At the same time, Eagle Nation, 5-star tower. The news that Chen Feng had boarded a plane bound for Eagle Nation had also reached Eagle Nation. In a meeting room, the high-ranking officials of Eagle Nation had gathered. Prime Minister, this Eastern man has come here with ulterior motives. We must be on guard, said one of the high-ranking officials. A high-ranking official spoke up. The others remained silent, but they all understood. After all, appearing in Eagle Nation during such a sensitive period, everyone knows that Chen Feng must have some plans. Prime Minister, the Ministry of Finance is ready. As soon as Chen Feng makes a move, we can swiftly mobilize all national economic resources to counter him, ensuring that the situation from a few years ago does not repeat itself. The Minister of Finance, Saras, said. His words left everyone present in silence. Several years ago, Chen Feng's arrival had dealt a severe blow to the entire Eagle Nation, forcing them to ultimately compromise. This was a disgrace for Eagle Nation. Over the past few years, they had devised countless plans specifically to counter Chen Feng. Sitting at the head of the table, the Eagle Nation's Prime Minister, Tai Cao-pao, spoke up, all units prepare for battle. If necessary, notify our allied nations and impose a complete economic blockade. At that moment, everyone fell silent. No one knew that the arrival of Chen Feng alone had caused the Eagle Kingdom's high-ranking officials to take such serious measures. Eagle Nation. The estate of the Atlant family. The current family patriarch, Rockefeller, looked at the message brought by his subordinate and felt his heart race with excitement. 3 years over 3 years had passed. Was he coming again? The he Rockefeller referred to was none other than Chen Feng. 3 years ago, the Atlant family had suffered an economic attack from Chen Feng. This centuries-old family now appeared utterly destitute. Nearly 90% of the family's assets had been seized by Chen Feng, leaving them on the brink of bankruptcy. It was at that time that Rockefeller made a major decision to submit to Chen Feng. Since then, the Atlant family has risen from ruin, and in just 3 years, it has become the most powerful family in Eagle Nation. The family's assets had accumulated to an astonishingly vast sum of several hundred billion, a figure that was truly terrifying. However, Rockefeller was well aware that all of this was granted by Chen Feng. Without Chen Feng, the Atlantean family might have ceased to exist long ago. All family members, follow me to the airport to pick someone up. Rockefeller said within the family. Given the current situation, Rockefeller knew he had to take a firm stance. Between the Eagle Nation's official representatives and Chen Feng, Rockefeller made a decisive choice in favor of Chen Feng. Grandfather, who is coming? Why do you have to go pick them up too? Rockefeller's grandson, Kazal, asked in confusion. Outside, he was a top-tier rich second-generation heir. Even some high-ranking officials from Eagle Nation would give him a wide berth. All of this was due to his lineage as a descendant of the Atlantis family. But now, even his grandfather had to go to meet someone, and he couldn't fathom who it could be. Don't ask. Just don't say anything when the time comes. That person could wipe our family off the face of the earth with a single word. Rockefeller said solemnly. Khazar was stunned upon hearing this. A single word could erase an entire family? That was far too exaggerated. Eagle Country time. 5 p.m. Gotham City International Airport. Hundreds of luxury cars entered the airport, drawing a large crowd. What's happening? Why are there so many luxury cars? Those are the Atlantean family's insignia. They're the most powerful family in Eagle Nation today. What are they up to? Are they here to pick someone up? Could there be an important figure arriving in Gotham City? No, look, that white-haired old man is the current patriarch of the Atlantis family, Rockefeller. Though he's not on the wealth list, his fortune is said to surpass the combined wealth of everyone on the list. Goodness, it's Rockefeller. This can't be a joke. Why is he personally appearing here? The situation at the airport left many Eagle Country citizens in shock. Some Eagle Nation citizens who were familiar with the Atlant family's background even gasped in astonishment. A figure like Rockefeller is someone you would only see on TV, yet here he was, appearing in this place. At the same time, five-star building. Tae Kwai Pao learned about the situation at the international airport and became furious. Damn it, I should have known there was something wrong with the Atlanta family. As the largest family in Eagle Country today, the Atlanta family's businesses are spread across every corner of the country. Moreover, 3 years ago, the Atlanta family was on the brink of bankruptcy. Yet in recent years, they have been thriving. The Eagle Nation government has even been supporting the Atlanta family, making them the face of the nation. However, the Atlanta family's recent actions are already very clear. They are loyal to Chen Feng. Prime Minister, we must take action immediately. Otherwise, if the Atlanta family acts out, we have no idea how many families and groups within our country have already been swallowed up by Chen Feng. We cannot sit idly by. We must impose sanctions on the Atlanta family immediately, depriving Chen Feng of his henchmen. Otherwise, once the Atlanta family collaborates with Chen Feng, it will deal a severe blow to our nation's economy. I have already contacted the top 100 companies in Eagle Nation. With a single order, we can deal with them. I never expected the Atlantis family had already been swallowed up. No wonder they've been developing so quickly in recent years, both domestically and internationally. Everything has been smooth sailing. Investigate the groups and families closely linked to the Atlanta family and root them out completely. For a time, the high-ranking officials of Eagle Nation were all brainstorming strategies. However, they were also deeply shocked. They never imagined that Chen Feng's infiltration into Eagle Nation had become so terrifying. Even their own country's largest family had been swallowed up. This was nothing short of a thunderclap for them. If Chen Feng hadn't come to Eagle Nation this time, who knows how long the Atlanta family would have remained hidden. Eagle Nation. Wall Street. Countless financial titans were closely monitoring news from the outside world. The news of Chen Feng's arrival had everyone on edge. They knew that in recent days, Eagle Country had launched a fierce offensive against Xia Country, nearly tearing Chen Feng to shreds. Anyone with discernment could see that Chen Feng's arrival in the Eagle Nation must signify major developments. In this tense situation, none of them could remain unaffected. Now, they must take a firm stance. They had to choose between the Eagle Nation's official stance and Chen Feng. This is a gamble, one that risks the future of their careers. At that moment, on the flight to Eagle Country, Chen Feng remained calm. Chen Feng also did not know that his arrival in Eagle Nation would have such a huge impact. However, even if he did know, he wouldn't care much. Because Chen Feng was well aware that his influence in Eagle Nation was now sufficient to shake the very foundations of its economy. Meanwhile, countless netizens in Xia Nation were staying up all night, eagerly awaiting news of Chen Feng's arrival in Eagle Nation. Chapter 89, Under Heaven, None Can Match Chen 2. Eagle Nation time, 6 p.m. The night in Gotham City came quickly, but this was also the beginning of Gotham City's nightlife. However, the atmosphere at Gotham City International Airport was solemn. Hundreds of luxury cars were parked inside the airport, and countless members of the Atlantis family, the first family of Eagle Nation, had been waiting there for an hour. This left everyone utterly shocked. Such a powerful family would actually stand here and wait for so long. Even the family patriarch, who was already on his deathbed, was present. Lord, it's bad news. Many of our businesses in Eagle Nation have been raided by the authorities, and some families have ceased their commercial ties with us. A butler was urgently reporting this to Rockefeller. I see. Rockefeller responded calmly and did not bother to respond further. In truth, Rockefeller was also deeply conflicted. He was well aware that this was the Eagle Nation's official retaliation against him. By choosing Chen Feng, the Eagle Nation authorities would never tolerate him. After all, no one wanted a thorn in their side. However, since things had come to this point, there was no room for compromise. Fortunately, Rockefeller was well aware of Chen Feng's strength. Without Chen Feng, there would be no Allen family as it existed today. Suddenly, Rockefeller looked toward the distant runway, where a plane was landing. On the plane, Chen Feng looked out the window, his expression growing serious. It had been a long time since Chen Feng had been this focused. Because Chen Feng knew that once he stepped off the plane, he would be declaring war on the Eagle Nation. This was an economic war, different from the smoke-filled military conflicts. Such an economic war was far more terrifying. It was akin to if Chen Feng truly controlled the economic lifeline of Eagle Nation with a single thought, he could render countless Eagle Nation citizens homeless and starving. Of course, this was assuming the Eagle Nation was still willing to follow the rules. If the Eagle Nation disregarded the rules and took military action, Chen Feng would have to temporarily avoid the conflict. After all, the Eagle Nation remains a global superpower with military might that strikes fear into the hearts of all nations worldwide. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Gotham City. As the plane landed smoothly, the cabin doors opened, and passengers began to disembark one after another. Chen Feng's entourage of cameramen were highly professional, having already activated their live streaming equipment as soon as the plane touched down. Many viewers are curious about Chen Feng's arrival in the Eagle Nation. No one knows why he is here. At that moment, Chen Feng stepped off the plane. In the distance, hundreds of people dressed in suits were walking toward him, forming a large procession that looked imposing and imposing. Boss! 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 Led by Rockefeller, members of the Atlanta family all shouted toward Chin Fong. At that moment, some media outlets that had been waiting here for a long time were stunned. They had originally thought that some important figure had arrived in Gotham City, which was why the entire Atlanta family was waiting here. However, after waiting for over an hour, it was all just to wait for a man from Xia. Goodness, who is this Eastern man that has the entire Atlantis family waiting here? Even Rockefeller has been waiting for over an hour? I seem to recall that this Eastern man is the same one who recently challenged our Wall Street financial elite. How did he end up in our Eagle Nation? Unbelievable. The first family of Eagle Nation is actually calling an Eastern man boss. Could the entire Atlantis family be under his control? If what's happening now were to be made public, it would definitely cause a huge stir throughout the Eagle Nation. Some of the Eagle Nation journalists had already heard about Chen Feng's challenge to the Wall Street financial elite, so they had some understanding of him. However, in their minds, Chen Feng is just an opportunistic individual who was hyped up by the Xia Kingdom government. Yet now, he is being called boss by the entire clan of the Eagle Nation's first family. This is nothing short of a thunderbolt from a clear blue sky. Yet, the events unfolding before their eyes left them no choice but to believe. Chen Feng looked at the members of the Atlantis family before him, waved his hand calmly, and said, "No need to go through all this trouble. Go back to your family. I have something to discuss with you." The Atlant family was a superpower that Chen Feng had cultivated in Eagle Nation. It could be said that over the years, all of Chen Feng's businesses in Eagle Nation had been serving the Atlantis family, which is why they had become part of the Atlantis family. Of course, Chen Feng's control over the Atlantis family was nearly 99%. This is also why Chen Feng is willing to support the Atlanta family. Moreover, Chen Feng's current actions in Eagle Country still rely on the power of the Atlanta family. Even if the Atlantis family does not come forward, Chen Feng will seek them out. When Rockefeller saw Chen Feng, he was still very excited, but he quickly noticed the bodyguards following Chen Feng and asked, "Boss, who is this?" "Ignore him, he's been following me the whole time," Chen Feng said. Through the live stream, Chen Feng also wanted the domestic audience to know what true strength truly was. This time, Chen Feng had no intention of hiding anymore. Otherwise, the eagles from that country would keep harassing him here, and Chen Feng was really fed up with it. "Alright, boss, please." Rockefeller didn't ask any further questions and escorted Chen Feng into a car. The accompanying cameraman dared not utter a word. Such a large entourage was something he had never encountered before. And no matter how one looked at them, it was clear that these people were no ordinary individuals. This time, he finally understood what kind of feelings Zhang Yiru had felt when she followed Chen Feng in the Sun Never Sets empire. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream had already grown numb. The big shot is truly a big shot. Even in the Eagle Kingdom, he still had such a grand reception. This time, the event lacks some substance. Last time they went to the Sun Never Sets empire, the queen personally greeted them at the airport, but this time it's just an old man. What the hell is this old man? Do you know who he is? He's the patriarch of the first major family in Eagle Nation, rumored to be the richest man in the country. His name isn't on the wealth list because others don't want it to be. His net worth is at least in the hundreds of trillions. What's going on? Trillions? Holy crap, that's terrifying. Such a figure actually refers to Chen Feng as boss? Let me ask you this, what exactly does Chen Feng do? It feels like no matter where he goes, he has his men following him. I don't know much, but I know Chen Feng is pretty powerful. After learning about Rockefeller's identity, the viewers in the live stream were all shocked. A person worth hundreds of billions, even the richest man in the UK, is so humble in front of Chen Feng. This completely overturned their understanding. In the average person's mind, someone like Ma Yunyun was already out of reach. But after watching Chen Feng's livestream, everyone realized that Ma Yunyun was nothing special. Atlanta Family Estate. In a massive conference room, Chen Feng had taken the seat that had once belonged to Rockefeller. Below him were the high-ranking members of the Atlanta family. Every single person here is a prominent figure in Eagle Nation, holding a prominent position in their respective fields. To put it bluntly, any move they made would send shockwaves through the entire Eagle Kingdom's industries. Report on the situation in Eagle Nation, Chen Feng said calmly. Immediately, Rockefeller stood up and said, "Sir, after 3 years of development, our family has become the largest family-owned enterprise in Eagle Country, with businesses spanning every industry. In the retail sector, we hold 20% of Eagle Nation's market share. In the catering industry, we hold 25% of Eagle Country's market share. In the electronics industry, we hold a 10% share of Eagle Nation's market. In the real estate industry, we hold a 30% share of Eagle Country." As each figure was uttered by Rockefeller, the members of the Atlanta family present all wore expressions of pride. Such remarkable achievements are truly impressive. It is important to note that Eagle Nation is the only superpower in the world today. Possessing a 10% share in any industry is enough to easily secure a spot on the wealth rankings. Yet the Atlanta family holds a significant share in every industry. If such data were to be exposed, it would be enough to shake the entire Eagle Nation to its core. Without their awareness, a terrifying force had already infiltrated every aspect of their lives. And all of this was broadcast live in the streaming room, leaving countless viewers in shock. Can someone tell me what the number 25 represents in the Eagle Nation's catering industry? According to data released by Eagle Nation last year, the catering industry's sales amounted to $852.6 billion, equivalent to over 550 billion Sia Nation currency. 25 represents approximately 140 billion. Mind-blowing. And this is just the food industry. How terrifying is the Atlanta family? They even have involvement in the aerospace industry. It's likely that some of the satellites launched by the Eagle Nation belong to this family. Impressive. These people all call Chen Feng their boss. Does that mean all this income belongs to Chen Feng? No wonder Chen Feng can spend 32 trillion without batting an eye in the United Kingdom. This is insane. How wealthy is Chen Feng, the big boss? After some analysis, the audience suddenly realized just how terrifying all of this was. Such a vast array of industries is enough to shake the world. Even the world's top 500 companies would have to step aside. At that moment, Chen Feng heard Rockefeller's report and remained completely composed. All these figures were within Chen Feng's expectations. Back then, Chen Feng had a highly ambitious plan to expand his influence globally and gain economic control over all nations. At the time, this was merely a plan, but after 3 years, it had already begun to take shape. With the Atlanta family's influence in Eagle Nation, they were already close to causing a nationwide upheaval. If the Atlantis family were to suddenly collapse, the Eagle Nation's economy would likely suffer a significant decline. Moreover, besides the Atlantis family, Chen Feng also had numerous other businesses within Eagle Nation. If these forces were to unite, even Chen Feng would not know how terrifying they could become. Not only in Eagle Nation, but across the globe, Chen Feng has cultivated entities as powerful as the Atlanta family. For example, in the British Empire, many of the financial powers in the city of London are under Chen Feng's control. When the time comes and all these factions grow powerful, perhaps Chen Feng could truly use his economic might to control the entire world. At that point, there would be no land under heaven that is not the king's. In the economic realm, Chen Feng would undoubtedly become a truly godlike existence. Chapter 90, from today onward, acquire the Eagle Nation. The Atlantis family. Chen Feng had already formed a clear plan after hearing Rockefeller's report. He had a good grasp of the current situation in Eagle Nation. Without hesitation, Chen Feng declared at the meeting, starting tomorrow, use all available funds to acquire all the industrial assets of Eagle Nation. Industries are the foundation of a nation. No matter how much capital one possesses, it is merely a pile of numbers and cannot achieve much. Only by controlling the real economy can one grasp a lifeline of a nation. This is also one of Chen Feng's goals. Although Chen Feng could use simpler methods to collapse Eagle Nation's economy, what he sought was not a fragmented Eagle Nation, but a prosperous and powerful one under his control. For example, Chen Feng could emulate some of Eagle Nation's capitalists by plundering the wealth of other nations and short selling their economies. This could collapse Eagle Nation's economy in the short term. However, this would serve no purpose and only drive Eagle Nation into a corner. It would be better to boil the frog slowly, allowing Eagle Nation to sink gradually. No. The risks are too great. The Eagle Nation's industrial base is too massive for the Atlanta family to fully absorb. That's right, and Eagle Country Industries can be completely controlled by the Eagle Country government, which would only drag the Atlanta family into a quagmire. Industry is the foundation of a nation. The Eagle Country government will not tolerate such actions. I oppose it. There is no plan, no strategy, and the risks are too high. Chen Feng's words were met with strong opposition from many high-ranking members of the Atlanta family. In their view, deciding the fate of the Atlanta family based solely on Chen Feng's words was something they could not accept. At that moment, Rockefeller spoke up, "You few, starting today, hand over all your work to others. You are no longer responsible for it." Rockefeller's words left the few men speechless. "Clan leader, this isn't fair. He's just an outsider. How can you favor him like this?" Someone spoke up unwillingly. Indeed, as members of the Atlanta family, they were prominent figures in Eagle Country. He's always been arrogant and never bothered to acknowledge others. Chen Feng, on the other hand, is just a young man in his 20s, making it hard for them to take him seriously. If it weren't for Rockefeller's request, they wouldn't have gone to the airport to pick him up in the first place. That would have been too humiliating. But now, Chen Feng had directly decided the fate of their family, leaving them filled with resentment. "From now on, whatever Mr. Chen says is my command. Whatever he orders, we must obey without question," Rockefeller said solemnly. Rockefeller himself was well aware that Chen Feng would never make such a decision without good reason. Moreover, even if Chen Feng's decision was wrong, they would have no choice but to obey unconditionally. After all, the once glorious Atlantis family is now firmly under Chen Feng's control. If it weren't for Chen Feng's request for confidentiality, he would have already confessed to the other members of the family. At that moment, Chen Feng didn't bother with the Atlan family's feuds and said, "Tomorrow, I want to see your actions. take control of the Eagle Nation's economy, starting with its industries. After speaking, Chen Feng left directly, following Rockefeller to a villa where he settled in. At the same time, Chen Feng took out his phone and sent a text message to an unfamiliar number. Acquire all industrial groups in Eagle Nation. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Holy crap, is Chen Feng really that powerful? A single sentence made the first family of Eagle Nation obey so readily? I'm freaking out. I feel like something huge is going to happen in Eagle Country tomorrow. Controlling Eagle Nation's industrial enterprises means controlling its economic lifeline. From now on, every purchase made by Eagle Nation citizens will require Chen Feng's approval. I don't think that's possible. Even if Chen Feng had that intention, the Eagle Nation wouldn't allow it. The Eagle Nation's government isn't stupid, they wouldn't let someone else directly acquire these industrial groups. Arrogant. Chen Feng is way too arrogant. This is insane. Speaking of which, what should we do about this challenge? While other countries' financial elites are still challenging in Xia Kingdom, Chen Feng has gone straight to another country to raid their assets. Awesome. Awesome. At this moment, the audience could only look up to Chen Feng in awe. Casually acquiring all of Eagle Nation's industries, is that something a normal person could even say? Even the world's richest person wouldn't be this arrogant. Yet Chen Feng dares to say it. Acquiring Eagle Country's industries isn't just empty talk. 5-star building. In the conference room, many high-ranking officials from Eagle Country have gathered once again. Over the past 2 days, they had practically been living in the 5-star building, holding meetings every other day. And all of this was because of Chen Feng alone. This is too much. It's simply too much. How dare they try to acquire all of Eagle Country's industrial holdings? It's nothing but a pipe dream. A senior official couldn't help but curse. They had all received word of Chen Feng's actions, as he had broadcast them live during his speech. So brazen, with no attempt to hide it, it's a blatant provocation. Our Eagle Nation's industrial assets are now worth trillions. How dare he think he can acquire them? Even the Atlantis family couldn't pull that off. When the time comes, we won't be afraid to let him overextend himself. After he completes the acquisition, we'll use official measures to sanction him, leaving him bankrupt. That's right, one person wants to swallow up the entire Eagle Nation? He's just dreaming. Many people echoed this sentiment. They simply didn't believe Chen Feng could acquire the entire Eagle Nation's industries. At that moment, Eagle Nation's Prime Minister, Mr. Reliable, also said, "Everyone, get ready. Once they start their actions, take countermeasures, contact the Eagle Central Bank, and be prepared at all times." As the Prime Minister of Eagle Nation, Te Kwai Pao had left many contingency plans in place. No matter what situation arises, with the Eagle Central Bank as a safety net, the situation won't get too bad. That night, the Eagle Nation's high-ranking officials stayed up all night. In the quiet city of Gotham, countless Eagle Nation citizens had no idea what kind of situation their nation would face after this night. Chapter 91, Full-Scale Crisis, Financial Collapse. Bright sunshine. Everything is coming back to life. The next morning, at the financial hub of Gotham City's Wall Street, countless industrial conglomerates received acquisition contracts from a company named Hongmeng Group. Soya was also a high-ranking executive among these groups. His group specializes in toilet paper production, holding a 35% market share in the toilet paper industry of Eagle Nation, with a market value of approximately 20 billion. It was one of the largest toilet paper manufacturers in Eagle Nation. When Soya saw the acquisition contract, he sneered disdainfully, "What kind of company is Hongmeng? They think they can acquire us for 30 billion? They're dreaming." Soya tore up the contract and threw it into the trash bin. After all, the group's daily net profit was in the tens of billions, and for just 30 billion, Soya would never consider selling the group. After all, this industry is a civilian-oriented sector that will never decline and will always generate substantial profits. There was even some room for growth. Ding! Just then, the phone rang. Soya answered the call, and a voice came through the phone. "Mr. Soya, this is Hongmeng Group. Regarding our acquisition contract, how do you intend to proceed?" Hearing this, Soya grew angry and said, "You're dreaming." However, the voice on the other end remained calm and said, "Mr. Soya, we hope you will give this serious consideration. Feel free to contact me at any time. However, I must remind you that the acquisition price will decrease to 250 billion in 1 day, 200 billion in 2 days, and by the 3rd day, your group may no longer exist." Beep. The call ended abruptly, leaving Soya feeling dazed. What the hell? Are they calling to tease me? Not only is the acquisition price not increasing, it's actually decreasing every day, and in 3 days, the group might not even exist? This isn't a joke, is it? However, before Soya could sit down in his office for long, his secretary burst in from outside, so flustered that she didn't even knock on the door. Soya was about to scold her, but the secretary's words left him speechless. "Chairman, it's bad news. Our company's stock has just plummeted to the daily limit, with estimated losses of 20 billion. Plus, many people who heard the news are rushing to sell our stocks," the secretary said quickly. Upon hearing this, Soya was struck speechless, as if struck by lightning. Plummeted to the daily limit? That's way too exaggerated. After all, before this, the group's stock wasn't exactly soaring. But it had been growing steadily every day. Yet just now, it plummeted to the daily limit, leaving Soya utterly baffled. Suddenly, Soya seemed to think of something and glanced at the trash can beside him. Inside were the acquisition contracts he had torn up just moments ago. At that moment, Soya realized that this was likely the work of the so-called Hongmeng Group. However, what Soya couldn't figure out was how Hongmeng Group could be so terrifying, causing his group to lose over 20 billion in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, Soya refused to give in and immediately called others for help. What? Atlanta wants to acquire my company? Buran held the contract in his hand, listening to his subordinate's report, a hint of excitement in his heart. His company dealt in steel, and the market had been in a downturn recently, resulting in consecutive losses. He was desperate to find a buyer. Now, the first family of Eagle Nation was offering to acquire his company, and he couldn't be happier. Without hesitation, Blanc signed his name on the acquisition contract and set off to meet with the Atlan family. Impossible. The French Dior Group wants to acquire my company? That's just a pipe dream. The chairman of a British industrial group looked at the acquisition contract in his hand and said disdainfully. He knew that the Dior Group was the largest company in France, with immense strength. However, France and Eagle Nation were two different countries, and the chairman simply ignored the acquisition contract. However, soon after, he received a shocking piece of news: the stock price of his own group had plummeted to the daily limit. This left him completely unprepared. He knew that the Dower Group was behind this. Nevertheless, he immediately called the high-ranking officials of the Eagle Nation to resolve the issue. Gotham City. The largest stock exchange in the city. Huge LCD screens displayed a sea of red stocks, leaving all investors stunned. In Eagle Nation, red signaled a decline, while green indicated an increase. This confirmed that the majority of stocks in the Eagle Nation stock market were plummeting. For all the investors, it was like being in hell. Oh my god, how is this possible? In less than an hour, hundreds of stocks have already hit the daily price limit. It's over, it's over. All the money I invested is gone. Damn it, is this a financial crisis? I need to sell all my stocks immediately. Stock trading ruins lives. What have these companies done to cause all their stocks to hit the daily trading limit? Is someone manipulating the stock market, preparing to cash in? A complete red market. This is devastating news for British stock investors. Many people's assets have significantly decreased as a result. This is the most severe stock market crisis since the Eagle Nation was founded. Even the financial crisis 3 years ago didn't see such extreme declines. At this moment, 5-star tower. In the conference room, all the high-ranking officials of Eagle Nation were silent. A staff member was giving a report. An hour ago, the top groups from 35 countries around the world launched a massive attack on our stock market. According to incomplete statistics, over 1,000 industrial groups in Eagle Nation saw their stocks plummet to the daily limit, resulting in actual economic losses of approximately 100 billion. If this trend continues, our industrial sector will suffer massive losses over the next 2 to 3 days. This was a blatant attack targeting our country, with massive capital forces flooding into the market, which our stock market could not withstand. This news left everyone present speechless. Just yesterday, they were confidently declaring they could handle Chen Feng, but now it's clear they were deluding themselves. 35 top-tier groups from around the world have launched an attack on the Eagle Nation stock market. This is something no single country in the world could withstand. They never imagined that Chen Feng possessed such terrifying power. Chapter 92: The Day the Eagle Nation Grinds to a Halt. The Atlanta Family. Chen Feng was currently staring at the data on the screen in front of him, already confident in his plans. With the system's assistance, Chen Feng had already taken control of and acquired most of the profitable groups in Eagle Nation. Even some industrial groups with only minor losses had been fully acquired by Chen Feng. Such a feat, if exposed, would be enough to shock the entire world. After all, this was almost equivalent to buying the entire Eagle Nation. Of course, there were still many groups that had not surrendered and were struggling to survive. However, Chen Feng is well aware that it won't be long before these groups either surrender or go bankrupt. There are no other options. Unless the Eagle Nation's government intervenes to assist these groups in overcoming their difficulties. However, under the current circumstances, such assistance would have little impact. Because Chen Feng already controls a significant portion of the real economy, including a large number of civilian industries. The Eagle Nation is under Chen Feng's control, and this is the inevitable trend. Immediately, Chen Feng implemented his own plan, doubling the prices of all products. This move can be described as putting the Eagle Nation in a life-threatening position. For some wealthy individuals in Eagle Nation, this may not be a significant issue. However, the wealthy only constitute a small portion of the population. The majority of Eagle Nation's working-class citizens lack significant economic resources. Once the prices of goods rise, many people will no longer be able to afford basic necessities. Especially since many Eagle Country residents have no savings, this would quickly make survival a challenge for them. At that point, the Eagle Kingdom government would have to step in to provide assistance, either by distributing Eagle Yuan or distributing essential supplies. If Eagle currency is distributed, this money will quickly be siphoned off by Qin Feng. If supplies are distributed, it will be a huge burden for the entire Eagle Kingdom. Regardless of the approach, the Eagle Nation government will face immense pressure. Qin Feng simply needs to sit back and watch the Eagle Nation collapse. Gotham City. A shopping mall. Many Eagle Nation citizens are gathered at the entrance of the shopping mall to protest. A bottle of mineral water costs 15 Eagle currency, why don't you just go rob people? Damn it, I can't even afford a roll of toilet paper now. This is a rip-off mall. I'm going to report you. Let's go. I'm never coming back to this mall again. Brother, didn't you know? The mall next door is charging the same prices. I just came over from there, and I didn't expect this mall to be so expensive either. Speaking of which, the convenience store downstairs from my apartment has also raised prices. I used to be able to eat 3 meals a day, but now I can barely manage 1 meal a day. Damn capitalism. Are we just going to let them keep raising prices like this? Starting today at noon, many people in Gotham City noticed that the prices of all goods in the malls have gone up. And it's not just a small increase, prices have doubled. This is difficult for many people to afford. If it were just one mall raising prices, they could still choose to go to other malls. However, they found that all the shopping malls were doing the same. Not only that, but even some convenience stores on the streets were doing the same. Some unscrupulous merchants are taking advantage of the situation, tripling the prices of essential items. Of course, there are some shopping malls that haven't raised prices, but this particular mall sold out everything within an hour, leaving not even a single bottle of water behind. Under normal circumstances, the mall owner would be laughing all the way to the bank. However, when the mall owner went to restock, he discovered that all suppliers had raised their prices. If he wanted to continue restocking, he couldn't sell items at the original prices anymore and was forced to raise prices. If he refused to raise prices out of humanitarian considerations, he might not survive for long and would end up bankrupt. The situation in other cities across Eagle Nation was no different from Gotham City. Suddenly, this caused the social order in Eagle Country to collapse. If this continues, violent incidents may erupt. Eagle Nation Bank. The bank president was in his office, looking gloomy, with a cigarette in his hand the entire time. Since noon, all Eagle Country banks have been crowded with people. Countless Eagle Country citizens were withdrawing money. Many Eagle Country residents have discovered that prices for all goods have risen, and even using public restrooms on the street now requires a fee. This was the butterfly effect. If I raise prices and you don't, that's fine. But your life still has to cope with various expenses, right? It's like this: if you're a dentist, you used to be able to eat out for $10, but now you need $20 to eat out. The burden of living has increased. What should you do? Of course, you have to raise your prices when you fix someone else's teeth. So, this recent wave of price hikes has affected every aspect of life, from going to the hospital for a checkup to eating a meal, all facing inflation. However, while prices are rising, incomes have not kept pace. The double economic pressure is crushing many people. Of course, some official industries in the UK have not raised prices. However, given the massive population, these resources have already been snapped up. Some individuals have even hoarded several times the resources available, taking precautions in advance. Now, let's look at the Eagle Country banks. Countless Eagle Country citizens are withdrawing money, but the banks don't have enough cash on hand. This has severely damaged the credibility of Eagle Nation's banks, with many citizens protesting outside the bank branches. Damn it, where is the armored truck? This can't go on like this. The bank manager paced back and forth anxiously, waiting for news. Ding! Just then, the phone in the office rang. Picking up the phone, the bank manager froze upon hearing the voice on the other end. The armored car had been hijacked by a group of criminals. This news was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The bank manager collapsed into his chair and told the other staff members, announced to the public that the bank will not be open today. At that moment, the bank manager knew clearly that Eagle Country might be facing an unprecedented disaster. 5-star building. A group of Eagle Nation's high-ranking officials gathered together, urgently discussing countermeasures. We must rescue the economy and distribute a subsidy of 10,000 Eagle dollars to all residents. Otherwise, if this continues, Eagle Nation will soon descend into chaos. One of the high-ranking officials said. What about the people of Eagle Nation? They're facing huge financial pressures. Distributing money is clearly the most direct solution. In Eagle Nation's history, such measures have been taken before. However, it was soon met with opposition. No way. If that happens, nearly 4 trillion Eagle Yuan will flood the market, causing the currency to depreciate rapidly, and all that money will end up in Qin Feng's hands. Indeed. Too many Eagle dollars will inevitably lead to devaluation. Otherwise, wouldn't the Eagle Nation simply print money endlessly to achieve prosperity and strength? For a moment, everyone fell into silence. After a long while, someone spoke up. Why not resort to military suppression? Take control of all industries by force. That way, commodity prices won't rise. Military suppression is the most effective method. After all, the Eagle Nation is currently the world's most powerful country and has the military might to suppress anything. This suggestion was met with widespread approval. That's right. In our Eagle Nation, as long as we use military force, Chen Feng won't be able to stir up any trouble. In my opinion, we should directly go to the Atlanta family to arrest them. Once that's done, this uprising will be resolved immediately. Within 3 days, deploying troops would resolve everything. However, at that moment, the Prime Minister of the Eagle Nation, who was seated at the head of the table, wore a look of deep concern. He naturally knew that military suppression could resolve this unrest. But that's merely a band-aid solution. He is well aware that Chen Feng is merely the one issuing orders, while the true mastermind behind this plan may still be lurking in some corner of this world. If Chen Feng were captured, the economic blow to Eagle Nation would persist. Moreover, using military suppression would damage Eagle Nation's reputation worldwide. In that case, Eagle Nation might truly fall from its position as the global superpower. After some thought, Taekwai said, "I've made a decision. First, we will utilize all available domestic resources to help the ordinary citizens of Eagle Nation alleviate their survival crisis. Second, distribute subsidies, with each citizen of Eagle Nation receiving 1,000 Eagle Yuan in economic assistance, which should sustain them for a period of time. Third, seek assistance from allied nations and procure various supplies globally. Simultaneously, inform the public not to purchase goods whose prices have risen. Fourth, impose anti-monopoly sanctions on Chen Feng and take legitimate measures to counter him. Fifth, regarding the recent acts of vandalism and looting in Eagle Nation, we will not intervene unless there is a threat to public safety." Taekwai Poo has no intention of compromising. He is fully aware that any compromise this time could potentially allow Chen Feng to gain control over the entire Eagle Nation. This is a scenario that Taekwai cannot accept. Therefore, he is prepared to confront Chen Feng head-on. Let's see who can outlast whom. As long as no one buys anything from Chen Feng's faction, such a massive industry is more than enough to bring anyone to their knees. If they could hold out for a month, Chen Feng's losses would be at least in the hundreds of billions, which no one could afford to endure. Moreover, his final remark was particularly insidious. Ignoring the looting and destruction, it's clear he's letting the people of Eagle Country take what they want. Most of the goods currently available in the market belong to Chen Feng. Such looting and destruction will only result in losses for Chen Feng. Xia Nation. Countless netizens learned about the current situation in Eagle Country through news media and were immediately outraged. They never imagined that, overnight, the situation in Eagle Country would deteriorate so drastically. They felt both delighted and shocked. Holy crap! Chaos has erupted. Eagle Nation is truly in turmoil. Is this all Chen Feng's doing? 6666, doubling all prices. That's a ruthless move. If Eagle Nation's people don't buy, they'll struggle to survive. If they do buy, Chen Feng will make a fortune. The power of capital is truly terrifying. Fortunately, Chen Feng is from Xia Kingdom. If this had happened in Xia Kingdom, the consequences would be unimaginable. I might not even be able to afford instant noodles anymore. What will the Eagle Nation government do now? Will they just print more money? Printing money? Great idea. Now the whole world knows about this situation. If the Eagle Nation does that, which country would be foolish enough to take the fall? Some countries might already be selling off their Eagle bonds. Many people are gloating over Eagle Nation's situation. After all, Eagle Nation has been quite arrogant on the international stage in recent years, often bullying other countries. This time, the Eagle Nation has suffered such a severe blow that the entire country is in a state of paralysis. Anyone with common sense knows that the Eagle Nation has only one option left: print money. Then use that money to purchase supplies from other countries. However, other countries are not foolish. At this critical moment, some countries that have always been at odds with the Eagle Nation have even banned the export of their goods to the Eagle Nation. Furthermore, even the exchange of Eagle currency has been halted. They are simply waiting for this crisis to pass before deciding their next move. Chapter 93, Allied Betrayal. Eagle Nation in Crisis. Eagle Nation. Chaos reigns, yet Chen Feng, the instigator of this turmoil, is comfortably resting within the Arland family estate. On the computer in front of Chen Feng, numerous news articles were open. Today's headlines: Eagle Nation's goods have doubled in price overnight, with some essential items tripling or quadrupling in price. How much longer can Eagle Nation withstand this inflation? Will the superpower fall from its pedestal? The Eagle Nation government has just issued an announcement: all citizens may visit official offices to claim a social assistance payment of 1,000 Eagle Yuan. According to unofficial reports, this is the work of a massive capital force disrupting the Eagle Nation's market, and this force is known as Hongmeng. By 6 p.m., 90% of Eagle Nation's industrial groups had been acquired by Hongmeng, while the remaining 10 industrial groups saw their stock prices plummet, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. What lies ahead for Eagle Nation? Will it succumb to this capital force? These are all the latest news updates. Chen Feng looked at the news and couldn't help but smile. To achieve this in just one day is truly astonishing. With 90% of the industrial groups acquired, this effectively means that Eagle Country has been completely taken over. It can be said that with just a single word from Chen Feng, he could manipulate Eagle Nation's prices at will. As for the official regulations of Eagle Country, they prohibit Chen Feng from raising prices. Sorry, then I won't sell. This would directly result in the people of Eagle Country being unable to purchase goods, unless the country has sufficient strategic reserves. Otherwise, they dare not act this way. After all, Chen Feng controls 90% of Eagle Nation's industrial sector. If Chen Feng refuses to sell, the people of Eagle Nation will have no access to goods. As for the 10% of industrial groups still struggling to survive, can they sustain the entire population of Eagle Nation? That's a joke, it's simply impossible. Therefore, Chen Feng is certain that Eagle Nation dare not arbitrarily impose sanctions on him. At this moment, the camera crew following Chen Feng had already grown numb. From yesterday until now, he has been living a life he never dared to imagine before. Living in a luxury villa and enjoying the highest level of treatment, it was the pinnacle of life. But that wasn't the most surprising part. What truly astonished him was that the people he was following had, overnight, gained control over the majority of Eagle Nation's economy. This was simply unimaginable. Even the most powerful Atlan family in Eagle Country was now loyally serving Chen Feng. Meanwhile, in the live stream, many viewers were also cheering for Chen Feng. Chen Feng is amazing. If this keeps up, the Eagle Nation will be finished sooner or later. Chen Feng, be careful. I'm worried the Eagle Nation might act impulsively and arrest you without considering the consequences. A friend of mine studying abroad in the Eagle Nation told me that things are already in complete chaos there. The cost of living is simply unbearable. As expected, Chen Feng is the real deal. Today's news is exploding, and even the official authorities are calling this an unprecedented disaster in Eagle Country's history. Are they not afraid of ruining themselves? If the Eagle Nation collapses, won't the money Chen Feng invested also be lost? Many netizens are analyzing the situation. Indeed, if the Eagle Country collapses, the funds Chen Feng used for acquisitions will be lost entirely. But don't forget that Chen Feng is currently siphoning off massive amounts of wealth from the Eagle Nation every day. After all, even though prices have risen, there are still many Eagle Country citizens rushing to buy goods, fearing they'll be snapped up by others. All this income goes straight into Chen Feng's pockets. Moreover, Chen Feng has all the Eagle currency converted into other currencies by professionals worldwide. This way, even if the Eagle currency's exchange rate plummets, Chen Feng won't lose much. In the past, it was Eagle Nation that was exploiting other countries, but this time, Chen Feng is using Eagle Nation as a breeding ground to exploit countries worldwide. Such a move could only be pulled off by Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was also trading Eagle Yuan futures, investing all the $100 million he had obtained from the production team into the market. As long as the Eagle dollar drops, Chen Feng will make a fortune. In the past, such a move would have been suicide. After all, Eagle Yuan has always been a global currency with little fluctuation in value. However, in this current environment, it seems likely that Eagle Yuan will face a sharp decline this time. Even if Eagle Yuan didn't fall, Chen Feng would stop at nothing to make it plummet. Only then could he destroy the last shred of dignity of the Eagle Nation. The next day, the official foreign minister of Eagle Nation, Resumen, arrived in Kangaroo Nation in a hurry. The Kangaroo Nation has always been a staunch ally of Eagle Nation. This time, with the Eagle Nation suffering such a severe blow, without seeking help from allies, it would be impossible to overcome this crisis. Even basic supplies must be imported from other countries. Otherwise, the domestic supplies of Eagle Nation would be completely insufficient to sustain the lives of its hundreds of millions of people. The person receiving ricin this time was Oliver, a high-ranking official from Kangaroo Nation. Mr. Oliver, Eagle Nation requires the import of several billion Eagle dollars worth of supplies from your country within 3 days. As soon as they met, Ricin addressed Oliver directly. His tone was extremely arrogant. After all, the Eagle Nation has always been this way. Why should they be polite to their subordinates? Although Oliver felt some resentment, he replied politely, Mr. Ricin, I may not be able to make this decision. Our domestic supplies are insufficient. What? Upon hearing this, Ricin retorted, if you can't make the decision, then have someone who can come and discuss it. Oliver couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Those who can make the decision are all opposed to providing aid. Because the Kangaroo Nation had also received an oral warning from Chen Feng, anyone who dares to aid the Eagle Nation will face the same fate as the Eagle Nation does now. This made the Kangaroo Nation dare not act rashly. In truth, such threats were meaningless. After all, no matter how powerful Chen Feng's economic strength might be, he couldn't possibly control a major power. The most critical factor was that the largest conglomerate in the Kangaroo Nation now tightly controlled all essential goods in the market. The official government of the Kangaroo Nation simply cannot acquire these supplies unless they are forcibly seized. However, doing so could potentially drag the Kangaroo Nation into the economic crisis as well. After weighing the pros and cons, it was clear that abandoning the Eagle Nation as an ally was the better choice. After all, the Eagle Nation and the Kangaroo Nation only came together for mutual benefit. Now that Eagle Country cannot provide any benefits to Kangaroo Country, would Kangaroo Country sacrifice itself to save Eagle Country? Clearly, that is impossible. Moreover, the Eagle currency is currently facing devaluation, and trading with the Eagle Nation could result in significant losses. Mr. Ryson, our country is also facing severe shortages of supplies. I can make the decision to export 1 billion Eagle currency units worth of goods to the Eagle Nation. Any more than that, and our country simply cannot afford it. Oliver said. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ryson felt as though he had been insulted. 100 million Eagle currency worth of goods? It sounds like a lot, but for the current Eagle Nation, it might not even be enough to cover a day's worth of national consumption. Originally, Mr. Ryson had come to negotiate for a month's worth of imports, which would give him a chance to undermine Chen Feng. Oliver, 100 million in supplies is completely insufficient. Your Kangaroo Nation must secure 30 billion in supplies. Ryson said. But Oliver had already made up his mind and ignored Lei Sane. At most 100 million, no more. After speaking, Oliver didn't bother to respond, simply staring at Ryson. This left Lei Sane feeling utterly helpless. In the past, if someone from Kangaroo Country had spoken like that, they would have already taken action against Kangaroo Country. But given the current situation, Eagle Nation couldn't afford to lose this ally. In the end, Oliver had no choice but to compromise and said, 100 million it is, but it must be shipped to Eagle Nation within 3 days. Meanwhile, Eagle Nation dispatched numerous high-ranking officials to rush to other allied nations. However, their experiences were no different from those in Kangaroo Nation. They faced obstacles at every turn. After all, anyone with eyes could see that the Eagle Nation was facing an enormous crisis. Collaborating with them now was akin to throwing oneself into a pit of fire, and there was a high likelihood of getting bogged down in the mud. Moreover, they had long been dissatisfied with Eagle Nation. During its heyday, Eagle Nation had not hesitated to exploit them. As a result, every one of the Eagle Nation's allies was only willing to offer minimal humanitarian aid. Eagle Nation. 5-star building. Tae Kwai-poo was sitting in his office, looking deeply troubled. Damn it, at a time like this, the combined aid from 48 countries amounts to only 30 billion. Tae Ko-pao said angrily. According to his budget, at least $100 billion worth of supplies should have been sent to Eagle Nation. That would at least alleviate Eagle Nation's immediate crisis. With proper coordination, the basic necessities of the Eagle Nation's citizens could have been stabilized. If everyone tightened their belts, it would be enough to bring Chen Feng to his knees. By then, if the Eagle Nation's government were to take over, this economic battle would be a complete victory for the Eagle Nation. Prime Minister, once this economic crisis is over, we must teach these countries a harsh lesson. How dare they take advantage of our country when we're down? They will surely regret it in the future. Prime Minister, 30 billion in supplies is enough to sustain us for a month. We must urge the people not to purchase those price-hiked goods. The groups Chen Feng has acquired will inevitably be brought to their knees. That's right. If we don't buy their products, they will lose billions every day. Compared to them, our pressure will be much smaller. Some high-ranking officials from the Eagle Nation said. Indeed, while Chen Feng has acquired numerous industrial groups, this comes with significant risks. For example, some food companies waste inventory worth astronomical sums every day, let alone other items. Moreover, with the Eagle Nation's economic crisis, other investors won't target the Eagle Nation either. Although the Eagle Nation's economy is in decline, Chen Feng will inevitably suffer massive losses. As long as the livelihoods of the Eagle Nation's people can be sustained, once the crisis passes, the Eagle Nation will undoubtedly rise to glory once again. Upon hearing others' words, Tae Kwai-poo remained silent, but his mind was in turmoil. He was well aware that Chen Feng's true objective was not to destroy the Eagle Nation but to gain economic control over it. If they compromise, cease opposing Chen Feng's acquisitions of these groups, and refrain from undermining Chen Feng's commercial empire in Eagle Nation, this crisis could be resolved effortlessly, and Eagle Nation's economy might even thrive further. However, the price would be that Eagle Nation would be completely under Chen Feng's control from that point forward. Handing over the economic lifeline to someone else was something Tae Ko-pao was unwilling to accept. As long as there was even a sliver of possibility, Tae Ko-pao would never make such a decision. After all, doing so would make him a traitor in Eagle Nation's history, forever branded with infamy. That is precisely why he is still holding on. At this moment, the streets of Eagle Nation. Countless citizens of Eagle Nation have taken to the streets to protest. They are protesting against the price hikes implemented by all the industrial groups under Chen Feng's control. Get these capitalists out of Eagle Nation. They're sucking the blood out of us. I can't even afford a hamburger, these despicable capitalists. This is all part of the Eagle Nation government's conspiracy. The Prime Minister must take responsibility for this matter. Damn it, some unscrupulous merchants have even raised the price of a bottle of water tenfold. I've been drinking tap water all day today. If this continues, I might get sick and can't even afford to go to the hospital. What can 1,000 Eagle dollars do? Now even the price-hiked goods are all sold out, and I can't even buy food. In just one day, order in Eagle Country has completely broken down. Shopping malls have been looted, bank doors are closed, and in some remote areas, there have even been incidents of looting, arson, and violence. Many Eagle Country residents are filled with a sense of immense crisis. Most people are hoarding supplies to cope with the crisis, which has caused some overpriced goods on the market to sell out completely, allowing Chin Feng to make a fortune. However, none of this mattered to Chin Feng. After all, what Chin Feng wanted was not money, but for the Eagle Kingdom government to concede. As long as the Eagle Nation government compromises, everyone can live in peace and develop their own paths. Then Chen Feng's future earnings in Eagle Nation would be unimaginable. He could even use this to influence Eagle Nation's economy and gain some influence there. That was Chen Feng's true objective. Chapter 94, A Delaying Tactics, Intercepting the Cargo. The Empire of the Setting Sun. Foggy City Port. A cargo ship was docked alongside the port. The ship is massive, capable of carrying tens of thousands of tons of cargo. On the port, numerous Eagle Nation citizens are busily loading goods purchased from the Empire of the Eternal Sun into containers. They appear extremely rushed, as they know that if these goods are not transported back to the Eagle Kingdom in time, the Eagle Kingdom will face a massive crisis. Therefore, they are working overtime to load the goods onto the ship as quickly as possible. Given the distance between the Empire of the Rising Sun and Eagle Nation, a regular ferry might take 6 days to 2 weeks, and a cargo ship would take even longer. However, this cargo ship has been modified, and the entire route has been arranged by Eagle Nation. It should arrive in Eagle Nation in 3 to 4 days at most. If everything goes smoothly, the tens of thousands of tons of goods will arrive in Eagle Country shortly. At that moment, several cargo workers were chatting. I really don't want to go back. They say prices in the Eagle Kingdom have risen 2 or 3 times, and it's not as cheap as the prices in the Empire of the Rising Sun. One of the workers said. Don't worry, all countries are aiding Eagle Nation right now. This crisis will pass soon. Another loading worker said. It's said that some powerful capitalists are disrupting the Eagle Kingdom's market, but once these goods are shipped back to the Eagle Kingdom, it will definitely ease some of the tension. That's not certain. If I were those capitalists, I wouldn't let these goods be shipped back to Eagle Country. After all, that would allow them to sell their own high-priced goods at even higher prices. Can't be shipped back? How is that possible? We have warships escorting us, even pirates wouldn't dare to stop us. Just as they finished speaking, outside the port, one after another, official vehicles of the Sun Never Sets Empire entered the port. From these vehicles, numerous officials in uniform disembarked. The leader shouted, "Who is in charge here?" Quickly, an Eagle Nation man rushed forward, asking nervously, "I'm the one in charge. These goods were specially approved by your government. Is there a problem?" At this critical juncture, these Eagle Nation officials did not want any unexpected incidents to occur. If the goods couldn't reach the Eagle Kingdom on time, they would all face punishment. Most critically, this could result in millions of people going hungry and lacking essential supplies. The official from the Sun Never Sets Empire directly stated, "I am from the Quality Inspection Department. We received a report that these goods contain counterfeit and substandard products, as well as food items that fail safety standards. We need to conduct an inspection." This statement left the British officials speechless. There's something wrong with these goods? These are goods purchased by the official authorities of the British Empire. However, the responsible official from the Eagle Nation sensed a conspiracy and quickly said, "No need to inspect. We don't care about these issues. Just get them back to the Eagle Nation as soon as possible." He was well aware that time was of the essence for the Eagle Nation. Hundreds of millions of Eagle Nation citizens were suffering from the disasters caused by shortages of supplies. Even if the goods were defective, as long as they were usable, they would help alleviate the crisis for the Eagle Nation citizens. No, we must ensure the safety of these goods. If there are any issues, it will be impossible to clarify later. The official from the British Empire stated. Indeed, according to standard procedures, they must inspect these goods. Otherwise, if these goods are returned and quality issues arise, the entire reputation of the British Empire will be tarnished. Of course, special arrangements can be made in critical situations. However, the message from the higher-ups in the Sun Never Sets Empire is that this must be handled seriously and with the utmost care. How long will the inspection take? The Eagle Nation's representative, seeing the other party's firm stance, had no choice but to comply. After all, a strong dragon doesn't oppress a local snake. Even if the Eagle Nation is powerful, it cannot dictate terms on the territory of the British Empire. Especially during this sensitive period, they need to curry favor with the British Empire. I'm not sure, but rest assured, we've brought so many people we won't keep you waiting for too long. The official from the Sun Never Sets Empire said. The Eagle Nation's representative saw that nearly 100 people had arrived from the British Empire and nodded. However, he was still unsure. After all, the volume of these goods is no small matter, totaling tens of thousands of tons. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a week, but with so many people now, even the fastest estimate might take 2 or 3 days. At that moment, in the Prime Minister's office, William listened to his subordinate's report and sighed in relief. Keeping the goods destined for Eagle Nation in the British Empire for an extra day was Chen Feng's request. William knew how crucial these goods were to Eagle Nation. Under normal circumstances, they would have been given the green light and cleared quickly. If they were intentionally delayed, who knows how furious Eagle Nation would become. Therefore, William had instructed the Quality Inspection Department to mobilize all personnel to serve Eagle Nation, ensuring that the inspections would be completed within a single day. This way, even if the Eagle Nation decided to settle the matter later, they wouldn't be able to find any grounds for complaint. Meanwhile, around the world, shipments destined for the Eagle Nation were being intercepted. Some cargo ships that were originally scheduled to depart that night were delayed for various reasons. The most absurd case was Maple Leaf Country, the closest country to Eagle Nation. They should have been the most convenient route for transporting supplies to the Eagle Nation. However, all airlines have suspended operations, effectively ruling out air transport as an option. Freight companies have also ceased operations today, and transporting goods by truck has also been rejected. Maple Leaf Country has no choice but to mobilize all available official vehicles capable of transporting supplies and rush them to Eagle Country. However, the Maple Leaf Nation's official supply vehicles are not numerous, and it is estimated that they can only transport a few dozen tons at best. This is clearly insufficient compared to Eagle Nation's massive population. A large amount of goods are currently stuck in various warehouses. Upon learning of this situation, they were filled with anger. Chapter 95, Chaos in the Eagle Nation. Money can't buy anything. Damn it, these countries are all taking advantage of our misfortune. Te Cao Pao sat at his desk, furious and helpless. When he heard that supplies from various countries were being intercepted for various reasons, Te Cao Pao realized. These countries must have been instigated by Qin Feng, otherwise, such a problem would never have arisen. Especially at this critical moment, these supplies are the Eagle Kingdom's lifeline. If they're intercepted, the entire Eagle Nation will be in chaos. Without essential supplies, the people of Eagle Nation would likely resort to rebellion. And at this very moment, a piece of bad news arrives. Prime Minister, some shopping malls and retail stores in certain areas are already facing shortages, and many people are unable to buy food. A high-ranking official from the UK reported. This has left the Prime Minister in a state of panic. After all, if people can't buy food, there is a high likelihood that Eagle Nation citizens could starve to death as a result. At that point, the situation would become extremely serious. A superpower like Eagle Nation, with its vast resources, could actually have people starving to death? This would surely be a source of global ridicule. What's going on? Are Qin Feng and his people trying to destroy our Eagle Nation? Doesn't he fear the consequences? Te Cao Pao asked. The high-ranking official of Eagle Nation sighed helplessly. Prime Minister, although Chen Feng's shopping malls and convenience stores are selling goods at double the price, at least no one will starve to death. However, many Eagle Nation citizens are protesting the price hikes, looting, and burning some stores, causing these areas' shopping malls and convenience stores to close. Additionally, since you previously stated that official forces should not intervene, the situation has escalated further in the short term. Now, in some black markets, the price of a single loaf of bread has skyrocketed to 100 Eagle dollars. With prices skyrocketing to such an extent, Eagle Nation's economy has effectively collapsed. In fact, under normal circumstances, Eagle Nation would never have reached this point so quickly on its own. After all, every household has some reserves, and while Chen Feng controls Eagle Nation's industries, he is also selling goods though at double the normal price. While this approach is certainly not very humane, it should not have led to such a dire situation for Eagle Nation. The problem lies in the Eagle Kingdom's high-level control over the market. Many Eagle Nation citizens were hoarding goods, leading to severe shortages of essential items. Some Eagle Nation citizens may have stockpiled enough food for over a month, while others couldn't get any goods and had to go hungry. Additionally, some violent Eagle Country citizens have resorted to looting, destroying, and burning shops. Upon realizing that the Eagle Nation's official authorities were unable to control the situation, they became even more brazen. This has resulted in some shops being destroyed, making it impossible for Chen Feng to sell his goods. This has left many Eagle Country residents who could have purchased goods with no choice but to go hungry. Eagle Country. The Prime Minister's Palace. Countless protesting residents surrounded the palace, demanding that the Eagle Nation authorities come forward to explain. However, at this time, the Eagle Kingdom's high-ranking officials were all gathered in the 5-star building discussing how to deal with Chen Feng. Inside the Prime Minister's palace, only a deputy Prime Minister remained to calm the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm and stay in your homes. The government will resolve this crisis. Families in need of supplies can go to our designated distribution points, fill out the necessary information, and receive a certain amount of supplies. Gathering here serves no purpose. The authorities are working diligently to resolve this crisis for everyone. Go home. I swear on the honor of Eagle Nation that this crisis will soon be over. The Deputy Prime Minister is shouting into the microphone. He has been repeating similar statements for an entire day, yet the crowd gathered outside the Prime Minister's palace continues to grow, rather than diminish. If it weren't for the armed forces imposing a curfew around the Prime Minister's palace, it would likely have been overrun by the angry Eagle Nation citizens by now. Bring out the reliable one. Stop talking nonsense here. Why aren't these armed forces protecting the safety of ordinary citizens like us, but instead standing guard at the Prime Minister's palace doing meaningless things? Please, we'll even accept double the price for goods, but can you make those damned criminals stop? I feel my safety is not guaranteed. This is outrageous. 3 hours ago, I was shopping at a convenience store when several armed thugs burst in and started looting. There were armed personnel on the opposite street, yet they turned a blind eye. If you won't resolve these issues, step down immediately. We are protesting. The Eagle Nation government is doing nothing. Many Eagle Nation citizens are protesting. While they are angry about rising prices, they are now facing survival issues. Prices have risen, but at least we could still buy goods. But now the places where these goods are sold have been destroyed, and they can't buy anything at all. As for the official distribution points, that is even more ridiculous. Eagle citizens at the distribution points are queuing for several blocks, and the supplies they receive are pitifully scarce. At most, it's enough to sustain a family of 3 for a single day. This means that a family must queue non-stop for 24 hours just to ensure they can receive the basic necessities for daily life each day. They vented all their anger on Tay Kao Pao. At this moment, within the Atlanta family, Chen Feng looked at the data on his computer, completely unfazed. A total of 13,262 shopping malls were damaged, with 3,150 completely destroyed. The number of convenience stores was too numerous to count, with estimated losses reaching 50 billion Eagle yuan. The losses were enormous. But Chen Feng didn't care. Because Chen Feng knew that what he now controlled was the livelihood of the entire Eagle Nation. He didn't even need to lift a finger, these problems would resolve themselves. Moreover, he could take advantage of the situation to make a fortune. Without hesitation, Chen Feng issued an order. The Eagle Kingdom government must not intervene to stabilize the situation. All prices must be raised to 5 times their original levels. Indeed, taking advantage of the situation, Chen Feng was well aware that once this was over, the Eagle Nation authorities would certainly come after him. This might be his last chance to profit from this crisis. Moreover, Chen Feng knew when to stop. Otherwise, if he pushes the Eagle Nation to the brink of collapse, he himself would be in danger. Chapter 96, Official Intervention, Aiding the Enemy. Eagle Nation Streets. Chaos reigns. This was the 3rd day after the price hikes. In truth, the price hikes were not the straw that broke the camel's back. What truly plunged Eagle Nation into chaos was the sense of crisis among its citizens. Due to this sense of crisis, many citizens are looting goods. Because of this sense of crisis, many people cannot obtain essential supplies. Because of this sense of crisis, acts of vandalism, looting, and arson have become a common occurrence in Eagle Nation society. The irresponsible actions of the Eagle Nation's government have made the situation even more uncontrollable. If this situation continues, social order will collapse. The current social order is already slowly collapsing. Fortunately, this is happening in Eagle Country. If it were in other war-torn nations, rebel forces might already have emerged to stir up chaos. At that moment, inside a large shopping mall, screams echoed constantly. Numerous masked Eagle Country nationals are looting the mall, and some are even setting fires to destroy the building. As for the mall staff, they are now scrambling alongside the looting Eagle Nation citizens, trying to grab some essential supplies. Since resistance was futile, going with the flow was the best option. Smash these shops and let them hike prices. They're leaving us common folk with no way to survive. The Eagle Nation government has tacitly approved our actions. We just need to keep looting. These capitalists are bloodsuckers. We must drive them out of the Eagle Nation. Drive them out of Eagle Country. We can't let them destroy our Eagle Country. Resist these unreasonable price hikes. They're plundering the savings of Eagle Nation's people. Every time you spend money, you're aiding these evil forces. That's right, we're not just looting, we're fighting evil. These Eagle Nation citizens looting under the guise of justice are committing illegal acts. Actually, they weren't this brazen at first, but after realizing the Eagle Nation government wasn't stopping them, their behavior became even more reckless. Why wouldn't they take advantage of getting supplies for free? Of course, they are not just, and in some ways, they are even more extreme than Chen Feng. For example, after looting supplies, they do not distribute the excess to others. Instead, they would sell them on the black market at prices 5 or 6 times higher than the market rate, which is pure profiteering. It is precisely because of this that more and more people have joined the ranks of looting, burning, and destroying property. Mom, we can't buy any food. Outside the shopping mall, a little girl was holding her mother's hand, looking at the chaotic scene inside, tears welling up in her eyes. Her mother is also very anxious but has no idea what to do. Inside, a group of strong men were looting and burning, and she couldn't possibly fight them off. All she could do was watch helplessly. The little girl spoke again. Mom, why isn't anyone coming to catch them? The teacher told us when we were little that people who do bad things will be caught. Hearing her daughter's innocent voice, the mother looked utterly helpless. The Eagle Nation authorities seemed to have abandoned them entirely. All they had received was 1,000 eagle coins, which couldn't buy anything, and a supply distribution point where people had to queue for 3 days and 3 nights without getting a turn. The rest of the Eagle Nation authorities seemed to have vanished, taking no action whatsoever. What they didn't know was that this was intentional on the part of the Eagle Nation authorities, aimed at inflicting severe losses on Chen Feng. However, what they hadn't anticipated was that supplies from other countries would be intercepted, leading to a severe shortage of supplies domestically and causing numerous adverse effects. At that moment, armed vehicles belonging to the Eagle Nation government began arriving from outside the mall. Soldiers disembarked and surrounded the entire shopping mall. This scene immediately sent the Eagle Nation citizens inside the mall, who were in the midst of looting, into a panic. They were well aware that what they were doing was criminal, and under normal circumstances, they would have been arrested long ago. What are these soldiers doing here? Are they here to arrest us? Run! We're robbing people, will get at least a few years in prison. Damn it, didn't they say the Eagle Nation government wouldn't intervene? Now even the military has been deployed. Could it be a misunderstanding? My friend in the government said the Prime Minister personally ordered that no one would interfere with the looting of these price-hiking shopping malls. Chaos erupted inside the mall. One by one, the soldiers arrested everyone inside the mall, regardless of whether they had participated in the looting or not. This time, it was a warning to others, and also to prevent such incidents from happening again. After all, if this continues, the people of Eagle Nation will have no place to buy supplies, and there could be cases of starvation. Moreover, if people were to become desperate, who knows what heinous acts they might commit. Soon, everyone inside the shopping mall was arrested. Some soldiers remained behind to maintain order and restore the mall to its original state. These actions garnered widespread praise from law-abiding citizens of Eagle Nation. Prime Minister, this operation resulted in the arrest of 32,754 people, with over 2,000 shopping malls destroyed. Chen Feng's people have contacted us, stating that if the government does not take responsibility for rebuilding the shopping malls, they will cease operations. Prime Minister, what do you think? An official is reporting. This left Tay Kwai Pao with a grim expression, clearly dissatisfied. That's outrageous. They actually want us to take responsibility for the reconstruction. Tay Kwai Pao said angrily. However, he soon calmed down. In today's Eagle Nation, these shopping malls are essential for meeting the daily needs of the people. A large shopping mall can meet the needs of tens of thousands of people. 3,000 shopping malls mean the livelihood of millions of Eagle Nation citizens. This left Tay Kwai Pao with no choice but to say, rebuild. It must be operational within 3 days. Alright, Tay Kwai Pao relented. He couldn't just abandon the lives of millions of people, otherwise, his position as Prime Minister would be in jeopardy. In this time of extreme scarcity, where supplies could only be obtained from Chen Feng, he had no choice but to compromise. He had considered using military force to seize all the supplies Chen Feng had stockpiled. But he also feared that Chen Feng would resort to mutual destruction with Eagle Nation. In that case, Chen Feng would only lose money, while the losses for Eagle Nation would be unimaginable. Chapter 97, The True Disaster has only just begun. All commodity prices have risen to 5 times their original prices. A single piece of news sent the Eagle Nation into turmoil. At that moment, all the citizens of Eagle Nation were in an uproar. A loaf of bread that used to cost 2 eagle coins now costs 10 eagle coins. This has made life even harder for the already struggling Eagle Nation citizens. It can be said that an average Eagle Nation citizen, earning a month's wages, could spend all of their earnings on food alone without accounting for other expenses. Chen Feng made this decision based on these considerations, raising the prices of goods by 5 times. As long as we can survive, there's no need to think about quality of life. This is the result of controlling all of Eagle Nation's industries, clearly demonstrating how crucial a nation's industries are. In fact, at this point, Eagle Nation could have used its own means to prevent the crisis from erupting. By redistributing all national resources and distributing them to all citizens, the issue of basic sustenance could still be resolved. However, Eagle Nation is unique in that each region has its own ruler who, while obeying the official orders of the Eagle Nation government, acts independently in such situations. This has led to some regions with ample material reserves or higher output in basic industries remaining relatively stable during this inflationary period. However, regions with weaker foundations are in a dire situation. Panic has spread among the people. Moreover, the Eagle Nation government has deployed all its armed forces to protect shopping malls and maintain order. They are not unwilling to loot these goods, but they are well aware that if they do so now, supplies may cease altogether in the future. Therefore, they can only watch helplessly as many Eagle Nation citizens spend their life savings to purchase these price-hiked goods. At this moment, the Atlanta family. Chen Feng looked at the data before him, confident in his plan. 3 days. Chen Feng had directly earned 3 trillion in wealth in Eagle Nation. This rate of making money was even more profitable than a printing press. Originally, he could only make around 1 trillion, but Chen Feng took advantage of the situation to amass a fortune. Especially now that prices have risen, Chen Feng's money-making speed has doubled. As for the eagle currency he earned, Chen Feng directly exchanged it into other currencies worldwide and used these currencies to purchase assets that retain their value. Because Chen Feng is well aware that a terrifying financial crisis will soon erupt globally. When that happens, the eagle yuan will depreciate and all countries will be affected. Only those holding assets that retain their value will be able to maximize their interests. It's like this: if the world were to end one day, what good would it do to have an endless supply of money? It might not even be enough to buy a single loaf of bread to save your life. Therefore, in Chen Feng's eyes, money is no different from white paper. Only money that is spent counts as money. Money left in one's hands is merely a pile of numbers. Mr. Chen, the supplies you ordered from Xia Kingdom have already been delivered to the warehouse. Within 3 days, goods worth trillions will arrive at the port of Eagle Country. I fear the Eagle Country authorities. At that moment, Rockefeller walked in and said. Rockefeller had already become Chen Feng's secretary in Eagle Country, assisting him with various matters. Upon hearing this news, Chen Feng remained calm. Don't worry, they dare not touch it. Regarding this matter, Chen Feng had great confidence. Currently, Eagle Nation is in a semi-lockdown state, and all supplies must be provided through Chen Feng. Unless Eagle Country sends helicopters to retrieve supplies, as for sea routes, Chen Feng has already taken measures to block them. All major ports in Eagle Nation are effectively under Chen Feng's control. Unless force is used, Chen Feng will not allow supplies purchased by Eagle Nation to dock. Moreover, even if these supplies were transported, given Eagle Nation's current situation, it would take some time to distribute them to the people. Only after these issues are resolved will Eagle Nation have the time and resources to deal with Chen Feng. But by then, it will be too late, so Chen Feng is in no hurry. At that moment, 5-star building. All the high-ranking officials of Eagle Nation are gathered here. This is outrageous. Prices have risen 5-fold, which has directly caused inflation. This is an attempt to bring down Eagle Nation. Someone said angrily. Inflation is a harbinger of a nation's economic decline. With Eagle Nation's immense strength, inflation is virtually impossible. Yet it is because of Chen Feng that Eagle Nation's prices have risen 5-fold. Under normal circumstances, the Eagle Nation would certainly take measures to prevent such a situation and adjust prices. However, during this sensitive period, they simply cannot do so. Adjust prices? At worst, Chen Feng will stop selling goods. The first to suffer will be the people of Eagle Nation. At this point, a high-ranking Eagle Nation official analyzed the situation. Prime Minister, what we need most right now is for the people of Eagle Nation to be able to afford things. I suggest offering the Eagle Nation people some preferential policies, such as relaxing loan eligibility criteria and providing interest-free loans to help them get through this crisis. Once the crisis is resolved, they can repay the loans to make up for the shortfall. This method is relatively good. Once the Eagle Nation's citizens have money in their pockets, they won't starve. Moreover, this approach would result in minimal losses for the Eagle Nation government, as the loans would eventually be repaid over time. Ultimately, the consequences will be borne solely by the people of Eagle Nation. No, allowing such widespread lending could lead to the depreciation of the Eagle currency. Someone immediately objected. Even if it depreciates, it will only be temporary. The Eagle currency is pegged to oil, and it will rebound soon enough, unless all other countries in the world stop using oil. Indeed, the Eagle currency has become a global currency precisely because it is pegged to oil. As long as there is demand for oil, the Eagle currency must be used. Therefore, they are not at all concerned about the Eagle currency depreciating. After a heated debate, the Eagle Nation government finally made this decision. They are providing interest-free loans to Eagle citizens. However, what they didn't know was that the real disaster had only just begun. Chapter 98, Want to trade virtual currency? Forget about it. Xia Kingdom. Long Jinghua stared at the dozens of large screens displaying data that was all in the red, unable to help but whistle in astonishment. Terrifying indeed. Dragon Town's palms were drenched in cold sweat. Despite launching multiple economic sanctions against Eagle Nation, none had truly deterred them. Yet Chen Feng, in just a few days, had driven Eagle Nation to the brink of economic collapse. Li Xiuhe's voice was filled with excitement. However, oldly, the entire world must now trade oil using Eagle currency, which is directly pegged to gold. The next step will likely be. Before Long Jinghua could finish, Li Xiuhe nodded in agreement. Oil and gold were the most decisive moves the Eagle Nation had ever made. Even if Chen Feng is a financial genius, he might not be enough to bring down the Eagle Nation. Outside the Eagle Kingdom's palace, Tequaipu stood before the major news media, running his fingers through his golden hair. Everyone can rest assured. Our country is powerful. Once the interest-free policy is implemented, it won't be long before this is over. As soon as he finished speaking, a crowd of spectators began to cheer. After delivering this brief statement, he followed the Secretary General back to the White House. The Eagle Nation is the global superpower. Do you really think this petty skirmish can bring us down? How naive. At least he was born a businessman, such tricks are no match for him. Thanks to the stimulus of interest-free loans, the enthusiasm of our citizens has soared, and some small and medium-sized enterprises have also revived. I believe that it won't be long before our economy recovers and resources return once again. Money can solve 99% of the world's problems. This statement is no exaggeration. As the Secretary General spoke, his brows remained furrowed. What's the concern? Speak up. The reliable one, with his bulging belly, looked confident and composed. I'm just worried that after spending so much money, what will our next steps be? Interest rate adjustments and stock market measures have already been exhausted. Upon hearing this, the Secretary General immediately slammed the table. What's the rush? We still have Bitcoin, don't we? Upon hearing this, the Secretary's eyes widened. What do you mean? We hold 80% of the world's chips and control Bitcoin. Let it grow wildly. Got it? Upon hearing this, the Secretary General was enlightened, as if he had been struck by lightning, and immediately left. Ah, life is truly as lonely as snow. Tepakeo had no idea that the real disaster was just beginning. The Atlanta family. Chen Feng was already seated before the current giants of the chip industry. The industry leaders were gathered here: Intel, AMD, and Huang Vita. The CEOs of these chip giants all sat meekly in their seats. It was truly like sitting on pins and needles. Especially after seeing Chen Feng himself, they were sweating profusely. Young, unpredictable, and impossible to read. From today onward, your company is now under my ownership. Do you have any objections? Chen Feng didn't even glance at them. Instead, he stood up and looked down at the castle below. The distant sea was as blue as jade, with ripples glistening in the sunlight. Seagulls soared through the sky, and the landscape was like a painting far more pleasant to behold than these old men. Boss, why did you suddenly decide to acquire our company? Suma dared to ask. Chen Feng didn't turn around. He did as he pleased because he liked it, and besides, you have no choice. The live stream erupted once more. Holy crap! If Suma's AM store gets acquired, we'll finally be able to use affordable A cards. That's too small-minded. Do you really think Fenggu is just doing this for us lowly otaku? Regardless of the reason, if these three giants are controlled by Fenggu, our country's chip industry will directly leap to the top of the world. I can't figure out what Fenggu is thinking with this move. If you can figure out Fenggu, that's the real oddity. He's capable of a dimensional strike at any moment. Getting back to the conversation, it wasn't just Suma, even the CEOs of the other two giants were sweating bullets. What? Hard to choose? Let me help you decide. Chen Feng's voice grew colder and harsher. Just as Suma was about to speak, Chen Feng had already picked up his phone and sent a text message. Immediately afterward, Suma's phone started ringing non-stop. Text messages and emails poured in non-stop. East Asia General Agent: East Asia will cancel all chip orders for the quarter. South America Regional Representative: the partnership is terminated. European Regional Representative: we regret to inform you that our chip cooperation with AM Store has been terminated due to unforeseeable circumstances. It wasn't just the distributors, even some major IT companies directly sent messages cutting off ties. Upon hearing this news, Suma's face turned pale. The Intel CEO swallowed hard, already knowing what to do. It is an honor for us to collaborate with Mr. Chen. May I ask what percentage of shares you wish to hold? Children make choices, I want it all. With just one sentence, Chen Feng directly took the position of the other company's president. And he did it openly and unquestionably. You can go back and think about it, but by this time tomorrow, your companies might no longer exist. Chen Feng's tactics were well known to the three of them. However, their three companies were constrained by various factors in Eagle Nation and had also received significant resources from them. This was what they feared most. Oh, under my command, rare earth metals, precious metals, and resources will be provided to you at 10 times the original plan. Additionally, the factories can be directly relocated to Xia Kingdom. I have already made the arrangements. At this point, the two men's faces lit up with joy, while Suma looked terrified and knelt down. Mr. Chen, I was blind. I failed to see the bigger picture. Please give me another chance. Those who recognize the times are the wise. Get up, pack your things, and go to Xia Kingdom. There was still some time left. On the other hand, Taekwaipu received a series of notifications. Mining chips are in short supply, and production capacity is low. Due to low production capacity, we can't hype it up, and Xiagua's Bitcoin is surging abnormally. Xia Kingdom has become a new force in Bitcoin, and we can't even get a share of the profits. Spending money on speculation is just doing someone else's bidding. Faced with one piece of bad news after another, Taekwaipu was completely baffled. These three companies actually dared to flee. Chase them down and bring them back. We can't get them back. All their technical staff and ships have already crossed the Pacific. Taekwaipu kicked over the stool. I won't give in. We still have Eagle Yuan. Without oil, I'll see how they dare to be so arrogant. Just as he was speaking, another email appeared on his computer desktop. The CEO of Tesla, Marcos, stated that new energy is thriving in Xiagua and that Xiagua will be their permanent strategic partner. The United Arab Emirates has adopted the Xia currency as its trade currency in multiple countries. Chapter 99, Specially Reliable is at a loss. Taekwai Pao smashed the computer screen in front of him with a single punch, sending smoke billowing out. He was a businessman by trade and an extremely successful one at that. Behind him stands a powerful family as his backing. He controlled the economy, wielding influence with ease. Yet in recent days, he has been met with nothing but storms and turmoil. He wanted to use Eagle Yuan's control over oil to ensure that Eagle Yuan did not devalue. Chen Feng, however, had already taken special measures to secure the cooperation of the United Arab Emirates and other countries, making the Xia currency the second currency after the Eagle Yuan that could be used to withdraw oil. As a result, the Eagle Yuan is bound to depreciate rapidly in this wave of change. He wanted to use Bitcoin to replenish the national treasury. Chen Feng directly cut off the very foundation of mining chips, rendering it a fleeting illusion. Now, the regime faces internal and external crises, inflation, and even the possibility of a severe shortage of essential goods nationwide. Outside the palace, hundreds of TV reporters are already waiting. Taekao, pulling at his few remaining strands of hair, suddenly had a stroke of genius. After all, the summer coin has not yet completely replaced the Eagle dollar's status, so he can leverage the Eagle dollar's global standing to exploit the world. The Secretary General cleared his throat twice, seemingly urging the reliable one, as the journalists outside had been waiting for over half an hour. I have a plan. Taekao Pao lowered his voice, but his eyes betrayed his confidence. What's your plan? The Secretary General was quite curious. The country is short on money. Let's print more. Then use our money to acquire resources from underdeveloped countries. Got it? Taekao Pao slammed the table, causing the Secretary General's forehead to throb. Such measures could be described as the last straw for Eagle Nation. Is there no other option? The Secretary General seemed not to be asking a question but answering it himself. At that moment, on the other side, Chen Feng was still standing on the ancient castle of Atlantis, feeling the breeze. Boss, now that the reliable one has been cornered, will he give in? Compromise? Chen Feng shook his head. They still have one last option. Now, go handle something for me and put an end to his hopes. Chen Feng waved his hand casually, and the black-clad figure approached, growing increasingly alarmed as he listened. In the following days, Eagle Country appeared to be calm on the surface. In secret, however, they were urgently increasing the printing of currency. As the world's most widely accepted currency, Taekao Pao believed that as long as they had money, exploiting the world's resources would not be difficult. Even if, in his eyes, these banknotes were nothing more than pieces of paper, they could still be used to fleece the world. Taekao sat at his computer, smugly satisfied with his plan. However, at that very moment, envoys flying to various countries around the world began sending urgent messages. Prime Minister, Somalia has closed our trade and diplomatic relations. Prime Minister, Gagazia has closed our trade and diplomatic relations. Prime Minister, Libya has closed our trade and diplomatic relations. A string of messages appeared on the screen like raindrops, one after another. Moreover, the format of these messages was almost strikingly similar. These countries are all where he sent envoys to procure resources. In other words, to exploit them. However, he did not anticipate that these impoverished nations would act so decisively, severing economic ties outright. Upon seeing this, Taekwai Pao immediately issued a unified response. Raise the purchase price. In his merchant's mind, there was no business he couldn't secure by raising the purchase price. If that still didn't work, he could raise it again. After all, to him, these things were nothing more than a pile of paper. Once the domestic crisis subsides, everything will be manageable. But before long, a series of urgent messages popped up again. Prime Minister, Somali wants to expel me from the country. The negotiations have completely collapsed. Prime Minister, Gagauz has refused our demands and severed all ties with our country. Prime Minister, Libya has directly blocked the embassy and ordered us to leave. These shocking acts of defiance, so strikingly similar, left Taekwa Pao with only one person in mind who could possess such power. Immediately afterward, his computer screen displayed an email. You have enough time to consider whether to compromise or continue to confront me. The deadline is 6 o'clock. No exceptions. Upon seeing the email, Mr. Taekwai looked exhausted. Given the current state of their country, they couldn't hold out much longer. The banks were empty, the treasury was empty, people had no food, no resources, and no money. They also had to deal with the collapse of major industries and company bankruptcies. In such a situation, not only will crime rates skyrocket, but even the military may disintegrate. This is not the outcome Taekao Pao wants to see. At this moment, Taekao, looking extremely dejected, put on a mask and a hat and walked out onto the streets. Outside the shopping mall, there were still queues stretching for miles, waiting to enter. Some had even resorted to cutting in line, looting, and violent clashes, resulting in extremely brutal bloodshed. The once bustling office buildings now stand empty and deserted. With no food to eat, what's the point of working? Schools, once bustling gathering places, had long since closed, and some students had even joined the ranks of those fighting and looting on the streets. He witnessed a group of people fighting fiercely over a few hard, rock-like loaves of bread, leaving them bloodied and injured. He saw a group of people tearing each other apart over some expired dairy products. He saw children rummaging through garbage heaps, trying to find something edible. Seeing this, the once proud and reliable man finally bowed his head in defeat. He had already exhausted every possible solution he could think of. Even so, he was powerless to change the situation. It seemed as though every solution he came up with, Chen Feng had already implemented countermeasures. Every step was slow, every step was wrong, leading to the outcome he now faced. He had believed that with his current strength, the Eagle Nation no longer feared Chen Feng. He even believed he could avenge past humiliations. But reality struck so swiftly that he was completely caught off guard. At that moment, the Minister of Economy was riding in a Cadillac through the crowd. But when he saw the familiar, hunched figure of Tai Kuai-pao appear on the other side of the street, he immediately ordered the car to stop. "Prime Minister, all the ships bound for our country have come to a standstill, and the goods are not arriving on time. Atlanta has taken advantage of the situation to seize even more of our large companies. Some major companies have even sold themselves for a pittance in order to defect." The Minister of Economy blurted out a string of extremely unfavorable remarks, as if popping beans. Before Tai Kuai-pao could respond, he continued speaking. "Although the people now have money, they still cannot buy what they need. Within 3 days, the economy will shrink again, and the crime rate has already risen by 200%. It is expected to increase by another 50% tomorrow. These figures are like a knife, or even a mountain, threatening the very life of the reliable official." At that moment, the reliable official looked up at the sky. The sky was overcast, with dark clouds gathering. Even though it was afternoon, it felt like dusk. This scene was eerily reminiscent of the current state of Eagle Nation. Chapter 100, Xia Kingdom is no longer the Xia Kingdom of the past. Under immense pressure, Tai Kuai-pao finally chose to compromise. Contact the Atlanta family. At 5 o'clock tonight, meet Chen Feng at the 5-star building. After saying those words, Tai Kuai-pao looked like he had aged 10 years. Having spent a lifetime navigating the business world, he now finds himself unable to stand up to Chen Feng, even with the entire nation's resources at his disposal. The title financial god truly belongs to him. He couldn't afford to lose, and neither could the entire Eagle Nation. When it comes to choosing between honor and putting food on the table, Tai Kuai-pao knows better than anyone which is more important. Food is the foundation of life, a truth universal across the entire world. Afternoon, 5 o'clock. Inside the 5-star building, the lights were dazzling. Lavish decorations, carpets, and famous paintings were scattered about as if they were just for show. Every few steps, one could catch a glimpse of some priceless ornaments worth over 100 million. The glass here has been specially treated, it said even a Barrett rifle can't penetrate it. The director stood outside the door for over 10 seconds, and even the camera was shaking violently. Holy crap, I never in my life thought I'd be able to enter the high-rise meeting room of a 5-star building with a camera in hand. Meanwhile, this scene of extreme luxury was immediately transmitted to the live stream. Is Fenggu going to confront them head-on? Holy crap, if it weren't for Fenggu, I'd never have dared to imagine seeing every detail inside a 5-star building. Fenggu is so bold. Look, even they're following behind him. Transforming into a security guard. This is absolutely amazing. 6666, finally vindicated. Fenggu is so cool. Who dares to say Fenggu isn't the god of finance now? Does your face hurt? Earlier, wasn't there someone who said that if Fenggu proved his abilities, they'd come to the live stream and eat their words? I think it's time to start preparing. Back to the high-rise meeting room of the 5-star building. Seated at the head of the table was Chen Feng. On either side were his trusted aides and his Secretary General, followed by the Minister of National Defense, the Minister of Finance, the Chief Justice, and other high-ranking officials. Speak your mind. No beating around the bush. I don't like that nonsense. Chen Feng spoke first, his tone aggressive. In the live stream, everyone watching exploded in an instant. I'm speechless. A man whose every move sends shockwaves through the world. Fenggu just came in and started off so boldly? I feel like Fenggu is just doing this effortlessly, as if he's back at his own home. He handles things with ease, stating his position with a single sentence. Fenggu is truly tough. I wonder what kind of trials he has gone through to have such presence. Holy crap, my Fenggu is the coolest guy ever, no doubt about it. The live stream comments are all red. And all of this is because of one sentence from Chen Feng. Bang! At that moment, the Minister of the Ministry of State Security, Austin, suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Chen Feng, don't think that just because you have a little money, you can do whatever you want. If you really provoke me, you should know the consequences. Who are you? Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth and picked at his fingernails. Seeing this, the director's camera shook slightly. This is Austin, a key figure in Eagle Nation, a tough guy, a legendary figure. You're talking to him like that? I feel like my life is on the line here. The director's heart raced like wild waves, but when he saw the live stream's online viewership, it had surpassed 600 million for the first time. What does that even mean? With China's population of 1.4 billion, that meant at least 3 out of every 7 people were watching the live stream. The revenue from this alone was enough to make Chen Feng and the entire production team rich beyond their wildest dreams. And to top it off, Chen Feng holds the economic lifeline of the entire Eagle Kingdom in his hands. Once this storm subsides, the entire Eagle Nation will become Chen Feng's domain. The revenue from this, if it could even be calculated, would be enough to send chills down anyone's spine. At that moment, Tay Kaopao immediately stood up, flashing his signature smile. Austin, if you keep talking like this, I can remove you from your position immediately. As soon as Tay Kao heard Austin speak like that, he was already sweating coldly. If we don't give him a taste of his own medicine right now, this negotiation is as good as over. Austin snorted coldly, seemingly oblivious to Tay Kaopao's fear that had seeped into his very soul. The global standing of my Eagle Nation, you know very well. I'm warning you, Chen Feng, behave yourself. As he spoke, Austin's expression grew even colder. But the next moment, Chen Feng suddenly stood up. It seems you have no intention of negotiating. Wait. Tay Kaopao was so scared he almost fell to his knees. If not for the table, this scene would have been truly tragic. However, from the camera's angle, Tay Kaopao seemed to be kneeling toward Chen Feng. Holy crap, this is unbelievable. I took a screenshot. This must be the most embarrassing moment for Trump. Those who look down on my brother Feng before now know his true strength. That's so satisfying. After all the economic sanctions the Eagle Nation imposed on our Xia Nation for so long, and after being on the defensive for so long, this time, we're finally getting it all back. Brother Feng, I'll have your baby. The live stream's chat was so overwhelming it nearly crashed the server. Staff had to adjust the signal for several minutes before it finally came back online. Meanwhile, the situation in the conference hall had completely changed. Austin, who had just been spouting off, was now personally brewing a cup of top-tier coffee for Chen Feng. Wind brother, let's talk this out. I was the one who acted rashly earlier. Now you want to talk properly? Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, seemingly not even acknowledging Austin's presence. It was my fault for not recognizing your true worth. I didn't consider the consequences. Please don't hold it against me, brother Feng. The live stream exploded again because of those few words. Earlier at the press conference, this Austin was so tough, as if he really wanted to go to war with Xiagua. But now, he was acting like a puppy, begging for mercy in front of Chen Feng. What happened during the 2-minute signal interruption? Please tell us. Who knows? The damn director, if you can't handle the technical issues, step down. At that moment, the video of the 2-minute disconnect was once again posted by the administrator at the top of the link. Everyone immediately clicked on the link. In the video, from start to finish, Chen Feng only said one sentence. Xiagwei is no longer the Xiagwei of the past. We have an old saying in Xiagwei, in the way of warfare, provisions come first. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 101, Full Control of Eagle Nation's Economy. In the 2-minute video, Chen Feng only spoke this one sentence. After that, the entire venue fell silent. This silence lasted nearly 1.5 minutes. Austin's expression changed several times during that minute and a half. Chen Feng is too tough. A single sentence left the Eagle Nation's prime minister and ministers speechless. This kind of resolve truly lives up to the title of the God of Finance. He truly deserves the title, and Feng Ji's words were indeed irrefutable, demonstrating a deep understanding of military strategy. Any battle detached from the economic and material foundation is meaningless. This Austin truly believes that planes and tanks don't need to eat, but people do. At this moment, the momentum in the conference hall had completely shifted in Feng's favor. With only 37 minutes left until 6 p.m., I suggest you make a decision quickly. I need to go home and spend time with my wife tonight. Chen Feng finished speaking and gave a heart sign to the camera. Mu Qian in Xia Kingdom was completely unaware, still asleep. Only the young women watching the live stream were filled with excitement and envy. If only I were Feng Ji's wife. Even if it were just for a day, I'd laugh myself awake in my dreams. He's so devoted, doesn't cheat, can make money, and is so handsome. Where in the world could you find someone like that? Feng Gu is one of a kind, no arguments allowed. Upstairs, 10,086. At that moment, the director's hand trembled again. After all, Chen Feng's words were too harsh. The other party was highly reliable, ruthless, and backed by a powerful nation. One careless word could easily invite a deadly threat. More importantly, they were currently in Eagle country. If the other side decided to take drastic measures, their return home would be delayed indefinitely. But before he could react, the reliable contact finally spoke up. Chen Feng, what do you want to do? Is it my turn to make demands now? Chen Feng looked like a harmless scholar with a smile on his face. Go ahead and make your demands, as long as they're not too unreasonable, Before the reliable one could finish speaking, Chen Feng shook his head immediately. Not too much? Your policies towards Xia weren't too much back then? You people from Eagle country are truly the epitome of double standards. Chen Feng finished speaking and casually threw his coffee cup to the ground. To be honest, my demands are indeed unreasonable. Tay Kuai's forehead was already drenched in cold sweat. The last person who dared to speak to him like that was the former Prime Minister, Omarba. Back then, he dared to retort to Obama's words. But now, he dares not utter a single harsh word. If Chen Feng were to lose his temper, the United Kingdom would face the most severe economic recession since its founding. Worse still, it could even plummet from a developed nation to a poverty-stricken one. Such a person must not be provoked, and no one dares to provoke him. Don't you think I'm incapable of sanctioning you? Don't you think I don't deserve the title of financial god? Chen Feng pressed him relentlessly. You, tell me, what conditions do you have? Te Kwai Pao realized he had no bargaining chips left. The entire economy of Eagle Nation. Chen Feng spoke these words with utter calmness, not even a ripple of emotion. However, to Te Kwai and the others, these words sounded like a thunderclap. In their eyes, Chen Feng was making an outrageous demand. To single-handedly control the Eagle Nation's economy, wasn't that equivalent to controlling the entire nation? Even he, Te Kwai, would have to bow down and submit. Such a thing made Te Kao Pao's heart race, and he felt an intense resistance within him. But even with such resistance, under such outrageous demands, what could he possibly do? In the past few days, Atlanta has already firmly taken control of over 70% of the companies in Eagle Nation. That's what they call striking while the iron is hot. Chen Feng seemed to have lost a significant amount of money, but in reality, he had caused the Eagle Kingdom's economy to shrink drastically. Then, by leveraging that shrinkage, he could crush those large companies and eventually reclaim them at extremely low prices. In the end, once an agreement is reached, those cheaply acquired companies will return to normal operations, and their market value will inevitably rise again. This, in business warfare, is called using the small to defeat the large. And Chen Feng has already succeeded. The live stream chat had fallen into an almost complete silence due to Chen Feng's earlier demand. After about 30 seconds, someone finally snapped out of the silence. Holy crap! Chen Feng dares to say that. That's so bold. The person on the other side is the Prime Minister of a country. This isn't a joke. Most importantly, Brother Feng is on their turf. What kind of courage is that? Under these circumstances, it's not just excessive, it's outright harassment. The reliable one probably won't agree. A country's economy isn't something to mess with. At that moment, in the conference hall. You have 20 minutes left. Chen Feng glanced at his custom Rolex, his face still bearing a faint smile. At that moment, whether it was Te Kwai, Austin, or the Chief Justice, they could only exchange glances. If they refused, they knew the consequences better than anyone else. Meanwhile, Te Kao Pao's mind was completely consumed by everything he had seen on the street earlier. He knew exactly what would happen if this situation continued for much longer. The prolonged silence was making the director grow restless. I'm just a host of an entertainment show. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm on the front lines? He swallowed hard, steadied the camera, and finally spoke. All right, I agree to your request. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present was stunned. But even if they disagreed, what could they do? The economy is the lifeblood of a nation. It's like the major arteries in a person's body. And now, their own main artery was completely choked off by others struggling, certain death. Rather than face such a fate, it was better to secretly agree and bide their time. The live stream exploded instantly because of that one word, reliable. Wow, they just agreed? Fenggu is so badass. What kind of move is that? It's only been a few days? He's already taken control of the economic lifeline of the Eagle Nation? You're focusing on the wrong thing. You guys, how much do you think Fenggu will make from this move? I think your focus is off. The Eagle Nation's economy is far beyond what we can estimate right now. In any case, Fenggu is truly formidable. This time, he's finally proven himself what a satisfying victory. With the reliable figure stepping back, the entire economic lifeline of Eagle Nation is now fully under Chen Feng's control. Meanwhile, it's laughable that some bloggers are still questioning this. There's a time difference between Eagle Country and our side. From the live stream perspective, it was already pitch black at 6 o'clock, which clearly doesn't add up. Second, even if the timing is off, there's also the behavior of the so-called reliable source, which doesn't align with his usual demeanor. Third, a mere director with a camera entering a 5-star building? They're clearly trying to fool you. Who could possibly take down Eagle Nation's economy in an instant? So many legendary figures before him couldn't do it. What gives Chen Feng the right? Chapter 102, I'm going to take down the Stick Country Part 1. Not only that, but the videos of Chen Feng and the reliable guy have been taken down from all live streaming platforms. This also gives those who missed the live stream an opportunity to question the matter. After all, seeing is believing. Anything not witnessed firsthand can be questioned and overturned. However, Chen Feng couldn't care less about any of this. During the time he wasn't recording shows, he spent every day cuddling with his wife Mu Qian. Meanwhile, under his orders, all restrictions in Eagle Country were lifted. As expected, the companies that had been sold off at a loss to the Atlantis family were recovering at an astonishing pace. The economy of Eagle Nation was steadily improving. However, even so, even the most reliable person couldn't help but feel unhappy. Because the majority of the nation's wealth ultimately ended up in Chen Feng's pockets. To put it bluntly, even he was working for Chen Feng. And the money Chen Feng had originally lost was not only not lost due to the Eagle Kingdom's economic recovery, but it actually increased by several trillion Eagle yuan. The 30-day challenge once again ended with Chen Feng emerging victorious with ease. In fact, the money he earned from this move far exceeded the second place by several orders of magnitude. However, Chen Feng isn't interested in money, he's more interested in Mu Qian. Meanwhile, the production team couldn't think of any more attention-grabbing challenges for the time being. Additionally, Chen Feng's previous actions, which had directly destabilized the Eagle Nation's economy with such ruthless measures, were too shocking to comprehend. Therefore, the production team decided to let things settle down for a while. This brief period of inactivity only made Chen Feng feel that a simpler life was preferable. Life, after all, is but a fleeting moment, like a white horse passing through a crack in the door. Cherishing those close to you is the true path to happiness. However, this period of silence was soon shattered on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival. The incident originated from a South Korean streamer. That morning, the South Korean streamer, Park Mani, openly appeared on a certain platform wearing traditional Chinese attire from the Xia dynasty, acting in a manner that was both awkward and provocative. He even boldly declared in the livestream that the Dragon Boat Festival actually originated from their country. This outrageous statement immediately caused a huge stir. What the hell are you doing? Unfollow him. This useless streamer must have learned his history from a PE teacher. What's wrong with this woman's head? How dare she say such nonsense? Does she really not want our money anymore? Ban it. That's not enough to appease the public anger. Over the years, how much of our cultural heritage has that country stolen? Don't you have any sense of shame? So you're telling me that the great poet Chu Yuan was also migrated from your country? Without the eastern journey of GZ from the Xia kingdom to establish the kingdom of gentlemen, your Korean country wouldn't even know where it was. You haven't learned anything from your ancestors, yet you jump up to bite their bones and drink their blood. Where's your face? It's probably stuck in a dung heap. Chapter 103, I'm going to take down Korea Part 2. Park Mani didn't expect that the Chinese people weren't just a bunch of horny idiots. When their patriotic feelings kicked in, they were more passionate than drinking Jiang Xiaobai. Scared her into immediately ending the broadcast. Everyone thought the matter was settled. However, just 10 minutes after Park Mani went offline, the official Korean government openly declared that the Dragon Boat Festival had been included in their list of intangible cultural heritage and was currently undergoing the UNESCO inscription process. Soon, the news was picked up by a bunch of South Korean esports players, and the information spread like wildfire across every corner of Seogwa. Amidst all this chaos, the show's producers immediately sensed the potential for massive traffic and called Chen Feng. Chen Feng was coincidentally on vacation in Jeju Island and had already heard about it. Upon hearing that the production team wanted to issue the fifth challenge, with the sole target of taking down a South Korean company, Chen Feng casually replied, "I'm busy." The production team assumed that this big shot was impossible to persuade. But just as things were at a critical juncture, an even more dramatic event occurred. That was, the South Korean company Samsung had adjusted its warranty period for Chinese customers to 6 months, while in South Korea, the warranty period remained 2 years. What's even more infuriating is that this bizarre clause was only targeted at Chinese consumers. Other countries still had a 2-year warranty. Coincidentally, Mu Qian's phone broke down during the warranty period. Chen Feng, who was in South Korea, had originally planned to replace it for Mu Qian directly. However, since the phone had only been purchased 6 months earlier, replacing it would not be worth it. Moreover, Mu Qian wasn't the type to waste money, and not having a phone was inconvenient, so she immediately went to the 4S Samsung store on Jeju Island. Welcome! The saleswoman from South Korea greeted them enthusiastically. However, as soon as she heard Mu Qian and her companion speaking, the saleswoman's tone changed immediately. Are you here to buy a phone? No, we're not buying one. We're here for warranty service. Mu Qian didn't notice the saleswoman's tone and pulled out her phone. I'm sorry, your phone is out of warranty. The saleswoman said impatiently. After all, if she didn't sell a phone, she wouldn't get any commission, and besides, the company had just implemented a new policy, so she could completely ignore Mu Qian. Out of warranty? When I bought it, the warranty was for 2 years, and the phone malfunctioned during normal use. Are you really not going to repair it? Mu Qian spoke logically, her face flushing red. The company has just implemented new regulations. Phones purchased in Seogwa receive this treatment. What can you do? You're Seogwa nationals. The saleswoman's words immediately set Mu Qian off. So your company really is discriminating? What? Do you look down on us Seogwa people? By this point, Mu Qian's face was flushed red. It was her first taste of the helplessness of being in a foreign country. Company policy, I can't make that decision. If you can't afford the phone, please leave. The saleswoman's words caused the tourists from the Korean peninsula to point and whisper among themselves. Look, those poor shashi people over there, demanding a warranty? They're just lower class people. Exactly, lower class people deserve special treatment. It's the least we can do to show respect to us upper class people. If you can't afford it, just don't use it. Your country has Huawei, right? Use those crappy phones instead. Why insist on pretending? At this point, Chen Feng could no longer hold back. Call your manager over here. Chen Feng spoke in a low voice, his face expressionless. What? You think seeing our store manager will make a difference? Who do you think you are? The saleswoman didn't give Chen Feng the slightest bit of face. She had seen customers like this before, and the two of them were dressed casually, clearly not wealthy individuals. But just then, Chen Feng slammed his foot down, sending the counter flying. Then, with remarkable composure, he called the production team and said, "Come on, I'm going to take care of this place." Chapter 104, Bold Declaration Makes Sansang Disappear. Upon hearing that Chen Feng was causing trouble, the director was equally bold and immediately rented a plane to fly directly to Korea. After all, Chen Feng was their guarantee for ratings. With ratings, the money would flow in endlessly. On the other hand, Chen Feng kicked over the counter of the Samsung store on Jeju Island, immediately drawing the attention of a group of tall security guards. "What? You Chinese are causing trouble on our turf?" The security guard was slightly taller than Chen Feng, with a muscular build, looking imposing and intimidating. Just standing there, he exuded a sense of authority. "Get out." Chen Feng coldly spat out a single word at the security guard. This kid is pretty cocky. You must not know where you are. This isn't your country. I advise you to behave yourself." The security guards had already surrounded Chen Feng. At that moment, Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth, hoping they'd still have the guts to talk to him like that later. Chen Feng didn't want to cause trouble, but who told these idiots to mess with his wife? Mu Qian was his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to touch her would die. When everyone saw Chen Feng pull out his phone, they all knew what he intended to do. Interesting. Calling for backup? You better know whose territory this is. The security guards didn't immediately lose their temper because there were still many tourists watching. And not just local tourists from the Korean peninsula. In this situation, he still wanted to maintain the store's image. After all, this store is the largest 3-sang experience shop on Jeju Island. And Jeju Island receives a huge number of tourists every year, so he dares not act recklessly here. "You from Xia Kingdom, Haven Tea, you heard? Samsung has already classified your country as having only a 6-month warranty period. It seems that only Xiaogui is being treated specially. Even the neighboring small countries like Laowa and Yunnan still enjoy a 2-year warranty. I think it's because Xia people simply don't know how to use high-end phones and aren't worthy of using them, so they made this rule. Moreover, the products manufactured by Samsung's factories in Xia are inherently inferior to those made in their home country. So isn't it only natural to give them to Xia people? These Eagle country people, having just emerged from the economic downturn, have become quite arrogant. If they knew that it was this very Chen Feng who caused the financial crisis in Eagle country, I wonder what they would think. Chen Feng, of course, couldn't be bothered with these Eagle country people. What he wanted to target today was the Korean Empire. Maybe we should just forget about it? Mu Qian sighed. She never expected that the prestigious Sansang 4S experience store would do such a thing. "We don't want to argue with you today. After all, you're still our customers. Just be careful with your phones in the future. And if you want to buy phones, I suggest you buy them directly from our country. To be honest, your country's manufacturing is nothing special." "That's right. We gave you the technology, but you can't even make it properly. No wonder our company only gives you 6 months of warranty in your country. Do you understand? You're not capable, yet you come here to cause trouble. Don't make a fool of yourselves. If I were you, I'd have left long ago." 3 security guards were cursing angrily, while the saleswoman looked on with a smug expression. Not only that, but tourists from other countries were eagerly awaiting the next developments, enjoying the spectacle. However, 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a rather handsome appearance, carrying a briefcase, appeared at the Samsung mobile phone store. The security guards and the saleswoman, upon seeing this man, immediately began fawning over him like lapdogs. "Mr. Jean, how did you find the time to come here? Mr. Kim, please come over here and sit down. Hello, Mr. Kim. Hello, Mr. Kim." A string of flattering voices immediately filled the air. Some female tourists from South Korea, upon seeing Mr. Kim, looked completely smitten. "Wow, Kim Ji-won. Look, the nation's most handsome CEO. He's not just handsome, he's the boss of Chitian Group. Chitian Group controls at least 30% of the companies and small groups in our country, with extraordinary power. This CEO Kim is usually so busy, how did he find time to visit the Sansang mobile store today? Could it be that he's planning to collaborate with Sansang? Who can say for sure? Jin's power is on par with the boss of Sansang Company. If they join forces, it would definitely become a legendary tale in our country. Indeed, as these South Koreans say, the super conglomerate under Kim Ji-won's control, Chitian, although it only emerged suddenly a few years ago, has quickly become the most powerful group in the Korean peninsula after Samsung Company. Despite its young age, its economic strength is formidable. In the past 2 years, it has swept through various industries like a whirlwind. Chitian Group's industrial chain spans multiple regions of the Korean peninsula. Its scope is truly staggering. Jin Ji-yuan is hailed as the financial god of the 21st century in the country. Due to his striking good looks, he is often the topic of conversation among many women. Upon seeing the real person, one can only imagine how excited everyone must have been. However, while everyone was gushing and daydreaming, Jin Ziyuan completely ignored everyone at the Sansang mobile store and walked straight up to Chen Feng. "Boss, I'm late. Did you call me here for something?" He spoke with utmost respect, even bending over the entire time in front of Chen Feng. Seeing this, everyone was completely stunned. Who was Jin Ziyuan? In South Korea, he was an emerging force in the financial industry and someone who could one day surpass the boss of the Samsung Group. Such a proud individual had become so humble in the presence of Chen Feng. Moreover, they noticed that Jin Ziyuan's cheeks were constantly dripping with cold sweat. What's even more terrifying is that Jin Ziyuan actually referred to this person from Xia as boss? This is simply shocking. Jin Ziyuan's power is already so high and unreachable. Then, who exactly is this young man from Xia? Upon seeing this, Mu Qian instinctively looked around. To her surprise, she actually spotted the director of the TV show who had arrived on a direct charter flight. "HM? The live broadcast has started?" Mu Qian whispered. "Yes, anyone who dares to provoke my wife will not be forgiven." Chen Feng's voice was as cold as icy water. He then tapped Jin Ziyuan on the shoulder, startling him so much that his brows furrowed. "Boss, just give me your orders and I'll follow them to the letter. From now on, within 24 hours, if we don't receive a sincere apology, I'll make Sansang disappear from the face of the earth." Chapter 105, Who do you think you are? Chen Feng dropped those words, gave the security guards a cold glance, and walked away with Mu Qian. After all, bringing down the Sansang Group was a minor task, and trusting it to Jin Ziyuan was more than sufficient. The people in the live stream, witnessing Chen Feng's arrogance, were completely out of their minds. Holy! After all this waiting, Fenggo has finally arrived in South Korea to cause trouble. Damn it, what did Korea eat today? Posting 2 such disgusting announcements in a row? I knew Brother Feng wouldn't stand for it. Fenggo is amazing. I knew he'd step in. Mess with my country, and you'll pay, no matter how far you are. Just as they were speaking, the director's camera swept across the entire Samsung 4S mobile phone store. This phone store, located on Jeju Island, can be considered one of the most prosperous in the Korean peninsula. First, it has tax-free policies, so people from all over the world come here to buy phones. Additionally, the conversion rate is already very high, which is why Samsung employees dare to confront Chen Feng so brazenly. Causing trouble here is essentially slapping the face of the Samsung Group. "Stop filming." The security guards began to push them away. But Kim Ji-won grabbed the security guard and demanded, "What's going on here? Why won't you let us film? Mr. Kim, this is our privacy, so what? You're just scared. Look at the policies your president is implementing." With just a few words, Jin Ziyuan left everyone speechless. After all, Jin Ziyuan is from South Korea. He's not speaking up for his own country but instead confronting his own boss. This is completely unreasonable and illogical. It's currently 11 a.m. In half an hour, at the Jeju Island Royal Hotel, I want to talk to your CEO. Jin Ziyuan knew exactly what kind of person Chen Feng was. He said he needed 24 hours to give Sang Sang an explanation, so he would definitely not exceed that time. He must resolve everything by this deadline. Time, 11:30 a.m. inside the Royal Grand Hotel. Jin Ziyuan brought along several of his key subordinates and had the entire hotel booked. Outside the hotel, the parking lot was filled with Rolls-Royces and Cadillacs. A helicopter had even landed directly on the hotel's rooftop. This time, the director's camera did not follow Chen Feng but instead focused on the intense confrontation between Jin Ziyuan and Li Jianqi, the president of the Sansang Group. 6 camera crews were filming simultaneously. One team on the rooftop directly captured the scene of Li Jianqi boarding the helicopter. Wow, no wonder he's the president of the Sansang Group, what a presence. But this time, he's provoked Fenggo. I'll see how long he can keep up the arrogance. In short, anyone who provokes Brother Feng is in danger. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Those in high positions who engage in such double standards will eventually meet their end. To destroy him, you must drive him mad. Meanwhile, Li Jianqi had already entered the conference hall, followed by other high-ranking executives from the Sansang Group. Jean Laudi, you called me here, it can't be to discuss cooperation, can it? The rumors outside are rampant, saying we're sworn enemies. Li Jianqi didn't even glance at Jin Ji-yuan as he spoke. After all, in his eyes, Jin Ji-yuan was nothing more than a greenhorn. He had come here to make Jin Ji-yuan understand a simple truth. Experience truly matters. However, when Li Jianqi walked to the other side of the conference table, he noticed that Jin Ji-yuan hadn't even bothered to arrange seats for them. Seeing this, the live stream was immediately flooded with mocking comments. The esteemed president of Sansang, deigning to come here, doesn't even have a seat. Zoom in closer, let's see his expression and have a good laugh. Well done. It seems Jin Ziyuan is determined to take down Sansang. He won't even give them seats. Let us see what Jin Ziyuan has to say. At that moment, Jin Ziyuan sat in his chair with a smile on his face, his legs crossed, and gave Li Jianqi a stern look. Oh, I forgot to tell you, since you've offended my boss, you'd better stand up. Anyway, you'll be as nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof later, so you might as well stand up. Jin Ziyuan's words left Li Jianqi clenching his teeth in anger. Oh, and by the way, those guys outside were right. We're not allies, we're sworn enemies. But soon, you won't be an enemy anymore because you won't even qualify to be one. As soon as he said that, the live stream was flooded with a string of 660 CXS. Holy crap, double kill. Double kill. This Jin Ziyuan sure knows how to talk. Feng Ji's men aren't weaklings. Of course. Anyone who catches Feng Ji's eye is a true powerhouse. However, Li Jianqi, who had experienced major events, wasn't easily provoked by these two sentences. Is this how you treat your guests? Li Jianqi retorted. Guest? Jin Ziyuan sneered. When did you start thinking you were a guest? I called you here because I had something to tell you in person. Jin Ziyuan waved his hand, and the manager of the Royal Grand Hotel personally served Li Jianqi and his men a cup of water each. Meanwhile, the men under Jin Ziyuan were all from Xiaowei's coffee shop. Even the air was filled with a rich aroma. What? You drink coffee, and we drink plain water? Li Jianqi suppressed his anger. Oh? This is discrimination, isn't it? I learned it from you, but I've never been able to master the essence of it, which is quite frustrating. Jin Ziyuan's casual remark caused the livestream to once again fill with 666 comments. In our country, this is called using someone's own methods against them. I've learned it. This move must have been taught to him by Fongo, right? Li Jianqi sure has a good temper. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to handle this kind of treatment. What can he do? He's being two-faced, but he started it himself. At this moment, Li Jianqi had already realized that today, between himself and this Jin Ziyuan, there was likely to be a tough battle ahead. Putting on an act. What do you want me to come over for? Li Jianqi is, after all, the president of Sansang. If he doesn't have even this much patience, then he's wasted. Jin Ziyuan tilted his head. Alright, if you want to be so direct, I'll just tell you the result directly. Alright, I'll listen. Let's see what comes out of your mouth. Li Jianqi looked at this junior as if he were seeing himself when he was young. But Jin Ziyuan's words left him momentarily speechless. The Sansang group either disappears from the world or issues a public apology to the people of Xia Kingdom. You choose one, and there's no third option. Jin Ziyuan scratched his head, studying the old man in front of him with interest. Chapter 106, United Against a Common Enemy. At that moment, Chen Feng was already in the Jiangnan wealthy district, enjoying barbecue with Mu Qian, completely oblivious to the matter involving Sansang. After all, his orders had been issued, and there were naturally those who could carry them out. Jeju Island, Royal Hotel. What should we do? President, it seems like Jin Ziyuan isn't joking around. By Li Jianqi's side stood a man dressed in leather, named Li Cheng'en. This man was his confidant. He was also one of the few people Li Jianqi trusted as much as Park Jinqi and Park Manager. Moreover, this Li Cheng'en was very young, having graduated with top honors from the finance department of Showa University. Upon entering the workforce, he managed to increase the market value of the Samsung Group by 500 billion. And he had only been in his role as private secretary for 2 years, yet his annual salary had already reached 10 million won. Many critical decisions, he even prefers to consult this Li Chang'an rather than Park Jinqi. Kim Ji-won may be talented, but he can't compare to me. He earns money from domestic sources, while I earn money from around the world. Li Jianqi shook the dust off his clothes and suddenly noticed the director of the program. And it was easy for him to guess that the director was from Xiagua. Since it was a live broadcast, Li Jianqi looked directly into the camera with confidence. Then, he gave a playful smile. This action immediately caused a stir among the viewers in the live stream. Holy crap! That look is pure provocation. He clearly looks down on us. He's so arrogant. Let's all boycott Sansang. Right, we have to boycott him together. Damn it, everyone using Samsung phones or Samsung products should destroy them all. Anyone who buys Samsung products again is a jerk. The live stream looks pretty professional, but no one really knows what's going on behind the scenes. After all, no one would just smash a phone they spent thousands of dollars on for no reason. Plus, while Samsung's warranty terms are indeed shady, their products are actually quite reliable. At that moment, Ren Jinfei, who was watching the live stream, turned to his new assistant and said, "What do you think of our Huawei products? How do they compare to Samsung?" The assistant glanced at the president's serious expression and immediately agreed, "Our products are lagging behind in terms of the system. Currently, there's no mature 5G technology worldwide, and Samsung doesn't have it either. But we're different. As long as we bring out our ace in the hole, we should be able to make a move. If the boss wants to take on Samsung, Ren Jinfei, will also have to bring out our trump card." As soon as Ren Jinfei said this, the assistant was startled. "President, are you serious?" Before the assistant could finish, Ren Jinfei cut him off and said, "At 2 p.m., Samsung is launching their new S10. Let's hold our press conference too. Are you really choosing to go head-to-head with Samsung at this time?" The assistant asked in disbelief. "Of course. Anyone who dares to go against the boss is my enemy. Go announce it immediately. At 2 p.m., we'll hold a large-scale press conference as well. The assistant couldn't argue with Ren Jinfei and immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, at Xiaogui Xiaom headquarters, Lei Jun looked at his core team members, and Chen Feng's words flashed through his mind. Within 24 hours, make Sansang disappear from the world. At the thought of those words, Lei Jun felt an endless surge of power coursing through his body. At 2 p.m., the new product launch event for Xiaom began. What do you think about the pricing? As soon as Lei Jun spoke, his subordinates immediately began a heated debate. Pricing between 3,000 and 4,000 should be sufficient. This way, we can bypass Huawei's pricing and establish our own unique price point. Let's stick with the scarcity marketing strategy. I think a price point of 3 to 4,000 is more appropriate. After all, it's our second-tier flagship model. This would also create a significant price gap with Samsung. Before everyone could finish speaking, Lei Jun shook his head. You've misunderstood me. I was referring to the pricing for our top-tier flagship model. Upon hearing this, everyone was completely baffled. The top-tier flagship model isn't supposed to be released next month? Shouldn't we wait until this batch is sold out first? That's right. Launching two popular models at the same time could cause conflicts. And if we release it now, what kind of promotion will we run next month? Before anyone could respond, Lei Jun seemed to have completely ignored their comments. Oh, we could also run a trade-in promotion. As he mentioned this, Lei Jun suddenly stood up and walked away on his own, leaving behind a group of confused subordinates. On the other hand, Jack Ma was also holding a board meeting. Global withdrawal of the 3 Sang products. You shouldn't have any objections, right? Jack Ma's tone left no room for negotiation. No, this move by Sansang is truly disgusting. Let's take him down. Right. If that's the case, we'll just stop using them. It's not a big deal, let's take them down. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, united as one. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Wanda, a board meeting was also underway. Sansang has over 700 stores in our Wanda Plaza. Wang Jianlin leaned on the table with both hands, speaking with great seriousness. Mr. Wang, let's do it. Sansang has been bullying us. We've endured enough. There's no need to tolerate it anymore. Exactly. These Sansan people have been acting like they've been eating lately. Let's take them down. If necessary, we'll all chip in. Wang Jianlin burst into laughter. Donating money isn't necessary. The penalty for terminating the lease contract is something I can accept. Half an hour later, in South Korea, at the headquarters of the 3 companies. Park Cheon-hee frowned, standing on the right, looking at the empty display stands on TB, swallowing hard, his face filled with distress. TB has taken down all of our products. Soon, Lee Cheng-en chimed in, JD has also taken down all our products. PDD has also taken them down. The marketing manager chimed in as well. Hearing this, even the most naive person could understand the situation. Xiaogui has already begun to boycott Sansang. However, Li Jianqi still maintained a smile. Don't worry, the people of Xiaogui are just cheap. They'll stop boycotting after a while. Besides, we have a new product launched this afternoon. By then, they'll be shouting, it's so good. But even after saying that, the 2 rows of core staff below remained frowning. We have stores and customers all over the world. A mere Xia kingdom doesn't matter, and besides, we're not just in the smartphone industry. Chapter 107, the full boycott begins. Globally, Samsung isn't just known for selling good phones. More importantly, they dominate the market in displays, storage, components, and chips. If Sansang is truly brought down by Chen Feng, the global electronics industry would suffer severe blows and may even face a new wave of chaos. Li Jianqi was well aware of this. Moreover, Sansang is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the global electronics industry. This is beyond doubt. To go against Sansang is to court disaster. Thinking of this, Li Jianqi couldn't help but feel a sense of self-satisfaction, even imagining the people of Xiaogui fawning over Sansang's new products, exclaiming, it's so amazing. However, before Li Jianqi could indulge in his fantasies for long, someone rushed in urgently. President, there's a major crisis. What's the commotion? Speak clearly. Li Jianqi shot the man a disdainful glance. All of Xiaogui's physical stores in Wanda have been taken back by Wanda, and the remaining stores have been blocked off. At this point, Li Jianqi's expression darkened. Sansang has over 1,200 stores in Xiaogui, and those in the Wanda Plaza are all genuine 4S level stores. Of course, they were also the most profitable stores. With over 700 stores directly evicted, this effectively means that Sansang's physical stores in Xiaogui are finished. Facing the removal of their online platforms and the closure of their physical stores, Li Cheng-en's forehead was already covered in sweat. Patriotic fervor is only temporary. I don't believe they'll smash their phones and stop using them? Li Jianqi cleared his throat, seeming a bit reluctant. After all, as a country with a massive population, Xia's market size is enormous, and its annual total revenue ranks among the top in the world. If this incident truly angered Xia Kingdom, the losses would be significant. However, Li Jianqi remained unconcerned. After all, he had a clear understanding of the nature of the people of Xia. Such resistance would not last long. Just as things were heating up, someone burst through the door. Don't they know how to knock? Li Jianqi was starting to lose his nerves. Their Sansang group had always been strict in discipline, and this kind of situation wasn't the first time it had happened. Mr. President, I just received word that Xiaogua's Huawei and Xiaoem will be holding a press conference at the same time as ours. At this point, the room fell silent. If suppressing physical stores and online products was just the appetizer, then the appearance of their competitors was definitely pouring oil on the fire. Moreover, whether it's Huawei or Xiaoem, their competitiveness is enough to give him a headache. However, the moment he thought about the smartphone he was about to launch in the afternoon, such concerns vanished instantly. In the afternoon, he would show the world what a true groundbreaking product truly is. Anyone daring to go head-to-head with Sansang will face an unprecedented blow. He would also make Xiaoguo realize that in the face of true strength, all resistance is futile. At that moment, Chen Feng was still enjoying his rare alone time. It had been over 2 hours since he declared his intention to bring down the Sansang group. Over the past 2 hours, boycott measures targeting Sansang's mobile phone business have already begun in full force. However, in Chen Feng's eyes, this pace was still insufficient. He immediately sent a message to Jin Ziyuan. Speed it up. Upon seeing Chen Feng's 4 words, Jin Ziyuan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Given his current capabilities, there was actually still a lot he could do. Mr. Chen, at 2 p.m., there's a new product launch event for Sansang. Should we do something? His assistant immediately stepped forward and chimed in. Let's calculate how many of our stores are leased by the Sansang Group. As soon as the question was asked, the office provided an answer within a minute. Sansang Group has a total of 280 stores in our country, of which 120 can be directly intervened, and 52 can be influenced through connections. After hearing the report, Jin Ziyuan immediately issued instructions. Take action. For any stores we can intervene in, do so immediately. Don't worry about breach of contract fees, just reclaim the stores. His subordinates were all decisive individuals. As soon as the orders were issued, they began to relay them to the relevant departments. Through a series of swift actions, within just 30 minutes, the number of physical stores operated by Sansang Group in the country had been reduced by half. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was still out with Mu Qian, aimlessly wandering around. Many Sansang stores were beginning to close. Mu Qian looked up and saw that on just one street, 3 or 4 Sansang stores were closing their doors. I told you, you can play with me, but if you bully my wife, that's something I won't tolerate. As soon as he said that, Mu Qian tilted her head and burrowed into Chen Feng's arms. Sansang is a fairly large company, you should be careful. Mu Qian spoke words of concern, but deep down, she wasn't worried at all. After all, her man was no ordinary person. Even someone as reliable as Tay was someone to be wary of. Don't worry, let's go. We'll check out that custom store again. At that moment, inside the Tiandu Technology Museum in the Jiangnan affluent district, Sansang's CEO Li Jianqi was already rehearsing his lines backstage. This time, they had prepared a smartphone capable of shocking the world. And this smartphone had been kept under wraps for half a year. As for the reason for keeping it under wraps, it's simple. Being invincible is such a lonely thing. Precisely because they had no rivals, they were in no hurry to release this groundbreaking smartphone. Over the past 6 months, they have been diligently researching base station signals, frequency bands, and interference, striving to ensure that these outdated base stations are worthy of their product. However, in the past 6 months, they have actually made some breakthroughs. Some of the technical challenges have been overcome one by one. Besides pride, Li Jianqi now has no words to describe this phone. Li Jianqi holds the elegantly packaged box in his hands, which contains the groundbreaking smartphone. With only half an hour left before the launch event, his speech was already memorized. Out of boredom, he opened a website and, without thinking, used the laptop he would need for his speech to access the official websites of Xiaoem and Huawei. What he didn't know was that an unfamiliar command, followed by a string of code, had already been implanted into his computer from the other end. Huawei, Xiaomi, I'll see what you can come up with to compare with my product. Chapter 108, Buying 3 Sangs? That's probably paying the intelligence tax. Li Jianqi, confident and composed, lay comfortably on the sofa and dozed off. When he woke up, the host had already finished his opening remarks and was waiting for him and the new product to appear. After being woken up by the backstage staff, he carried his laptop and entered the stage from backstage. The central area of the Science and Technology Museum was extremely spacious, capable of accommodating 3,000 or 4,000 people. At that moment, the venue was packed to capacity. After all, they had been eagerly anticipating this phone for quite some time. And now, the person they had been eagerly awaiting, Li Jianqi, had finally appeared on stage. Have you heard? It seems that people from Xiaogua have started a full-scale boycott of our Sansang products. Boycott? Then they'll have to use junk phones and junk electronics. Made in Xia? Don't even mention the poor craftsmanship. At least Samsung's production lines, though many are in Xia, produce goods that were supposedly bought out by Xia people during a TV show. We don't need to worry about getting such low-quality products. After hearing this, the crowd's purchasing enthusiasm skyrocketed. Even those in the back rows have given up their seats and stood up. Seeing the intense atmosphere on site, Lee Jianxi, the president of Samsung, was already satisfied. Moreover, the more the atmosphere heated up, the less he needed to stir things up. Now, all he needed to do was bring out the product he held in his hands. With this thought in mind, Lee Jianxi raised the elegant box in his hand. Under the spotlight, the box shimmered with an incredibly dazzling glow. It was clear that Samsung Company had put a great deal of effort into this box. Meanwhile, the lone program crew had already taken their positions. As for why they weren't filming Chin Feng, the reason was simple. A couple's private moment was just a bit of couple stuff, nothing as exciting as the Samsung Company's press conference. As a director, he must understand what traffic means and what riding on someone else's coattails entails. And now, Samsung has been thrust into the spotlight. At this moment, any program about Samsung would undoubtedly attract even more attention. So he came. At this moment, the much-anticipated countdown had begun. Lee Jianxi opened his computer, and in sync with the music, an impressive promotional video began to play on the large screen. And in his hands, he already held the physical prototype of the groundbreaking new smartphone. However, instead of the expected excitement, the venue was met with a deafening chorus of shouts and screams. Could this promotional video have been the wrong one? Yes, why are they showing the Huawei phone from Xiaohua? This has to be a joke, right? When has Lee Jianxi ever made such a mistake? Holy crap, you know what? The design of this Huawei new model is actually pretty good. Every aspect hits the spot for me. Upon hearing the astonished and confused murmurs from the audience, Lee Jianxi suddenly realized what was happening and tried to shut down the video directly from his laptop. But even after closing the video, the massive screen continued to play the promotional video for Xiaohua's Huawei product. At that moment, this action turned the previously electric atmosphere into an icy chill. At this point, hardly anyone was paying attention to the product in his hands. Over 90% of the audience had shifted their focus to the massive LCD screen. The live stream was completely overwhelmed by this unexpected incident. What's going on? At the Samsung new product launch event, they're playing Huawei's new product promotional music video? This is too outrageous. Which genius hacked this MV into his computer? This level of skill is unmatched. The real issue is that this MV was likely unknown even to internal employees, yet it somehow ended up being shown at Samsung's launch event. That's way too bold. Just as everyone was talking, the technical staff finally rushed onto the stage. However, after a series of frantic attempts, they were still unable to resolve the issue. They then decided to shut down the system. But what they couldn't have imagined was that even after that, the big screen was still playing Huawei's promotional MV. The technical staff are so incompetent they can't even handle this. No, I think it must be some master hacker who remotely implanted a virus into Lee Jianxi's computer. Even though the computer is turned off, the smart screen is still being controlled by this master hacker. Wow, this master must be from our country, right? Maybe it's one of Feng Ji's men. There's no doubt about it. Feng Ji's team is full of geniuses. The only ones capable of pulling this off are probably his men. The live stream was flooded with 666 comments. More importantly, the smart screen's power switch is also controlled by a smart chip. Even if the power is cut off, the smart screen can continue to operate for tens of hours using its own lithium battery. The staff was in a complete mess but still couldn't resolve the issue of the smart screen playing the Huawei promotional video. They turned down the volume, but the smart screen automatically turned it back up. They paused the video, but the smart screen was remotely clicked to play. They attempted to program it on site for control, but before the programming was complete, the reverse control program had already started running on the smart screen. In the end, they had no choice but to compromise and bring in a large screen to cover the entire display. At least this way, everyone present could focus their attention on Lee Jianxi's phone. At this point, since the screen was covered, even if the music video continued playing, only the sound could be heard. All these helpless actions were witnessed by everyone watching the live stream. Besides awesome, I really don't know what else to say. This move was clearly a publicity stunt for Huawei. Well done, well done. Such a simple move, and Lee Jianxi has no response left. As everyone was talking, Lee Jianxi had already lit up his phone. Through a close-up shot, the secondary screen displayed the 5G logo. And the 5G signal was actually working. The South Koreans were stunned upon seeing this. It was clearly 5G technology. And this also proved that this phone could operate on the 5G frequency band. Even the most advanced Western European countries haven't truly developed 5G yet. Are we the first? That's definitely the case. Now I really feel like this phone is amazing. But before they could finish discussing it, Lee Jianxi finally regained some confidence. Single mode 5G, unique design, today's launch price, a true 5G phone for just $9,888. As the price was announced, the smart screen happened to be playing the segment highlighting Huawei's biggest feature. Huawei's new model, the H4, dual-mode 5G, compatible with most cities, far surpassing single-mode 5G speeds, exclusive chip, exclusive technology, stable and reliable, launch price for the 512GB version, just $5,600. Upon hearing this comparison, both those present and those watching the livestream were instantly stunned. Buying Samsung's S10? That's probably just paying for your intelligence. Chapter 109, Huawei's bragging rights outclassing Samsung. Is this dual mode 5G? Is it the version rumored online to be the most stable? You bet it is. Single mode 5G is just a joke, and besides, Huawei has such advanced technology and is offering it at half the price. Lee, the CEO, has completely outclassed them with this new model. The Samsung fans at the scene are already in an uproar. What was supposed to be a great product launch has turned into a complete farce. Clearly, even Li Jianqi didn't expect Huawei to have such capabilities. Dual mode 5G is a technology even European countries are after. And in his mind, even the UK or Japan couldn't possibly have such technology. A mere Xia nation? This is nonsense. It's definitely false advertising, no doubt about it. Little did he know that Chen Feng had already allocated funds 2 years ago to secretly develop 5G technology and build base stations. And with his capabilities, wouldn't the world's top-tier chip masters be eager to join Chen Feng's ranks? Such forward-thinking moves were beyond Li Jianqi's imagination. At this point, Li Jianqi had already concluded that Huawei was just bluffing. Once the phones are in hand, they will surely blame the base stations instead of the 5G technology itself. This clever maneuver even impressed Li Jianqi. Once he figured out the key point, he immediately laughed and said, "Gentlemen, you actually believe in the technology of Xiagua?" Mentioning technology finally caused some people to stop their relentless criticism. However, most people were still dissatisfied with Samsung's S10. After all, in their eyes, even if Xiagua's Huawei doesn't have 5G, at least its price is competitive. Meanwhile, Samsung was already approaching 10,000, and at least on the surface, a single-mode 5G wasn't enough to impress. But Li Jianqi had already prepared his response and was brimming with confidence. "Everyone, since you're all so interested in Huawei, come on, staff, lower the curtain." Li Jianqi's move left even Li Chengyan and Park Cheon-hee speechless. At this critical moment, pulling back the curtain is essentially handing Huawei a victory on a silver platter. Nevertheless, the two could only follow Li Jianqi's instructions and pull back the curtain. As the curtain opened, the design of Huawei's new smartphone appeared on the smart screen. The director immediately aimed the camera at the phone. The moment the phone appeared, the live stream exploded. Qualcomm 865125512, at this price? It's even 5G dual mode. And it comes with AKG original earphones? Holy cow! This is a steal. Comrades, what are we waiting for? It's so tempting. If it really has the 5G performance advertised and the base stations are perfect, this price is unbeatable. At this price and with this spec, there's no way anyone would buy the Samsung S10, right? Meanwhile, when Li Jianqi saw the Huawei H4, he was completely speechless. Isn't the Qualcomm 865 still in development? How did it end up in Huawei's phone? Isn't the release expected for the second half of this year? I've only heard of people skipping out on payments, but I've never heard of Qualcomm delivering early. Actually, this is quite straightforward. Because he has no idea that Chen Feng has already firmly grasped the economy of Eagle Nation in his hands. Forget about the Qualcomm 865, even the 880 could be developed under Chen Feng's economic and resource support. Of course, none of this is something Li Jianqi could possibly understand. On his own, Huawei doesn't have that level of capability. However, with Chen Feng added to the mix, that's an absolute game changer. As Li Jian remained silent, a series of dissatisfied voices erupted from the audience below. "Hey, Mr. Li, you must be getting a bit too big for your britches. Let us not even discuss whether 5G technology is mature or not, the specs are so inferior, yet you dare to charge so much more than others? 8256, selling for nearly 10,000? Do you think we're idiots? That's way too unfair. Give us a reason to buy 3 Samsung phones instead? I doubt you can even find a reason yourself." If we're talking about reasons to buy the S10, Li Jianqi actually has some. Friends, when buying a phone, you can't just focus on the specs. Li Jianqi unfolded the S10 in his hand. The sound was extremely clear, even breathtaking, and instantly filled the room. Though some people weren't convinced, there were still a few nodding in agreement. Dual speakers are a selling point, and the sound quality is excellent. It's likely a speaker on par with JBL's lineup. The sound chip looks pretty good, maybe it can even rival Sony's hi-fi player. That's still pretty impressive. After all, top-tier hi-fi chips cost thousands of dollars. The atmosphere at the scene shifted slightly in an instant. Li Jianqi's expression finally eased a bit. But before Li Jianqi could gloat, a louder voice came through the smart screen. The sound quality, though not live, was clearly different. If the sound quality of the previous Samsung S10 could be described as thunderous, then the sound quality of the Huawei H4 was delicate and elegant. Many of the details of the instruments could be heard clearly. The control of details was simply masterful. Even someone with an untrained ear can immediately tell which speakers and chips are superior. There were already people watching the Huawei livestream in the chat room, and now the tech experts started explaining the differences. There's no comparison. We use Harman Kardon speakers and Sony's original hi-fi chip. JBL? It's just a subsidiary of Harman. Indeed, there's no comparison. Whether it's vocals, instruments, or even the spatial clarity of the sound, they're not in the same league. To achieve this level of sound quality in such a small phone is already impressive enough. With such sound quality in chips, how can you not be blown away? Specs are superior, sound quality is superior, price is superior, what else is there to compare? Huawei, you're the best. I'm curious to see if these Korean brands will still buy Samsung this time. With these tech experts explaining it in the live stream, Huawei's path to legendary status is even closer. Meanwhile, at the Samsung press conference, the noise is deafening. What a mess. I thought Samsung might make a comeback, but it looks like they've been completely crushed again. All the money we've spent on Samsung over the years, buying their products, was all for nothing. If they can't come up with something more cutting edge, I'm switching to Huawei. The atmosphere at the event has been completely overshadowed by Huawei. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, a wealthy resident of Jiangnan's affluent district, was also sitting in front of his TV, closely following the conference's developments. Not only that, but he was watching several live streams at the same time. Boring. I wonder what they're still struggling with. Since that's the case, let me give you some more juicy details. Chapter 110, The Terrifying Order Volume. Xiaogua, Huawei's press conference venue. Ren Zhenfei suddenly received a text message from Chen Feng. The text message contained only a few simple words. Not satisfying. Despite the brevity, Ren Zhenfei's face turned ashen. It was clear that Chen Feng's 4 words meant that the suppression process wasn't intense enough, wasn't satisfying enough. The hackers were under no pressure. Mr. Ren, we've got this in the bag. It's not enough. Ren Zhenfei sighed and then looked toward the press conference venue. In an instant, he had an epiphany. Wasn't it Sansang who just announced such a disgusting bilateral warranty today? All the people of Xiaogui are seething with righteous indignation. At that moment, he didn't consult his assistant. There was no need to consult. He simply walked straight to the podium. At the same time, on the smart screens in Bangzi country, everyone saw nearly synchronized footage. Li Jianqi, seeing this, immediately pulled out Samsung's trump card. The Samsung phone's most powerful feature was undoubtedly its screen. This time, the S10, as a groundbreaking product, also boasts an equally stunning display. Ladies and gentlemen, Samsung Group possesses the world's largest and most powerful display industry. This time, we have equipped this S10 smartphone with the most powerful display screen. As he spoke, Li Jianqi quickly lit up the phone, and a series of specifications appeared on the secondary screen. Wow! 4K, 120Hz, 1 billion color quantum display. This screen is truly impressive. It can be said that no smartphone in the world can match this level of performance. Huawei doesn't have a display industry, so they naturally don't have the corresponding technology for this quantum display screen. The scene fell into a brief moment of silence. Meanwhile, Li Jianqi had already prepared his next move. Not only that, but our new phone will come with our own hi-fi earbuds, developed in-house, valued at 800. As soon as Li Jianqi spoke, the audience seemed to have made their choice. Even if Huawei is superior, it's still made in Daxia. A single screen is enough to outclass them. However, at that very moment, Ren Zhenfei finally spoke on the smart screen. As everyone knows, we were thoroughly mocked by Samsung today. Here, I promise everyone that if you have a Samsung smartphone, you can trade it in for a new one here, with a subsidy of 1,500 yuan. Plus, we'll throw in a pair of AKG headphones worth 500 yuan. As soon as Ren Zhenfei said this, all the Xiaogua people watching the live stream, those at the Samsung launch event, and even those in the stick country watching the live broadcast were stunned. This is a move to destroy Samsung. This is unbearable. After calculating the costs, a Huawei H4 would only cost a little over 3,000 yuan. What's even more terrifying is that, aside from the screen, Huawei completely outclasses Samsung in every aspect. People in South Korea already knew what was coming. Everyone holding a Samsung phone quietly opened Huawei's official website. And the folks in the Xiaogua livestream are going wild. With such great deals, why not go all out? Holy crap, has the ordering link on Huawei's official website crashed? The order volume has already reached 1 million units. And most of the orders are coming from South Korea. Just as everyone was in shock, Ren Zhenfei spoke again. This phone comes with a 2-year global warranty, regardless of region or special treatment. Upon hearing this, the South Koreans felt reassured and began another round of. In the blink of an eye, Huawei's order volume had already surpassed 20 million units. Li Jianqi stood on the stage, trembling all over. The number displayed on their platform was only 10,000 units. What was even more terrifying was that he was about to face an even greater blow. On the smart screen, the live broadcast had already switched to Xiaomi's side. Lei Jun stood on stage, silent. The large screen behind him displayed a series of specifications that spoke volumes about how extraordinary the smartphone he was unveiling today was. Lei Jun is amazing. Snapdragon 865, 10GB RAM, 512GB storage, single mode, 2K resolution, 120Hz refresh rate, and the same Harman dual speakers, all for just over $2,000. Plus, they also offer trade-in options. Holy crap, you can get this spec for just 1,000 yuan? This must be a special offer from Fomgo for us. Amazing. Even if we have to pay out of our own pockets, we have to beat Samsung. Let's go. Let's go. The whole family is switching. Xiaomi's order volume has surpassed Huawei in an instant, breaking the all-time record with an astonishing 1 million orders. Even more terrifying is that, even with the two companies collaborating, Samsung's orders worldwide are only 20,000. This sales figure is the lowest in their history. The most critical issue is that they produce 20 million units of this batch of mobile phones. If these units fail to sell, the losses would be staggering. Even if the cost per unit is only 2,000, their losses would already amount to around 400 billion. Moreover, their stores and online sales in Xiagua have effectively come to a standstill. It's not just in Xiagwei in South Korea, their stores are also on the brink of collapse. Li Jianqi glanced at the time. It had only been 4 hours since his negotiations with Jin Ziyuan began. In just 4 hours, the Sansang Group had suffered an unprecedented blow. This was definitely not something Jin Ziyuan could have achieved. Li Jianqi swore on his life. President, this is already the result. We must act immediately to address this. Li Cheng'an furrowed his brows, his mind a tangled mess. Park Qianqi frowned. What if we try to talk to Jin Ziyuan again? Li Jianqi pondered for a moment, clenched his teeth, and said, arrange it. 5 o'clock, Jiangnan District, Ruili Grand Hotel. Invite Jin Ziyuan. At that moment, the latest financial report from South Korea was released. What was causing all shareholders headaches was that Samsung's market value had plummeted by a third in just a few hours, dropping from 300 billion to 200 billion. Even more terrifying was that the decline was still accelerating. This news had already reached the ears of the president of Bangzi country, Wen Zhaoying. After all, Samsung was the backbone of the country's economy. If Samsung cannot sustain itself and is on the brink of bankruptcy, South Korea will face a massive wave of layoffs. At this point, Moon Jae-in began to employ various measures to help Samsung restore its order volume. The first person he thought of was Special Reliable. As soon as the call connected, Taekao answered in a lazy tone, "What's the situation?" "Mr. President, our country's Samsung Group has close ties with your country, and we have an excellent relationship with your country's Apple Group. However, this time, Samsung is facing its darkest period. As allies and partners, could you please consider helping us?" Chapter 111, The President, just do what you think is best. The reliable contact knew exactly what Samsung meant. If the Dali Group is the world's top-tier high-tech product research and development company, then Samsung would undoubtedly rank second. Moreover, within the country, there is no company that can rival Samsung. As a businessman, he had also heard about the sharp decline in Samsung stock prices. However, such a decline is inherently abnormal. Without someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, it simply couldn't have happened. For some reason, whenever the word control is mentioned, Taekwai Pao can't help but think of Chen Feng. But does Chen Feng really need to go head-to-head with a group like Samsung? There was no need at all. Moreover, Chen Feng wouldn't deign to get involved. So, who is really pulling the strings behind this terrifying economic powerhouse? Apart from Chen Feng, he simply couldn't think of anyone else. Therefore, Taekao didn't rush to place any orders or make any verbal agreements. Instead, they began to inquire about Wen Zhaoying. What do you think caused the decline of the Samsung Group? It's clearly due to unhealthy competition between companies. Wen Zhaoying immediately replied. Unhealthy competition? Do you think, aside from our country's Yali Group, there's any other company of the same type that could compete with Samsung to this extent? And in just a few hours, their assets shrunk by about a third? A highly reliable analysis, absolutely professional. After all, he is a seasoned businessman. Moreover, his keen instincts told him that the mastermind behind the scenes, if not Chen Feng himself, must be one of his subordinates. However, when Zhaoying didn't catch the hint and continued to insist that the reliable analyst help him deal with the 2 million smartphones. Didn't you understand what I said? The reliable one said coldly. Mr. President, given our relationship, you wouldn't refuse me, would you? When Zhaoying persisted. Instead of coming to beg me, why don't you think carefully about whether you've offended someone you shouldn't have recently? Taekwai Pao didn't want to continue talking with Wen Zhaoying. Anything involving Chen Feng, he didn't want to get involved. After all, Eagle Nation had just emerged from a dire situation and managed to revive itself. If it's really Chen Feng pulling the strings behind the scenes, no one in the world could stop him. After hanging up the phone, Taekao Pao turned off his phone immediately. On the other side, when Zhaoying stood on the rooftop of the presidential palace, looking utterly bewildered. Xiaofeng felt a bit hot, but deep down, he grew increasingly cold. Who had he offended? How could that be possible? Even Jin Ziyuan wouldn't have the power to do this. He must go talk to Li Jianqi immediately. With that thought, Wen Zhaoying immediately prepared a car and rushed to the Jiangnan Ruili Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, Chen Feng was already at a street stall, enjoying some grilled skewers. To be honest, this street stall was the best. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Mu Qian said, a place with a good atmosphere is always a good place. While he was enjoying his skewers, Jin Ziyuan called. Boss, this matter has reached the president. What should we do? Oh, just the president? You handle it. Chen Feng hung up the phone immediately. On the other end, Jin Ziyuan glanced out the window. For a moment, he felt a mix of emotions. Since the boss has spoken, let's do it. Jin Ziyuan said to his assistant. Are you really going to defy the president? Are you really planning to defy the boss? The assistant swallowed hard, his face turning pale in an instant. Chen Feng's power is there for all to see. To put it bluntly, they'd rather offend the president than provoke Chen Feng. Since the boss has spoken, even the president coming won't make a difference. By the time they finished speaking, the group had already entered the Rueli Hotel. The Rueli Hotel is a 5-star hotel in South Korea and one of the country's iconic landmarks. Though it couldn't compare to the Burj Khalifa, it was still the second best in the country. As soon as the group entered, Li Jianqi, Li Chang'an, and Park Shanxi appeared before them. Of course, the show's director had already prepared everything in advance. After all, Chen Feng and his young couple were just strolling around, and there wasn't much to talk about. Filming Jin Ziyuan is essentially the same as filming Chen Feng. All the live streams knew that Jin Ziyuan was just one of Chen Feng's subordinates. Otherwise, even if a country were bold enough, it wouldn't dare to do such a thing. And a leader who instructs his citizens to plagiarize, what kind of person is that? After the camera gave a close-up of Wen Ziying, the live stream exploded. This guy finally showed up. It's him who established some plagiarism association, specifically targeting our traditional culture for plagiarism. Damn it, no shame. I heard that for every successful act of plagiarism, there's a large monetary reward. Come eat. You've only learned the surface of Xia Nation's culture. Come eat, and I'll teach you bit by bit what it means to respect your ancestors. Come acknowledge your ancestors. Come call me ancestor. This grudge won't be settled until then. The popularity of the livestream is getting more and more outrageous. Especially after when Zhao Ying appeared, the number has exceeded 200 million. However, this time Chen Feng didn't show up directly, which made the drama a bit less intense. They still prefer to watch Feng go head-to-head with these so-called leaders. Who is the toughest in the world? Besides Chen Feng, who else could it be? Without Chen Feng, the livestream felt significantly less energetic. At that moment, both sides of the conference table were already filled with people. When Zhao Ying and Li Jianqi, representing the group, sat firmly on the right side. Jin Ziyuan, on the other hand, was seated on the left side. Let's talk. Li Jianqi spoke up. There's nothing to talk about. We've already discussed this. As long as you don't apologize, my suppression plan won't stop until the three of you are wiped off the face of the earth. Kim Ji-won replied lazily. Why? Kim Ji-won, you're at least from South Korea. Pushing me to this point makes you happy? Li Jianqi played the emotional card. Li Chang'an was even more aggressive, you're a traitor. At this, Jin Ziyuan burst into laughter. Selling out the country? Oh, so you're saying that you did something wrong and now you don't even allow others to speak out? You refuse to apologize, and when we confront you, we're the ones being called traitors? A series of questions left Li Jianqi with a furrowed brow. I don't see any issues with the warranty terms proposed by Samsung Group for mobile phones in Xia Kingdom. When Zhao Ying finally chimed in. Chapter 112, You're the one with the problem. When Zhao Ying's words instantly enraged the live stream audience. What the hell? You actually said that? So the double standards of the Korean government come from the top, from class? Where did they get the nerve? Did Lian Jingru give it to them? The issue is, in this situation, with such courage, why are they so cowardly when it comes to their own history and culture? Do they really need to plagiarize our country's traditional culture to enrich their own? Is that not shameful? This old man is indeed no ordinary person. What he says is utter nonsense. Filled with righteous indignation, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly grew tense. After all, Jin Ziyuan never expected that the president of a nation would say such things. Mr. President, please be more cautious with your words. You represent the entire nation. Jin Ziyuan retorted sharply. The live stream exploded. Damn. That's gutsy. Jin, the CEO, truly lives up to his reputation as Chen Feng's right-hand man. That's the kind of attitude we need. What nonsense is Wen Zhaoying talking about? This is blatant double standards. And out of all the countries in the world, why are they targeting our Xia nation? What are their true intentions? Actually, I kind of like this situation where they can't stand us but can't do anything about it. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. A country's president saying such irresponsible things. Did he buy his position with money? As everyone was mocking him, Wen Zhaoying dropped another zinger. It was our country that raised you, it was our country that educated you, and it was our country that brought you to this position. Instead of being grateful, you're going even further, targeting our domestic companies with sanctions. Are you crazy? After saying those words, Moon Jae-in finally made Kim Ji-won give up all hope. Originally, Kim Ji-won had been thinking that if this negotiation could force the other side to compromise and apologize, Chen Feng might not pursue the matter further. However, in reality, he had overestimated himself. President Moon, if I don't love my country, my company can sever ties with the homeland and develop independently. If you insist on standing on the moral high ground and speaking to me in this manner, then I believe this negotiation can be called off. And it's not that I'm sick, you're the one who's sick. After saying this, Jin Ziyuan immediately stood up and was about to leave. Meanwhile, Li Jianqi's Sansang Group was facing turmoil as several countries' contract manufacturers began to clash over this incident. At this point, the core of the conflict within Sansang Group remained between Xia and the Korean peninsula and had not yet spread to other countries. However, if this situation is allowed to continue unchecked, the Sansang Group may truly fall from grace and even be wiped off the face of the earth. At this thought, Li Jianqi immediately stood up and called out to Jin Ziyuan. "What do you want to do?" Li Jianqi blurted out. However, these words not only caused Jin Ziyuan's brows to furrow but also enraged the Xia Kingdom supporters in the livestream. Does this even sound like an apology? It's as if we're forcing him to apologize. Forget it. Let Phong go handle it. Just take him out. Look, Sansang's factory in Vietnam is being set on fire by workers. Holy crap, it's true. It's not just in Vietnam, it's also in Myanmar and Australia. What's going on? What's happening with our country's Sansang factories? Can someone explain? The live stream is constantly reporting various updates. And these reports are turning into urgent calls on the phones of Li Chang'an, Park Xianqi, and even Li Jianqi. For a moment, the entire meeting room was filled with the piercing sound of ringing phones. Li Jianqi knew what these calls were about, but at the moment, none of that mattered. As long as he could handle the current situation, he could deal with these minor issues later. Li Jianqi, if you don't want to apologize, I don't care. What you need to clarify is who invited me here to negotiate. Jin Ziyuan made a move to stand up but was once again stopped by Wen Zhaoying. Jin Ziyuan, I know you've always wanted to secure the most expensive plot of land in the Jiangnan wealthy district. I'll approve it for you now. Stop your actions immediately. Wen Zhaoying spoke directly. However, such an offer held no meaning for Jin Ziyuan. After all, Jin Ziyuan's boss is Chen Feng. Whatever plot of land he wants, isn't it just a matter of Chen Feng giving the order? Sorry, I refuse. Jin Ziyuan's expression turned cold as he refused outright. At that moment, Wen Zhaoying was accompanied by people from the presidential office. In his eyes, Jin Ziyuan was merely a rising star in the financial world, even hailed as the financial god of South Korea. But in his eyes, this so-called financial god was just an ordinary citizen. Within his jurisdiction, he held absolute authority. What he hadn't anticipated was that this man, whom he regarded as no more than an ordinary citizen, dared to confront him directly. To confront him in front of so many people. This insult was something he couldn't possibly swallow. But before he could speak, he heard Kim Ji-won's cold laugh. President Won, I've been here listening to all your nonsense. To be honest, it's only out of respect for you as president that I've stayed. Otherwise, I would VE left long ago. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhaoying could no longer contain himself. Jin Ziyuan, listen carefully. I can freeze your company at any time and investigate your company. Wen Zhaoying said coldly. Since you've gone this far, Mr. President, take a good look, there are cameras there. Your words are being broadcast live. What you say comes with consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Ji-won stood up, walked to the door, and then turned back. Oh, and by the way, tonight, your Samsung Group is likely to dissolve. So, I think it's necessary to remind you to keep some of your assets for yourself, so you don't end up begging for food in your old age. After saying this, Kim Ji-won quickly left under everyone's gaze. At that moment, the entire hotel was empty except for Li Jianqi and Wen Zhaoying's group. Li Jianqi, you tell me, you're such an adult, why are you being so hypocritical? At this point, Wen Zhaoying suddenly thought of an even more important question. Right, do you think Jin Ziyuan is really that powerful? I don't think so. Based on his apparent strength, he's not even as strong as me. What gives him the right to stir up such a storm and take down the Sansang Group in every aspect? Who knows? I'm just asking if you've offended the hidden wealthy family of Xia Kingdom? Chapter 113, Are we that close? Li Jianqi didn't think he had provoked someone powerful. Even the strongest in Xia Kingdom, AI Li, Penguin, and Wanda don't have that kind of power. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't have that kind of power. And besides these three major factions, who else in Xia Kingdom possesses even greater raw power? In his eyes, Jin Jiyuan wasn't even as good as Xia Ma and Xia Wang. At that moment, he finally remembered something. Mr. Park, since this incident occurred on Jeju Island, you must immediately bring those employees here. About half an hour later, Li Jianqi finally waited for several security guards and saleswomen to arrive. This group immediately recounted everything that had happened that morning to Li Jianqi and the others. At the time, Jin Ziyuan's actions were highly suspicious, as he referred to a person from Xia as boss. That's right, we heard it with our own ears. Moreover, it was this young Xia national who said that we must be eliminated within 24 hours. After the security guard and salesperson finished speaking, Li Jianqi had already formed some ideas. So it was this man from Xia who orchestrated everything? But why didn't you report it? Li Jianxi asked coldly. We thought it was just talk, but we didn't expect it to have such a significant impact on the company. We failed to report it in a timely manner. The security guards and saleswomen began to cry and beg for mercy. What's the point of saying that now? Li Jianxi frowned deeply. Now, mobilize all available resources to investigate the identity of this individual from Xiaogua. Wen Zhaoying immediately gave the orders. Before long, while Wen Zhaoying was on his way home, he received news. Chen Feng? I've never heard of this person before. It's not unusual for the president not to have heard of him. Through surveillance footage and photo reconstruction, we discovered that this man is merely an internet celebrity in Xia Kingdom. Li Jianxi agreed. An internet celebrity? Are you kidding me? A mere internet celebrity has driven you to this point? Wen Zhaoying couldn't believe it. How could a mere internet celebrity have such power? No matter how you look at it, this sounds too far-fetched to be true. This person is indeed an internet celebrity, and he came from an extremely poor family. He gained sudden fame after participating in a show called Do You Know Your Worth? Li Jianxi agreed. Investigate this person thoroughly. Wen Zhaoying said coldly. If we could communicate with him, that would be ideal. I've checked. This person is currently traveling in our country. If possible, I hope you can use your influence to find out where he is staying. Li Jianxi made his position clear. Good. Since he's in our country, he won't be able to escape. After speaking, Wen Zhaoying ordered the National Security Bureau to begin investigating Chen Feng's residence. Regardless of the country, one needs a passport and ID registration to check into a hotel. South Korea is no exception. Therefore, after the National Security Bureau took action, Wen Zhaoying immediately learned of Chen Feng's whereabouts. What? He's staying at the Ruweli Hotel? That means we crossed paths with him? When Wen Zhaoying received the confirmed information, he was completely stunned. That's correct. We've verified it. This person is indeed Chen Feng. The Minister of State Security replied. Alright, head to the Ruweli Grand Hotel immediately. I want to see for myself what kind of person this Chen Feng is. After Wen Zhaoying discovered that the mastermind behind everything was Chen Feng, his curiosity about this man grew even stronger. If he were just an internet celebrity, he wouldn't have such power. Therefore, Chen Feng is very likely a hidden big shot. However, just as Wen Zhaoying was about to head to the Ruweli Hotel, Li Jianxi called again. Something's wrong. I don't know what that kid did, but now over 100 contract factories worldwide have announced they're terminating their contracts with us. Li Jianxi knew exactly what such a massive number of contract terminations meant. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhaoying sighed deeply. Let's go to the Ruweli Hotel. I'm afraid this time you'll really have to apologize to the people of Xia and this Chen Feng. Just a few minutes later, the two of them entered the Ruweli Hotel together. The receptionist, who should have been extremely welcoming for the president's visit, showed no sign of movement. Is there someone here named Chen Feng staying here? Li Jianxi asked immediately. You're eavesdropping on guests' information. I'm sorry, but I have the right not to answer. The receptionist replied without any courtesy. Are you crazy? This is our president. We want to know if Chen Feng is staying here. Is that not acceptable? Li Jianxi frowned deeply, as if he had never been treated this way before. I'm sorry, you don't have the authority to know that, and besides, Chen Feng is already the owner here, so we can't disclose the boss's schedule. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxi's face turned pale. Ruweli Hotel is located in the Jiangnan affluent district. Covering an area of several thousand square meters, its interior design, decorations, and facilities are undoubtedly top-notch by South Korean standards. Such a large hotel must have cost at least several $1 billion to build, and with the land included, its value is truly staggering. Even he couldn't just casually acquire the Ruweli Hotel. Thinking of this, Li Jianxi's face had already turned pale. Oh, right, Chen Zong didn't just buy the Ruweli Hotel, he also acquired 90% of the entertainment venues in the Jiangnan affluent area, as well as the residential complexes currently under construction. Therefore, there will be no one here to serve you. At this point, the expressions on both their faces had completely changed. When Zhaoying had checked, Chen Feng had only flown directly to Jeju Island this morning. Who would spend so much money on a day trip to buy the most profitable businesses in the Jiangnan wealthy district? Such tactics were simply reckless. Just then, Chen Feng was accompanying Mu Qian, preparing to go downstairs for a light meal, when they happened to bump into the two of them. Chen Feng! Li Jianxi roared. Chen Feng, seeing this, raised the corner of his mouth. If you want to talk business, talk to Jin Ziyuan. What's the point of talking to him? I want to talk to you. Li Jianxi, seeing the man who had caused his assets to evaporate by 50%, couldn't contain his anger. However, Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Your measly fortune isn't worth my time. Get out of here. After speaking, Chen Feng turned toward the VIP suite on the right side of the hall. But just then, Wen Zhaoying finally spoke up. He's not qualified. Am I, Wen Zhaoying, qualified? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Excuse me, are we even acquainted? The president, being publicly humiliated, the tension erupted instantly. Meanwhile, the show's director had already taken his position. Chapter 114, At the End of the Road. As expected of Fong Gu, that defiant attitude toward heaven and earth, who could rival him? You've seen Fong Ji's tactics before. This is just a small matter, stay calm. Fong Gu. This old scoundrel is plagiarizing our Xia Kingdom's culture. Are we just going to let this slide? Why the rush? Fong Gu is just accompanying his wife, he hasn't even started yet. The live stream surged in popularity again due to Chen Feng's appearance. It skyrocketed to the top of X-Fish. Back at the hotel, when Zhao Ying's expression, under the crystal chandelier, looked extremely grim. He was, after all, the first leader of the Korean peninsula, and in ancient times, that was the supreme ruler. A single word from him could shake the entire nation. But who was he facing? A mere internet celebrity propelled to fame by a TV production team, a wealthy individual with some money, dared to speak such treasonous words in his presence. This was nothing short of a direct challenge to his authority. Do you even know what you're saying? When Zhao Ying's tone was as cold as ice. I am well aware of that, but you probably have no idea of the situation you are in right now. At this point, Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Within 24 hours, if Sansang fails to issue a sincere apology, Sansang will be doomed. And now that you've shown up, I'll give you a deadline. Within 3 days, if you don't make a public statement apologizing for all the cultural elements you've plagiarized from Xiagua, then the next step won't just be targeting Sansang. After speaking, Chen Feng didn't bother with Wen Xiaoying and walked away swiftly. In the hall, only Wen Xiaoying and Li Jianqi remained. In their minds, even when faced with such unreasonable demands, they had never felt so humiliated. Watching Chen Feng's young figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Wen Xiaoying's expression was filled with bitter frustration. This kid is way too arrogant. I don't believe he can pull off anything special. With the president stepping in to help, even Li Jianqi, facing such a massive disaster, remained relatively calm. After all, if the president can't resolve it, wouldn't the country be doomed? Moreover, the existence of Samsang is the face of the country, and the president wouldn't let him fall so easily. Although the talks broke down, at least Moon Jae-in now understands one thing. Their enemy is just a social media influencer from Xia. A wealthy internet celebrity. Moon Jae-in returned and immediately chose to call his most reliable contact. But even the most reliable phone was still turned off. At that moment, he thought of the Queen of the British Empire. As an ally, the Queen of the United Kingdom wouldn't stand idly by. However, after making the call, his expression grew even more somber. Because the Queen's phone showed that it was turned off. Subsequently, Wen Xiaoying made several more calls, but none of them went through. Coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Wen Xiaoying kept repeating this to himself. After all, according to the time difference, it should just be dawn on the other side. Perhaps they hadn't even heard the phone ringing. But why was the Queen of England's phone turned off? With these questions in mind, he returned to his residence. As soon as he arrived, his state affairs assistant called. Mr. President, tomorrow is the successful application for the Dragon Boat Festival to be recognized as a UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage, and the Confucius Temple also has an ancestral worship ceremony tomorrow. Is the president planning to attend? Under normal circumstances, he would have to attend. But given the current situation, the Sansang Group is on the brink of collapse. Could he really attend such an event? As he pondered this, his assistant added, I don't think there are any major issues with the Sansang Group. The contract manufacturers are always causing trouble. If Li Jianqi can't handle this, that would be too embarrassing. When Zhao Ying didn't believe those words, he chose to self-delude. Alright, I'll come over tomorrow morning. When Zhao Ying lay in bed early, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. But worse off than him was Li Jianqi, whose phone hadn't stopped ringing. The phone had been ringing non-stop since they left the Rue Li Hotel. Li Jianqi listened to the ringing tones coming from the phone, feeling dizzy and disoriented. He looked at the call log. There were a total of 114 calls, with 86 of them answered. On the screen in front of him was the Huawei official website. Huawei H4, pre-order quantity, 80 million. Small M11, pre-order quantity, 60 million. Sang S10, pre-order quantity, 9,000. Yes, he hadn't misread it wasn't missing a zero, but there were indeed only 9,000 units. This batch of 20 million smartphones was Li Jianqi's ace in the hole, guaranteed to sell out in no time. However, it now seems that they've been completely crushed by Huawei and the M11 in their infancy. What's even more headache-inducing is the potential inventory of 20 million S10 units. Currently, 99% of their overseas contract manufacturers are on the brink of shutdown. Some raw materials, including rare earth elements, are no longer being shipped to Samsung. This situation isn't limited to smartphones. Displays, storage devices, laptops, hard drives, the entire range of electronic products is directly impacted. And the impact is massive. At 10:10 a.m., Europe's largest electronics company announced it would permanently cease using Samsung products and cancel all previously confirmed orders. At 10:11 a.m., South America and North America simultaneously banned Samsung products, effectively eliminating them from the market like a virus. At 10:12 a.m., the European Union declared Samsung products as counterfeit and called for a complete boycott. At 10:13 a.m., the European Union announced that Huawei and Xiaomi would be designated as the best partner companies. At 10:14 a.m., the European Union announced that Tongfang and Xthink would be designated as the hottest products of the year. At 10:15 a.m., multiple Asian countries announced the termination of all ties with Samsung. At 10:16 a.m., Samsung's cargo ships on the Suez Canal were ordered to turn back immediately. Within just a few minutes, sanctions against Samsung were imposed like arrows fired from 1,000 bows. News of the sanctions had already reached hundreds of reports within just 12 hours. Upon seeing these reports, Li Jianqi was speechless. He made over 100 calls, but the recipients either hung up immediately or stated outright that they would never cooperate. There was no room for negotiation. Now, he could only turn to the president for help. However, what he didn't expect was that even the president had blocked his calls. What was going on? Li Jianqi felt as though his last lifeline had been severed. Has even the president given up on him? President, what should we do? Li Cheng'en and Park Cheon he seemed to have already seen the end of Samsung. Chapter 115, There are no ifs in this world. Li Jianqi stared intently at the screen, which was constantly updating with news about Samsung. Even at past 10 o'clock at night, journalists were still streaming in, ready to break down his door. The twilight of the Samsung group seemed to have arrived prematurely, and it had already entered its darkest hour. As the CEO of Samsung, Li Jianqi had pulled out all the stops. But alas, his efforts were in vain. Now, the only solution he could think of was one thing. That was to offer the most sincere apology to all the people of Xia. To seek forgiveness from Chen Feng. Offending the Xia kingdom is not terrifying, but offending Chen Feng is absolutely unforgivable. Li Jianqi no longer viewed Chen Feng as just an internet celebrity, but as a true financial tycoon. In fact, he was the most terrifying figure in the global financial world. After all, he couldn't think of anyone else who could mobilize so many groups and nations within 12 hours to oppose the three Sang clans. After much deliberation, he made an extremely humiliating decision. Apologize to the people of Xia Kingdom, and do so at a press conference. Only this could quell Chen Feng's anger. Having fully come to terms with the situation, Li Jianqi immediately called the South Korean Prime Minister's office. By around 10:30 p.m., everything was ready for the live broadcast. Prior to that, he had even posted an apology statement on Twitter, drawing a flood of insults and attention. Therefore, even at this hour, both Xiaguozhua and Bangzigua citizens were glued to the livestream. Even people from other countries were watching. At that moment, Xiaguo was completely silent. The number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 200 million. Li Jianqi couldn't withstand Feng Ji's pressure and was preparing to apologize. Holy crap! The entire internet, the whole world is watching this live stream. This is embarrassing on a global scale. Feng Gu doesn't seem to be in a hurry to resolve this within 24 hours. Of course, if Feng Gu were to handle it personally, it probably wouldn't take an hour. Everyone is now closely watching every move Li Jianqi makes. At that moment, Li Jianqi finally appeared on camera, dressed in all black. He was a completely different person from the morning. Even in his formal attire, he no longer exuded the arrogance of someone who looked down on the world. Instead, he looked like an ugly duckling, even appearing timid and hesitant in front of the camera. After some preparation, the lone program crew had also arrived and were seated in the front row, right in the center spot, as arranged by Li Jianqi. He knew that this production team represented Chen Feng. Only by being there could he receive enough attention. Holy crap, the director is really getting lucky. Even the camera position from the first ear TV station was given to him. Of course, at least at this moment, the director's position was effectively Chen Feng's sphere of influence. Now I think he should know that angering us isn't a good idea, right? 10:30 sharp. Li Jianqi cleared his throat, dared not sit down, and stood straight facing the director's camera, bowing repeatedly. Here, I would like to extend my sincere apologies to our friends in Xiagua. Just as Li Jianqi finished bowing 3 times and was about to stand straight, the director's crew called cut. Wait a minute, isn't this apology a bit insincere? The director shook his head. You don't have enough acting experience. You've never acted before, so you probably don't know what acting is. At that, the entire live stream erupted in laughter. This director is a genius. Li Jianqi is just a businessman, how could he act? Was that intentional? Li Jianqi offended all of us from Xiagua, and he just bowed 3 times? Isn't that mocking us? You should know that in Korea, bowing is a normal gesture. Exactly. Tell me, according to our Xia Kingdom's etiquette, how should one apologize? You have to kneel down. Right, kneel down. Kneel down. A series of posts flooded the screen, instantly letting the director know how to proceed with the next scene. If it weren't for Chen Feng giving him the courage, he wouldn't have dared to do that. After all, the person across from him was the CEO of Samsung. He had never even dared to imagine speaking to Li Jianqi like that in his entire life. At that moment, the director showed Li Jianqi the live chat comments from the broadcast. We Chinese people know what kind of apology we want. You should know that by now. You Koreans, you bow and scrape before everyone, and your apologies are just as half-hearted. Do you really think we'll buy that? What was the director afraid of? Chen Feng is his solid backing. As long as Chen Feng is around, even if someone is extremely reliable, he dares to confront them. Let alone this mere CEO of Sansang. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, clearly feeling a bit arrogant. Holy crap! This director is really something else. Of course, under Feng Ji's protection, anyone could be so arrogant. If it were me, I could too. I really want a signed autograph from Brother Feng. That would make my life complete. Speaking of which, do you think Li Jianqi will agree to this? Refuse? Watching Sansang go bankrupt? Now even when Zhao Ying hasn't shown up, he must have abandoned him already. Every word in the livestream feels like a knife stabbing Li Jianqi. But what can Li Jianqi do? He has no way out. Sansang is on the brink of collapse. If he chooses to do nothing tonight, by tomorrow morning, Sansang might be removed from the partnership list worldwide. An old-school electronics company is about to disappear because of this. Li Jianqi swallowed hard, thinking to himself, if only I hadn't taken that step, if only I hadn't said those words, things would be so much better. But alas, there are no ifs in this world. Seeing Li Jianqi in such a state, the South Korean journalist could no longer bear it. Damn it, you're just a director, and a director from Xiaogui at that. What gives you the right to act so arrogant? Is this your territory? This is the press conference for the First Ear News. Not your country. Get it straight. Just as he was speaking, Jin Ziyuan suddenly appeared. Sorry, this place has already been bought by my boss. From now on, this is Xiaogui's territory. As for who the real owner is, please change your wording accordingly. At those words, the journalists erupted in chaos. Mr. Kim, your financial power may be strong, but if you bought this place, it still belongs to our country. Mr. Kim, you need to get your facts straight. Whose money are you earning? Betraying your own country, such behavior is despicable. Facing the journalists' retorts, Jin Ziyuan sneered, when I was down and out, you were all eager to step on me. In the end, if it weren't for my boss helping me back then, I'd probably just be a lowly employee now. The world is so wonderful, isn't it? What did the motherland do for me back then? Ordered bankruptcy. Expelled from the country. Chapter 116, Sansang's surrender and kneeling apology. Jin Ziyuan stood with his hands behind his back, appearing refined and elegant. Perhaps you never imagined that I could use my boss to make a comeback and rise to this position. You all have the nerve to say that the motherland helped me? Jin Ziyuan glanced at the reporters on the scene. I remember that when I was at my lowest point, some of you wanted to come and kick me while I was down, exposing my flaws. That glance was so piercing that no one dared to meet his eyes. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. 2 years ago, I became a citizen of Xia Nation. So, you'd better make sure you know whose territory this is. Having said that, Jin Ziyuan returned to his seat and glared coldly at Li Jianqi. Li Jianqi, begin your apology. After all, it's already very late. Although Jin Ziyuan's words were extremely sharp, like a knife constantly cutting into Li Jianqi, he couldn't find any points to counter. To put it bluntly, Jin Ziyuan is now Chen Feng's representative. What he says is what Chen Feng means. Who dares to defy him? Li Jianqi suppressed his anger and glared at Jin Ziyuan. Don't glare at me. Our friends from Xiaogui have been waiting too long. If you can't make up your mind, I can help you. Jin Ziyuan held up his phone, clearly displaying the market value of Sansang Group. Just a few hours ago, Sansang had a market value of over 300 billion, but now it's less than 100 billion. And this number is still dropping. In other words, every second wasted was money being evaporated. Li Jianqi sighed deeply, resigned to his fate. He walked to the podium, knelt down with a thud, and bowed his head. To our friends in Xia Kingdom, given my previous remarks, I apologize here. If any of my words have caused harm to the friendship between our two countries, I humbly ask our friends in Xia Kingdom to forgive me. After saying this, he knelt on the ground and banged his head several times, even breaking his forehead, before he felt it was enough. Did we go too far? Over the top? Didn't you watch the S10 press conference live? This is clearly exploiting people. Over the top? Don't you know what Samsung has been doing all these years? Damn it, 3 years ago, they reduced the hard drive warranty from 5 years to 3 years in our country. The monitor warranty was also reduced from 3 years to 1 year. And other countries didn't change their warranties either, did you all forget? There was also the hard drive scandal, where they refused to repair or replace them even within the warranty period. Monitors were treated the same way. The same products are sold at half the price of others, yet they hire people to stir up trouble and claim we can't afford them. The live stream is already filled with a long list of unforgivable offenses. Li Jianqi, seeing these comments, could only keep bowing his head to try to ease the crowd's disgust. On the other hand, Chen Feng looked at Li Jianqi at the press conference with a cold expression. Wife, you should be satisfied now, right? Calm down? Of course I'm calm. Li Jianqi, who was once so smart, has become so foolish. After this incident, the company will likely struggle to recover. This isn't my responsibility. The success of a company depends on its reputation. They ruined their own reputation and still want to exploit others. That's not the behavior of a fool. I'll say it again, water can carry a boat, but it can also sink it. Chen Feng turned off the TV. What happened next didn't matter anymore. Soon, he received a message from Jin Ziyuan. Boss, should we continue to sanction Sansang? Chen Feng smiled faintly. Never mind. It's just a small company. Since they've apologized, it doesn't matter anymore. Understood, boss. By the way, it's been reported that Wen Zhaoying plans to hold a celebration for the successful UNESCO heritage listing at the Confucius Temple tomorrow. Many celebrities will attend, including that Park Maoni. Jin Ziyuan's information was extremely reliable. Interesting. You know what to do, right? Chen Feng smiled faintly once more. Understood, boss. The next day, many countries and corporate groups that had previously imposed sanctions on Sansang directly abandoned their original terms. They resumed their cooperation with Sansang. However, even so, the order volume remained more than a third lower. Especially the batch of smartphones, which they were even selling at a loss. Even so, Li Jianqi still felt that this was a tremendous favor from Chen Feng. After all, if Chen Feng had wanted to continue targeting them, they wouldn't have even had a chance to catch their breath. Sansang would inevitably disappear from the world within 24 hours. This outcome was already the best possible result. On the other hand, around 8:30 a.m., a large crowd had already gathered outside the Confucius Temple. These people were not only locals but also many tourists from various countries who had arrived early in the morning. Hey, have you heard that Park Maoni is coming to attend this gathering? Park Maoni? The beautiful woman who streams openly? Yes. We're so lucky. Just as they were talking, Pumayani drove up in his Porsche, surrounded by a fleet of cars, and appeared outside the Confucius Temple. Upon seeing this, the crowd rushed toward Pumayani like a swarm of bees. After all, he was every man's dream, the object of their desires. At that moment, it wasn't just Park Maoni, Kim Hyanya, Hyun Bing, and the professor also appeared outside the Confucius Temple. These people were undoubtedly those invited by Wen Zhaoying. Even some researchers specializing in ancient Korean texts had come. After all, today's theme was to celebrate the successful inscription of the Dragon Boat Festival on the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List in Korea. On the other hand, the Borrow Money film crew had already rushed to the scene. Under the cameras, a group of people dressed in Hanfu and Tangzhuang from Xia Kingdom were boldly appearing inside the Confucius Temple. Seeing this, the live stream exploded. Ugh, saying that our nation's sage actually came from their country is simply too much. Isn't this just another one of their usual tricks? How utterly despicable. If it weren't for Moon Jae-in, this would never have happened. They've stolen our Confucius and now they want to steal our Chu Yuan? This is truly shameless. Does that mean the Miluo River is also within their country's borders? Who knows? They might just say it's because of tectonic plate movement. Haha, the guy above is going to kill me with laughter. Maybe Korea was actually shaken over here by tectonic plate movement from the noble North American continent. The live stream is already in stitches. But they're mostly just helpless. Not only has their culture been plagiarized, but they're even openly applying for UNESCO heritage status. And some of it has already been successfully listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. How could any Chinese person not be furious about that? Chapter 117, The Dispute at the Confucius Temple. Around 9 o'clock, when Zhaoying, dressed in formal attire, was preparing to depart. Although he was furious about the matter involving Sansang, he quickly recovered from his frustration and anger. He represented the nation, while Li Jianqi was merely the head of a corporate group. He didn't believe that Chen Feng could possibly undermine a matter of national importance, especially something as settled as this. After all, he had already received a response yesterday confirming that the UNESCO World Heritage nomination had been successful. Since the World Heritage Office had acknowledged it, it was sufficient proof that the documents they had provided were reasonable and justified. A matter already decided cannot be altered. Not even Chen Feng can do it. At least, in his mind, Chen Feng couldn't handle such a matter and might not even bother with it. It was precisely because of this consideration that when Zhaoying had completely changed his previous dejected state and appeared in full regalia today. By the time he arrived at the Confucius Temple, it was already 9:11 a.m. As soon as Wen Zhaoying appeared, he immediately stole the spotlight from the celebrities. A crowd of citizens rushed toward Wen Zhaoying. After all, in this country, the president holds a very high status. Moreover, in the cultural rivalry with Xiagua, Wen Zhaoying had emerged victorious on multiple occasions, earning the admiration of many young people. Moon Jae-in had altered history textbooks, instructing historians to fabricate a series of absurd stories, and successfully brainwashed this generation of young people truly shameless. The main reason is that the country itself has nothing to boast about. It's a tiny nation that had to pay tribute to our country during the Tang dynasty. If they were willing to admit such a thing, that would be unthinkable. This is their dark history, they would never admit it. Moreover, in recent years, the Korean peninsula has developed quite well. With a strong economy, it would be strange if they weren't arrogant. Just as he was speaking, Moon Jae-in had already stood outside the Confucius temple, bowing before the statue of Confucius. This is our nation's sage, the model for every student to emulate. Our culture has spread across the world. I hope you will cherish and inherit this honor in the future. A simple statement, and those young people were already moved to tears. This is just too shameless. It's our Xia kingdom that's opening Confucius institutes all over the world. This person has no shame, even ghosts would be afraid of him. The live stream viewers were outraged. This is unbearable. I've never seen such a shameless scoundrel. At this point, they thought that Wen Zhaoying's shamelessness had reached its peak. But what happened next made them even more furious, boiling with anger. Wen Zhaoying turned to all the journalists and media outlets and said, "Actually, we successfully applied for UNESCO recognition yesterday. The Dragon Boat Festival is our traditional cultural festival." He pointed across the street and declared, "I have decided to build a temple dedicated to Chu Yuan across the street, to honor our great patriotic poet." These words sent the viewers in the live stream into a frenzy. Build a Chu Yuan temple? Are the people in charge of the UNESCO application process idiots? Such an organization, I heard, can be handled with money, and since they're an international body, once something is decided, it's hard to change. Doesn't that mean that we celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival because the Koreans granted us the right to do so? This is enough to make our ancestors turn over in their graves. At this point, everyone was filled with grief and indignation. Wen Zhaoying had no idea that the people of Xia Kingdom had already successfully trended him on social media. And he couldn't have imagined that he, Wen Zhaoying, would become so famous in Xia in such a way. The Xia Kingdom's Eastern Daily, Perspective Observation, and Focus News all simultaneously featured this news on their front pages, with numerous commentators already coming forward to criticize. It wasn't just commentators, even some elderly scholars began to speak out and expose the truth. Unfortunately, despite the quality of the content, the people of the stick country couldn't see it. Moreover, whatever President Wen Zhaoying said was like music to their ears. At that moment, all television stations across the entire country were broadcasting President Moon Jae-in's live speech in real time. Chen Feng was sitting by the bed, watching Moon Jae-in's remarks with great interest. On the surface, he remained calm, but Mu Qian was on the verge of breaking down. This person has no shame? Face? When has the president of South Korea ever had any face? Chen Feng smiled faintly. Are we just going to let him keep acting so arrogant? Doesn't anyone in our country have any objections? Mu Qian crossed her arms, her cheeks puffed out in anger. How could there be no objections? It's just that we don't bother to care. Chen Feng agreed. Ignoring him will only make him worse. Before you know it, even New Year's Eve, Qingming Festival, and Double Ninth Festival will all be theirs. Mu Qian thought of this and couldn't contain her anger. Don't worry, someone will handle it. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Just as Chen Feng spoke, Jin Ziyuan finally arrived at the scene. As soon as Jin Ziyuan showed up, the entire live stream erupted. After all, Jin Ziyuan was Chun Feng's representative in South Korea. The boss is here. Everyone step aside, I want to see this guy show off. Though not as domineering as Brother Feng, he is well versed in the art and has truly mastered Brother Feng's teachings. Get ready for some trouble, everyone's getting hyped up. Upon seeing Jin Ziyuan appear, Wen Zhaoying finally furrowed his brows. He knew very well that Jin Ziyuan was Chen Feng's henchman, and whenever he showed up, nothing good would come of it. His expression changed slightly as he watched Jin Ziyuan walk toward him step by step. With so many big names here, watching you plagiarize Xiaogua's cultural programs right in front of everyone is quite an interesting spectacle, isn't it? After yesterday's series of embarrassing incidents, Jin Ziyuan has risen to become the economic pillar of South Korea. Even celebrities dared not cross him. As soon as everyone saw Jin Ziyuan, their expressions changed. Park Mani, I heard that during your live stream yesterday morning, you claimed that the Dragon Boat Festival belongs to the Korean peninsula, and you were criticized for a long time. Since you can't stay in Xia Kingdom anymore, are you planning to return to your homeland for development? Jin Ziyuan's sharp tongue directly targeted Park Mani. This. Pumai and I was speechless for a moment. After all, it was all true. What? After doing such a thing, you dare not admit it? Jin Ziyuan furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze intense. Admit? What is there to admit? It's our country's traditional festival. What's there to admit? Wen Zhaoying immediately chimed in. But just then, Jin Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. Park Mani, you're an artist at Tianhai Media Company, aren't you? Before Jin Ziyuan could finish, the president of Tianhai Media Company, Jiang Lishuan, rushed over and bowed deeply to Jin Ziyuan. Chapter 118, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Mr. Kim, I didn't expect you to remember Tianhai Media. It's truly an honor. Jiang Lishuan's expression was reminiscent of a lapdog. Of course I remember. Your company rose to fame by walking the line. Jin Ziyuan looked down coldly, making Jiang Lishuan sweat profusely. You're joking. There's nothing to it. I have no interest in how you choose to play this game, but if you plan to sign a contract with Park Ma and I advise you to think carefully. At those words, Jiang Lishuan's expression froze instantly. Park Mani's live streaming skills were quite formidable, and she was also quite skilled at walking the line. He had been thinking that if he could sign Park Mani, the number of online viewers might even multiply several times over. But those words instantly brought him back down to earth. Did you misunderstand something? Jiang Lishuan asked nervously. Misunderstanding? To blacklist someone, do I need a misunderstanding? I just say it, and it's done. Do you understand? Jin Ziyuan glared at him coldly, making Jiang Lishuan feel as though his heart was about to stop. It wasn't just him, even Park Ma and I was trembling with fear. Listen carefully. Any company that dares to hire Park Mani will be wiped off the face of the earth. Got it? Kim Ji-won's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Most of the people present were left speechless. However, when Zhou Ying finally spoke up, what right do you have to blacklist someone? Who do you think you are? An artist who steals others' culture doesn't deserve to be a public figure. President Moon, do I need to make it any clearer? Kim Ji-won's words were clearly a veiled insult, and a very obvious one at that. You must take responsibility for your words. Our country has already obtained the certification from the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage Committee. When Zhao Ying composed himself and continued. Oh? President Moon, are you implying that as long as you pay some money and bribe the UNESCO office, you can steal any cultural heritage in the world? Kim Ji-won pressed on relentlessly, no longer caring about the other party's feelings. These words sent the livestream into a frenzy once again. What nerve! Daring to confront the president in front of so many public figures. What kind of temper is that? What's there to be afraid of? Fengge is backing him up. Even if it's a sure thing, he wouldn't hesitate to confront them. Besides, did Kim, the CEO, say anything wrong? If you can pass by paying money, isn't that easy? If you piss him off, just buy out all the traditional festivals. After the livestream got lively for a while, Jin Ziyuan immediately started really losing his temper. At the Confucius Temple, Jin Ziyuan directly told his assistant to transfer 100 million to the UNESCO World Heritage Committee. Upon hearing this, the assistant was taken aback. Though he had no idea what his boss was planning, he complied immediately. The scene fell completely silent, as if everyone had been intimidated by Jin Ziyuan's aura. Moreover, the assistant transferred the funds to the World Heritage Office's account within just a few minutes. Soon, the World Heritage Application Office contacted Jin Ziyuan via a bank transfer call. May I ask what you wish to apply for heritage status? The voice was that of a clear, crisp female. Have you verified the relevant information and historical accuracy of the heritage application? Jin Ziyuan spoke directly. Of course, we will conduct a strict review. Upon hearing this, when Zhao Ying laughed and said, Jin Ziyuan, don't let your ignorance lead you to misunderstand the world. You're just a businessman, stick to your job and avoid making a fool of yourself. Jin Ziyuan did not respond, but the woman from the Heritage Office continued, then tell me, how much time did you spend verifying that South Korea's Dragon Boat Festival is eligible for heritage status? And I advise you not to play games with me. That 1 billion is just a promissory note, I can recall it at any time. If you answer well, the money is yours. Jin Ziyuan put the phone on speaker, and everyone could hear the voice. Upon hearing this, the woman from the Heritage Office paused for a moment before saying, alright, I'll tell you the truth. The Dragon Boat Festival should belong to Xia Kingdom. South Korea just paid some money, so we gave it to them. At this point, the scene erupted. The live stream exploded. Oh no, this is a disaster. Damn it, they deserve it. Who would have thought that Mr. Jin would directly transfer 100 million to a stranger he doesn't even know? That move was genius. Who would dare to transfer 1 billion yuan and make the other party call you back? This kind of bold move isn't something just anyone can pull off. First, you take the initiative, appearing passive, then use a direct transfer to flip the script on them, forcing them to speak the truth. This is too powerful. The live stream is already buzzing, especially when everyone saw Zhao Ying's deadpan expression. Everyone is calling it a thrilling show. Is this being live streamed right now? The whole country must know about this by now. Of course. Even the First Ear channel and the documentary channel are there. This is over. I feel like Moon Jae-in is already on his way out. Such a person doesn't deserve to be president, he should retire sooner rather than later. The live stream is filled with cheers, as this unexpected twist has effectively exposed all of Moon Jae-in's lies. And more importantly, the woman from the UNESCO office said something crucial at the end. The Dragon Boat Festival belongs to Xiagua. With that statement, even Moon Jae-in has no choice but to accept it. What more can President Moon say now? Jin Jae-won looked down coldly. Under such thunderous measures, even the president couldn't come up with any rebuttal. By the way, miss, since the Dragon Boat Festival belongs to Xia Kingdom, shouldn't you follow up on the Confucius matter? Jin Ziyuan had no intention of giving Moon Jae-in any face. Confucius? Of course he's from Xia Kingdom. Does that mean he traveled around the states and ended up in Xia Kingdom from the stick country? At this, Kim Ji-won burst into laughter. Look at that, the people from the UNESCO office really know their history. I'm curious too. Chu Yuan drowned himself in the Manhwa River, but isn't the Manhwa River also in the Korean peninsula? Jin Ziyuan spoke offhandedly, and when Zhao Ying's face turned even paler. He must know this deep down, right? What he wanted was to forcibly seize it. There was nothing more to say. Now that he's been exposed in public, he can't come up with any credible arguments to defend himself. Oh, right, I remember that the Korean peninsula even plagiarized the Mid-Autumn Festival from China, didn't they? Jin Ziyuan wouldn't let it go, nearly making Wen Zhaoying spit blood on the spot. And the UNESCO representative, who wanted that 1 billion, had no choice but to speak the truth. Mid-Autumn Festival was also plagiarized. To put it bluntly, Korea was merely a vassal state of the Tang dynasty of China in ancient times. Plagiarizing their ancestors' heritage, do they really think the lid on their graves won't hold? Chapter 119, all celebrities present are banned. It was clear that the woman from the Cultural Heritage Office had no idea that the live broadcast was currently airing. She also had no idea that Moon Jae-in was on the other end of the phone. However, given the bold move of transferring 100 million, she has nothing to fear. Oh no! Sun Trader, kneel down and kowtow to your ancestors to atone for your sins. This is a live disaster. You deserve it. Exactly. Moon Jae-in, walking in the dark for so long, you were bound to meet a ghost. Fong Ji's men have both the strength and the guts to pull this off. The live stream viewers are already thrilled beyond belief. But just then, when Zhao Ying's annoying voice resounded once more. Do you think having a couple of stinking dollars can take what belongs to us away from us? You're not a robber, what are you? Upon hearing Wen Ziying's words, the woman from the Cultural Heritage Office turned slightly red in the face. After all, her earlier remarks had pushed Wen Zhaoying into a corner. If Moon Jae-in tries to interfere, it could indeed cause some trouble. After all, the relationship between the Eagle Nation and the Stick Nation is quite close. If Moon Jae-in were to use his position to slander me in front of the reliable source, my lucrative career would be ruined. As she was about to smooth things over with a more diplomatic explanation, at that very moment, the reliable contact sent an email in his own name. Upon opening the email, the 4 large characters on the screen were clear and unmistakable. Speak the truth. Although this woman didn't understand why Taekao would do this, since even he had spoken so bluntly, her concerns were completely alleviated. On Wen Zhaoying's side, he was confident in waiting for this woman to change her story and grovel before him. After all, the Rod Nation and the Eagle Nation were allies, and this woman's words were tantamount to harming the relationship between the two countries. Although Special Reliable's attitude yesterday had left him a bit dazed, he stubbornly believed it was just a coincidence. After all, how could one person's relationship lead to severing ties with an important ally? Moreover, the reliable one was already very strong-willed and wise. How could he be manipulated by others? Thinking of this, Moon Jae-in had already prepared for a reversal. Those celebrities who had previously been undecided now chose to side with the president. After all, he held real power, and no matter how powerful Kim Ji-won was, in their eyes, he was still just a businessman. For a businessman to challenge the president, at least in the eyes of ordinary people, is no different from hitting a stone with an egg. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the words of the woman from the Cultural Heritage Office. That was the decisive factor. This time, Wen Zhaoying felt certain of victory. No one can take away our nation's culture. Wen Zhaoying shouted this slogan in a highly official tone. Immediately afterward, outside the Confucius Temple, a large crowd of brainwashed young people also shouted the same slogan. Soon, the shouts grew louder all around, and Kim Ji-won felt like he was surrounded by enemies at the Battle of Geisha. A lone voice in the wilderness. Things are starting to feel a bit off. What if the UNESCO committee changes its mind? Change their stance? Unless they're brainwashed. This $1 billion is already in their pockets, why would they give it up? Moreover, the UNESCO office itself is an organization affiliated with the Eagle Nation. Although it claims to be international, it's secretly controlled by the Eagle Nation. Think about it, it's obvious who will win this time. Wow, the person above really knows their stuff. I suddenly feel so confident. The live stream got chaotic for a while, and sure enough, the woman from the UNESCO office finally spoke up. Excuse me, President Wen, please don't speak against your conscience. If you have evidence, you can continue with the application. However, I suggest you immediately withdraw the claims regarding the Mid-Autumn Festival, Confucius, and the Dragon Boat Festival. Otherwise, the consequences will be on your own head. The words "consequences will be borne by you" were spoken very loudly by the woman. In an instant, Wen Zhaoying's face turned as red as a pig's liver. Not only him, but even the other celebrities were indirectly humiliated. By the way, we have already received a verification request from Xiaogui. We have the right to request your assistance in the investigation at any time. Once the evidence is confirmed, your international credibility will be severely damaged. As the president, I advise you to think carefully. The woman from the Cultural Heritage Office spoke up, making Wen Zhaoying even more embarrassed. Moreover, even if he wanted to find a way out, there was no face to save in front of so many people. Thinking of this, Wen Zhaoying felt his face burning with embarrassment, and he couldn't find any way out. What was even more troublesome was that the woman from the World Heritage Office hung up the phone immediately after making the call. She didn't give him the slightest chance to negotiate. However, at that moment, Kim Ji-won finally gave him an opportunity to save face. President Wen, within 3 days, if you choose to be a plagiarist, go ahead. However, the consequences that follow, I hope you will be able to bear them. Having said that, Jin Ziyuan glanced at the time and waved his hand dismissively. As everyone was puzzled, dozens of excavators and pile drivers suddenly appeared on the road. The deafening roar filled the air. Jin Ziyuan, what are you doing? The Secretary General of Moon Jae-in shouted angrily. Jin Ziyuan raised the corner of his mouth. Oh, I forgot to tell you. All the Confucius temples within the borders of the Korean peninsula have already been purchased by me. I can do whatever I want with them. As soon as he finished speaking, the excavators began openly demolishing the temples. Come on, move the statue of Confucius out of the way and tear it down. As soon as Jin Ziyuan gave the order, the roar of the excavators began, like a colossal beast starting to move. Who gave you the nerve to demolish the Confucius temple? Wen Zhaoying roared. This is my territory. To put it bluntly, I can kick you all out at any time. However, since you're the president, I'll let you stay here a little longer. As he spoke, Jin Ziyuan turned his gaze toward Park Mani, Xianbing, and the other celebrities. That single glance sent a chill down everyone's spine. Oh, right, all the celebrities gathered here today are to be blacklisted. Kim Ji-won spoke casually, and the media from the TV stations were so shocked they dared not breathe. Damn it! That's what I call decisive action. These worthless celebrities came to our country to make money, then returned to their own country's entertainment shows to openly insult us as fools and claim our money is easy to earn. They're truly despicable. These bastards have taken shamelessness to the extreme. Now they can't stay in Xia Kingdom, and they can't stay in Korea either. Get the Koreans out of Xia. Chapter 120, Demolishing the Fake Confucius Temple. The live stream was already in an uproar. Especially when Park Mani was banned on the spot, it made everyone cheer with delight. No, no. Mr. Kim, I'm begging you on my knees. Please don't ban me. Upon hearing Jin Ziyuan's words, Park Mani was so frightened that he immediately knelt down on the ground. Her current situation was extremely delicate. On one hand, she had already been banned by Xiagua. On the other hand, if she were also banned by Bang Zigua, her status would plummet and she might even have to bid farewell to the entertainment industry forever. What good does kneeling do? You have hurt all the people of Xia Kingdom. As an artist, keeping your mouth shut and behaving cautiously is the most basic principle. Jin Ziyuan added to the media, remember this, from now on, if I see this woman appear on any program, even a live broadcast, then that entertainment company has no reason to exist. After uttering those words, Jin Ziyuan swept his sleeves and walked away arrogantly. Seeing this, everyone in the livestream felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Park Mani set the tone, and the Koreans seized the opportunity to capitalize on the Dragon Boat Festival. Now, I'll see how long they can keep up their tough talk. In 3 days, if Wen Ziying really insists on going down this path, she might end up following in Li Jianqi's footsteps. Let's wait and see. If they can bring back our traditional culture, that would be excellent. I never expected Jin, the CEO, to be so bold he directly attacked the pirated Confucius Temple. Money talks, and that holds true in any country. In South Korea, all 13 pirated Confucius temples were demolished within half a day. Of course, such a level of retaliation is insufficient. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, the official documents confirming the successful UNESCO listing are still in the hands of Moon Jae-in. From an outsider's perspective, their country remains the legitimate holder of the title. At that moment, Wen Ziying was sitting in the presidential office. On either side are a series of renowned historians. You were summoned here, you should know what this is about, right? Wen Ziying spoke in a low voice. As the president of a country, compromising with Kim Ji-won at this point is absolutely out of the question. Moreover, these things have already been written into textbooks and brainwashed into people's minds for so many years. If they are overturned, he will be labeled a plagiarist. With that label, how could he possibly run for president again? Don't even think about it. Moreover, this matter is neither too big nor too small. If we back down, the entire world will mock us. Our own citizens would be even more outraged. Therefore, this time, it's not like the situation the Sansang Group faced. Even if the Sansang Group collapses, it would only prove that the boss's remarks were idiotic. But if they compromise this time, it would prove that the leadership of the Korean government is idiotic. This kind of thing is too damaging to national prestige. Especially since South Korea, despite its flaws, still holds significant influence in Asia. At first glance, it may seem like a cultural clash, but in reality, it's a clash of power and strength. This time, no matter what, he would not compromise. After all, this was about his path to the presidency and the people's will in the election. After making up his mind, Wen Zhaoying had no idea that he had already set himself on a path with no return. Since we already have written proof from the UNESCO office, and it has been approved with a certificate, this time, at least we are in the driver's seat. The Xia Kingdom has always wanted to reclaim it, but since the Eagle Kingdom is on the same side as us, I think we should continue to maintain good relations with the Eagle Kingdom this time. That's right. The World Heritage Committee claims to be a global entity, but in reality, it still follows Eagle Nation's lead. These historians all agree that as long as we stay steady and maintain good relations with Eagle Nation, everything will be manageable. Very well. When Zhou Ying stood up and said to the Secretary General, "Invite Tay Kwai to come as a guest for an in-depth discussion," the Secretary General nodded and went to make arrangements. What's the next step? When Zhou Ying already had his own agenda, so it's no wonder he felt uneasy now. The second step is to stir up national hatred and put pressure on Xia. While exerting pressure, we will host traditional cultural exchange events at major locations across our country, even linking them with tourism, and collaborate with establishments like McDonald's and KFC to promote cultural integration and exchange. Several scholars proposed such suggestions. We could also conduct more educational programs in schools to disseminate and solidify these ideas. Another scholar proposed these measures. Upon hearing these strategies, Wen Zhaoying immediately nodded in agreement. Excellent. I believe using tourism for cultural outreach and solidifying these traditional festivals and famous figures holds immense significance. After making these remarks, Wen Zhaoying contacted the Minister of Tourism and Culture to convey these policies and activities. He also called the Minister of Education to discuss the issue of solidifying traditional festivals in detail. After completing all these tasks, it was already past 3 p.m. As when Zhao Ying was about to lie down on the chair for a short rest, the Secretary General rushed in from outside. How about it? Is the reliable person coming? When Zhao Ying naturally placed great importance on the reliable person's attitude. He'll be here in 2 hours, the Secretary General replied. With that assurance, when Zhao Ying finally felt at ease. After all, last night he couldn't get through to Tay Cao Pao's phone, and he really thought Tay Cao Pao was up to something. It seemed he had overreacted after all. Good. Make sure everything is arranged at the Blue Roof Pavilion. Notify everyone to ensure all key officials are present, no exceptions. Alright, I'll handle it immediately. On the other hand, Chen Feng, who was strolling aimlessly on the street with his wife Mu Qian, had both hands already filled with various items. In the past, Chen Feng would have considered such a thing beneath his dignity. However, given his current mindset, being his wife's personal porter was a blessing. This also proves an old saying, the lives of the wealthy are truly beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Those influencers on short video platforms like Xing, who flaunt their wealth and show off, aren't actually that wealthy. To put it bluntly, the places where the wealthy can afford to stay are the same places where those influencers have to split the bill with others just to dare to go. The lifestyle of the wealthy is something ordinary people can't even begin to imagine. Take Chen Feng, for example. No one would believe that the world's richest man would willingly help his wife shop at a small store and buy things that aren't even that famous. Such a small street might have cost the former Chen Feng an entire night's worth of spending to buy an entire street. Chapter 121, The One Who Dares to Stand Up to the Reliable One. Just as Chen Feng was enjoying watching Mu Qian try on various styles of clothes, Tay Cao Pao called. Chen Feng answered casually, listened to a few whispered words on the other end, nodded, and agreed without much thought. Women shopping always lose track of time. This is a common flaw among all women, and Mu Qian was no exception. By then, the sun was setting and it was already twilight. Meanwhile, Tay Cao Pao had already boarded a private jet and arrived at Shore Airport. When Zhao Ying and various high-ranking officials from the Republic of Korea were there to greet him. After some small talk, accompanied by Wen Zhaoying, the group headed to the Blue House. By then, the sky had grown dark. The group, led by Wen Zhaoying, originally intended to let Tay Cao Pao enter first. However, Tay Cao Pao remained standing in front of the Blue House, as if waiting for something. Prime Minister, it seems like you're waiting for someone? Wen Zhaoying had only spoken casually, but to his surprise, Tay Cao Pao nodded in response. Judging by the time, they should be here soon. Tay Cao looked puzzled, but his back was already drenched in sweat. After all, the deity he had summoned was no ordinary figure. If he didn't show up, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing Tay Cao Pao's words, Wen Zhaoying was dumbfounded. Could it be that you've invited someone else? Wen Zhaoying naturally didn't believe him. After all, he hadn't even heard of any high-ranking official from any country coming to their country. Who exactly is Tay Cao Pao waiting for? Yes, I've made an appointment. Tay Cao Pao answered casually. This response left Wen Zhaoying even more confused. We can go inside and wait. Have my assistant stay outside. Little did he know, as soon as Wen Zhaoying finished speaking, the reliable one immediately furrowed his brows. Your assistant? What a joke. I must wait here personally. As he said this, he waved his hand dismissively. If you want to go in, go ahead. I must wait for someone. Tay Cao Pao seemed a bit impatient. Wen Zhaoying saw this and didn't know what to say. Since Tay Cao Pao, as the guest, wasn't going in, how could he go in? So, the group, filled with curiosity, waited there with Tay Kwai Kwai. About half an hour later. The longer Wen Zhaoying waited, the more curious he became. After all, with Tae Pao's status, who else could make him stand before the green-tiled roof for so long? Prime Minister, who are you waiting for? You'll find out when you get there. You don't need to wait for me. At this point, even Wen Zhaoying couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. His mind was filled with questions. After all, in his impression, who else could make the esteemed Prime Minister of the Eagle Nation, someone so reliable, wait for so long? This person must be an extraordinary individual. Wen Zhaoying had already made up his mind. Don't worry, we'll stay with you. Plus, I think our two countries could explore more cooperation opportunities in energy and electronics. What do you think? Wen Zhaoying desperately tried to strike up a conversation, hoping to gain the Prime Minister's approval. However, the Prime Minister seemed completely disinterested, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Wen Zhaoying cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward, but then seemed to think of something and immediately said, especially in the field of new energy vehicles, I believe we can further explore cooperation opportunities. For example, Tesla, I think there could be potential for collaboration. Mentioning Tesla, the reliable source immediately furrowed his brows. The reason was simple, Marcus had already moved Tesla's headquarters to Xiagwa due to the previous incident. To put it bluntly, Tesla now belongs to Xiagwa. At this thought, Tae Pao's expression grew extremely grim. Seeing that Tae Pao didn't react, Wen Zhaoying thought he hadn't hit the nail on the head and immediately added, our two countries are both world-leading in chip technology. We can share resources and work together to resist Xiagwa. Mentioning Xiagwa made Tae Pao's headache even more. With Chen Feng around, how dare they do anything to Xiagwa? Tae Pao sighed, his expression growing even more grim. On the other side, Wen Zhaoying, seeing Tae Pao's expression, felt even more uneasy. Did I say something wrong? Or did I offend Tae Pao in some way? He cleared his throat awkwardly, not knowing how to broach the topic of the cultural rivalry between Xia and the country. About half an hour passed. The person Tae Pao was waiting for still hadn't arrived. At this point, even Wen Zhaoying was utterly shocked. He knows exactly what kind of impatient person Tae Pao is. Someone who can make someone as reliable as him wait this long can't be an ordinary person. He absolutely refuses to believe it. But at this very moment, Wen Zhaoying has no idea who could possibly have the ability to do this. That's what's really giving him a headache. Prime Minister, we've waited this long. Should we go in first and eat before discussing further? Wen Zhaoying tried to ask. But as soon as he said that, Tae Pao suddenly trembled. No, I can't stand him up now that I've already made plans with him. Whoever it is, this is completely unacceptable. Making you wait like this. Wen Zhaoying finally uttered the words he had been wanting to say all along. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Tae Pao erupted into a tirade. Get one thing straight. You have no right to say a single word about this person. Speaking like this is a direct challenge to my patience. Wen Zhaoying couldn't believe it. He never expected that such a simple statement would make Tae Pao so furious. However, the person who had yet to show up had kept Tae Pao waiting for so long, yet he refused to lose his temper. The stakes in this situation were clear even to a fool. Wen Zhaoying dared not utter a single word, only waiting in front of the green-tiled roof that had once been his own, for an unknown person. Just as everyone's patience was about to be completely worn thin, a Rolls-Royce Phantom swept in at an angle. Tae Pao's eyes lit up instantly. Seeing Tae Pao's expression and movements, Wen Zhaoying perked up as well. Only to see Tae Pao approach with extreme eagerness. Wen Zhaoying followed closely behind. He too wanted to see who could make the reliable one so eager. However, as they approached, they discovered that inside the car, there was no one else besides the driver. Seeing this, Wen Zhaoying was about to lose his temper again. But this time, he managed to hold himself back. Where is your boss? Tae Pao was actually being so gentle with a driver? This was utterly mind-blowing. What's even more terrifying is that this driver, even upon seeing the boss, showed no signs of fear and even seemed eager to curry favor. The boss said it's too late, he won't be coming today. With just those simple words, the driver got into the car and drove away. Chapter 122, The Mysterious Figure Emerges? In that instant, everyone present, including Wen Zhaoying, was completely speechless. At the same time, they became extremely curious about the person who had been waiting for nearly an hour and a half without showing up. Such a person, if he's in South Korea, Wen Zhaoying might even be able to establish a connection with him. At this thought, he immediately instructed his assistant to investigate who the Rolls-Royce Phantom belonged to. At that moment, Tae Pao, who should have been furious, acted as if nothing had happened, even seeming relieved as he stepped into the green-tiled courtyard. Seeing Tae Pao's expression, Wen Zhaoying also sighed in relief. After all, the reliable assistant had been like a lion earlier. Anyone who said the wrong thing would have been bitten. But now, the reliable assistant was more like a kitten. That was the difference. However, what puzzled him was that even though he hadn't seen anyone, he wasn't the least bit angry. This was too uncharacteristic of Tae Pao. Please. Wen Zhaoying couldn't care less. Seeing Tae Pao so happy was the most pleasant thing. On the other hand, Chen Feng finally arrived at the Ruili Hotel in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, carrying a large bag of clothes.
Boss, I've already informed that person.
The driver respectfully escorted Chen Feng out.
Alright, you can go rest now,
Chen Feng said indifferently. Then, he carried the pile of clothes and followed after him.
Is this really the world's richest man? A single stomp of his foot could make the entire world tremble?
The driver watched Chen Feng's receding figure and murmured in disbelief. Back in the room, Chen Feng helped his wife organize her clothes. Mu Qian suddenly came up behind Chen Feng and hugged him tightly. Honey, you worked so hard today, spending the entire day with me. Mu Qian felt a bit guilty. After all, her husband's status shouldn't be living like this. For Mu Qian, having such a husband made her feel like she must have been the one who saved the galaxy in her previous life. Generally speaking, the sons of wealthy families are always busy with social engagements, and those who actually spend time with their wives and children are few and far between. But Chen Feng was different. Sometimes, Mu Qian even wondered if this was all just a dream.
Could such a perfect man truly exist in this world?
Mu Qian would always get completely lost in Chen Feng whenever she thought about this.
Alright, spending time with one's wife is only natural. It's getting late, let us rest early.
Chen Feng gently ruffled her hair, his handsome face radiating a sense of happiness.
It was already 11 p.m.
After attending to the reliable Chen Feng, Wen Xiaoying, exhausted, returned to his own home. As soon as he arrived home, his secretary called him urgently.
What? Did you find the car owner? Wen Xiaoying also seemed extremely curious.
No, but we've identified the company that owns the vehicle. The secretary replied.
Who? Wen Xiaoying grew impatient. For Kang Automobile.
The secretary general replied immediately.
Have you checked who owns this company?
Wen Xiaoying pressed further. After all, finding someone so reliable that even a special agent was willing to wait over an hour must be worth it. The secretary general hesitated, but Wen Xiaoying snapped, "Stop beating around the bush, speak up." At those words, the secretary general's body trembled.
The company's owner is Li Liang. I've checked, and there's nothing special about him. Could it be a rented car?
As soon as Wen Xiaoying said this, he immediately dismissed the idea himself.
After all, someone who even Liang Ku was willing to curry favor with wouldn't be lacking a car, would they? I don't think it's rented.
I called to inquire, but they were very cold and refused to disclose any information. After the Secretary General said that, Wen Xiaoying swallowed hard and continued his investigation, insisting on getting an answer by tomorrow.
After saying that, Wen Xiaoying went to turn on his computer.
At that moment, he noticed that his email inbox had dozens of new messages. The first part of these emails were all sent by various historical experts. President, all the Confucius temples within our country have been purchased by Kim Ji-won.
President, some famous mountains within our borders have been purchased by Jin Ziyuan.
President, Jin Ziyuan has purchased over 80% of the scenic spots in the country. President, Jin Ziyuan has sealed off the scenic spots he has purchased and closed them indefinitely.
Every single one of these emails is related to Jin Ziyuan.
Moreover, each of these actions has made his plan to use tourism to drive the cultural industry he has appropriated a pipe dream. To develop tourism, one must have world-class scenic spots to showcase. However, now, over 80% of these essential assets are under Kim Ji-won's control. And now, they've imposed an indefinite closure. This move will not only impact the tourism industry of the Korean peninsula but also a wide range of related industries.
South Korea itself relies on technology and tourism to drive its domestic economy. With the recent tragedy in Samsung, implementing tourism restrictions will undoubtedly cause significant panic domestically. Bang!
At this thought, Moon Jae-in slammed his hand on the table.
This Kim Ji-won is simply too bullying.
With no outlet for his anger, he slapped the water down, nearly causing the computer to crash. He fumbled around on the desk, randomly clicking the mouse, and suddenly, a pop-up window appeared on the computer screen, sending a chill down his spine.
This interface shows some ribbon-cutting ceremonies that Jin Ziyuan attended.
However, he paid no attention to these news stories. What he was more concerned about was another piece of news.
The headline read, Jin Ziyuan officially acquires Falcon Automotive. Preparing to enter the automotive market. Upon seeing this headline, Wen Xiaoying's face turned as red as a pig's liver. The reason was simple, Jin Ziyuan was the real owner behind Faircon Automotive. And according to the Secretary General, Faircon is the largest luxury car rental and sales company in the country. If that Rolls-Royce Phantom came from there, then it was highly likely that the mysterious person knew Jin Ziyuan. In that instant, a figure flashed through his mind. Chen Feng.
If the person that Tai Kwai was waiting for was Chen Feng. Just thinking about it, he dared not continue his thoughts. After all, this outcome had already sent chills down his spine.
If Chen Feng could make even the most reliable person so afraid, what was the point of his persistence?
Perhaps, by persisting until the end, he would only end up losing even more miserably. No, I must get to the bottom of this first.
Wen Xiaoying's hands were trembling. Chapter 123, Take Cao Pao's Threat.
The next day, as the sky began to grow light, Wen Xiaoying arrived at the office. He hadn't slept well at all that night.
He had been dreaming all night, dreaming that he had become a beggar. But before he could enter the office, he saw a group of high-ranking officials waiting for him. "President, something's wrong." The Secretary General was so anxious he nearly jumped out of his skin. "Speak slowly." When Zhao Ying furrowed his brows. Though he felt some fear, there were too many people around, so he couldn't show it. "It's like this, we were supposed to prepare to collaborate with multiple schools to promote traditional cultural education, but. The Secretary General's expression grew extremely grim. "Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me." When Zhao Ying seemed to have foreseen something. Kim Ji-won, last night, he secured several top-tier schools, and those second- and third-tier schools have no intention of letting their students study traditional culture. After all, it doesn't add points on exams. At this point, the Secretary General was panicking. Although Kim Ji-won's economic power is formidable, even so, there is absolutely no one as powerful as him. There must be someone else behind him. And this person, when Zhao Ying already knows who it is. Besides Chen Feng, who else could it be? This scoundrel has no shame. The nation nurtured him, yet he repays kindness with betrayal. A scoundrel. Should we come up with a way to punish him? Everyone chimed in with their opinions, and it actually gave Wen Zhaoying an idea. At least it could temporarily curb Jin Ziyuan's actions. Since Kim Ji-won is now a citizen of Xia Kingdom, he has no right to enjoy many of our country's policies. Moreover, I can use the anti-monopoly law to ruin him completely. Upon hearing this, all the officials nodded in agreement. Now, to curb this man, it seems there is truly only this universally applicable method. The Secretary General chimed in. The others also nodded in agreement. Draft a plan immediately. I will eliminate Jin Ziyuan. When Zhao Ying's lips curled slightly. As long as Jin Ziyuan is dealt with, Chen Feng's arm is as good as severed. The economy of the Korean peninsula will once again be under their control. With an economic foundation, his position would be secure. However, at this critical moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten how powerful Chen Feng's global influence truly was. When people are angry, they become incredibly arrogant. And arrogance inevitably clouds one's judgment of all events. These series of actions have already sealed his fate when Zhao Ying is about to walk down a path with no return. By the way, Mr. President, there are only 15 days left until the election. This time, we must proceed with caution. The Secretary General reminded him. Boost the economy, deal with Kim Ji-won, and preserve the traditional cultural festivals. My position will be secure. Let us get to work. When Zhao Ying was as energized as if he had been injected with adrenaline and began collaborating to investigate Jin Ziyuan's vulnerabilities. This process was extremely complex and challenging. However, after 3 or 4 hours, they had already summarized the investigation and review materials on Kim Ji-won. This time, we must bring down Jin Ziyuan. When Zhao Ying waved his hand and handed the summons to him, urging him to act quickly. At that moment, Jin Ziyuan was still busy using his own efforts to reclaim what belonged to Xia Kingdom. But just as things were heating up, the court summons arrived. Boss, Jin Ziyuan has listed over 100 charges against you, accusing you of violating the anti-monopoly law. Does he not know that I am a citizen of Xia Kingdom? Jin Ziyuan raised the corner of his mouth. Therefore, he has requested an international court to hold a public trial against you. The international court? That's something the Eagle Nation set up. Are you sure he wants to do this? Jin Ziyuan is well aware that Chen Feng holds a pivotal position in Eagle Nation's economy. To try to convict oneself in Eagle Nation? That's madness. At this thought, Jin Ziyuan spread his hands helplessly. If I leave, there's no guarantee I can reclaim the festival belonging to Xia Kingdom within 3 days. Jin Ziyuan tilted his head. This matter might require the boss to say a few words. On the other hand, Chen Feng had been spending the entire morning with Mu Qian at Disneyland. Just then, he received a message from Jin Ziyuan. Antitrust? Chen Feng sighed. That's too small-minded. I'll handle it. You just focus on your own tasks. Just as Chen Feng finished the call, Mu Qian said, Honey, I'm tired from playing. I know you have a lot to do. You go ahead, and I'll rest for a bit. When Mu Qian said this, Chen Feng was deeply moved. He had been with many women, but none had been as considerate and understanding of his thoughts as Mu Qian. Really tired? Chen Feng gently rubbed Mu Qian's nose. I'll go back first. Do you have something urgent to do? Mu Qian finished speaking and gave Chen Feng a gentle push. Chen Feng nodded. Alright, be careful and have fun. If you get tired, come back and give me a call. I know, I'm not a child. After saying that, Chen Feng left. As he reached the door, he immediately said to Xiaohu, buy this Disney ticket and arrange for someone to protect Mu Qian. Don't let any suspicious people come in. Yes, boss. After giving his instructions, Chen Feng finally dialed the reliable contact's number. Feng Gu. Te Kwai Kwai answered the call, both excited and nervous. Jin Ziyuan has been sued by Wen Zhaoying and his group at the International Court of Justice for anti-monopoly violations. You should know what to do. I don't need to explain further, right? Upon hearing this, Te Kwai Pao trembled and said, I understand.
This one Ziying really doesn't know his place. Chen Feng didn't respond and hung up the phone directly.
At that moment, when Zhao Ying was waiting for the international court's notification,
his heart was filled with anxiety. After all, once Jin Ziyuan was dealt with, everything else would be easy. At least, that was his understanding. At that moment, the international court finally called.
Your lawsuit has been dismissed.
Those cold words came through the phone.
Why? Every point when Zhao Ying listed was detailed and well-founded. It couldn't possibly be dismissed. There is no reason.
Additionally, prepare yourself, someone has filed a lawsuit against you. When Zhao Ying was about to argue his case but instead received this unexpected news.
Ha? Someone sued me?
That's right. Plagiarizing another country's culture. You better get ready. The judge said it directly and hung up the phone. Those words left when Zhao Ying speechless.
Just then, he received an email.
He opened it and was shocked by the explosive content, leaving him speechless. He immediately abandoned the plan to plagiarize Xiaoguo's culture, dropped the lawsuit against Jin Jiyuan, and added, "The court summons for you was approved by me. You'd better prepare yourself."
Sender, reliable.
Chapter 124, New Trouble, the examiner goes missing.
The summons from the international court was specially approved by Tai Kuai.
When Zhao Ying felt a buzzing sound in his head.
The meaning of these words isn't clear enough? Tai Kuopeo has clearly sided with Xiaoguo.
But according to the global power dynamics, Eagle Nation and Xia Nation are sworn enemies.
How could the reliable one possibly speak on behalf of Xia? Bangzi and Eagle are the true allies. When Zhao Ying stared intently at the screen, feeling as though his eyes were about to pop out. This was an absolute disaster for him.
Originally, he had planned to leverage Tai Kaopao's connections to use him as a counterweight against Xia and exert pressure on Xia. He had even spent a fortune to invite Tai Kuai-pao over as a guest.
But the outcome was completely unexpected.
He picked up the phone in his hand and dialed the reliable contact's number without hesitation. A few seconds later, the reliable contact answered.
What? Don't you understand what I meant in my email? Tai Kaopao was clearly angry.
No, I just wanted to invite the Prime Minister for a casual gathering.
A casual meeting? I'm busy. Tai Kaopao rejected him outright. Just as when Zhao Ying was about to persist, Tai Kaopao's phone suddenly emitted a phrase that sent a chill down his spine. Are you done? I think we can talk about the real business now.
When Zhao Ying wasn't concerned about the content of the words, but the voice itself. Because that voice was clearly Chen Feng's. Even though the voice over the phone had a slight difference, when Zhao Ying remembered Chen Feng's tone very clearly. At that moment, the reliable contact immediately hung up the phone, leaving Wen Zhao Ying on the other end, staring intently at the withered leaves falling outside the window. If Tai Kuai-pao was currently meeting with Chen Feng in person, it would clearly mean that Tai Kuai-pao wasn't opposing Xiaoguo because of him, but because of Chen Feng.
In an instant, fear welled up within Wen Zhao Ying.
His mind once again recalled the scene from last night when Tai Kaopao and the others were present. All signs pointed to the fact that the person who even Tai Kaopao dared not take lightly was Chen Feng.
When Zhao Ying grew increasingly terrified. What kind of existence is Tai Kaopao? He was the Prime Minister of Eagle Nation. Could the Eagle Nation's strength even compare to that of the Stick Nation? That's simply worlds apart. But even a man standing at the pinnacle of power fears Chen Feng so much. What kind of person is Chen Feng? Could a mere internet celebrity possess such power? Absolutely impossible.
Moreover, it is highly likely that it was precisely because of Chen Feng's words that the international court agreed to file a lawsuit against him. The even more terrifying issue is that if he were to appear as the defendant, it wouldn't just be his reputation that would be tarnished. His vote count in the upcoming election, scheduled for the 15th, would also be significantly reduced. And if he loses, the presidential seat would be out of his reach. Chen Feng, who exactly are you? When Zhao Ying sighed deeply and ultimately chose to compromise. If it weren't for his reliable connections, he would have tried to fight for it. But now, continuing to struggle would only lead to an inevitable outcome. At this point, any faction willing to stand with him would dare to confront Chen Feng. However, even the most reliable ally had chosen Chen Feng. He had no choice. On the other side, Chen Feng lowered his hood and sat in an extremely ordinary small restaurant. Across from him was Tai Kaopao, also wearing a hood. The two of them sat in the corner, unnoticed by anyone. The matter involving Jin Ziyuan had been resolved, and I had already instructed the international court to issue a summons for him. The next move was up to Wen Zhaoying. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng shook his head.
Did I ask you to do anything extra?
Chen Feng's words made Tai Kaopao's hair stand on end.
The consequences of Chen Feng's outburst were unimaginable.
He dared not forget how the economy of Eagle Nation had declined and how scarce its resources had become. Therefore, this time, Tai Kaopao's survival instinct was crystal clear.
I'll revoke it immediately. Let Brother Feng handle this? Do you think I'm interested in this matter?
Chen Feng asked again, causing the reliable one to tremble.
Chen Feng pressed down his hood. I called you here this time to discuss something else.
Fengge, just tell me what you need, and I'll do my best to help.
The reliable one immediately made his position clear. Arctic, combustible ice. Chen Feng simply uttered those 5 words and said no more. Those words sent a chill down Te Cao Pao's spine. Wind, brother Feng, I don't quite understand. Te Cao Pao dared not look at Chen Feng's expression. Don't understand? Do you want me to explain it more clearly? Chen Feng pressed him relentlessly. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been terrified. After all, everyone knew how tough Te Cao Pao was. Who would have thought that the esteemed leader of the Eagle Nation, Te Cao Pao, would be so nervous and cautious in front of Chen Feng? Every word he spoke was spoken with trembling hands, after careful consideration. At that moment, Te Cao Pao was drenched in cold sweat, even with the air conditioner on. Chen Feng not only controls numerous powerful industrial companies worldwide. He also has numerous cutting-edge energy companies under his command. And flammable ice is a resource that one of Chen Feng's companies is currently exploring. However, just a few hours ago, his team of scientific explorers went missing in the Arctic Circle. Such an incident would never go unnoticed by Chen Feng. As the god of finance, he was well aware that in this world, the most valuable assets were always talent and hard-to-come-by resources. Therefore, he places immense importance on the cultivation and protection of talent. Especially this group of people, who had been carefully selected through multiple rounds of screening before being sent out. Te Kuio had no idea that Chen Feng's anger had already reached boiling point. I must verify this by phone. We did indeed send people to the Arctic Circle, but I am certain they did not find any methane hydrate. Te Cao Pao answered cautiously. Do you really not understand what I'm saying? Chen Feng furrowed his brows. You'd better call and ask them first. Did they detain my people? If even a single hair on my people is harmed, you should know the consequences. Chen Feng threw out those words and silently stood up, walking away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wen Zhaoying had already convened a press conference. The press conference immediately drew attention from all national channels. Because the name of the press conference was Apology to Xiaogua's Traditional Culture. Upon hearing the news, the staff from the loan program immediately rushed over. Chapter 125, Compromise, Wen Zhaoying's Apology. At that moment, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The press conference officially began. All the journalists, radio stations, and live streaming platforms present were closely watching Wen Zhaoying's every move. The content of this press conference was already sensational enough. After all, the content directly addressed the recent cultural plagiarism scandal that had been making headlines. Moreover, they were well aware that this decision would be highly detrimental to Moon Jae-in's presidential election campaign, which was just 15 days away. Therefore, the question now is, how exactly will Wen Zhaoying articulate his stance? Or, is this press conference merely clickbait? Will Moon Jae-in use irony to further provoke Xiaogua? Such analysis has already sparked heated debates on major websites and forums in South Korea. Moreover, major websites in Xiaogua have also pushed this news to their front pages. After all, just looking at the headline, it seems like Moon Jae-in has conceded. But Xiaogua netizens aren't unaware of Moon Jae-in's tactics? Backstabbing, cunning, and ever-changing, that's Moon Jae-in. Even if the headline is well crafted, it will inevitably be twisted and manipulated by Moon Jae-in to divert attention. This has happened too many times before. At this critical juncture, Moon Jae-in choosing to apologize must have ulterior motives. Suddenly, without any warning, he chooses to hold such a press conference. Who would believe there's no ulterior motive? Just now, we heard that he had submitted materials to the International Court of Justice, intending to confront us face to face and accuse our country of plagiarizing their traditional culture? This is highly unusual. What kind of trick is Moon Jae-in playing? On the other hand, netizens in South Korea are unanimously convinced that this move is a sarcastic move by their president, using this topic to satirize Xiaogua. In any case, this showdown is imminent and about to erupt. What is Moon Jae-in's true purpose? Journalists and netizens across the country are eagerly awaiting the outcome. At this moment, the loan program crew has already arrived at the scene. And it is being broadcast live domestically. Since this matter is closely tied to Chen Feng, the number of viewers has surged to 300 million. Moreover, this matter concerns the traditional culture of Xiaogua, so it cannot be taken lightly. At the press conference, Wen Zhaoying held the pre-written news in his hand and cleared his throat. Good afternoon, fellow citizens, members of the media, magazine representatives, and friends from other countries. Wen Zhaoying spoke clearly and concisely, delivering his opening remarks without any unnecessary words. Here, I must first apologize to the citizens. As soon as he said this, the live broadcast felt something was off. Why is he apologizing to the citizens first? It seems like South Korea is just a country that loves to apologize. Let's see what he says. Moon Jae-in seems to have suddenly looked much more haggard. Could it be that Wind Brother has already taken action at some point? Isn't Feng supposed to be with his wife? The production team didn't follow up with the camera this time, so we have no idea what big thing Feng did. What could be so important? Does Feng really need to accompany his wife? After the live stream, Wen Zhaoying had already built up his emotions and began bowing to the camera. Here, I want to clarify one thing to all the citizens. Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath, eager to see what Wen Zhaoying would say next. Here, I must apologize to all citizens regarding the Mid-Autumn Festival, Confucius, and the Dragon Boat Festival. These traditional cultural elements and the sages they honor truly belong to Xia Kingdom. As soon as he said this, the entire venue fell silent. Because the pace was simply too fast. From the very beginning, it was made clear that this press conference was not meant to be misleading. This was an operation that left most people completely baffled. What's going on? What is the president saying? Are you kidding? Are we just handing over our traditional culture like this? We can't accept such statements. Not only were the journalists on site objecting, but even the magazine staff began to buzz with speculation. Why should we be the ones to compromise? These traditional festivals have always been ours. Confucius is also part of our nation. President Moon, what is your true purpose in saying this? Moon Jae-in knew this would happen, but what can he do? Tae Rui Kao is now on Chen Feng's side. What can he do? Being able to answer so frankly means he has already gone over this many times in his head. Everyone, I have thought about these words for a long time. Perhaps during my time in office, I was too radical, turning these traditional festivals and even the sage Confucius into something belonging solely to our nation. In truth, this is unfair. As soon as Wen Zhaoying spoke, he was met with a barrage of criticism. What do you mean unfair? Didn't you participate in historical research? Exactly. You even hosted a program about it. How can you forget our roots? How can you be the one to forget first? The scene erupted into chaos, and Xiaoguo's livestream went completely off the rails. Wow, that's impressive. I thought there was something fishy going on. But then he dropped the bomb right off the bat. That's right. What tactics did Fenggu use? Fenggu is unpredictable, we don't need to speculate. It's pointless. He was accompanying his wife while taking care of Wen Zhaoying. Who can compete with that? Holy crap, I can't take it anymore. I'm so moved. Our festival and the sage Confucius are coming back. Fenggu is amazing. Fenggu is so badass. The livestream's rocket messages flooded in so fast they almost crashed the server. Not only that, but even major websites, social media platforms, and video blogs all shot straight to the homepage. The headline dominated the page, unavoidable. However, at that moment, Chen Feng wasn't even thinking about Wen Zhaoying. Compared to these tasks he could handle with ease, he cared more about the lives of his scientific researchers. Dispatch 3 icebreakers for rescue operations. If any country dares to interfere, have their national leaders come and talk to me. After Chen Feng issued this order, the 3 icebreakers immediately set off from the Arctic Circle to begin the search. Meanwhile, Chen Feng made another mysterious call. My scientific researchers have gone missing in the Arctic Circle. Get on it, Marcos. Yes, boss. Marcos was the CEO of Tesla, dedicated to using advanced science to transform humanity. Upon hearing that it was Chen Feng who had issued the order, he immediately activated his Earth-Eye system, enabling full coverage real-time tracking across the entire Arctic region. These maps were immediately synchronized with the icebreaker. And just then, Tae Kwai Pao called again. Fenggu, you've really misunderstood this time. Our people have verified it, we didn't do anything. Chapter 126, A Silent Press Conference. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was genuinely taken aback. After all, when it came to scientific research capabilities, Eagle Nation was still quite powerful. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly froze, instantly thinking of a country. That was Kangaroo Country. Surrounded by oceans on all sides, the Kangaroo Nation, which lacks oil reserves, also relies on these advanced resources. Upon thinking of this, Chen Feng immediately said, it must be Kangaroo Country. They have indeed been competing for resources in recent years and possess the strength to vie for resources in the Arctic Circle. Tae Kwai Ko respectfully replied. The matter of Kangaroo Country is in your hands. Find a way to locate my people. After Chen Feng issued his orders, an invisible search and rescue operation unfolded across the globe. On the other hand, Wen Zhaoying had become the target of everyone's attention. Wen Zhaoying's face had turned ashen. However, despite this, no one knew why he had suddenly taken such drastic action. In fact, to everyone else, his actions seemed like a complete betrayal. President 1, what made you suddenly change your mind? Was someone threatening you? Even if someone did threaten you, as the president, making such a hasty decision is highly inappropriate, isn't it? Faced with the journalists' relentless questioning, President Moon Jae-in wouldn't dare admit that it was because of Chen Feng that he had halted all efforts, would he? After all, in the eyes of all normal people, it is absolutely impossible for a single person to accomplish such a thing. Moreover, even if someone were to speak up, no one would believe them. Such a bitter truth that cannot be spoken, Wen Zhaoying could only swallow it down. I have carefully referenced numerous ancient texts before making this statement and apology. If anyone has any objections, I am willing to provide the relevant materials. When Wen Zhaoying said this, the people in the live stream laughed. Now you know to back down? You're just slapping yourself in the face. Didn't you make such bold claims earlier? This backtracking is too swift. Just 2 days ago, weren't you claiming to have obtained the ownership proof for the Dragon Boat Festival? Now you're changing your story? This speed of backtracking is truly unmatched worldwide. I doubt this election has anything to do with him anymore. In any case, whoever comes to power will definitely choose to oppose our Xia kingdom, right? The live stream was ablaze with excitement, but the scene fell into complete silence. Originally, local journalists had prepared to counter when Zhou Ying's sharp rebuttal. But unexpectedly, this counterattack turned into an immediate display of weakness and apology. Such a turn of events was unacceptable to anyone. When Zhou Ying also wanted to find a way out immediately. At least to get through this difficult situation. At that moment, Kim Ji-won, the person who could provide him with an exit, finally appeared. Oh, so many media outlets? It seems you've gone to great lengths to plagiarize Xiaogua's culture. As soon as Kim Ji-won appeared, the live stream exploded again. After all, Kim Ji-won was essentially speaking on behalf of Chen Feng, with sharp words that everyone loved. The director, seeing this, finally wiped the sweat off his forehead. If Jin Ziyuan hadn't come, this farce would have lacked dramatic flair. Jin Ziyuan, as a financier who was raised and educated by your homeland, what could have driven you to renounce your nationality and join another country? Mr. Jin, you're taking money from our country and speaking on behalf of another nation. Such behavior is highly inappropriate. A series of questions finally allowed Wen Zhaoying to catch his breath. At least, Wen Zhaoying didn't have to face this barrage of questions anymore. Jin Ziyuan faced the flashing cameras with a slight smile on his lips. Because this is a country with no self-confidence. In such a country, the oppression and treatment I have endured are things you, who have never experienced them, have no right to comment on. Kim Ji-won remained as domineering as ever. You were like a mad dog suppressing Samsung earlier, was that out of revenge? The journalist's questions grew increasingly sharp. However, Jin Ziyuan shook his head. If Li Jianqi heard this, he would probably jump out and scold you. Is his apology something you can't understand, or do you really think you're more superior than the people of Xiagua? Jin Ziyuan pointed to the camera held by the staff member beside him. The camera equipment you're using comes from Xiagua. Even the cheap yet high-quality Huawei and Xiaomi devices you're holding are all from Xiagua. Moreover, you should have heard that the chip giant from Eagle Country has already shifted its operations to Xiagua, established its headquarters there, and is now deeply rooted in Xiagua. What gives you the confidence to think that Sansang's actions are correct? What qualifies you to claim that Sansang is engaging in fair competition and treating others fairly? The string of words left the journalist sweating profusely, instinctively hiding the Huawei phones they had just snatched. There's no need to hide them. You always speak so confidently when criticizing others. Why don't you take a look at yourselves? Jin Ziyuan's single sentence left all the journalists speechless. Even the sound of a crow was absent. Oh, by the way, your companies have already been acquired by me. To put it bluntly, I am now your boss. Upon hearing this, the journalists who had been looking for loopholes dared not say another word. One by one, they turned pale with fear, their bodies trembling slightly. Then, Jin Ziyuan looked at Wen Zhaoying with satisfaction, and then held up the summons that had been passed over from the international court. You journalists, open your eyes wide. The Xia Kingdom has provided a lot of historical evidence. If you don't believe it, I can make this evidence public. Moreover, President Wen probably doesn't want to get involved in an international lawsuit, does he? After Jin Ziyuan finished speaking, Wen Zhaoying finally found a way out. Here, I sincerely apologize to all the people of Xia Kingdom. I apologize for my ignorance and for my reckless and self-centered actions. After speaking, Wen Zhaoying remained in a bowing position, dared not lift his head. Why didn't you just admit it earlier? Why did it have to come to this? After speaking, Kim Ji-won slammed the summons directly onto the table. President Wen, since you have admitted it, I will leave this summons with you. After speaking, Kim Ji-won walked away. The live stream viewers erupted in chaos upon seeing this outcome. I get it now. This international court is being manipulated by the Eagle Nation. With Feng Ji's control over the Eagle Nation, getting a summons from the international court must be a piece of cake. Feng Ge is truly amazing. We've finally won. These traditional festivals are finally back. And our ancestors. Chapter 127, I keep my word. Cheers filled the entire live stream. In an instant, domestic news headlines, summaries, and news outlets immediately pushed this news to the top of their feeds. This plagiarism incident can be traced back as far as 17 or 18 years ago. And this incident has been ongoing for nearly 2 decades. This time, it has finally cleared the name of Xiagua. When Zhou Ying dared to look up and stand only after Jin Ziyuan had left. As a president, he was well aware of the stakes involved. To put it bluntly, the Korean peninsula itself is dependent on others. The Eagle Nation is their backer. And once that backer shifts its allegiance to Chen Feng, he should have stopped immediately. If, that night, the reliable intelligence had been more accurate and Chen Feng had been the one detected, and if he had realized the importance of the matter, he should have immediately lifted all sanctions against Xia Nation. Perhaps things wouldn't have ended up in such an awkward situation. However, this incident has finally come to an end. Moreover, the appearance of Jin Ziyuan has at least ensured that we haven't been at a disadvantage. With this explanation, all citizens will now understand the pressure we have been under.
Not only that, but after this incident, no one will dare to plagiarize anything from Xiaogui in the future. After all, the international court has a certain status, and everyone knows who holds the real power. If they dare to cause trouble again, the Eagle Nation, their most important ally, will become their enemy. The consequences of that would be unimaginable. This farce was finally resolved within 2 days. On the other hand, at this moment, the Kangaroo Nation was showing its true colors. That evening around 7 o'clock, Marcos had already located the missing scientists using a top-tier global positioning system. Furthermore, it was directly confirmed that they had indeed been detained by Kangaroo Nation's research vessel. At that point, they had already left the Arctic and returned to Kangaroo Nation's territory. The researchers were secretly brought back to Kangaroo Country. Chen Feng returned to the country that night, his brows furrowed throughout the journey, clearly seething with anger. These researchers had likely already located the position of the combustible ice in the Arctic Circle. Therefore, the scoundrels from Kangaroo Country had secretly detained them and brought them back to their country. Their intentions were clear. Chen Feng didn't tell Mu Qian instead, he simply smiled faintly.
"You can't fool me, husband. Is something wrong?" Mu Qian said in a very gentle voice. "It's just a minor matter, I've already sent someone to handle it."
The incident happened suddenly, and Chen Feng hadn't yet notified his men in Kangaroo Country.
He planned to address this matter once he returned to Xia Country.
2 hours later, Chen Feng had already returned home.
"Honey, I need to go handle some business. It's so late. Be careful." Mu Qian could tell from her husband's expression that something was complicated. "Alright, stay home and be careful. I'll be leaving now."
Chen Feng left home and went straight to Tianyue Energy Company. All the key staff members of this company had been waiting for Chen Feng's arrival. Tianyue Energy could be said to be the company that held the most new energy resources in the entire country of Xia. Under his command are an abundance of talented individuals.
The few scientific researchers sent to the Arctic Circle were the cream of the crop.
Chen Feng was well aware that talent was the most crucial resource for the future,
especially in the field of energy.
When Chen Feng appeared at the company, everyone was immediately intrigued by this boss who had never been seen before.
This young man is the boss who can move mountains. He looks like he's in his 20s. Does he really have that kind of ability? Who knows? The senior executives are now out of contact, and we have no idea what to do. The key question is where they lost contact and why.
Everyone chatted among themselves, their faces filled with worry.
"Alright, everyone, sit down." Chen Feng's first words were meant to reassure them. But at this critical moment, they simply couldn't calm down.
These people are the cream of the crop in this industry, each a workaholic. With a major figure in this field facing trouble, they were more worried than anyone else.
"Boss, do you know what exactly happened?" Some were trying to find out how much attention Chen Feng was paying to the matter.
After all, in their industry, it's indeed very profitable, and some bosses only care about money, not people.
Some bosses even believe that anyone can handle such scientific exploration tasks.
So, what they're saying, to put it bluntly, is a test. A flash of intense light flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Li Jian, Wang Lei, Bai Yan, and Zhou Qi, these four are the absolute backbone of our company. Regarding their disappearance, I assure you here that we will definitely bring them back to the country safely within 7 days. Chen Feng casually listed the names of the 4 individuals. This guarantee, combined with Chen Feng's imposing demeanor and his ability to accurately name the missing individuals, finally gave these workaholics some peace of mind. At least, in their eyes, Chen Feng was taking this matter very seriously.
"Boss, have you heard anything yet?" Chen Feng nodded.
They were taken by the Kangaroo Country.
Chen Feng didn't bother to hide anything and spoke directly. "Kangaroo Country?"
They were indeed conducting scientific research in the Arctic Circle, but how dare they just take our citizens away like that?
Exactly.
The Arctic Circle doesn't belong to any country has the right to conduct research there. However, when they mentioned this, Chen Feng shook his head. Once methane hydrate is discovered, the Arctic Circle will face fierce competition. More importantly, the 4 of them have already pinpointed the location of the methane hydrate, which lays the groundwork for our country and our company to secure priority access. Chen Feng's words alone were enough to prove that his understanding of the company far exceeded their imagination.
"What should we do? Do you have evidence to prove it, boss?"
Yes, in such matters, evidence is crucial.
Without evidence, we cannot arbitrarily demand their release. This could escalate into an international issue.
After the 2 finished speaking, Chen Feng shook his head. The evidence was vague. We obtained the clues through 3D reconstruction. As you know, such evidence is not legally recognized. After Chen Feng finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. Although, as long as the 4 of them hold their ground and don't back down, their lives are guaranteed.
But who knows what kind of heinous acts those people from Kangaroo Country might commit?
These 4 individuals are absolute powerhouses in the energy sector of the entire Xia Kingdom.
This loss isn't just a loss for the company, it's a loss for the entire Xia kingdom. At this point, I will rush there immediately. I have some connections there. Chen Feng smiled. Rest assured, as long as you're my employees, no one will dare to touch a single hair on your heads. Chen Feng, keep my word. Chapter 128, Market Value Plummets Dramatically.
Chen Feng rushed there overnight, bringing the film crew with him, and flew straight to Australia.
The next day. Early morning.
Chen Feng appeared in the Ephra family's rooftop garden.
Boss. It's been 2 years since we last met.
As soon as he entered the sky garden, a man with a high nose approached Chen Feng with great enthusiasm.
In a place where there's no winter all year round, I'm not too fond of it. Pei Yan, do you know why I'm here?
Chen Feng's pupils contracted slightly, and his expression grew solemn.
Meanwhile, the director was completely immersed in this breathtaking scenery. He kept zooming in and out with the camera to capture the live footage.
The vast blue sea, seagulls soaring through the sky, and a golden sun slowly rising from the horizon. The entire sea surface was bathed in the golden glow of the sun, turning it into a sea of gold. This was an isolated island, surrounded by the sea on all sides, with lush green trees.
Rare plants of all kinds were everywhere. Holy crap! Is this even a place where people live?
This must be a place for immortals.
The world of the wealthy is truly beyond comprehension. Just buying this island alone would cost a fortune.
In our country, this kind of place would definitely be called a heavenly paradise.
In the live stream, even through the screen, you can feel the breathtaking beauty of this area. Some people were completely blown away. The Ephra family is one of the most prominent families in Kangaroo Country. Who would have thought that their family head would also be called Wind Brother Boss? Now, I can fully imagine what it means to have distant relatives in the mountains. This network of connections is truly powerful to the extreme. You dare call Feng Gu abnormal?
The comments section is fun, but this matter is no laughing matter. At that moment, Chen Feng spoke up, and Pei Ensi said, according to the boss's secretary, this matter involves national interests, so it won't be easy to resolve.
No, if it involves national interests, I actually think it might not be as difficult as we imagine.
At this point, Chen Feng smiled faintly.
I heard that the Prime Minister is supposed to be watching an opera at the Sailing Opera House today? The boss's information is really well connected. Pei Ensi raised the corner of his mouth. What should we do next? I don't need to tell you, do I?
Chen Feng leaned back in his seat, calm as ever.
Pei Ensi nodded and immediately contacted the company responsible for the Arctic Circle expedition.
The company's name is Rod New Energy Development Company, which can be considered an officially certified legitimate energy resource company by the Australian government.
Its authority is off the charts. At 10 o'clock that morning, Pei Ensi arrived at the Rod Company in a Rolls-Royce Phantom.
Upon hearing that Pei Ensi had arrived, the CEO of Rod Company, Frederick, furrowed his brows. His subordinates began to whisper among themselves.
Could Pei Ensi have found out about something? We didn't leak any information, no one should know about this.
Those guys are being stubborn, now we must keep him under control.
Just as he said, Pei Ensi had already entered the meeting room. Oh? So you were just figuring out how to deal with me, were you? Pei Ensi tilted his head and plopped down into the big chair.
At that moment, the director also entered the room.
Our company doesn't allow filming. Get out. Federico pointed toward the door, not even bothering to acknowledge the director.
Of course, if it were any other director, they would have been scared out of their wits at such a scene. But the director from the loan group not only ignored Fedri but gave him a close-up.
Then he flipped him off. Damn it, security.
Federico was just about to call security over the intercom, but Pei En interrupted.
I advise you not to touch this director.
Otherwise, there will be very serious consequences.
He's just a director, what's the big deal? If I want to move him, I'll just do it.
No sooner had he finished speaking than Fedri called the security guard. Meanwhile, almost at the same moment, his secretary exclaimed in shock.
Boss, someone is secretly shorting our company.
In just an instant, our company's market value has plummeted by 7%. Upon hearing this, the live stream exploded.
Even under Feng Ge's protection, they dare to target the director? They must be fearless.
With just a few simple maneuvers, they wiped out 7%, that's probably billions gone.
I think shorting a company is easy, but this company is an official institution. I'm afraid.
At this point, PeiEnshan shrugged his shoulders. I told you there would be severe consequences, but you wouldn't listen.
What can I do? What do you want to do? Federer's tone proved he had already given in. Pei Enshu shook his head. What do I want to do? Don't you know?
Upon hearing this, Federer stared intently at Pei Ensi.
What are you talking about?
Fedeli deliberately pretended not to know and uttered another meaningless remark.
However, as soon as he spoke, the secretary reported again.
Boss, the market value is still declining. It has already dropped by 15%.
At this point, Federi's expression turned extremely grim.
After all, Pei Ensi had only been there for a minute, and the company's market value had already dropped by 15% more than the total decline during the financial crisis 3 years ago.
This couldn't help but make him take this seriously. It seems you finally figured something out, hasn't you?
Pei Ensi placed both feet on the conference table, his expression defiant.
What exactly do you want to know? Fedri's face turned pale. But before Pei Ensi could speak, the secretary was once again stunned. Boss, it's already dropped by 22%.
Upon hearing this, Fei Di immediately changed his tone.
Mr. Pei, please stop. I'll handle it right away. Stop bolting. Speak clearly. The market value won't drop on its own.
As he said this, Pei Ensi looked down coldly, his eyes filled with the cold glare of a lion. The live stream was filled with excited men. In just over a minute, a quarter of the market value had evaporated. Only Fonga could pull that off.
It seems like Fei Dali doesn't dare to speak recklessly anymore.
A single nonsense remark caused the market value to drop by 7 or 8%.
Any normal person would know this is a serious matter. Hundreds of billions vanishing into thin air. If that doesn't hurt, that's strange. Fongo's move was indeed effective. As everyone discussed, Federer finally stammered, "Are you here to ask about our Arctic expedition?" Pei En laughed, "Not bad. I'll keep asking, and you can either answer or confess on your own." At those words, Fideli's face darkened like a storm cloud. Chapter 129, Countermeasure Canceling the Timber Cooperation. Federico wasn't someone easy to deal with either. In the entire energy industry of Kangaroo Country, he was an absolute standout. Not only that, but worldwide, he was almost on par with Marcos. He had once discovered the miraculous substance known as combustible ice, which brought him great fame. He has been personally received by the Prime Minister of Kangaroo Country on multiple occasions and has been awarded numerous medals. Yet, despite his status, he trembled uncontrollably when faced with Pei En. Especially when he heard that his assets were plummeting at an extremely bizarre rate, his condition worsened significantly. What's worse, Pei En seemed to know about his secret in the Arctic Circle. He hesitated for a moment and realized one thing. He absolutely couldn't continue to brush him off. Otherwise, it would mean a 30% evaporation of his market value. He suddenly looked up at Pei Ensi. "Don't look at me with such a resentful expression. I don't eat people. However, you'd better be responsible for what you're about to say." Pei Ensi placed the Gubao cigar in his mouth, wearing a mocking expression. "Alright, I'll tell you everything." Federico cleared his throat and said, "We kidnapped 4 scholars from the Xia Kingdom, and they are currently under investigation." The moment those words left his mouth, the entire livestream exploded. Damn it, this is proof. He admitted it himself. Xia Kingdom can send people to bring them back now. Exactly. How dare he lay a hand on our Xia Kingdom citizens? This is outright piracy. Don't be so naive. Do you really think that just because of this one statement, our country can openly demand their return? Why not? He admitted it himself. The live stream erupted into an argument over that statement. And because of that same statement, Pei En's flew into a rage. Oomph. Since you've gone this far, if you're not going to release him, do you expect us to remind you? Pei Ensi looked like a furious golden Buddha. Seeing this, Fidri's heart trembled. However, even so, Fedri dared not release the hostages and would not release them. After all, the Prime Minister had issued a strict order. Before those 4 revealed the location of the flammable ice, they would rather go bankrupt than speak a word. I've said all I need to say. If you insist on going your own way, the Prime Minister will intervene immediately. Federico's eyes were filled with rage. You still don't seem to understand the situation, do you? Pei En's lips curled slightly, then he turned to his secretary. Miss, why don't you gather all the data and show it to your boss so he can see clearly what the situation is? As soon as he finished speaking, the secretary immediately displayed the company's financial data on the large screen. The data was rapidly changing, and anyone who understood it could see that the company's stock value had been manipulated through highly sophisticated means. If the mastermind behind the manipulation was willing, the company would be on the brink of bankruptcy in no time. The fluctuating lines and numbers were enough to illustrate the dire straits their company was in. What, still need to think it over? Pei Ensi pressed on relentlessly, then tapped his forehead. Oh, right. I forgot your company is tied to the state. You know that. Do you really think you can bring me down? Unless you can first take down the Prime Minister. At those words, Federic couldn't help but let out a mocking smile. It seems there's no point in talking further. Pei En snapped his fingers, and it seemed as though he had received a message from somewhere. The lines on the screen began to plummet. Within just 30 seconds, the company's market value plummeted by 30%. Seeing the plummeting numbers, even Fedri furrowed his brows, wishing he could devour Pei Ensi, who was sitting before him, alive. There's no need to look so defeated. I warned you earlier. Did you really think you had any room to maneuver? Pei En's cigar emitted a rich aroma, filling the entire office with its scent. Don't get too cocky. If you really want to wage a business war with me, even the Prime Minister would stand on my side. Federico's lips curled into a confident smile. Sure enough, as soon as Fedri finished speaking, Pei Ensi's personal secretary called. What? Not going to answer the call? Federico seemed to have found a way to strike at Payen, his voice as cold as ice. Payen saw this and casually picked up the phone, pressing the answer button and putting it on speaker. The secretary's voice was extremely serious as he reported, "Boss, over 89% of the real estate permits under our name have been rejected, and most of them are even projects where we've already laid the foundation." Upon hearing this, Federic immediately laughed. How does it feel to be suppressed? At this point, the other employees burst into uncontrollable laughter. Federico held the Prime Minister's card, and any company that dared to touch him would inevitably face suppression. Moreover, he had already instructed his subordinates to communicate with the Prime Minister about this matter. Therefore, at this moment, he had finally waited for his chance to turn the tables. Since that was the case, he would spare no effort to crush this Payensi under his feet. The live stream viewers were also left speechless for a moment. After all, Fedri is a name that carries immense prestige and achievements worldwide. This Fedri is no wonder he has such a temper. I just looked it up, and he is a Nobel Prize winner in the field of new energy. Such a bold presence? No wonder it could, in an instant, cause Payen's real estate to suffer such exaggerated suppression. Anyone with half a brain can tell that the person behind this must be the Prime Minister. To protect a company, they would actually suppress their own real estate holdings. It's truly unimaginable. Anyway, such a situation could never happen in our country. After all, real estate is the backbone of our economy. If it were suppressed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The kangaroo country isn't afraid of such things. After all, their population is small, and their demand for housing is much lower than ours. No big deal, brothers. Real estate is just a small part of Payen's business. Besides, with phone go around, we're not worried about lacking countermeasures. The viewers in the live stream remained calm. Meanwhile, at the very moment they were discussing this, the ships carrying timber from kangaroo country to Xiao were seized. Chapter 130, Crisis, Global Boycott. Chen Feng was currently sipping coffee in the Sky Garden. However, that doesn't mean he's unaware of what's happening. The Prime Minister's good mood is likely to be ruined by the matter involving Rod Energy Company, isn't it? At that moment, Angela, the curly-haired head butler, spoke respectfully. I fear the timber won't be able to be shipped out, which will also cause him a great deal of headache. After all, they rely heavily on timber exports, and we are their largest trading partner. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with the azure sky. Their situation is complicated. Having so much timber to export is something that's actually quite enviable. Angela agreed, their forests have always been among the top in timber exports. If these ships linger too long at sea, the timber mills won't be able to continue shipping, and many lower-level employees will face unemployment. Those lower-class civilians already lack a sense of security. If they lose stable jobs, it will be difficult to manage them. Happiness isn't measured by how many people are at the top of the pyramid, but by whether those at the bottom can maintain stability. Chen Feng's words left Angela speechless. Boss, there's a saying where you come from, a word from a wise man is worth more than 1,000 books. Angela, today I've truly learned that lesson. Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth, signaling Payen to target the seafood, tourism, and metal mining industries. Upon hearing this, Angela's body froze in place. The live stream erupted in chaos because of Chen Feng's few words. See that? How important is having a big picture perspective? If we had Chen Feng's kind of vision, we'd never worry about getting rich. Starting from these most basic things and then crushing the entire kangaroo region. Brother Feng's move was truly brilliant. It's just routine for Brother Feng. When he's in his element, it's child's play. The only question is whether the Prime Minister of the kangaroo region will buy into this. After Chen Feng outlined these measures, the world began to stir. First, regions with high demand for timber issued statements suspending cooperation. Even more concerning, an increasing number of ships carrying timber were being detained. Meanwhile, the news was continuously reporting on these seemingly unrelated events. In reality, they were unaware that all of this was the result of covert operations carried out by relevant companies in response to the subtle signals Chen Feng had sent out. To put it bluntly, it was all just an attempt to curry favor with Chen Feng. More and more similar news stories are spreading like wildfire in the minds of the kangaroo people. However, all of this is merely the tip of the iceberg. No one could have anticipated that this matter would become even more complicated and headache-inducing. These minor incidents quickly spread across the globe. The Queen of England issued a special statement. Suspecting a leak of H in the kangaroo region, she advised everyone not to consume seafood from the kangaroo area. Given the high demand for seafood in the UK, this tweet was immediately liked and shared by locals and relevant authorities. It spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the globe. It's been reported that there's been a leak in the area near the kangaroos, and some of it has even entered the sea. We can't eat their seafood anymore. That's right, I heard about it too. We absolutely must not touch their seafood. Even the Queen of the United Kingdom has confirmed this, so I think everyone should avoid it for now. Exactly, especially pregnant women. Eating this stuff might result in babies with 3 legs. How dare they sell seafood contaminated by radiation? Have the people in the kangaroo area lost their minds?
People from all over the world have flooded social media with posts about the seafood from the kangaroo area. This has even caused a stir in the United Nations. Special envoys have already been dispatched to the kangaroo region for an investigation. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of the kangaroo region, Morrison, who was watching an opera at the Opera House, had no heart for the performance. In Shenfeng's region, which is the largest trading hub, he halted timber purchases and conducted random inspections, discovering a large amount of substandard timber. He demanded returns, leading to an indefinite work stoppage among the region's loggers, who took to the streets for large-scale protests. On the other hand, as another major export market, seafood faced a global boycott, leaving fishermen in dire straits.
Moreover, even the entire kangaroo region has stopped consuming seafood. The Environmental Inspection Department has also questioned Morrison. Joint Investigation Officer Parsons has also arrived by special aircraft. Even Tae Karop, who has always stood by Morrison, has not uttered a single word in their defense. Tae Kwaiko even took to social media to mock them, even joining the Queen of England in the boycott. These two have never been so in sync before. But today, no one knows what has gotten into them. Of course, no one understands that it is because of one person that they have united. That person was none other than Chen Feng. Emily Shang stood outside the Grand Theater as dark clouds gathered, and the fortune of the kangaroo region seemed poised to shift at that very moment. A storm was brewing. What kind of existence could cause the Queen to react so strongly? It seems I must come up with a countermeasure quickly. Morris stood with his hands behind his back, and the Secretary General by his side nodded in agreement. Prime Minister, they want people, but that's not impossible. However, we must immediately find out where the flammable ice is. Once we have that information, they will have no further use. Morris nodded, but getting them to reveal their secret is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. You must understand that these people are as stubborn as rocks. What should we do now? The Secretary General asked doubtfully. The Queen of the British Empire striking while the iron is hot, that's a ruthless move. And I have no idea when the information about the leak was leaked. Morris thought for a moment and immediately said, send men to clean up the leak debris and retrieve it as quickly as possible. Yes. What about the wood? Many of the lower-level workers have already started causing trouble. The Secretary General said immediately. Distribute official subsidies first. This situation won't last long. Morris said coldly. He then left the Opera House. Soon, Emily Shang returned to his office. At that moment, the office was already piled high with documents. Even the email inbox had been completely overwhelmed. Distribute the subsidies first. Morris said. The Prime Minister, Xia Ting, is selling off our bonds. Chapter 131, The Collapsing Kangaroo Nation. Selling off government bonds, to put it simply, is a way to devalue a country's currency. And it will happen very quickly. Xiaogui is about to pull out all the stops. Morris didn't expect that they would go this far for those 4 scientists. What should we do? What should we do now? The Secretary General was growing anxious. After all, the Queen's statement was clearly in support of Xiaogui. Moreover, the entire world is already boycotting them, and many ships transporting seafood have already been stranded. The delay in shipping seafood and timber isn't just a matter of time, it's causing massive panic domestically. This matter cannot be compromised. If we compromise, we will become the target of everyone's criticism. Morris knew exactly what needed to be done. After all, even if Xiaogui had guessed the truth, they would have no evidence to prove it. That is his confidence. As long as there is no evidence, it can be labeled as false accusation. After all, Xiaogui does not have the absolute right to demand the extradition of its citizens directly from another country. As long as they insist that they never arrested anyone, it will be easy to handle. Now, the most important thing is to calm people down. Go and do as I say, distribute the subsidies. After Emily Shang finished speaking, the Secretary General left to carry out the orders. At that moment, the Minister of Land Reform also called Mori Shang. Prime Minister, if you continue to suppress real estate under Payan's name, countless migrant workers will riot. Moreover, this is our nation's industry. What you're doing is cutting off your own throat. Morris thought for a moment and coldly replied, all right, do as you say. Lift the restrictions. Meanwhile, Frederick, who was in negotiations, was completely overwhelmed by the overwhelmingly unfavorable data. What was even more critical was that the Minister of Land Reform had personally called Pei Ensi to lift all restrictions. Furthermore, they had opened a green channel for the documents currently under review. It seems the Prime Minister doesn't want to protect you anymore. Pei En said mockingly. Impossible. Frederick shook his head and immediately dialed the Prime Minister's phone. However, the Prime Minister was busy at the time and had no time to attend to him. The call was hung up as soon as it was connected. Interesting. Why don't you try again? Pei Ensi took a drag on his cigarette, his legs dangling on the desk, swaying back and forth. Extremely mocking. Don't get too cocky, I won't let him go. After Phaidri finished speaking, Pei En looked at him with a mocking expression. That's interesting. Even the Prime Minister isn't bothering with you, and you're being so generous. Your company is about to go under, and you still won't hand them over? Absolutely not.
Fedri knew very well that if these four were in his hands, the Prime Minister would definitely stand by him. However, once they were handed over, the matter would become much more complicated. Not only would the Prime Minister blame him, but his company would also be doomed to decline.
He wasn't going to make that mistake. Alright, I'll give you time to think it over.
During this period, take good care of them. If you dare to harm a single hair on their heads, the entire country will suffer. As he spoke, Pei An's looked down coldly. Oh, right, my boss told me to pass on a message. It's currently the irrigation season for farming. You should know how much water resources Xiagua has control over.
With that, Pei Ansi turned and left. In the live stream, hearing Pei An's words, the audience erupted.
The Kangaroo Nation is surrounded by sea on all sides, and its water resources are already scarce. It is said that the water resources we control within the Kangaroo Nation have reached over 10%. Moreover, there hasn't been any rainfall recently in Kangaroo country, and freshwater resources are extremely scarce, making agricultural irrigation difficult to keep up with. If we were to withhold our water resources at this critical moment, let's see how they'd handle it.
Fonggu is so bold. He actually thought of that. Fonggu has already taken control of the situation.
Just look at the news about the Kangaroo country. At that moment, Fed Eric sat slumped in his office, his mind buzzing. On the computer screen, a series of news articles about the Kangaroo country had already made the front pages of major TV news channels. Moreover, commentators from many countries were already criticizing the Kangaroo Nation. In this situation, the Prime Minister had no time to spare.
What's even more terrifying is that the boss mentioned earlier by Pei An, who is he?
These questions were driving Fedri completely out of his mind.
3 hours later. At this moment, Mori was even busier than ever.
On one hand, the United Nations investigation team had already arrived. On the other hand, under pressure from Xia Nation, the sale of government bonds had caused the value of their currency to plummet by 10%. At this critical juncture, when all these crises erupted simultaneously, all citizens believed that the Kangaroo Nation was facing a new crisis. Therefore, the wealthy began hoarding resources and food. The lower-class citizens, who had just received their subsidies, found themselves unable to purchase much food due to the wealthy's panic buying. Suddenly, panic spread across the entire country. Since seafood resources were also restricted, and as their main staple food, it had become something everyone avoided at all costs. The poor had little to buy and dared not eat seafood, leading some to riot. At this moment, Mo Li Shang stood on the rooftop of a building and immediately decided to convert the cash into daily necessities. However, as soon as this policy was implemented, he was informed that some officials and wealthy individuals had colluded, and much of the stored grain had ended up in their pockets.
Morris stood at the window, looking down.
Just a few hours earlier, the streets had been orderly, but now they were beginning to descend into chaos.
Some bloody conflicts even erupted right under his nose.
However, he suddenly realized that even as Prime Minister, he had no power to change the situation.
What should be done?
The Secretary General began to shout.
Order the wealthy to stop hoarding food and resources.
If necessary, deploy the police to suppress them. Morris quickly made this extremely difficult decision. What was even more headache-inducing was that the investigation team had already gone to the nuclear industrial plant near the coast without informing him and had begun their inquiry. Within just a few hours, whether they could retrieve the leaked materials was something he had already anticipated. At this point, Mori Shang felt cornered. This time, Xiaogui is determined to confront us. As soon as Mo Lixing finished speaking, he received a mysterious phone call.
Prime Minister Mo, I'm at the Opera House. Do you have time?
We need to discuss the matter of the 4 scientific researchers. Hearing the voice, Premier Mo felt it was familiar, but he couldn't place it.
Prime Minister Mo, you haven't forgotten who I am, have you? The voice rang out again. At that moment, Premier Mo suddenly realized. You're Chen Feng. Chapter 132, The Existence That Made Mo Lixing Line Up and Bow.
Chen Feng, on the other end of the phone, downed the freshly squeezed orange juice in one gulp. Oh, it seems Prime Minister Mo still remembers me.
Chen Feng? How could Mo Lixing forget him?
This man, just over a year and a half ago, single-handedly gained control of nearly half of the water resources in Kangaroo country. He also single-handedly caused the economy of Kangaroo country to regress by 5 years. He was dubbed a financial genius by all the financial experts in Kangaroo Nation. Upon hearing the other party acknowledge it, Mo Lixing felt as though he had been plunged into an ice cave.
Chen Feng, where are you now? I'll send someone to fetch you. Morris was not taking any chances. So polite? Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth. No need. I'll take a flight. It's quick. You'd better hurry too. If you're late, you know the consequences.
Chen Feng hung up the phone without another word. After hanging up, Mo Lixing's face had turned as dark as liver. At the same time, the investigation team had already notified Mo Lixing to come over immediately, stating that they had discovered an issue. The Secretary General frowned and urged him. Prime Minister, I think we should go over there first to explain the situation.
However, as soon as he spoke, Mo Lishing roared. You don't know what you're talking about. Go to the opera house immediately. Hurry up and make arrangements. The opera house?
The Secretary General was puzzled, as their Prime Minister had only returned from the opera house a few hours ago.
Could it be that the pressure was too much, and he wanted to go listen to an opera? Although the Secretary General speculated as much, he was certain he was wrong.
What puzzled him even more was that the Prime Minister had specifically requested an honor guard in custom-made attire reserved for meetings with leaders of major countries. However, the Secretary General had never heard of any foreign leader coming to visit. Nevertheless, he dared not disobey and immediately arranged everything. At that moment, not only the Prime Minister but also Mori Shang and even the high-ranking officials accompanying him were all dressed in formal attire, daring not to show the slightest sign of negligence.
Are we dressed so neatly and elegantly to meet the leader of that country?
I don't know, it was the Prime Minister's last-minute decision.
Last-minute decision? With all the troubles we're facing and so many tasks to handle, we're already stretched thin and now we have to make a last-minute decision? Maybe we're going to meet someone reliable?
With the situation so tense, only someone as reliable as him could handle it. The high-ranking officials began speculating, and soon, one helicopter after another took off from the rooftop. As soon as he boarded the helicopter, Prime Minister Mori began urgently urging everyone to hurry.
Hurry up! Use the fastest speed possible. Don't delay.
Upon hearing this, the pilot grew even more curious about who the Prime Minister was rushing to meet, so he revved up the engine and sped off.
About 30 minutes later, Morris arrived at the opera house ahead of Chun Fong.
He got off the plane and immediately checked to see if anyone had arrived before him. When the director informed him that no one had arrived before him, Morishage collapsed onto a chair, cold sweat soaking through his vest.
Seeing Mo Lishang in such a state, the officials were completely baffled. Have you ever seen the president this nervous? No, right?
Even if it were someone as reliable as him, it wouldn't be this bad.
Indeed, the reliable one is only that capable. Our Prime Minister wouldn't even bother with him, you know? But who could it be this time? Who could make the Prime Minister so wary?
As everyone was discussing, they heard Mo Lishang clear his throat. The person about to appear is extremely important. Everyone must remember not to speak carelessly.
Follow my instructions at all times.
Yes. Everyone lined up and waited for an entire hour, but no one came. So, the crowd began to speculate again.
What's going on? We have a lot of work to do.
The investigation team over there, I don't think they can hold things up much longer.
Are they ignoring the United Nations matter? What is the Prime Minister thinking? Just as everyone was growing increasingly anxious, a Black Hawk helicopter suddenly appeared in the sky.
It's here. I'll see who this mysterious figure is who made us wait so long.
If it's not someone who can solve the problem, we're in big trouble.
I hope they can solve the problem. With things already so chaotic back home, I hope someone comes to resolve the situation. Just as they were speculating, a very young figure stepped off the plane. This person was exceptionally handsome, with a striking Eastern face, leaving all the high-ranking officials and ministers speechless.
What's going on? Is it the Koreans or the Japanese? What use are Koreans or Japanese?
What we need is someone who can resolve the situation immediately. As everyone was talking, they noticed that the Prime Minister's gaze toward them flickered with a hint of murderous intent.
Everyone swallowed hard and fell silent. Wait here. You'll join me in paying respects. Upon hearing this, everyone thought they had heard wrong. Pay respects?
Before they could react, the honor guard had already begun playing the national anthem. The live stream was suddenly filled with solemn respect.
Holy crap, what kind of ceremony is this? I remember even the Queen, who never misses a day, didn't go this overboard, did she? I guess she was intimidated by Fong Ge's aura. Fong Ge, I love you. At that moment, outside the Grand Theater,
amidst the loud music, Chin Fong walked slowly toward the stage. Meanwhile, behind the Prime Minister, the officials began to whisper among themselves.
What's going on? Doesn't he know he's over an hour late? Even though he's a guest, making us wait over an hour isn't appropriate, is it? Indeed, it's inappropriate. Doesn't he know his own status?
Just then, Prime Minister Mori coughs once, and everyone immediately falls silent, turning their attention to Chin Fong.
The live stream exploded again because of this action.
Wow, this country must have been dealt with by Brother Fong before.
No doubt about it.
Looking at the Prime Minister's humble demeanor, he must have been dealt with pretty harshly. I just checked over a year and a half ago, the kangaroo country was hit by massive economic pressure, and the country's GDP plummeted by several years. That was precisely when Fong Ge was at the height of his arrogance. As everyone spoke, they had already cross-referenced all the information.
Mo Lishang walked over and shook hands firmly with Chen Fong. Mr. Chen, when did you arrive? Why didn't you inform us in advance? As soon as Morishan spoke, another group of officials were left speechless. Mr. Chen? Who is this man? I don't recognize him at all. Yeah, I can't remember either. He's just an Asian guy, what's so special about him? I don't know. We'll find out soon enough. Chapter 133, The Opera House? bought for the mother-in-law to dance in the square. These officials were all promoted within the past year. And even if they've been in office for over a decade, they wouldn't know Chen Feng's identity. Because the dark period in the land of kangaroos has been completely buried in history. No one knows the true reason. After all, the reason was simply too shameful. Chen Feng, acting alone, caused the country's GDP to plummet back to 5 years prior. And he did it casually. If Chen Feng had truly wanted to, the kangaroo nation might have become something unimaginable by now. Just thinking about it made Emily shudder. I came here to watch the drama, and you want me to stand outside? Chen Feng's single statement left the Prime Minister completely speechless. Oh, right, when we're here, we should treat this place like our own home. Morrison forced a smile. Seeing this, the people in the live stream were completely stunned. Is this the Prime Minister of Australia? It feels like a sycophant. Just one sentence from Fengge, and he was scared like that. He must have been reminded of the fear he once felt under Feng Ge's control. At that moment, Morrison personally led the way, escorting Chen Feng into the Grand Theater. As soon as they entered the theater, the live stream exploded with excitement. Watching Feng Ge's live stream is so great. It feels like you can see all the luxurious things in the world. Isn't this standard procedure? Fengge is such a reliable travel streamer. Be careful not to get kicked out by the moderator. Chen Feng was seated in the prime spot of the third row. And the opera he chose was Thunderstorm from Xia Kingdom. While the performance was ongoing, Mo Rishing kept forcing a smile. As if afraid Chen Feng wouldn't like it. This opera house has a good acoustics. Chen Feng said casually. Of course, Mr. Chen, you should know its history, right? Morris added. I know a little. Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth. My family happens to be looking for a place to play music. I think this place is suitable. Name your price. At those words, Morrison was completely taken aback. The Sinig Opera House is one of the most iconic buildings in Kangaroo Country, with a rich history and a significant cultural heritage. Such a place is priceless in itself. And Chen Feng actually wanted to buy it just to play some music? The live stream audience was also completely baffled. Holy crap, Brother Feng, are you buying the Sydney Opera House to play Moon Over the River? Who knows, maybe people will even come to dance there. Holy crap, dude, I can just picture it. If that's really the case, all I can say is, that's impressive. Before Emily could speak, some high-ranking officials and ministers were already displeased. Mr. Chen, you must not know what this place represents. Exactly, you shouldn't even mention such things. I've never heard of anyone wanting to buy this place before. You're out of your league. Just as everyone was about to continue their verbal assault, unexpectedly, Emily Shang's expression grew increasingly somber. The crowd then recalled that Emily Shang had previously warned them not to speak recklessly. But at this critical moment, someone was targeting the Westing Opera House. How could they stay silent? It seems you're still not willing? Chen Feng's eyes flashed with a lion-like sharpness. Before the Prime Minister could respond, his secretary leaned in close to his ear. Prime Minister, our water resources for agricultural irrigation are critically low. Xiaogua refuses to divert the water resources under their control. These two sentences left Emily Shang speechless. If agricultural irrigation is further disrupted, the common people at the bottom of society might truly rise up in rebellion. Moreover, he was well aware that the water resources Xiaogu had control over were actually less than what Chen Feng held in his hands. If Chen Feng were to step in and resolve the situation, irrigation would no longer be an issue. But at this critical juncture, would Chen Feng agree? Just as Emily Shang was about to speak, the Secretary General rushed over, making a commotion. Trouble. Xia Kingdom, the sun never sets, and even the Stick Nation are now refusing to use our country's minerals. Why? Emily Shang furrowed his brows. They say it's because of nuclear contamination. That's utter nonsense. Emily was so angry his face turned green. However, when he looked at Chen Feng, he saw that Chen Feng remained calm and composed. If these methods aren't enough, I have other options. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders. I just wanted to find a place for my mother-in-law to dance in the square. Is that so hard? Upon hearing this, the live stream exploded again, with a flood of virtual gifts nearly crashing the server. That's so bold. It's really that simple. How did he guess that? The previous expert must have spoiled it too much. Dancing in the West End Opera House, the imagery is truly magical. Oh, Fengge, you're such a show-off. Xiao Wang sent 999 rockets. Little Ma sent 999 planes. The online user network Ma sent 999 aircraft carriers. At that moment, Emily stared intently at Chen Feng. The Opera House can be considered the iconic building of Kangaroo Country. When people mention Kangaroo Country, the first things that come to mind are kangaroos and the Opera House. In terms of history and culture, its value is simply immeasurable. Such a place could never be sold off casually. I must discuss this with them. I cannot make this decision on my own. At this point, Chen Feng suddenly stood up. Never mind, if you want to discuss it, go ahead. I have other matters to attend to. After saying this, Chen Feng stood up and left directly.
Seeing this, Mo Lixing disregarded everyone's attempts to stop him and rushed forward, blocking Chen Feng's path. He knew very well that if Chen Feng left from here, the consequences would be dire.
Mr. Chen, please wait 2 minutes. Mo Lixing said in a pleading tone.
Chen Feng smiled and said, I'm sorry, but I'm not the type to wait for an answer. Whether it's yes or no, it's just a matter of a word. At that moment, Mo Lixing's expression had grown extremely grim. If he didn't sell, he would face disasters from all sides.
Chen Feng's strength was something no one present understood better than him. However, if he sold it, it would be an extremely humiliating decision from every angle. After all, at this point, their country had few things left to offer. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Lixing finally relented. Alright, I'll have them bring the contract over immediately. First, name your price, and I'll transfer it to you directly before finalizing the contract. Upon hearing this, even Morishige was stunned. The Sydney Opera House was already a priceless treasure. If they insisted on valuing it, its worth would skyrocket.
And from Chen Feng's tone, it sounded like he was ready to transfer the money directly. In the live stream, the 2 horses and 1 king immediately sent out 999 top-tier virtual gifts.
Wow, Brother Feng is so generous. Buying an opera house on a whim for his mother-in-law to dance in the square, who else in the world could do that?
All I can say is, when it comes to showing off, no one can match even a single hair on Brother Feng's body.
Chapter 134, It's just a square dance. A West End opera house is nothing to Chen Feng.
Whether it's dancing or singing, it's just to let Mori know what it means to have an iron pot, and to let him know what it means to have the sky as your limit.
Who asked that? Who asked that? Oh right, you're Mo Lixing.
Same as before, I want the item, but the price must be set by me.
No objections, right? Chen Feng looked at Mo Lixing's humiliated expression and couldn't stop smiling.
He had already seen Mo Lixing's face turn extremely ugly, even twisted.
You! Mo Lixing glared at Chen Feng, trembling with anger.
He wanted to charge forward and tear Chen Feng to pieces, but he knew he couldn't do that.
Because the person in front of him wasn't just an ordinary person.
He was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. If he did, he wouldn't even know how he'd die. Mo Lixing forced himself to suppress his anger, forced a smile at Chen Feng, and said,
Mr. Chen, you are right. No matter what, you should buy my items.
Therefore, there is no need for us to discuss the price, as no commodity could ever surpass the artwork in my hands. Chen Feng heard Mo Lixing's words, his face filled with disdain, and he looked at Mo Lixing as if he were looking at a piece of trash.
Chen Feng coldly replied, What kind of nonsense art is that? Didn't you hear me? This is a dance square. You just watched Thunderstorm, didn't you?
You understand our Xia culture well. I'll tell you, I bought this for my mother-in-law to dance the BABA dance.
Do you know what the BABA dance is? Mo Lixing looked at Chen Feng with a puzzled expression, unsure of what he was talking about. However, he sensed that the term BABA dance had some significance. If it can be danced at the West End Theater, it must be a noble art form. Mo Lixing was stunned by Chen Feng's words. He hadn't expected Chen Feng to say such a thing and didn't know what to say for a moment. Looking at Chen Feng's disdainful expression, Mo Lixing suddenly recalled a saying, there are always people more talented than you. He looked at Chen Feng, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Chen Feng looked at Mo Lixing's expression and sneered inwardly. He knew that what he was saying would drive Mo Lixing mad, but he didn't care. After all, he had the absolute power to suppress Mo Lixing. What? Did you understand?
Seeing Mo Lixing's confused expression, Chen Feng sneered disdainfully and said casually.
Hearing Chen Feng's words, Mo Lixing snapped back to reality. I understand. Mo Lixing forced a smile. Since you understand, that's fine. Let's just finalize this contract.
I'll take the theater, and from now on, I'll come here specifically to dance the jump-over dance.
Chen Feng looked at Mo Lixing and said, I don't have much patience, so you'd better hurry up.
Mo Lixing's face turned pale upon hearing Chen Feng's words, but he forced a smile and said, Mr. Chen, please rest assured.
I will arrange it as soon as possible. Once confirmed, I will personally pay you a visit. Chen Feng heard Mo Lixing's assurance, snorted coldly, then turned and left.
Mo Lixing stood there, his face twisted into a bitter smile.
This guy isn't human. I almost knelt down to beg for mercy just now.
Chen Feng walked out of the theater, got into his car, and felt extremely satisfied. The words he had just spoken were not meant to be malicious, he had simply spoken the truth.
Chapter 135, Better to share joy than enjoy it alone. Chapter 134, Better to share joy than enjoy it alone. Mo Lixing's reaction was exactly what he had anticipated.
After all, his status and power here were well established. At this moment, the live stream was buzzing with excitement.
Did you see that? Chen Feng is absolutely amazing. What's that old man's name? Right, it's Mo Lixing. Look at his expression.
He looks like a son seeing his father, utterly despicable.
Yeah, Chen Go is the real deal.
He turned the opera house into a dance hall.
This is going to be a real spectacle.
For a time, Chen Feng's status in the hearts of the people of Xiagua grew even higher.
All sorts of comments flooded the internet. Wow, this Chen Feng is so amazing. He's so awesome. Yeah, he's so young, yet he managed to turn an opera house into a dance theater. This world is truly amazing. I feel like I've entered another world, not the real one. Who is this Chen Feng? We don't even have any information about him. That's so strange. When did our country produce such a remarkable person? I haven't heard a single word about him. Exactly. Don't you see whose work this is? Chen Feng is a legend of Xia Kingdom.
Everything he has is thanks to the people of Xia Kingdom. His rise to fame is all because the people of Xia Kingdom brought him glory. Of course, Chen Feng's fan base is growing rapidly. New fans who have just joined are drawn to him by his reputation. Some stumbled upon him by accident, so various opinions are flying around.
However, there is one thing they all agree on.
They all have the same thought in their hearts: Chen Feng is amazing. Chen Feng is amazing beyond belief. Watching his live streams is truly a great pleasure in life. As he watched the comments, Chen Feng's face lit up with a satisfied smile. He finally understood why he was called the legend of the Xia Kingdom. Every step he took, every word he spoke, represented endless possibilities. Every word told a story, and every term represented a legend. He is the protagonist of this world, the dream of everyone. Chen Feng had never imagined that one day he could become the most powerful person in the world. But now he finally understood he would always be looked up to by others, and invincibility was such a lonely thing. Looking at the gifs and rolling comments on the screen, Chen Feng decided to reply with a single sentence, just to make his fans happy.
Hello everyone, I'm Chen Feng, I'm here to speak for you.
Those few words caused an uproar on the entire screen. Instantly, the comments poured in like a torrent, and seeing how such a simple sentence could have such a massive impact, Chen Feng couldn't help but shake his head.
However, his gaze grew even more determined.
Look, Chen Feng said he's speaking on our behalf.
I'm going crazy. I can't believe I have this opportunity. I feel like my life has reached its peak. Yes, it's truly envy-inducing. Chen Feng, Brother Feng, Brother Feng.
Countless voices echoed from all directions, some chaotic, some rough, some hoarse, and many sharp female voices. But no matter what the sound, it all belonged to Chen Feng. Chen Feng listens to these voices, feeling the joy of the people around him, and a faint smile of satisfaction spreads across his face. This feeling is truly blissful. However, Chen Feng wasn't content to stop here. He had even greater plans to accomplish, and this was just a small step toward his goals.
Chapter 136, No rush, there's still plenty of time to play. Chapter 135, No rush, there's still more fun to be had.
Chen Feng was not yet aware that he had become the brightest star in the world. Countless flashbulbs were flashing for him, and countless media outlets were rushing around for him. The next day, while Chen Feng was leisurely sipping coffee at home, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see that it was none other than Mo Li Shang.
Hello. Mr. Chen, do you have time today to have lunch and chat?
Mo Li Shang's voice on the other end sounded unusually respectful.
Upon hearing Mo Li Shang's voice, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. Mo Li Shang's voice sounded low and seemed to carry an unmistakable air of sorrow. However, Chen Feng didn't bother to speculate on what he might be worried about.
He only knew that Mo Li Shang must have prepared the contract and was trying to build a relationship with him.
Chen Feng replied with a smile, sure, let's set a time. When would be good?
Upon hearing Chen Feng agree to his invitation, a smile immediately spread across Mo Li Shang's face. He hurriedly mentioned the name of a restaurant and said,
let's do it today at noon. I'll send the address to your phone. You can just come on your own.
Chen Feng hummed in agreement and said, alright, I got it. I'll send you a message later.
Mo Li Shang nodded and said, alright, goodbye. Esteemed Mr. Chen Feng, we look forward to your arrival.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng's face broke into a bright smile. Mo Li Shang's behavior had already made it clear that he had conceded, which was a favorable outcome for Chen Feng. At noon, inside an extremely upscale Western restaurant in Kangaroo Country, Chen Feng and Mo Li Shang sat across from each other, each holding a glass of red wine and sipping it slowly.
Mr. Chen, I came here today specifically to discuss the contract. Would you be willing to accept my offer now? Mo Li Shang set down his glass and formally presented his terms to Chen Feng. Mr. Mo, it's just a transfer contract.
There's no need to make it so complicated.
Let's get down to business. Chen Feng laughed and said, I've seen your sincerity, Mr. Mo. I believe you won't deceive me, and I also believe you're a smart person. That's true. Though I'm no gentleman, I do keep my word. Mr. Chen Feng, let's sign the contract.
After speaking, Mo Li Shang took out the documents he had prepared earlier and handed them to Chen Feng. Chen Feng picked up the contract Mo Li Shang handed him and flipped through it casually.
The contract stated clearly that if Chen Feng signed, the Westin Opera House would belong to him.
Furthermore, the ownership of the theater would belong entirely to Chen Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng signed his name with a confident stroke. This caused Mr. Mori to furrow his brows.
Mr. Mo, the contract has been signed. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Chen Feng put down the contract and asked Mo Li Shang casually. Upon hearing Chen Feng's question, Mo Lixing immediately replied, "The contract has been signed."
When can the water supply be provided to us?
Seeing that Chen Feng had already signed the contract, Mo Lixing did not beat around the bush this time but instead stated his intentions directly, as this matter was of great importance. "Rest assured, once the transaction is completed, I will deliver it to you immediately.
I will not delay your schedule in any way."
Seeing Chen Feng's attitude, Mo Lixing sighed in relief. However, at that moment, Chen Feng gave a meaningful smile.
Chapter 137, Take What You Can Get, Save Face. Chapter 136, Take What You Can Get, Save Face. Mr. Mo Lixing, do you not trust me?
Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Mo Lixing's heart skipped a beat.
How could that be? It's just that the situation is urgent right now, so that's why.
Mr. Morishan stammered in explanation.
It's actually very simple. All you need to do is transfer the money to my account. I believe, given your character and capabilities, there's no need to worry about me pulling any tricks, right? Morris was taken aback.
Indeed, given Mr. Mori's status and wealth, there was no reason to fear Chen Feng. And certainly no reason to fear a mere merchant from Xia Kingdom. But precisely because of that's why Mr. Mori didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Chen Feng is a merchant from Xia. And a merchant with vast assets. If he angered such a merchant, Mr. Mori was truly afraid that his source of income would be jeopardized. However, if Mo Lixing were to transfer the money into Chen Feng's bank account, he believed that Chen Feng would not dare to take any action against him.
What's the matter, Mr. Mori? Do you still have doubts? No. Since you trust me so much, I can rest assured.
Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Mo Lixing shook his head hurriedly to indicate he had no doubts, while secretly vowing to himself. This time, I must handle this matter properly. If I ever encounter something like that again, I'll kill that brat outright. Since that's the case, I'll send you the payment right away. I hope we can continue to maintain a pleasant working relationship.
Alright, I will keep my promise and never go back on my word.
Hearing Chen Feng's words, Mo Lixing also hurriedly agreed. He knew Chen Feng was giving him face. If Chen Feng brought up the previous matter again, he wouldn't know what to do.
Mr. Mori, rest assured. I always keep my word. You can trust me on that.
Good.
Hearing Chen Feng's response, a smile finally appeared on Mr. Mori's face. Well, Mr. Mori, let's conclude this pleasant conversation.
After speaking, Chen Feng turned and left.
Chen Feng, wait a moment.
Just as Chen Feng had taken a few steps, Mr. Morishan suddenly called out to him.
Mr. Mori, is there something else you need?
Hearing Mori's voice, Chen Feng stopped in his tracks but did not turn around.
Mr. Chen, I came here mainly to ask you if there is an opportunity. Invest in a film at your company. I believe I could invest in this film. What do you think?
Hearing this, Chen Feng was also slightly startled.
Invest in a movie? Are you serious, Mr. Morrison? Although Mr. Morrison's response was unexpected, it was also within Chen Feng's expectations.
After all, most film companies lack the financial strength to invest in such projects unless they are large, well-established companies with the resources to take such risks.
Mr. Chen, rest assured, I'm telling you the truth. Morris nodded firmly and made a promise to Chen Feng. Chen Feng knew his guess was correct, as most large film companies simply lack the financial strength to invest. And even if they did, investing in such a large-scale film might not yield much return.
Therefore, Mr. Mori's proposal was quite practical.
Well then, if Mr. Mori has such intentions, we will proceed according to his wishes. Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. Chapter 138, Diversifying Efforts, Strategizing for Success. Chapter 137, Diversifying Efforts, Strategizing for Success.
Seeing that Chen Feng had agreed to his terms, Morishan was overjoyed.
Alright, I'll make arrangements immediately.
Mr. Chen, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first.
Morris said politely to Chen Feng. Alright, understood. Mr. Morishan, take your time. If there's anything, you can contact me directly. Alright, I understand. I'll take my leave now. Morris nodded to Chen Feng once more before turning and walking toward his car.
After getting into the car, Mo Lixing immediately took out his phone and dialed a number.
Hello, boss, the money has been transferred to Chen Feng's account. He should be in Yanjiang right now. What should we do next? Alright, I understand.
I'll make arrangements immediately. After hearing the response, Mr. Morishan hung up the phone with satisfaction. He then called the black-clad men outside the villa and gave them a few instructions before starting the car and speeding toward the suburbs. Throughout the journey, Chen Feng casually gazed out the window. Though he was unfamiliar with this world and had no idea how it worked, but from his conversation with Mo Lixing,
he could infer that Mo Lixing was a true business genius.
Though he didn't know why Mo Lixing was doing this, Chen Feng believed that this time he would definitely make a fortune. Chen Feng's destination in Yanjiang was the Huolong Group, so he didn't go to a hotel to rest but headed straight to the Huolong Group's headquarters to negotiate with the company's chairman.
The president of Huolong Group is the CEO of Huolong Jewelry, a renowned jewelry company.
And the group comprises three major jewelry companies: Huaxing Jewelry, Huaxiang Jewelry, and Huaxiang Advertising.
Huaxing Jewelry is a Fortune 500 company, with its products enjoying extremely high international recognition.
Hualang Advertising is also a well-known advertising company internationally, but Huaxing Jewelry holds a lower status within Hualang Jewelry compared to Hualang Advertising. Because Huaxing Jewelry does not own any land exclusively belonging to the Huaxiang Group. This means that the products of these two companies do not have global sales channels.
Therefore, the status of Huaxing Jewelry is not as prestigious as that of Hualang Advertising.
When Chen Feng arrived at the entrance of the Hualang Group headquarters, it was already past midnight. Instead of going directly to the headquarters, he found a hotel nearby and checked in.
The Huaxiang Group headquarters is located in the prime area of southeastern Yanjing, a magnificent and imposing building.
This skyscraper is the most prestigious among all the buildings owned by the Huaxiang Group. The building covers an area of over 3,000 acres, with the entire structure resembling white jade, giving it a smooth and elegant appearance.
At the main entrance of the building hung a prominent sign, Hualang Jewelry Tower. In front of the building, a stretched Lincoln sedan was parked. Here, Mo Rixing had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Chen Feng emerge, he immediately approached him.
"Mr. Chen, you finally came out. I was worried you wouldn't come to Huaxiang Jewelry." "Haha, Mr. Hualong is too kind. If I really refused to come, you might have had to take matters into your own hands," Chen Feng said jokingly.
Hualong laughed and said to Chen Feng,
"Mr. Chen, since you put it that way, let's go. This is the time when Hualong Group employees are on leave, so let's just take a car inside.
We've been waiting here for quite some time anyway." Chapter 139, The Elegance is Spot On. Chapter 138, Mastering the Art of Elegance.
After speaking, Hualong led the way into the Hualong Jewelry building. Chen Feng saw this and hurriedly followed Mo Rixing's footsteps. Once inside the building, the two attracted the attention of countless people along the way. As the leading company in Yanjing and the entire Jiangnan province, every move Hualong made was closely watched by countless people. Therefore, as soon as he appeared at the entrance of the Hualong building, countless eyes turned toward him.
"Hey, isn't that the chairman of Huaxing Jewelry? What's he doing at our Hualong Jewelry Tower today?"
"Yeah, I heard that the chairman of Hualong Jewelry Group rarely shows up at Huaxing Jewelry's lobby."
"What do you know?"
"I saw it in the newspaper.
The chairman of Huaxing Jewelry Group is said to be a prodigy who became the chairman of Hualong Group at a young age."
"Pfft, what's so special about that? I heard the chairman isn't exactly young. He's already in his 50s, but he's just good looking, so people call him young. I think you're just jealous of him." Listening to the whispers around him, Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile. Although Chen Feng didn't know whether what these people were saying was true or false, he believed that what they were saying must be the truth, they just didn't know the full story. As Chen Feng and Mo Lixing entered the lobby of Huaxing Jewelry, they immediately caught the attention of many employees, whose eyes all turned to Chen Feng.
Excuse me, everyone, where is your chairman? We'd like to speak with him."
At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly addressed the surrounding employees.
Oh, it's Mr. Chen. Please follow me."
A man dressed in a suit hurried over. Under the guidance of this man in a suit, Chen Feng followed him to a redwood door.
"The chairman is waiting for you inside, Mr. Chen. Please come in." After saying that, the man in the suit opened the door.
Upon seeing the door open, Chen Feng stepped inside and immediately heard a knock on the door.
"Please come in."
Upon hearing the voice, Chen Feng pushed open the door and looked inside. Sitting at a desk was a middle-aged man in his late 40s or early 50s. This middle-aged man was tall and muscular, wearing a suit from Armani, with a Patek Philippe diamond watch on his wrist, dressed in a sharp and professional manner, giving off an impression of efficiency and decisiveness.
"Hello, Mr. Hualong, I am Chen Feng.
Thank you for taking the time to visit Xiaogua and inspect our market here." Chen Feng smiled as he walked into the office, extended his right hand to shake hands with Hualong, who was sitting at the desk, and said with a smile. Seeing Chen Feng extend his right hand, Hualong also smiled and shook it, saying with a smile,
Mr. Chen, you're too kind.
I am honored to have the opportunity to collaborate with you on this project.
I am confident that we will achieve success. I have some understanding of you, and I believe you will demonstrate your sincerity to me. I am confident we can work together harmoniously, of course.
I especially hope that Mr. Chen can become our Huaxiang Group's largest client.
We will certainly implement Mr. Chen's investment plan to perfection. At that time, we will also become Huaxiang Group's largest partner in Yanjing."
Hualong smiled broadly as he spoke, imagining his future with Huaxing Jewelry. This scene caused Chen Feng's eyebrows to raise slightly.
Chapter 140, Sudden Anger. Chapter 139, Sudden Anger.
Chen Feng muttered to himself, no wonder he can be the president, he really does have some skills. He can discern my true intentions from my words. If he knew these were my own thoughts, he'd really be someone to reckon with. It seems I need to study him closely and see if he's really that capable.
Hualong was unaware of Chen Feng's thoughts.
After glancing at Chen Feng, he continued. By the way, Mr. Chen, I just received word that your friend is arriving rather urgently.
And he is heading straight to the headquarters of Huaxing Jewelry.
So your friend has already been arranged to stay at our company headquarters and is currently resting. After hearing this, Chen Feng furrowed his brows and said with some confusion.
What? Did our people arrive at the wrong time? Why did he go straight to our Huaxing Jewelry headquarters? To be honest, this is indeed a bit of a coincidence, but it's really not our company's fault. Hua Long said awkwardly, this friend has quite a temper, doesn't he? What? He actually dared to speak like that? As soon as Hua Long finished speaking, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the office. Chen Feng looked up and glanced out the door, only to see a man in a suit standing outside. At that moment, the man in the suit was glaring angrily at Hua Long inside the office, looking as though he wanted to devour him. Hua Long glanced at the man standing outside the door, then looked at Chen Feng, shook his head with a bitter smile, and explained to Chen Feng. He is my assistant, named Wu Haoyu, the chief assistant of the Hua Long group. What? Wu Haoyu? Chen Feng heard this and immediately widened his eyes in shock. Mr. Chen, this Wu Haoyu has a very peculiar personality. Although he is tall, his temperament is somewhat childish, so I usually call him Wu Haoyu, which makes it easier to manage him and allows us to discuss business more effectively. Hua Long explained to Chen Feng. Oh, I see. Chen Feng smiled and said, looking at Wu Haoyu's appearance, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Hua Long continued to Chen Feng, however, although he's a bit eccentric, he's quite responsible in his work. And his professional skills are quite impressive. As a result, everyone in the company admires him, and he was recently promoted to director. Oh? Is that so? Then you really have good judgment for choosing him as your assistant. Mr. Chen is too kind. These are all things I should do, and I also value him because he is indeed an excellent assistant. After hearing Hua Long's praise, Chen Feng smiled and nodded. Mr. Wu, Mr. Chen is here. Please come in quickly. Seeing Wu Haoyu still standing at the door, Hua Long hurriedly called out to him. Upon hearing Hua Long's call, Wu Haoyu slowly walked in. However, upon seeing Chen Feng sitting on the sofa, Wu Haoyu still wore an angry expression. What's going on? Who upset our great assistant Wu? Why does he look so angry? Chen Feng saw Wu Haoyu's expression and couldn't help but smile inwardly. He was now very curious to hear what Wu Haoyu would say, as he had developed some interest in him. Wu Haoyu walked up to Chen Feng, snorted coldly, and said to him, You're Chen Feng? Yes, do you know me? Of course I do. You're the richest man in the country now. Your fame is so great, of course I recognize you. Wu Haoyu said with a look of defiance. Chapter 141, Clowns and Circus Monkeys. Chapter 141, The Clown and the Circus Monkey. The richest man in the country? I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not worth mentioning. Chen Feng said indifferently. He didn't care about Wu Haoyu's sarcasm. After all, he was the richest man in the country, he didn't need to bother with such people. Don't underestimate yourself. Though you're just an ordinary person, you're the youngest richest man in the entire Xia Kingdom. Oh? Chen Feng asked in surprise, what do you mean? The more I listen, the more confused I get. Wu Haoyu sneered, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'll be straightforward. My investment in kangaroo country was ruined by you. Do you think I'd still be polite to you? Someone like me wouldn't fear a capitalist like you. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng suddenly understood. This man had come to pick a fight with him because of his business in kangaroo country. However, he didn't take it seriously. After all, he had made $500 million, and to him, that was nothing. Such a small matter wasn't worth his attention. That Wu assistant, you're making a big deal out of nothing. I didn't sabotage your business, it's just that you're not capable enough. As you said yourself, you're not afraid of me and think you're very capable. Fine. I'm a man of principle. Since you think you're so capable, I won't beat around the bush with you. As he spoke, Chen Feng gave Hua Long a nod, signaling him to have Wu Haoyu step back. Chen Feng, don't get so arrogant. You'll have your day of tears. Wu Haoyu, seeing Hua Long's glance, shouted angrily at Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and said calmly, Is that so? I'll wait and see. Chen Feng, I won't let you off this time. After saying this, Wu Haoyu stormed off angrily. Chen Feng, seeing this, didn't bother to argue further. Wu Haoyu turned and walked out of the office. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't care, Hua Long said, Mr. Chen, Wu Haoyu is just that kind of person. Please don't take it to heart. It's fine. I don't mind. Chen Feng waved his hand. You really don't mind? Then I don't know what to say. I thought you'd be very upset. Hua Long said with a smile. Of course I don't mind. However, I'm curious, what kind of partnership does your Huaxing group have with that company from kangaroo country that managed to attract the attention of an international corporation? Actually, it's not much. It mainly depends on whether you have sincerity. They are a large foreign pharmaceutical company. And we have some cooperation with them, but I'm not very familiar with the specifics. I'll call their CEO and have him come talk to you personally. Hua Long said with a smile. Chen Feng shook his head, indicating he wasn't interested.
His primary objective was the jewelry business. He intended to use it to break into the foreign luxury goods market. Seeing the focused and eager look in Chen Feng's eyes as he examined the jewelry, Hualong couldn't help but admire his discerning eye. No wonder he's the richest man in the country. His passion for jewelry is truly extraordinary. Mr. Chen, your taste is truly exceptional. To be honest, every item has a set price, with high-end, mid-range, and low-end categories to cater to different consumer capabilities. Of course, low-end products can also generate enormous wealth. The principle of selling in large volumes at low margins is the same as selling at high margins in small volumes. However, at our level, we all understand a fundamental principle, the 80-20 rule. Chapter 142, Mastering the Market, Mastering Wealth. Chapter 141, Mastering the Market, Mastering Wealth. 80% of the world's wealth is controlled by 20% of the population. Our Huaxing Group owns 4 of the largest jewelry chain stores in the country. The top-tier jewelry in these stores is of exceptional quality, and I am confident that Mr. Chen will find them to his liking. Hualong said with a smile. Chen Feng also agreed with Hualong's words. It was precisely because Chen Feng saw the promising prospects for their jewelry business expansion that he decided to collaborate with them. Chen Feng will invest capital to expand the overseas jewelry market, while they will contribute manpower and effort. This is a win-win situation for both parties. Hualong was well aware of this. If they could align themselves with Chen Feng, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous opportunity for their Huaxing Group. Alright, Mr. Hua, since that's the case, let's work together harmoniously. Chen Feng extended his hand. Hualong and Chen Feng shook hands firmly, both with bright smiles on their faces. It seemed that Hualong was also very satisfied with Chen Feng's attitude. Otherwise, given his tone and attitude toward Wu Haoyu earlier, he would have already been angry, and Wu Ti have been so polite to Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, both parties share the same attitude toward cooperation. However, there is one crucial issue that requires thorough discussion between us before we can finalize the details of the partnership. Hualong said with a smile. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. He knew exactly what Hualong was referring to. That was the issue of Huashan Jewelry's equity after Chen Feng injected the funds. This was also the purpose of Chen Feng's visit. If the stake was below 50%, Chen Feng would absolutely refuse. After all, his status did not allow him to work for others. Moreover, he wouldn't stoop so low as to work for others under someone else's roof. Chen Feng also made this clear to Hualong and promised to provide a guarantee for their Huaxing Group. We at Huaxing Group are not greedy people. As long as you can create immense wealth for Huaxing Group, I assure you we will never shortchange you. You can rest assured on this point, Mr. Chen. Hualong patted his chest and swore solemnly. Hualong was a businessman, and a very shrewd one at that. He had a detailed plan for the future development of Huaxing Group, so he had no doubts about Chen Feng's promise. However, Hualong also had his own concerns. He feared that Chen Feng was merely making empty promises. He wouldn't actually take action, and he also knew that someone like Chen Feng, he couldn't possibly have only this much strength. He must be hiding some of his capabilities, whether it be within the Huaxing Group or those large corporations. They all have their own secrets. Therefore, he remained cautious about this matter. Furthermore, the Huaxing Jewelry Group's industrial chain is currently facing a bottleneck, and the domestic market can no longer be expanded. Therefore, I hope that Huaxing Group can expand into Europe and strive to secure a foothold in the European market. This is also a golden opportunity for Hualong Group to grow and expand. Now that he has Chen Feng's support, he is even more determined to pursue this plan. Moreover, Chen Feng has already signed a contract with him, so Hualong has no further concerns. He believes in his judgment and is confident that Chen Feng will help him achieve this goal. Moreover, Chen Feng's influence has already extended into the European market, and he is well aware of Chen Feng's optimism regarding the jewelry business. Chapter 143, Righteousness in Business. Chapter 142, Righteousness in Business. If Chen Feng can help him achieve this goal, his jewelry business will reach new heights. Moreover, he was confident he could secure the title of world's richest man, given Chen Feng's immense wealth. If he cannot assist Chen Feng in becoming the world's richest man, that would be a disservice to his own status. He doesn't even deserve to be Chen Feng's partner. At least he has enough self-awareness to realize that. Chen Feng was taken aback by his words. Although he knew that Hualong's products were already distributed worldwide, he had never imagined that their globally distributed products could actually influence Europe, which came as a significant surprise to him. Of course, all of that was yet to come. For now, he was merely the ambitious chairman of the Huaxiang Group. Alright, no problem. I agree to your terms. As long as my company secures a foothold in Europe, I will fully support you. Chen Feng responded without hesitation and was more than willing to help. Great! Great! We must break the current deadlock. Our target is Europe, and Europe is our strongest competitor. So you must fully support my work. Hualong said excitedly to Chen Feng. Currently, Europe is a key market for Xia Nation. If Hualong can establish a foothold in the Omega market, then Hualong will truly reach the pinnacle and embark on a path toward globalization. This is an honor, and it is also their responsibility.
Moreover, Hualong Group has demonstrated exceptional strength in this competition against several other companies. So he is confident that he can establish a firm foothold in the OMI market. Chen Feng didn't ask any further questions. He already knew the specifics of the Hualong Group. What he needed to do now was gain a foothold in the European and American markets, gradually absorb the resources of other companies, and strengthen itself. Only then can Hualong have a brighter future. All right. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Their conversation came to a perfect conclusion, and just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Feng and Hualong exchanged glances, both knowing it must be their assistant. The assistant coming to find them must have important news. Come in, Chen Feng said with a smile. He knew that there must be good news, otherwise the assistant wouldn't dare to enter the president's office without permission. Sure enough, the assistant walked in, bringing the contracts. These contracts had been prepared in advance. Chen Feng made it very clear in the contract that he would hold a 51% stake. After all, having absolute control over the equity was essential to guiding the company's development, and it was also a way to strengthen the company's cohesion. Chen Feng was very satisfied with the contract. This is the contract we have drafted. We hope the president will sign it, so you will have greater say in the company, the assistant said with a smile. This assistant was a clever woman who knew how to please people and understood Chen Feng's needs. She stamped her seal at the bottom of the contract. All right. I'll sign it now, but add this to my contract, Chen Feng said with a smile. His request was very simple, to add this clause at the very end of his contract. Why is that, President? The assistant was also puzzled. This will make our two companies closer, and the signatures you put on it will also be more advantageous for Hualong, Chen Feng said with a smile. Chapter 144, Bright Future, Seize the Opportunity. Chapter 143, Bright Future, Seize the Opportunity. Oh, I see. The assistant laughed, realizing that Chen Feng was indeed a clever man. Though these words sounded unpleasant, they had a different meaning for the assistant. Chen Feng smiled and said, all right, I'll sign first. Once I've signed, we'll go sign the contract. What do you think? Chen Feng said with a smile. Of course, I'll add a small mark next to your signature later. This way, your relationship with our Hualong Group will be fully established. That's good. You go ahead and get back to work. Chen Feng smiled as he spoke. The assistant nodded and left Chen Feng's office. At that moment, Chen Feng's heart was filled with determination. However, upon seeing the percentage allocation in the contract, he hesitated slightly. A faint frown appeared on his face, clearly reflecting his concerns. No wonder. Although Hualong is now one of the top 5 global jewelry companies, it has yet to truly enter the European market. Is this contract a bit risky? Though he thought this, the data on the contract left him deeply shocked. The equity ratio on the contract was simply staggering. After all, holding the ultimate equity means having absolute decision-making power and executive authority. If the contract were drafted according to Chen Feng's current proposal, Hualong would become the second largest shareholder of OMI. What an enormous temptation! After all these years, have I finally caught a glimpse of success? Hualong muttered to himself, fully aware that all of this was thanks to Chen Feng. Though Chen Feng was still young, his business acumen was already sufficient to make him a world-class leader. After weighing the benefits, Hualong made a difficult decision: he must accept this contract. He wasn't just thinking about the future of Xiaogui, he was also thinking about the future of Hualong. Because Hualong currently lacks the strength to compete with any international conglomerate. Therefore, he could only rely on Chen Feng's domestic company and hope to use this opportunity to expand Hualong's presence in the European market. He had everything planned out, and this would be the most glorious period in Hualong's history. Hualong also believed that Chen Feng was his benefactor, and he might need his help in the future. Thinking of this, a faint smile curled the corners of his lips. This was a very wise decision. He then picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. Chen Feng also signed his name on the contract. With the deal sealed, it was time to eat. Under Hualong's arrangements, Chen Feng and Hualong dined together at the Hualong Hotel. Chen Feng rarely ate out, so he wasn't sure what to order. Hualong suggested that the chefs from his hotel prepare a feast. The Hualong Hotel was a place of exceptional elegance, with its opulent decor and spotless surroundings, a level of luxury not easily accessible to the average person. Chen Feng was led into the private room by a server. This was the first time he had ever seen such a luxurious private room. It seemed that the Hualong Group truly valued its business partners. However, just as the two entered the VIP private room, an out-of-place voice rang out. Chen Feng looked up and saw a young man named Zhang Chao strutting into the private room with an arrogant demeanor. Chapter 145, Don't Bother with Circus Monkeys. Chapter 144, Don't Bother with a Circus Monkey. He addressed Chen Feng and Hualong, saying, "This VIP private room is my exclusive private room. Please move to another private room." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was taken aback. What the hell is going on here? Hualong was also completely baffled. He thought to himself, I'm hosting a VIP guest, Chen Feng, at my own hotel, and yet someone so disrespectful is telling me to leave? This was simply unbelievable.
He sneered and said, "Sorry, this private room belongs to the Hualong Group. We don't want to give up our private room for your personal use.
If you're not satisfied, you can go to another restaurant."
After saying that, he gave the young man a cold glance. Zhang Chao, accompanied by a group of young people, looked down on them with disdain. These people were all Zhang Chao's cronies, who were used to bullying others with their status.
They didn't even bother to acknowledge the Hualong Group in front of them.
Upon seeing their attitude, Hualong couldn't help but furrow his brows.
He didn't want to stoop to their level either.
At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly spoke up.
He said casually, "What's going on? Do you all want to fight?"
Zhang Chao saw that Chen Feng had spoken up, and his expression turned ugly. At that moment, a man in a suit stood up behind him, looking arrogant. He snorted and said,
"Who do you think you are?
This is our company's hotel, and this VIP suite was reserved by us.
Do you really think your company can compare to ours? Do you know who you've offended? Tell me, who is your boss, Zhang?"
Our boss is friends with the owner of this hotel. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng smiled smugly.
The boss's friend? Isn't this the hotel owned by the Hualong Group? Isn't the boss referring to the Hualong right in front of us?
Chen Feng looked at Hualong. Hualong stated that he did not recognize such a person.
However, at that moment, Chen Feng laughed and said, "You should find another place to eat.
As for the boss you mentioned, I'm sure you've never met him." To be honest, Chen Feng had no intention of lowering himself to argue with such an arrogant upstart. At this point, Chen Feng's expression had grown extremely displeased. If the other party didn't know when to back down, Chen Feng had plenty of methods to handle the situation, whether it was using force or outsmarting them. Chen Feng had plenty of ways to deal with them, as his strength far surpassed that of this man. Therefore, no one dared to act arrogantly in front of Chen Feng, not even this guy his father, because he simply didn't have the qualifications. Seeing Chen Feng's expression growing increasingly grim, Hualong sensed danger and hurriedly said, "You lot, get out of here immediately, or else you'll regret it." Zhang Chao and the other spoiled brats, seeing that Hualong was angry, were also scared and could only slink out of the private room.
Chen Feng watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He never expected these people to be so easily intimidated. They were truly weaklings.
However, since that was the case, Chen Feng decided not to bother with them further. After a relatively cheerful dinner, the two parted ways. Of course, the cheerful atmosphere was not due to the quality of the food, nor was it because they had just quietly intimidated away the group of spoiled brats. Rather, it was because their collaboration had finally been finalized. A faint smile appeared on their faces, and they then pulled out the contract they had just signed from their pockets. Looking at the contract, Chen Feng's face lit up with a satisfied smile.
Chapter 146, Strange Things Happen Every Year. Chapter 145, Strange Things Happen Every Year.
This contract was drafted by him himself. In truth, this contract was merely a formality. The real contract was not here. The contract Chen Feng signed was that contract. As long as these two contracts are together, the two companies can be successfully merged. In that case, Chen Feng would own two large companies. The contract Chen Feng signed with both parties this time is the complete agreement between the two companies, and both companies will become subsidiaries under Chen Feng's umbrella. This was the outcome they had agreed upon during their previous negotiations, and the two companies will be the final representatives of Chen Feng's subsidiaries. Perhaps Chen Feng does not know exactly what these two companies are, but Chen Feng knows what these two companies are. These two companies are subsidiaries of their two families.
As long as their subsidiaries are under their control, their two families will control Chen Feng.
After the negotiations concluded and Chen Feng signed the contract with them, they returned home to rest. After all, they were all tired today and needed a good rest to prepare for the busy days ahead. The next morning, Chen Feng woke up, finished his morning routine, and prepared to leave, as his car was still parked at the hotel. Moreover, the hotel entrance was already crowded with people eager to catch a glimpse of the mysterious man they had long admired. Though they knew they had no chance of getting inside, they couldn't resist taking a peek at this enigmatic figure. Chen Feng walked toward the back door of the hotel. He was going to drive his car and leave this place.
Because he didn't want to attract attention.
He didn't want to become the center of attention, even though these people couldn't harm him in any way. However, Chen Feng decided to leave first. Just as Chen Feng opened the back door, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Chen Feng frowned and turned around to see several young men blocking his path. They were all dressed in white shirts and black trousers, their overall appearance looking very trendy. Chen Feng had no idea where they had come from. Their faces were filled with anger, as if Chen Feng had done something terribly wrong. Seeing the aggressive stance of the people in front of him, Chen Feng also grew annoyed.
Although Chen Feng didn't like causing trouble, that didn't mean he was afraid of it. He wasn't someone who would bully anyone.
His temper was actually quite good, but if someone dared to test his patience, he wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson with his fists.
Damn it, you blind fool! Can't you see who this is? You country bumpkin, get out of here! Who the hell are you to tell me to get lost?
A sly smile curled the corners of Chen Feng's lips, making him even more charming.
Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Seeing that Chen Feng wasn't afraid of them and was even daring to argue back with such arrogance, his friends grew angry. They all charged toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng snorted coldly. They were just a bunch of kids, he wasn't going to bother with them. As he watched the few boys charging toward him, Chen Feng reached out, grabbed their wrists, and gave them a hard tug. The few friends were thrown several meters away by Chen Feng. They landed on the ground, screaming in pain, looking both hilarious and adorable. See? I told you all, no matter how you play, you're no match for me. I advise you to behave yourselves in the future. Otherwise, it won't be this simple. Chapter 147, Refusing the toast brings the punishment. Chapter 146, Refusing the gift, receiving the punishment. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They never expected Chen Feng to be so bold alone. Damn it, you bastard. How dare you be so arrogant toward us? Do you want to die? Do you think we won't kill you? The young men shouted angrily. I advise you to behave yourselves. But let me tell you, no matter what you do, it's all in vain. Chen Feng sneered, you're poisonous, aren't you? Running into you guys is bad luck. Chen Feng was speechless. He had originally planned to inspect the work at Dahua Jewelry, but instead he encountered this group of people and felt like they were blocking his way. Yes, they were like flies, impossible to shake off. But there's another saying in this world, sticky as dogs daydream. Chen Feng couldn't shake them off no matter what he tried, so he could only admit it helplessly. I see you're not taking the hint. Brothers, let's go, a few of the guys shouted, unwilling to back down. Attack? Haha, you're killing me. With just the few of you, you think you can defeat me? You're too funny. With just a bunch of rookies like you, you don't even deserve for me to lift a finger. You actually want me to beg for mercy on my knees? Why don't you take a look at yourselves in the mirror? Do you really think you're my defeated enemies? You're way too full of yourselves. Chen Feng said disdainfully. You're too arrogant. The young men were furious. They never expected that even with all of them teaming up, they couldn't defeat this man. This was truly humiliating. Chen Feng's words completely enraged them. They charged toward Chen Feng in a frenzy, aiming to strike him with a deadly blow while he wasn't paying attention. They weren't ordinary students, though they usually hung out with petty thugs. But that was only against ordinary gangs, not those with power and influence. For these wealthy young men, they were all rich and could do as they pleased without anyone daring to interfere. But when it came to someone like Chen Feng, who had both status and influence, they dared not offend him, let alone the fact that he was a high-ranking official. Chen Feng coldly watched the group of troublemakers charge toward him, and he couldn't help but furrow his brows. These troublemakers were way too arrogant, especially on the streets. And they dared to lay a hand on him? Had they even considered their own situation? Chen Feng watched the few thugs charging toward him. He exerted a little force with the tip of his foot. His body shot into the air, and he kicked the nearest thug in the stomach. The thug felt a sharp pain in his stomach and his body flew into the air. Chen Feng leaped again, his legs kicking out in mid-air. The thug flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the wall. With a loud crash, the wall was shattered by the thug, who landed face first on the floor, unable to get up for a moment. The others, seeing their comrade killed in a single move by Chen Feng, were all stunned. They were speechless. Chen Feng's strength was simply too overwhelming. What about you? Do you still want to continue? Chen Feng asked the other thugs calmly. His tone remained composed, but it carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. The thugs were so scared by Chen Feng that they were on the verge of tears. Chapter 148, Majestic and Dominant, only Chen Feng. Chapter 147, Majestic and Dominant, only Chen Feng. They had never seen such a formidable figure before. He had effortlessly disposed of their brothers. This man was truly terrifying. Who are you? At that moment, a young man wearing flowery shorts and with his hair dyed in various colors stood up, looking confused and asked. Chen Feng glanced at him and coldly replied, What I do is none of your business. As he spoke, Chen Feng raised his foot and stomped down hard on the young thug's cheek, breaking his nose in one blow. The young thug let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his nose. He was sweating profusely, with beads of sweat the size of beans on his forehead, looking utterly disheveled. Chen Feng glanced at them with disdain and sneered, Remember, I'm someone you'll never be able to mess with. Don't ever come near me again, or I won't hesitate to break every bone in your body. After speaking, Chen Feng turned and walked toward the bus stop, no longer paying attention to the group of thugs. The group of thugs saw that Chen Feng had left and dared not block his path. They knew they couldn't take him on, so they could only let him go. Damn it, you dare hit me? You wait, I won't let this go. The young thug covered his nose, blood flowing freely, looking pitiful. Chen Feng ignored the group of thugs. He had grown too indifferent to bother with them anymore. As long as these thugs didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother with them. Otherwise, Chen Feng would definitely not let them off easily. You little bastard, you wait, I won't let you off the hook, you just wait. The young thug watched Chen Feng's departing figure and threatened him viciously. Chen Feng heard his threat and couldn't help but snort derisively. His figure disappeared from their sight. Chen Feng boarded the bus, which was crowded with people coming and going.
The bus slowly made its way down the street. Chen Feng looked out the window at the passing vehicles and fell into deep thought.
He hadn't ridden a bus in ages. Coincidentally, the driver had something to do, and he was too lazy to drive, so he didn't wait for a taxi and ended up taking the bus.
Chen Feng sat in his seat on the bus, leaning his head against the window, closing his eyes to rest.
Before long, a commotion woke him up. He saw the bus parked by the roadside, with people around it chatting animatedly. The young thug, accompanied by his henchman, stood nearby, glaring menacingly at the bus. Their eyes were filled with a menacing glint, like starving wolves fixated on their prey. Seeing this group, Chen Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows. He never expected that just after getting on the bus, these thugs had been following him. What was wrong with these thugs? Chen Feng thought to himself. Soon, the bus arrived at the station, and the passengers on the bus began to get off one by one. Chen Feng and his group also got off the bus. "Hey, you guys are crazy. Get out of the way, or I won't be polite."
As soon as Chen Feng stepped off the bus, one of the thugs immediately blocked his path, looking arrogant and defiant.
You think you can take me on? Aren't you afraid the wind will blow your tongue out?"
Chen Feng gave a cold smile, not taking the thugs seriously. However, before Chen Feng could act, he heard the sound of brakes screeching from behind. 2 luxury cars pulled up in front of him, and a dozen black-clad bodyguards got out. These bodyguards were all dressed neatly, with muscular builds and a menacing aura emanating from them.
Chapter 149, Respect the clothes, not the person. Chapter 148, Respect the clothes, not the man.
"Brother Feng, leave this to us." A young man with a slender build but eyes filled with ruthlessness approached Chen Feng, bowing respectfully and speaking in a submissive tone. This man was the bodyguard Zhang Dahua had arranged for Chen Feng. His name was Wang Hu, a young man who was brave, cunning, bold, and exceptionally intelligent, a highly capable subordinate.
"Go ahead."
Chen Feng nodded, indicating that he had no objections.
"Beat those bastards senseless. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility."
Chen Feng pointed at the group of thugs standing beside him and ordered Wang Hu.
"Yes, Brother Feng."
Wang Hu responded and then charged toward the group of thugs.
To be honest, Chen Feng rarely bothered with such matters, he preferred to leave them to Wang Hu.
The thugs, seeing Wang Hu's intimidating appearance, scattered in all directions in fear. They dared not provoke such a formidable figure. They only knew that Wang Hu was a boy with terrifying martial arts skills, not someone they could easily handle. Wang Hu swung his fist, sending one of the thugs flying through the air, crashing into the 3 cars behind him. The cars behind were left in a mess, while Wang Hu remained unscathed. One of the thugs, seeing this, turned and fled toward the distance, but it was too late.
He was immediately intercepted by Wang Hu.
With a single kick to the thug's stomach, Wang Hu used only 50% of his strength, yet the thug's body flew through the air and landed heavily on the ground. He stepped on him with his foot, gave a cold smile, and said, "Boy, if you don't want to die, kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise..." The small thug had already been scared out of his wits, and there was no way he could resist.
He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Master, hero, I didn't recognize your greatness. I didn't know of your fame. I'm blind and ignorant. Please spare my life. I'll reform myself completely."
Wang Hu kicked the small thug to the ground, then grabbed his hair and dragged him over. The thug was dragged to the ground, his forehead pressed against the ground, his mouth pressed against the ground. Wang Hu stepped on the small thug's back, pinning him down so he couldn't move an inch.
Then Wang Hu coldly said, "You hear me clearly now? From today onward, if you ever try to act tough, I'll break you." With that, Wang Hu kicked him in the stomach.
Wang Hu's kick was extremely forceful, sending the thug into a fit of agonized screams. Wang Hu's kick not only broke the thug's bones but also pierced his stomach, causing his internal organs to churn violently. The thug clutched his stomach, rolling on the ground in agony, his face filled with terror.
"I'm giving you one last chance. If I catch you showing off again, I'll cripple you. Hurry up and go apologize to Brother Chen Feng."
Wang Hu finished speaking and kicked out again, sending the thug crashing to the ground, unable even to utter a scream. Wang Hu coldly glanced at the thug on the ground and barked, "Get out of here." The thug dared not utter a word, crawling to his feet and scrambling away.
You're lucky." Chen Feng snorted coldly and walked toward the hotel. Chapter 150, No one dares to challenge Chen Feng. Chapter 149, No one dares to challenge Chen Feng.
These events unfolded too quickly for the onlookers to see what had happened. Wang Hu looked at the stunned expressions of the onlookers and smirked to himself.
It seems this Fenggu isn't someone to mess with.
He managed to make all these people submit so easily.
How interesting.
Saying that, he followed Chen Feng inside. At that moment, Wang Hu had already regarded Chen Feng as one of the people he most admired. He believed that as long as Chen Feng was under his command, he would definitely become a superhero like Fenggu.
This was the admiration Wang Hu felt for Chen Feng.
After entering the hotel, Chen Feng took the elevator to the 3rd floor and headed toward his private room. Chen Feng pushed open the door and walked in, only to find Zhang Dahua, Lin Manyun, and Li Jia already sitting on the sofa waiting for him.
"Wind brother, you're finally here."
Zhang Dahua stood up excitedly upon seeing Chen Feng and gave him a big hug.
Dahu, stop fooling around. Let's sit down and talk. Chen Feng smiled slightly and gently pushed Zhang Dehua. Yeah, let's sit down and talk first.
Zhang Dehua hurriedly said. After sitting down, Chen Feng asked Zhang Dehua, Wang, who was quite skilled.
He can follow me from now on and serve as my driver and bodyguard. I think he'll do well.
As he spoke, Chen Feng looked at Wang Hu, who had performed well today. To be honest, he really needed to arrange for a capable driver and bodyguard. After all, unexpected incidents like today's are bound to happen, and I can't always handle them myself. It wouldn't be befitting of my status. Brother Feng, rest assured.
I, Wang Hu, will follow you wherever you go, dedicating my life to you until my last breath.
Wang Hu shouted loudly, his words filled with passion and determination. Seeing Wang Hu's actions, Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he began to value Wang Hu even more. Zhang Dehua, who was standing nearby, smiled and said, Ahu, from now on, you should follow Chen Zong.
Whatever Chen Zong tells you to do, just do it. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Feng Gu.
Wang Hu hurriedly replied.
Alright, you all don't need to be so formal. Today is on me. Eat and drink as much as you like. Don't worry about saving money for me.
Chen Feng said with a smile.
Hee, that's a given.
Zhang Dehua and Lin Manyun nodded in agreement. They all knew Chen Feng was very wealthy, so they naturally wouldn't be polite with him. Come on, everyone, try my hotel menu first. Zhang Dehua picked up a menu and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the menu, flipped through it casually, and found that while the dishes were extremely expensive, the flavors were indeed excellent. Chen Feng returned the menu to Zhang Dahu and smiled at him, saying,
Dahu, these items are quite pricey.
Zhang Dehua laughed heartily and said, Brother Feng, just enjoy yourself. I'll buy as much as you want, as long as you don't mind my rundown hotel's lack of class. Chen Feng chuckled and said, Dahu, don't say such meaningless things.
Since I've chosen to trust you, you should do things for me.
You shouldn't spend so much money on me just because I asked or to please me.
Do you understand what I mean?
Zhang Dehua nodded vigorously and said, Brother Feng, rest assured. If you have any instructions in the future, just tell your brother, and I'll do my utmost to handle it for you. Both were businessmen. While their words seemed to be about the dishes on the table, they were actually discussing business.
Chapter 151, There's Culture at the Dinner Table. Chapter 151, Culture at the Dinner Table.
After Zhang Dehua finished speaking, he turned to the few henchmen behind him and shouted, Xiao Lu, quickly go pour some tea for Feng Go and the others so they can pass the time. Zhang Dahua's assistant, Xiao Lu, nodded and immediately went to the tea room to brew some tea, while Chen Feng continued chatting with Li Jia and the others. Li Jia and the others had come specifically to take over this jewelry business. Since Chen Feng had opened a hotel here, their purpose was to take over the jewelry company. Li Jia and Lin Manyun were all top-notch jewelry designers that Chen Feng had brought from Nanjing City. This time, Chen Feng had sent Li Jia and Lin Manyun to take charge of the company's operations. The hope was that they could quickly integrate into the jewelry industry and swiftly master all aspects of the company's operations, gradually expand the company's product range, and ultimately establish a monopolistic jewelry brand. Li Jia and Lin Manyun were more than willing to do this, as the monthly salary Chen Feng offered them was more than enough to buy a house and start a family in China. Therefore, they were naturally eager to take on this opportunity, as they are all intelligent and capable individuals. They don't need others to teach them how to do things. In comparison, Zhao Lei seems a bit slower. However, this is not a problem, as Zhao Lei is a newcomer and naturally unfamiliar with these operations. Chen Feng and Zhang Dehua, Wang Hu, and the others chatted idly for a while longer, then Li Jia began to introduce the company's scale to Zhang Dehua and the others. Zhang Dehua listened attentively while taking detailed notes of Li Jia's explanation, occasionally asking questions. Li Jia had a good impression of Zhang Dehua, and since Zhang Dehua was also a smart person, Li Jia naturally had a favorable impression of him. Hu, this is my assistant, her name is Li Jia. She has the most experience, so you should learn from her in the future. She will guide you on matters related to the company. Chen Feng looked at Li Jia and introduced her. Hello, Ms. Li. Hello, Ms. Li. Please feel free to let me know if there's anything I can do for you. Zhang Dehua is also a sensible person who is extremely polite to others. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Besides, he's Chen Feng's partner, so the atmosphere immediately became harmonious, which left Chen Feng feeling very satisfied. After the fine wine and delicious dishes were served, everyone ate and chatted, enjoying themselves thoroughly. However, just at that moment, a discordant voice drifted into the private room from outside. Chen Feng's brows furrowed as he looked up toward the door, only to see a group of thugs barging in. The leader of the group, with his small eyes darting around and the corners of his eyes secretly glancing around the room, as if worried about being recognized. Who are you? What do you want? Wang Hu, upon seeing the group of thugs causing trouble, grew angry and glared at the leader, demanding an answer. The thug was startled by Wang Hu's glare and took a couple of steps back, looking cowardly. But soon, his courage returned. He clenched his teeth and shouted at Wang Hu. Humph, what a small world. It was you two who beat me up at the bus stop earlier, making me beg for mercy on my knees.
Now that we're on my turf, how dare you talk to me like that? You really scared the life out of me.
Upon hearing the thug's words, Wang Hu's anger flared up again. These spoiled brats were everywhere, truly infuriating.
Chapter 152, Knowing Shame and Then Being Brave, Knowing Weakness and Striving for Strength.
Chapter 151, Shame leads to courage, weakness leads to strength.
Who the hell do you think you are, daring to talk nonsense in front of our boss Chen? Do you think I won't throw you out?
Wang Hu glared at the thug, a surge of anger filling his chest. At that moment, Chen Feng also recognized him. This was the same man who had been beaten by him and Wang Hu earlier and had begged for mercy on his knees.
Wang Hu, don't get angry. I'm actually curious to know who this guy is. How dare he act so brazenly in front of me? Chen Feng asked with a faint smile.
He had been busy traveling outside for the past few days and wasn't entirely clear on some matters. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the thug immediately panicked, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Wang Hu. He was afraid of these two thugs because he knew they were capable of taking him down. But he was even more afraid of the young man in front of him because he didn't even know who he was, let alone have ever heard of him.
Mr. Chen, this guy is called Wu Yong.
He's the son of the hotel's deputy general manager, which is why he's acting so brazenly. Ha, Chen Feng, it seems like even the son of a vice president can be so arrogant.
What about Zhang Dahua, the boss? What about me?
You should know that even Zhang Dahua has to watch Chen Feng's face when speaking. Now this arrogant little thug dares to act so brazenly in front of me.
How could I not lose my temper? Hearing that scoundrel's explanation, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. This world really is small. He had only just returned to Jiangchang, and now he had already encountered the son of a vice president again. Is this even fair? You're Wu Yong, right? Chen Feng looked at him with a calm smile. Seeing the smile on Chen Feng's face, Wu Yong felt no relief at all. On the contrary, he was terrified, afraid that the man in front of him might suddenly unleash his terrifying strength. If that happened, he would be utterly humiliated and have no face left to show here. Chen Feng ignored Wu Yong's fear and continued speaking to him. I hear that Wu Yong is the son of the deputy general manager of Jiangcheng Hotel. That's a position everyone recognizes. You should know the rules by now, given that your father is the deputy general manager of the Jiangcheng Hotel. You must know that in dealing with people, one should be low-key and have substance. It's not about how you think you should act. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong looked down on him with disdain. He thought back to how he had been severely reprimanded earlier that morning. He wanted to regain his dignity, and now that such a good opportunity had presented itself, how could he possibly let it slip away? Especially in front of Chen Feng's friends, humiliating him would finally allow Wu Yong to vent his pent-up anger. Otherwise, he would never be able to swallow his pride over today's incident. Chen Feng, I know you're powerful. You're indeed powerful, and your methods are highly skilled. You can beat me up, but I'm telling you, I won't let this go. My father is the deputy general manager of the Jiangcheng Hotel, and the Wu family has some influence in the entire city. If you don't kneel down and beg for mercy today, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Yong sneered at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with contempt, as if mocking Chen Feng's arrogance. However, Chen Feng didn't care. He continued to smile at this arrogant young master. He knew that people like this needed to be taught a lesson with fists, so they would understand what respect and obedience truly meant. Chapter 153, When the Time Comes, Show No Mercy. Chapter 152, When the Time Comes, Show No Mercy. Oh? Wu Yong, tell me, how exactly do you plan to refuse to back down? Chen Feng watched him with interest, eager to see how he would persist. After all, he had seen many like him before and didn't care about adding another to the list. Chen Feng, let me tell you, my father is the deputy general manager of the Jiangcheng Hotel, and he is right here nearby. If you kneel at my feet and beg for my forgiveness, I might consider it. Wu Yong spoke with extreme arrogance, as if he were genuinely waiting for Chen Feng to beg for mercy. Mr. Chen, don't bother with him. If you want me to teach him a lesson, I'll do it right now and show him that the pot is made of iron. Wang Hu pulled Chen Feng aside, signaling him not to pay attention to the young man. Chen Feng just shook his head and smiled bitterly. This Wang Hu was such a reckless fool he hadn't even agreed yet. Seeing the disdainful expressions on Chen Feng and Wang Hu's faces, Wu Yong's anger flared even more. He pointed at Chen Feng and shouted. Chen Feng, listen to me carefully. This is the Jiangcheng Hotel. You'd better not cause any trouble here. Do you know what? Acting tough in front of me will only get you killed. You're right, the Jiangcheng Hotel is a pretty prestigious place, but so what? With your abilities, you think you can make me, Chen Feng, kneel before you and apologize? That's just a pipe dream. Chen Feng said with a smile. Alright, Chen Feng, just wait. I'll make you pay for this. Just wait. You'll all die here today, haha. Seeing that Chen Feng dared to speak to him like that, Wu Yong's face turned red. He pointed at Chen Feng and shouted. Wu Yong, what are you still standing there for? Do you want me to repeat myself? I'm telling you, if you don't do as I say, I won't just teach you a lesson. I'll make you wish you were dead. You dare to threaten me?
Wu Yong pointed at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with anger, and his body began to tremble from excitement.
What? Wu Yong, do you finally understand who I am? You think you're so tough? You were so arrogant in front of me? Now I'll show you what arrogance really means.
Chen Feng spoke indifferently, taking one step toward Wu Yong, his face filled with a playful expression. This man dares to be so arrogant in front of me.
He's asking for trouble.
Chen Feng sneered inwardly. When dealing with such people, Chen Feng had never shown any mercy.
What do you want?
Seeing Chen Feng walking toward him, Wu Yong couldn't help but swallow hard, his face filled with fear as he stared at Chen Feng.
You were pretty tough just now.
I'll see just how tough you really are, Chen Feng said with a cold smile. As he finished speaking, his figure had already appeared beside Wu Yong. He raised his hand and slapped Wu Yong across the face. A crisp sound rang out beside Wu Yong's ear. Slap. Chen Feng continued to strike Wu Yong slowly and steadily, while Wu Yong was completely dazed by the blows. He never expected Chen Feng to be so bold and dare to hit him so hard.
You? Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?
Wu Yong covered his cheek and screamed repeatedly, but his screams sounded like the buzzing of flies to Chen Feng. Chen Feng merely glanced at Wu Yong with a dismissive expression, his lips curling into a sneer. He looked down on Wu Yong and laughed coldly.
This guy really hasn't grown up yet. Chapter 154, Ignorance is the Greatest Tragedy. Chapter 153, Ignorance is the Greatest Tragedy. Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of offending me, Wu Yong?
Let me tell you, I'm the son of the deputy general manager of the Jiangcheng Hotel.
How dare you hit me, especially in front of so many people?
Wu Yong glared at Chen Feng, his eyes bulging like copper bells, shouting each word with force. He wanted to bite Chen Feng to death right then and there. The humiliation he had suffered this time was something he would never forget. He would make Chen Feng pay for the humiliation he had endured.
I don't care who you are. Do you think you're some kind of big shot? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you think I won't break your legs right now and make you unable to walk for the rest of your life? Hearing Wu Yong's words, Chen Feng felt a surge of anger. Though he was a low-key, luxurious, and cultured individual, that didn't mean he would let others bully him, especially not Wu Yong. He didn't like causing trouble or getting into arguments with others, as long as Wu Yong didn't cross his boundaries. He would never initiate a fight, but if Wu Yong provoked him, then he wouldn't hesitate to act. When the time comes, I'll act. Let you know that in life, the most important thing is to know when you're wrong and be willing to change. If he stubbornly refused to see reason, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Wu Yong felt as though all the blood in his body was boiling. A raging flame ignited within him. All right, Chen Feng, you're ruthless today. I'll remember this. After speaking, Wu Yong turned to leave. Chen Feng wasn't about to let him go that easily. Before Wu Yong could take a few steps, Chen Feng reached out and blocked his path. Wu Yong froze, turned around, and glared at Chen Feng, shouting angrily, Chen Feng, don't push your luck. My father is the general manager of the Jiangcheng Hotel. How dare you block my way? Do you want to die? Chen Feng sneered at Wu Yong and said, Wu Yong, do you know who I am? You dare to mention your father in front of me? You're digging your own grave. Chen Feng's words startled Wu Yong, but he quickly regained his composure. Chen Feng, stop threatening me. Are you really more powerful than my father? As Wu Yong spoke, the few people around Chen Feng burst into laughter. Especially Zhang Dehua, the mastermind behind the Jiangcheng Hotel, who wore a broad smile. Wu Yong, did you say your name is Wu Nyo? At this point, Zhang Dehua also spoke up. He knew it was his turn to speak, otherwise, if Chen Feng were to become displeased, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Who are you? Do you know my dad? Wu Yong frowned and asked Zhang Dehua, not believing that Chen Feng's background could be stronger than that of the owner of the Jiangcheng Hotel. After all, Chen Feng was just a greenhorn, and he wasn't even that old. He must have just graduated from school recently. How could such a young person possibly know any influential figures? He thought that Zhang Dehua, the man behind Chen Feng, was just trying to intimidate him. However, Wu Yong wasn't a fool. After giving it some thought, he calmed down. After all, his own status was clear. No matter how powerful Chen Feng might be, he shouldn't be more powerful than his own father, right? Wu Yong then resumed his arrogant demeanor, looking down on Chen Feng with disdain and said, Since you know who my father is, why don't you apologize to me right now? Don't make me wait. When my father arrives, you'll be in for it. Chapter 155, When the West doesn't shine, the East does. Chapter 154, When the West doesn't shine, the East does. Fine. I'm just curious to see how he managed to catch us off guard. Chen Feng sneered, not giving Wu Yong's father a second glance. He was curious to see how much trouble the Wu family could stir up. Just then, a discordant voice rang out, spoken in a sarcastic tone. Who is it? How dare you cause trouble in my hotel? Everyone turned to look, seeing a middle-aged man in a white suit with a center-parted hairstyle standing at the entrance. He was accompanied by several burly men in black, clearly bodyguards. Judging by the scene, this middle-aged man was no ordinary person.
Unfortunately, the man who had arrived was none other than Wu Yong's father, Wu Niu.
Chen Feng sneered coldly and said, "You're from the Wu family? Who do you think you are to meddle in my business?"
Upon hearing these words, many of the guests present looked surprised, and their gaze toward the young man turned reverent. However, Wu Niu, Wu Yong's father, had a furious expression on his face. He glared at Chen Feng, desperately wanting to charge forward and tear him to pieces. However, remembering how he had been humiliated in front of Chen Feng earlier, he restrained himself.
"You dare to be so disrespectful? Let me tell you, this isn't the place for you to cause trouble. Get out of here immediately."
Wu Niutian, seeing Chen Feng's arrogant attitude, couldn't help but grow angry and shouted harshly.
"Oh? What did you say? Not bad.
You dare speak to me in that tone?" Chen Feng gave a cold smile, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent, and coldly uttered a few words. Wu Yong's father, Wu Niutian, heard Chen Feng's words and was taken aback for a moment before his anger flared even more. He pointed at Chen Feng's nose and shouted,
"You brat, you don't know when to back down.
I'll say it again, this isn't the place for you to cause trouble.
Get out of here immediately."
Chen Feng's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he said coldly, "I hate it when people point their fingers at me. You'd better take back your filthy finger, or else I might lose control and cripple you.
Listen carefully. My name is Chen Feng.
If you provoke me, the consequences will be severe."
Wu Yong's father, Wu Niutian, heard Chen Feng's words but didn't get angry.
Instead, he burst into laughter, pointing at Chen Feng's nose and said, "You're one bold young man.
Don't forget, you're an outsider. This is the territory of the Wu family of Jiangcheng. You dare to act so brazenly in front of me? You're asking for trouble." Wu Yong's father's words completely enraged Chen Feng.
He slammed his fist on the table and roared,
"Fine, since that's the case, I won't hold back either.
You show no mercy, so don't blame me for being ruthless.
Break his hands."
At Chen Feng's command, the bodyguards who had been waiting outside immediately rushed in and surrounded Chen Feng and his men. Wu Yong's father, seeing his bodyguards completely surround Chen Feng's men, smiled even more broadly.
He looked at Chen Feng and said, "Boy, you're finally scared, aren't you? Do you know how powerful the Wu family is? I advise you to surrender peacefully and stop struggling. I might consider sparing your life." Chen Feng burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Is that so?" "That's right." Seeing Chen Feng smile, Wu Niutian thought Chen Feng was scared. He continued to mock Chen Feng, trying to intimidate him.
Chapter 156, Majestic and Dominant, Chen Feng takes the crown. Chapter 155, Majestic and Dominant, Chen Feng takes the crown. However, his mockery only earned him an even more scornful laugh from Chen Feng, who coldly replied, "I, Chen Feng, have never known fear, and I don't even know how to write the word fear. Listen carefully, my name is Chen Feng, and you'll remember it for the rest of your life." Chen Feng's words completely ignited Wu Niutian's anger. He slammed the table and shouted, "All right, you little bastard, you've got the guts. Today, I'll make you beg for mercy on your knees. I'll make you see how powerful the Wu family is. My bodyguards, listen carefully, grab this kid and bring him to me. I'll torture him myself and watch him kneel before me begging for mercy." After he finished speaking, the two burly bodyguards by his side stepped forward toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng glanced at the two bodyguards, a smirk spreading across his face. He looked at Wu Yong's father and coldly said, "With just these two lackeys, you think you can take me on? You're really overestimating yourself. Who do you think you are? Get rid of these trash immediately, or you'll regret it." "Oomph, you brat, don't get so cocky. You'll be begging me on your knees soon." Wu Niutian glared at Chen Feng, ordering his men to subdue the four bodyguards surrounding him. He looked down on Chen Feng with disdain. In his eyes, although these bodyguards were fairly skilled, compared to his own men, they were nothing but a piece of cake, not worth mentioning. With a wave of his hand, several of his men charged toward Chen Feng. Seeing them approaching, Chen Feng didn't dodge. Instead, he sat calmly on the chair, letting them attack him. The bodyguards looked at Chen Feng's expression and found it odd. In their eyes, the young man before them had been scared into submission, so how could he remain so calm? Was he putting on a show? Everyone was suspicious, but their speed didn't slow down at all. Their fists and feet flew out. With a whistling sound cutting through the air, they aimed for Chen Feng's head and chest. This time, they weren't holding back like usual, delivering light punches or slaps. This time, they were giving it their all, aiming to knock Chen Feng to the ground and beat him senseless. However, what they didn't expect was that Chen Feng, watching their attacks, he didn't dodge at all, not even flinching, as if he was willing to take their attacks head on. They had given it their all, holding nothing back. If it had been an ordinary person, even a single blow from a large stone slab would have caused tremors. They all felt fortunate that they hadn't held back. Otherwise, even if they hadn't injured him, they would have at least wounded him. However, they still failed. Because as soon as their fists and feet made contact with Chen Feng, they immediately emitted a crisp cracking sound. Then a tremendous force swept through them, sending the two burly bodyguards flying through the air. They crashed into the wall, groaning in pain. Judging by their condition, they likely had several broken ribs.
Their companions, witnessing this outcome, couldn't help but gape in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for how to react.
After all, those were men weighing dozens of pounds, and they hadn't put up any resistance at all.
He was just thrown out like that. That's way too weird.
At that moment, Chen Feng wasn't idle either. He kicked the two bodyguards in the chest,
sending them flying several meters away.
Then he leaped onto their bodies and raised his foot to stomp down on their chests.
Chapter 157, Bullying the Weak is Not to be Tolerated. Bang bang.
Chen Feng's kicks were extremely powerful, and the two bodyguards were immediately stomped into the ground, spitting blood and losing consciousness. Seeing the two bodyguards lying on the ground, writhing in pain, Wu Niu's eyes flashed with a look of astonishment.
He never imagined that Chen Feng's strength was so formidable a single kick could cause such devastating damage.
After witnessing Chen Feng's strength, a sense of fear began to rise in Wu Niu's heart.
He swallowed hard and stammered, "What do you want? Let me tell you, this is Wu family territory.
If you dare touch us, you'll face the Wu family's retaliation."
Chen Feng glanced at Wu Niutian and sneered.
"Ha, at this point, you're still being stubborn.
Don't worry, you'll soon regret it.
I'll see if the Wu family can still stir up trouble then. Today, I won't just destroy your Wu family, I'll tear down your family's ancestral home.
Just wait and see the show."
Hearing Chen Feng's words, Wu Niu's face turned ashen. He pointed at Chen Feng and said through gritted teeth, "You brat, don't push your luck. I see you're asking for trouble.
Brothers, attack him. I'll see if he can withstand our relentless assaults. Today, I'll make him pay for daring to provoke the Wu family."
As he spoke, the other four burly men charged forward, attacking Chen Feng from all sides. Chen Feng saw this and didn't hesitate. He stood up, his body moved like a ghost, and he vanished from the spot in an instant. When Chen Feng reappeared before the crowd, it had already been several seconds. He stood beside the two bodyguards, coldly scanning Wu Niu. Wu Niu never expected Chen Feng to suddenly appear beside him. His eyes widened in shock. His face filled with horror, he stared at Chen Feng, unable to believe that Chen Feng possessed such incredible speed. He froze for a moment, completely at a loss, staring blankly at Chen Feng.
At that moment, Chen Feng slowly turned around, gazing at Wu Niu with a cold expression, and said in an icy tone, "I've told you before, my patience has its limits. I hate it when people test my patience, so I don't mind using you as a test subject." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Wu Niutian snapped back to his senses. He shook his head frantically and said nervously, "Chen Feng, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. I really dare not anymore. I'll kneel before you and apologize."
Seeing that Wu Niutian was genuinely kneeling before him, Chen Feng couldn't help but flash a look of contempt.
Chen Feng shook his head coldly and said, "It's unnecessary. Whether you kneel or not doesn't matter to me. Just remember one thing, everything you did today was your own doing. Don't blame others."
Wu Niutian wanted to say something else, but he thought better of it. After all, they had brought this upon themselves. They had provoked someone they shouldn't have. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with either. Since his bodyguards had all been defeated, he couldn't let himself lose face completely. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Chen Feng and snarled, "Chen Feng, remember this well. The mistakes you've made today, I will repay you tenfold." Upon hearing Wu Niutian's words, Chen Feng's lips curled slightly upward. A cold smile formed on his lips as he slowly stood up and walked toward Wu Niutian step by step.
Chapter 158, Borrowing the Tiger's Might, Pretending to be Something One Is Not. Chapter 157, Borrowing the Tiger's Might, Pretending to be Something One Is Not.
Chen Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, forming a cold, cruel curve. He slowly stood up and took a step toward Wu Niutian.
"Chen Feng, what are you doing?"
Wu Niutian watched as Chen Feng approached him step by step, swallowing hard and asking in a trembling voice.
Chen Feng didn't respond, continuing to approach Wu Niutian. At that moment, Wu Niutian was completely overwhelmed by fear.
The impression Chen Feng had left on Wu Niutian was simply too profound, so Wu Niutian dared not touch that nerve anymore. However, Chen Feng did not stop, continuing to advance toward Wu Niutian. Wu Niutian was so scared that he took several steps back, eventually collapsing onto the sofa. His hands were clenched tightly, with the veins on his knuckles bulging.
"What do you want? Chen Feng, don't come any closer."
Wu Niutian backed away while shouting in terror, his eyes filled with fear. At that moment, Chen Feng had already walked up to Wu Niutian. Heaven's vengeance may be forgiven, but self-inflicted suffering is unforgivable. Chen Feng sneered, "I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Now you have no one to blame but yourself." As he spoke, Chen Feng grabbed Wu Niutian by the collar, lifting him off the sofa, then threw him forcefully toward Zhang Dehua. Thud! Wu Niutian fell to the ground, his body colliding with the floor, producing a loud crash. He then lay motionless on the floor.
"Chen Feng, you dare to hit me. I will definitely take revenge on you." "Ah!" Wu Niutian lay on the ground, writhing in pain and screaming.
This time, Chen Feng had truly crippled him. From now on, he probably won't be able to do anything bad anymore. Hearing Wu Niutian's screams, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He sneered and said to Zhang Dehua,
"Zhang Dehua, is this your hotel's deputy manager? I think it's time for a change. As he spoke, Chen Feng walked toward the door. Everyone stood frozen in place. He had seen clearly just now this man was Wu Nyotian, the president of the Wu Group. Their president had been beaten into a cripple. This was unheard of. He never imagined that his hotel's vice president could be so powerful, capable of easily reducing Wu Nyotian to such a state. Wu Nyo, do you recognize me? Zhang Daihua saw that Chen Feng was genuinely angry and immediately asked Wu Nyo in a stern tone. Wu Nyo was still groaning on the ground. Upon hearing that familiar voice, he immediately looked up. Seeing Chen Feng standing beside Zhang Dahua, Wu Nyo's face turned even more embarrassed. His heart was now filled with anger. Chen Feng, you dare to injure my son? This time you're lucky, but I won't let you off the hook. Wu Nyo glared at Chen Feng with hatred, his voice dark and threatening. But his gaze slowly shifted, sensing something amiss, and moved toward Zhang Dahua. Upon seeing Zhang Dahua, Wu Nyotian's eyes flickered with fear. What? It's Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang, what are you doing here eating? This Chen Feng and you. No, is Chen Feng your guest? Seeing Wu Nyotian cowering like a stray dog, begging on the ground, Zhang Dahua couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. It seemed his intimidating presence was still quite effective. It seemed like this plan would go smoothly. Yes, that's right. He's my VIP guest. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pour him some wine and apologize. Chapter 159, You're not qualified to work with me. Chapter 158, You have no qualifications to work with me. Yes. Wu Nyotian hurriedly nodded respectfully, then picked up the red wine on the table and said to Chen Feng, Mr. Chen, please have some wine. After speaking, he raised the glass, preparing to hand it to Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng showed no intention of drinking. Instead, he extended his foot and kicked Wu Nyo's wrist, causing the wine bottle to slip from his hand and fly across the room. The glass shattered, sending shards flying everywhere, some of which landed on Wu Nyotian's palm. The pain made Wu Nyotian scream in agony. At that moment, Zhang Dahua had also reacted and quickly threw the wine bottle into the trash can. Mr. Chen, are you okay? I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively, then turned to ask Wu Nyotian. I already told you earlier. I don't want to see a despicable person like you in my sight. I'm warning you to leave immediately, or I'll have you thrown out. Although Chen Feng's tone was gentle, Wu Nyotian knew that Chen Feng was someone who wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. Oomph. Wu Nyotian snorted coldly, then turned to Zhang Dahua and said, Mr. Zhang, let me tell you, I've really messed up today. This grudge, I'll make sure to repay someday. After speaking, Wu Nyotian got up from the ground and prepared to leave. But he had forgotten his own status. He still looked unrepentant, truly a petty person who had gotten his way. Do you even have the right to act so arrogantly here now? Chen Feng said indifferently, then turned around and walked toward the stairs. Wait. Seeing Chen Feng block his path, Wu Nyotian immediately spoke up to stop him. What do you want? Chen Feng turned his head and said. You're no longer the deputy manager of this hotel. Pack your things and leave. Wu Nyotian never expected Chen Feng to be so assertive. He was speechless, unable to utter a single word. Oomph, I advise you not to show off here anymore. Otherwise, I'll beat you up and throw you out so you can never set foot on this street again. Put. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to give me orders? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Wu Nyotian couldn't help but fly into a rage. This Chen Feng was too arrogant and had no regard for others. Hearing Wu Nyotian's words, Chen Feng also lost his temper. He took a step forward and slapped Wu Nyotian hard across the face. The loud slap echoed throughout the room. Everyone heard the crisp sound and froze, no one daring to utter a word. Wu Nyotian couldn't utter a single word, clutching his burning left cheek, glaring at Chen Feng with hatred. You, what did I do? You're just asking for it. Chen Feng looked down on Wu Nyotian with disdain. After speaking, he turned away. You wait. I, Wu Nyotian, will never let you off the hook. One day, you'll pay for this. Wu Nyotian cursed viciously in his heart, but he lacked the courage to confront Chen Feng. Because he didn't know who Chen Feng was, but from Zhang Dahua's attitude, he was definitely no ordinary person. But Wu Nyo was still unwilling to back down. After all, he was the deputy general manager of Jiangcheng Hotel. Could an outsider just fire him like that? That was utterly absurd. Wu Nyo glared at Zhang Dahua, demanding a reasonable explanation. Chapter 160, Don't let mouse droppings ruin the porridge. Chapter 159, Don't let a mouse's droppings ruin the pot of porridge. But Zhang Dahua was currently celebrating Chen Feng's success and had no time to spare for Wu Nyo. Seeing that Zhang Dahua wasn't paying any attention to him, Wu Nyotian trembled all over. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Zhang Dahua. Zhang Dahua, you bastard. Don't think you're better than me just because you're the president. Do you know that this hotel also has shares owned by the Wu family? If you want to fire me, it won't be that simple. After finishing his rant, Wu Nyo glared at Zhang Dahua with hatred. At this point, Zhang Dahua couldn't sit still either. He stood up, pointed at Wu Nyotian's nose, and shouted angrily.
You Wu family, stop trying to intimidate me here.
This isn't your family's territory.
This is the Jiangcheng Hotel.
Do you think this place belongs to your family? This is hilarious.
Let me tell you, your family's shares have already been acquired by Chen Gongzi. Now Chen Gongzi is the real boss of the Jiangcheng Hotel.
You ignorant fool. How dare you bully people in the hotel? Get out of here immediately. What? What did you say? You said this hotel belongs to Chen Gongzi now? How is that possible? Upon hearing Zhang Dahua's words, Wu Nyotian's face betrayed a hint of surprise.
He never expected Chen Feng to own shares in the Jiangcheng Hotel.
Unbelieving, he asked again. You're talking nonsense. The Wu Group has been in Jiangcheng for decades. How could it be so easily acquired by Chen Feng?
Zhang Dahua snorted disdainfully and replied.
Sigh, you won't believe it until you see it.
Someone, throw this dog out of here. And his son, who looks like a dog in human form, throw him out too. Don't let him dirty our place. As soon as Zhang Dahua finished speaking, 2 security guards dressed in black entered the private room. Without a word, they grabbed Wu Nyotian's arms and dragged him out of the private room. Wu Nyotian's 2 bodyguards tried to struggle, but it was all in vain.
Even Wu Nyotian was not unconscious.
The poor man hadn't even regained consciousness before he was carried out by the 2 security guards. After watching Wu Nyotian being carried out by the 2 security guards,
the hotel staff couldn't help but whisper in disbelief.
They never expected Wu Nyotian to end up so badly.
They were all speculating about Wu Nyotian. Who had he offended to end up like this? It was utterly humiliating.
Zhang Dahua walked up to Chen Feng with a fawning smile and said,
Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry.
It was indeed my fault earlier. Please forgive me. It was my mistake at work.
Please overlook it and spare me.
Zhang Dahua could only beg humbly at this point, as he was afraid of angering Chen Feng, which would only lead to his own downfall.
Chen Feng wasn't an unreasonable person.
Seeing Zhang Dahua's humble demeanor, he didn't feel right about continuing to press the matter.
So Chen Feng waved his hand and said indifferently, It's okay, Mr. Zhang. This isn't your fault. It's just a case of one bad apple spoiling the bunch. Let's just handle it. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Dahua finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He hurriedly nodded in agreement and said, Mr. Chen, let's continue eating.
Otherwise, the food will get cold.
Zhang Dahua eagerly served Chen Feng some food while instructing the female waitress beside him.
Clear the dishes. Let's order something new. The female server bowed respectfully and went to carry out the orders.
Chapter 161, Even a dog must respect its master.
Chapter 161, Even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. Before long, the waitress brought the dishes to the table.
The meal was a great success, with both host and guests enjoying themselves thoroughly.
Chen Feng and Zhang Dahua also hit it off very well.
However, they did not mention a single word about Wu Nyotian, as if he did not exist.
That was the true mark of their wisdom. Dissonant voices must be silenced before they can take root.
After dinner, Zhang Dahua and Chen Feng strolled around the hotel area. Oh, I'm so sorry to interrupt your evening. Just then, a voice rang out and a group of people approached the 2 of them.
No problem, no problem. We didn't have anything else to do anyway.
We were just looking for somewhere to walk around. Zhang Dahua said with a smile, his expression natural, showing no signs of anger from being interrupted. Why are you still here?
Do you know where this is? Do you know the rules here?
Just then, a man in a black suit stepped out from the crowd. His face bore a look of disdain as he addressed Chen Feng and Zhang Dahua.
Rules?
We discovered this place first.
Don't we even have the right to choose where to eat?
Upon hearing this, Chen Feng immediately stepped forward and said with a cold smile.
Humph. This isn't just any place. You need an invitation to enter. Even if you have money, it's useless without an invitation.
The man sneered, looking arrogant and superior.
After hearing his words, Chen Feng cursed under his breath, thinking, what a bully. This is Haicheng, not just any place. If you want help, you have to pay the price.
Even if you're someone who's made it in Haicheng, you still have to follow the rules.
Don't rely on your power and influence to bully the common folk. Don't forget, this is Haicheng, not some backwater village. Whether we have an invitation or not is none of your business. Who do you think you are?
Zhang Dahua heard his words and his face turned sour.
Since you don't understand the rules here, you'd better leave immediately. Don't waste my time.
Upon hearing Zhang Dahua's words, the man's face immediately turned angry, and he shouted at the 2 of them.
Ha ha! I don't want to leave yet.
Zhang Dahua burst into laughter, then turned to Chen Feng beside him.
Chen Feng, do you think this guy is crazy? I find it pretty strange too. This isn't some small-time place. And this is the largest hotel in Haicheng. So many wealthy people come here to spend money. The security guards should know that. How dare he stop us? He must be crazy.
Chen Feng smiled faintly, his tone filled with mockery. Upon hearing Chen Feng and Zhang Dahua's words, the man immediately flew into a rage and prepared to call security. But suddenly stopped, his face turning unusually dark. His mind was racing.
and immediately thought of something. He then gave a subtle signal to the group of men behind him. Soon, a black sedan pulled up slowly. A middle-aged man stepped out of the car. He was short and slender, but his eyes were sharp and piercing, giving him a fierce and determined appearance. His body was tall and muscular, and his facial features were angular and well-defined, exuding an indomitable and unyielding demeanor. This was none other than Lu Feng, one of the 4 young masters of Haicheng, the host of this banquet. He was also highly renowned in the business world, though his temperament was notoriously unpredictable. However, he possessed an extremely powerful network of connections in the business realm. Chapter 162, Greedy for Profit, Seizing Every Opportunity. Chapter 161, Profit-Driven, Seizing Every Opportunity. Under his control, funds from many companies in High City were transferred to countries like Europe, yielding enormous profits. In the business world, there is a saying, businessmen are driven by profit and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Lu Feng is a prime example of this. He indeed possesses formidable strength in the business world. However, his background is highly complex. Although he has no connections with the major financial clans of High City, his father is a close friend of the city's administrators, which gives him a wide range of maneuverability. All of this is orchestrated by the people behind him. However, Chen Feng dismisses this with disdain. This time, he had no intention of attending the cocktail party or participating in it, as he already knew that his plan could not be executed perfectly. At this banquet, Chen Feng's task was to build good relationships with these people. As for other matters, that was none of his concern. He only hoped that these people would shift their attention away from him so that he could slip away. However, what Chen Feng did not anticipate was that after the banquet began, an unexpected event occurred. Lu Feng had invited the Wu brothers. After the Wu brothers and Lu Feng raised their cups and clinked them together, they revealed the conflicts they had with Chen Feng and Zhang Dehua. This happened very suddenly, and Chen Feng and Zhang Dehua were momentarily taken aback. "Ha, I didn't realize you knew Wu Niu and Wu Ma. I didn't notice that at all." Chen Feng and Zhang Dehua both knew that Lu Feng was actually Wu Niu, and even the person behind the Wu family. After hearing their words, Lu Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise on his face. There is plenty more you haven't noticed. Let me tell you, I'm not attending this banquet," Zhang Dehua said directly, his expression firm. "Oh? Why won't you attend the banquet? This is a great opportunity. Don't you plan to network with these big shots?" Seeing that Zhang Dehua wasn't willing to attend, Lu Feng didn't get angry. Instead, he continued to ask, his eyes flashing with a cunning gleam. I'm not interested in those people, and I have no interest in them either," Zhang Dehua said disdainfully. "Ha, that's not up to you. This banquet is very important, it's your chance," Lu Feng continued, his face adorned with a peculiar smile. "Oh? My opportunity? Are you also planning to team up with Wu Niu against me? I advise you to give up that notion. Your men are just a few bodyguards. Dealing with you would be child's play. I'm telling you, this is my family banquet. It's not a place where you can come and go as you please." Zhang Dehua snorted coldly, speaking to the man without any courtesy. "What you say makes some sense. I won't force you. Here's a deal, you can take half of the stakes for this banquet, and the rest will all go to Wu Niu. Do you have any objections?" Lu Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dehua and Chen Feng exchanged glances, both seeing the disdain in each other's eyes. Do you think this will make me submit? Let me tell you, no way. If you want Wu Niu to beat me, you'll have to kill me first. Otherwise, forget it," Zhang Dehua said coldly. Though he was somewhat indulgent, he wasn't foolish. "Is that so?" Lu Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, then he turned to his men and gave them a nod. Moments later, several black-clad men threw bricks through the car windows, smashing them into Zhang Dehua and Chen Feng. Chapter 163, Bullying the Weak, the Acts of a Coward. Chapter 162, Bullying the Weak, the Acts of a Coward. Zhang Dehua, seeing this, his expression suddenly changed, and he let out a loud roar, his body darting forward. Before his feet touched the bricks, he managed to dodge them. Chen Feng saw this and quickly dodged out of the way as well. Trying to escape? Do you think that's possible? I see you're as good as dead today." Lu Feng sneered, waved his hand, and instantly a group of black-clad men surged out from behind him, surrounding Zhang Dehua and Chen Feng. "I'm telling you, surrender now while you still can. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." A tall, muscular man with dark skin shouted loudly. "Is that so? I'll see who ends up facing unimaginable consequences." Chen Feng snorted coldly, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. In an instant, his aura had reached its peak. The aura emanating from him was so powerful that it instantly terrified the black-clad men. They never expected this young man to be so powerful, especially at such a young age. Possessing such terrifying cultivation, this left them all speechless. Do you really think your petty tricks can intimidate me? You fools, you're nothing but useless trash. You can't even handle a few young upstarts. What use are you to me if I keep you around?
Seeing his men cowed by Chen Feng, Lu Feng's face turned ashen and he shouted angrily. His handsome face flushed red, clearly indicating that his patience had reached its limit. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the black-clad men snapped back to their senses and immediately released the pressure they had been exerting on Chen Feng. At the same time, they stripped off their clothes, revealing muscular bodies covered in tattoos. The tattoos were extremely grotesque and ugly. Chen Feng saw this and couldn't help but furrow his brows.
It seemed these men were no ordinary fighters. Fortunately, Chen Feng was no slouch either and wasn't intimidated by their aura. He stood there calmly.
Chen Feng remained silent, but that didn't mean others were quiet. Take Zhang Dahua, for instance. His expression had grown as dark as night. His heart was already boiling with rage. He clenched his fists tightly, his veins bulging on his body, and he looked like a furious lion.
Damn it, these bastards dare to offend my VIP guest, Mr. Chen. I'd kill them right now. Zhang Dahua growled.
Chen Feng saw that Zhang Dahua was being extremely sincere toward him. They say that true colors show in times of trouble.
In this situation,
Zhang Dahua remained true to his principles. He couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and said, "They're just a bunch of petty thugs. I'll deal with them properly later and teach them a lesson for daring to provoke me."
"Ha, of course. You can leave if you want, but I have one condition. I wonder if Mr. Chen is interested in agreeing to it."
Lu Feng said with a smile, his eyes filled with a mocking expression.
"Go ahead, I'm curious to see what conditions you want to negotiate with me. I don't have time to waste on you."
Chen Feng snorted coldly, speaking without any courtesy. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Lu Feng's face lit up with a smile, then said,
"Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to collaborate with you. I heard you're good at investing.
I currently have a few promising projects, but I'm short on funds.
If you agree to partner with me, we'll let today's matter drop." Lu Feng's tone was filled with a threatening undertone. Chapter 164, Greed Leads to Self-Destruction. Chapter 164, Greed Leads to Self-Destruction.
Chen Feng sneered inwardly but maintained a calm expression on his face and said,
"These projects aren't suitable for me.
If you need funding, I can introduce you to a few reliable contacts."
"What do you think?"
Lu Feng froze upon hearing this. He had dared to treat Chen Feng this way.
Was because he knew Chen Feng was just an outsider with no money.
Now Chen Feng was actually saying he had good projects to introduce, which was extremely shocking to him.
Could this guy really have some kind of special background?
The thought flashed through Lu Feng's mind.
However, these thoughts were quickly dismissed.
If Chen Feng really had connections, he would have already made them known by now.
Why would he still be so obscure? If Chen Feng has such abilities, why doesn't he publicize this matter? Moreover, this matter involves their Lu group.
With that in mind, Lu Feng's attitude immediately became more polite as he said to Chen Feng,
"Could you recommend any projects for me?"
As Lu Feng spoke, he wore a humble smile on his face. In his heart, he thought that if Chen Feng could introduce him to some suitable projects, he was willing to pay double the price to acquire them.
Chen Feng looked at Lu Feng's expression and couldn't help but smile inwardly. He knew the other party was up to something again.
However, Chen Feng pretended not to know and said to Lu Feng,
"Actually, there aren't any particularly good projects.
I've just returned to the country and am not very familiar with the market rules, so I'm not sure what type of project you're interested in. Why don't we wait until I become more familiar with the market and then I'll get in touch with you." Chen Feng spoke very diplomatically.
He knew Lu Feng would think he wasn't capable of helping.
Chen Feng was well aware that none of this was his fault, it was all Lu Feng's greed. He merely intended to exploit Lu Feng's greed to extract some useful information from him.
Lu Feng heard Chen Feng's evasive words and didn't press the matter further.
After all, such things couldn't be rushed. He still needed Chen Feng to help develop his company, so he decided to bide his time and look for opportunities later. Lu Feng thought to himself, "Wait until I find an opportunity, I'll make you beg for mercy at my feet." Though his thoughts were bold, his words were polite. Well then, since that's the case, let's get in touch another time." As he spoke, Lu Feng gestured for Chen Feng to leave. Chen Feng stood up and said to Lu Feng, "We will definitely meet again." He then turned and walked toward the door with Zhang Dahua.
Lu Feng watched helplessly as Chen Feng and Zhang Dahua's figures disappeared from his sight.
His expression grew dark and he cursed inwardly.
"Damn it, you ungrateful brat. I'll see how long you can keep up your arrogance."
As he thought about it, Lu Feng picked up the phone and dialed a number.
The call connected quickly.
Lu Feng spoke into the phone at Old 3, "Send someone to keep an eye on that guy named Chen Feng.
I want to see what kind of tricks he can pull."
After hanging up, Lu Feng's face returned to its usual expression, but this time it was filled with a sinister smile, his lips curling slightly upward in a chilling grin.
Chen Feng and Zhang Dahua walked out of the Lu group together. Zhang Dahua asked Chen Feng, "Chen Xiao, you were really impressive just now."
Chapter 165, One man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot pass. Chapter 164, One man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot pass. Chen Feng gave Zhang Dahua a casual glance and said,
"Don't go around bragging about me outside. You'll soon realize how foolish your behavior was just now."
Chen Feng shook his head, looking disappointed.
Zhang Daihua retorted defiantly, what I said was wrong. Chen Feng shook his head, looking disappointed, and said, what you said was all correct. You've thoroughly angered Lu Feng this time. I doubt Lu Feng is a good person either. Just look at Wu Niu. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam follows suit. But we'll handle it. Water can be blocked with earth, and soldiers can be met with generals. If he dares to do anything harmful to us, I'll make sure he pays the price. Chen Feng isn't someone to be pushed around. If someone doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if they provoke me, I'll definitely provoke them back. Zhang Dehua, hearing Chen Feng mention Wu Niu, recalled Wu Niu's arrogant demeanor earlier and couldn't help but say, Lu Feng is just relying on the prestige of his family business to act tough. In my opinion, he's not very capable. He's all about connections. Chen Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Zhang Dahua's words. Chen Feng laughed for a while before stopping. He turned to Zhang Dahua and said, You're quite the character. Let me tell you, if it weren't for my good luck in meeting you this time, I might be lying in the hospital right now. But you don't need to worry about this. With me, Chen Feng, around, he can't do anything to me. As Chen Feng spoke, his face was filled with confidence. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Daihua couldn't help but admire him with a glance. He finally understood what Chen Feng meant by water comes, earth blocks, soldiers come, we defend. Zhang Dahua knew that Chen Feng's background must be extraordinary, but Chen Feng had not revealed his true identity. Which was enough to prove that Chen Feng did not wish to reveal his true identity. Thinking about this, Zhang Dahua no longer mentioned the earlier incident. The two walked to the parking lot, and Chen Feng said to Zhang Dahua, By the way, let's leave it at that for today. We'll just wait and see what happens. There's a new project next week. You should follow up on it. It's a big project, and I'll be there too. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dahua nodded and said, No problem. But what exactly is this new project? Chen Feng gave a mysterious smile and said, You'll find out when the time comes. Since Chen Feng didn't want to say more, Zhang Dahua didn't feel comfortable asking further and simply nodded. The two then drove off in their respective vehicles. Upon returning home, Chen Feng didn't rush to practice. Instead, he turned on his computer to review the project he had prepared for investment and construction. In fact, Chen Feng had already identified this project long ago, but due to being busy with his jewelry business recently, it had been put on hold. However, now that he had a preliminary plan, he didn't need to worry about anything. Chen Feng first browsed through the project and found that it was a civilian tourism project and a large-scale leisure and entertainment zone. However, this project was not of a public welfare nature, but a purely commercial tourism project. The investors were not concerned about the investment amount, but simply wants to develop it into a tourist attraction. Moreover, the project's planning drawings were personally drafted by Chen Feng. And Chen Feng felt that this time he was sure to make a fortune. After reviewing the plans, Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at his own ingenuity. The next day, Chen Feng arrived at the company early. He had an important meeting today that he absolutely had to attend. Chapter 166, Everyone waits for me to eat. Chapter 165, Everyone waits for me to eat. Chen Feng sat in his office, sipping tea while waiting for Zhang Dahua to arrive. Zhang Dahua arrived at Chen Feng's office 10 minutes later. He looked at Chen Feng sitting at his desk and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, you called for me? Upon hearing Zhang Dahua's words, Chen Feng looked up at him and smiled, saying, That's right, I called you here. I want you to accompany me to an important meeting. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Zhang Dahua excitedly replied, Mr. Chen, I will work hard and do my best to meet your expectations. Zhang Dahua's performance pleased Chen Feng greatly. He nodded and said, All right, I believe you can do it. I believe in you. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Dahua felt a surge of passion welling up inside him. He silently resolved. He would work hard and strive to impress Chen Feng in the shortest possible time. Make Chen Feng take notice of him and promote him to assistant to the president. Zhang Dahua had already made up his mind he would dedicate himself to assisting Chen Feng in every way possible. After discussing the matter, Chen Feng and Zhang Dahua entered the company's conference room together. As soon as they entered, they immediately caught the attention of numerous journalists who recognized Zhang Dahua at once and quickly pulled out their cameras to take photos of the two. Inside the conference room, after everyone had seated themselves, Zhang Dahua began explaining the details of this large-scale civilian tourism project. This large-scale civilian tourism project included various entertainment facilities such as an amusement park, hotels, and restaurants. Some of these are specifically managed by vice presidents to handle tourism-related matters. This approach aims to increase foot traffic, boost company revenue, and ensure customer safety. However, due to the significant investment required, the returns are also substantial. Zhang Dahua continued to speak enthusiastically about the project, while Chen Feng, sitting at the lower end of the table, remained silent, listening intently. The conference room was completely silent, with everyone listening intently to Zhang Dahua's presentation. Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly at his friend's expertise. He had such in-depth knowledge of the project, and the words coming out of his mouth. This left Chen Feng deeply impressed by Zhang Dahua.
Zhang Dehua spoke passionately, his words flowing freely.
Before anyone noticed, it was already noon.
At that moment, the conference room door was pushed open and a woman in a black business suit walked in. She was around 30 years old and had a fairly delicate appearance. She scanned the room, then addressed Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, I am Li Yu, the assistant to the chairman of the board of directors of the Aoxiang Tourism Group Company. I have been sent by the company's leadership to invite Mr. Chen to join us for lunch.
Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. The meeting isn't over yet. Please wait a moment.
Li Yu nodded and stood aside without saying a word, quietly waiting for Chen Feng's instructions. The meeting lasted exactly 1 hour. Throughout the hour, Li Yu stood by quietly, listening to Chen Feng's instructions.
Chen Feng glanced at the time and saw it was about right. He put down his pen and said to Li Yu, "Let's go."
With that, Chen Feng led the way toward the entrance of the hall. Li Yu followed behind Chen Feng, the two of them walking one in front of the other toward the hall.
Chapter 167, There's no such thing as a free lunch. Chapter 166, There's no such thing as a free lunch. Along the way, they encountered many employees who kept nodding and greeting Chen Feng. This made Li Yu couldn't help but be secretly amazed.
He thought to himself, this Chen Feng really has quite the influence in the company. Chen Feng walked on, paying no heed to the curious glances from the surrounding employees. He walked confidently to the entrance of the lobby, then they got into an extremely luxurious car.
They then headed toward an extremely luxurious restaurant. At that moment, Zhu Dong, the chairman of Aoxiang Tourism Group, was waiting for Chen Feng. However, judging by Zhu Dong's expression, it seemed he had been waiting for a long time, as evidenced by the frequency with which he was drinking his coffee. He had clearly had many cups already. Zhu Dong had never waited for anyone like this before.
After all, he was the chairman of the Aoxiang Tourism Group, a man of high status who never had to wait for anyone himself. This was also one of the reasons why Chen Feng held such a high status in his eyes. If an ordinary employee dared to make him wait, he would have kicked them out long ago. The car came to a stop, and Chen Feng and Li Yu stepped out.
"Mr. Chen, you're here. Please follow me."
Zhu Dong stood up immediately upon seeing Chen Feng, smiling as he spoke to him. Though he had been waiting for a long time. But he still put on a humble demeanor. After all, he was still the chairman of the soaring tourism group and needed to maintain his image. "Chairman Zhu Dong, I'm truly sorry for keeping you waiting."
"Not at all.
It was our fault for arriving early. I had already heard from my secretary that you were on your way, so I came ahead of time.
Please forgive me for any inconvenience."
Although Zhu Dong said this, Chen Feng detected a hint of insincerity in his tone.
Chen Feng smiled and did not press the matter further.
The two entered the restaurant and sat down at a round table.
The waiter quickly brought over coffee and desserts.
Chen Feng took a sip, set down his coffee cup, and smiled broadly.
"Mr. Zhu, is our company doing well these days?" "Yes, it's going smoothly. Mr. Chen, our Aoxiang Tourism Group is thriving.
If it weren't for your help in getting us through the tough times, we might have gone bankrupt and closed down long ago." Zhu Dong spoke while lifting his coffee cup to take a sip, a bitter taste spreading across his mouth. Zhu Dong furrowed his brows but swallowed the bitter taste. "This time, our tourism group is preparing to invest in a new project, so we're a bit tight on funds.
I wonder if Mr. Chen has any suggestions to help us out?" "Ha, Mr. Zhu Dong, I think you've misunderstood my meaning."
Zhu Dong, upon hearing this, hurriedly smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, what you mean is that since we're partners now, there's no need for formalities, right?"
Zhu Dong was always a smart man, how could he not figure it out?
Chen Feng smiled and nodded, then took out his checkbook and handed it to Zhu Dong, saying, "Mr. Zhu, here's a check for 100 million yuan.
Please accept it." Zhu Dong looked at Chen Feng's check and was taken aback.
He hadn't even mentioned the amount yet, and Chen Feng was being so generous.
In fact, he didn't even blink an eye. At that moment, Zhu Dong felt a bit overwhelmed by the generosity.
He hurriedly declined, saying,
"Mr. Chen, you must have misunderstood.
I was just trying to help you.
Please don't misinterpret my intentions."
"No. Mr. Zhu, you must have misunderstood.
This money isn't free. It's a sponsorship fee." Chapter 168, Killing Two Birds with One Stone, Maximizing Benefits. Chapter 167, Killing Two Birds with One Stone, Maximizing Benefits. Zhu Dong was completely taken aback.
He never expected Chen Feng to offer him a naming rights fee. This was completely beyond his expectations. Zhu Dong scratched his scalp awkwardly and said, "Mr. Chen, this is too much for me."
"Mr. Chen, this isn't appropriate, is it?
If you do this, our soaring tourism group won't be able to afford such a loss. Mr. Zhu, I assure you there is no need to worry. The sponsorship fee won't cost you much. You can simply allocate these expenses toward our bid in this tender.
As for your investment, we can discuss that later.
The priority now is to get this matter resolved as soon as possible." Zhu Dong heard this and felt a surge of excitement. Chen Feng had spoken so confidently, so it must be true. He also knew that Chen Feng wasn't the type to make empty promises. Therefore, Zhu Dong accepted the check from Chen Feng without hesitation and smiled broadly, saying, "Since that's the case, I'll take it upon myself to express our gratitude to Mr. Chen on behalf of our tourist resort."
Chen Feng heard this, waved his hand, and said, Mr. Zhu, you're being too generous. This time, I was able to complete the construction of the tourist resort smoothly, and it was all thanks to our own efforts. It's nothing to make a big deal out of. You don't need to worry about it, and this money wasn't earned by you either. Ha, Mr. Chen, you're too polite. This money is your hard-earned reward. We wouldn't dream of taking advantage of you. If it weren't for your help, we would have been a complete failure. If you hadn't come to our rescue in time, our company would probably be bankrupt by now. Xu Dong said with a smile. Chen Feng also smiled. This is what I should do. After all, I'm a shareholder of your tourist resort. How could I just stand by and do nothing? Xu Dong heard this and couldn't help but feel moved. Chen Feng really is a man of integrity. Alright, since that's the case, I won't keep you any longer. Let's discuss the details of this cooperation project first. Chen Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. Alright, let's discuss the specific cooperation plan now. The two began to discuss the matter in detail. Ultimately, Xu Dong finalized several proposals. Aoshan Group would be responsible for the construction of the first phase and the second phase of the tourist resort. Second, the equity distribution, and finally, the theme project for the tourist resort. These 4 points are as follows. First, the name of the tourist resort will be Flying Heaven Resort. This is the name of a tourist resort designed for leisure and relaxation. And it is of the highest caliber. The resort will offer accommodation, leisure activities, swimming, fitness, sports, and everything else one could desire. Such a resort is absolutely unmatched in China. Therefore, the value of this resort is truly immeasurable. While tourist resorts are named after tourist attractions, this is not the key point. The key lies in the fact that this resort can attract a large number of people in a short period of time. And in such an environment, it can also attract various talents. Such a project is a golden opportunity for a tourism group. Therefore, Xu Dong will definitely choose to collaborate with the Soaring Group on this project. Chen Feng was also very satisfied with Xu Dong's response. After all, such a project is unmatched in the country. Moreover, the theme of this tourist village can be described as killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 169, Silence Speaks Volumes. Chapter 168, Silence Speaks Volumes. Chen Feng also felt that this matter was a win-win situation. Xu Dong could tell from Chen Feng's expression that he was very satisfied with the cooperation proposal he had just suggested, and Xu Dong was also delighted. He also knew that once this matter was settled, his tourist resort would finally gain entry into the upper echelons of high society, which would undoubtedly bring him immense benefits in his development within this circle. Mr. Chen, rest assured. I have already discussed the theme project for the tourist resort with the other company executives, and they all agree with the plan. Oh, that's wonderful. Alright, I'll have the finance department transfer 500 million yuan to you immediately. This 500 million yuan will be used for construction. Of course, the investment will be based on equity ratios, and I'm sure you're more familiar with that than I am. Of course. Xu Dong nodded repeatedly. Alright, Mr. Zhu, I will have the company's finance department transfer the funds to your account. The preparatory work for this project is now in your capable hands. Mr. Chen, rest assured. I will do my utmost to ensure the project is successful. Once the project is completed, I will immediately arrange for investment preparations and strive to secure funding for the project within a week. That's a lot of work for you, Mr. Zhu. Chen Feng smiled and stood up, addressing Xu Dong. Xu Dong, seeing this, hurriedly stood up and approached him, saying, Mr. Chen, please don't say that. It is our honor to collaborate with your company, and I would be delighted to serve your company. Chen Feng smiled and said, Mr. Zhu, you're too kind. I'm just running a small business. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Xu Dong immediately felt that Chen Feng was incredibly humble. This modest attitude made Xu Dong's impression of Chen Feng grow even more. Moreover, Chen Feng wasn't the type to fake it, he was genuinely humble. He referred to a business worth hundreds of millions as a small operation. How could Xu Dong not be impressed by Chen Feng's ambition and generosity? The more Xu Dong thought about it, the more he believed Chen Feng was an extraordinary individual. Such a mindset was not something an ordinary person could possess. Working under Chen Feng, he was sure he would rise to great heights. At this thought, a bright smile spread across Xu Dong's face, and he said, Mr. Chen, you're being too modest. You're the youngest business owner I've ever met. Ha, Mr. Zhu is too kind. I'm just an ordinary person. Chen Feng said with a faint smile. Although his fame had been growing steadily over the past few months, he remained a humble, luxurious, and intellectually profound individual. Therefore, he never took others' praise too seriously. Chen Feng didn't want to linger any longer, as he was eager to see the progress of the project. He quickly turned to Xu Dong and said, Mr. Zhu, I have some matters to attend to. Let's discuss this another time. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Xu Dong quickly stood up and said, Mr. Chen, please go ahead. I'll see you out. Chen Feng didn't refuse and stood up, following Xu Dong out of the room. Chen Feng followed Xu Dong out of the private room. The two arrived at the elevator door. Chen Feng looked at Xu Dong and said, Mr. Zhu, I have one more favor to ask of you. Xu Dong, upon hearing this, hurriedly smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, please don't be so formal. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Whatever I can do, I'll do it without hesitation." Chen Feng smiled slightly and said, "It's like this, my group will also be venturing into the tourism industry in the future. When the time comes, you can come over to help me." Chapter 170, A Blessing Earned Over 8 Lifetimes. Chapter 169, A Blessing Earned Over 8 Lifetimes. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Xu Dong understood the deeper meaning behind Chen Feng's words. He was extending an olive branch to him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he seized it, his tourism group would rise to a new level and might even surpass the other tourism groups in a short time. Xu Dong was momentarily speechless. Chen Feng's words were too shocking, leaving Xu Dong in disbelief. Chen Feng actually seemed to be trying to recruit him. This was truly a blessing from a past life. How could such a good thing happen to him? After all, Chen Feng was far wealthier than anyone else, and the conditions he offered were exceptionally generous. Xu Dong was momentarily confused, but his heart was filled with anticipation. What does Chen Feng mean? Could Chen Xiao have some ulterior motive? Or has he taken a liking to me? That possibility is quite high. Xu Dong thought to himself. However, he remained calm, as this was no time for carelessness. Regardless, Chen Feng's intentions were now clear. He definitely wanted to recruit him. That proves he's sincere. If that's the case, then he should seize this opportunity instead of standing here dumbfounded. Xu Dong silently reminded himself, but he couldn't help feeling a bit anxious. Will Chen Feng be impressed by my character, or by my work skills? If that's the case, I'm in trouble. Mr. Chen, please take a look at my resume. These are all my achievements over the years. Though they can't compare to yours, they are definitely top-notch. Saying this, Xu Dong picked up a document from the side and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the document Xu Dong handed him, flipped through it casually, and found that Xu Dong was indeed quite capable. His resume showed that over the years, Xu Dong had been running his own business in addition to his career. Chen Feng silently praised Xu Dong's capabilities. He was indeed talented, but that didn't necessarily mean Xu Dong was worth recruiting. Chen Feng looked at Xu Dong with a playful smile and asked, "Mr. Xu, I hear you have other businesses on the side. Would you be interested in collaborating with me?" As soon as Chen Feng asked the question, Xu Dong looked at him with a puzzled expression, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. However, he quickly regained his composure, which further improved Chen Feng's impression of Xu Dong. Chen Feng knew that such a man was highly ambitious and driven. He must aspire to establish himself firmly in the business world. Moreover, Chen Feng was well aware that this world was not limited to just one Xu Dong. There were countless talented individuals in the world, and Chen Feng needed someone like Xu Dong to assist him. Xu Dong happened to fit the bill perfectly, which is why Chen Feng had taken the initiative to approach him. Xu Dong listened to Chen Feng's words and was initially taken aback before continuing, "Mr. Chen, you're being too kind. How could I possibly compare to you? I am well aware of your abilities. Everything I have achieved today is thanks to you. If you are willing, I, Xu, will serve you as a loyal servant, and I will never forget your kindness. I swear this to you here." Xu Dong spoke very quickly, but his voice was extremely firm, which made Chen Feng feel very satisfied. It seems I underestimated him. Chen Feng thought to himself, my guess was indeed correct. This Xu Dong is not someone content with mediocrity, he is also a man with ambition. Chapter 171, Assessing the Situation and Keeping Pace with the Times. Chapter 171, Assessing the Situation and Keeping Pace with the Times. This man is worth befriending. Alright, since Mr. Zhu has this idea, let's discuss the cooperation in detail. As he spoke, Chen Feng pulled out his bank card from his pocket, placed it on the table, and said to Xu Dong, "Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's finalize this matter here and now. Once our cooperation is finalized, I will become the chairman of your company, and I, Chen Feng, will be your most loyal partner. We will stand together through thick and thin." As soon as Chen Feng spoke, the entire room fell into silence. Everyone was stunned by his words. They were all businessmen, and the amount of money Chen Feng had given them was a fortune for people like them. However, such a fortune made them feel uneasy. After all, in their eyes, Chen Feng was more capable than Xu Dong. The money Chen Feng had given them was enough to ensure they could enjoy endless wealth and luxury for the next decade, and might even propel them to the pinnacle of success. Such an offer would be irresistible to any merchant. However, all of this was built on Xu Dong's background. If Xu Dong were just an ordinary person, everything would change. This, Xu Dong naturally understands. The conditions Chen Feng has offered them have indeed made Xu Dong hesitate, and he knows that he is still overestimating his own capabilities. How could he dare to accept such generous terms from Chen Feng? However, Xu Dong is also a clever man. All his thoughts are no secret to Chen Feng. Xu Dong is also very nervous inside, secretly cursing Chen Feng for being cunning. However, Chen Feng was unaware of any of this. Chen Feng also had no idea how generous the terms he had offered Xu Dong were. It wasn't just about money. Chen Feng's status and his formidable strength also allowed him to easily control Xu Dong's fate. Chen Feng saw that Zhu Dong was taking his time to respond and didn't grow impatient. Instead, he waited patiently for Zhu Dong's answer. Zhu Dong was also torn. These were things he had never even dared to imagine before. He didn't know how to choose. Zhu Dong's mind was filled with countless thoughts, and after much deliberation, he made an extremely difficult decision. He couldn't let Chen Feng down, so in the end, Zhu Dong gritted his teeth and made his choice. He said, "Alright, since Chen Xiao is offering me such a great opportunity, I'll agree. I'm willing to collaborate with you. From now on, the Soaring Tourism Group will belong to you, Chen Xiao." Zhu Dong's response was firm. He knew Chen Feng had extraordinary abilities, and he trusted his judgment. He was certain he hadn't misjudged him. That's why he agreed to Chen Feng's request without hesitation. Good. Chen Feng nodded satisfactorily and said, "Alright, since Mr. Zhu is so straightforward, let's proceed with signing the contract. This contract is just a formality for you, Mr. Zhu. You should know what to do." With that, Chen Feng opened his briefcase, took out a folder, placed it on the table, and said, "This is the cooperation agreement between our two tourism companies. Please take a look first. If there are no issues, we can proceed with the signing." Zhu Dong took the agreement and began to read it carefully. The more he read, the more shocked he felt. He couldn't fathom how all of this had been achieved, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 172, A Bright Future Lies Ahead. Chapter 171, A Bright Future Lies Ahead. This contract was entirely based on the hundreds of billions of investment profits provided by Chen Feng. Almost every investment was expected to yield results, which only deepened Zhu Dong's admiration for Chen Feng. Having spent years in the business world, Chen Feng had seen it all and was well prepared for such tactics. This business plan was flawless, not only in terms of tourism products but also in real estate, hotels, and other commercial properties. Every detail was clear and concise. He's simply amazing. Zhu Dong couldn't help but marvel inwardly, his gaze growing even more intense as he looked at Chen Feng. This made Chen Feng feel very satisfied. He smiled at Zhu Dong without saying much. "Chen Xiao, let us work together smoothly." As he spoke, Zhu Dong extended his hands to shake Chen Feng's. Chen Feng didn't hesitate either, extending his hands to grasp Zhu Dong's firmly. Soon, both of their lips curled into bright smiles. The meal was filled with joy and harmony, and Zhu Dong felt that he had made the right choice in befriending Chen Feng. He silently vowed to himself that no matter what difficulties arose in the future, he, Zhu Dong, would cling tightly to this towering tree. He believed that as long as Chen Feng was there, his life would only grow brighter and more prosperous. "Chen Xiao, what are your plans for next?" After the meal, Zhu Dong looked at Chen Feng and asked respectfully. Though he was curious about Chen Feng's background, he didn't want to pry into his private affairs, so he kept a proper distance. Chen Feng chuckled and said, "No plans. Let's just call it a day. Doing your job well is the best arrangement." "All right." Upon hearing Chen Feng's instructions, Zhu Dong didn't refuse. He nodded and turned to leave. His admiration for Chen Feng grew even deeper. He had already secretly vowed to himself that he would strive to learn Chen Feng's techniques. After watching Zhu Dong leave, Chen Feng's smile gradually faded and his gaze grew deep. "Shen Ge, you saw how Zhu Zong behaved just now. I never expected him to be so pragmatic. I believe that this collaboration between Aoxian Tourism and us will surely achieve great success." At that moment, Zhao Qiao, who had come to deliver the contract, walked up to Chen Feng and spoke respectfully. Chen Feng chuckled and said, "Yes, Zhu Dong is quite capable. I trust my judgment." Zhao Qiao's face lit up with a satisfied smile. He knew he had chosen the right person to follow this time. He hadn't expected Chen Feng to take notice of Zhu Dong, let alone place such high regard on him, which filled his heart with excitement. "Alright, since everything is settled now, let's go. We should conduct an on-site inspection and take a look at their best resort." Saying this, Chen Feng stood up and walked toward the door. They still had many matters to attend to, such as Chen Feng needing to rush off to visit his vacation mountain resort. Chen Feng led Zhao Qiao and Wang Wei straight to the resort Zhu Dong had mentioned. Along the way, Chen Feng didn't idle. He kept asking Wang Wei about the situation of the people under Zhu Dong's command. Wang Wei patiently explained everything to Chen Feng. Chapter 173, This is a demonstration of wisdom. Chapter 172, This is a manifestation of wisdom. After all, Chen Feng's collaboration this time had been of immense help to him. Therefore, Wang Wei also hoped to use this opportunity to repay Chen Feng for his kindness. He certainly didn't want Chen Feng to look down on him. At this moment, Chen Feng also wore a pensive expression on his face. He knew that Wang Wei was taking this opportunity to curry favor with him. Zhu Dong is a talented individual. If I were to bring him under my wing, it would greatly strengthen my influence. However, I can't fully trust him yet. I need to test him further. Chen Feng pondered silently to himself, already having made up his mind. Along the way, Chen Feng and Wang Wei chatted very harmoniously, and they had a significant exchange. The relationship between Chen Feng and Wang Wei grew closer at an astonishing pace. This would be of great help to Chen Feng in his future management of the company. He was also eagerly looking forward to further strengthening his relationship with Wang Wei. After all, although his company had already grown quite large, the grand vision he had in mind had not yet been fully realized. Therefore, what he desires most now is to have a capable subordinate by his side. And Wang Wei is an excellent choice. After all, Wang Wei is a new hire at the company, so it's important to observe him for a while to avoid being taken advantage of by others. However, Wang Wei is an impatient person, constantly nagging Chen Feng in his ear. Chen Feng listens, unable to do anything but smile helplessly. This guy really is a chatterbox. 3 days later, at the Soaring Skies Resort, Chen Feng brought Wang Wei along for an inspection. Though it was ostensibly an inspection, it was really just to experience the resort's vacation atmosphere. It must be said that the resort was far from the hustle and bustle of the city, with fresh air and beautiful surroundings, truly a tourist paradise. If this place could be turned into a tourist attraction, it would greatly boost the entire city, and this project would also be an excellent investment opportunity. Looking at the picturesque scenery with lush green trees, birds singing, and flowers in bloom, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. After all, life here is truly very pleasant, and it is the kind of lifestyle Chen Feng enjoys. Not only that, but he also plans to turn this place into a leisure resort, allowing everyone who comes here to stay overnight. This would be a very profitable venture. Of course, these ideas still need to be further implemented. At this point, Wang Wei also shared his thoughts. Boss, you're truly amazing for finding such a great place. If our company had your kind of vision and decision-making ability, we would definitely succeed. Chen Feng smiled faintly. It's just luck. Wang Wei shook his head. That's not luck, it's a sign of wisdom. Alright, regardless, I still want to thank you. This time, let me treat you to dinner? Chen Feng said with a smile. After all, he had come here for work, and he didn't want to come for nothing. Wang Wei hurriedly said, Sir, please don't be so polite. I don't have anything to give you. Let me treat you to dinner. Chen Feng didn't refuse and nodded. Alright, since that's the case, I'll take you up on your offer. Chen Feng and Wang Wei sat down in the restaurant of the resort hotel. Soon, the waiter brought the meal over. Chapter 174, On-Site Inspection, Getting to Know the Roots. Chapter 173, On-Site Inspection, Getting to Know the Roots. Sir, here are the dishes you ordered today. Please enjoy your meal. The waiter said respectfully. All right. Chen Feng replied, picking up the menu on the table and flipping through it carefully. It must be said that this resort hotel was truly exceptional, and every dish was perfectly suited to his taste, giving him an immediate sense of delight upon seeing them. Just then, Wang Wei spoke up. Sir, this menu is our signature dish, and I've heard that the chefs here are all very skilled. You're truly lucky. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with envy. This was a place he had always wanted to visit, but had never been able to come to. However, seeing that Chen Feng could actually taste the signature dish of this resort hotel, Wang Wei truly envied Chen Feng, yet he also felt confident in his own abilities. After all, he had confidence in the resort. Of course, since Chen Feng was here on an inspection, he had to try the food. If a resort couldn't even serve decent meals, how could it possibly keep customers coming back? Chen Feng was aware of Wang Wei's thoughts, but he didn't call him out on it. Instead, he pretended not to notice and continued selecting dishes. This guy's mind was entirely on his own meal, he wouldn't even notice the menu. Soon, Chen Feng ordered a few special dishes and handed the menu to the waiter. After the waiter left, Wang Wei's mind was still fixated on the menu. However, at that moment, Chen Feng cleared his throat, snapping him out of his thoughts. Seeing Chen Feng staring at him, Wang Wei felt a bit awkward, but he quickly regained his composure. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. Mr. Wang, what's wrong? You looked a bit distracted just now. Do you also like the signature dish of this hotel? Wang Wei chuckled. No, I'm just a bit envious of you, the boss. Mr. Wang, I was just asking out of curiosity. I can tell you're really interested in the dishes here. Chen Feng said with a smile. A fleeting gleam of something passed through Wang Wei's eyes before he quickly concealed it. His gaze shifted to the window. Yes, the food here is indeed excellent. I've always wanted to try it, but I know people like us can't afford it. We might not even have enough money to get in. So I didn't dare to come. However, I haven't forgotten our company's rules, which state that we can't eat here, only drink beverages. I wonder if your resort has any restrictions? Chen Feng shook his head. The main business of this resort is developing commercial districts in major cities across the country, so they naturally adhere strictly to those rules. However, there are special exceptions here. Oh, really? Wang Wei's eyes also showed a hint of surprise, clearly taken aback by the news. At that moment, Chen Feng continued with a smile. Actually, there aren't any special rules. Of course, the cost of eating and drinking here isn't very high either. Plus, the staff here are well paid. And there's free alcohol provided here. This makes my employees even happier, as they can relax here. Wang Wei nodded. I see. Boss, I understand now. Chapter 175, Understanding People and Their Hearts, Judging People by Their Character. Chapter 174, Understanding People and Their Hearts, Judging People by Their Character. Soon, the waiter brought over some exquisitely prepared dishes. The two of them ate while chatting, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. It must be said that this resort hotel was indeed quite nice.
Though it lacked the opulence of a Western-style luxury hotel, it did have a strong classical charm.
Chen Feng looked around the resort's interior and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The owner of this resort truly knew how to enjoy life. The furnishings and decor were perfectly in line with Chen Feng's aesthetic sensibilities, earning his admiration.
Chen Feng looked at Wang Wei and smiled, saying, "Mr. Wang, I think the layout of this resort is quite nice."
Yes, the environment here is excellent, and the staff are very professional. Unlike other places, they don't seem to be scheming or backstabbing, which I really appreciate. Wang Wei said with a look of pure enjoyment. Hearing Wang Wei's words, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile.
Wang Wei had hit the nail on the head, and he too was now very impressed with this resort.
Mr. Wang is right. The environment here is indeed excellent, and I like it very much too.
Chen Feng said with a smile. After finishing his words, he raised his wine glass and clinked it with Wang Wei's. The two of them tilted their heads back and down the wine in their glasses in one gulp. After finishing, both of their faces lit up with bright smiles, looking extremely happy.
Chen Feng was very satisfied with this inspection.
Whether it was the cuisine, the environment, or the accommodations, he had extremely high praise for everything, which made him feel very content. This indirectly proved his discerning eye. After all, as someone who holds the reins of a large organization, he needed to discern people's abilities and use them wisely. If he lacked even this basic discernment, how could Chen Feng become a leader or achieve anything in life? This is precisely the quality that a great businessman must possess. To be honest, even Chen Feng couldn't help but admire himself a little. Of course, he wouldn't dare to praise himself, but he could at least say that his mindset was still pretty good.
Boss, how about it? Are you satisfied?
Wang Wei asked with a smile, looking at Chen Feng.
Very satisfied, very good.
Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Because this is not only an affirmation of the hotel, but also an affirmation of himself, his confidence is constantly growing, which makes him feel that his plans may become increasingly smooth. After all, he has this confidence.
Boss, do you think we'll achieve our goals this time in Zhengzhou?
At this moment, Wang Wei looked at Chen Feng with anticipation, hoping to hear a positive response from him, as this decision would impact his future career prospects, and he was eager for a promotion. Therefore, this led him to show genuine respect toward Chen Feng.
I think we can achieve success overnight.
Chen Feng smiled faintly. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Wang Wei excitedly stood up and hurriedly said,
"Boss, are you serious? I hope that's the outcome too." Chen Feng nodded at Wang Wei with a smile and said, "Of course it's true. As long as we follow the plan, I believe this journey will be a pleasant one for us." As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Wang Wei couldn't wait to say, "Mr. Chen, my admiration for you grows deeper every day. I feel that meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life." Chapter 176, Lofty Ambitions, Unwavering Determination. Chapter 175, Lofty Ambitions, Unwavering Determination.
Chen Feng smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, I'm not one to talk much.
However, I am a man who values loyalty and friendship. Since we are friends, I won't keep anything from you. The reason I came to Zhengzhou is to build my own business empire here. Would you be willing to join me in this endeavor?" As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Wang Wei was speechless.
He never expected Chen Feng to say such a thing, but this was a good opportunity for him.
Chen Feng's words clearly demonstrated his determination, which filled Wang Wei with excitement.
After all, he was a middle-aged man nearing 40, and his career had long since hit a dead end. If he could collaborate with Chen Feng, his future prospects would be much brighter. Therefore, he would not refuse Chen Feng's invitation.
Wang Wei nodded and said, "I'm in."
"Chen Feng, even though I'm already 40 years old, that doesn't dampen my ambitions. I believe I can do it, and I also know that working together, both of us will benefit greatly.
I'm confident this collaboration will be a huge success." Hearing Wang Wei's words, Chen Feng smiled and nodded.
Although Wang Wei was only 3 years older than him, his eyes were filled with wisdom, which Chen Feng greatly admired.
Of course, admiration is one thing, and work is another. If Wang Wei fails to meet Chen Feng's requirements, Chen Feng will not hesitate to cut him loose.
After all, Chen Feng was never one to lack boldness, especially when it came to company matters.
He never hesitated and wouldn't tolerate anyone taking him lightly.
This was precisely why Chen Feng had solidified his position as the wealthiest individual in Xiagua. Chen Feng had a proud streak in his heart, and this pride wouldn't let him make even the slightest mistake.
He has never lacked outstanding employees around him. However, those who can follow Chen Feng's example,
work diligently, and never make mistakes are extremely rare. Chen Feng is a highly responsible person, so under such circumstances, Chen Feng would never tolerate anyone taking him lightly, not even those closest to him. Chen Feng possesses a strong personal charm, which is his pride but also his weakness. If Chen Feng were to accidentally touch this weakness, he might find himself in an irreparable situation. This is why Chen Feng never makes friends lightly, because the existence of these friends would bring him a lot of trouble. However, Chen Feng doesn't care about these things. All of this is no problem for him, these are mere trifles, not worth mentioning. Chen Feng believes that in this world, few people are more suited to being a businessman than himself.
Alright, since that's your choice, I won't try to talk you out of it. I support you. Wang Wei glanced at Chen Feng and said, Alright, thank you for understanding. That's the happiest thing for me.
Chen Feng said with a smile. Wang Wei nodded and continued, Chen Feng, although our relationship is still good, I still want to remind you. Under no circumstances should you abandon your original plans because of this collaboration.
I know how important this is to you. Chapter 177, Unique Craftsmanship, Elegance and Taste. Chapter 176, Unique Craftsmanship, Elegance and Taste. So please don't forget that we're both business people now.
And our top priority is profit.
This collaboration offers significant benefits for both of us.
We must all carefully consider this. Additionally, I hope our collaboration remains confidential. If one day others were to discover the nature of our relationship, you might face some difficulties. Furthermore, during our collaboration, I will not let you come out at a disadvantage. Whatever you need, just let me know, and if you encounter any difficulties, I will definitely help you.
Wang Wei's words were very sincere, which made Chen Feng very happy.
He knew Wang Wei wasn't lying to him, as Wang Wei would never risk his own fortune.
Moreover, Wang Wei's reasons for doing this were more than sufficient. He was doing it entirely for his own benefit.
If this matter were to become public, it would undoubtedly have a negative impact on Wang Wei.
However, Wang Wei was willing to disregard both danger and personal gain for his own sake.
Such a person deserves respect. Nevertheless, Chen Feng still felt a bit uneasy.
He said,
regardless of the circumstances, this collaboration holds significant value for both of us, so I won't speak carelessly.
I can only promise to keep this confidential, you can rest assured.
Chen Feng spoke with great determination. He is a man who values his promises highly. Since he has made a commitment to Wang Wei, he will certainly fulfill his word.
Wang Wei nodded and said, if that's the case, then there's nothing else to discuss.
After speaking, Chen Feng stood up, stretched, and smiled, saying,
after dinner, let's take a stroll around this resort.
After all, we've come all this way, so we should make sure to complete our work properly. Chen Feng said casually. To be honest, the scale of this resort was indeed very large. And Chen Feng also noticed that the entire resort was made up of several villas connected together, totaling 5 villas.
It seems that this resort has a unique and thoughtful design.
Seeing such a large scale, Chen Feng couldn't help but shake his head in admiration, but this still fell short of the resort he had envisioned. The main differences lie in scale and facilities.
Chen Feng's resort also incorporates mountain farming considerations, but this resort does not.
The facilities here are all modern buildings, and Chen Feng found that a bit of a shame. After all, the facilities here are far behind current urban development standards.
If Chen Feng's resort were to be completed one day, it would undoubtedly attract many wealthy visitors.
However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, they had more advanced technology. Thinking about this, Chen Feng and Wang Wei headed toward the villa area at the top of the mountain.
Upon reaching the entrance of the villa area, they saw a well-dressed attendant approach them with a smile and say, good afternoon, may I ask if you are Mr. Chen Feng? Have you made a reservation for a room? The attendant smiled and said, I am Chen Feng. I'm here today with friends to experience your resort. Do you have the best room available?
Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the attendant immediately smiled and said,
yes, we do. This is our resort's special leisure suite. Please follow me. Have a pleasant journey. Alright, let's go then. I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing Wang Wei's words, Chen Feng burst into laughter.
The two of them arrived at the entrance of a villa, one in front and one behind.
Chapter 178, Keeping Pace with the Times, Learning for Practical Use. Chapter 177, Keeping Pace with the Times, Learning for Practical Use. The waiter opened the villa's door and smiled at Chen Feng, saying, Mr. Chen Feng, please go ahead. Alright, thank you.
Saying that, Chen Feng and Wang Wei stepped inside. As they entered the villa, a strong scent of sandalwood filled the air.
This was a very unique type of sandalwood.
Inhaling the scent, one felt completely at ease, as though bathed in the warm sunlight of spring, with a pleasant, soothing warmth spreading throughout the body. Upon entering the villa, Wang Wei was also startled by the interior decoration, while Chen Feng walked toward the living room. He noticed that the living room was filled with many antique artifacts and paintings. It seemed that a great deal of effort had been put into the decoration of this vacation villa. Chen Feng stared at the large inkwash painting hanging in the living room, and was immediately struck speechless. The painting depicted a golden dragon soaring through the sky, and it was the only inkwash painting he had ever seen that could rival the dragon in its grandeur. He never expected the estate to have such unique taste. Not only did it excel in carving and painting, but even the form of this painting was one of a kind. Such a piece would undoubtedly be sought after by countless collectors if it were displayed domestically. Wang Wei looked at Chen Feng, who was still in a daze, and asked with a smile, Mr. Chen, what's wrong? Did you fall in love with this painting? Chen Feng snapped back to reality and smiled, you're right, this painting is truly beautiful, but it's just something to admire. After all, such paintings aren't exactly rare treasures.
I'm just marveling at the refined taste here. This style should be preserved in the future. Make sure to note that down.
As Chen Feng spoke, he guided Wang Chang in his work.
Mr. Chen, rest assured. I've already noticed this style.
I plan to renovate this villa into a traditional style garden villa.
And completely rearrange everything inside. I plan to cultivate plants here.
This way, the villa can become a natural attraction and it will definitely attract many tourists in the future.
Wang Chang said proudly. Chen Feng, upon hearing Wang Chang's words, also agreed wholeheartedly and said, Mr. Wang's idea is excellent.
I think transforming this villa into a garden-style villa is also a great idea. As long as you renovate it properly, I will hire a few gardeners to help maintain it afterward. This way, I'm sure this place will become even better.
After hearing Chen Feng's words, Wang Wei smiled and said, Then I'll trouble Mr. Chen. Once I return, we'll get started right away.
Chen Feng smiled and said, No problem. I'm just idle anyway, so helping you out is no trouble. Oh, and by the way, make sure to work well with Zhu Dong in the future. Look at how tastefully he's transformed this place. It clearly shows that Zhu Dong is a rare talent. You must cultivate him well and not let him go work for someone else.
Wang Chang nodded and smiled, saying, Mr. Chen is absolutely right.
Zhu Dong is a talent and a talented individual with ambition and aspirations.
If he really follows Mr. Chen, I believe he will develop this resort even further. Moreover, Zhu Dong is a smart person.
As long as I'm here, I'm sure our company will thrive even more in the future.
Chen Feng looked at Wang Wei and said,
You're right. That's why I brought you to his resort. Learning leads to progress.
A person lives a lifetime, and one should keep learning until the end. We must keep up with the times, otherwise, we will be left behind.
Chapter 179, Smile at Others, Be Approachable. Chapter 178, Smile at Others, Be Approachable. Chen Feng's words left Wang Chang speechless. After a long pause, he lifted his head and said firmly to Chen Feng,
Yes, Mr. Chen, I will remember what you just said. I will work hard and learn from you.
Chen Feng patted his shoulder and said, Having ambition is commendable, but this ultimately depends on you.
I can only offer so much.
Yes, Mr. Chen, you can rest assured.
I will do my best to learn.
Chen Feng smiled slightly and said,
Do you know what?
Actually, sometimes, no matter what kind of leader you are, what they fear most is when their subordinates show them too much respect.
Because you never know what your subordinates are thinking. Wang Wei was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly understood and said, Mr. Chen is right.
Actually, I've encountered such situations many times before, and sometimes it's really tough to handle. Chen Feng smiled and said, It's okay, just get used to it over time.
As long as you keep trying, that's enough. People like us don't need to set the bar too high. As long as we don't cross the line, that's fine. Alright, you go ahead and get back to work. I need to head home too.
Chen Feng nodded satisfactorily and walked out the door. Watching Chen Feng's departing figure, Wang Wei clenched his fists tightly and muttered to himself, I will not allow anyone to look down on me.
I will prove with my own efforts that I am no worse than anyone else. With that thought, Wang Wei resumed his work.
Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already gotten into his car and left the resort.
This on-site inspection had left Chen Feng very satisfied. He believed that the insights gained from this visit would undoubtedly propel the company forward.
When Chen Feng returned home, there was no one there.
He assumed they hadn't come back yet.
He didn't bother with them and went straight to his room to shower and go to sleep. The next morning, Chen Feng woke up, washed up, and went to the dining room to prepare breakfast. While eating, Chen Feng received a text message. Opening the message, he saw the content and smiled.
It seemed like there was good news again last night.
After breakfast, Chen Feng hurried to the company.
The atmosphere at the company was different from usual. Chen Feng looked around the lobby at the employees.
A few of them looked a bit off, but they dared not show it.
He knew that the results of yesterday's site visit must have come in. Good morning, Mr. Chen.
Good morning.
Chen Feng replied to each of them. He then entered his office and saw a stack of documents on his desk. He picked them up and flipped through them briefly. Chen Feng smiled. I knew it. The results of the site visit are in.
Chen Feng examined the documents carefully. The conclusions were spot on. The resort was still quite commendable overall. And it had many advantages. Although there were some areas that needed improvement, they could be gradually addressed. Furthermore, in Chen Feng's opinion, the resort's architecture and foundation were solid.
With some renovations, it could be used as a hotel.
However, before the resort is completed, Chen Feng plans to investigate the surrounding environment and the progress of nearby hotel construction. Chen Feng thought for a moment and called Wang Yang over, asking him to accompany him to gather some more information. The two stepped out of the company and, once outside, Chen Feng said to Wang Yang, Accompany me to the city center, I want to take a look at the construction progress there. Wang Yang looked at Chen Feng with some confusion and asked, Mr. Chen, I thought you didn't have much to do these days.
Why do you have something to do today? Chapter 180, Haste Makes Waste. Chapter 179, Haste Makes Waste.
Chen Feng smiled and said, I really do have something important to do today. Not only do I have something to do, but you also need to handle some important matters.
I need to personally oversee the construction of this resort. Wang Yang looked at Chen Feng in confusion and said, Mr. Chen, weren't you supposed to go look for some hotel construction documents? Our company has already prepared them, there's no need for you to go in person. Chen Feng shook his head and said, you don't know what you're talking about. I need to see the entire construction blueprints for the resort. Do you understand? Wang Yang was stunned when he heard Chen Feng wanted to see the entire construction blueprints of the resort. No way, the entire resort's construction blueprints? That's way too much, right? How much money would that cost? However, he still asked respectfully, Mr. Chen, you do have a lot on your plate these days, but you don't have to handle this personally, do you? Chen Feng smiled faintly and said, I do have a lot of things to handle, but there's one thing. I must handle it personally. Didn't you say this resort project is the biggest opportunity our company has ever had? Since it's such a lucrative opportunity, I can't afford to miss out. That's why I need to oversee it personally. This is an excellent opportunity for you to gain experience. I hope you can seize it. Wang Yang was immediately excited upon hearing that Chen Feng would be supervising the construction of the resort. He hadn't expected Chen Feng to personally oversee it. This was a very rare opportunity. He hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, please rest assured. I will definitely handle this matter properly. Chen Feng nodded and said, alright, go prepare first. We'll depart shortly. This trip will be lengthy and may take a long time. The task is extremely challenging, so you must use your head wisely. Wang Yang nodded and went to make preparations. Chen Feng sat in his chair, thought for a moment, then called Lu Wen to inform him of the situation. Lu Wen heard this and hurriedly said, Sir, I'll come right over. Is there anything I can do to help? Chen Feng smiled and said, not for now. Just make the arrangements. Once Wang Yang and I arrive in the city, you can come pick us up. I need to see with my own eyes that you handle this properly. Lu Wen nodded and said, Sir, rest assured. Leave it to me. I guarantee I'll handle it within a week. Chen Feng smiled and said, alright, I believe you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng stood up, walked to the window, stretched his arms, and felt the cool morning breeze, which made him feel much more relaxed. He was still quite excited inside, even though this matter seemed like a minor issue. But in reality, it was a major one, as it directly impacted the survival of the Chen Group. Chen Feng knew that in the coming period, this was the time for Chen Group to soar. If they couldn't even manage the resort properly, there was no point in discussing anything else. Immediately afterward, Chen Feng called Zhu Dong and Wang Chang to inform them of his plans to build a hotel. At first, they were opposed to the idea, as the area was already a resort, and building a hotel there would be redundant. However, Chen Feng eventually persuaded them, and after listening to him, they reluctantly agreed. Of course, the main purpose of Chen Feng's call was still to use them as a conduit to publicize the resort project. He wanted other companies to see Chen Feng's determination and understand the resolve of the Chen Group. Chapter 181, Heaven Rewards Diligence, Business Rewards Trust. Chen Feng's purpose in making the call was to leverage other companies to demonstrate Chen Group's resolve to the world. This would also bring significant benefits to the Chen Group. However, Chen Feng did not anticipate that this decision would cause his business to suffer a severe blow. Of course, these are all matters for later. After finishing the call, Chen Feng returned to his office to wait for Wang Yang. About half an hour later, Wang Yang rushed downstairs from the upper floor. Mr. Chen, shall we go now? Wang Yang asked excitedly, looking at Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled faintly and said, alright, let's go. As he spoke, Chen Feng turned and walked toward the exit. A Rolls-Royce pulled up by the roadside. Two men in black suits got out of the car, quickly approached Chen Feng, opened the door for him, and respectfully invited him inside. After Chen Feng got into the car, it slowly started and drove toward the city center. Throughout the journey, Wang Yang was full of anticipation, chatting excitedly with Chen Feng about the online short video project. After more than an hour, Chen Feng's car finally arrived at the city and reached its destination. Looking at the towering building, Chen Feng couldn't help but admire it. Mr. Chen, this building is quite massive. Judging by its appearance, I estimate it must have cost at least tens of millions. Wang Yang looked at the luxurious building before him and couldn't help but say. Chen Feng smiled and said, yes, this building is indeed worth the price. However, as a landmark building, it's all about the reputation, so investing tens of millions is far more effective than any advertising. Wang Yang hurriedly said, that's naturally beyond doubt. While the scale of this skyscraper is indeed massive. But this building isn't exclusive, and there are so many hotels that are all pretty much the same. But a landmark building is always unique. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, his opinion of Wang Yang improving once again. Although Wang Yang was just a business development manager, he was indeed very intelligent. Chen Feng believed that with hard work, he could certainly make the performance of this project even more impressive. Upon arriving at the hotel, Wang Yang led Chen Feng into a dedicated elevator, pressed the button for the 30th floor, and the two of them headed straight to the office on the 30th floor of the hotel. Wang Yang led Chen Feng into the office, which was lavishly decorated. There was a desk, a sofa set, a coffee table, and a bookshelf. On the desk were many antique items that Chen Feng had never seen before, though they appeared to be quite old. However, they remained exquisitely beautiful, clearly indicating their immense value. The walls of the office were adorned with numerous paintings and calligraphy works by famous artists. Each piece was exceptionally beautiful, clearly indicating that the owner was an avid collector of antique art. As soon as Chen Feng saw the paintings, he couldn't help but marvel silently. No wonder it was one of the most prosperous areas in Zhengcheng. Everything here is so luxurious. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a desire to collect these pieces. Wang Yong, noticing Chen Feng's expression, couldn't help but say, "Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. Mr. Xia is on his way here." Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No problem. We're here for the first time anyway. Let's take our time to appreciate them. Go get us some water." Wang Yong nodded and walked into the break room. A moment later, he returned with a cup of freshly brewed tea. Chapter 182, A Keen Eye for Art, Recognizing Talent Through Paintings. Chapter 181, Discerning Eyes, Recognizing People Through Paintings. Chen Feng took the teacup, took a few sips, then placed it on the table and looked at the paintings. Wang Yong, seeing this, hurriedly asked, "Mr. Chen, is there anything else you'd like to see? I'll have someone bring it in right away." Chen Feng waved his hand and said, "Not for now. I'm just taking a look. There's nothing in particular I need to see." Wang Yong nodded with a smile and said, "If that's the case, I'll take my leave." "All right. By the way, Mr. Chen, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to the office." Wang Yang added, knowing that someone of Chen Feng's status wouldn't want to spend too much time with a junior employee like himself. So he said that, but he didn't expect Chen Feng to nod and say, "All right, go ahead." "Yes, Mr. Chen." Wang Yang replied and walked out the door. Chen Feng sat on the sofa. He carefully examined the paintings and calligraphy before him. As he looked at the paintings, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Each of these paintings was worth a fortune, yet they were casually placed here and still in such good condition, truly rare. After observing them for a moment, he shook his head and thought to himself. These paintings were indeed very rare, but for the current Chen Feng, they held no appeal. He merely admired them casually and had no intention of claiming them as his own. After all, while these items were valuable, they held no real appeal for him. Thus, his interest in them was purely aesthetic. Chen Feng examined them closely for a long time and finally discerned some of their value. These paintings and calligraphy were all genuine originals, not forgeries, but authentic antiques that appeared to be quite old, clean, and with elegant handwriting. Chen Feng wanted to carefully identify which scholar had created these paintings and calligraphy, but he couldn't find any answers. Each piece of calligraphy and painting was exquisitely crafted, with each one featuring a distinct style. After studying them carefully, Chen Feng reluctantly gave up. It seemed he couldn't find any answers from these paintings. However, Chen Feng wasn't entirely without gain. Although he hadn't obtained anything from these paintings and calligraphy pieces, but he could learn many things from them, which was enough for him. He put down the paintings and turned to walk toward the side. He saw a painting depicting a person. The figure in the painting wore traditional Tang Dynasty attire, stood with hands behind his back, held a jade flute, and wore a smile on his face. He stood quietly in a pavilion, resembling a lifelike sculpture, as if he had come to life. Chen Feng examined the painting closely. The figure in the painting bore a striking resemblance to himself, and like the figure in the painting, he also wore a pair of white-framed glasses, giving him an elegant and scholarly appearance. After examining the figure closely, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that this painting was also a forgery. After finishing his inspection, Chen Feng rolled up the painting and casually placed it on the coffee table, with no intention of looking at it again. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and two men walked in, one in front and one behind. The one behind was Wang Yong, and the one in front was the Mr. Xia mentioned by Wang Yong, who was also the owner of these paintings. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Xiazong immediately greeted him enthusiastically, grasping his hands and smiling broadly as he said, "Mr. Chen, you finally arrived. Please sit down." Chapter 183, A Sword for a Hero, Paintings for a Gentleman. Chapter 182, A Sword for a Hero, Paintings for a Gentleman. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng smiled and nodded, following Xiazong to sit down. After Chen Feng sat down, Xiazong also took a seat. Chen Feng looked at Mr. Xia and smiled, saying, "Mr. Xia, hello. It's truly better to meet in person than to hear about someone. I didn't expect you to be a collector and an antique enthusiast. Haha, nothing to it. I just happen to like some antiques." Mr. Xia listened to Chen Feng's words and replied modestly, but a hint of pride flashed across his face. Clearly, he was very pleased with Chen Feng's praise. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "Mr. Xia, your painting skills are truly world-class. The way you paint these calligraphy and paintings is so ingenious. I'm truly in awe." "Oh, no, Mr. Chen is too kind. I'm just doodling around. How could I compare to your professional skills? You really make me feel ashamed," Mr. Xia said modestly. This is a common tactic in business interactions, where people exchange compliments to build rapport and create the impression that they get along well.
This approach has a significant advantage: it can make the subsequent business negotiations more harmonious, as if everyone is on the same side.
Of course, this also depends on the person. Some people won't engage in small talk and always keep a straight face, so that's a different story.
However, at that moment, Chen Feng and Mr. Xie were on the same page, exchanging polite compliments. They talked for a while, but the topics were all superficial and inconsequential. Just then, Mr. Xie seemed to think of something and said to Chen Feng,
"Mr. Chen, I heard Wang Yang mention that you are very interested in these calligraphy and paintings. Is that true?"
"Yes,"
Chen Feng replied without hesitation, glancing at the calligraphy and paintings.
To be honest, he also admired them, but he had never considered possessing them. After all, his upbringing wouldn't allow him to do such a thing. He was merely appreciating them. He had no intention of claiming these calligraphy and paintings as his own, so Chen Feng still held them in high regard.
However, Mr. Xie didn't see it that way.
In his view, Chen Feng's appreciation for these calligraphy and paintings must stem from his appreciation for antiques. After all, they were both insiders in the field and had a deep understanding of antiques. He glanced at Chen Feng and smiled, saying, "Mr. Chen enjoys antiques, which is a wonderful thing. I can see that you also seem quite interested in these items. Why not take all these items with you later? Anything you like, Xia Mao, will be happy to give you as a gift."
Xia Mao was also moved and, without another word, began presenting antique paintings and calligraphy to Chen Feng.
Upon hearing this, Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Mr. Xia, you're too kind."
Xia Mao smiled and said, "Regardless, Mr. Chen was introduced by Wang Meng. How could we possibly be rude? Moreover, if this collaboration is successful, it will be a huge leap forward for both of you.
Besides, fine wine goes with beauty, and a sword is given to a hero. These antique paintings are undoubtedly the perfect gift for a gentleman like Mr. Chen." Seeing Xia Mao's passionate expression, Chen Feng no longer refused. He looked at Xia Mao, paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Since that's the case, I'll accept your kindness." Upon hearing Chen Feng's agreement, Xia Mao was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded, "Excellent. Mr. Chen is indeed a man of his word.
Then, I will treat you to dinner tonight and give you a proper welcome."
Chapter 184, A double-edged sword depends on the one who wields it. After speaking, Xia Mao gave a subtle signal to his assistant, who immediately understood and hurried out of the office to prepare tonight's dinner.
Chen Feng watched Xia Mao's series of actions and couldn't help but think highly of him.
After all, although Xia Mao appeared to speak politely and with utmost respect, in reality, every word carried a deeper meaning. Take the gift of antique paintings and calligraphy, for example. On the surface, it was a gift, but in reality, it was a business transaction. If Chen Feng accepted it, there would be room for discussion about future business deals. If he refused, they would simply exchange polite courtesies, and in the end, they might not even bother to eat together. The meal wasn't about Xia Mao being cautious, he simply didn't see the need for it. Such a person is far more terrifying than one might imagine, direct and to the point, without any unnecessary niceties.
This clearly demonstrates Xia Mao's shrewdness and experience.
Xia Mao's goal is simple: he doesn't covet many things, but his ambitions are vast. To make this project as big as possible, to make it a huge success, and to expand his business to an international level, so that everyone knows how formidable they are. As the richest man in the country, Chen Feng could play an absolutely crucial role in helping him achieve this. He can also help Chen Feng solidify his position as the richest man in the country, and even aspire to become the richest person in the world. Such a person is truly formidable. The fact that Xia Mao is willing to bring out his treasured antique, which he has kept for decades, for Chen Feng to appraise, further demonstrates the high regard he holds for Chen Feng. Chen Feng silently praised Xia Mao in his heart. It seemed that this Xiezone was no slouch in terms of strategy. He bowed to Xia Mao and smiled, saying, "I will first express my gratitude for your generous hospitality. Tonight, I will definitely attend the banquet and will not return until I am drunk." Although Chen Feng appeared very polite, he was already overjoyed inside.
Xia Mao's discernment was truly unique. This matter was indeed a golden opportunity for Chen Feng.
His eyes were filled with anticipation.
He knew that a life-changing transformation was about to unfold.
While Chen Feng was indeed wealthy, he lacked talented individuals under his command.
Xia Mao, however, fit the bill perfectly.
Though he was seasoned and sharp, a double-edged sword, if used wisely, he could unleash tremendous power. If used improperly, however, his fate would be to turn against his master. However, most people would likely step back and avoid such a sharp blade. But a double-edged sword also depends on the one wielding it, and Chen Feng is the one holding the sword.
Chen Feng's understanding of how to control people is world-class. He can easily see through others' hearts.
Therefore, Chen Feng has no reason to fear Xia Mao's double-edged sword. That evening, Xia Mao brought Chen Feng to the restaurant of a 5-star luxury hotel. They chose a private room on the 6th floor in the VIP area, where every meal was exorbitantly priced, truly luxurious. Xia Mao placed great importance on this dinner and had specifically instructed the chef to prepare the best possible dishes.
Chen Feng wasn't the type to be overly picky, so since Xia Mao had made such an arrangement, how could he possibly refuse?
Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chen Feng and Xia Mao found a seat and sat down.
Xia Mao personally poured Chen Feng a full glass of wine, raised his cup, and smiled broadly as he said, "Mr. Chen, this glass of wine is for you. Congratulations on becoming our first billionaire. It also signifies your bright future ahead. I hope our cooperation will be fruitful." As he spoke, he drained the glass. Chen Feng didn't refuse either. He picked up his glass, clinked it with Xia Mao's, and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Chen Feng's bold and generous demeanor, Xia Mao nodded approvingly in his heart. Chapter 185, Chatting about the world, all for development. Chapter 184, Discussing the world, all for development. Although Xia Mao wasn't as young and promising as Chen Feng, he understood better than anyone else how to adapt to changing circumstances. The more casual Chen Feng appeared in front of him, the more it meant Chen Feng valued him. This regard was precisely what worked to his advantage. Thinking this, Xia Mao became even more courteous toward Chen Feng. Xia Mao's change in attitude did not escape Chen Feng's notice. Chen Feng thought to himself, "This old man is quite interesting. He actually chose to be friendly toward me at this moment." Xia Mao looked at Chen Feng and asked with a smile, "Mr. Chen, I hear you have many businesses in Xia Kingdom?" Chen Feng smiled and replied, "That's correct. I do indeed have numerous businesses in Xia Kingdom." Seeing that Chen Feng seemed to have nothing to hide, Xia Mao grew bolder and continued, "I've heard that you also have many businesses in Xia Kingdom, but our primary objective for this collaboration is Haicheng. If we could expand the scope, I believe it would greatly benefit your business. I believe this collaboration will become a strong pillar for your business. Is that so?" Chen Feng heard Xia Mao's words and couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking to himself, "I don't mind expanding my business, but I'm even less concerned about making a name for myself in Hai City." Xia Mao's proposal was indeed quite good. However, Chen Feng couldn't say that outright. Instead, he pretended to be very excited and said, "To be honest, Xia Mao was cunning and had a sharp eye. He knew his own standing in Haicheng and his future prospects. Yet Xia Mao didn't set his sights on Chen Feng. Instead, he aimed to establish a firm foothold in Hai City and leverage its status as a thriving metropolis to achieve his goal of building a commercial network there. This alone was enough to show that Xia Mao was no ordinary man. However, Xia Mao overlooked the fact that Chen Feng's current strength far exceeded his imagination. If Chen Feng were to establish his own trade network in Hai City, Xia Mao would have virtually no chance of taking root there. Chen Feng's methods and capabilities are beyond question. If he wanted to dismantle Hai Cheng's trade network, it would only take him a few seconds. Xia Mao had come prepared this time, having invested in Hai City, so he must have already planned his escape route. Yes. If we could narrow this scope, that would be ideal. Mr. Chen, why not establish a company in Haicheng? I believe this would be an easy task for the Chun Group, given that my group has been operating in Haicheng for decades. We are also very familiar with this place. I believe that as long as you establish a company here, the Chun Group will have a firm foothold in Haicheng's business community." By the end of his speech, Xia Mao was visibly excited. Xia Mao had indeed been preparing for this for a long time. He had already seen the situation clearly and now had no other options. He could only rely on Chen Feng to establish a foothold in Haicheng. Only then could he secure greater development opportunities and ensure his place in the future business world. Such thoughts had become deeply ingrained in Xia Mao after spending so many years in Haicheng. No matter what, he does not want to leave this place. Xia Mao's proposal wasn't really that problematic. After all, the Chun Group was a massive conglomerate in Hai City. Moreover, this company was founded by Chen Feng himself. If Chen Feng were willing, he could easily relocate the company to another location. Unfortunately, Chen Feng was not that kind of person. Chapter 186, Luring the Enemy into a Trap, Playing the Business Game. Chapter 185, Luring the Enemy into a Trap, Business Strategy. At this point, Chen Feng couldn't just arbitrarily relocate the Chun Group. After all, the Chun Group's roots in this area were too deep. If Chen Feng were to relocate a company without proper consideration, even with the Chun Group's strength, it would be difficult to gain the approval of the public. Chen Feng is not short of money. If he were willing, he could purchase some real estate in Haicheng at any time, or even buy the entire central business district of Haicheng outright. However, that was not an option now. Chen Feng was not the kind of person who would do anything for money, and besides, his ambitions went far beyond mere wealth. Chen Feng's ambitions far surpass those of Xia Mao. Mr. Xia's proposal is truly touching. If there is an opportunity, I will consider it. But it's not possible now. I'll consider what you've said when I have the time. Xia Mao had barely finished speaking when Chen Feng immediately rejected him. Upon hearing Chen Feng's response, Xia Mao didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and continued eating with Chen Feng. Xia Mao knew that Chen Feng hadn't made up his mind yet, and that wasn't surprising, because the timing wasn't right yet. Chen Feng hadn't secured the entire market in Haicheng. In that case, Xia Mao could wait. As long as Chen Feng hadn't secured Haicheng, anything was still possible. Alright, since that's the case, let's have dinner first. After dinner, we can continue discussing this matter. What do you think, Mr. Chen? Upon hearing Xia Mao's words, Chen Feng couldn't say much more and could only nod in agreement, accepting Xia Mao's request.
After finishing their meal, Xiaomao led Chen Feng toward the central commercial district of Haicheng City. As they walked, Chen Feng observed the surroundings.
Haicheng's commercial district was indeed thriving.
In the heart of the city, there were hundreds of shops, most of which were five-star malls. This left Chen Feng in awe. Haicheng's development was truly remarkable.
This is the central commercial district of our high city. Mr. Xie, I think this place would be perfect for you to start a company. Why not take advantage of your youth and invest in a company here? What do you think? Chen Feng glanced around and smiled at Xiaomao. Xiaomao's face lit up upon hearing Chen Feng's words.
Chen Feng's words had caught his attention. He was well aware that Chen Feng's company was the leading enterprise in Jiangcheng, and Chen Feng was also the chairman of the first international conglomerate in Huashan district. Such a person was someone he couldn't afford to offend.
Mr. Xie, I am also very much looking forward to collaborating with your company.
However, given the current situation in Haicheng, I believe the sooner our two companies collaborate, the better.
Chen Feng's words had already moved Xiaomao deeply.
After all, Xiaomao had already considered this idea. He just wasn't sure about Chen Feng's true intentions, so he hadn't dared to speak up. He never expected Chen Feng to take the initiative and propose cooperation. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiaomao felt a weight lifted from his heart.
He relaxed considerably and looked at Chen Feng, saying, Mr. Chen, that's exactly what I was thinking. I, Xia, will always follow your lead. Whatever you need, just give the order.
Chen Feng laughed heartily upon hearing Xiaomao's words and said, Mr. Xia, you're too humble.
You know the current economic situation in Haicheng.
I suggest you hand over the economic lifeline of Maolin Group to me. This way, you can also secure greater benefits under my leadership.
What do you think? Chapter 187, Reaching a Consensus, A Bright Future. Chapter 186, Reaching Consensus, A Bright Future.
After hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiaomao's face immediately broke into a bright smile.
Chen Feng was right. The current economic situation in Haicheng was indeed dire.
Xiaomao had worked in Haicheng for so many years and was well aware of the city's current predicament. He had indeed hoped to use this opportunity to have Chen Feng help him reclaim everything he was entitled to in Hai City. After hearing Chen Feng's words, his heart immediately filled with passion. If he could leverage Chen Feng's influence to rise to prominence in Haicheng, he would gain access to more resources and connections. He could rise quickly and become a world-renowned entrepreneur. This was the outcome he had always dreamed of. Although Xiaomao appeared calm on the surface, his heart was filled with excitement and anticipation, though he maintained a composed demeanor outwardly.
Mr. Chen, that's certainly a good plan. I, Xiaomao, will do my utmost to cooperate with your efforts. Xiaomao smiled as he made the promise to Chen Feng.
Mr. Xia, no need to be so formal.
You are an elder statesman and the chairman of this group.
If you have any instructions, please feel free to speak, and I will do my utmost to meet your needs.
Chen Feng smiled at Xiaomao.
Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Xiaomao smiled and shook his head, saying, Mr. Chen, you're being too formal.
Mr. Chen, since we are friends, I won't bother with formalities.
Let's hurry over to the group's headquarters so we can get to know each other better.
What do you think? Chen Feng also laughed heartily and said to Xiaomao. Xiaomao nodded and didn't refuse anymore. Chen Feng was right, it was indeed time to visit the headquarters of Maolin Group. This would help expedite the collaboration between Xiaomao and Chen Feng.
And that was precisely Xiaomao's plan. As long as Chen Feng could reach an agreement with their two companies, then everything would be easy. After all, they were friends. After leading Chen Feng to the headquarters of Maolin Group, Xiaomao took him on a tour. Chen Feng looked around and couldn't help but admire how well organized Xiaomao's group was. Every corner was decorated lavishly, and even the walls were adorned with exquisite portraits, clearly showing how much effort Xiaomao had put into it. The headquarters of Maolin Group was vast. When Chen Feng saw it, he felt that this company was no less impressive than their own. Chen Feng nodded in approval of Maolin Group. After all, Chen Feng was a man who valued action, and he naturally hoped his partners shared the same spirit. It seemed that Xiaomao was exactly the kind of person he was looking for. After giving Chen Feng a tour, Xiaomao had him take the president's private elevator to the top floor of the group's headquarters. When Chen Feng saw the towering skyscraper, he was instantly awestruck. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how impressive the Maolin Group truly was. Just in Haicheng alone, they managed to secure such a vast piece of land. It was almost like a small island. Chen Feng looked up at the top floor of the Maolin Group and couldn't help but exclaim, Maolin Group, it truly lives up to its reputation as one of the top 10 groups in Hai City. Chen Feng gained a new understanding of the group's strength and was confident in his judgment.
This Xiaomao was indeed no ordinary figure. Chapter 188, Watching the Tigers from the Mountain, Holding the Ace. Chapter 187, Watching the Tigers from the Mountain, Holding the Ace in Hand.
However, Chen Feng did not underestimate Xiaomao because of this. On the contrary, Chen Feng's evaluation of Xiaomao had risen even higher. But these were all superficial matters. The division of their future collaboration was the most critical aspect. This was the core of their partnership. In simple terms, the division of interests.
Your offer is very tempting.
If I accept your terms, my income will definitely be higher than it is now.
However, we may also face many issues.
First, I must ensure there is no risk involved.
Second, I need to confirm that you will not take any actions that harm those close to me. Of course, I won't forcefully interfere with your decisions, we just need to maintain our own independent judgment. Maintaining appropriate communication and judgment, I believe this should not be an issue, correct? Listening to Chen Feng's demands, Xia Mao couldn't help but smile wryly.
Although Xia Mao had been navigating society for many years, his personality still retained the stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat typical of a young person. Xia Mao believed that he was not at a disadvantage in this regard, on the contrary, he held the upper hand.
This wasn't due to overconfidence, but rather his actual capabilities.
Mr. Chen Feng, I admit that your terms are indeed very attractive, but I don't think such terms are sufficient for you to place yourself below me. If that's the case, then I think our cooperation can come to an end.
You should go back and think it over carefully. Hearing Xia Mao's words, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. He had been too naive to underestimate Xia Mao.
Xia Mao was, after all, a seasoned veteran of the business world. The hardships of the years had long since smoothed out the impulsiveness and pride in his heart. That's why Chen Feng had overlooked the stubbornness deep within Xia Mao's heart.
Xia Mao's current status was not merely a matter of luck, it was also a result of his wisdom.
Xia Mao knows deep down that Chen Feng is far superior to him in every way, and he has nothing to be proud of. However, he refuses to acknowledge this. He hopes to conquer Chen Feng through his own wisdom and tactics, so he doesn't mind using unconventional means. Since that's the case, there's no point in discussing this further.
Let's continue with our previous topic, the acquisition. What is your offer price?
Chen Feng said with a smile, feeling a bit dazed. He truly didn't know what was happening to him. Chen Feng's mind was in a chaotic state, even blank at times. The events of recent days had been too numerous and too chaotic. It was all too much for Chen Feng to process in the moment.
However, Chen Feng wasn't worried, he just needed some time.
He needed some time to sort things out, to untangle the mess in his head.
How much do you want to buy? I'll sell you that much. What do you think? Xia Mao gave a faint smile.
He wasn't in a hurry. Chen Feng's mind was undoubtedly filled with random thoughts. Once Chen Feng's emotions stabilized, he wouldn't have the leverage to negotiate terms.
Xia Mao knew that his current behavior had already pleased Chen Feng. Xia Mao believed that with a little more patience, everything would eventually become clear. So now he could just sit back and watch the show. He wasn't in a hurry.
Chen Feng's face broke into a smile, and he didn't rush to respond either.
Chapter 189, Swift and Decisive Action, No Room for Compromise. Chapter 188, Swift and Decisive Action, No Room for Compromise. Chen Feng knew that Xia Mao had already made concessions on this condition, and he wasn't willing to give in either. He felt that Xia Mao was trying to intimidate him, but Chen Feng wasn't someone who could be easily defeated. After Xia Mao spoke those words, Chen Feng had already prepared himself. I think our cooperation isn't a small matter. What do you think? Xia Mao's eyes narrowed slightly.
At that moment, his heart was filled with anger.
He hadn't expected this. Chen Feng's mental resilience was so strong. Even after speaking so bluntly, Chen Feng could still hold back. He didn't immediately turn against him.
Such restraint, such composure, such resolve, these qualities truly left Xia Mao deeply impressed.
I think you should understand what I mean, right?
Xia Mao spoke again, his tone tinged with a hint of provocation.
I don't think you're unaware of my intentions. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more words. I accept this condition.
Chen Feng said with a smile. Chen Feng's words left Xia Mao completely speechless. Chen Feng's words were like a slap in the face, and how could he not be surprised?
Are you serious? Are you willing to sell your shares to me?
That's correct.
Then, we've reached an agreement on this matter, right?
Chen Feng said with a smile, looking at Xia Mao's stiff smile. Chen Feng felt at ease, though Xia Mao's expression remained unchanged. However, Chen Feng was extremely delighted inside. He had a bold plan in mind. Chen Feng decided to take over the entire Shanghua group as quickly as possible.
Alright, then it's settled.
I'll do my best to secure control of the Shanghua group for you in the shortest possible time. When that happens, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Xia Mao said coldly.
Don't worry, I'll be careful. I don't want to make things too difficult for you either. Chen Feng said with a faint smile. At that moment, a hint of excitement flickered deep within his heart. Looking at Chen Feng's expression, Xia Mao couldn't tell whether Chen Feng had truly not noticed his thoughts or was simply pretending not to. However, Xia Mao was certain that his thoughts had already been completely read by Chen Feng. This outcome filled Xia Mao's heart with a sense of defeat. This sense of defeat made him feel like he wanted to lose control. He wanted to vent his emotions, but he did not do so. Because he knew he wasn't Chen Feng's match. His current strength was no match for Chen Feng's, and if he wanted revenge, he'd have to wait until he surpassed Chen Feng in strength.
Chen Feng didn't bother with Xia Mao's inner thoughts.
After all, he had no intention of giving Xia Mao all his wealth, he was merely holding it for him temporarily. However, Xia Mao's words still served as a wake-up call for Chen Feng.
He didn't want to have too much wealth in his hands, for he feared that the world wouldn't lack such people, those who didn't want money, but power. If that's the case, then we'll just have to wait and see. Whatever. But before that, I hope you don't forget our previous promise. Think it over carefully. Chen Feng smiled faintly. He wasn't worried that Xiamao would go back on his word. Chen Feng believed that, with Xiamao's intelligence, he couldn't possibly be unaware of the hidden meaning in Chen Feng's words. He was merely looking for a way out. Chapter 190, There is no such thing as a second chance. Chapter 189, There's no such thing as a do-over. I, Xiamao, keep my word. Xiamao said solemnly. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll wait for your good news. As he spoke, Chen Feng stood up. Alright, I have some business to attend to. I'll be on my way. Goodbye. Wait. Watching Chen Feng's departing figure, Xiamao shouted loudly. Ha! Chen Feng stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Xiamao, unsure of what he wanted to say. Mr. Chen, I have one more request. Oh? Go ahead. Chen Feng looked at Xiamao with interest. If Mr. Chen is facing any difficulties or has encountered any problems that are hard to resolve, you can come to me. No matter what request you make, I will agree without hesitation. Xiamao said solemnly. He said this to Chen Feng, hoping that Chen Feng would stop targeting him in the future. He hoped Chen Feng would stop targeting him and stop opposing him. Otherwise, even if Chen Feng was more powerful than him, he would not fear him. After all, he still held the reins of the entire Shanghua group, and the group's influence was vast. With Chen Feng's strength alone, he would never be able to go up against the entire Shanghua group. Chen Feng looked at Xiamao, a playful smile appearing on his face. He knew exactly what Xiamao was planning. However, Chen Feng was not worried. He was fully confident in his ability to deal with Xiamao. In Chen Feng's eyes, Xiamao was no more than a helpless chick, easily crushed with a single flick of the wrist. That was why Chen Feng dared to speak so boldly. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head, saying nothing. He turned around and continued walking forward. Watching Chen Feng's departing figure, Xiamao clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding together with a grating sound. Chen Feng, just wait and see. One day, you will pay dearly for your foolishness. With a loud bang, Chen Feng slammed the door shut. A cold smile curled the corners of his mouth as he made up his mind. Xiamao, don't blame me. It's your own fault for provoking me. You brought this upon yourself. Chen Feng thought to himself. Then, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. In that instant, a sinister smile spread across Chen Feng's face. Hello, boss, it's me, Chen Feng. As soon as the call connected, Chen Feng spoke eagerly, his voice trembling with excitement. Chen Feng, the matter has been handled. I've already sent people to buy 50% of your company's stocks, and our stock price is still rising steadily. Currently, Shanghua Group is in complete chaos. This is our opportunity. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. Xiamao, you did well. All of this is thanks to you. If you hadn't been scheming behind the scenes, how could I have failed? Hearing his boss's words, Xiamao's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and his heart was racing nearly twice as fast. Xiamao asked nervously, Old boss, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? I mean your plan worked. Your Shanghua Group is now in complete chaos. And the stock value of Shanghua Group has plummeted from 60% to 40%. I think you should already be aware of this. If you proceed with the original plan, it will be difficult for you to raise the stock price back to 60% within 6 months. The boss on the other end of the phone said calmly. Chapter 191, Paying a Visit with a Short Temper. Chapter 190, Paying a Visit with a Short Temper. With a loud bang, Chen Feng slammed the door shut. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he made up his mind. Xiamao, this isn't my fault. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for provoking me. You brought this upon yourself. Chen Feng sighed softly, thinking to himself, blame yourself for provoking me. With that thought, Chen Feng turned and left the room, heading toward the stairs. You brat, what are you doing? Come back here. Xiamao roared, but Chen Feng had already left his sight. Damn it, I'll catch you and make you wish you were dead. Xiamao growled angrily, but he was powerless to do anything. Chen Feng arrived on the 3rd floor and entered the living room. At that moment, Chen Feng was sitting on the sofa, crossing his legs and resting his hands behind his head. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips. He had finally arrived here and witnessed this moment. Is this the man he was looking for? Chen Feng murmured to himself, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the man. The man looked to be around 40 years old, with a rugged face and a stern expression. At that moment, the man was closing his eyes to rest, looking lazy and relaxed. However, behind those tightly closed eyes, this man was none other than Xiamao's boss, the mastermind behind it all, Zhang Gang. His personal visit to meet Chen Feng could only mean one thing: Xiamao's days were numbered, and the man behind the scenes could no longer sit idly by. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Zhang Gang's face betrayed a look of surprise. He never imagined that such a young man could evoke such a strong sense of crisis within him. It was simply unbelievable. Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry for keeping you waiting. I apologize deeply.
Zhang Gang hurriedly stood up, extending his hand toward Chen Feng in apology while walking toward him.
No problem, no problem. It's what I should do.
Chen Feng said indifferently.
Alright, since that's the case, please sit down.
Zhang Gang gestured for him to sit, then sat down on the sofa.
Mr. Zhang, I think I understand your true intentions now. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Gang and spoke. Really? That's great.
Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Gang immediately became excited. He clenched his fists tightly and stared intently at Chen Feng, as if he wanted to devour him with his eyes.
Mr. Zhang, I don't think you want that good-for-nothing Xia Mao to hinder the development of your group company, do you?
Chen Feng said casually.
Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Gang's expression darkened instantly.
His mouth moved several times, but he couldn't bring himself to speak.
Mr. Chen, what do you mean by that?
After a long pause, Zhang Gang finally spoke. Hearing Zhang Gang's words, Chen Feng sneered.
What do you mean? Mr. Zhang must know the truth.
I think only a fool would believe that Xia Mao would help you. He's just using you. Zhang Gang frowned upon hearing this, and his expression froze. Chen Feng's words completely ignited the fire in Zhang Gang's heart. He suddenly stood up from the sofa.
You're talking nonsense.
Zhang Gang's voice was filled with anger, his forehead veins bulging, and a surge of killing intent emanated from his body. Chen Feng saw Zhang Gang's expression and a cold smile appeared on his lips. His heart couldn't help but feel excited. Mr. Zhang, in truth, this Xia Mao isn't worth all your effort. He's nothing but a greedy man.
I bet he's been causing trouble behind your back, hasn't he?
Chen Feng looked at Zhang Gang and said with a cold smile.
Chapter 192, Infinite Wisdom, Only Chen Feng. Chapter 191, Infinite Wisdom, Only Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, I think you must have misunderstood. Xia Mao may be a bit cunning, but he wouldn't stoop to such underhanded tactics.
Zhang Gang looked at Chen Feng and refuted him, not believing that Chen Feng was wrong. But he still hoped that he had misunderstood everything. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Gang, his cold smile growing even more intense. He hadn't expected Zhang Gang to be so cunning. It seemed he would have to use his true abilities. Mr. Zhang, there's no need to argue anymore. You are indeed a clever man, but unfortunately, you've met a man who is smarter than you, with unlimited wisdom, a ruthless heart, and the boldness to do anything. As he spoke, Chen Feng stood up and walked over to Zhang Gang, his eyes fixed intently on Zhang Gang's.
Mr. Zhang, I've set my sights on this man.
I not only intend to take over Xia Mao's company,
I will also make Xia Mao pay the price.
Rest assured, I will make sure it happens. I will deliver Xia Mao into your hands. With that, Chen Feng turned and walked toward the stairs.
As he passed by Xia Mao, he glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Mr. Chen, Xia Mao is my assistant.
I'm certain he wouldn't dare do such a thing. Zhang Gang shouted at Chen Feng, his voice tinged with panic, but he still tried his best to defend his subordinate.
Chen Feng ignored Zhang Gang and walked straight upstairs. He didn't look back, he didn't need to. Because he believed Zhang Gang would follow him. After all, this was a big fish, and if he could reel him in, that would be a huge benefit for him, and he could use it to infiltrate the Zhang family conglomerate. Chen Feng returned to his room, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed. He took out his laptop, opened it, and logged into his account. He entered a string of numbers, and soon a profile picture appeared on the screen. Below the picture, in the bottom right corner, was a line of text. You have logged in. Please check your messages. Chen Feng clicked the OK button, and the computer displayed a message, you are now online. Please check your messages. Seeing this message, a sly smile curved the corners of Chen Feng's lips. His mouth turned slightly upward, revealing a wicked grin. Xia Mao's entire profile then appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Xia Mao was now like a fish in a barrel, completely under Chen Feng's control, waiting to be subdued. Chen Feng clicked the mouse, and all of Xia Mao's information immediately appeared on the computer screen. Looking at Xia Mao's information, Chen Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Xia Mao was indeed a formidable figure, but he was far too arrogant, daring to harbor ambitions of swallowing Chen Feng's company whole. His path had narrowed, and the risky move he had made would ultimately seal his fate. Chen Feng reviewed Xia Mao's information once more before closing the webpage. The next day, Chen Feng arrived at the group headquarters. The place was bustling with activity, as the acquisition of Maolin Group was nearing its final stages. Everyone was busy, each doing their part, and everything was orderly. Seeing the vibrant scene in the lobby, Chen Feng's mood also became very pleasant. He then walked into the company, and when he reached the chairman's office, he saw Zhang Jiang sitting in his chair with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Chapter 193, A World Apart, Extremely Polite. Chapter 192, Times have changed, politeness abounds. Chen Feng did not rush to wake him up. He slowly moved forward and finally stopped beside Zhang Gang. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Gang's sleeping face and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Zhang Gang was in his 50s, looking quite elderly, but his muscles were still firm, and his skin was exceptionally fair, giving him the appearance of a wealthy idler. At that moment, Zhang Gang had his eyes closed, appearing very calm. However, Chen Feng could clearly sense a powerful energy surging within him. Chen Feng was deeply shocked. He never expected Zhang Gang to be so powerful. Seeing that Zhang Gang was sleeping soundly, Chen Feng did not disturb him and quietly sat down beside him. Zhang Gang remained completely unaware, still deep in slumber. However, Zhang Gang had long since lost the imposing demeanor he had earlier. He had arrived at Chen Feng's company early in the morning and waited for several hours just to catch a glimpse of Chen Feng. Chen Feng sat beside Zhang Gang, watching him sleep soundly. A cold smile involuntarily crossed his lips as he muttered to himself. "You call yourself Zhang Gang? You're even dumber than a pig. I just want to see how you'll handle Xia Mao." Poof. With that thought, Chen Feng no longer paid attention to Zhang Gang and waited quietly. After a few minutes, Zhang Gang slowly woke up. "Who?" Zhang Gang opened his eyes and, upon seeing Chen Feng sitting across from him, couldn't help but show a hint of panic on his face. "Mr. Chen Feng, you're here." Zhang Gang's eyes flickered with embarrassment. Since receiving the information about Xia Mao from Chen Feng yesterday, Zhang Gang hadn't slept all night and was feeling exhausted by the time he arrived at Chen Feng's place, so he had taken a quick nap. Now, Zhang Gang had long since lost the arrogance he had shown yesterday. Facing Chen Feng, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of oppression and fear. "Ha, you're awake. I wonder if you slept well last night." "Ha ha." Chen Feng smiled at Zhang Gang. Zhang Gang didn't know how to respond, as the words Chen Feng had spoken yesterday were still fresh in his mind. Chen Feng noticed Zhang Gang's reaction, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam. Zhang Gang saw Chen Feng smile and couldn't help but tremble slightly. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Chen Feng, I apologize for last night's offense. Please forgive me. I truly had no idea that Xia Mao would dare to do such a reckless thing. He was collaborating with you with such ulterior motives." At that moment, Zhang Gang was filled with regret. He never could have imagined. Xia Mao was a treacherous and heartless individual. He actually wanted to use his collaboration with Chen Feng to take over the Chun group. Thinking of this, Zhang Gang's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. He knew what kind of person Chen Feng was. If he didn't apologize to Chen Feng now, his life would become even more difficult in the future. With that thought, he hurriedly stood up, bowed deeply toward Chen Feng, and said with a pleading expression, "Mr. Chen Feng, please forgive me. I truly didn't mean it. Rest assured, I will make Xia Mao pay for his actions." After hearing Zhang Gang's words, Chen Feng's face betrayed a cold smile. He slowly reached out his hand, helped Zhang Gang to his feet, and said indifferently, "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? This is a personal matter between the two of us. It has nothing to do with you. It's best if you don't get involved." "Oh, if that's the case, then I won't interfere." Zhang Gang saw that Chen Feng wasn't blaming him but telling him not to get involved. Zhang Gang's heart immediately relaxed, and he secretly rejoiced within himself. Chapter 194, When good things happen, one feels refreshed. Chapter 193, When good things happen, one feels refreshed. At that moment, he thought to himself, thank goodness I didn't get involved in Xia Mao and Chen Feng's collaboration. Otherwise, I really would have worried that Chen Feng would turn his attention toward me. After all, he had also discussed the matter with Xia Mao yesterday, though he didn't particularly care for Xia Mao. However, he didn't want to get involved in trouble, especially since he had a good relationship with Xia Mao's father, Xia Jian. If Xia Mao and Chen Feng were to clash, he wouldn't come out unscathed either. Zhang Gang stood up while thinking to himself and bid farewell to Chen Feng. Chen Feng saw Zhang Gang leaving and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that Zhang Gang was still quite afraid of him. However, this would save a lot of trouble. After all, Zhang Gang is now a high-ranking executive at Xia Mao's company. If he were to take action against him, that would be a bit too unkind. Moreover, the relationship between him and Xia Mao was merely a matter of past grievances, not hatred. General Manager Zhang, take your time. Chen Feng said with a smile. I hope you'll come visit me again next time. I'd also love to collaborate with your company. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Gang's expression turned extremely ugly, but he forced himself to suppress his anger and replied with a good before quickly turning and leaving. Chen Feng's words had already made his stance and attitude clear. Seeing Zhang Gang's reaction, Chen Feng was very satisfied. After all, the best way to deal with someone is to make them fear you. And Chen Feng was now using Zhang Gang's fear of him to achieve his own goals. However, Zhang Gang wasn't a fool. He knew exactly what Chen Feng meant. He now harbored nothing but disgust and hatred toward Chen Feng. If it weren't for Chen Feng, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Chen Feng could also see that Zhang Gang had been intimidated by his aura. From this perspective, he had successfully achieved his goal. With that, the matter was finally settled. 3 months later, the resort villa was completed, and Chen Feng led his team to move in. That evening, Chen Feng hosted a banquet. The main guests of honor were, of course, Chen Feng and his associates. Chen Feng didn't hesitate, raising his glass to toast. The smooth completion of the resort was not only due to their own efforts. Therefore, he wanted to toast them properly as a token of his gratitude. No one left until they were drunk. Of course, their drinking capacity was no joke either.
Although Chen Feng was a legendary drinker, the others could hold their own, so almost no one got drunk. That night, they stayed up late into the night before finally dispersing. Chen Feng also returned to his room to rest. The next morning, everyone woke up early, washed up, and headed to the dining hall for breakfast. Chen Feng was also in the dining hall. He hadn't woken up this early in a long time, and today, Chen Feng had prepared quite a few things. He was hosting the meal today. Everyone sat down at the table, and Chen Feng brought out the items he had prepared earlier. Chen Feng placed the chopsticks on the table, and everyone's attention immediately turned to him. After completing the resort project, Chen Feng received another new project, the drinking water project. In simple terms, it was the market for the drinking water everyone consumed daily. It must be said that this industry is massive. If it continues to develop in this direction, Chen Feng will have significant profits and won't have to worry about money. This is the sales plan for drinking water. You can all study it carefully. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. If you're not satisfied with this plan, we can continue to improve it. Chapter 195, People strive for higher ground, water flows downhill. Chapter 194, People strive for higher ground, water flows downhill. As he spoke, Chen Feng handed the plan to Li Feng. This drinking water project proposal is quite good. Although it is a new type of project, it is still considered a fairly good project domestically, and there are many commendable aspects to it. Wang Jun said, "This is my first time taking on such a task, and I'm working under Chen Feng, so I'm taking it very seriously. I think this proposal is good and worth considering. However, this project requires a significant investment, so we need to secure some funding first. Additionally, this proposal requires collaboration with others, and our plan still needs significant revisions, which will require dedicated personnel to execute." Lu Wenhua also agreed, expressing his satisfaction with the project. Chen Feng smiled and said to Wang Jun and Lu Wenhua, "Since you both think it's feasible, let's proceed with this plan. I'll make all the necessary arrangements for you." "All right," Lu Wenhua responded. "Our engineers have all arrived, but they have not yet found a suitable project leader. I plan to assign this project to the two of you. What do you think?" Chen Feng said. Lu Wenhua nodded and replied, "I trust the reason you chose us. We'll do our best to complete the project." Chen Feng smiled and said, "All right, since you have no objections, let's get started. However, I'd like to remind you that this location is quite far from the city center, so please don't drive. If necessary, I'll send a private plane to pick you up, but please remember to stay safe. If needed, I'll stay in touch with you at all times." "All right, let's get to work." After Chen Feng finished speaking, everyone stood up, bowed to Chen Feng, and then went back to their respective tasks. Chen Feng sat aside, feeling extremely excited. He hadn't touched this technology in a long time, and now he finally had the chance to really dive into it. This was truly something to look forward to. Meanwhile, Chen Feng silently resolved to ensure that all his brothers would do their best. However, they were unaware that Chen Feng's ultimate goal was to target the Fortune 500 companies. The plan was to select a representative from these companies to lead the project. You should first familiarize yourselves with the environment and then conduct a detailed investigation. This plan requires your team to discuss it together. Your timeline may be tight, but we can take our time, there's no need to rush. Chen Feng spoke, then led his team out of the room. Chen Feng took everyone on a tour, then returned to his bedroom. It seemed he wouldn't be able to sleep in today. Chen Feng lay on his bed, tossing and turning, his mind filled with mixed emotions. Chen Feng was now quite interested in learning about their international reputation. He wanted to see if they had the same reputation internationally as he did. However, Chen Feng knew that if these technologies were real, they would undoubtedly make this project one of the most profitable in the world. Thinking of this, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel excited. However, achieving this goal wouldn't be something that could be done overnight, as he still needed more funding. Although Chen Feng is wealthy, he is not foolish, he knows how to use his money wisely. Now he needed to accumulate more capital. Chapter 196, How can sparrows understand the ambitions of swans? Chapter 195, How can sparrows understand the ambitions of swans? Moreover, the larger the scale of this project, the greater his influence within the country will become. This time, he plans to leverage his influence to turn this project into the most renowned project in the world. Then, through the media, he will rapidly spread its fame and influence worldwide. And in turn, his own reputation would rise accordingly. Chen Feng stayed in this room for a long time, thinking about some issues that required time to resolve. He couldn't rush things now, nor could he overwork his team. Otherwise, no one would be able to execute this project flawlessly. After pondering for a while, Chen Feng concluded that the most important thing for him now was to elevate his status. Whether in his previous life or this one, Chen Feng had always been low-key and had never appeared in the media. Moreover, he never imagined that coming to this city would lay so many seeds for his future. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sigh. I thought I'd spend my entire life as a humble small-time boss. Who would have thought that I'd have to start a new chapter in my life now? Before he knew it, Chen Feng had fallen into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Chen Feng woke up, he found that Wang Jun and Lu Wenhua had already arrived at his company.
They were busy organizing documents in the office, their expressions weary, clearly having stayed up all night. Seeing their tired expressions, Chen Feng felt a pang of emotion. It seemed they truly valued this project. However, this was understandable, as they were the technical backbone of the team. Chen Feng didn't scold them, he simply told them to rest for a while and start work after lunch. Chen Feng wasn't idle either. He had his team familiarize themselves with the company's specific operations and made some arrangements. Chen Feng's team wasn't new to business matters, so these tasks were no challenge for them. Nevertheless, Chen Feng still hoped they would become more proficient, so he specifically reminded them to be careful and not let minor issues disrupt their plans. Chen Feng's team understood this well and cooperated fully with him. Everything was carried out smoothly and efficiently, leaving Chen Feng thoroughly satisfied. Chen Feng saw this situation and felt reassured, but he still made a special point of instructing them that if they encountered anything they didn't understand. This also ensured that Chen Feng's team wouldn't have to worry about losing their jobs for a long time. However, it didn't take long, and by around 2 p.m., their work was nearly finished. After sending them back, Chen Feng began drafting a detailed plan. Chen Feng also stayed up all night, as he was deeply concerned about this project. Everyone, we have completed our familiarization with the factory. The next step is to develop a specific strategy and plan. Lu Wenhua said. I think this is the time for us to start formulating the plan. First, regarding the factory construction, the scale of our factory is quite large. However, our equipment and materials are very rudimentary. I believe that within the shortest possible time, to give our products a competitive edge. Therefore, we will expand the factory to 300 acres, build a large courtyard around the factory, and then proceed with the internal construction of the factory. We require that the factory be completed and ready for occupancy within 3 months. Residence. Chapter 197, Life Source, Environmental Protection Project. Chapter 196, The Fountain of Life, Environmental Protection Project. Chen Feng said decisively. 300 acres? Isn't that a bit too much for the project? Lu Wenhua said. Chen Feng nodded, yes, the scale is indeed too large. However, I believe we must do this properly. If no one manages this land, once the land becomes barren, it will be too late to remedy the situation. So we must act quickly and get this done properly. Lu Wenhua nodded and said, alright, since you're so determined about this, we can't refuse anymore. Here's what we'll do, I'll have a few senior executives from our company accompany you. They'll assist you in completing the task. As for the profit distribution, we'll follow your rules, our company takes 60%. You'll take 30%, and the remaining 10% will be split evenly between the two companies. How does that sound? No problem. Chen Feng agreed with a smile. Chen Feng also knew that Lu Wenhua had made the biggest concession in this matter. After all, Lu Wenhua had already retired. And the company still needed him to manage it. Therefore, they couldn't afford to have company employees come here to help out like before. Therefore, he could only send a few people over, and these few people were the backbone of the company. This would alleviate much of Lu Wenhua's pressure, and Chen Feng believed Lu Wenhua certainly didn't want his subordinates to be overworked. Chen Feng had another discussion with Lu Wenhua, then he left the company with the few people and headed straight for the water and soil construction company in the eastern part of the city. This was also the best water and soil construction company in the eastern part of the city, and the manager of the company was Zhang Mingde. A man in his 40s, Chen Feng found him sitting in a chair, lost in thought. He looked distracted. Chen Feng tapped the table. Hey, Zhang manager, hello. It's Chen Feng. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Mingde snapped out of his trance, quickly stood up, and bowed respectfully. Welcome. Chen Feng waved his hand, no need for formalities. I'm here today to discuss the water supply issues for the construction of that piece of land. I hope you can arrange it as soon as possible. Alright, please wait a moment. I'll go prepare right away. Zhang Mingde agreed and hurried off to make preparations. Chen Feng waited for a while before Zhang Mingde finally walked in from outside. He smiled broadly at Chen Feng and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I was busy earlier. Please accept my apologies. I'll arrange it immediately. Chen Feng nodded, and Zhang Mingde immediately instructed the workers below to begin. Zhang Mingde added, Mr. Chen, I heard you mention the plan to build a water plant earlier. Do you have any specific plans? Chen Feng replied, it's like this. As you know, in the current environment, building a factory is a very important matter. Our goal is to improve environmental protection facilities nationwide, so our objective is to comprehensively develop the environmental protection system across the country. Additionally, we will recruit a large number of workers nationwide to support this initiative. I hope you can provide me with sufficient materials and some professional knowledge in construction. I need to know if you have any experience or expertise in this area. Zhang Mingde hurriedly replied, no problem. I'll call over an architect from our water and soil construction company right away. He's responsible for this area of work. Chapter 198, Once glorious, but that was once. Chapter 197, Once glorious, but that was then. Alright. Have him come over.
Chen Feng nodded, and Zhang Mingde immediately called over the man named Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was a man in his 30s, with a decent appearance and a sharp demeanor. As soon as he entered the room, he bowed deeply to Chen Feng and said,
"May I ask if you are Chen Feng?"
"I am Zhao Ming, the technical director of Shuitu Construction Company."
Chen Feng smiled and said, "Hello." He then introduced Zhang Mingde. "This is Zhao Ming, the technical director of Shuitu Construction Company.
"I hope he can provide me with a detailed report." Zhao Ming nodded and said, "No problem." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Thank you for your help."
Zhao Ming nodded, "No problem, Mr. Chen. Please have a seat, I'll prepare it for you right away."
Chen Feng nodded and sat down nearby to wait. Zhang Mingde then said to Chen Feng, "Mr. Chen, let me first introduce our company to you.
Our company is a leading enterprise in the construction industry.
Although we face some challenges in construction, other aspects are still manageable. Especially the technical staff at the Water and Soil Construction Company, who have extensive expertise in land excavation and management." Chen Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. This Zhang Mingde was quite perceptive. He knew exactly what Chen Feng needed most at the moment.
Zhang Mingde continued, "Moreover, the technical capabilities of our Water and Soil Construction Company are no joke. Although we may have some shortcomings in land development, our technical capabilities are still very strong. Our technical staff are mostly university graduates with degrees in civil engineering. Some of them are even at an international level and are highly regarded worldwide. Therefore, I am confident that as long as you provide us with sufficient materials, our Water and Soil Construction Company's technical capabilities will definitely reach international standards. Therefore, I am confident that your investment is absolutely correct. However, I also know that you have certain ambitions. Therefore, I dare not make bold claims, but I am confident in your judgment. You certainly won't be disappointed." Chen Feng laughed heartily and said, "Rest assured, I am a very rational person, and I believe in your capabilities. I also believe that as long as you are here, this project will definitely be done well. I am confident that my choice will not be wrong." Zhang Mingde nodded, feeling secretly delighted. He had originally thought that Chen Feng was only interested in the money to be made here, which is why he wanted to buy the land. But he never expected Chen Feng to be genuinely willing to invest such a huge sum. This was a major business opportunity. If he could secure Chen Feng's support this time, he could get a promotion and a raise. Therefore, he was putting his heart into this matter, hoping that once it was settled, he could advance and prosper. "All right, let us talk about the land now," Chen Feng said. Zhang Mingde nodded, then began to discuss the land issues.
Zhang Mingde briefly introduced the situation of Shuitu Construction Company, which had a long history in the construction industry.
Once a renowned domestic construction group. However, due to the economic crisis, the company's owner had to relocate and eventually sold it to an outsider. As a result, the company is currently in a state of dormancy. Over the years, Shuitu Construction has made some breakthroughs in construction.
Chapter 199, A Starving Camel is Still Bigger Than a Horse. Chapter 198, A Starving Camel is Still Bigger Than a Horse. However, due to funding issues, it has been unable to expand on a large scale. Additionally, their construction techniques have stagnated, so their current projects are merely maintaining the status quo. The construction quality of Water and Soil Construction Company is commendable, and their management and operations are also top-notch. If we were to invest in this area, it would certainly be a profitable venture," Chen Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing Chen Feng's evaluation, Water and Soil Construction Company felt honored and immediately replied,
"Mr. Chen, you are too kind.
As long as you recognize the technical capabilities of Water and Soil Construction Company, I am confident that the success rate of this project is very high, so we are eagerly awaiting your arrival." Chen Feng chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely come to inspect the site.
I'm actually hoping to learn some construction techniques from you." Shuitu Construction Company hurriedly nodded in agreement and then asked, "So, is there anything else we can discuss now?"
Chen Feng shook his head and smiled, saying, "There's nothing else for us to discuss. This matter, just treat it as a regular business transaction and handle it properly. Don't dwell too much on the formalities. I just want to get it done as soon as possible. I don't want any delays. So let us get started right away." "All right, since Mr. Chen has spoken, I will follow your instructions. I will make arrangements immediately. But rest assured, we will ensure this land redevelopment project is carried out smoothly and to your satisfaction." Zhang Mingde patted his chest in assurance, and Chen Feng nodded without saying anything. Chen Feng chatted with the Water and Soil Construction Company for a while, checked the time, and realized 2 hours had passed. He stood up and said to Zhang Mingde, "All right, we've covered everything we needed to discuss. Let's go meet our chairman and see what his thoughts are on the land issue." After speaking, Chen Feng led Zhao Ming and Zhang Mingde into his office. Chen Feng's office was a spacious suite, luxuriously decorated. Upon entering, Chen Feng walked directly to the sofa and sat down, then looked around the office building. He noticed that the entire building was decorated in a very luxurious style, with each floor featuring an independent office area, and the environment inside was extremely elegant. Chen Feng couldn't help but nod in approval.
Chen Feng's office was an oval-shaped room covering an area of about 400 or 500 square meters. The decor was also of a very high standard, with all the furniture imported. Chen Feng looked around at the furnishings. He felt very pleased and couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the remarkable skills of the boss of this construction company. They had managed to decorate the building so beautifully. Chen Feng casually glanced around the room, which was lavishly decorated. A large floor-to-ceiling window stood in front of a wine rack, which was filled with various bottles of fine wine. Chen Feng walked into the room, sat down at the table, picked up a bottle of red wine, poured himself a glass, and took a sip, savoring the rich aroma. Chen Feng furrowed his brows, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. He then handed the glass to Zhang Mingde and said, "Mr. Zhang, you truly have excellent taste." Zhang Mingde hurriedly waved his hands modestly and said, "Not at all, Mr. Chen, you are the one with true sophistication." Chapter 200, I have no interest in working for others. Chapter 199, I have no interest in working for others. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to speak again, at that moment, Chen Feng's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Li Feng calling. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment before answering the call. "Hello, Mr. Li?" Chen Feng said. Li Feng said urgently on the other end of the line, "Mr. Chen, the matter has been handled. When would you be available to come over and sign the contract? I'll transfer the money to you right away." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile as he replied, "Tomorrow, I'll come personally." Li Feng said happily on the phone, "All right, Mr. Chen. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you at the Golden Dragon Hotel. We'll discuss the contract there." "All right, we'll meet at 9 tomorrow morning." Chen Feng agreed. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng put his phone back in his pocket and turned toward his car. Just a few steps later, he saw a white BMW pull up in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing Zhang Qianqian's delicate face. Chen Feng asked in confusion, "Ms. Zhang, why are you here?" Zhang Qianqian smiled sweetly and said, "I came here specifically to find you." Chen Feng asked in surprise, "Why are you looking for me?" Zhang Qianqian smiled sweetly and said, "Chen Feng, our company has a new product to launch, but this product needs a team of outstanding employees to assist with the promotion. I would like to invite you to join our company as our agent." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng smiled and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Ms. Zhang. I'm not particularly interested in this product." "Oh? Really?" Zhang Qianqian seemed taken aback by Chen Feng's refusal and asked in surprise. Chen Feng smiled and said, "I'm being honest. I'm not really interested in being a model." Zhang Qianqian nodded and said, "All right, since Mr. Chen isn't interested, I'll arrange for someone else to come. I hope Mr. Chen will give me this opportunity." "All right, no problem," Chen Feng said with a smile. After chatting with Zhang Qianqian for a while longer, Chen Feng got into the car and left. After leaving, Chen Feng felt a sense of relief. He hadn't refused earlier. It was merely to avoid trouble. Although his current wealth far exceeded his wildest imagination, he still didn't want to stir up trouble. That was Chen Feng's consistent approach to life. If he were to join this company, he would inevitably be the subject of gossip. And he didn't know what others might say behind his back. This time, he refused simply to avoid any misunderstandings. After walking a few meters away, he saw Wang Meng standing beside him. He smiled and said, "Boss, who is this Zhang Qianqian? She's so enthusiastic and even invited you to join their company." Chen Feng smiled and said, "This Zhang Qianqian is the girl I mentioned to you earlier. I already knew her online, but I didn't expect to run into her here." Wang Meng heard Chen Feng say this and suddenly understood. No wonder the boss refused. But since the boss refused, it's fine. Anyway, he hadn't planned on joining anyway, so it's none of his business. Chapter 201, Consolidating Development, Preparing for the Future. Chapter 200, Consolidating Development, Preparing for the Future. After coming to this realization, Wang Meng said, "Boss, where should we go next?" Chen Feng said, "Let's go back and have dinner. You've helped me so much today, I'll treat you." Wang Meng heard Chen Feng's words and felt very happy inside, regardless of whether it was for the boss's sake or not. He had indeed put in a lot of effort this time, so he couldn't refuse the boss's invitation. He replied, "All right, boss, let's head back then." After getting into the car, Chen Feng started the engine and drove toward the villa. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed, and soon they arrived at the villa's entrance. After parking the car, Chen Feng got out. "Boss, you go inside first. I'll wait for you in the car," Wang Meng said. "All right." Chen Feng agreed and then turned and entered the villa. At that moment, Chen Feng was well aware that today's matter would not be so easily resolved. However, since he had promised Wang Meng that he would do his best to handle it, he was determined to give it his all. With that thought, Chen Feng had nothing else to worry about. Chen Feng entered the villa, but Chen Shui and Zhang Lan hadn't returned yet. Chen Feng went straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After walking around the streets all day, he was genuinely hungry. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Chen Feng looked at the table full of dishes and couldn't help but swallow.
It smelled so good, just the aroma alone was enough to make one's appetite soar. It seemed like he was going to enjoy himself tonight. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth, chewing it a couple of times. Instantly, Chen Feng's face lit up with a satisfied expression. The meat was absolutely delicious. It was even better than what a 5-star hotel chef could make. This made Chen Feng feel an urge to devour the entire plate immediately, but he managed to resist. Chen Feng kept shoveling food into his mouth. He was truly starving. He had been busy for several days straight without a proper rest. The meal was very filling, not only making his stomach round and full, but also causing his belly to bulge. It seemed that eating so much wasn't good for his health. It looks like I'll need to work out tonight. Chen Feng rubbed his waist and thought to himself. After that, Chen Feng lay down on the bed and fell asleep. He slept soundly through the night without any dreams. When he woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, sat up, and stretched. After stretching his waist, Chen Feng got out of bed, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. Upon entering the living room, Wang Mang was already cleaning. Upon seeing Chen Feng, he respectfully greeted him and said, "Boss, you're awake." Chen Feng saw that Wang Mang was still there and smiled, saying, "Yeah, I'm awake. By the way, Wang Mang, how's the investigation I asked you to look into?" Wang Mang replied, "Boss, we've made some progress on that matter." After saying that, Wang Mang handed the documents he had gathered to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the documents and began reading them carefully. After a moment, Chen Feng finished reading the documents. Chen Feng looked up at Wang Mang, who looked exhausted, and smiled, saying, "All right, this matter is now in your hands. Be careful and make sure you don't make any mistakes." Chapter 202, Brand Effect, Standing Out from the Crowd. Wang Mang nodded and said, "I understand, boss. I won't let you down." Chen Feng smiled and said, "That's good." Wang Mang replied, then stepped out of Chen Feng's villa. Chen Feng sat on the sofa, sipping tea while flipping through some documents. As he looked through the documents, his phone rang. It was Li Feng calling. "Mr. Chen, I've arrived at the Golden Dragon Hotel. When will you be coming over?" Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Chen Feng put down his teacup and said, "I understand. I'll be right over." Saying that, Chen Feng stood up and headed upstairs. Upon entering his bedroom, Chen Feng changed into a different outfit and walked out of the house, heading to the hotel where he had stayed the previous night. At the front desk, the staff member politely asked Chen Feng if he needed any assistance. Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No, thank you. I'll go up myself." "Thank you." After speaking, Chen Feng turned and headed toward the hotel staircase. After taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, Chen Feng stepped out and headed toward the private room Li Feng had reserved. Upon reaching the private room's door, Chen Feng knocked. Soon, the door opened from the inside, and Li Feng stood at the entrance. Seeing it was Chen Feng, he hurriedly said, "Mr. Chen, why did you take so long?" Chen Feng smiled and said, "I was stuck in traffic on the way here. I'm sorry I'm late." "No problem," Li Feng said, extending his hand to gesture for Chen Feng to enter. Chen Feng nodded and stepped into the private room. Li Feng closed the door behind him, locked it, and then walked over to Chen Feng's side, smiling as he said, Mr. Chen, I've already had the waiter bring a pot of fine billionaire tea. Please try it." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Great." He picked up the teapot, took a slow sip, and praised, "Excellent tea. Excellent tea." Li Feng smiled and said, "As long as Mr. Chen likes it, I'll make sure to treat you to good tea more often in the future." Great." Chen Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. Li Feng accompanied Chen Feng for a while, then began to discuss business. "Mr. Chen, regarding this car project, we've already started working on it. How should we arrange the next steps?" Li Feng pointed to a document on the table and said, "Well, I'm not very familiar with this either. Just proceed according to the plan I mentioned earlier," Chen Feng said with a smile. "Oh. Where should we start first?" Li Feng asked. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "Let's start with the project to acquire the car brand first." Li Feng nodded in agreement immediately. "Alright, Mr. Chen, I'll get started right away." After saying that, Li Feng left the room. He also needed to handle some matters and aimed to start work tomorrow. After Li Feng left, Chen Feng sat in his chair, deep in thought. He felt that while the automotive industry appeared to be a vast and complex ecosystem, its foundations were extremely fragile. However, these fragile foundations were precisely what Chen Feng could exploit. Chen Feng continuously searched his mind for information about the automotive industry. He knew that if he wanted to establish a strong supply chain in the short term, he must identify a breakthrough point, and that breakthrough point lay in the automotive industry's brand. The so-called brand effect is a crucial factor in the automotive industry. In the international market, it is the biggest sales indicator. The greater the influence of a car brand in the domestic market, the better the sales. Additionally, consumers prefer to use cars from this brand because cars symbolize high-quality standards. Chapter 203, Market Positioning, Analyzing Advantages and Disadvantages. Chapter 202, Market Positioning, Analyzing Pros and Cons. Chen Feng continuously searched his mind for various pieces of information about the automotive industry. He knew that if he wanted to establish a strong supply chain in the short term, he must identify a breakthrough point, and the existence of this breakthrough point lies in the brand of the automotive industry. The so-called brand effect is a crucial factor in the automotive industry. In the international market, it is the biggest sales indicator. The greater the influence of a car brand domestically, the better its sales performance. Additionally, consumers prefer to use cars from this brand because cars symbolize high-quality standards. Automobiles have extremely high sales worldwide, but they are not the only consumers. There are many sellers who do not like to purchase automobiles. However, it is important to remember that cars are a highly ubiquitous consumer product worldwide, and this consumer product has some unique characteristics. That is the complexity of the automotive industry's background. Therefore, the future prospects for this industry remain highly promising. Of course, risks and profits go hand in hand, so establishing your own brand requires tremendous determination. Moreover, Chen Feng is well aware that once the automotive industry truly develops, it will lead the entire industry to prosperity. At that point, even foreign automobile companies may not be able to compete with us, which is the potential of the automobile industry. However, the development of the automotive industry will inevitably drive the growth of other related industries, meaning that the automotive industry will also drive the development of the entire industry. Although the automotive industry is a massive market, it is also a challenging one. Securing a foothold within it is no easy feat. Therefore, it is important to emphasize what we must do is maintain a balanced approach. The future of the automotive industry is not solely reflected in brand influence and affordable prices. It also lies in sales channels, channel management, and operational efficiency. Within the automotive industry, there are many other sectors besides automobile sales. For example, the automotive manufacturing industry, the automotive services industry, and so on. This is an extremely large industry, with a scale and market scope that are extremely extensive. If we were to separate the automotive industry from the automotive services industry, it would likely become very challenging. After all, the sales volume of the automotive industry is simply too massive, while the automotive services industry can only be considered a supporting industry, with extremely low competitiveness and no discernible advantages. However, if we were to include the automotive services industry's market as well, I am confident that, leveraging the automotive industry's vast market and our expertise in automobiles, we can undoubtedly dominate the automotive sales industry. Chen Feng made a brief summary. He then met with Li Feng and went to an automotive industry exposition group. Throughout the journey, Li Feng introduced the specific details of the expo group, while Chen Feng listened attentively, occasionally nodding or furrowing his brows. This is a Fortune 500 company with a significant market share in the automotive industry and ranks among the top 3 automotive manufacturers in China. The automotive manufacturing sector is a major player in the domestic automotive industry, and the automotive services sector also holds a significant market share within the automotive services industry. The automotive manufacturing industry holds a significant advantage within the automotive industry. Chapter 204, No matter how good the plan, action speaks louder. Chapter 203, No plan is better than action. The automotive manufacturing industry primarily focuses on the production of automotive components, with dozens of manufacturers in this sector. These manufacturers have extensive networks of connections within the automotive manufacturing industry. The automotive manufacturing industry has gradually grown over the past few years. The market share of the automotive manufacturing industry is also expanding steadily. The automotive manufacturing industry holds a significant market share advantage and occupies the most critical position within the entire automotive manufacturing sector. However, it has not yet achieved the status of a global top 500 company. Therefore, within the domestic automotive manufacturing industry, the automotive sector remains at an intermediate level. Oh? So you're suggesting that if we want to build a strong industry, we should start with the Expo Group? Exactly. The automotive industry is like a cancerous tumor that has already taken root in the domestic market. So eliminating it has become exceptionally challenging. While the automotive services industry also holds a significant market share, its technological capabilities are lacking, so the gap between the automotive industry and the automotive services sector remains substantial. Chen Feng nodded and said, "That's right, the automotive manufacturing industry is indeed a lucrative sector. But to devour the automotive manufacturing industry, we will have to pay a hefty price. Therefore, to succeed, we must first swallow the automotive manufacturing industry. We must have sufficient funds, but we cannot act rashly at this stage because we currently lack the strength to swallow the automotive industry. Therefore, we can only wait for the right opportunity to swallow the automotive industry. Now, that opportunity has arrived." Li Feng analyzed every aspect with great professionalism. "That's right, the opportunity has arrived. If this collaboration goes smoothly, we will gain even greater benefits." Chen Feng nodded. "Alright, since we're collaborating with the Expo Group, let's first make contact with this company to see what their intentions are. If they are willing to collaborate with us, we can use this company to acquire the remaining 4 automotive manufacturers and then gradually take over the automotive manufacturing industry. If they refuse to cooperate, we will continue negotiations with them.
This cycle will repeat itself until we ultimately achieve victory. What should we do next? Li Feng asked.
You should first get in touch with the Expo Group. I'll arrange a meeting with their representative to discuss potential collaboration. If they are willing to collaborate with us, we can then negotiate with the Expo Group and proceed with the partnership. However, if they are unwilling to cooperate with us, there is no point in continuing the discussions. I will consider approaching another company. Or we could forcefully take them over after all, they're already in a hurry to go downhill.
Chen Feng said with a smile. For Chen Feng, his plan had already taken shape. So, which company do you think we should choose to collaborate with? Automobile manufacturing and automotive services. Both the automobile manufacturing industry and the automobile service industry are in a disadvantaged position.
They all hope to eventually establish a foothold and launch their own brands domestically, becoming the largest automobile manufacturers in the country. Therefore, if we were to collaborate with the Expo Group, I believe they would be willing to cooperate.
Chapter 205, Testing the Waters, Reading the Signs. Chapter 204, Testing the Waters, Reading Between the Lines. That's good. I'll make the arrangements right away. Li Feng nodded. After that,
Chen Feng and Li Feng took their leave.
Bao Bo Group? Let's see if I can take a bite out of this cake.
Back home, Chen Feng sat on the sofa and snorted coldly.
I'll see how long this Bao Luo Group can last.
The next morning, Chen Feng, under Li Feng's arrangement, arrived at the Expo Group early. Although the Expo Group was no longer as powerful as it had been during the heyday of the automotive manufacturing industry in Xia Kingdom.
However, it remained one of the largest automobile manufacturing companies in Xiagua.
This time, the Expo Group had sent a representative to meet with Chen Feng.
This representative was named Lu Fei, the vice president of the automotive manufacturing division of the Expo Group. Mr. Lu, hello. Hello. In the office of the Expo Group, Chen Feng warmly shook Lu Fei's hand and smiled cordially.
Haha, hello, Mr. Chen, we meet again.
The banquet in Xiangqing last time was truly memorable.
Lu Fei also smiled broadly and extended his hand to shake Chen Feng's, saying, I didn't expect we'd meet again.
Would you honor me with a cup of tea? No problem, no problem. I'm here at the invitation of Li Feng.
The two of us are discussing a cooperation project, so we came over to talk about cooperation with the Expo Group.
Lu Fei nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, let us get started right away. Lu Fei said, then gestured to Chen Feng.
The two of them chatted as they walked over to the desk, turned on the computer, and began searching for information related to automobile manufacturing. In the relevant materials on the automotive manufacturing industry, the Expo Group provided Chen Feng with some assistance. After all, the Expo Group is a well-established automobile manufacturing company, so they undoubtedly have more resources than some emerging automobile manufacturing companies. Additionally, the Expo Group has its own automobile manufacturing plant, although its production capacity has declined in recent years. However, they still retain a significant amount of automotive manufacturing technology. Though limited in scope, it is sufficient for producing large-scale vehicles.
Chen Feng also gained insight into the company's attitude toward automobile manufacturing from the materials provided by the company. It seems that, despite its slow development, however, they are still very willing to distribute their resources widely. Upon reviewing some related information about the Expo Group, Chen Feng discovered that the company's financial resources are not abundant, and there are even signs of impending shortages. Therefore, if the Expo Group were to collaborate with him, Chen Feng would be willing to contribute all the resources under his control to the partnership. Mr. Lu, our company is highly interested in automotive manufacturing research and development. However, some of our technologies are relatively outdated and require certain improvements. I wonder if the Expo Group has any suggestions? Could you provide some suggestions? Chen Feng asked cautiously.
These are some advanced technologies, and the Expo Group cannot provide too much advice. Only the technologies you provide can we study and improve upon. If the technology you provide is too outdated, we won't be able to offer much advice either.
What do you think?
Lu Fei said with a smile to Chen Feng.
Chapter 206, Though the tricks are many, let us observe and wait. Chapter 205, Many tricks, but let's wait and see. Upon hearing these words, Chen Feng thought to himself, as expected, these people haven't given up on the automotive manufacturing industry.
Although Lu Fei's intentions were well hidden, Chen Feng could see through them clearly. It seems they truly want to collaborate with us, but this collaboration also has significant drawbacks.
Namely, their technology is extremely outdated.
They simply lack the capability to upgrade their technology. Therefore, collaborating with them would offer no benefits to us.
Yes, I also think they're being pretty underhanded. This kind of cooperation isn't worth our time. If they want to find someone else,
they should find their own solutions.
Perhaps they could even find other partners? Lu Fei's idea is indeed good, but did they come up with this solution themselves? If it was their own idea, then there should already be a suitable partner available by now, right? Moreover, their vision and capabilities aren't very high, so they probably don't know how to develop such a partnership. Moreover, with technology advancing so rapidly, this technology is of no use to us at all. We have nothing to worry about. I think we should just let it go this time. After all, it's the path they chose for themselves. If they can't resolve this on their own, then they can only blame their own incompetence. These words also made Chen Feng realize Lu Fei's true intentions. What he is most concerned about now is that Lu Fei will approach him, hoping to collaborate. If that is his intention, Chen Feng will absolutely refuse. Although the automotive market is becoming increasingly competitive, Chen Feng doesn't want to miss out on this business opportunity. But he doesn't want to be used by them. Chen Feng believes that, with Lu Fei's intelligence, he must understand this point. And he also knows that if he refuses this time, Lu Fei will likely continue searching for other partners, and in that case, he would once again be exploited. This is precisely one of the reasons why Chen Feng refused Lu Fei's proposal. Lu Fei was unaware of Chen Feng's concerns. At that moment, he was lost in his own fantasies. In his mind, countless names of car manufacturers, vehicle configurations, and even brand names and some formulas were already taking shape. Mr. Lu, what do you think of these models? These are all top-tier domestic car brands with first-class specifications. As long as you're willing, we can negotiate anytime. What do you think? Chen Feng's assistant looked at the luxurious Jianyo sports car in front of him, a bright smile spreading across his face. This car was built at a tremendous cost, and he had been preparing for it for nearly 5 years. Without his unwavering determination, he would never have persevered. Chen Feng looked at the car in front of him and couldn't help but praise it. This car is great. I think it's pretty good, but the price. Mr. Lu, please rest assured. When you make your offer, we will adjust the price according to your requirements. We will definitely satisfy you, and we can also guarantee that you will not face any restrictions when using this formula in the future. The assistant patted his chest in assurance, his tone firm. Well, if that's the case, I'll give it a test drive. Yes, Mr. Lu, please rest assured. I'll be by your side and report back to you at any time. Chapter 207, On-Site Inspection, Seeing is Believing. Chapter 206, On-Site Inspection, Seeing is Believing. The assistant looked at Lu Fei with an eager expression, eager to see Lu Fei get into the car. He believed this would prove his worth. Chen Feng heard the response and nodded, then stepped into the extremely luxurious sports car. His status was different, so his seat was different as well. Chen Feng sat in the car, feeling a bit nervous inside. After all, this car exhibition event was crucial to the future direction of their company. He also placed great importance on this car, so he had always been very cautious. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a question. If Lu Fei were to win this time, wouldn't that mean the stock price of his car company would rise by a few percentage points? This news excited Chen Feng greatly, but this competition was a fair contest. If he lost this time, he would have no chance of turning things around. And his company would go bankrupt, and he would no longer be a major player in the automotive industry. However, he did not tell this to Chen Feng's assistant, as the matter was too serious for Chen Feng. If he lost, the company would go bankrupt, and he would be left penniless, never to enjoy the glory he once had. Nevertheless, despite this, Chen Feng's heart was filled with excitement. He believed that if Lu Fei lost this time, he could use it to strike a blow against Lu Fei's arrogance. Lu Fei sat in the passenger seat of the supercar, feeling the comfort of the vehicle, and his heart was filled with excitement. He had thoroughly studied the car's performance and could now easily control its capabilities. Moreover, this car's performance was superior to that of the Ferrari he had driven before. Since he had mastered the latest technology, he was highly confident in this aspect. He believed that he would definitely win first place at the upcoming car exhibition. As he thought about this, his expression grew increasingly confident and his eyes shone brighter and brighter. Moreover, he had focused all his attention on the scenery outside the car window. However, Chen Feng was unaware that every one of his movements was being closely watched by a pair of eagle eyes. Several days later, at the Expo Group's car exhibition center, Chen Feng arrived at the venue as scheduled. In fact, he had his own plans. He wanted to take a look at the situation of the Expo Group's car exhibition. This would also allow him to observe this automotive company more closely. An automotive exhibition is a public venue, and the clients here are all wealthy and influential. As soon as Chen Feng arrived at the entrance of the exhibition hall, a young man dressed in a suit and wearing sunglasses hurriedly approached him. He glanced at Chen Feng, then smiled and extended his right hand, saying, "Hello, my name is Li Bo. I am responsible for managing the exhibition hall. Welcome to your visit. You may call me Little Li." "Hello, I'm Chen Feng." Chen Feng shook hands with Li Bo and said. The two exchanged pleasantries and soon entered the main hall. Inside the hall, various car parts were displayed everywhere, leaving Chen Feng in awe. Although he had never worked with cars before, these items looked very new to him. The car models were also quite beautiful, but since he had never seen a real car, he dared not make any hasty conclusions. Chapter 208, Times have changed, water flows downhill. Chapter 207, Times have changed, water flows downhill.
Li Bo noticed Chen Feng's expression and smiled slightly before saying, Mr. Chen, our company has recently launched a brand new automotive system.
Our products are designed by world-class automotive designers and are definitely superior to the top brands abroad.
Additionally, our company has introduced a new model of hand-operated tractor, which we have already launched into the market.
You'll definitely love it. Really? Then let's go visit your hand-guided tractor right now. And see what special features it has? Could you give me a brief introduction?
Chen Feng, upon hearing Li Bo's words, immediately exclaimed excitedly. He was eagerly anticipating his own hand-guided tractor.
Alright, Mr. Chen, please follow me.
Li Bo led Chen Feng into the garage and pointed to a brand new black tractor inside, saying,
Mr. Chen, you see that? This is the new model our company has just launched.
This hand-guided tractor boasts exceptional speed and maneuverability, making it undoubtedly the top-of-the-line hand-guided tractor in the world. Additionally, this hand-guided tractor has a significant advantage in terms of load-carrying capacity. If Mr. Chen has any specific requirements, we can connect you with professionals in the automotive industry to customize it for you.
Oh, really? That's very kind of you.
Upon hearing Li Bo's words, Chen Feng immediately exclaimed with excitement.
He never expected that the Expo Group could develop such advanced technology. He was now eagerly anticipating it.
Upon hearing Mr. Chen's praise, Li Bo humbly replied,
Mr. Chen, this is nothing. As long as we can solve this problem for you, the profits our company has promised will definitely include your share. Rest assured, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Haha, I believe you. I'm also looking forward to your answer.
Chen Feng said with a smile. Soon, Li Bo led Chen Feng into an office where a young man in his 30s was sitting. Upon seeing Chen Feng enter, he hurriedly stood up, walked over, and shook hands with Chen Feng enthusiastically before saying,
Welcome to our Expo Group Automobile Company exhibition. Please have a seat. My name is Zhou Jian, the president of the automotive company. How do you think we've prepared for this exhibition?
Mr. Zhou, I'm here on behalf of the company to visit. I'm quite looking forward to seeing the exhibits you've prepared, but I'm curious, what are the main exhibits at your automotive exhibition?
Are they only hand-guided tractors? Chen Feng looked at Zhou Jian and asked curiously.
Zhou Jian smiled upon hearing Chen Feng's question and said, Mr. Chen, you're a straightforward person. That's correct, our Expo Group does specialize in hand-guided tractors. Take a look at this hand-guided tractor, it's the latest model we've launched. Chen Feng listened to Zhou Jian's words, examined the tractor carefully, and found that it looked quite decent. However, he still looked at Zhou Jian with some doubt and asked, Mr. Zhou, this tractor looks decent, but can it really perform as well as you claim? Chen Feng didn't state it directly but instead subtly reminded Zhou Jian. After all, in his opinion, a company as large as the Expo Group wouldn't just bring in a random tractor to deceive him, as that could cause him to lose many business partners.
Chapter 209, Market Battle, Stay Cautious. Chapter 208, Market Battle, Stay Calm. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian understood the meaning behind them. He chuckled. Then looked at Chen Feng and explained. Mr. Chen, you're right. This hand-guided tractor isn't very good. Our company originally planned to launch a high-performance sedan. However, given the intense competition in the current automotive market, I'm concerned that our sales figures might take a hit. Therefore, we opted for this type of tractor instead. I wonder if Mr. Chen is satisfied with this tractor? Mr. Chen nodded, satisfied, very satisfied.
Upon hearing Chen Feng's response, Zhou Jian smiled and continued, Mr. Chen, if you're satisfied, then go ahead and purchase them. Zhou Jian knew that if Chen Feng purchased these tractors, Chen Feng would become a major client for his company. Chen Feng looked at Zhou Jian and smiled, Mr. Zhou, since I'm buying these tractors to make money, I think that if I sell this tractor, I should be able to make a profit, right? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian was a bit surprised, then smiled and asked, Mr. Chen,
do you mean you plan to sell all these tractors?
Chen Feng nodded with a smile, exactly.
If possible, I'd also like you to tell me the number of tractors. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian was taken aback.
Zhou Jian hadn't expected that these tractors were so important to Chen Feng.
He was even willing to pay money to buy them. All right. Zhou Jian smiled and said, I understand, but I need to report this to our headquarters first.
Chen Feng said indifferently, regardless, please kindly inform them on my behalf.
If they refuse to sell, I will have to find another buyer. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian nodded. Mr. Chen, why don't I drive you to the 4S store? Zhou Jian suggested. No need, I have other matters to attend to.
I'll be leaving first.
All right, Mr. Chen, take your time. Zhou Jian stood up and escorted Chen Feng to the door.
After Chen Feng left the 4S store, Zhou Jian immediately took out his phone and dialed the number.
Hello, Chairman, I just had a chat with Mr. Chen. How did it go? Mr. Chen is willing to pay a high price for these tractors. All right, I understand.
I'll have someone fax the tractor specifications to your email.
All right.
After returning to the hotel, Chen Feng lay down on the bed and fell asleep. At that moment, Zhou Jian's email had already received the information about the tractors sent by Chen Feng. In reality, what Chen Feng truly cared about wasn't the tractors themselves, but Zhou Jian's group.
He now wanted to take over this group.
He must establish a connection with this group, as he aims to obtain superior technology and products from it. This would bring significant benefits for his future.
That night, Chen Feng slept soundly. It wasn't until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon that Chen Feng woke up leisurely. Knock knock.
The doorbell rang, interrupting Chen Feng's sweet dreams.
Come in. Mr. Chen, here's your meal.
The waiter pushed the cart into the room.
Chen Feng looked at the waiter and asked with a smile, "Waiter, which department provides your menu?"
Upon hearing Chen Feng's question, the waitress paused for a moment but quickly regained her composure and replied, "This is our company's menu." After speaking, she pulled out a menu from her bag and placed it on the table.
Chapter 210, Speak Your Mind, Be Straightforward. Chapter 210, Speak Your Mind, Be Straightforward.
Seeing this menu, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile to himself. This menu was one he had made himself the night before. Now, seeing someone else's menu, Chen Feng felt a bit annoyed. When the waiter handed him the menu, Chen Feng smiled, took it, and began flipping through it carefully.
"Mr. Chen, there's a steamed fish here.
It's very fresh and delicious, and the flesh is tender with no fishy smell.
It's perfect for young people. I recommend you try it."
Looking at the waiter's face, Chen Feng couldn't help but think back to last night's incident, muttering to himself, "I'm really too much. I took advantage of the situation and tried to get something for nothing."
However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration.
He never expected Zhou Jian's group company to be so impressive.
They have so many great things. If they could collaborate with his company, it would be a huge opportunity for the company.
However, they also have their limits. This time, they were only collaborating with him, not with his company.
Nevertheless, Chen Feng wasn't worried about that. After all, although his current shareholding was smaller than Zhou Jian's, it still amounted to 55%. 55% is an enormous figure for any company. Zhou Jian is a smart man. If they could collaborate with our company, it would be an absolute blessing for their company. They would not only gain substantial profits but also leverage the company's reputation. This Zhou Jian is quite an interesting character.
Chen Feng smiled slightly.
"Alright, I'll remember that." Chen Feng replied with a smile. "By the way, Mr. Chen, I have some good news for you." Zhou Jian suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing Zhou Jian's words, Chen Feng was slightly taken aback. What good news?"
"Oh, well, this month, all these tractors are being shipped to the north, and I estimate that they'll all be sold out in the next few days. At that point, we can really promote it, and our company's transportation business will receive a large number of orders." A look of excitement flashed across Zhou Jian's face. He had been busy these past few days, but he believed that with his years of experience, this matter would be handled smoothly, so he didn't think much of it.
"Oh." Upon hearing Zhou Jian's words, Chen Feng nodded slightly.
He didn't show any signs of surprise, as he already had a rough plan in mind. Zhou Jian saw Chen Feng's calm expression and paused for a moment before continuing.
"Mr. Chen, haven't you eaten yet?"
Chen Feng shook his head. "No, I'm not hungry yet."
"Alright, then let's have a drink while we wait for the tractors to arrive,"
Zhou Jian said with a smile.
"Alright, no problem." Chen Feng agreed with a smile.
The two sat down, each picking up a bottle of beer from the table, and began drinking. Chen Feng drank beer in large quantities, and there was also the space spring inside, so he drank very quickly. Additionally, Chen Feng had an excellent tolerance for alcohol. Soon, both Chen Feng and Zhou Jian were feeling tipsy, and they started talking nonsense. Chen Feng spoke while raising his glass toward Zhou Jian and said, "Boss, I'll drink to you." After saying that, Chen Feng raised his glass and clinked it with Zhou Jian's. After taking a big sip of beer, Chen Feng continued, "Manager Zhou, thank you. I came here today hoping to collaborate with your group company. I believe we will have opportunities to work together in the future.
What do you think?" Chapter 211, Table Manners and Reciprocity. Chapter 210, Table Manners, Reciprocity.
Zhou Jian heard Chen Feng's words and smiled wryly.
"Ah.
Mr. Chen, to be honest, before I came here, the chairman mentioned it to me as well.
If you're willing to collaborate with our company, we'd be more than happy to have you."
However, the chairman also mentioned that you're not just an ordinary young person, and your company also has tremendous potential for growth. If we could collaborate with you, it would bring significant benefits to the company's development.
Haha, that's well said. Hearing Zhou Jian's words, Chen Feng couldn't help but praise him.
Zhou Jian continued, "So I won't beat around the bush. If you're willing, I can offer you an 80% discount, and I guarantee that your company's product distribution channels will be smooth and unobstructed."
"What do you think? An 80% discount?" Hearing Zhou Jian's words, Chen Feng was taken aback.
He hadn't expected Zhou Jian to be so bold. An 80% discount was already beyond his expectations, and he hadn't anticipated they would dare to offer such a high price.
Chen Feng remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Mr. Zhou, while I do admire your company, I must say that an 80% discount is not a good deal for me."
"Why?" Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian furrowed his brows, looking at Chen Feng in confusion.
"Because the transaction value of this batch of tractors is 20 million. Chen Feng looked at Zhou Jian and said seriously, Zhou Jian, you've seen it yourself. The transaction price for these tractors is around 2 million. If you can collaborate with our company can provide you with better products, allowing your products to be exported to countries around the world. What? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He never expected Chen Feng to offer such a high price. This is way too high. If it's really as you say, then our company's products won't have any market. Zhou Jian couldn't help but start to panic. Don't worry about that. I'm telling you the truth. Chen Feng smiled faintly and said, moreover, I am confident that as long as you are willing to cooperate, our company's products will definitely become a global sensation. Hearing Chen Feng's confident words, Zhou Jian couldn't help but be moved. He never expected that such a young man could speak with such boldness. Moreover, his eyes seemed to be filled with a confident glow, as if he had already taken control of the situation, which couldn't help but make Zhou Jian feel a hint of fear. However, Zhou Jian was no stranger to the world. He quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, Mr. Chen, are you serious? Of course. Chen Feng nodded firmly. Alright, since you have such confidence, I'll take you at your word. If you don't mind, let's collaborate. What do you think? Zhou Jian asked Chen Feng again. No problem, I'm certainly not opposed to it, and I'm also very eager to collaborate with you. Chen Feng said with a smile. Then let's drink. After speaking, the two of them drank heavily again. Bang, crash. With the sound of several broken bottles, Zhou Jian collapsed unconscious on the sofa. Chen Feng looked at Zhou Jian, who was unconscious from drunkenness, and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed his goal had been achieved. And the effect was excellent. Zhou Jian, Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry. After speaking, Chen Feng stood up, helped Zhou Jian to his feet, and escorted him into the hotel. Then he took Zhou Jian inside the hotel to rest. Mr. Chen really has a huge capacity, huge indeed. Zhou Jian lay on the bed, drowsy, muttering to himself. Chapter 212, Survival of the Fittest. Chapter 211, Survival of the Fittest. After Chen Feng and Zhou Jian finalized the contract, the next step was to proceed. That was to acquire the group company where Zhou Jian worked, the Bao Luo Group, a large-scale enterprise. It was one of the top companies in the entire country. The general manager of the group is also one of the most influential figures in Xiaogua. Chen Feng had dealt with him on several occasions and knew he was no ordinary person. However, Chen Feng had little interest in acquiring Zhou Jian's company. After all, Zhou Jian's strength pales in comparison to that of the Baoyuo Group. Acquiring him would effectively mean gaining the Zhou family as a powerful ally. Not only would it eliminate many potential issues, but it would also bring him enormous profits, a true win-win situation. Although Zhou Jian's company is not as powerful as the Expo's attitude toward Zhou Jian is quite peculiar. They did not sense any threat from Zhou Jian at all, yet they remained extremely courteous, leaving Chen Feng somewhat perplexed. However, Chen Feng didn't dwell on it and simply followed the normal procedures. The stranger the attitude of the company, the more benefits it would bring him. Chen Feng had already decided to acquire the Expo, so he must first take control of it. Although the Expo's assets were enormous, they pale in comparison to Zhou Jian's wealth. Therefore, Chen Feng acted swiftly to acquire the company, intending to use it as a stepping stone to oust Zhou Jian and turn the company into a bargaining chip in his hands. The general manager of the company was surnamed Wu, named Wu Haiba. Upon hearing that Chen Feng intended to acquire the company, Wu Haiba was deeply shocked. He knew that his son was Chen Feng's enemy and refused to cooperate with him. However, Chen Feng was well prepared. He had already prepared a contract and placed it on the table, waiting for Wu Haiba to sign. Although Wu Haiba was unwilling to cooperate with Chen Feng, he dared not offend him. After all, Chen Feng was the major shareholder of the Expo, and offending him would result in significant losses for the company. So he reluctantly took the contract Chen Feng had prepared and signed it hastily. After signing the contract, Wu Haiba immediately left. He now had only one feeling. That Chen Feng was a devil, a truly terrifying devil. He is now extremely relieved that he did not antagonize Chen Feng, otherwise, he would have met a very unpleasant end. After seeing Wu Haiba leave, Chen Feng let out a cold smile. Wu Haiba, I will make you pay for this. When the time comes to deal with Zhou Jian, I will make sure to deal with you as well. Zhou Jian's company wasn't very large, only covering a few dozen acres, and over the years, Zhou Jian had also hired some employees from outside. However, they were mostly ordinary wage earners with little skill or influence. After Chen Feng acquired the Expo Group, he quickly seized all of Zhou Jian's powers, and the Expo Group became part of Zhou Jian's holdings. However, Chen Feng was not satisfied. He wanted to turn the Expo Group into his own company, but this was no easy task. After all, the Expo Group is one of the top companies in Xia Nation, and transforming it into a subsidiary requires significant investment in both human and material resources. Therefore, achieving this goal will require considerable effort. After acquiring the Expo Group, the first thing Chen Feng did was to overhaul the internal structure of the Expo Group. In Chen Feng's view, there were significant issues within the Expo Group, and he needed to address them promptly, otherwise, the company's growth would be severely hindered.
The restructuring of the Expo Group was a complex endeavor, requiring an enormous amount of manpower and resources. Chen Feng spent a considerable amount of time on this.
Chapter 213, Hire the right people, there's no need to do it yourself. Chapter 212, Hire the right people, no need to do it yourself.
Finally, he thoroughly reorganized the internal structure of the Expo Group and replaced all the senior management. All of them were replaced with people he trusted, which is why he dared to make such bold changes. After completing the restructuring of the Expo Group, it finally became one of Chen Feng's subsidiaries.
Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He looked around his office, which could be considered the largest office he currently possessed.
This office was specially arranged by Chen Feng during the restructuring of the Expo Group.
Although the current Expo Group is not as large as Zhou Jian's Expo Group, it is by no means inferior. Surrounding this office were 3 small buildings, which were the original office areas of the Expo Group.
Chen Feng had a small building constructed next to Zhou Jian's office, which served as his own office.
Chen Feng looked at the scene before him and nodded in satisfaction.
His office was right next to the main office area. It was only about 100 meters away from Zhou Jian's office.
Chen Feng could clearly see every move Zhou Jian made, not a single one escaped Chen Feng's notice. Chen Feng had exceptional vision, and his hearing was also far beyond that of an ordinary person. Therefore, in Chen Feng's office area, no one else could enter or even approach the area. Chen Feng's office area was very spacious, spanning 60 to 70 square meters, and was fully equipped with all necessary facilities. There were sofas, a television, and all necessary amenities for dining and hygiene.
Chen Feng's living quarters there.
It is extremely luxurious, and there is even a small swimming pool near his residence. Of course, Chen Feng is not someone who indulges in luxury. These amenities are merely part of his daily life.
Following the acquisition of the Expo Group, Chen Feng began actively recruiting automotive technical talent. The walls of the Expo Group's office area are covered with posters and information about automobiles.
Chen Feng looked at these introductions and felt a bit confused. He didn't know how to find the right person. At that moment, Zhou Jian, the CEO of the Expo Group, entered Chen Feng's office. Seeing the man sitting before him, Zhou Jian felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The man was dressed simply, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and looked refined and scholarly. However, his aura was incredibly powerful.
Zhou Jian said nervously, "Is there something you need from me?"
Chen Feng waved his hand and said, "Mr. Zhou, no need to be so formal.
We're old acquaintances, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Mr. Chen. I came here today to discuss a business opportunity. Would you be interested, Mr. Zhou?"
Although Chen Feng didn't understand much about car technology, Zhou Jian did. In fact, when it came to running a business, Chen Feng just needed someone who could manage people. He didn't need to understand the technology 100%. Zhou Jian smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, I only have a basic understanding of cars, so I'm not familiar with your business.
I can only offer my opinion. As for the car company you're looking for, I don't know either. So, I'm not sure what kind of advice you need from me."
Zhou Jian took this project very seriously. After all, he is no rookie, he knows when to say what. Before he figured out Chen Feng's intentions, Zhou Jian would never agree to Chen Feng's request.
Chapter 214, Never Speak Too Definitively. Chapter 213, Never Speak Too Definitively. Zhou Jian's response left Chen Feng feeling very satisfied. While he wasn't overly familiar with the automotive industry, however, he had some basic understanding. After all, there's no one in this world who knows absolutely nothing. And when it came to automotive knowledge, he was undoubtedly one of the most knowledgeable people in the world. He smiled at Zhou Jian and said, "Mr. Zhou, you're joking. I know your capabilities well. How could I possibly not understand cars? I invited you here today mainly to discuss the name of our new company." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian suddenly understood. No wonder Chen Feng had asked for his help right off the bat. It was because he knew Zhou Jian had knowledge about cars. And since he himself didn't know how to apply that knowledge, he wanted to seek advice from him, which was consistent with Chen Feng's character. Despite his young age, Chen Feng possessed remarkable wisdom. Zhou Jian looked around.
This was his private territory, so he no longer held back when speaking to Chen Feng. He said to him, "Mr. Chen, since you've come to me for help, let us not beat around the bush. Just tell me what you need." Zhou Jian knew that if there was nothing important, Chen Feng would never have come to talk to him on his own. After all, he was now just a defeated subordinate of Chen Feng. Chen Feng had come to find him, and Zhou Jian suspected he might be harboring some grievances. Thinking about it, Zhou Jian grew increasingly annoyed. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, I came to see you today mainly because I want you to help me establish a car manufacturing company in the automotive industry in Huana City.
I want you to establish the headquarters of an automobile manufacturing company. Are you willing to assist me?"
Chen Feng's tone carried a hint of command. Although Zhou Jian was furious with Chen Feng. However, since he was still an employee under Chen Feng, he could only endure it. Without hesitation, Zhou Jian refused. "Mr. Chen, please forgive my frankness, but I am not familiar with the automobile manufacturing industry. Therefore, I cannot help you establish a company."
Even if I were to start an automobile manufacturing company, wouldn't work for you either. After all, the automotive manufacturing industry is too dangerous. A single misstep could lead to trouble. How could I possibly let my own car company fall into such a crisis? Zhou Jian's response caught Chen Feng off guard, and his reaction left Chen Feng at a loss for words. Logically speaking, if the conditions Chen Feng offered were tempting enough, Zhou Jian would never refuse. After all, the automotive industry was like a treasure trove to Zhou Jian. It was something every car enthusiast dreamed of. However, Chen Feng never expected Zhou Jian to reject him so decisively. This made Chen Feng feel a bit annoyed, but he managed to suppress his anger. Chen Feng said to Zhou Jian, "Mr. Zhou, you just said you know a lot about cars. Since you know so much about cars, why wouldn't you want to do something for a car company? I'm sure you must want to benefit your own car company. Do you really think our partners would treat you unfairly?" After speaking, Chen Feng looked at Zhou Jian, waiting for his response. Zhou Jian thought for a moment before saying, "Mr. Chen, to be honest, I do indeed aspire to work for a car company. However, I don't want my company to face any risks because of a car company. After all, my company is currently in a precarious position. If others were to find any leverage against us, my company would be in serious trouble." Chapter 215, Cunning and Bold. Chapter 214, Cunning and Bold. Chen Feng looked at Zhou Jian and said calmly, "Mr. Zhou, if I were to tell you that not only would I not harm you, but I would also help your company grow even stronger?" Chen Feng's words immediately caught Zhou Jian's attention. His eyes lit up, and he looked at Chen Feng excitedly and asked, "Mr. Chen, what do you mean by that? What are your conditions? Just name them. As long as you can guarantee our company's continued growth, I'll agree to anything." Chen Feng looked at Zhou Jian and smiled, saying, "Good, Mr. Zhou, that's the right attitude." Zhou Jian didn't know what Chen Feng was up to and couldn't help but look at him with some concern. He feared that Chen Feng was deceiving him, but what Zhou Jian didn't expect was, just as he was feeling anxious, Chen Feng suddenly pulled out a stack of documents from his pocket and handed them to him. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, take a look at this. It's my business plan. After you read it, you'll be very impressed." Hearing Chen Feng say this, Zhou Jian sighed in relief, took the business plan from Chen Feng's hand, and began to read it carefully. As he read through the project details listed in the proposal, Zhou Jian's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. "Mr. Chen, these engineering projects are all extremely important, and each one requires a significant financial investment. How can we possibly succeed with these projects?" Zhou Jian looked up at Chen Feng with a puzzled expression, his face filled with confusion. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, don't worry. These projects are indeed very challenging, but they can be done gradually, and they will definitely go smoothly once we get started. As for the funds, don't worry about that. This is all of our company's working capital, and I have enough to cover it." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian was momentarily speechless. He couldn't believe his ears. Chen Feng had actually handed over the company's entire assets to him. Such generosity was beyond Zhou Jian's imagination. He asked again, still in disbelief, "Mr. Chen, are you serious? You're giving me all this money?" Chen Feng looked at Zhou Jian and smiled, saying, "Of course. All of this funding is yours." Zhou Jian looked at Chen Feng hesitantly and said, "Mr. Chen, I can't accept this money. It's simply too much." Chen Feng looked at Zhou Jian, shook his head, and said, "Mr. Zhou, please don't refuse. Take the money." Zhou Jian still refused to accept the money. After all, Chen Group's resources were limited, and Chen Feng had no experience in running a company. If he were to hand over the company to himself to manage, and if the company were to fail this time, wouldn't that mean losing money? Therefore, he still refused to accept the money. Chen Feng knew what Zhou Jian was worried about, so he smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou, I know what you're worried about. Rest assured about the funds. This money will definitely achieve the results you desire. If you can't make it happen, then I'll have to look for someone else." After hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian felt much more at ease. He looked at Chen Feng and nodded firmly. "Mr. Chen, I will accept this money and do my best to make everything work out. However, before that, I hope you can keep this money for now. Once I get the company up and running, we can use it then. It won't be too late." Upon hearing Zhou Jian's words, Chen Feng smiled and said, "All right, I agree." Hearing Chen Feng's straightforward agreement, Zhou Jian also smiled. Chapter 216, Appealing to Emotion, Reasoning with Logic. Chapter 215, Appeal to Emotion, Reason with Logic. At that moment, Chen Feng took out another document and handed it to Zhou Jian, saying, "This is the design draft I just wrote for these 3 models. You can take it back and study it carefully. I hope we can improve these models as soon as possible and produce qualified vehicles." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian hurriedly replied, "Mr. Chen, please rest assured. I will definitely follow your instructions and make these 3 models into the best brand possible." As he spoke, Zhou Jian took the document. Chen Feng patted Zhou Jian on the shoulder and smiled, "All right, Zhou Zong, let's head back now." Zhou Jian stood up and smiled, "All right, I'll see you back." Zhou Jian escorted Chen Feng to the car, watching him get in and drive away. Zhou Jian turned and walked toward the company.
Upon returning to his office, he placed the documents in the drawer, sat down, and began to carefully review Chen Feng's proposal. He wanted to use these proposals to gain a better understanding of this young man named Chen Feng. Chen Feng's proposal was extremely detailed, with every detail considered perfectly. However, after finishing the proposal, Zhou Jian still had some doubts about its feasibility. Although Zhou Jian also worked in the automotive sales industry, he was still relatively unfamiliar with the automotive sector. Moreover, while Chen Feng had assured him that the quality of these projects was guaranteed, the fact that such projects required such a large budget left Zhou Jian somewhat skeptical. Zhou Jian stared at the proposal for a moment, then finally picked up the phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, what's the matter?" Wang Hao's voice came from the other end of the line. Zhou Jian briefly explained Chen Feng's proposal to Wang Hao. "Mr. Zhou, I think you should handle this matter. You must do it properly. If you mess it up, you won't be my boss anymore. You know I'm a greedy person. If you make a mistake, you'll be ruining our company," Wang Hao said sternly on the other end of the line. Zhou Jian felt extremely tense upon hearing Wang Hao's words. However, thinking about how his company was already on the brink of collapse, if he didn't seize this opportunity, his company might go bankrupt at any moment. With that in mind, Zhou Jian nodded, indicating he understood. "Alright, Mr. Zhou, I'll take your word for it. I won't bother you with these details anymore. I have a mountain of documents to handle. Goodbye." With that, Wang Hao hung up the phone. Zhou Jian put down the phone and sighed deeply in frustration. All of this seemed to have come too suddenly, and he found it hard to accept. Sigh. Zhou Jian sighed again. He decided to proceed with Chen Feng's plan as originally outlined. "Zhou Jian, this time we must let Chen Feng taste the might of the Zhou Group." Zhou Jian snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a ruthless glint. Chen Feng returned to the car, watching the scenery rush by outside the window, a faint smile curving his lips. Although Zhou Jian appeared shrewd on the surface, his personality was still somewhat weak. Chen Feng felt that Zhou Jian lacked experience and was someone who was easily taken advantage of. However, such people are often very loyal, as Zhou Jian is a true professional manager who knows how to achieve the greatest gains with the least effort. "Xiao Li, drive to Tianyu Group." "Yes, boss." Xiao Li replied respectfully. Then, the car started immediately. Chapter 217, Clinking Glasses, Trusting Those You Hire. Chapter 216, Clinking Cups and Trusting Those You Hire. "Chen Laodi, you were really impressive just now. Those people were so scared by your words that they dared not utter a sound." Zhao Kai chuckled, and Chen Feng shook his head with a smile, saying, "Xiao Ge, that's not called being cool, that's called showing off. I did it on purpose." Zhao Kai chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. He knew that Chen Feng wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. "Little Li, drive faster. This Chen Feng is in a hurry to get home. If his family finds out that the two of us didn't come home tonight, they'll blame me." "Yes, boss." Xiao Li replied respectfully. Zhou Jian returned to his company and immediately got to work. He had grown accustomed to this hectic pace over the past few days, but today, he felt a sense of helplessness. Zhou Jian looked at the proposal on his desk, his brows furrowed. After pondering for a while, Zhou Jian picked up the phone and called Chen Feng. Zhou Jian called to apologize to Chen Feng. "Zhou Jian, why are you calling me?" Chen Feng answered the call with a smile. "Brother Chen, I really didn't mean to be rude to you. I really have a lot of things to handle right now, so I didn't have time to accompany you for a drink. This is my fault. I apologize to you. No matter what, you helped my company so much today, so I must treat you to a meal," Zhou Jian said with a smile. Hearing Zhou Jian say this, Chen Feng smiled and said, "Zhou Jian, what are you doing? If you really have something to do, it's okay. We can meet another time." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Brother Chen, please don't say that. I really need you. I didn't mean to waste your time. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Please don't refuse." Hearing Zhou Jian say this, Chen Feng thought to himself, "Since you're so eager for me to go, I'll reluctantly agree." With that thought, Chen Feng smiled and said, "Alright, Zhou Jian, since you said that, I'll agree." "Thank you, Chen Feng." Zhou Jian laughed happily and then said to Chen Feng, "Alright, Chen Feng, I'll be waiting for you at the Yunding Grand Hotel at 6 o'clock sharp tonight. We'll drink until we're drunk." Saying this, Zhou Jian burst into laughter. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Jian exhaled deeply. Since his father's passing, Zhou Jian had never encountered a leader as young as Chen Feng. Chen Feng had brought Zhou Jian countless surprises, making him even more certain that following such a leader would definitely bring enormous profits. A bright smile spread across Zhou Jian's face. He was confident that his company would succeed tonight. This business plan, he must execute it perfectly. This time, he must seize this opportunity to secure Chen Feng as a major client. If Chen Feng accepted his proposal, his company would become the second largest manufacturer in Jiangnan City. At that point, who in Jiangnan City would dare to defy him? Thinking about this, Zhou Jian's face lit up with a bright smile, as if he could already see his future. "Chen, my younger brother, I've been busy with company matters these past few days, so I haven't had time.
Let's not be formal tonight, let's drink until we're satisfied. Zhou Jian waved his hand generously and laughed heartily. Chen Feng saw this, smiled, and didn't make a fuss. He knew that Zhou Jian was currently busy with his company's affairs, so he didn't want to disturb him. Chen Feng still held Zhou Jian in high regard for his character. Chapter 218, Business is all about efficiency. Chapter 217, Business is all about efficiency.
Zhou Jian was a businessman, someone who prioritized maximizing profits in his business dealings. Therefore, he places great importance on Zhou Jian's company and does not wish to spend too much time on these details.
Chen Feng didn't hold any grudges about this either.
After all, business is business, and he didn't want to take up too much of others' time either.
Alright, then let us get drunk tonight and forget about it, but you better not back out. Chen Feng laughed heartily and patted Zhou Jian on the shoulder. No way, don't worry.
Zhou Jian assured him repeatedly, then stood up and signaled the waiter to take their order.
Just order whatever you like, we're not picky.
Chen Feng shouted, his stomach growling loudly from hunger. The waitress nodded and left, her eyes sparkling with amusement.
This customer was truly interesting. Saying he wasn't picky, how amusing. Zhou Jian saw the waitress walk away and sat back down. Young man, you're really something. You're not afraid I'll change my mind? Don't you worry, I'll get you drunk? Zhou Jian asked with a smile. Chen Feng smiled, no way, you wouldn't. Chen Feng's tone was very confident.
Zhou Jian looked at Chen Feng and couldn't help but stare in surprise.
How does this young man know what I'm thinking? Does he have mind-reading abilities?
Zhou Jian muttered to himself, but his face remained cheerful. Young man, you're so clever.
You actually knew what I was thinking. That really surprised me. Ha, there's nothing I can do about it. I just have good luck.
Chen Feng didn't hesitate, smiling as he said, by the way, Zhou Ge, let's have a drink. I'll toast you first. Saying that, he picked up a glass of red wine and drank it in one gulp. Zhou Jian looked at Chen Feng and muttered to himself, this kid is really cunning. I only said one sentence, and he already guessed what I was thinking.
That's too amazing. Someone like this is best not to be an enemy in the future.
Thinking this, Zhou Jian quickly picked up his own glass of red wine and drank it down. The two continued drinking and chatting casually.
Chen Feng watched Zhou Jian's expression and smiled to himself. This man was indeed impressive, a friend worth befriending. He also secretly made a mental note of this incident, vowing that one day, when the opportunity arose, he would learn from him as well. Zhou Jian couldn't hold his alcohol well.
After just one glass of red wine, he felt his head spinning and his face slowly turning red. He shook his head a few times and forced his eyes open to see clearly what was in front of him. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. He had fallen asleep with his face on the table. Zhou Jian quickly got up and ran out of the private room. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his boss. Once outside the door, Zhou Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. After all, he was a CEO, someone who always spoke with confidence. But today he had been thoroughly outwitted by a young upstart, who had even left him feeling dizzy and disoriented. This was utterly unacceptable. Zhou Jian grew angrier the more he thought about it, but he couldn't find any reason to retaliate against Chen Feng. Zhou Jian's gaze fell on the clock hanging on the restaurant wall. He glanced at the time. It was already 10:30. He had to rush back to the company immediately, otherwise, his boss would definitely suspect his work efficiency. Zhou Jian picked up his briefcase and apologized to Chen Feng.
Brother Chen, I'm really sorry.
I didn't mean to cause any trouble earlier.
I need to hurry to the office now. Let's reschedule another time. With that, he turned and hurriedly left, leaving behind a breeze. Chapter 219, Working Together and Honor. Chapter 218, Working Together and Honor. Watching Zhou Jian's receding figure, Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile. He picked up his chopsticks and began eating.
After finishing his meal, Chen Feng headed straight to the company.
He hadn't visited the office in a long time.
When Chen Feng arrived at the company, it was almost 11:30. He pushed open the office door and saw that the light was still on in his office.
Chen Feng smiled and walked inside.
As soon as he entered, he saw Li Feng sitting on the sofa.
What was this guy doing here?
Seeing the dark circles under Li Feng's eyes, Chen Feng was a bit surprised.
Fengzi, you've been working hard lately. You didn't even go home yesterday. Were you working overtime?
Seeing the dark circles under Li Feng's eyes, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He really shouldn't have made Fengzi work overtime alone.
Ha, it's okay. There is nothing urgent anyway. Don't worry about it.
Li Feng shook his head, looked at Chen Feng, and smiled.
He didn't want to tell Chen Feng about working overtime yesterday. Such things were too embarrassing to mention.
Especially since Chen Feng had gone out of his way to help him the night before.
How could he possibly bring up yesterday's matter now?
Seeing Li Feng's expression, Chen Feng knew that Li Feng was definitely hiding something from him. No wonder, after all, he had helped Fengzi resolve a very tricky issue last night. Though he wasn't a good person, he at least knew how to distinguish between favors and debts. Li Feng had a stubborn personality. If he didn't tell him what was on his mind, he wouldn't feel at ease. Looking at Li Feng's expression, Chen Feng smiled. A smile appeared on his face as he said,
Fengzi, since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. I won't pry into your secrets. You can rest assured I won't tell anyone. Just relax.
Li Feng stared blankly at Chen Feng, surprised by his quick response. He was momentarily speechless. He didn't know what to say, which left him feeling helpless.
How had he ended up facing such an opponent?
It was too much for him to handle.
Li Feng felt that Chen Feng was like a monkey, able to read his mind in an instant. Alright, Fengzi, I'm not joking around with you anymore. Let me introduce you. This is Zhou Jian, the big boss. He is now one of the major tycoons in Jianhai City.
Seeing Chen Feng's serious expression, Li Feng knew he wasn't joking. He quickly stood up, extended his right hand, and shook Zhou Jian's hand enthusiastically.
Mr. Zhou, I am Li Feng, the vice president of Xiaoguo Real Estate in Jianhai City. I hope we can work together in the future. Watching Li Feng's actions, Zhou Jian smiled and quickly shook his hand. Welcome, welcome. I've been wanting to collaborate with Mr. Li for a long time. Watching the two shake hands enthusiastically, Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile.
His friend hadn't disappointed him. He was good at reading people and knew how to flatter Zhou Jian at the right moment. After shaking hands with Zhou Jian, Chen Feng invited Li Feng into his office. Fengzi, you've worked hard these past few days. Seeing Li Feng's tired appearance, Chen Feng couldn't help but speak up.
Hearing Chen Feng's praise, Li Feng smiled and said, Mr. Chen, you're too kind.
Being able to work alongside you is a great honor for me.
These small hardships are nothing. I believe that as long as I work hard, I will definitely make the company even better. Chapter 220, High Hopes, Go All Out. Chapter 221, High Hopes, Go All Out. Chen Feng smiled and didn't dwell on the matter, instead saying, Fengzi, I called you here today because there's an important matter that needs your attention.
Chen Feng recounted the events of the previous night to Li Feng.
Li Feng's brows furrowed into a shape.
He was furious inside, never expecting that he had been played so thoroughly by those guys.
It was simply too much. He clenched his teeth and said, Mr. Chen, those guys are way too much. I won't let them get away with this. Fengzi, don't act impulsively. You're still young, and your career is just beginning. You mustn't ruin yourself over this matter.
Chen Feng hurriedly tried to calm him down.
Li Feng calmed down, took a deep breath, and nodded, saying, Yes, Mr. Chen is right. I'm still young. I absolutely cannot let this matter ruin me. I can't afford to fail now.
Listening to Li Feng's words, Chen Feng smiled and said,
Fengzi, you're a smart person. I believe you'll definitely have a good outcome.
Li Feng smiled gratefully, looked at Chen Feng, and said with a smile,
Mr. Chen, thank you for your encouragement. I will work even harder. Alright, then let's work hard together. Chen Feng nodded and smiled.
Seeing the two of them talking, Zhou Jian interjected from the side.
Mr. Chen, Fengzi, could you two be a bit more careful with your words? This single guy can't handle the pressure.
Seeing Zhou Jian teasing him and Fengzi, Chen Feng and Li Feng both burst into laughter.
Zhou brother, stop joking around. There's no one else here. Just call me Chen Feng or Chen Feng.
Li Feng said with a smile, knowing that Zhou Jian didn't mean any harm, so he didn't take it to heart.
Oh, Chen Feng, sorry, I spoke too quickly and forgot. I'll just call you Chen Feng then. Zhou Jian looked as though he had suddenly realized something. Haha, that's fine.
Since Zhou brother prefers to call me that, I'll humbly comply.
Chen Feng laughed heartily.
Watching the three of them exchange smiles, Zhou Jian felt overjoyed.
He gave Chen Feng a mischievous glance and said with a smile, Chen Feng, I've already reviewed the contract you just showed me.
It's very detailed, and this price is indeed the lowest our company can offer. Listening to Zhou Jian's words, Chen Feng smiled but didn't say anything, because he knew Zhou Jian was telling the truth. This price was indeed very low for a new company.
Zhou, this company will now be under your management.
Chen Feng said solemnly.
Hand it over to me to manage?
Zhou Jian was taken aback, looking at Chen Feng with disbelief in his eyes. Chen Feng was actually handing over such a massive responsibility to him, and Zhou Jian felt his mind go blank. Seeing Zhou Jian's dazed expression, Chen Feng couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder and said,
Zhou brother, I know you're shocked, but I know you're capable. You can handle this position. I trust my judgment.
Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian finally snapped out of it.
His eyes brimmed with gratitude as he looked at Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, I won't let you down. I'll manage this project well.
Once our project is successfully completed, I'll give you a surprise.
Chapter 221, Playing the Fool to Achieve Greatness, Blending In. Chapter 221, Playing the Fool to Achieve Greatness, Blending In. Chen Feng nodded and said, Alright, then work hard. Once this project is finished, I'll come find you for a drink.
Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Jian hurriedly said, Alright, Chen Feng, I'll go back to work now.
Let me know if there's anything you need. After saying that, Zhou Jian left the office. Watching Zhou Jian's receding figure, Chen Feng couldn't help but praise him silently. Zhou Jian is a capable person. If he were placed in another company as a manager, He could definitely attract more investments and cultivate a loyal team of employees. Unfortunately, his standards were too high, and he hadn't noticed someone like him. Otherwise, he really should have considered poaching him. Shaking his head, Chen Feng gathered his things and left the office, heading downstairs. Upon arriving on the first floor, there were already some employees chatting there, all of them men. These men were mostly in their 30s to 40s. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile. In today's society, such things were all too common. Some companies even go so far as to send beautiful women to events to attract clients. Most of these people have grown accustomed to such tactics. However, the advantage of doing this was that it attracted more attention and encouraged more people to join the team. This way, they don't have to worry about being exploited or looked down upon by others. Such a business is the most profitable. However, such things are nothing to him, but he would never resort to such despicable and dishonorable tactics. After all, I still need to maintain a good image. With that thought, Chen Feng walked over, smiled, and greeted them. Hello. I'm Chen Feng, the president's assistant. You can just call me Assistant Chen. Everyone snapped out of their daze and smiled. One older man said with a smile. Assistant Chen, hello. I'm Zhang Wei from finance. We're all finance majors, so I hope we can work together smoothly. I also hope you can help everyone on this project. Although Zhang Wei spoke politely, Chen Feng could tell that his tone wasn't as humble as it seemed. Chen Feng nodded slightly and said, no problem. I hope we can work together smoothly. Over the next few months. Chen Feng spent his time learning various management techniques from Zhang Wei and even participated in some important decision-making processes. Although Zhang Wei didn't have a good impression of Chen Feng after all, Chen Feng was the president's assistant and several years younger than him. However, he dared not show the slightest disrespect toward Chen Feng, as this project was no ordinary matter. It not only involved him personally but also the interests of the entire group. He couldn't afford to let a minor issue and affect the group's development. Chen Feng watched Zhang Wei's serious expression and smiled coldly to himself. It seems he still fears me greatly, but that's not surprising, he's a smart man. He knows how to make the right choice. If he ever has the courage to compete with me, Chen Feng would certainly take him seriously. After all, the company holds 99% of the group's shares, and he's an outsider. Obtaining half of those shares would be no easy feat, but he chose to act discreetly, which shows he has some guts after all. Zhang Director, I have something I need your help with. Oh? What is it? Chen Assistant, just give me your orders. Chapter 222, Keep a low profile, don't be too arrogant. Chapter 221, Keep a low profile, don't be too arrogant. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Wei's expression immediately became much more respectful, though his words remained polite. However, deep down, he still felt a bit resentful. Here's the thing, I heard that our company is currently constructing a commercial street that will connect directly to cities across the country. And I hope our company can take charge of it. Would Director Zhang be willing to consider it? Chen Feng smiled at Zhang Wei and said. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Wei furrowed his brows. Though he knew he had no right to refuse. But he still felt a bit annoyed. After all, he was a deputy director sent from headquarters, yet this Chen Feng dared to give him orders. Though he was extremely dissatisfied inside, he maintained a respectful demeanor on the surface and smiled, saying, all right, no problem. It's an honor for our company. Let's hope we can work together smoothly. Chen Feng nodded with a smile and said, then we'll see you tomorrow. After exchanging a few more polite words, Zhang Wei led a few companions toward the exit, preparing to begin planning the commercial street project. Chen Feng watched Zhang Wei's departing figure and thought to himself, humph. He's just a deputy director. He really thinks he's someone important. If I wanted to, I could easily get rid of him. But upon further consideration, he decided against it. After all, such actions wouldn't be good for the company's development. Better to let it go for now. Maybe there'll be another opportunity later. With that thought, Chen Feng turned and headed toward the office area. Just as he sat down, Chen Feng's phone rang. He pulled it out and glanced at the number. It was Zhou Haibo calling. Chen Feng pressed the answer button and smiled. Hello, Haibo, what's up? Zhou Haibo laughed on the other end. Ha, Chen Feng, where are you? We've already arrived. Come and greet us right away. Chen Feng was taken aback and asked, already? Brother Haibo, you're not kidding me, are you? You're already here? Zhou Haibo chuckled and said, what's wrong, Chen Feng? Don't you want us here? Or did we arrive too early and you're busy? Hearing Zhou Haibo's slightly resentful words, Chen Feng forced a smile and said, of course not. I'll come to pick you up right away. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng hurriedly left the office. As he stepped out of the company, Chen Feng spotted Zhou Haibo and his few companions. Chen Feng hurried over, shook hands with Zhou Haibo and the others, and smiled, saying, haha, brother Haibo, you're here. Why didn't you let me know in advance? I could have made arrangements earlier. Zhou Haibo waved his hand and said, it's okay. We decided to come on short notice and didn't have time to let you know in advance. Chen Feng, does your company have any plans for the near future? Upon hearing Zhou Haibo's words, Chen Feng began to ponder silently. Zhou Haiba and his group were representatives sent by the group headquarters. And he was even the group's vice president. Though the position was high, many people coveted it. Especially the few major bosses of the group, who had been eyeing this lucrative opportunity with great ambition. In recent times, they've already made several moves, and all of them have been very swift. However, none of this was a concern for Chen Feng. He was confident that he could unify the territories the group had occupied in the short term, but that would take time, so he could only wait for the right opportunity. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Nothing much. What plans do you have, Haibo?" Zhou Haiba chuckled and said, Chen Feng, let's start discussing this plan right now." Chapter 223, Luring the enemy into a trap, curiosity gets the better of them. Chapter 222, Luring capture, curiosity drives. Alright. Chen Feng nodded and said, "Haibo, let's go eat first. After lunch, I'll have a detailed discussion with you." Hearing Chen Feng say this, Zhou Haiba didn't argue, just smiled and nodded. After lunch, everyone chatted while driving toward a nearby small restaurant. The restaurant was located inside a high-end hotel, with a serene and elegant atmosphere and an excellent environment. It was a popular spot for many business professionals. Of course, the reason this small restaurant was so popular was because its chef was a master chef with exceptional culinary skills. Although this small restaurant was part of a mid-range hotel, the prices were still quite high. However, dining in such a luxurious place was not something everyone could afford. In the hotel lobby, everyone found a window-side seat and sat down. A waiter approached with the menu. Chen Feng smiled as he handed the menu to Zhou Haiba and said with a smile, "Haiba, you go ahead and order first." Zhou Haiba smiled and shook his head, saying, "We're not picky eaters. Chen Feng, you order first, but you go ahead and choose." Chen Feng smiled and nodded, then began flipping through the menu. Soon, everyone had ordered their meals. Chen Feng looked up at Zhou Haiba with a smile and said, "Brother Haiba, you came to Nanjiang this time mainly to purchase our company's products, right?" Zhou Haiba nodded upon hearing this and smiled, saying, "That's right. We do want to purchase some local specialties. Do you have any recommendations, Chen Feng?" "Brother Haiba, what kind of items are you looking to purchase? Since we've just arrived in Nanjiang, we're not very familiar with the local market. Do you have any specific requirements?" Chen Feng asked with a smile. Zhou Haiba smiled and said, Actually, we don't have any specific requirements. As long as it suits your company, that's fine. We're just doing some basic procurement and sales work." Chen Feng nodded and smiled, saying, "If that's the case, I actually have a great recommendation. Most of our current products use imported raw materials, but they lack innovative designs. Are you interested in something new?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Haiba's eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed, "New things? What do you mean by new things? Chen Feng, have you come up with something new again?" Chen Feng chuckled and said, "Of course I do, and my recommendation is quite good." "Alright, go ahead and tell us. I'm eager to hear your recommendation." Zhou Haiba urged impatiently. "Haibo, you should know that our company's new car engine is very popular in Nanjiang. This car's performance is not only many times better than our previous models. Plus, its safety standards are much higher than those of our previous models. I wonder if you guys like it." Chen Feng said with a smile, though he didn't know Zhou Haiba and the others very well yet. But he could tell from their expressions that they were quite interested in this car. Sure enough, after hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Haiba and the other four all showed a hint of excitement on their faces. "Chen Feng, is everything you said true? Is this new car really as good as you described?" Zhou Haiba asked in astonishment. Chapter 224, Sudden Incident, Strange Events Unfold. Chapter 223, Sudden Incident, Strange Events Unfolding. Chen Feng nodded heavily and smiled broadly, saying, "Speaking of which." Chen Feng paused for a moment. Chen Feng naturally knew what everyone was thinking, but he wasn't in a hurry. He just smiled and said, "What's the matter? Haven't you all decided yet? Alright, I'll give you some time to think it over. In 3 days, I will be waiting downstairs at your company building. I hope you will think it over carefully. We are now partners. If you still haven't made up your minds, you can withdraw at any time." Chen Feng's words left everyone speechless. They never expected Chen Feng to be so straightforward and direct. However, upon considering their own circumstances, they decided to stick their ground. Seeing that they still hadn't made a decision, Chen Feng's expression darkened. "Since you haven't made a decision, I have no choice but to remove you from the company. From then on, you won't be able to work here anymore." Chen Feng's cold voice echoed throughout the entire floor. Hearing this, everyone froze in place. Chen Feng's meaning was crystal clear: if they continued to be stubborn, Chen Feng would certainly expel them without hesitation. And at that point, they wouldn't even be able to find another job. Society has no mercy for the unemployed. "Alright, you may leave now." Chen Feng waved his hand, signaling everyone to depart. The crowd exchanged glances and eventually lowered their heads, heading toward the staircase. Chen Feng saw that everyone had left and stood up to enter the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, and a smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Ding! With a ringing sound, the elevator doors opened.
Chen Feng stepped out, unconcerned that anyone would change their mind. He had already thought this through clearly. If such a situation were to arise, he would not hesitate to act. As soon as Chen Feng stepped out of the office, he saw the others walking toward the exit. Seeing the look of conflict on their faces, Chen Feng sighed inwardly. He knew they had been thoroughly intimidated by him. However, thinking about how his actions had indeed been quite intimidating, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile slightly as he strode back into the office. Upon reaching his desk, Chen Feng picked up the documents on the table and began reading them. Upon seeing the documents, Chen Feng shook his head. It seemed that none of them had taken the time to carefully review his materials. These documents were placed at the very back, and there was a small figure drawn on the cover. It seemed that these people had also been intimidated. Seeing this, Chen Feng didn't say anything and continued flipping through the documents. He didn't think he'd be outsmarted by this group of people. Since they dared to treat him this way, he could certainly turn the tables on them. Chen Feng flipped through a few pages and noticed the file folder on the desk. His eyebrows raised slightly, and a playful expression appeared on his face. He flipped through it and saw the last few sheets of paper at the bottom, where 4 large characters were clearly written, "Resignation letter." Upon seeing those 4 characters, Chen Feng furrowed his brows. What were these people up to? Chen Feng was filled with doubts, but he didn't show it on his face. He continued flipping through the remaining documents. Soon, Chen Feng finished going through all the folders. Finally, he came across a folder. Chen Feng picked up the folder, opened it, and upon seeing the contents inside, his heart skipped a beat. The contents of the folder were none other than the employment contract he had signed with the company.
Chapter 225, Sowing Discord, Coercion and Bribery. Chapter 224, Sowing Discord, Coercion and Bribery.
Upon seeing the contents of the folder, Chen Feng furrowed his brows. He never imagined that these people would dare to violate the contract so brazenly. This made Chen Feng furious, not only because of the damage to the contract but also because of his own dignity. After all, he was the president of the company, and these people dared to disregard his reputation so blatantly. This infuriated Chen Feng, who vowed silently to himself that he would restore his dignity and show everyone his true capabilities. Chen Feng took a deep breath to calm himself down. After finishing the folder, Chen Feng closed it and returned it to its original place, then continued flipping through the remaining folders.
This folder contained numerous company contracts. One of the contracts caught Chen Feng's attention. It was a guarantee contract. Chen Feng was puzzled. How dare these people do this? Didn't they fear retaliation from him? Chen Feng was perplexed. He couldn't believe these people would dare to treat him this way. However, Chen Feng decided to test these people first and see how they reacted before making any decisions. This way, he could also prevent himself from being deceived by them. With that in mind, Chen Feng placed the folder on top. The documents inside were all minor matters and didn't require the contracts in the folder, so there was no need to waste time on them. As he flipped through the bottom folder, line after line of text caught Chen Feng's eye. Chen Feng looked closely, and his expression grew even more somber. All the contracts had been tampered with, altering the job titles within the company. If an ordinary employee made a mistake, they would be fired. This was a common disciplinary measure in many companies. These people are truly brazen. They're treating him like a fool, like an idiot. Were they all resigning collectively? Chen Feng was so angry he could grind his teeth. Seeing Chen Feng's reaction, the surrounding employees were all startled. Though they hadn't examined the documents closely, they had already guessed the truth with near certainty. They knew that Chen Feng was doing this as revenge against him. They knew that if Chen Feng were to blame them, they would be in for a rough time. So, they were just hoping Chen Feng would forget about them and move on. Chen Feng saw everyone's reactions and smiled slightly. He wasn't in a hurry. He took his time going through all the contracts, then tossed the folder aside, picked up his computer, and got to work. He decided to focus on his current tasks first, as he had plenty of work to do and didn't believe those people could come up with anything more. With that in mind, Chen Feng opened the folder and began to look through it carefully. As he looked, he found himself completely confused. The contents were far too advanced. Chen Feng found it hard to accept, but he had to admit that the contents were indeed tempting. Chen Feng carefully flipped through the documents, constantly assessing their value in his mind. He dared not relax for a moment. He knew that every project in here was a major one, and he dared not take it lightly. If he made a mistake anywhere, it could very well lead to the company's bankruptcy. Moreover, there was a problem here. He didn't understand why these people were targeting him. Chen Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows as he pondered the matter. Chapter 226, Collapse and the Ultimate Goal. After thinking it over for a long time, Chen Feng still couldn't figure it out, so he could only temporarily set aside these doubts and focus on his work. However, just as Chen Feng was fully immersed in his work, the office door suddenly swung open. A few knocks sounded, and the door opened. Several employees walked in from the doorway. "Good morning, Mr. Chen. We're here to report on our work," the employees said in unison. "All right. Please have a seat," Chen Feng said with a smile. Mr. Chen, there are some contracts that need your signature. Please take a look.
Saying this, an employee handed Chen Feng a stack of documents. Chen Feng nodded, took the documents, and began flipping through them.
After a moment, Chen Feng noticed some issues. His brows furrowed.
He then slammed the documents onto the table with a cold snort. With a loud crash, the documents scattered across the table, but none of the people present uttered a single complaint. They remained standing there respectfully.
Clap, clap.
Chen Feng clapped his hands twice, smiling at the people in front of him and said with a smile,
"What's the matter? Don't you know the saying, leave a little room for yourself so you can meet again in the future?"
Pointing at the scattered documents on the table, he continued with a smile. "You've gone so far as to do such despicable things. Well, I see no need to be polite anymore. Since you enjoy playing dirty tricks, I'll play along with you.
I order you to leave the company immediately. Use any means necessary to make sure you disappear from the company. Do you understand?"
Chen Feng glared at them with a cold smile, his expression icy. As soon as Chen Feng spoke, everyone froze in shock. Seeing their stunned expressions, Chen Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. These documents were identical to the previous ones. They were all resignation contracts. This was the 20th such incident.
Such a large-scale resignation couldn't possibly go unnoticed by Chen Feng.
It was clearly someone's deliberate act, targeting him specifically. Chen Feng sneered inwardly. At that moment, an employee approached him, head bowed, dared not meet his gaze. This man had been promoted by Chen Feng from within the company and had always been diligent and hardworking. He had never caused any trouble, so Chen Feng trusted him implicitly. Seeing him, Chen Feng's expression softened slightly.
He smiled at the man and asked gently, "Xiao Wang, is there something troubling you? Tell me, and I'll help you resolve it." Hearing Chen Feng's concerned voice, the employee named Xiao Wang didn't know what to do.
He hesitated for a moment, raised his head, and tears welled up in his eyes.
He sniffled and said, "Mr. Chen, please don't be angry with me. I know this is my fault. I've let you down.
I don't want to lose my job, but I also don't want to lose such a promising future.
Please forgive me, Mr. Chen."
Seeing Xiao Wang in this state, Chen Feng had some suspicions.
Could someone have promised them something?
Bright future. When he heard those words, Chen Feng seemed to have figured something out. Perhaps those who had left his company earlier had done so for the same reason.
This person is indeed no ordinary individual.
He dared to use me, exploiting the goodwill I had toward them, to achieve his own ends. I wonder how well planned his scheme really is. However, since you're using such underhanded methods against Chen Feng
will certainly not sit idly by and wait for his doom. Chapter 227, to cut a long story short, straight to the point.
Chapter 226, cut to the chase, strike at the heart of the matter. Then I'll make you pay dearly, Chen Feng thought to himself.
"Oh, Xiao Wang, what's going on?" Chen Feng asked, feigning curiosity.
At that moment, the employee named Xiao Wang wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and looked at Chen Feng, saying, "Mr. Chen, this morning we just finished our regular meeting. After it ended, a large company came to negotiate with us. They want to acquire our group.
However, Mr. Chen, please don't get angry. They said that they will wait until our company has completely collapsed before making an offer.
They said they would wait until our company completely goes bankrupt before making the acquisition, and they also said they are willing to support the rise in our stock price." After hearing Xiao Wang's words, Chen Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, these people are really shameless.
They're using such underhanded tactics to try to take over our company. If you want to take us over, then we'll make sure you regret it. I'll see how arrogant you can be then. Chen Feng let out a cold laugh, then asked, "What are those people's names?"
They claim to be from the Fading Group. Oh, those chairmen are surnamed Yang. They claim to be the Young Family Group, one of the 4 major conglomerates in Lu City. And one of the largest conglomerates in Xia Nation, with super luxury villa complexes in the capital and assets worth billions.
"Mr. Chen, you must know him, right? He's the son of that Yang chairman, Yang Wenjie,"
Xiao Wang said respectfully. As Xiao Wang finished speaking, his expression changed slightly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories.
"Yang Wenjie? The Young family? Which Young family are you referring to?" Chen Feng asked with a deliberate frown.
Chen Feng's expression at that moment looked like that of a country bumpkin, not at all like the head of a company. Xiao Wang secretly looked down on Chen Feng in his heart.
"Of course it's the Young family. The Young family is the wealthiest family in Lu City," Xiao Wang said. "The wealthiest family in Lu City?"
That's right, the Young family is one of the top super wealthy families in the entire country. Xiao Wang continued.
"The Young family, Yang Wenjie. No wonder he's so arrogant. He's from one of the 4 major conglomerates in Lu City. The 4 major conglomerates of Lu City, they're really powerful. No wonder they're the 4 major clans of Lu City."
Chen Feng sneered and said indifferently. "Mr. Chen, actually, I only just heard about this matter as well, but this matter is indeed genuine," Xiao Wang hurriedly explained.
"Don't worry, Xiao Wang.
I'll investigate this thoroughly.
Go make arrangements.
Have all the companies sell off their stocks.
They must be sold. I want to short sell them.
Leave no room for maneuver.
Chen Feng coldly ordered Xiao Wang. Yes, Mr. Chen, I know what to do,
Xiao Wang said and turned to leave. At that moment, Chen Feng sneered, then picked up the phone on the desk and dialed a number.
After the call connected, a familiar voice came through. Hello, Mr. Chen, what can I do for you? Hello, it's me, Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, what can I do for you?
Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the voice on the other end became respectful, dare not show any disrespect. I need you to investigate something related to Fading Group, Chen Feng said indifferently.
Understood, Mr. Chen. I'll handle it immediately. Please hold on for a moment.
Chen Feng said, alright, and hung up the phone. After hanging up, a cold gleam flashed in Chen Feng's eyes.
Fei Tang Group?
Oomph. If you want to play, I'll play along.
Let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve.
Chen Feng sneered inwardly.
Chapter 228 Expertise and Skill, Effortless Success. Chapter 227 Expertise and Precision. Shortly after, Chen Feng dialed another number. Wang Chang? This is Chen Feng. On the other end, Wang Chang's respectful voice rang out. Mr. Chen, may I ask what you need from me? Upon hearing Wang Chang's voice, Chen Feng thought to himself. This guy, that voice, that tone, isn't he the sleazy man I encountered at the hotel back then? Oh, it's like this.
Our company has a major business deal we'd like to negotiate with you.
Are you interested? Of course I'm interested. What kind of business is it?
Upon hearing the news, Wang Chang's tone became extremely excited, though he didn't understand why Chen Feng had suddenly asked him to negotiate a deal.
But as long as it involves making money, he is interested.
Our business is quite large scale.
If you're interested in taking it on, it will require a significant investment. I'm not sure if you're capable of handling it,
Chen Feng said slowly. Mr. Chen, to be honest, I also run a large company, so I have confidence in doing business.
What kind of contract are you looking for?
Wang Chang said confidently. Although his company wasn't as large as Fading Group, it was still considered a large company. Chen Feng saw Wang Chang's confident expression and couldn't help but feel a urge to mock him. He sneered inwardly, thinking to himself, you people are truly foolish.
Do you really think I, Chen Feng, don't know your true intentions? You want to take over my company and then bring it down. You really underestimate me, Chen Feng. Since that's the case, I'll just say it straight. This business is simple.
All you need to do is help me with one thing, and I guarantee you'll make a fortune.
Even surpassing the Young family conglomerate.
What I need you to do is this: you must transfer all the company's funds to the accounts of the other three major conglomerates within a year. Chen Feng said calmly. Wang Chang heard Chen Feng say this, but instead of getting angry, he laughed and thought to himself.
Mr. Chen is indeed clever, he guessed it right away. Mr. Chen, how did you know we were targeting your company? Wang Chang asked curiously. Actually, I already knew everything. I was just giving you a chance. If you don't cherish this opportunity, then you'll have to face my wrath,
Chen Feng said with a smile.
Mr. Chen, I understand your meaning.
Our company will certainly cooperate with you as much as possible. I don't think there are many companies in the world that would refuse such a lucrative deal, Wang Chang said.
So you've agreed, Chen Feng said casually.
Of course I agree, and I hope Mr. Chen can give me an answer as soon as possible,
Wang Chang said urgently. Fine.
But remember, the compensation I'm offering you is extremely high, a figure you can't even begin to imagine. So, during this period, you should first sell the company's shares as I instructed and then transfer them to Yang Group's account. I believe that with your company's current assets, it should be sufficient to sustain you for a while.
Moreover, I believe your company will give me a pleasant surprise,
Chen Feng said confidently.
Chapter 229 You can't get a tiger's cub without entering the tiger's den. Chapter 228 You can't get the tiger's cub without entering the tiger's den. Wang Chang, upon hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Chen, you are truly wise.
I, Wang Chang, admire you greatly.
Enough flattery. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now,
Chen Feng said indifferently. He had already decided that no matter the cost, he would acquire Fading Group and bring it under his control. Although Fading Group was a large company, it held no appeal for Chen Feng. His true motive was to humiliate them, to strike a blow to their pride and self-esteem.
Wang Chang, upon hearing this, nodded hurriedly. All right, I understand. I'll hang up now. Mr. Chen, please do as you see fit.
All right, understood. Chen Feng hung up the phone without another word.
After putting away his phone, Wang Chang's face betrayed a sinister smile. He thought to himself.
Chen Feng, I will make you taste the bitter taste of humiliation, make you suffer so much you wish you were dead, and make you know the consequences of offending me, Wang Chang. At this thought, a sinister smile curled the corners of Wang Chang's mouth.
Mr. Yang, I think we can start acting now.
A young man dressed in a black suit and looking very serious looked at Yang Wenfeng.
Yes, boss. Yang Wenfeng replied respectfully. The man then left Yang Wenfeng's office.
Yang Wenfeng sat in his chair, a cold smile curving his lips. In his heart, he thought, Chen Feng, this time I'll make you know that I, Yang Wenfeng, am not someone you can mess with. Yang Wenfeng thought to himself, his heart filled with intense hatred toward Chen Feng.
Meanwhile, outside Yang Wenfeng's office, Chen Feng stood leisurely at the door, waiting quietly for Yang Wenfeng. Dawn. At that moment, a knock suddenly came from Yang Wenfeng's office. Who is it?
Come in, Yang Wenfeng said indifferently. Soon, the office door was pushed open, and Chen Feng walked in, his face adorned with a bright smile.
Chairman Chen Feng, you finally arrived. Yang Wenfeng saw Chen Feng enter the office and hurriedly greeted him. Haha, Mr. Yang, hello. It's truly better to meet in person than to hear about someone's reputation.
Chen Feng smiled and extended his hand, shaking Yang Wenfeng's hand before saying softly, Mr. Yang, I have an important matter to discuss with you today. Yang Wenfeng, upon hearing this, hurriedly nodded with a smile and invited Chen Feng to sit on the sofa.
Mr. Chen, please have some tea, Yang Wenfeng said earnestly.
Chen Feng took the teacup, took a sip with a smile, and said,
Not bad. This is top quality Longjing tea. Not bad at all. Yang Wenfeng was taken aback upon hearing this.
He knew that this tea wasn't made from ordinary tea leaves, but rather a blend of premium Longjing tea, snow lotus, and tea guanyin, among other rare varieties. And special ingredients were added to enhance the flavor.
However, Yang Wenfeng smiled and said, Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Chen. I don't really know what the benefits of this tea are either.
But since Mr. Chen likes it, please have a few more cups.
If you like it, I can give you a few cans.
That's a great idea. Let's have dinner together tonight, and I'll bring a few cans back with me. Chen Feng said with a smile.
Chapter 230, Hypocrisy, Deserving of Punishment. Chapter 230, Hypocrisy, Deserving of Punishment.
Well, I won't refuse such kindness, but Chen Feng, don't forget the conditions you just agreed to with me. Yang Wenfeng said with feigned concern.
Don't worry, Mr. Yang. You can entrust the company to me to manage.
Chen Feng said with a smile.
Yang Wenfeng, seeing this, nodded hurriedly.
Chen Feng entrusting the company to him to manage was truly a stroke of luck.
Alright, I understand.
I'll be going now, I still have work to attend to. Yang Wenfeng stood up and smiled as he took his leave from Chen Feng.
Alright, Mr. Yang, take your time. I won't see you off.
Chen Feng hurriedly stood up to see him off.
After Yang Wenfeng left, Chen Feng's expression turned icy cold. Yang Wenfeng, you bastard. After Yang Wenfeng left, Chen Feng angrily threw the cup he was holding onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Chen Xiao, please calm down. Don't get so angry.
This is just temporary.
If you're really upset, we can deal with that bastard later.
There's no need to rush. The people who had followed Chen Feng saw how angry he was and began to comfort him. I'd love to deal with Yang Wenfeng, but I have a more important task to complete right now.
I don't have time to deal with Yang Wenfeng.
Chen Feng said through gritted teeth, listen carefully.
I order you to find out Yang Wenfeng's background immediately.
Yes, I'll get on it right away. After Yang Wenfeng left, Chen Feng had no interest in staying there any longer. He didn't want to stay there either, after all, there was no reason for him to stay there now.
Let's go.
At Chen Feng's command, several bodyguards quickly followed his lead. They sped off, and soon Chen Feng returned to the company. Upon entering his office, he immediately locked the door and instructed the other employees not to enter. Chen Feng sat down at his computer, inserted his USB drive, and soon a file was copied onto it.
The USB drive contained a detailed report, and this report was about Yang Wenfeng's detailed information. So Yang Wenfeng really is a rich second-generation heir. It seems he hasn't been behaving himself outside either.
Chen Feng flipped through a few pages of the documents, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
He now understood why he harbored such hostility toward Yang Wenfeng. Chen Feng's hostility toward Yang Wenfeng stemmed from an incident when Yang Wenfeng had been a guest at the Chen family's home. During some casual family conversations, Yang Wenfeng had mentioned that the Yang family still had some connections in Yanqing City. Although the Yang family was just an ordinary merchant family, they were still considered a prominent clan. Regardless, as long as the Yang family was powerful enough, even as a small merchant family, they could still pose a threat to Chen Feng.
After reviewing these documents, Chen Feng's smile grew even broader. These documents were exactly what Chen Feng needed. By compiling them and utilizing them effectively, his company would no longer be a minor force in Yanqing City. Yang Wenfeng, this time I'll see how you handle my moves, Chen Feng muttered to himself. His eyes were fixed on the computer screen, filled with confidence.
The Chen Group is currently collaborating with the International Trade Group to expand into Yanqing City.
According to insiders, the International Trade Group has over 30 provinces in 25 regions in Xia State, with a total land area exceeding 100,000 square kilometers.
Chapter 231, Backstabbing, a True Villain. Chapter 231, Backstabbing, a True Villain. Moreover, this trade group holds a 94% stake in the Yanqing Group. The International Trade Group holds a 37% stake. Additionally, the International Trade Group has established trade foundations across various regions of Xiagua. Upon seeing this information, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. It seems that the International Trade Group's influence in Yanqing City is indeed quite significant.
Such a trade group, if we could bring it under our control, would definitely be beneficial to my company.
Chen Feng thought to himself. It seems I should also make a name for myself. Chen Feng thought to himself.
After muttering these words to himself, Chen Feng immediately shifted his attention back to Yang Wenfeng.
Yang Wenfeng, you just wait. I, Chen Feng, will one day crush you under my feet.
With that, Chen Feng took out a piece of paper and a pen, quickly jotting down his assessment of Yang Wenfeng.
Yang Wenfeng, you've risen to this position at such a young age, you must have some skills.
However, I'll see just how powerful you are here. After finishing, Chen Feng tossed the paper into the trash can.
He had achieved his desired effect. He believed Yang Wenfeng would follow his plan step by step. That was Chen Feng's true brilliance.
After that, Chen Feng carefully reviewed everything once more to ensure that he had not missed a single detail.
Only then did he begin to make arrangements for the next steps.
This time, he aimed to grow his company into a massive corporation and make it the strongest in its field. He aimed to create the best and strongest company possible, but Chen Feng did not rush into things. As the saying goes, haste makes waste, so Chen Feng decided to take his time, gradually eliminating Yang Wenfeng, the cancerous tumor, and ultimately bringing him down.
He had already mapped out his plan in his mind. After Chen Feng left, Yang Wenfeng also returned to the company. Oh my goodness, the president is back. Yes, the president hasn't been back for a long time. Why did he suddenly have time to come back and visit us today?
Upon returning to his office, Yang Wenfeng was greeted by everyone, who asked him questions.
I'm here to discuss some matters with you all.
Yang Wenfeng said with a smile, but inwardly he looked down on them.
These people are truly money hungry. It seems I'll have to nurture them more in the future. Alright, let's head to the conference room to discuss. I wonder if we'll get a share of the pie this time. Yang Wenfeng led everyone to his meeting room, which was already packed with people, including Yang Wenfeng's assistant Xiao Du, finance director Lu Shu, marketing director Sun Jie, and others. Their eyes were all fixed on Yang Wenfeng, filled with anticipation. Yang Wenfeng, seeing this, couldn't help but flash a look of pride on his face. He then handed the report in his hand to Xiao Du. Xiao Du, you'll have to put in some extra effort this month.
Distribute this report to all major online media outlets in Yanjing City, so they can all see the status of the Yang family company in Yanjing City. Additionally, register a company on the website and name it Fengyu Group. Once registered, promote the company successfully, and then you can take a 2-week vacation.
Come back to work after a while. How about that? Yang Wenfeng said casually. Alright, President. I'll get right on it. Xiao Du was overjoyed upon hearing this. Chapter 232, Fear no trouble, no one will return. Chapter 231, Fear not the coming of trouble, for those who come shall not return. Xiao Du had already made up his mind.
Once he completed this task, he could take a long vacation and enjoy the wonderful holiday.
By the way, you guys don't need to just sit around. Get to work and do your jobs properly. I'll double your salaries, understand? Yang Wenfeng said with a smile, knowing that Xiao Du and the others would certainly not refuse his request.
As soon as Yang Wenfeng finished speaking, everyone patted their chests and said, "Don't worry, President.
We'll work hard and do our best to get this done." That's good. Everyone, work hard.
Yang Wenfeng nodded satisfactorily, then proceeded to explain the specifics of the project he was collaborating on with Chen Feng and some of the terms to everyone.
President, you are truly wise. With this plan, we have a great chance to turn Fengyu Group into the leading company in Xia Kingdom and even all of Asia. Xiao Du and the others immediately clapped their hands in admiration after hearing Yang Wenfeng's words. Alright, everyone, go back to your tasks. Don't waste my time. Yang Wenfeng waved his hand and said. Upon receiving the order, everyone left the office, leaving Yang Wenfeng alone to ponder in the office. Chen Feng, I wonder if this collaboration with you will bring blessings or misfortune. Yang Wenfeng sighed, unsure whether this collaboration with Chen Feng would bring good fortune or misfortune. If he succeeds, the Chen Group will rise to prominence, becoming one of the top groups in Xia Nation and even Asia. If he failed, then the Yang Group would likely be finished, and his company would certainly go bankrupt. Yang Wenfeng thought about it more and more, feeling that this matter was quite dangerous. However, this sense of crisis only lasted for a moment before he pushed it aside. Regardless of the outcome, since I have made my choice, I will persevere. I will become the largest conglomerate in Yanjing City, the entire Nanjing City, and even the entire nation. Yang Wenfeng clenched his teeth and spoke with determination, his eyes filled with resolve. Yang Wenfeng silently swore to himself, I will not lose. I will definitely make the Yang Group prosperous. At that moment, an employee from the Chen Group walked into Yang Wenfeng's office. He whispered a few words in Yang Wenfeng's ear. After he finished speaking, Yang Wenfeng couldn't help but furrow his brows. He then waved his hand at the employee, signaling her to leave. Yang Wenfeng stared at the report in his hands, his brows still furrowed. Mr. Yang, is there a problem? Lu Shu, standing nearby, asked with a puzzled expression. Mr. Lu, who prepared this report? Yang Wenfeng paused for a moment before suddenly asking. Uncle Lu shook his head and said, Mr. Yang, this report was personally assigned to us by you last night. How dare we slack off? Upon hearing this, a cold gleam flashed in Yang Wenfeng's eyes. Is he doubting me? Yang Wenfeng sneered inwardly, thinking, whether you believe it or not, I will never let this report leak out. Mr. Yang, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Lu Shu noticed the significant change in Yang Wenfeng's expression and asked curiously. Oh, nothing. Uncle Lu, since you have nothing to do, go ahead and get back to work. I'll contact you once there's some progress. Yang Wenfeng was busy beyond measure. Chen Feng was also busy on his end. Chapter 233, Testing the Waters, Corporate Planning. Chapter 232, Testing the Waters, Corporate Planning. The next day, Chen Feng received an invitation from the fashion industry. This invitation was issued by the head of Fashion Week. The Fashion Week was jointly organized by the 5 leading fashion houses of Xia Kingdom. The scale of this event was enormous, making it the largest fashion week in Xia Kingdom's history. Upon seeing the invitation, Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. Fashion Week? Chen Feng recalled an incident from last year. The fashion industry had issued a notice informing him that he must attend a fashion week. And it was the most prestigious fashion week in Xiagua. The notice also included the specific details of the event. At the time, Chen Feng hadn't paid much attention to it, as these matters had nothing to do with him. However, upon reflecting on it now, the matter seemed quite significant. The person who had notified him was Lu Guowei, and his tone had been very firm. He had also mentioned that he was the person in charge of the invitation. The timing of the fashion week was this year, meaning it was a plot targeting him. If he were to attend, he would undoubtedly fall into their trap. Moreover, they could use the fashion week as an excuse to suppress him and make it impossible for him to survive in Xiagua. Although Lu Guowei is the largest fashion merchant in Xiagua, his influence in the country is not particularly significant. After all, Lu Guowei is not a major figure in the fashion industry, he is merely well known within Xiagua. Moreover, the networking connections within the fashion industry are not particularly strong. If these actions are indeed targeted at him, there should be no major issues. After all, Lu Guowei isn't a prominent figure in the fashion world, and I don't need to fear him. As long as I'm careful, I should be able to avoid these traps. However, Chen Feng couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, but his instincts told him this wasn't simple. With that thought, he put the notice into his pocket. He planned to use this time to find out more about Lu Guowei and also learn about the fashion week, just to be prepared. The next day, Lu Guowei called Chen Feng to his house. Looking at Chen Feng, he smiled. Chen brother, you're getting more and more handsome lately, huh? Chen Feng smiled back, you're too kind, Mr. Lu. Your charm is what truly captivates people. Haha, you're quite the smooth talker. I love hearing you speak. Come, sit down. Lu Guowei gestured toward the sofa. After Chen Feng sat down, Lu Guowei didn't beat around the bush. He looked at Chen Feng with a serious expression. Chen Feng, I called you here today mainly to ask for your help with a matter. It might be a bit challenging, but I hope you'll do your best to resolve it. Chen Feng nodded, saying nothing, simply waiting quietly for Lu Guowei to continue, as he knew that what Lu Guowei was about to say would not be anything lighthearted. You are the king of traditional brands in Xiagua. This is a well-known fact, Lu Guowei said. Chen Feng nodded, yes, I am aware of that. But do you know how prominent your brand is in the eyes of the other brands? Lu Guowei looked at Chen Feng and continued, traditional brands in Xia Kingdom are the crystallization of Xia Kingdom's culture and art. Traditional clothing, accessories, and jewelry are regarded as traditional in Xia Kingdom. Chapter 234, Looking Left and Right, Yet Speaking of Others. Chapter 233, Looking Left and Right, Yet Speaking of Him. Tradition represents Xia Kingdom's culture. In this context, your clothing, food, housing, and transportation are the lifeblood of the people of Xia, and your image will shine brighter alongside their identity, making your brand increasingly prosperous. I naturally know that. Chen Feng replied casually, not expecting his reputation in the Xia Kingdom to be so good. This came as a great surprise to him, as in his own mind. He had always considered himself an ordinary citizen of Xia Kingdom. However, hearing it from others, he realized that he was no longer ordinary in this world. But Chen, you must know that in Xia Kingdom, besides your brand, there is another highly competitive brand, and that brand is his from the West. It combines Xia Kingdom's classical elements with modern fashion elements. His from Europe? That brand is powerful? Lu Guowei nodded, a serious expression on his face. His strength is unquestionable, and in this field, it is the top brand. In Xia, his is also a benchmark industry in the fashion sector. His has a fashion design company, with designers who are world-class. Every piece they create is a masterpiece, and their sales figures exceed hundreds of millions each quarter. After hearing Lu Guowei's introduction, Chen Feng was also secretly amazed. He knew that the his Lu Guowei was talking about was an incredibly powerful company. In Xiagua, only those who have reached a certain social status would consider purchasing products from a fashion design brand. In Europe, however, even the CEOs of large companies often opt for high-end design brands. Moreover, according to Lu Guowei, the owner of his is a very mysterious figure.
Not only does he enjoy immense prestige in the fashion industry, but he is also exceptionally accomplished in other fields.
After hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but secretly admire Lu Guowei.
He never expected that his own brand had attracted so much attention from business elites.
Chen Feng nodded.
He knew this, and Lu Guowei must have obtained the information through other channels. However, he chose not to reveal his own identity, as he was well aware of his own fame.
After thinking for a moment, he asked, Brother Lu, since this is so powerful, why does your brand always lag behind in competition with the other brands?
Lu Guowei sighed and said,
Ah, I know what you're thinking. Actually, I've known this all along.
Oh?
Chen Feng was taken aback, not expecting Lu Guowei to have guessed his thoughts.
Because I know that in the past few days, many companies have been trying to target you.
Some companies even want to steal our market share. So, several months ago, I already transferred the brand under my ownership.
What?
Chen Feng was startled, not expecting Lu Guowei to have transferred his own brand.
This left Chen Feng utterly stunned.
After all, in Xiagua, Lu Guowei is a highly influential figure. If he were to transfer his brand to someone else, it would be a significant loss for his brand.
Moreover, this also revealed something. Lu Guowei had already grown wary of him.
Chen Feng shook his head, feeling a bit moved. Lu Guowei's action was indeed commendable. Although it was a pity that Lu Guowei had transferred his brand, Chen Feng understood the situation.
This was an unavoidable decision. He couldn't protect Chen's clothing company forever. After all, Chen Feng wasn't omnipotent.
Chapter 235, Survival of the Fittest, the law remains unchanged. Chapter 234, Survival of the Fittest, the law remains unchanged. If it weren't for his own sufficient strength,
Lu Guowei would have made this choice sooner or later. After all, the fashion industry is ruthless, the strong survive, and this is an unchanging law.
Chen Feng smiled and patted Lu Guowei on the shoulder.
Brother Lu, thank you for your trust.
Rest assured, I will resolve this matter as soon as possible.
However, I don't think you need to worry. I, Chen Feng, am not one to back down.
If they dare to touch Chen's clothing again, I will not let them off the hook. After saying this, a cold expression flashed across Chen Feng's face, and a strong sense of determination instantly filled the air around him.
Lu Guowei noticed the anger in Chen Feng's eyes and couldn't help but nod slightly.
He could tell that Chen Feng was indeed a young man of substance. He believed that Chen Feng would be able to turn Chen's clothing around, regardless of whether the company ultimately succeeded or not.
With that thought, Lu Guowei nodded.
Looking at Chen Feng, he smiled and said,
Chen brother, I'm looking forward to your future performance. Although my current company hasn't seen much improvement, I hope you can bring me some surprises.
I hope our two companies can work together harmoniously.
Chen Feng nodded. Rest assured, I won't let Brother Lu down. Lu Guowei smiled contentedly upon hearing this. He patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and stood up.
Alright, that concludes today's discussion. I hope our two companies can continue to work together in the future. Chen Feng looked at Lu Guowei, his mind filled with confusion.
Why was Lu Guowei so confident in his company?
Although he had confidence in Chen's clothing, he didn't have much confidence in their other products. After all, in Xiagua, there were countless brands like his, and they were all top-tier international brands.
Chen Feng believed that Lu Guowei couldn't possibly acquire all of them for his company.
Therefore, Chen Feng still harbored a lingering doubt, but he looked at Lu Guowei and remained silent. Chen Feng and Lu Guowei talked for a long time, but Chen Feng still had many doubts in his heart.
He couldn't understand why Lu Guowei had such confidence in his brand.
However, Lu Guowei didn't tell Chen Feng that he had also heard the news from other sources. He had heard that this company was exceptionally outstanding in Xiagua. Therefore, he was also confident in his own company. However, Lu Guowei was well aware that while his company was currently the top in Xiagua,
however, it couldn't compare to the European companies.
Therefore, he had great confidence in Chen Feng. He believed that given time, Chen Feng would definitely defeat his company and knock it out of the Fortune 500 list. Lu Guowei is well aware of this, which is why, during his casual conversation with Chen Feng earlier,
Lu Guowei has been testing Chen Feng's limits, hoping to gain insights through these tests.
Allow Chen Feng to showcase the true strength of his brand, thereby increasing his confidence in Chen Feng. Chen Feng saw the confident smile on Lu Guowei's face and knew that Lu Guowei had already made up his mind.
Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement.
Lu Guowei had actually entrusted the company to him. He was deeply grateful for Lu Guowei's gesture. Chen Feng believed that Lu Guowei had done this solely to allow him to focus on his own work with peace of mind. Chen Feng was also deeply grateful to Lu Guowei, and he knew that his company needed to rise to prominence.
Chapter 236, Innovation and Market Trends. Chapter 235, Innovation and Market Principles. Chen Feng knew that he must first launch his products into the global market. If he could penetrate global markets within just half a year, then Lu Guowei wouldn't have to work so hard here for so long. Chen Feng took a deep breath. He knew that time was now exceptionally precious to him. He had to make the most of every moment to accomplish this task. Chen Feng pulled out a USB drive from his drawer, which had a pen attached to it. Chen Feng picked up the pen and clicked a button on the computer screen. A video link appeared on the screen. Chen Feng clicked to enter the video. On the computer screen appeared the figure of a man. He was wearing a white casual outfit, his face handsome and radiant with a sunny disposition. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, sitting comfortably on the sofa and sipping it leisurely. Chen Feng knew that this man was the CEO of the company. At that moment, the man in the video slowly stood up and said, "Mr. Chen, hello." The man extended his hand politely to shake Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng also shook his hand. "Is this your new product?" the man asked with a smile. "Yes, Lu Jia, Mr. Lu, hello. We have already researched it and developed the corresponding product plan. We have already begun preparations for promotion," Chen Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Lu Jia nodded. "Mr. Chen, you are truly remarkable. Over the years, the company has opened up many new market channels, and all of this is thanks to your inspiration. I'm confident you'll be able to create even better products." "Thank you, Mr. Lu," Chen Feng said with a smile. "So, Mr. Chen, I think we can start collaborating," the man said with a smile. Chen Feng nodded. He knew these collaborations were essential but couldn't be rushed. Chen Feng clicked into the business negotiation program. "Lu Jia, the focus of our collaboration this time is product promotion. Do you know the sales figures for the few products our company has been promoting recently?" Chen Feng asked with a smile. Lu Jia shook his head. "I'm not really sure yet. I'm still observing." "Mr. Chen, what kind of products are we talking about?" Chen Feng said with a smile. "The product we're promoting this time is called Love Star. This product enhances consumers' care for the community, increase their demand for a higher quality of life, and allow them to experience the happiness brought by the community." Chen Feng paused for a moment before continuing. "Mr. Lu, do you have any good ideas for promoting this product?" Chen Feng spoke while closely observing Lu Jia's facial expressions. Lu Jia listened to Chen Feng's words and fell into deep thought. This is something we really need to consider carefully. "Mr. Chen, take a look. Do you think our current product promotion efforts are a bit too one-dimensional? After all, promoting this product isn't something that can be achieved easily. I think our company's staff and factory aren't fully prepared yet. Additionally, we already have some new projects in the pipeline, so I think we should consider changing the product's marketing approach." Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, Mr. Lu is right. We should switch the marketing strategy for our new product. Here's what I propose: let's enter the European and American markets with our new product. I believe our product will be a hit in those markets. What do you think, Mr. Lu?" Lu Jia nodded. "Mr. Chen's suggestion is excellent. Although the overseas market is not very vibrant right now, I believe our products will definitely be a hit in the European and American markets." Chapter 237, Heroes see the same thing, but their paths diverge. Chapter 236, Heroes see the same thing, but their paths diverge in the open. However, Chen Feng noticed that Lu Jia hesitated to speak, so he asked, "But what?" "But the current market competition is extremely fierce, and I'm concerned," Lu Jia said with some worry. Chen Feng smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, "Mr. Lu, don't worry. I'm confident we can make our new product outsell others. Once our products gain recognition in the European and American markets, it will be highly beneficial for our company's future. The more our products sell, the more our company will gain. I believe you understand this better than I do, Mr. Lu." Chen Feng's words made sense. If the product's sales could be well promoted, the company would attract more customers. Lu Jia thought it over and finally made up his mind. "All right, I'll follow your advice. I believe our product will achieve excellent results and establish a foothold in the European and American markets." Chen Feng smiled upon hearing Lu Jia's agreement. "Haha, then I wish our cooperation a smooth journey." The two clapped hands in celebration. Subsequently, Lu Jia provided Chen Feng with a detailed overview of the cooperation projects he was handling. "Mr. Lu, these projects are all excellent. Not only that, but we also need to launch as many of our products as possible to ensure they sell well. So we must work hard during this period." Lu Jia nodded. "I understand. Our company will do our utmost to support you." Chen Feng discussed some more details with Lu Jia before leaving. As he stepped out the door, Chen Feng wore a relaxed expression. Just then, his phone rang. Chen Feng picked it up and saw a text message with only one sentence. "Good job, keep it up. We're looking forward to your good news." The next morning, Chen Feng arrived at the company and informed the shareholders of Chen Group about the collaboration with Lu Jia. The shareholders all praised the initiative. They believed it was an excellent project. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude and then convened a press conference, announcing that the company was officially launching its collaboration project with the Lu Group. Additionally, a portion of the company's funds had already been transferred to the company's finances, with the project budget estimated at around 1.5 billion yuan. At the press conference, Chen Feng also stated that during the R&D phase of the new product, professional technical personnel would undergo specialized training and the product would receive comprehensive promotion. The goal is to achieve strong sales performance for the product in the market. After the press conference, Chen Feng immediately headed to the headquarters of the Lu Group.
During this meeting, Lu Jia and Chen Feng discussed the specific details of product promotion. Chen Feng offered suggestions from the side, and the two discussed the matter very harmoniously. Chen Feng could tell that Lu Jia was a smart individual and highly skilled at leveraging his professional network. This was evident from his approach to handling matters, where he held a significant advantage in these areas. Unlike Chen Feng's company, which, despite its short history, had already made a name for itself, Chen Feng's company was growing at an astonishing rate. The two talked for a long time, and during one discussion, Chen Feng finally found a breakthrough. Chen Feng told Lu Jia how to leverage his resources to make significant investments in overseas markets. In this field, a dominant position in the international market is particularly crucial.
Chapter 238, Integrity above all, respect begins. Chapter 237, Integrity at its best, respect begins.
Therefore, Chen Feng hoped that Lu Jia could invest a significant amount of capital domestically, and this investment would not require any taxes. This idea received Lu Jia's support, as he believed such investments could mitigate some risks. Chen Feng then began planning the sales strategy for the new products with the Lu Group.
During his discussions with Lu Jia, he also noticed that Lu Jia did not view him as an enemy.
Lu Jia showed him great respect, which in turn made Chen Feng highly regard Lu Jia. Chen Feng decided that when promoting products for the Lu Group, he could offer some assistance. After discussing several projects with Lu Jia, Chen Feng left the Lu Group and returned to his own office. In Lu Jia's office, Lu Jia was sitting at his desk, frowning as if deep in thought.
His secretary, Wang Chang, knocked on the door and entered the office.
Lu Jia looked up at Wang Chang and said, "What do you think we should do to promote our company's new product on a global scale?"
"I was thinking that we could adopt a new product to replace this one."
Wang Chang fell silent after hearing Lu Jia's words. After a moment, he spoke slowly, "Mr. Lu, I believe what we should do now is to first promote our product. And once our products have completely dominated the European and American markets, we can then launch the new product.
This way, we can attract everyone's attention. Otherwise, we won't be able to promote our product at all."
Lu Jia listened to Wang Chang's words and found his idea quite reasonable.
He then said, "Since Mr. Wang's idea is so good, have you thought of any good methods?"
Wang Chang thought for a moment and then said, "I believe we can focus on the name of the new product. We could name the new product Beyond and use Beyond as the brand name for the new product. This way, the new product would have a very appealing selling point. This way, when we sell it overseas, we can easily achieve greater success. Not only would this bring significant profits to the company, but it would also provide an opportunity to expand into the domestic market. I am confident that with the novelty of Beyond, our company can definitely create a super product. At that point, our product will undoubtedly become the second best in the world, and we will achieve tremendous success in the international market."
After hearing Wang Chang's words, Lu Jia nodded repeatedly, as he found Wang Chang's arguments very convincing.
Regardless of the circumstances, as long as we promote our company's new products overseas, then our company's position in the domestic market will rise to a new level. Therefore, within the next week, Chen Group began searching for products similar to Beyond in major shopping malls across the country. They then launched the new product domestically, not only promoting it extensively within the country. They also launched a simultaneous promotion in the European market.
Overnight, the product could be seen everywhere in major cities abroad. With Chen Group's backing, Beyond quickly gained recognition domestically.
Abroad, Chen Group's product also became a hot item, with its products visible daily. Chen Group's sales began to rise sharply, not only overseas but also domestically.
Chapter 239, Inspiring, the Power of Language. Chapter 238, Inspiring, the Power of Language. This made Chen Feng very happy.
He knew that his choice had been the right one. Chen Feng said to Lu Jia with great satisfaction,
"Ha, little brother, you did a great job.
Your strategy was excellent.
Since we can now break into the international market from within the country.
Moreover, our market share abroad is no weaker than at home. Once we've established ourselves in the overseas market, our market share will definitely grow even larger. I believe our sales will also increase, and at that point, I'm confident we'll make a fortune worldwide. All of this wouldn't be possible without your hard work, little brother."
Lu Jia humbly replied, No, Chen brother, you're too kind. I'm just doing my job for you.
If you praise me, I'll feel embarrassed." Chen Feng waved his hand and smiled, "Haha, no need to be so polite.
We're all friends, working for our own interests.
I believe our cooperation will be smooth." Chen Feng extended his hand, signaling to shake hands with Lu Jia, who smiled broadly and shook Chen Feng's hand. Lu Jia was well aware of Chen Feng's influence within Xiaogua. He was now one of Chen Feng's most steadfast supporters. He was eagerly looking forward to following Chen Feng and achieving great things.
Moreover, Chen Feng had an exceptionally keen eye for talent.
In Lu Jia's opinion, Chen Feng's discernment far surpassed that of even the most seasoned business elites.
Chen Feng was correct. Lu Jia had indeed been working very hard here.
"Lu, my company has officially started operations, and you are now our partner. In the future, I hope our company can go global and open up a vast market in the world.
This is where I need your help. I hope you can assist me, Lu.
We'll stand together through thick and thin." Chen Feng said earnestly. Although he knew Lu Jia was a man with ambition, he didn't doubt Lu Jia's ambition. As long as he was willing to do it, Chen Feng dared to believe he could accomplish it. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Lu Jia hurriedly assured him, "Brother Chen, rest assured.
I will definitely help you. I will fully cooperate with you. I promise to grow the company under your leadership. I will strive to contribute everything I have to the company." Chen Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "Good, very good. Lu, having such thoughts is the best." Lu nodded and said, "Alright, I'll head back to work now." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Alright, that's settled. Lu, go back and take your time with your work." Lu Jia stood up and turned to walk out. After returning, Lu Jia immediately convened several senior managers within the company for an emergency meeting. At the meeting, Lu Jia announced Chen Feng's decision, which was that he had decided to join Chen Feng's company and become one of his employees. Upon hearing Lu Jia's announcement, everyone was stunned. No one had expected that Lu Jia would make such a choice. After all, his position in the company was relatively low, and he had no real power. Why would he make such a decision? Lu Jia saw the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, gave a bitter smile, and said, "Everyone, I know this decision is very risky, and perhaps everyone here will look down on me. I understand if you don't agree with my decision, but I must tell you that I truly love this job. This job is highly challenging, and it is mine. I am also a member of the Chun Group. This is beyond doubt, and it is the only contribution I can make to the company." Chapter 240, Filling the Stomach with Empty Promises, Deceiving Oneself. Chapter 239, Filling the Stomach with Empty Promises, Self-Deception. Lu Jia's words were inspiring, and everyone listened with great interest. "I hope to contribute something meaningful to the company. Therefore, I am requesting that everyone here unanimously agree to my decision." Upon hearing Lu Jia speak, everyone fell silent. Seeing that everyone was silent, Lu Jia continued. "I don't know what everyone is thinking, but I must remind you that the future of the Chun Group is not limited to development in Zhengzhou and Europe. It will also have a significant presence on the global stage. Here we have the world's most advanced computer technology and a prestigious research institute. Our products will undoubtedly create a sensation worldwide and achieve an extremely high market share globally. I hope everyone will join me in striving together to promote Chen Group's products." Everyone listened to Lu Jia's words and nodded in agreement. They all wanted to follow Lu Jia, but they weren't fools. They knew that Lu Jia would definitely lead them to prosperity. Lu Jia continued, "Additionally, I would like to share something with you all. I believe that Chen Feng, the CEO of Chen Group, is currently in need of more staff. I hope you can help Chen Feng find some people to help Mr. Chen refine this plan. I believe we will certainly accomplish this task." Upon hearing Lu Jia's words, everyone's expressions immediately became excited. They knew Lu Jia was telling the truth. Some of the people present were also intelligent individuals. They had already understood what Lu Jia had said. "Mr. Lu, rest assured. We will fully cooperate with Mr. Chen to complete the plan and ensure his satisfaction." Everyone made their commitments, and Lu Jia nodded in approval. He was very satisfied with their performance. After all, Lu Jia was fairly satisfied with their work, and he also highly appreciated these individuals. The fact that they were willing to speak up at this critical moment also pleased him greatly. Lu Jia smiled and continued. "There is one more matter I need to clarify with everyone, which concerns the specific sources of funding for my company." Upon hearing this, everyone was a bit puzzled. They knew Lu Jia wasn't just an ordinary wealthy individual. But how could Lu Jia's company possibly be short on funds? They couldn't understand why Lu Jia was sharing such detailed information about his company with them. Lu Jia smiled and said, "Everyone, I have no intention of hiding anything from you. My company is indeed in a very difficult situation. I hope you can all lend your full support. If Mr. Chen's plan succeeds, I hope you can all share in the profits. What do you think?" Everyone was very happy upon hearing this. They were all Lu Jia's employees. And they had all joined Chen Feng's company with high hopes for its future. Now that Lu Jia's company had overcome its difficulties, their opportunity had arrived. How could they not be happy? "No problem, we will definitely help Mr. Lu. We are all employees of the Lu Group, and we will naturally do our utmost." Everyone agreed in unison. "Alright, since everyone has no objections, I hope everyone will carry out the plan as instructed by Mr. Chen. However, I still want to remind everyone that our company's funds are very tight. Therefore, I hope everyone will not be tempted by short-term gains and will not treat my company as their own." Lu Jia said with a smile. "Mr. Lu, please rest assured. You can trust us on this. We understand the principle." Chapter 241, Drawing Analogies and Thinking Meticulously. Chapter 240, Drawing Analogies and Thinking Meticulously. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nodded in approval, thinking to himself, "No wonder I hold him in such high regard." Lu Jia nodded with understanding and said, "Very good. Since everyone has agreed, I can rest assured. The days ahead will be challenging, but I hope we can all work together and overcome any obstacles. Everyone will have to work hard. I hope that by the end of this month,
We can submit the company's monthly plan to Chen Feng, the general manager. We must ensure that the plan is in Chen Feng's hands before his schedule is completed. Otherwise, I fear it may delay Mr. Chen Feng's plans and jeopardize the survival of our entire company.
Mr. Lu, please rest assured. We will definitely fulfill your requirements. The others also all assured him that they would complete the tasks assigned to them by Chen Feng. Lu Jia nodded satisfactorily and said, "Very good. Go back to work. I need to rest as well, my leg is injured."
Chen Feng listened to Lu Jia's report, nodded, and said, "Alright, thank you for your hard work, Lu Gu.
This matter is now in your hands. Rest assured, Mr. Chen. You can trust me completely. I will handle this matter properly,"
Lu Jia said with a firm promise.
Chen Feng smiled and said, "Thank you, Lu Gu. If there's anything, you can contact Deputy Director Li.
I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first."
"Alright, Mr. Chen, I understand."
After saying that, Chen Feng turned and left Lu Jia's office. Upon returning to his own office, Chen Feng immediately convened a company meeting.
Chen Feng addressed the group first. "Everyone is aware of the current situation at the company. What are your thoughts on this incident?"
Everyone fell into deep thought after hearing Chen Feng's words, as they were all contemplating the issue. However, most of them were not very optimistic about Lu Jia's plan. After all, Lu Jia's company had already overcome its difficulties, and they believed that there were no major issues left. There was no need for them to expend any more effort on it, and they had even less reason to worry about the company's future.
Seeing that no one was speaking, Chen Feng smiled and said, "Well, does anyone have any questions? Feel free to speak your mind."
As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, a man stood up. His name was Zhao Wei.
Zhao Wei bowed respectfully to Chen Feng and said, "Mr. Chen, I don't think we need to proceed with this plan anymore. Currently,
we are still too weak and lack the necessary funds to support our plan.
If this plan fails, all our efforts will be in vain."
Chen Feng smiled and said, I understand your point, Zhao Director, but I believe we must continue with this plan."
"Why, Mr. Chen?"
Zhao Wei looked puzzled after hearing Chen Feng's words.
Chen Feng smiled and said, "Think about it. If our company only focuses on making money right now, and did nothing else, our company would become stagnant. We wouldn't be able to progress any further. I believe we must take action to become better." Chen Feng explained his plan, aiming to boost everyone's motivation and increase the company's vitality. If everyone can seize this opportunity. Chapter 242, A Drop of Water, A Spring of Gratitude. Chapter 241, A Drop of Water, A Spring of Gratitude. The company's strength would surge dramatically.
This is also why Chen Feng insisted on having Zhao Wei take charge of the company's operations. Zhao Wei listened to Chen Feng's words, thought carefully, and found that what Chen Feng said made a lot of sense. If the company continues in this state, then the company will inevitably become increasingly worse, and its operations will slow down. Chen Feng knew that if that were to happen, Lu Jia would inevitably lose confidence in him. If that were the case, his income for the year would be significantly reduced, which would be detrimental to his career development. Therefore, Zhao Wei nodded and said, "Alright, Mr. Chen, I understand. I'll go prepare right away." "Alright, go ahead and get to work. I'll also arrange the tasks for the next few days," Chen Feng said with a smile. He finally felt a sense of relief.
Chen Feng could finally take a quiet break for a while.
Moreover, his plan could now officially begin, and he was confident that Lu Jia would execute it flawlessly this time.
After leaving the office, Lu Jia felt a sense of relief.
He no longer had to work so hard and feel so tense every day, which was the best form of relaxation for him. All Chen Feng needed to do now was focus on recovering his health and properly nourish his body. Once Chen Feng has fully recovered, he will resume his role as the new boss of Chen's jewelry company.
His goal is to make Chen's jewelry company increasingly successful.
This is something he must accomplish, and it is the only thing he can do for Chen's jewelry company.
"Mr. Lu, Mr. Chen is looking for you.
He's waiting for you in the conference room."
At that moment, Lu Jia's secretary walked over.
Lu Jia heard his secretary's words and paused for a moment before responding.
"I understand. I'll be right there." Lu Jia quickly made his way to Chen Feng's office, which was right next to his own.
Lu Jia opened the door and entered, only to find Chen Feng already sitting in his chair waiting for him.
"Mr. Chen, is there anything you need?" Lu Jia walked over and asked respectfully. "Oh, Mr. Lu, it's nothing important. I just wanted to tell you that I've decided to have you take over my jewelry company. Would you be willing to accept this position and help me manage the company?"
Chen Feng said casually, though he no longer managed the company's day-to-day operations. However, Chen Feng still hoped his employees would follow him, as the company was the culmination of his life's work. Chen Feng hoped someone could carry on his legacy and continue to help him take the company to new heights. That's why he had taken the initiative to bring this up with Lu Jia.
"What? Mr. Chen, can I?" Lu Jia exclaimed in surprise.
Although Lu Jia had already known that Chen Feng would definitely choose him to take over the company. However, Lu Jia never imagined that Chen Feng would actually choose him to serve as the company's CEO, which left him utterly stunned.
"What? You don't want to? Chen Feng frowned and said coldly. No, I'm willing. Mr. Chen, please rest assured. I will do my utmost to help you manage your company. Lu Jia hurriedly pledged his loyalty. After all, he was Chen Feng's employee, and if Chen Feng looked down on him, he would be in trouble. I believe in you, Lu manager. I believe in you.
Since that's the case, then Lu manager, go prepare yourself first, and I'll take you on a tour of the company.
Chapter 243, Giving it your all to achieve the goal. Chapter 242, Giving it our all to achieve the goal. Yes, Mr. Chen. Oh, by the way, did you remember everything I just mentioned?
Chen Feng suddenly recalled what he had said in the meeting room and asked Lu Jia.
Mr. Chen, please rest assured. I've remembered everything. Mr. Chen, I'll go prepare now. Lu Jia finished speaking and left Chen Feng's office. Mr. Chen, I just took a look, and I think the things you mentioned are quite constructive. After Lu Jia left, Li Wei said to Chen Feng. Oh, really? Does Assistant Li also think so? Chen Feng smiled and asked Li Wei.
Mr. Chen, our company's performance has always been like this, so I believe this collaboration is both an opportunity and a challenge for our company. I believe that our company's future development will certainly be smooth sailing.
Really? Mr. Li is being too modest. Chen Feng smiled and said after hearing Li Wei's words. Mr. Chen, did you call me here for something?
Mr. Li, you've been with the company for so long.
I'm thinking of handing over the reins to you. What? Mr. Chen, I'm worried you're testing me. I'm not qualified for such a heavy responsibility.
Li Wei hurriedly refused. Mr. Li, there's no need to refuse.
You're my right-hand man now. If you can handle it well, I'll definitely nurture you further. Don't worry. Alright, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work out, Mr. Chen, you can always find someone else.
Hearing Chen Feng speak so decisively, Li Wei reluctantly agreed. He dared not defy him, fearing Chen Feng's displeasure.
Alright, I just want you to give it a try and see what you're capable of. But don't let me down, okay? Yes, I understand. Li Wei said solemnly.
He knew that Chen Feng truly wanted to entrust Chen's jewelry company to him to manage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed over such an important company to him.
Alright, go back to work. Yes.
Oh, and call the financial director over later.
I need his assistance with something. Alright, I understand.
I'll notify her immediately. Li Wei quickly responded to Chen Feng's orders, knowing that Chen Feng truly had something important to instruct him on.
After Li Wei left, Chen Feng picked up the phone and dialed Wang Qianshan's number and asked her to come to Chen's jewelry company.
Meanwhile, Lu Jia went to the finance department to call the finance director over.
Soon, Wang Qianshan arrived at Chen's jewelry company.
Looking at the jewelry tower before her,
Wang Qianshan couldn't help but marvel. This is a massive jewelry empire, no wonder it's Chen Feng. Soon, Lu Jia brought the finance director to Chen Feng's office. Upon entering, the finance director stood respectfully at the door.
General Manager, did you call for me? The financial director asked in a low voice.
Yes, please sit down first.
Chen Feng gestured to the sofa across from him.
Yes, General Manager.
Lu Manager, you may leave now.
Chen Feng instructed Lu Jia. Yes, General Manager.
After speaking, Lu Jia turned and left Chen Feng's office.
The financial director sat down while glancing at Chen Feng's desk.
He knew Chen Feng must have something important to discuss with him privately, so he sat there quietly, not daring to speak. Chapter 244, The Young Are Fearsome, Full of Courage. Chapter 243, The Young Are Fearsome, Full of Courage.
Chen Feng looked at the finance director's expression and felt a secret joy.
He thought to himself, it seems my decision today was indeed wise. This CFO is indeed a smart person. I only had to say one thing, and he already understood my meaning.
General Manager, what did you call me here for? The financial director asked Chen Feng.
Chen Feng smiled and said to the financial director.
Financial director, I would like to ask you, what is the average daily cash flow of our company?
Chen Feng spoke, his face revealing a mysterious smile as he looked at the financial director.
The CFO looked at Chen Feng, unsure why he was asking this question, but he still answered honestly. General Manager, don't you already know my background?
I'm the financial director of this jewelry company, so of course I know the daily cash flow of this jewelry company.
Is that so? That's good. Then I'd like to ask you, if it were you, how long would it take you to fill out the cash flow statement for this transaction?
Chen Feng said seriously, knowing that the financial director certainly understood his meaning.
This. The CFO's face turned pale upon hearing Chen Feng's words. He hadn't expected Chen Feng to be so direct. He was so direct. To ask him to fill out the company's ledger himself? That was too much to ask of him. The CFO thought for a moment and shook his head. He couldn't follow Chen Feng's instructions. He knew his capabilities were limited.
To manage a company properly, he needed to learn and familiarize himself with the company's operational model first. With that in mind, the CFO looked up, met Chen Feng's gaze, and spoke slowly. General Manager, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to fill out the company's ledger within a year, but I will do my best.
Please believe in me.
Chen Feng heard the CFO's words and couldn't help but furrow his brows.
He never expected this. The financial director would actually use a year to fill such a large amount of money.
He truly hadn't expected that this financial director would be so bold, willing to use a year to fill such a large amount of money. After thinking for a while, Chen Feng finally nodded.
Alright, then I won't press you further. Don't worry too much. Go ahead and do your best. No matter the outcome, I will support you. I hope you won't let me down.
Yes, thank you for your trust. I will do my best to restore the company to its original state as soon as possible. The CFO made a solemn promise, believing that it was his courage and sense of responsibility that had given him the courage to speak so confidently. Seeing the finance director's confident demeanor, Chen Feng felt very happy inside. It seemed that choosing to trust him so much was a very wise decision. At least this person is responsible, courageous, and ambitious. Chen Feng believed that this person would certainly do an excellent job. Chen Feng believed that as long as he worked hard, he would never be treated unfairly. Not only would he not shortchange him, but he would also provide him with ample support. This was Chen Feng's promise to him.
Good, very good. With your word, I can rest assured.
During this period, you can focus on managing Chen's jewelry company properly.
Aim to restore Chen's jewelry company to its former level as soon as possible.
Chen Feng said with a smile to the financial director.
Chapter 245, Preparing for the Future, Attending to Every Detail. Chapter 244, Preparing for the Future, Attending to Every Detail.
Chen Feng smiled and said to the financial director.
Yes, I understand, Mr. President. Please rest assured I will not let you down.
Please wait for good news from me.
The financial director heard this and immediately became excited.
He knew his workload was about to increase, but he didn't have time to think about that now.
Alright, I'll go ahead then. Remember, Chen's jewelry company is a very large enterprise.
I hope you can restore the company as soon as possible.
If you have any questions, feel free to come find me or Mr. Wang. Just keep this matter in mind.
Chen Feng patted him on the shoulder and said.
Yes, Mr. Chen, I won't let you down. I'll go back to work right away.
The financial director bowed to Chen Feng and hurriedly took his leave. He knew he needed to return to his duties immediately and strive to resolve the matter as soon as possible. Chen Feng watched the departing finance director and smiled slightly.
Mr. Wang, are you free now?
I'd like to discuss some work-related matters with you. Chen Feng thought for a moment, picked up the phone, and dialed Wang Chao's number.
Mr. Chen, hello. I was just about to come find you, and here you are calling.
Wang Chao's voice came through the phone, sounding eager.
Mr. Wang, let us meet at the cafe downstairs from our office. I'll be waiting there for you.
Chen Feng hung up the phone, then walked into his office to change clothes, preparing to go downstairs with Wang Chao to meet him. After putting on his jacket, Chen Feng headed toward the cafe downstairs.
Along the way, he encountered many people who cast envious glances his way. Chen Feng didn't bother to care what others thought of him and walked straight toward the parking lot.
Upon arriving at the cafe, Chen Feng noticed that Wang Chao had already arrived.
Chen Feng walked over, sat down across from Wang Chao, and ordered a cappuccino. Hello, Mr. Wang, you're here pretty early. It seems I'm late.
Sorry about that, Chen Feng said with a smile.
Ha, I just arrived too.
You're actually here before me, Wang Chao replied with a smile.
After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Feng got straight to the point. Regarding this collaboration, what kind of partnership model do you think would be most suitable, Mr. Wang?
Wang Chao thought for a moment and said, Mr. Chen, this collaboration is primarily for the benefit of both our companies. If we were to join forces, it would bring significant profits to both parties. However, such a cooperation method might restrict our company in certain ways. For example, our company strictly prohibits romantic relationships between employees, and any ambiguous behavior is also prohibited. If such behavior occurs, it will be considered a violation of company policy. Both parties must maintain a consistent stance on this matter and sign an agreement to ensure that this collaboration is in the best interest of the company's long-term development. Chen Feng listened to Wang Chao's words and smiled, saying, What you've mentioned, I've already considered it thoroughly. In fact, this is something I only recently decided on. After all, this is my company, and I must take responsibility for it. Since I am taking on the role of company owner, I must consider the future of this company. I believe you also don't want such issues to arise, do you?
Wang Chao smiled after hearing Chen Feng's words. Wang Chao had a very good impression of Chen Feng. This young man truly understood how to care for his employees. Chapter 246, Not Recognizing the True Face of Lu Shan. Chapter 245, Not Recognizing the True Face of Lu Shan.
Ha, of course I wouldn't let such a thing happen. I also hope our company will grow stronger and better.
I'm sure Mr. Chen feels the same way. I am confident that we will work together harmoniously.
Wang Chao raised his cup and clinked it against Chen Feng's. Chen Feng looked at him and thought that although this man appeared very kind and approachable on the surface, but deep down, he was extremely cunning and highly skilled at disguise. He couldn't see through his true nature at all.
However, he didn't really care.
His intelligence wasn't wasted, and he had confidence in himself.
With that thought, Chen Feng's guard against him relaxed considerably.
Ha, Mr. Wang, your company is lucky to have such a capable leader who can handle both business and personal matters.
I'm truly happy for you. Let's have a drink to celebrate our successful collaboration. Here's to a fruitful partnership.
Cheers. After speaking, Chen Feng picked up his coffee and took a sip. Wang Chao, seeing this, quickly picked up his coffee and took a sip as well. After finishing their coffee, the two continued to drink a few more sips. After finishing, both felt a bit thirsty and called the waiter for 2 bottles of mineral water. After finishing the mineral water, Wang Chao suddenly remembered something.
Mr. Chen, I forgot to take something.
Please wait here for a moment. After saying that, he rushed toward the cash register.
After Wang Chao left, Chen Feng felt a bit curious. What was Wang Chao going to do with the items? Could it be something valuable? That couldn't be.
Chen Feng thought about this and couldn't help but glance toward the cash register, wanting to see where Wang Chao had gone with his things.
Mr. Chen, what are you doing here? I've already packed your things for you.
Wang Chao looked at Chen Feng, who was standing dumbfounded at the door, and asked in confusion.
Oh, then just give me the money. I'll pay right now.
Chen Feng heard his words and finally snapped out of it.
Alright, I'll transfer the money to you right now.
After saying that, Wang Chao picked up the POS machine on the table, swiped it a few times, and saved the transfer slip for 50 million on the POS machine. Chen Feng took the transfer receipt and gave Wang Chao some instructions before heading toward the door. As he reached the door, Chen Feng saw a taxi waiting for him and quickly hailed it.
Chen Feng got into the car and instructed the driver to take him to the company's office building. Driver, please take me to Starbucks. Chen Feng instructed the driver. Starbucks? That's one of the better places in South City.
I wouldn't dare charge too much there, that would only boost my reputation. Wang Chao replied with a smile after hearing Chen Feng's words.
Ha, I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted you to keep an eye on the company's operations.
Chen Feng explained with a smile, knowing that Wang Chao would be more than happy to oblige.
Alright, don't worry. We've been working well together. Just consider this a small favor from me. It's that simple.
Wang Chao patted his chest and said.
Chen Feng smiled after hearing Wang Chao's words and said nothing more. Master, take your time.
Once we arrive at the company, just hand the money over to me.
Alright.
The driver nodded and accelerated toward the direction of Starbucks.
Chen Feng relaxed after seeing Wang Chao walk away.
Chen Feng turned to look at the company building and muttered to himself. Most of the company matters have been handed over to Wang Chao.
Now I can focus on other things.
Chapter 247, Money in Hand, No Worries in Mind.
Chapter 246, Money in Hand, Mind at Ease.
Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Chen Feng smiled slightly and continued.
I hope I can earn 200 billion in a short time.
I must save the Chen Group from this crisis.
I must.
Having entrusted the affairs of the Chen Group to Wang Chao, Chen Feng felt he could finally relax for a while. So, he decided to take Su Qing out for a change of scenery. Su Qing was naturally overjoyed when Chen Feng decided to take her out for a trip.
Su Qing was thrilled at the prospect of accompanying Chen Feng on a trip.
So, Su Cheng couldn't wait to go shopping for clothes. So Chen Feng took her with him to the shopping district to browse around.
Chen Feng thought that since Su Qing had never been out before, he might as well take her to see the outside world.
The two of them first went to a women's clothing store and started browsing around.
Wow, Chen Feng, there's a beautiful dress over there. Su Qing pointed to a purple dress in the window and excitedly called out to Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at Su Qing's excited expression and couldn't help but smile.
He thought to himself, little girls are still so childish. I can just tease her a little and she's already so happy.
Alright, since you like it, why don't you try it on?
Chen Feng said, then pulled out $100 bill and handed it to the sales clerk. The sales clerk took the $100 bill from Chen Feng with a smile and said to him,
Alright. Please wait a moment.
After saying that, she picked up the dress Su Qing had chosen and went to the counter to pay.
Chen Feng stood by waiting. When Su Qing came out of the fitting room after changing into the dress, she glanced at herself in the mirror and smiled sweetly at Chen Feng, saying, Chen Feng, this dress is so beautiful. It's like Cinderella from a fairy tale. It's absolutely stunning.
Chen Feng looked at Su Qing standing in front of the mirror and smiled, saying, if you like it, buy a few more.
Alright, then you can pay for it, Chen Feng.
Su Qing said to Chen Feng with a wink. Chen Feng smiled and said to Su Qing, no problem, consider it a holiday gift for you. As he spoke, he reached for his wallet to swipe his card for the dress, but just as he pulled out the money, Chen Feng suddenly froze. His wallet had been lost in the previous battle.
Sigh, never mind. Let's go together. Your wallet is still with you, so we can just buy a few new ones. Chen Feng sighed and said to Su Qing. Su Qing nodded in agreement after hearing Chen Feng's words.
After speaking, Chen Feng led Su Qing out and they parted ways. Back at the company, project manager Zhang Chen rushed into Chen Feng's office.
Manager, what's wrong? Are you surprised to see me?
Chen Feng saw the excited smile on Zhang Chen's face and asked with a smile.
Zhang Chen smiled after hearing Chen Feng's words, then said to Chen Feng, Mr. Chen, do you know who just called me? Chen Feng shook his head and said to Zhang Chen, who called you? Why don't you tell me? I haven't seen you this happy in a long time. Did something good happen? Yes, I just received a call from one of our company's clients. Their president has agreed to sign the contract with us. Zhang Chen said excitedly to Chen Feng. Is that so? Chen Feng said with a smile. Zhang Chen nodded and said, let's go sign the contract right away. Chapter 248 An unwelcome request considered an accident. Chapter 247 An unwelcome request considered an accident. Chen Feng nodded. That's well said. After speaking, Zhang Chen led Chen Feng downstairs to the conference room. He took out his company contract and placed it in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng carefully reviewed the contract and found no issues, so he nodded in agreement. Alright, let us go now. After Chen Feng spoke, Zhang Chen nodded and picked up the phone to call the client. Soon, Chen Feng and Zhang Chen arrived at Shenghui Group. Zhang Chen led Chen Feng to the president's office at Shenghui Group. Zhang Chen opened the door and led Chen Feng inside. The president's office was extremely luxurious, and Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at its opulence. This Shenghui Group truly lives up to its reputation as one of the world's largest multinational corporations. Upon entering the president's office, Zhang Chen walked over to his desk and sat down. Chen Feng walked over to the sofa and sat down. Mr. Chen, the contract between Shenghui Group and you has been finalized. If you have no objections, let's proceed with signing the contract. Zhang Chen turned to look at Chen Feng and said. Alright, thank you. Chen Feng said, then handed over the folder he was holding. Zhang Chen took the folder and began flipping through it. Chen Feng didn't rush and waited quietly. After about 15 minutes, Zhang Chen returned the folder to Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, everything is in order. Zhang Chen said. Chen Feng nodded, then looked around the luxurious executive office, ensuring there was nothing suspicious, before preparing to leave. Chen Feng stood up, looked around the luxurious executive office, shook his head with a smile, and walked toward the elevator outside. Zhang Chen watched Chen Feng's departing figure with a smile on his face. After leaving the office, Chen Feng headed straight for the parking garage. He needed to return to his villa. After all, this was his first time traveling so far, so he needed to prepare thoroughly. Once inside the car, Chen Feng began to inspect the interior. This Lamborghini was Zhang Chen's favorite car. Though Chen Feng also liked it, he didn't have the courage to buy it. After all, Chen Feng knew that someone like him wasn't worthy of such a sports car. The Lamborghini's performance was excellent, but Chen Feng's driving skills weren't very good yet. So he could only admire it from afar. He turned on the music player and lay back in the seat, listening to the songs. As one song ended, Chen Feng opened his eyes, his expression filled with confusion. He looked out the window. Suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He sat up abruptly, looked at the Lamborghini he was driving, and a strong desire arose in his heart. He wanted to try and see if this car could outpace it. After making up his mind, Chen Feng immediately adjusted his state of mind. He took a deep breath and started the car. He slowly drove the car off the elevated highway. The performance of this Lamborghini was truly exceptional. So its speed was far beyond what ordinary sedans could match. Chen Feng had already shifted to the fastest gear. He was going to give it his all. The Lamborghini was moving at an incredible speed. Chen Feng felt like he was risking his life. The sensation was exhilarating. As he watched the scenery fly by outside, everything felt like a dream. In his dream, the Lamborghini raced forward, eventually reaching its destination. Chapter 249 Is the bond between gentlemen as thin as water? Chapter 248 Is the bond between gentlemen as thin as water? After the car came to a stop, Chen Feng immediately got out. He looked around and confirmed it was indeed Shenghui Group, no mistake. Chen Feng looked at the towering buildings of Shenghui Group and a surge of excitement filled his heart. He took a deep breath and walked inside. Upon entering Shenghui Group, Chen Feng looked around and noticed that the security measures here were indeed very well organized. As soon as Chen Feng stepped into Shenghui Group, a man in a black uniform hurried over. The man looked at Chen Feng, his eyes betraying a look of surprise. He stared at Chen Feng, his expression filled with astonishment. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide with shock, as if he had seen something terrifying. Chen Feng felt a bit uncomfortable under the man's gaze, so he cleared his throat twice to get his attention. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I just didn't realize this was Shenghui Group, so I acted rudely. Please don't take it personally. My name is Chen Feng, and I was sent here by manager Zhang Chen to sign a contract with you. Chen Feng said to the man. Upon hearing Chen Feng mention his name, the man immediately realized who he was and bowed deeply, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Your name is already in our company's network system. I'll contact the company president right away. Please wait a moment. Chen Feng nodded and waited in place. The man walked into the front desk of Shenghui Group, dialed the president's phone, and informed the president of Shenghui Group about Chen Feng's name. This was their first formal meeting, and he didn't know any details about Chen Feng yet. However, since Chen Feng was the president's good friend, he would do his best to assist the president.
Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, the front desk staff immediately stood up and said respectfully,
"All right, President. I'll contact the head of the Public Relations Department right away."
After hanging up, she dialed the phone number of the director of the Public Relations Department at Shenghui Group.
After explaining Chen Feng's identity,
the president of Shenghui Group instructed the PR department manager to personally receive Chen Feng. After hanging up, she began dialing the PR department manager's phone. Upon hearing that Chen Feng was the president's close friend, the PR department manager agreed without hesitation. Within 3 minutes, the director of the Public Relations Department arrived at Shenghui Group, exchanged a few polite words with Zhang Chen, and then led Chen Feng into the president's private elevator, directly heading to the top floor of Shenghui Group. Upon arriving at the top floor via the elevator, the Public Relations manager led Chen Feng into a meeting room. At that moment, Zhang Chen was already sitting in the conference room waiting. Upon seeing Chen Feng and the PR department manager enter, he stood up and walked over to Chen Feng, saying,
"Brother Chen, this really is a lot of work for you. I never expected you to become our interim chairman. I'm very happy for you."
Zhang Chen spoke while extending both hands to shake Chen Feng's hand. At that moment, a thought flashed through Chen Feng's mind.
He had an idea.
Looking at Zhang Chen, he said,
"Mr. Zhang, this collaboration was my initiative. I believe this partnership will require your company to contribute funds."
After saying this, Chen Feng looked at Zhang Chen and continued, "The reason we chose your company in the first place was because your company's designer is a woman, and her design skills are truly outstanding.
That's why I think." Chapter 250, Separate Matters, Work is Work. Chapter 250, Separate Matters or Separate Matters, Work is Work. There will definitely be no issues with the product collaboration between our two companies. I assume you are already aware of this news, Mr. Zhang? I came here today specifically to discuss the product collaboration between our companies.
Ha, Chen brother, I knew you'd come up with this idea.
Don't worry, I've got this covered. Does your company currently need any design drawings?
Just let me know, and I'll have the PR manager get you a set of design drawings right away," Zhang Chen said, then took out a design drawing and placed it on the table. Chen Feng picked up the design drawing and examined it carefully. He found the design quite attractive, with unique patterns that gave it a lot of charm.
This design drawing is quite good. If we can adopt this approach,
I think we should be able to promote our company's new product quite easily.
What we lack most right now is time.
Therefore, I believe we should expedite the development of our sales channels. If we can sell the product within a short time frame, that would be ideal. Zhang Chen finished speaking and smiled at Chen Feng, saying, "Chen brother, I'll handle this design drawing.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it as soon as possible. What do you think?" Chen Feng nodded upon hearing Zhang Chen's words.
He thought the design blueprint was beautiful and indeed very suitable for the new product sales. Since manager Zhang has said that, I won't hesitate any longer.
Chen Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, since brother Chen has said that, I can rest assured. After all, we are now partners, so I must thank you for promoting our Shenghui Group products."
"Not at all, Manager Zhang. I'm honored to be able to do this for Shenghui Group. I'm honored as well. However, I have a favor to ask. I hope Manager Zhang will agree. I want to spread the news of the partnership between Shenghui Group and our company throughout the entire Xia Kingdom." Chen Feng said with a smile.
"Haha, what's so difficult about that? As long as brother Chen is willing to help us promote our products, I would be more than happy to agree.
However, Chen brother, if you can truly help us with the promotion, then we will cover all the expenses for this project.
What do you think?" Zhang Chen smiled after hearing Chen Feng's words.
Chen Feng shook his head and smiled, saying, "Manager Zhang Chen, I won't accept any payment from you for this matter. I'm doing this because I want to leverage the strength of your Shenghui Group to create buzz for our product. I believe this approach will yield much better results than if I were to promote it on my own. Therefore, I still hope that Manager Zhang Chen will grant me this small favor." After hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Chen thought about it and found Chen Feng's reasoning quite reasonable. After all, he was just a lowly salesman, and Chen Feng was willing to give him such a great promotional opportunity, which clearly showed that Chen Feng was no ordinary person. After careful consideration, Zhang Chen ultimately decided to follow Chen Feng's arrangements.
"Alright then, since it's Chen's suggestion, I'll have to follow it.
I believe that with our collaboration, our company's products will definitely be well received. I also hope that by doing so, we can significantly lower the product price and, within a short period of time, we'll be able to sell our company's products worldwide, and then our company will successfully monopolize the Xia Kingdom market."
Zhang Chen spoke with great confidence. Chapter 251, Know Your Son, Not Your Friend, Cooperate for Mutual Benefit. Chapter 251, Know Your Enemy, Not Your Friend, Win-Win Cooperation. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "That's wonderful. Zhang Chen, on behalf of all our company's employees, I would like to thank you."
Chen Feng stood up, extended his hand to shake Zhang Chen's, and the collaboration was officially confirmed. After exchanging a few more words of gratitude with Zhang Chen, Chen Feng turned and left Shenghui Group, heading toward the company exit. After Chen Feng left, Zhang Chen immediately called his secretary and asked her to book a flight ticket for him, preparing to fly back to the port city. Although Shenghui Group had already become a major player among the Fortune 500 companies. However, it was still a relatively new company with unstable foundations, so he needed to return to oversee operations. In Hong Kong, he had his own businesses, and he couldn't possibly stay here for the rest of his life. His goal was to establish the company as quickly as possible and then take it to the international stage.
This would also increase his influence on the international stage.
He aims to secure a higher standing on the global stage and expand his business's market share internationally. After booking his flight, Zhang Chen immediately boarded a private jet and returned to the harbor. At that moment, Chen Feng had already returned to his residence. In his room, he had already told Wang Chang about what had happened the previous night.
After hearing Chen Feng's account, Wang Chang was furious.
In his eyes, those scoundrels were nothing but chaos. How dare they treat Chen Feng like that?
Wang Chang angrily said to Chen Feng, "Brother Feng, don't worry. I will definitely find those bastards and avenge you."
Chen Feng waved his hand and said to Wang Chang, "Forget it, don't worry about it.
I'll handle this personally. Just stay in Hong Kong and relax."
"Brother Feng, how can that be? You were just trying to help us out and ended up getting bullied.
I can't just stand by and do nothing. Trust me, I won't let this go."
Chen Feng sighed helplessly and said, "If you truly want to thank me, just stay in the harbor, study hard, and strive to get into a good university. During your time there, don't cause any trouble."
"Alright, fine."
Wang Chang, hearing Chen Feng speak like this, couldn't insist further and agreed.
Chen Feng knew that Wang Chang was a straightforward person. If he didn't make him do something,
he probably wouldn't stay in the harbor to study willingly, so he couldn't force him either.
He said, "Alright, go back and keep studying hard. I have some things to do, so I'll leave first. I'll come visit you again when I have time."
After saying that, Chen Feng turned and left the hotel suite.
After Chen Feng left, Wang Chang's expression grew solemn. He clenched his fists tightly. He muttered angrily under his breath, "Those bastards. Once I get into university, the first thing I'll do is make you all pay." Chen Feng returned to his office, sat behind his desk, and fell into deep thought. He couldn't act rashly just yet.
Although Zhang Chen had agreed not to withdraw his investment, these people were no fools. They weren't fools. How could they possibly agree to Chen Feng's terms so easily?
Chen Feng's brows furrowed deeply.
If he wanted to get Zhang Chen's products into the international market, he needed sufficient commercial strength.
Chapter 252, The Way of Business, Heaven Rewards Diligence. Chapter 251, The Way of Business, Heaven Rewards Diligence.
What Chen Feng lacked most was commercial strength. He needed a large injection of funds into Shenghui Group to expand Shenghui Group's scale, but currently, Shenghui Group lacks the necessary funds to invest into the company. Therefore, Chen Feng must now seek alternative solutions. As Chen Feng pondered where to begin, he recalled that he still had some businesses in Beijing.
He still had some businesses in the capital city.
He decided to sell those businesses first to raise some funds. Immediately, Chen Feng began contacting Li Yutong and shared his plans with him. Li Yutong fully supported Chen Feng's plan, as he believed it was an excellent idea. It could be said that he had staked all his gambling funds on Chen Feng's project.
Now, he had nothing left to hold back.
Whatever Chen Feng said was his command, and he would obey without question. After finishing his call with Li Yutong, Chen Feng began searching online for detailed information about the properties he owned, ultimately selecting several plots of land and purchasing them at a considerable cost. Though these plots weren't particularly valuable, they were located in prime real estate where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Therefore, their value became evident, and they were all quite valuable.
As a result, the annual profits were extremely lucrative.
In Chen Feng's eyes, these plots of land were like precious gems. After selling these plots of land to Li Yutong, Chen Feng began contacting Wang Chang. Wang Chang's parents had already purchased a villa on Hainan Island, so Chen Feng was now taking Wang Chang back to Hainan Island with him. After the plane landed in Hainan Island, Chen Feng and Wang Chang went straight to Li Yutong's house.
This villa had already been occupied by Li Yutong's parents for some time.
Therefore, they had grown very fond of the villa. After bringing Wang Chang back, the two of them settled him into the villa.
This villa is the most luxurious one on Hainan Island, with extremely opulent interior decor.
Wang Chang felt right at home upon arriving here, finding it extremely comfortable. Moreover, he has grown up now and knows how to take care of an elderly person. Therefore, after staying at Li Yutong's house for half a month, he voluntarily suggested leaving.
Naturally, this decision was firmly refused by Li Yutong and his family of 3.
Li Yutong said to Chen Feng, "Brother Feng, you saved my life.
You're now our family's benefactor. If I were to send you off from Hainan Island, wouldn't that be rude of me as your host? So, let me handle this matter. I'll see you off at the airport." "Alright, since that's the case, I'll humbly accept your kindness." Chen Feng agreed with a smile.
Since he was Wang Chang's savior, it was only natural for Wang Chang to see him off. Chen Feng had already made an appointment with Li Yutong to go to their company for negotiations, so what he needed to do now was to go there first. Accompanied by Wang Chang, Chen Feng arrived at Li Yutong's company.
Li Yutong's company was a diversified conglomerate with numerous subsidiaries. Moreover, the company's headquarters was located near the coastline of Hainan Island.
Chapter 253, A man of his word, swift and decisive. This was also convenient for Chen Feng, as he was already on his way there.
Under Li Yutong's guidance, Chen Feng entered the building where the company was located. Li Yutong directly took Chen Feng to the elevator and went to the door of a meeting room on the 12th floor.
After knocking on the door, Li Yutong heard a voice inside saying, "Come in."
He then opened the door and walked in. Upon entering, Li Yutong did not immediately close the door.
Instead, he kept it open and let Chen Feng walk in, while he remained standing outside, quietly observing the situation inside. This was a very spacious meeting room, with 7 or 8 men seated inside. They were all shareholders of Li Yutong's company and his friends, including several influential figures.
Upon seeing Li Yutong enter, they all stood up and greeted him. Li Yutong smiled and shook hands with each of them before introducing Chen Feng. "This is my brother, Chen Feng.
He is now preparing to sell all the shares he holds to us.
I hope everyone can give him some face."
As soon as Li Yutong finished speaking, the shareholders erupted into applause and cheers, and their attitude toward Chen Feng was exceptionally warm. After exchanging a few polite words with them, Chen Feng successfully completed the transaction of all his shares. After Chen Feng handed over the stocks, he noticed that all the shareholders' eyes were filled with envy.
Seeing their envious expressions, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It seems my investment this time was a wise one.
I never expected these shareholders would all covet my shares so much. If they want to buy those shares, I'll make a profit. After Chen Feng handed over the stocks, he had already anticipated the shareholders' reactions, but he had also prepared for it in advance. Li Yutong saw his friends all getting very excited and giving him thumbs up, praising his investment. Li Yutong was thoroughly enjoying this feeling of being the center of attention.
Li Yutong smiled and asked, "Brother Feng, you've already helped me make a lot of money.
I've already paid back the entire 40 million yuan debt as promised.
Now, you should fulfill your promise as well."
"I'm a man of my word, I won't go back on my promise." Chen Feng smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Since you've already paid back the 4 million in full, you naturally don't need to worry about me reneging on my promise.
However, remember this, I am a man of my word. I keep my promises.
Don't try to play any tricks on me, or else you'll regret your decision today."
Li Yutong, hearing Chen Feng's threatening words, hurriedly said, "Rest assured, I absolutely won't try any tricks.
You can trust me. I also trust Brother Feng's character.
Brother Feng would never deceive me, right?"
Chen Feng nodded satisfactorily and smiled, saying, "All right, since you trust me, I won't let you down. I promise to fulfill my word.
I can transfer the 4 million directly into your bank account right now." As he spoke, Chen Feng reached into the briefcase he was carrying and pulled out a check.
Li Yutong saw Chen Feng take out the check and felt extremely excited. He quickly reached out to take it, then handed it to his subordinates.
Chapter 254, High-Paying Jobs, Flocking in Droves. Chapter 253, High-Paying Jobs, Crowds Flocking in.
Seeing this, Chen Feng smiled slightly, observing the expressions of everyone present.
After receiving the check, each of the employees displayed expressions of excitement on their faces. This was a huge sum of money.
For them at this moment, it was truly an unimaginable fortune. Yet here they were, working in a small company. Although the benefits were decent, they were far from comparable to those offered by larger companies. This was also one of the reasons they wanted to switch jobs.
Now that they have this 40 million,
they only need to secure 5 million of it to secure a stable position at one of those large companies. It must be said that Chen Feng's tactics are indeed clever.
Who would think of switching jobs at a time like this?
I think you should also know that our small company is currently in need of talent.
And your salaries aren't low either. I hope our company can recruit you all.
As for our company's salary and benefits, I'm sure you've seen them. We won't shortchange anyone.
And I guarantee our company's benefits will be top-notch."
Chen Feng smiled broadly as he spoke to them. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the others nodded in agreement. After all, they were well aware of the situation. After all, the people who had been there earlier had already been swayed by Chen Feng, and now these people were being swayed as well. Therefore, they were highly confident about their future salary and benefits. They also believed that this small company could attract them.
Because, although this small company was just a small company, its potential for development was enormous.
Seeing this, Chen Feng continued, "You should be aware that our small company currently has limited growth potential. I'm sure you also know that it's extremely challenging for such a company to turn a profit. Our company's goal is to develop into a nationwide company. If you are willing to join our company, we will definitely allocate the best resources to you,
so that you can earn more generous salaries. I hope you will consider this."
"All right, we agree to work for you." The employees all responded enthusiastically upon hearing Chen Feng's words.
How could they not understand Chen Feng's words? If they refused, it would mean they wanted to quit. At a new company, the wages and benefits might not be as good as those at this small company. Moreover, their benefits would definitely not match those of this small company, so they would certainly choose to leave. In that case, how could the new company possibly retain its employees? It would be better to agree directly, as they would then receive even more generous benefits. Alright, that's great. I'll thank you in advance. Wait a moment, once your boss hands you the check, I'll arrange your work for you.
Chen Feng said with a smile.
Alright. We'll definitely work hard. We will definitely contribute to the company. A group of employees bowed deeply to Chen Feng in sincere gratitude. Alright, that's all for now. You can all go back to work. Chen Feng waved his hand, signaling them to leave and go back to their tasks. Alright, got it.
The group nodded and turned to leave.
Chapter 255, Luring Capture, the Art of Controlling People. Chapter 254, Luring the Enemy into a Trap, the Art of Controlling People.
Chen Feng watched their departing figures, furrowing his brows slightly.
Their reactions were simply too swift.
Just moments ago, they were worried about their wages, and now they had instantly transformed into loyal servants. The speed of this transformation was truly astonishing. This caused a surge of pride to rise deep within Chen Feng's heart.
Is this my charm?
Indeed, I am truly capable. This time, I have succeeded once again. Chen Feng thought to himself with a smug smile. At that moment, Li Chang also entered the room, his eyes fixed on Chen Feng.
How about it? Now you can tell me what your purpose is, can't you?
Chen Feng looked at Li Chang and asked calmly.
Purpose? I have no purpose. I simply wanted to help you. Moreover, your character is commendable and I admire you. I'd like you to follow me.
Li Chang said, staring straight at Chen Feng.
Haha, I admire your courage and determination, but I'm not a fool. I know you have an agenda, and that agenda is probably to get something from me, isn't it?
Chen Feng smiled and said to Li Chang.
You're smart. That's right, I do want to get what I want from you, and that's exactly why I'm looking for someone like you. Li Chang didn't hide his intentions and admitted them honestly to Chen Feng. You want something from me, and I assume it's very important to you, otherwise why would you go to such great lengths to find me? Chen Feng smiled and asked Li Chang. That's right. I want to get that thing from you, and it's very important.
Faced with Chen Feng's straightforwardness, Li Chang didn't hesitate and directly expressed his thoughts.
Alright, I'll tell you. This item is indeed very important to me. And I can assure you that you won't find it.
Even if you turned the entire world upside down, you still wouldn't find it.
I advise you to give up.
I don't care what you want to do, but I hope you don't set your sights on our company.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite.
Chen Feng said coldly.
I think you've misunderstood me.
After hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Chang shook his head and smiled, explaining to Chen Feng.
What do you mean by that?
Chen Feng frowned and asked, already beginning to speculate on Li Chang's intentions. Li Chang smiled and said, actually, I came here today to invite you to join our company.
What? Invite me to join your company? Did I hear that correctly?
Upon hearing Li Chang's words, Chen Feng couldn't help but stare at him in shock, his face filled with disbelief.
Who is this guy? Why would he suddenly invite me to join their company? Who is he? Yes, Mr. Chen, I am the president of this company, and you are the first person we've hired this time. And I am also the chairman of this company.
Li Chang smiled and introduced himself to Chen Feng.
After hearing Li Chang's words, Chen Feng's brows furrowed even more tightly. This can't be possible. You're the chairman of this company?
Chen Feng stared at Li Chang in disbelief, finding it hard to accept this news.
No wonder. Li Chang looked to be in his early 20s.
Moreover, the company was already over 30 years old, with a long history, and the chairman was a young man in his 20s.
Chapter 256, A Tale from the Arabian Nights, A True Miracle. Chapter 256, A Tale from the Arabian Nights, Truly a Miracle. This is simply a fairy tale.
If word of this gets out, it might cause quite a stir.
What's wrong? Don't you believe me? Li Chang asked Chen Feng with a smile. How could I not believe you? Chen Feng replied with a smile. If that's the case, perhaps you should consider joining our company as well?
After all, a company as large as ours will offer you generous compensation if you agree to join, and the wealth you desire will flow into your pockets endlessly.
Isn't that wonderful? Sorry, I'm not interested in joining any company right now.
Chen Feng sighed wryly and said to Li Chang.
Oh? Why not? Don't you want to know what it is about you that makes me want to do this? Li Chang frowned and asked Chen Feng. Sorry, you'll have to ask them directly. I can't tell you yet. Once I've made up my mind, I'll let you know.
Chen Feng said to Li Chang.
Alright, since you insist, I won't push you. I'll take my leave then.
Li Chang said with a smile, then turned to leave.
Wait, there is one more thing. I hope you can keep this confidential. Don't reveal our company's identity, especially don't let outsiders know you're part of our company, including your parents.
Chen Feng watched Li Chang's back and hurriedly called him back, giving him a final instruction. After hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Chang smiled and nodded, then said to Chen Feng, don't worry, I won't let you down. Li Chang nodded, finished speaking to Chen Feng, and then turned and left. Sigh, this guy has such an odd temperament.
I wonder why he's acting this way.
Watching Li Chang's departing figure, Chen Feng furrowed his brows and spoke with a puzzled expression.
No matter why you're doing this or what your intentions are, I absolutely will not allow you to harm my friends and brothers.
Chen Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty as he muttered to himself.
Your friends and brothers? Could it be?
At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly seemed to think of something, his eyes widening in excitement as he stared intently at Li Chang.
That's right, you guessed correctly. I came here for those people.
Li Chang nodded and said to Chen Feng.
What exactly do you want to do? Chen Feng frowned and asked Li Chang. What do I want to do? This matter is a bit complicated, so I can't tell you yet. However, I can assure you that it will be entirely beneficial for you.
Li Chang spoke slowly to Chen Feng.
Chen Feng pondered for a moment, then looked up at Li Chang and said, Then tell me, why is this matter so tempting to me?
Chen Feng was still unclear about the so-called benefit without harm mentioned by Li Chang. The benefits were still unclear to him, so when he heard Li Chang's words, he couldn't help but ask.
I can assure you that if you're willing to join our company, I can offer you an excellent position.
In just 2 days, your company will grow rapidly and achieve exceptionally high sales volumes. And our company will leverage this momentum to expand rapidly. By then, if you want to establish a foothold in Xiagua, it will be much easier.
Li Chang said to Chen Feng.
After hearing his words, Chen Feng fell into deep thought.
Chapter 257, Wisdom Knows No Age. Chapter 256, The Wise Are Not Bound by Age.
After hearing his words, Chen Feng fell into deep thought. He knew that Li Chang was speaking the truth.
But this condition seemed a bit excessive, didn't it? Chen Feng didn't think much of it and simply nodded in agreement. All right. He then asked, Should I go talk to your boss about this now?
Shen Yunfei and Lin Yi had already left the company for some time. So staying here wasn't too much of a hassle for them. And with their current abilities, finding someone shouldn't be too difficult.
Wait here, I'll contact them right away.
Li Chang immediately pulled out his phone from his pocket and started dialing. Chen Feng stood quietly beside him, not interrupting, watching him make the call. Before long, a silver Mercedes pulled up in front of them. The door opened and a tall, muscular man in a black suit and sunglasses stepped out.
The man approached Li Chang, bowed respectfully, and said, Mr. Li. It's a pleasure to see you. We've come to ask for your assistance with a matter. Li Chang looked up and coldly asked, What is it? The man respectfully replied, It's like this, Mr. Li. My father wishes to purchase a piece of land.
Upon hearing his words, Chen Feng sighed inwardly.
This man is indeed wealthy. He actually wants to buy someone else's house.
However, he did not show any surprise, as such people were not uncommon. Those with money wanted to buy land, it was only natural. Li Chang's face flashed with anger.
He snorted coldly and said, I don't care how you do it. Just tell me how much you want.
The man lowered his head, remained silent for a moment, then raised his head.
His expression was calm, but his tone was firm as he spoke slowly, 5 million. Upon hearing his words, a flash of anger appeared in Li Chang's eyes.
Although he was a wealthy young master, he was still poor. 5 million was a huge sum for him, let alone 500 million.
But to use 5 million to buy someone else's house? That was unthinkable. He clenched his teeth and said, Forget it. The man shook his head and said, No, Mr. Li, I'm not negotiating with you, I'm giving you an order.
Li Chang glared at him with a fluctuating expression.
You.
Chen Feng knew what kind of person Li Chang was, he would never agree.
He smiled lightly and said, Sir, do you really think you can afford that piece of land?
5 million might not be a small sum for Mr. Li, but for ordinary people like us, it's no small amount.
So I hope you'll think it through. If you can't come up with 5 million, please forgive me for not being able to help you. The man looked at Li Chang. Mr. Li. This is what my father ordered, so it must be done no matter what. I hope you can understand.
Li Chang clenched his fists tightly. He knew that if he refused today, his father would definitely blame him. Li Chang took a deep breath and ultimately chose to compromise, nodding and saying, All right, I'll give you 50 million. Upon hearing his response, the man's eyes flickered with a hint of joy. He turned and got back into the Mercedes, started the car, and drove away, leaving Li Chang and Chen Feng standing there in silence.
Chapter 258, Loose Lips, Trouble Breeds. Chapter 257, Loose Lips, Trouble Breeds. After a while, Li Chang turned to Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, I'm truly sorry. I can't help you with this matter. I have no choice. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, It's okay. I understand. After all, you're your father's only son.
Hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Chang looked at him gratefully before continuing.
My father was a business prodigy who founded a conglomerate at the age of 30. And his reputation was renowned throughout the entire city of Nanyang. However, my father refused to abandon everything here. And chose to leave Nanyang City to go abroad.
So I had no choice, but I believe that my father will definitely return to Nanyang City one day.
I believe in him. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Li Chang looked at him and said, Don't worry. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Chen Feng smiled and nodded.
This matter, though difficult for Li Chang, was not difficult for Chen Feng. It merely required some financial expenditure. After all, he was the second young master of the Chen family, holding a high position and great influence within the family. For him, it was merely a minor effort, so there was no need for him to hesitate.
Li Chang looked at Chen Feng and continued, Chen Feng, you don't know my name, do you?
Chen Feng shook his head slightly. Li Chang smiled and reached out his hand, saying, I'll tell you, but it's impossible.
Li Chang stared coldly at the other man for a moment before suddenly saying, what if I refuse?
The man remained calm and replied, I'm sure you wouldn't want such a thing to happen, and besides, it was their request.
Li Chang was taken aback for a moment, then sneered and asked the man, I'm curious what would happen if I refused them?
The man said indifferently, Master, please allow me to tell you, our family cannot sell this land to you. Please forgive us.
Oomph.
Hearing his words, Li Chang coldly snorted, then turned and walked away, saying, My father said he only wants 100 million. At those words, the air around them seemed to grow noticeably colder. Li Chang sneered at the man, his eyes betraying a hint of contempt. As if he found the man utterly unreasonable for demanding such an exorbitant price for a villa. Not only him, but even Chen Feng, who was standing behind him, felt a shock upon hearing the man's words. He knew very well that this price was an outrageous demand.
I said I only want 100 million.
Chen Feng spoke up, his tone growing icy.
The man looked at him and sneered, Su laughed coldly beside him.
Mr. Li, since you're a VIP here, please go inside.
I need to hurry home to have dinner with my wife and kids.
Li Chang looked at Chen Feng's face, his expression filled with intense hatred.
He clenched his teeth.
In the end, he could only nod. He had to admit that Li Chang was also afraid of Chen Feng. All of this was within his expectations, but what he hadn't anticipated was
this Chen Feng dared to treat him this way? However, it was no wonder he was so angry.
His parents had passed away, and he had relied solely on his own abilities to rise to his current position over the years. If it weren't for that reason, Chen Feng wouldn't have dared to speak to him like that. The other party wouldn't be dealing with a $5 million deal, but rather 10 $5 million deals, or even tens of thousands of such large orders.
Chapter 259, The Hidden Technique, Playing Dirty Behind the Scenes. Chapter 258, The Hidden Ace Up His Sleeve, Backstabbing.
Chen Feng's eyes flashed with a cold gleam, but in the end, he didn't move to teach this guy a lesson. He just stared at him calmly, saying nothing. At that moment, Li Chang's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw an unfamiliar number.
Hello? Li Chang's brows furrowed.
After Chen Feng left, Li Chang got into his black Maybach. The car started slowly and drove toward the other side of the villa.
A bitter expression appeared on his face. That brat. How dare he? Even now, he still dares to threaten me.
Just then, his phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar string of numbers. He looked at the numbers on the screen, his brows furrowing slightly.
Whose phone number is this? Li Chang thought for a moment before finally answering the call.
Over the past 2 years, his fortunes had plummeted. His status and influence in the business world were dwindling, with fewer connections and less clout. Therefore, I must find a way to seize all the assets I've accumulated over the years.
Otherwise, my son's position will be lost forever. Chen Feng nodded and said, I know. It's just 50 million. That's nothing to the Li family.
After a pause, he continued, I think you've seen my name. You can rest assured that if we handle this properly, I will ensure the Li family rises again. And when that time comes, I will avenge your family. After saying that, it seemed as easy as turning over one's hand. He could tell that although he now held a very high position within the Chen family,
he could never replace Li Jianming's position.
The Chen family would never allow Li Chang to inherit the Chen family. So over the years, Li Chang's position within the Li family had never been secure. If Chen Feng could help him secure the position of head of the Chen family, then Li Chang would have a place in the family. And Chen Feng holds a pivotal position within the Chen family, which is also of great importance to him. Therefore, he did not hesitate to agree. After all, the future of the Chen family must be fought for by their own efforts.
It is his responsibility, and he cannot shirk his duty. Do you think your father can ensure that your family's assets will continue to exist?
Li Chang's face bore a cold expression, as if to say, no matter who your father is, I'm not afraid of you. And those words were indeed effective,
causing the man's face to betray a look of surprise.
He stared at Li Chang with wide eyes. He had never realized that he held such an important place in the other man's heart.
He looked at the young man before him. He was truly an outstanding young man.
Li Chang saw the expression on the other man's face and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. The other man was a clever individual. Even Chen Feng, who knew the inside story, looked displeased.
Li Chang coldly looked at the man and said, I must say, you're really going too far.
Your behavior is nothing short of extortion. I can assure you that as long as I am alive, I will never allow such things to happen again. After saying this, Li Chang turned to leave. However, just as he turned, a foot tripped his pant leg, causing him to stumble forward. The man saw Li Chang fall to the ground, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He looked down at Li Chang lying on the ground and said calmly, If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave.
Excuse me. With that, he turned and left. By the time Chen Feng's figure had completely disappeared. Chapter 260, laying the foundation first, then discussing the rest. Chapter 265, laying the groundwork before discussing further.
Chen Feng still found the business plan for the future quite convincing. After all, the scale of future business was growing larger and larger, and he had a very clear understanding of the future direction of development, all of which were experiences accumulated from his previous life. However, he did not fully agree with the future direction of business development. He does not fully agree with this approach. Firstly, he does not fully agree with the future development approach of business. He prefers the future development model, which is the so-called era of technological progress.
The future is an era of rapid technological advancement.
In this era, humanity has already attained unimaginable levels of energy and wisdom. This wisdom and energy are sufficient to enable them to create one miracle after another. They can also discover numerous new substances that can help improve their quality of life. Chen Feng, although he was a person who highly valued technology in his previous life, still strongly disagrees with the future development of business. Although future commerce was already highly developed in his previous life, it still had significant flaws in this era. These flaws are irreparable, much like how people in his previous life knew about cars but no one bought them. Chen Feng's philosophy differs greatly from that of his previous life. He believes that cars are merely transportation tools, rather than for practical purposes. The purpose of cars is to serve as transportation, and their goal is to meet societal needs, but their mission is to fulfill people's needs. Therefore, this time, his strategy for commercial development focuses on developing agricultural products as the main priority and providing an agricultural ecosystem as a secondary focus, thereby improving farmers' living standards. The next day, Chen Feng convened an emergency meeting regarding the Li family's affairs. After all, this was a business competition, so Chen Feng dared not take it lightly.
At the meeting, Chen Feng first outlined his views.
According to the latest statistical data, the rural landscape of Xia Kingdom is gradually improving, and as the population of Xia Kingdom continues to grow, the establishment of an agricultural ecosystem will also expand further.
This is undeniable.
However, the basic consumption capacity of farmers in our country has already far surpassed that of foreign countries. Especially now that our country has vast tracts of farmland, and farmers no longer need to rely on fishing for a living. I believe that farmers in our country will no longer have to worry about fishing. However, such changes are limited, and farmers' basic consumption capacity still does not match that of farmers in foreign countries. Meanwhile, the purchasing power of farmers abroad has reached levels we can only dream of. Especially in the future, when the population of foreign countries will account for more than 2/3 of the global population. And their consumption capacity could reach 4 to 5 times that of domestic consumers.
In our country, this population is extremely large. If we develop agricultural products in the future, farmland will become our primary source of food. We must make thorough preparations for this, otherwise, our agricultural products will be overtaken by farmland. After hearing Chen Feng's words, all the board members fell into silence. They were all contemplating the same issue.
In the future, there will be a huge demand for agricultural production, and China's agricultural production levels have already far surpassed those of foreign countries. Currently, domestic agricultural production capacity has surpassed that of foreign countries.
Domestic agricultural products, spanning all industries, can meet domestic demand.
However, without an appropriate strategy, Chen Feng truly feared that he might end up at a disadvantage.
Chapter 261, A Mind Full of Wisdom. Chapter 261, Filled with Wise Thoughts.
At the meeting, Chen Feng provided a detailed overview of the issues facing the Li Group to everyone present.
As for Li Group, I believe everyone is already familiar with its background. Its core business is agricultural products, with operations spanning the globe.
It primarily operates in 4 industries: textiles, livestock, agriculture, and healthcare.
Chen Feng continued to explain, the Li Group is also a massive industrial conglomerate.
Its supply chain is highly complex, spanning a wide range of fields beyond pharmaceuticals, including agriculture, livestock products, and agricultural goods. Furthermore, within the agricultural sector, the Li Group has expanded into other areas. I believe we should strengthen our oversight and crack down on it to prevent it from becoming a threat to us. Additionally, the Li Group's products have extremely strong market competitiveness. In this era, the Li Group's products almost dominate the majority of the market. Moreover, their products are of very high quality, so we must strive to win in the market. We must take measures against the Li Group to prevent it from causing turmoil in the future market. Moreover, the Li Group is now a global entity, and we cannot stop it. Therefore, to counterbalance the Li Group, we must strengthen control over the agricultural sector, particularly the livestock and food industry.
This is our top priority. Everyone present understood Chen Feng's explanation and nodded in agreement.
The prosperity of the agricultural industry in this era is no less than that of the previous era, and the pace of development has completely surpassed the previous era.
In the previous era, we could barely keep up with this era. Moreover, the Li Group has already risen to the forefront of the global stage. If we continue to agree with them,
The current issue is that there remains a significant gap between future public perception and the future development model of commerce. Because the future business model has already been deeply ingrained in our minds. During the future development of business, the landscape of future business will undoubtedly undergo significant changes. In this regard, the outlook is not optimistic, as evidenced by the young and ambitious individuals.
The people in the meeting room looked at Chen Feng with an unusual expression.
They all knew that the Li family was in serious trouble this time. They weren't fools.
It was evident that this incident had dealt them a severe blow.
However, most people believe that the future business model. The first is the development of rural productivity in Xia Kingdom, and the second is the increase in population.
All of these factors will influence the future development of agriculture.
Therefore, I believe we can use this opportunity to help farmers gain a more direct understanding of this and recognize the potential for future commercialization.
This could also be considered our future direction, right?
The population of Xiaogui is still decreasing.
Moreover, many people say that there are no large-scale farmers with abundant talent in our country. Is our future also destined to be the same?
Therefore, I believe we should re-evaluate this issue. If we can develop more prosperously, the development potential of the Long Group is vast, and this space is also significant.
Therefore, in this regard,
I believe there will be no issues in the coming decades, and it may even drive the agricultural production levels of other regions due to the development of Xia Kingdom's agriculture. Upon hearing this, everyone furrowed their brows in thought. Therefore, I hope we can develop the agricultural industry as soon as possible to promote our agricultural products globally.
Chapter 262, Seize the Present, Own the Future. Chapter 261, Seize the Present, Own the Future.
Chen Feng spoke while holding a megaphone and addressing everyone.
Our current advantage lies in the agricultural production techniques we possess, which is crucial for me.
Such an outcome naturally cannot meet the demand of such a large consumer market.
However, agriculture cannot meet rural demand, presenting a dilemma. Moreover, as time passes, rural consumption levels will not remain stagnant, so the future demand for agricultural production is infinite. We need to include the sales revenue of almost all agricultural byproducts.
I would like to ask, what level has our country's agricultural product sales capacity actually reached?
There was a moment of silence.
After a moment, Chen Feng, seeing that no one was speaking, continued, Li's agricultural products primarily consist of crops and other agricultural products, as well as specialty products in various fields. Upon hearing this, most of the shareholders looked surprised, as they knew that the government's focus on agriculture was relatively low, which was understandable, given that agriculture was not highly prioritized domestically. Therefore, in this era, Li's group is our strongest competitor in the agricultural products industry. Upon hearing this, the meeting room fell silent. They all knew how powerful Chen's group was.
Moreover, Chen's group's agricultural products now hold significant influence worldwide.
They were all waiting for Chen Feng's decision, as this directly targeted Li's group's agricultural sector, which was our top priority.
How should we counter the Li group? Someone asked. Chen Feng smiled, this is precisely what we want to know. The Li group also holds a high international standing, and behind it are the United States, Europe, and others.
Therefore, they face immense pressure in the agricultural sector, and there are many factors that Chen Feng has not anticipated. Thus, they must handle this crisis involving the Li family with the utmost caution.
If handled improperly, it could have severe consequences for both the domestic and international markets. It could also disrupt the daily lives of many people in the region. Although future business is also important, what concerns me more is the future development of agriculture.
If it weren't for our insufficient production capacity, I believe we could have fully taken over the Li Group's operations.
And we could have quickly established a foothold in the international agricultural market.
However, this is indeed the best strategy they could come up with. If it were last year, they might not have fully believed such claims. But today, they have gained an unusual understanding of the situation, and Chen Feng's assessment of this possibility is quite high.
So, what do you think, Jean?
This is definitely the case. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people, and they wouldn't hold over 90% of the agricultural product market share. This has also made the Li family's business the only one of its kind at this time, and the prices of agricultural products in this era are gradually rising.
We must not only make changes in population and economic development models.
We must also continuously provide better services for this area of development. This will enable farmers to secure better living conditions in the future.
A better working environment is also a tremendous opportunity. We should seize this golden opportunity to elevate agricultural production capacity to an entirely new level. Chapter 263, Plans never keep pace with change. Chapter 262, Plans always fall short of changes. In that case, the future prospects for agricultural commerce and trade are not without hope.
This can also be considered a major breakthrough for our future business.
Chen Feng's words left everyone speechless. This project and development are truly unprecedented.
Not only can it target Li Group's commercial promotions, but it can also bring sufficient profits to Chen Feng's group.
Chen Feng's plan is truly flawless, with no room for improvement.
Moreover, he has lowered the prices of agricultural products to the lowest possible level, making them even more appealing. Under these circumstances, Chen Feng's agricultural products are like a hot commodity. Everyone knows how good they are.
Now, Chen Feng is ready to compete with the Li Group. Mr. Chen, what you're saying is truly shocking. Zhang Jiqiang couldn't help but exclaim. This plan is absolutely brilliant.
Not only does it reduce agricultural product prices to the lowest possible level, but it also leaves the Li Group with no room to argue. Moreover, I believe that in the agricultural product market, the Li Group is now completely out of the game. Although these profits are far from sufficient for Chen Feng's group to expand its production capacity, they will give Chen Feng's group a significant advantage and competitiveness overall. Many large companies are already flocking to this opportunity, and numerous companies are eager to collaborate with Chen's group. If the collaboration succeeds and this plan is implemented, we will have even more substantial income in the future. And we will no longer need to worry about funding issues as before. In fact, we could even allocate those funds to other areas.
Mr. Zhang, I still have some concerns.
Chen Feng looked at Zhang Jiqiang and continued, our plan is indeed very well designed, but it cannot guarantee that Li's group's stock prices will decline. After all, the stock market has been very volatile lately. And the Li Group won't just let us do as we please, they will certainly take some measures to block us, and may even resort to more aggressive tactics to oppose my proposal. Therefore, I believe we should proceed with caution for now. After all, we are just a junior group. If we act rashly against them, we might end up suffering significant losses, as the Li Group already possesses a vast array of resources.
We cannot engage in a direct confrontation with them, which is not good news for us.
Mr. Chen, your considerations are indeed very thorough, but I believe the Li Group will not take drastic actions. After all, there are still many shareholders from the Li Group within our organization. As long as they remain neutral and observe the situation, I believe this matter will not escalate too much. Moreover, the shareholders of the Li Group are very rational, they won't make foolish decisions. Moreover, they have already been severely weakened by you, and they certainly do not want their stock prices to plummet further. Therefore, you can rest assured that this matter will not affect you in any way.
If you have any concerns, I will promptly contact you through various channels. I also believe that the shareholders of the Li Group do not wish to be your enemies. Upon hearing Zhang Jiqiang's response, Chen Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, and his expression softened considerably. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Zhang. Let us rest for now. We'll discuss the next steps after we wake up tomorrow. Alright, Mr. Chen, we will fully cooperate with your work. We hope we can reach a consensus. Chapter 264, Everything is as expected. Chapter 263, Everything is as expected. The next morning, before dawn, the stock price of Li Group began to decline. Overnight, the stock, which had been in a downward trend, suddenly surged by over 500 points. At this point, the price of Li Group's stock also began to rise. However, Li Group wasn't foolish, they quickly adjusted the stock's trajectory.
They also issued a public statement, stating that all of these decisions were made by Li Mingho, the chairman of the Li Group. It had nothing to do with the employees of the Li Group. The shareholders also stopped causing trouble, as the Li Group is no longer the same company it once was. The chairman of the Li Group is the boss of the Li Group. Moreover, among the employees of the Li Group, they have long been accustomed to the company's style of operation and have no major objections. The stock price of the Li Group has risen again, while Chen Feng's group has become even more tense due to the Li Group's stock price increase. This time, Chen Feng dared not take any chances, he had to give it his all, or else Li Group would gain the upper hand. By evening, the stock prices on the market were still in a downward trend. However, the price of Chen Feng's group stocks continued to rise steadily. Nevertheless, the Li Group grew increasingly anxious. After all, the Li Group is a major corporation, and this stock fluctuation is a significant source of income for the Li Group. If Chen Feng's group had already risen by 3 percentage points, while Li's group had only gained 1 percentage point, this situation left many people speechless. While Li's group's stock has been on an upward trend, it remains unstable. If this continues, their stock is bound to collapse sooner or later. Mr. Zhang, it seems our collaboration has failed. Li Mingho, the president of the Li Group, said with a dejected expression. Mr. Li, we didn't expect Chen Feng to be so formidable either. We were momentarily careless. Mr. Zhang, please don't worry. Our situation has improved significantly, and I believe our stock will return to normal soon. Yes, Mr. Li. The stock's current trend is still stable, so we shouldn't challenge their authority lightly. What we need to do now is focus on boosting Li Group's stock price first. Although our stock has been in a continuous decline, the directors of Li Group currently lack sufficient funds to purchase shares, and they are unable to artificially inflate the stock price. As long as we increase our investment in the stock price, their stock price will rise rapidly. At that point, we will have enough leverage to confront them. Li Mingho said calmly. Mr. Li, you're right. We will definitely bring down the Li Group. Zhang Jiqiang declared confidently. Li Mingho nodded. He knew their plan would succeed. They had already invested heavily in stocks and were determined to completely destroy the Li Group. They couldn't allow Chen Feng's group to become the next Li Group. Chen Feng's current group was still a shell company with no real competitiveness. What he needed most was time. If given 10 days or half a month, he was certain he could completely destroy the Li Group. On the other side, the directors of the Li Group were restless all night long. Li Mingho's performance in the stock market has enraged them. They all know that the Li Group now has no chance of victory. All they can do now is minimize losses and try to salvage their precarious stocks.
Chapter 265, Following the Routine, Nothing New. Chapter 264, Following the Same Old Routine, Nothing New.
However, they now only had a few $1 million left in their hands, and they could only hope that the Li Group could hold its ground. If nothing unexpected happens, the Li Group should be in a very dangerous situation at this point. After all, they no longer have much in the way of liquid assets. Li Mingho's performance in the stock market has filled them with fear. This time, the Li Group may be facing a grim outcome. If the Li Group collapses, they may also be dragged down with it. All of this is because of Chen Feng. They have now directed all their attention toward Chen Feng. Chairman, I suggest we stick to the original plan.
If we continue like this, the stock price of the Li Group could plummet severely. We should prepare in advance. Vice President Lu Hong suggested.
Yes, Chairman, perhaps we should consider finding a new investor? Another chairman, Wang Shichang, also chimed in.
Our investors are all small companies, we simply cannot compete with Chen Feng.
And seeking other investors at this point might leave us severely weakened. Li Mingho frowned, also deep in thought.
However, we have reached the most critical moment. If we hesitate any longer, Li Group will truly be in danger. Moreover, if we seek other investors now, they might lose their shares.
Chairman, we absolutely cannot hesitate this time.
If we delay any further, I fear we may suffer severe losses.
That's right, Chairman. If we continue to drag this out, the Li Group's stocks will be completely destroyed by Chen Feng, and the losses will be unimaginable. The other board members all agreed, fully aware that if their stock prices plummeted to rock bottom, they might not even be able to recoup a single penny.
Alright, everyone, stop arguing. We can't afford to delay any further.
I'll immediately convene the other directors for an emergency board meeting.
Li Mingho spoke loudly, then began to bustle about.
He had to gather as many other directors as possible to attend this board meeting. They had no way out now. They had to find a way to recover the losses of the Li Group.
Soon, after Li Mingho's relentless efforts, the other board members gathered one by one.
Li Mingho was also extremely tense at this moment, as he had no more cards up his sleeve. His only hope now was to save the stocks they held. Soon, Li Mingho's figure appeared in the meeting room.
At that moment, Li Mingho looked exhausted, with bloodshot eyes and dark circles under his eyes. Gentlemen, I apologize. This is my responsibility. Li Mingho bowed deeply to the board members and apologized. Mr. Li, how can you take the blame yourself?
The responsibility does not lie with you, but with us. We are all deeply shocked by the current situation at Li Group. This is entirely our fault, and we humbly request that the chairman impose appropriate disciplinary action. A younger chairman said.
That's right, Mr. Li. This incident is entirely our fault. We had no other choice.
If it weren't for us, the Li Group would never have ended up in this situation.
Another director echoed the sentiment. The Li Group is indeed no longer as powerful as it once was, but its assets still rank among the top in the country.
However, to have fallen to this state is a result no one could have anticipated.
Chapter 266, All preparations are complete, the east wind is coming. Chapter 265, All is ready, the east wind is coming.
Everyone, this stock market turmoil has caused immense damage to our Li Group. Now, we must find a way to salvage our stocks. If we can raise the stock price slightly, the crisis caused by this stock market crash will gradually subside.
Li Mingho said.
The other board members fell silent upon hearing Li Mingho's words. The Li Group's stock market is indeed in a dire situation.
If this continues, the Li Group may face a catastrophic disaster.
I agree with the chairman's opinion. We must find a way to turn this situation around. At that moment, Lu Hong was the first to raise his hand in support of Li Mingho's proposal. Lu Hong had no choice but to raise his hand, as he knew that if he did not, he would likely be targeted by others, and in that case, he would share the same fate as the Li Group. Therefore, he dared not act rashly. However, Lu Hong knew that if this crisis were to be overcome, his future would be incredibly bright. Lu Hong would also gain the trust and favor of more shareholders, so he had to stand on the side of the Li Group.
Chairman, I think your proposal is feasible. We should act quickly while the iron is hot.
I suggest we seek out some financially strong investors.
Another director spoke up.
The other directors, upon hearing his words, also sighed inwardly, thinking that he had indeed proposed a viable solution. As long as these investors can help the Li Group resolve this crisis, there is still a glimmer of hope for them.
Chairman, since we can find financially strong investors, let's go for it. The current situation is already dire. If we continue to delay, the losses could be immeasurable, and this time we might truly suffer severe losses. Another director echoed the sentiment. Alright, I agree.
Let us convene a board meeting immediately to discuss how to deal with Chen Feng. Li Mingho nodded in agreement. The board meeting was officially convened, and they unanimously decided to summon all the powerful investors to unite against Chen Feng and retrieve the shares. Li Mingho observed the board members' attitudes and a smile curled the corners of his mouth. He then began operating the computer. Chen Feng and his group were waiting for the board meeting to begin. They were also extremely tense.
Chen Feng, what kind of investors do you think Li Mingho will send to negotiate with us this time?
If the Li Group sends some seasoned veterans, then we're in for trouble this time. Lin Yun spoke with a worried expression.
Don't worry.
With Li Mingho's limited intelligence, he wouldn't dare send some seasoned veterans to negotiate with us.
Just sit back and enjoy the show.
Chen Feng said with a smile.
Chen Feng, the Li Group is probably really in trouble this time.
Their stock prices have plummeted, and the price per share of Li Group stock has already fallen below 100 yuan. Zhao Boxiang reminded him from the side. This time Li Mingho is probably really going to stumble.
Let's just sit back and watch the show. Chen Feng nodded and said.
Soon, Li Mingho convened a board of directors meeting. Gentlemen, today's stock market storm has caused severe damage to the Li Group.
Chapter 267, Joint Countermeasures, Chen Feng unfazed. Chapter 266, Joint Countermeasures, Chen Feng unfazed.
Although we have managed to stabilize the stock price of the Li Group, there are still many people buying its shares in the stock market.
Li Mingho cut straight to the point.
Mr. Li, I want to know where you obtained this information. A shareholder asked. Li Mingho did not hide anything and shared the information he had obtained from Lin Hanyu with all the directors present, including himself.
After everyone heard Li Mingho's words, they all sucked in a cold breath.
Li Mingho looked at everyone's reactions and felt extremely excited his goal had finally been achieved.
Gentlemen, I believe everyone is well aware of the current situation at Li Group. This time, we must salvage the reputation of Li Group. If we can save Li Group, then Li Group will be able to make a comeback. Li Mingho said. Mr. Li, you must make changes this time. We cannot allow the Li Group to continue its decline.
A director suggested.
That's right.
The recent stock market turmoil has caused severe damage to the Li Group.
If this continues, the Li Group may very well face its downfall. Another director chimed in. Li Mingho, do you have any good solutions?
If not, I suggest you withdraw your investment immediately.
Another shareholder spoke up.
Gentlemen, I believe I have already outlined the current challenges our company is facing.
We are currently facing massive losses.
If we continue down this path, the Li Group may very well be heading toward ruin. Therefore, I have decided to propose withdrawing our investment.
I am willing to sell all my shares in the company to you, provided that you are willing to help the Li Group weather this crisis. In return, the Li Group will transfer ownership to you at the lowest possible price.
Li Mingho finished speaking, picked up a document from the table, signed his name on it, and affixed his seal. He then handed the document to the board members. The board members looked at the document and felt extremely hesitant. They did not want to accept the Li Group's money, as they were already wealthy. However, they were also deeply concerned that if the Li Group refused to meet their conditions, their stock prices would plummet to rock bottom, which would be disastrous for them.
After exchanging glances, one of the directors stood up.
Li Mingho, although the stock price of your Li Group has indeed plummeted, this does not mean that our Li Group has lost. I believe this matter requires careful consideration. If we rashly agree to withdraw our investment now, you might renege on your promise later, and then we would lose everything we've invested. A director spoke up. I have already thoroughly investigated the matter of Li Group's stock hitting the daily trading limit. The reason Li Group is in this situation is simple: their cash flow has dried up, and they are unable to raise funds from external sources.
The Li Group is now on its last legs.
If we push harder, I'm confident we can take them down in no time.
Another director spoke up.
The voices of the two directors were loud enough to attract the attention of many other directors present. They remained silent, listening intently to their argument.
Chapter 268, Taking the Opposite Approach, Three-Way Stalemate. Chapter 267, Taking the Opposite Approach, Three-Way Stalemate.
Gentlemen, as you can all see, our stock price has now dropped to just $110. If we continue down this path, the crisis facing the Li Group will be inevitable, and at that point, the Li Group could very well go bankrupt completely. If we don't take action now, it will be difficult to hold on for much longer. At that point, the Li Group will truly be finished.
Li Mingho spoke up. Mr. Li, I think you're exaggerating a bit.
Li Mingho shook his head and said, No, you're wrong.
This isn't exaggeration, it's the actual situation. I'm telling you the truth. The Li Group is facing an extremely severe crisis.
We must take necessary measures immediately, otherwise, I fear the Li Group will truly be finished.
Li Mingho tried to persuade him.
The director saw that Li Mingho didn't seem to be joking, and his heart immediately began to race. He knew that Li Mingho was a man of his word. If he made a decision, he would see it through. Thinking this, the director hurriedly stood up and said, Mr. Li, we need to consider this matter further.
We must proceed with caution.
Many other board members also agreed with Li Mingho's proposal. Seeing this, Li Mingho was overjoyed. I think there's no need for us to waste time here anymore.
You should make a decision quickly. However, I hope you don't forget. When the stock price of our Lee Group drops to the retail price, you should be prepared to handle the withdrawal of your shares. Lee Mingho spoke up. Lee Mingho, don't push your luck. The decline in your company's stock price is because you lack sufficient financial support. If you had enough funds, you would be able to boost the stock price. In truth, everyone is well aware of the situation. However, despite the intense discussion, no one has lost their composure. Everyone couldn't help but think of one person who could turn the tide and revive the Lee Group. That person was Chen Feng. Chen Feng, though young, is an extraordinary entrepreneur. If we could collaborate with him, the Lee Group could also be revived. At that moment, a director suddenly spoke up. Right. Lee Mingho, since the Lee Group has already fallen into such a predicament, why don't we take this opportunity to align ourselves with Chen Feng? This would be entirely beneficial for the Lee Group. Other board members quickly agreed. Lee Mingho heard this and felt a surge of excitement. He never expected that he had already gained the support of so many people without even trying. Alright, everyone, let's put the arguments aside for now. I'll discuss this with Chen Feng first and notify everyone immediately afterward. Lee Mingho spoke up. As soon as Lee Mingho finished speaking, they all fell silent. They knew that if they continued to argue at this point, it might backfire, so they chose to remain quiet. Chen Feng, the crisis at Lee Group has reached a critical point. We need your help. Lee Mingho pleaded. Upon hearing Lee Mingho's words, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. Chen Feng said with a smile. Lee, I'm not trying to be rude, but if you really need my help, you should go directly to Xiao Wan. Don't call me, because I can't offer you any assistance either. Chen Feng said indifferently. Chapter 269, Strength Speaks, No Room for the Wicked. Chapter 268, Strength Speaks, No Mercy for the Wicked. Chen Feng smiled slightly, seeming unconcerned. After all, what might be an insurmountable challenge for others was merely a trivial matter for Chen Feng. Lee Mingho heard Chen Feng's words and couldn't help but frown and say, Chen Feng, what are you talking about? Does that mean our Lee Group can't rely on you at all? Lee Mingho, don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean it that way. Chen Feng hurriedly explained. Chen Feng, I know you're capable. I know you can do it. But I'm truly at a loss right now. Please help me out. Rest assured, if the Lee Group manages to get through this crisis, we will definitely repay you in the future. Lee Mingho almost pleaded with him. Oh, so that's how it is. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Alright then, Lee Mingho, tell me what you need. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Chen Feng spoke slowly. In truth, Chen Feng had some understanding of Lee Mingho. He was indeed a cowardly man who feared death. However, he is also very loyal and values his relationships. If there's no way to save the Lee Group, he'll choose to die himself. That is precisely why he was able to ascend to the position of chairman of the Lee Group. Lee Mingho looked at Chen Feng with a smile on his face. Mr. Chen, this matter is of utmost importance to the Lee Group. If you are willing to lend a hand, the Lee Group will never forget your kindness. When the time comes, whatever you need, the Lee Group will do everything in our power to assist you, and we will never dare to neglect you. Lee Mingho looked at Chen Feng with sincere eyes, filled with hope. Chen Feng smiled slightly and said, Since you trust me so much, I won't beat around the bush. I can agree to help your Lee Group. However, you must also agree to some conditions on your end. Mr. Chen, please speak. Lee Mingho, upon hearing Chen Feng's agreement, nodded repeatedly in agreement. First, if your Lee Group manages to overcome this crisis, you must pay according to the terms outlined in our contract. Alright, no problem. Although the Lee Group is a large corporation, we cannot disregard business ethics. If we violate them, we will certainly acknowledge it. Mr. Chen, please tell us what we need to do. Lee Mingho agreed without hesitation. You can rest assured on that point. I will definitely not let you lose out. Our requirements are not complicated, you just need to follow our instructions. Chen Feng said with a smile. Alright, we will follow Mr. Chen's arrangements. Lee Mingho said immediately, and Chen Feng nodded. Second, you must find a company capable of managing operations and have them enter your factory as soon as possible. Then, you must transfer ownership of the factory to us. This was the only condition Chen Feng had put forward. In fact, it wasn't difficult for Chen Feng, he had already been planning to set up an operational factory. Lee Mingho didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. No problem at all. This requirement is no issue at all. Our Lee Group's products have always had an excellent reputation, and they are even renowned within Xia Nation. You can rest assured on this point. As long as the Lee Group is willing, we can relocate the factory to Xia country at any time. Excellent. That's very good. Since you're so confident, I'll take care of this matter. Chapter 270, Highly Beneficial, Rich Harvest. Chapter 269, Great Benefits, Abundant Harvest. Chen Feng nodded slightly. He hadn't expected that such high-tech products still existed in this world. If we could truly bring these products back to Xia Kingdom, it would be of great benefit to Xia Kingdom's economy. A thought suddenly crossed Chen Feng's mind. Since that's the case, why not bring these high-tech products back to Xia Kingdom? That would be a great deed.
Chen Feng grew increasingly excited as he thought about it. The employees nearby, noticing Chen Feng's expression, couldn't help but whisper to themselves in awe.
This guy is so amazing. How could he possibly secure such a major project?
Li Group's products, while selling well overseas, were not top-tier international brands. Moreover, they weren't considered top-tier luxury goods overseas, so Chen Feng's plan wasn't particularly challenging. However, even so, Li Group is no ordinary company. Its financial resources are not to be underestimated, so this matter must be handled with caution.
At that moment, the fat man suddenly spoke up.
Mr. Chen, given that, I believe Li Group has the capability to deliver the products to Xia Kingdom in a short time. However, during this period, I hope the boss can help me with one thing: relocate the Li Group's factory overseas. Purchase a piece of land overseas and build a factory there that belongs to the Li Group.
What? Relocate? Are you out of your mind?
The news spread like wildfire, causing a huge stir. This wasn't a small sum, it was hundreds of billions of dollars.
The fat man actually wanted to relocate the Li Group overseas? This is absolutely insane. Li Mingho was also taken aback.
Li Mingho never expected Chen Feng to dare make such a demand.
This is simply asking for the moon.
But upon further thought, it made sense.
After all, he was Chen Feng.
A mysterious and enigmatic figure, Li Mingho had no choice but to nod in agreement.
All right.
Mr. Li is indeed a man of his word.
I like that. Chen Feng nodded slightly with a smile.
Then, Li Mingho inquired about the current state of the Li Group, and they took their leave. After all, there were so many employees of the Li Group waiting for their rescue. After Li Mingho left, Chen Feng glanced at the people around him and smiled. Everyone, since the Li Group has agreed to our terms, I believe that our cooperation has already been finalized.
That's correct, Mr. Chen. We have already signed the agreement, and the Li Group will do our utmost to assist Mr. Chen. If there are any areas where we have offended you, I hope Mr. Chen will forgive us. Mr. Chen is a magnanimous person, please don't hold it against us.
The fat man also adopted a sycophantic expression and flattered him. Chen Feng burst into laughter. All right, since that's the case, we should set off now.
Li Group, Li Group.
Li Mingho heard his subordinates say that Chen Feng had agreed to help the Li Group, and he immediately stood up in joy, preparing to leave with Chen Feng.
Mr. Chen, the address of the Li Group has been sent to your phone. I will personally send someone to pick you up when the time comes. I have some matters to attend to. Mr. Chen, I will not accompany you.
Li Mingho said to Chen Feng with a smile.
All right, then goodbye. Wishing the Li Group a smooth journey.
Chen Feng smiled faintly. Li Mingho smiled and then turned to leave.
Chapter 271, Making a Mountain Out of a Molehill, no need to be surprised. Chapter 271, Making a Mountain Out of a Molehill, no need to be surprised. Chen Feng watched Li Mingho leave, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Li Mingho, just wait and see.
Chen Feng spoke, then turned and left the venue.
However, just as he reached the entrance of the venue,
he suddenly stopped in his tracks and glanced back at the tall building behind him.
He knew that Li Mingho would definitely return. This time, he will definitely come. Chen Feng is certain that Li Mingho will come looking for him. However, even if that's the case, Chen Feng isn't afraid of anything.
After all, Chen Feng has a very powerful backer.
He was certain that Li Mingho wouldn't be that foolish.
Chen Feng smiled and turned to leave the Li Group.
However, Chen Feng didn't head straight back to school.
He planned to buy a car first. After all, Chen Feng's car had become his trademark. After leaving the Li Group, Chen Feng hailed a car and headed toward the city center. He intended to go to a 4S store to buy a sports car that suited him, one that at least matched his current Audi S6L. Soon, Chen Feng arrived at a 4S store in the city center.
He walked inside and started looking around.
Seeing Chen Feng like this, the salesperson couldn't help but look at him in astonishment.
This guy was way too flashy.
An Audi S6L costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, yet he was buying so many sports cars.
How much money did he have?
Noticing the salesperson's puzzled expression, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile and said casually, "Miss, I'll just take a standard model Audi S6L.
Could you please wrap it up for me? Thank you."
The sales clerk couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard Chen Feng say he was buying a standard model Audi S6L.
Oomph, a rich snob.
But given your earlier demeanor, I have a suggestion. We can completely customize your model to make your car even more stunning.
That way, it'll definitely sell for a better price.
The saleswoman smiled at Chen Feng. Hearing her words, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He had completely forgotten about that. Chen Feng thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "All right, get me 3 models. The lowest end one should be no less than 10 million, and the cheapest should be at least 14 million. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the saleswoman was completely stunned. She had never encountered such a customer before. 3 cars at once, with the cheapest costing around 3 million and the most expensive 5 million.
Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Chen Feng coldly scanned them all.
The salesperson hurriedly shook her head and explained urgently,
"Of course not. We would never deceive you." Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction upon hearing her words. "Good. Then do as I instructed." "Yes."
The sales clerk hurriedly agreed. Chen Feng nodded and turned to sit on the nearby sofa. The sales clerk hurriedly called the other sales clerks to get to work. Soon, the 3 sales clerks had packed all the car models into boxes and handed them to Chen Feng, then respectfully stepped aside.
All right, let's go.
Chen Feng took the car, waved at the group of salespeople with a smile, and led them out of Li's group. Inside the Li Group building, Li Mingho was anxiously waiting, as his subordinate had reported.
Chen Feng was indeed coming to collaborate with Li's group. Moreover, Chen Feng's subordinates had specifically called to inform Li Mingho. Chen Feng's vehicles had already been fully packed, boxed, and transported over.
Chapter 272, Great Wisdom Appears as Foolishness, Acting According to the Situation. Chapter 271, Great Wisdom Appears as Foolishness, Act According to the Situation.
Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Li Mingho's expression kept changing. He never would have imagined
Chen Feng was actually willing to help him. This was simply astonishing.
Good, very good.
Chen Feng, I don't believe you dare refuse our Li Group's invitation. I'm sure you'll come looking for us.
Li Mingho clenched his fists tightly, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Just as Li Mingho's convoy had barely started moving, a white Lamborghini sports car suddenly pulled up beside him.
The driver was none other than Chen Feng.
This car was, of course, Chen Feng's beloved Lamborghini. It wasn't just because of its exceptional performance, but also because it had extremely high functionality.
When the car reached a distance of 20 meters from the Li Group, it came to a stop. Chen Feng lowered the window and shouted at Li Mingho.
Hey, Mr. Li Mingho, the chairman of the Li Group? I'm the Chen Feng you've been looking for. I've come today to collaborate with your Li Group. What? Chen Feng, you're really willing to collaborate with our Li Group? Li Mingho was completely taken aback.
He had only intended to test Chen Feng's intentions, but he never expected Chen Feng to agree so readily to collaborate with him. This scene was completely unexpected, making him feel a bit unrealistic.
Of course it's true. I'm genuinely here to collaborate with your Li Group.
Your Li Group is facing difficulties now, and as a junior, it's only natural for me to lend a hand to your Li Group, isn't it?
Ha ha. Chen brother, you're being too polite.
I speak on behalf of the Li Group to thank you. Li Mingho hurriedly thanked him. Chen Feng smiled slightly and said, no need to be so polite.
The thing I enjoy doing most is helping others.
So when the Li Group is in trouble, I wouldn't stand by and do nothing.
Chen brother, you are truly a good person.
I, Li Mingho, admire you. The Li family group will remain loyal to you forever.
Li Mingho solemnly promised to Chen Feng. Of course.
Chen Feng nodded, but inside he sneered. This Li Mingho is truly a hypocritical little man. If I were to collaborate with the Li Group, they would certainly target me in the future, and acquiring the Li Group would not be an easy task.
Alright, since that's the case, then, Chen brother, let's go sign the contract now. Li Mingho said urgently.
Chen Feng shook his head gently and said, Mr. Li, there's no need to rush.
Li Mingho asked in confusion, Brother Chen, do you have any other concerns?
Li Mingho, to be honest, I currently have some other business ventures that I haven't yet planned to collaborate with your Li Group on.
Chen Feng looked at Li Mingho and spoke slowly.
Li Mingho frowned upon hearing Chen Feng's words and asked, Oh, Chen brother, what do you mean by that?
Are you looking down on our Li Group?
Chen Feng burst into laughter upon hearing his words and said to Li Mingho with a smile.
Mr. Li, you've misunderstood my meaning.
Although your Li Group is much stronger than our Chen Group. But in my heart, I have never looked down on your Li Group.
Don't go around giving yourself undeserved credit.
Chen brother, you're clearly just looking down on us and refusing to cooperate.
Chapter 273, Business is Business, Merchants are Merchants. Chapter 272, Business is Business, Merchants are Merchants.
After hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Mingho couldn't help but shout angrily at Chen Feng.
Chen Feng shrugged and said, Do as you please. I've made my position clear. If you want to cooperate, you must show sufficient sincerity.
Li Mingho glared at Chen Feng with hatred in his eyes. He wanted to kill him, but his rational mind told him that now was not the time to act.
He had to endure.
Alright, since Brother Chen refuses to cooperate with our Li Group, there's no need for us to work together in the future.
Goodbye.
Saying this, Li Mingho prepared to drive away. However, just as Li Mingho was about to start the car and leave, he saw Chen Feng suddenly reach out and grab his arm, then speak slowly and clearly. Li Mingho, I advise you to stop the car here.
We haven't finalized the cooperation details yet, and leaving so abruptly seems a bit inappropriate, don't you think? Chen brother, what do you mean by that?
Li Mingho didn't know what Chen Feng meant by that, but he had a bad feeling in his heart.
What do you mean, Mr. Li? You already understand, don't you? Since you already understand, there's no need for me to repeat myself, is there?
Chen Feng smiled at Li Mingho. Li Mingho's face suddenly turned pale. His mood had plummeted to the depths of despair. He never would have imagined that after begging for so long, Chen Feng would agree to cooperate so easily.
Did he not fear that he might deceive him? And then take all his shares? Li Mingho's mind was filled with countless thoughts, but he didn't let them linger. His mind was now fixated on a single thought. To leave this place as quickly as possible and avoid Chen Feng at all costs, lest he be caught by him. Chen Feng, I. Li Mingho stammered for a while but couldn't form a complete sentence. Chen Feng smiled and said, Mr. Li, I know what you want to say. Don't worry. Since I've agreed to help you, I won't go back on my word. Now, tell me everything about the difficulties your Li group is currently facing.
Li Mingho hesitated, glancing at Chen Feng. He was completely baffled by Chen Feng's words.
Chen Feng didn't bother to care about Li Mingho's current state of mind.
He only wanted to know what method Li Mingho intended to use to resolve this crisis.
Li Mingho's expression grew increasingly grim.
He cursed silently to himself. If I had known Chen Feng was such a tough nut to crack, I shouldn't have been so polite to him earlier.
Li Mingho, what are you still standing there for? Have you forgotten the original purpose of our two families' cooperation? Don't you want to achieve our goals anymore?
Chen Feng furrowed his brows and barked at Li Mingho.
Li Mingho clenched his teeth and replied in a firm voice.
Chen brother, rest assured. Since I, Li Mingho, have agreed to cooperate with you, I will certainly not go back on my word. Since I have now agreed to cooperate with you, I will certainly not renege on my promise. However, you must immediately tell me about the current troubles your Chen group is facing. Only then can I figure out a way to resolve them. Otherwise, I won't tell you about the troubles our Li group is facing.
Chen Feng smiled broadly at Li Mingho and nodded. Chapter 274, Pressing the Advantage, Reaping the Rewards. Chapter 273, Pressing the Advantage, Reaping the Rewards.
Mr. Li, since you put it that way, I, Chen Feng, will reluctantly agree to your terms. However, I'll make it clear from the start, if you dare to play any tricks, I won't let you off easily.
Rest assured, Chen brother, the Li group would never betray the trust of our partners.
Li Mingho hurriedly waved his hands. Chen Feng smiled after hearing his words and said, Since you said that, I'll tell you about the current situation of the Li group.
The Chen group is currently facing a crisis.
All the capital chains of all the businesses under the Chen group have completely collapsed.
And we simply cannot continue with this project under any circumstances. Chen Feng, you're making this up. Li Mingho, upon hearing Chen Feng's words, couldn't help but explode in anger. He simply couldn't accept what Chen Feng was saying, as it was complete nonsense. I'm not lying, every word is the truth.
Li Mingho, if I'm lying to you, then I can swear on my life.
Chen Feng raised 3 fingers solemnly and said.
Seeing Chen Feng's serious demeanor, Li Mingho began to believe him a little. However, he still didn't believe that Chen Feng could resolve the crisis facing the Li group in just a few minutes. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth as he snorted coldly, Chen Feng, you're just blowing smoke.
Who do you think you are?
You just say you'll solve it and it's solved? Even if the financial situation of your Chen group is really that bad, it's not my fault.
After all, the Li group has just managed to survive a crisis. What do you think, Mr. Chen?
Li Mingho's words instantly turned Chen Feng's face ashen. He never expected Li Mingho to be so unprincipled.
To doubt him.
It seemed that his trust in him had plummeted to below zero.
Mr. Li, since you don't trust me, then fine, I won't force you anymore. However, I have an extremely important matter to attend to. Once this matter is resolved, you may dispose of me as you see fit.
Chen Feng's expression darkened instantly, and he spoke to Li Mingho in a cold tone. Li Mingho was startled by Chen Feng's icy tone, quickly waving his hands and forcing a smile, saying,
Chen brother, you've misunderstood. I never doubted you. Li Mingho, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If you dare to doubt me, you can choose to turn around and go home right now. Chen Feng's expression turned sinister and terrifying as he said.
Li Mingho was so scared that he trembled all over, shook his head hurriedly, and assured Chen Feng.
Mr. Chen, you've misunderstood. I, Li Mingho, absolutely do not doubt you, and I would never doubt you in any way. Chen Feng snorted coldly and said nothing.
Li Mingho, seeing that Chen Feng wasn't pressing further, sighed in relief. He finally realized how foolish he had been just now. He had dared to play such a trick in front of Chen Feng, it was practically a death wish.
Li Mingho silently thanked his luck for not revealing the truth. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble.
Li Mingho comforted himself with these thoughts while also beginning to consider how to resolve the crisis currently facing the Li group.
Mr. Chen, what are your plans now?
Li Mingho paused for a moment before asking Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand at Li Mingho, saying, Mr. Li, I already have my own plan.
Chapter 275, A Wise Bird Chooses Its Nest. Chapter 274, A Wise Bird Chooses Its Nest.
Mr. Li, perhaps we should postpone discussions about cooperation for now. After all, there are some matters that have been delayed.
If we delay any further, it won't be good. Ha ha.
Li Mingho nodded and smiled at Chen Feng.
Alright, Chen brother, you're right. I'll take you to the Li group now. Alright, let us go. Chen Feng smiled and nodded.
He was also eager to find out what methods Li Mingho would use to help their Chen group overcome this crisis. After staying in the garage for a while, Chen Feng and Li Mingho headed toward the Li group's office building together.
Bang, bang, bang.
Outside the tightly closed office doors of the Li group, a series of urgent knocks suddenly rang out, which startled Wang Hong and Lu Jia, who were sitting on the sofa. They never expected Li Mingho to come looking for them so late at night.
Wang Hong and Lu Jia exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes.
They never expected Li Mingho to come here looking for them.
Mr. Li, how did you come here? Please come in.
After about 5 or 6 seconds, Lu Jia stood up first and smiled at Li Mingho.
Haha, Mr. Lu, I came here today to discuss some matters with you. Oh, really? What might Mr. Li need to discuss with the two of us?
Although Lu Jia's face was filled with a smile, an intense anger was already rising within him.
This Li Mingho was truly inconsiderate.
He had just reached a cooperation agreement with Lu Yong. And now he dared to come cause trouble for the two of them. This Li Mingho was truly despicable.
Actually, it's quite simple. I hope we can collaborate. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation?
Wang Hong was also confused about what Li Mingho was up to and asked in puzzlement.
There is no need for me to explain it so clearly, is there?
Actually, both of our companies are currently facing massive capital losses. Therefore, I believe we should join forces to get through this crisis together.
I wonder if Mr. Lu shares the same view as me? Li Mingho, if you say that, do you think our two companies would agree to cooperate with you?
If you think our two companies would be willing to collaborate with you, then I could consider it. However, our two companies are not short of funds at the moment. So, if you're willing to invest and help us, I have no objections. As soon as Li Mingho finished speaking, Lu Jia immediately rejected Li Mingho's proposal. Li Mingho heard Lu Jia's words, furrowed his brows slightly, and remained silent for a moment before continuing to say to Lu Jia.
Mr. Lu, to be honest, our Li Group is currently facing some financial difficulties.
If you were willing to invest $100 million into our Li Group, we would be deeply grateful. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, but I cannot agree to this request. We are well aware of the financial difficulties your Li Group is facing, but do not forget that both our companies are internationally renowned enterprises.
Although our company lacks funds, we possess excellent technology. If our two companies were to collaborate, we could certainly revive our companies quickly.
At that point, our company would no longer face the current crisis. Therefore, I urge Mr. Li to abandon this idea as soon as possible.
Chapter 276, Reaching a Consensus, Calculating in My Heart. Chapter 275, Reaching a Consensus, Calculating in My Mind.
Lu Jia said with a smile. Li Mingho heard Lu Jia's words and a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. He never expected Lu Jia to say such a thing.
Li Mingho looked at Lu Jia with a sense of frustration.
He was unwilling to give up so easily, especially since he held the substantial funds left to him by Chen Feng. He intended to use the funds Chen Feng had given him to help the Li Group weather the crisis. Therefore, Li Mingho absolutely could not give up so easily. At that moment, a surge of determination filled Li Mingho's heart. Since both of our companies are now in crisis, why should we still fear Chen Feng's $100 million? Li Mingho's heart was filled with resentment. Since this Chen Feng dares to secretly target the Li Group behind our backs,
doesn't he fear retaliation from us?
Li Mingho thought to himself, if that's the case, then I, Li Mingho, am not someone to be easily bullied. Since you dare to provoke me, I'll let you taste the power of Li Mingho.
I'll make you regret it.
Thinking this, Li Mingho smiled sweetly at Lu Jia and said,
Haha, Mr. Lu, don't get so worked up. How about this?
As long as the Li Group agrees to help you, you agree to cooperate with the Li Group.
How about that? Upon hearing Li Mingho's words, a faint smile slowly appeared on Lu Jia's lips.
He sneered and said,
Mr. Li, I think you've lost your mind. Do you really think your company can sustain the financial strain of collaborating with ours for very long? Do you really believe you can hold out if we decide to work together?
Mr. Lu, don't be so arrogant. I believe that as long as our two companies work together, we will definitely get through this.
After hearing Lu Jia's words, Li Mingho also retorted defiantly.
All right. Very good. Since you, Mr. Li, want to dominate the business world, then I, Lu Jia, will join you in your efforts.
Mr. Lu, that's the spirit. Since that's the case, let us discuss the details of our cooperation in more detail now.
Lu Jia and Li Mingho agreed immediately. Lu Jia didn't beat around the bush and directly outlined the details of their cooperation with Li Mingho. Mr. Lu is truly a straightforward person. In truth, Chen Feng wasn't particularly concerned about the matters being discussed by the others. Chen Feng wasn't particularly interested in this collaboration with the Li Group. After all, while the Li Group is indeed wealthy, that amount of money is insignificant to him at this stage. What Chen Feng was more concerned about was another issue.
He asked with concern, Mr. Lu, whether Li Group can get through this crisis or not doesn't really matter to me.
After all, I don't have any confidence that I can help Li Group get through this crisis.
Don't worry.
I believe that our two companies working together will definitely handle this matter well.
Lu Jia smiled broadly as he spoke to Chen Feng.
Li Mingho noticed that Lu Jia was so familiar with Chen Feng, and a pang of jealousy arose in his heart.
He glanced at Lu Jia, then smiled and said to Chen Feng, Mr. Lu, since we've already finalized the details of our cooperation, we'll take our leave first. Lu Jia nodded with a smile after hearing Li Mingho's words. He knew that the cooperation between him and Lee Mingho had already reached a basic consensus. Chapter 277, Among three, there must be one who can be my teacher. Chapter 276, Among three, there must be one who can be my teacher. Mr. Lee, take your time, no need to see me off. Mr. Liu, goodbye. Once I've settled things here, I'll definitely come back. At that time, I hope Mr. Liu won't refuse my request, After saying this to Lu Jia and Mr. Liu, Lee Mingho turned and left the office immediately. Watching Lee Mingho's receding figure, a mocking smile appeared on Lu Jia's lips. Lee Mingho, I never thought you'd end up like this. I'll see how you turn this around this time. Lu Jia sneered inwardly. Chen Feng, are you really sure you want to collaborate with Lee Mingho? I've seen his character with my own eyes. His ruthlessness is legendary. If he finds out about our two companies collaborating, he won't let us off the hook. After Lee Mingho left, Yang Xiaotian also expressed his concerns to Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded and smiled. Yes, since I've decided to collaborate with the Lee Group, we must be fully prepared. Yang Xiaotian nodded. He knew Chen Feng was right. Lee Mingho's character was indeed beyond their imagination. But since they had already chosen this path, there was no turning back. At that moment, in Lee Mingho's study at home, Lee Mingho was intently reading a thick financial magazine. The magazine contained details of the previous collaborations between Lee Group and Lu Group. This magazine had been sent to Lee Mingho's home by Chen Feng. Lee Mingho, do you think we should completely sever ties with the Lu Group this time? Just then, Lee Mingho's phone rang suddenly. He answered the call and heard the voice of a stranger coming through the phone. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice on the phone, Lee Mingho furrowed his brows in thought for a moment before suddenly realizing and said, I understand. Proceed with the original plan. As for the rest, there's no need for me to give further instructions. Let's proceed with the original plan immediately. After saying that, Lee Mingho hung up the phone. The next day, Chen Feng sent an invitation letter to the Lee Group regarding the cooperation matter. The invitation stated that Lee Group and Lu Group were invited to attend the grand opening ceremony of Chen Feng's company's hotel. Chen Feng wrote on the invitation that the grand opening of their company's hotel would take place next weekend. At that time, they would invite all their business associates to attend and show their support. This invitation letter was of great importance. After all, the cooperation between the Lee Group and the Lu Group has already been largely finalized. If everything goes as planned, the two companies will launch a series of collaborative initiatives. Mr. Chen, please rest assured that I will definitely lead the Lee Group's representatives to attend your grand opening ceremony. Upon receiving Chen Feng's invitation, Lee Mingho's face lit up with a bright smile, and his eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Alright, since Mr. Lee is so sincere, I will await your good news. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Alright, Mr. Chen, I'll take my leave now. Lee Mingho stood up and said to Chen Feng. After speaking, Lee Mingho extended his right hand toward Lu Jia and said politely, Mr. Liu, we really owe you a great deal for your support during this time. Without your help, the crisis at Lee Group might have already passed. Thank you so much this time. After speaking, Lee Mingho shook hands with Lu Jia. Chapter 278, Critical Moment, No Room for Complacency. Chapter 277, Critical Moment, Do Not Be Careless. As the discussions continued, Lu Jia also felt the pressure mounting. Lu Jia smiled at Lee Mingho and said, Mr. Lee, there's no need to be so formal. This is all part of my duty. As long as I'm here, the Lee Group will be absolutely fine. So, Mr. Lee, you can rest assured. Lu Jia's words caused Lee Mingho's anger to flare up once again. Lee Mingho never expected that after working together for so long, Lu Jia was still addressing him as Mr. Lee without hesitation. Lee Mingho felt that Lu Jia was intentionally provoking him, but he had no way to respond. In the end, he could only force a smile and nod at Lu Jia. After that, Lee Mingho turned and left the Lu Group, while Lu Jia watched his departing figure with a cold smile on his face. Lee Mingho, let us see how you'll dare to challenge me now. I, Lu Jia, will make you understand who the true victor is. I, Lu Jia, am the true ruler. Lu Jia, Lee Mingho, don't get too cocky too soon. Chen Feng gave a cold smile, thinking to himself. Although Chen Feng was currently collaborating with the Lee Group on the surface. However, Chen Feng was well aware that the relationship between the two companies was far from as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. As long as there is even the slightest friction between the two companies, then they would erupt into a massive commercial conflict. This, Chen Feng was absolutely certain of. Since Lu Jia has pushed our Lee Group into this corner this time, I won't let you off easily either. When the time comes, I will make you pay the price. Lu Jia never imagined that the cooperation between the two companies would be destroyed because of this minor misunderstanding. At this moment, he still believed it was a win-win situation, and that he and Chen Feng would be the biggest beneficiaries of the collaboration between the two companies. All of this, Lu Jia is completely unaware of. Lu Jia is now in a state of extreme euphoria. The collaboration between the Lu Group and the Lee Group has finally reached an initial agreement. This caused Lu Group's stock to skyrocket instantly, and Lu Group rapidly expanded within just half a year.
Meanwhile, Chen Feng is busy making preparations, awaiting the official establishment of his new company.
Chen Feng was ready to make a big move. When the time came, Chen Feng would make sure everyone knew that he, Chen Feng, was the ultimate winner.
Chen Feng was doing this to suppress the Li Group.
He intended to use this opportunity.
He wanted his competitors to lose confidence in the Li Group and take advantage of their misfortune. Upon receiving Chen Feng's invitation, the Li Group naturally agreed with great enthusiasm.
The two companies of the Li Group finally reached a preliminary agreement on their cooperation. This caused Lu's Group stock to skyrocket instantly. After signing the contract with Chen Feng, the Li family group convened a board meeting to outline detailed plans for the group's future.
At the meeting, all the directors voted unanimously to hold another board meeting at 8 a.m. the next morning to discuss the future direction of the Li Group, as well as its future development strategies and methods. After the board meeting concluded, all the directors departed, as they all needed to return home to rest. Because they all needed to prepare for the meeting scheduled for tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Chapter 279, Steady Victory, as planned. Chapter 278, Steady Victory, within the plan.
Meanwhile, Chen Feng was also busy with his new company. Just as Li Group had reached a cooperation agreement with Chen Group,
Li Group's stock had already risen to 75%.
However, over the past few days, due to the partnership with Li Group's stock prices in the stock market surged again. Although the increase remained slow, the good news was that the gains over the past few days had been relatively stable. Moreover, the increase has been steadily growing over the past few days.
If this trend continues,
it is believed that Li Group's stock will experience another surge, potentially exceeding 99% and even reaching the maximum limit of 99%. The board of directors of the Li Group, after the directors had left, also began preparing urgently for tomorrow morning's meeting.
In their view, this is an excellent opportunity and a chance to revitalize the company.
Li Haiba is also extremely excited and eager to witness the moment when Li Group rises again. He can't wait to see the Li Group regain its former glory, but now is not the time. After all, Chen Group still exists, and they cannot push Li Group too hard, as that would backfire.
The Li Group's current strength is still insufficient, so the Li Group must be patient.
Everyone on the Li Group's board of directors knew that this meeting was crucial for the future of the Li Group, so everyone took it extremely seriously. Chen Feng is also paying special attention to the Li Group at this moment. He is thinking of ways to enhance the Li Group's strength. The faster the Li Group develops, the better, so they won't regret it. Only then can we justify all the help they have provided.
Chen Feng's idea is not merely a pipe dream.
Chen Feng has already obtained the latest stock trends of the Li Group through his own channels. During this period, he had already acquired 3.2 billion shares, meaning that 25% of these 3.2 billion shares were now in Chen Feng's possession. These stocks represent the most profitable sectors of the Li Group, all managed by the group's chairman, Li Haiba. Chen Feng only has a few days to raise the 3.2 billion yuan, but he is not in a hurry.
Because Chen Feng now has another objective, to acquire Li Group's shares. Chen Feng's plan is to first make moves on Li Group's stocks.
Chen Feng knows that the Li Group's stocks are the lifeblood of the company. Without the support of the stocks, the Li Group would go bankrupt overnight, and at that point, the Li Group would truly be swallowed up by others. Therefore, Chen Feng is also deeply concerned, fearing that his plan might fail. After all, Chen Feng knows nothing about economics or management.
He is just a businessman, and he cannot guarantee that this plan will be executed smoothly.
However, Chen Feng has his own plan. He has been thinking about how to acquire the Li Group's stocks. And this plan is precisely the key piece Chen Feng has prepared to counter Li Haiba. The purpose of this pawn is to make Li Haiba's plan fail. In the past few days, the Li Group had been busy with the acquisition of Li Group stocks. Their efficiency was fairly high, but they encountered some obstacles during the first phase.